Lin Feng found himself reborn in the world prior to the apocalypse. He discovered that his storage space could amplify items by a factor of 10,000. A single box of canned food would transform into 10,000 boxes, and 1 ton of pork would become 10,000 tons. Regardless of whether it was daily necessities, weaponry, or even high-tech products, everything would multiply exponentially. Chapter 001: Rebirth Before the Apocalypse. Am I reborn? Lin Feng opened his eyes, startled by his surroundings. Isn't this the apartment I rented 5 years ago, before the apocalypse? The scene before him was indeed the very place he had inhabited 5 years prior, just before the onset of the cataclysm. He had long since departed from this location as the apocalypse unfolded. Scratching his head, Lin Feng recalled the events leading to this moment. He had been attacked by a 5th-level mutated centipede, a foe far beyond his capabilities. Just as he teetered on the brink of life and death, darkness enveloped him, and upon awakening, he found himself here. The only explanation was that he had been granted a second chance at life. Now, it was a mere 7 days before the apocalypse would commence. With this realization, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with hope. Could it be that fate has truly bestowed upon me the opportunity for rebirth? Reflecting on the harrowing 5 years spent in the apocalypse, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. 5 years ago, the world had been engulfed in a cataclysmic downpour that heralded the end times. Subsequently, over half of the global population had transformed into creatures akin to the zombies portrayed in films. Not only humans, but even a majority of animals underwent mutations. Thus began the era of the apocalypse, marked by hunger, poverty, slaughter, and bloodshed. Countless images flashed through Lin Feng's mind, and he had often fantasized about the possibility of reliving his life anew. Little did he expect that this fantasy would now become his reality. Ding! System binding to host successful infinite storage space granted. Storage space activation successful effect. 10,000-fold amplification. Under certain conditions, the host may activate passive rewards from the storage space. As Lin Feng reveled in the excitement of his rebirth, a voice echoed in his mind. A system. How extraordinary! In response to the system's prompts, Lin Feng sensed the existence of a virtual space. Is this the storage space? He marveled at the sensation, and it seemed that this storage space was indeed limitless, allowing him to store items at will. System. What does 10,000-fold amplification entail? After absorbing the details of the space, Lin Feng was suddenly reminded of the earlier system notification. 10,000-fold amplification means that items placed into the storage space will increase in quantity by 10,000 times. Only non-living objects are subject to this amplification. Items retrieved and returned to the storage space will not be amplified. Soon, the system provided its explanation. The potential for a 10,000-fold increase. Lin Feng's heart raced at the prospect. To verify the system's claims, he decided to conduct an experiment. Spotting a bottle of mineral water on the table, Lin Feng focused his thoughts. In the next moment, the bottle vanished. Acquired 1 bottle of mineral water amplification. Successful. Obtained 10,000 bottles of mineral water. As the system prompted, Lin Feng noticed that his storage space was neatly filled with 10,000 identical bottles of mineral water. I have struck it rich. Upon experiencing the amplification effect of the storage space, Lin Feng was overwhelmed with joy. 1 bottle of mineral water weighs 1 pound with an amplification of 10,000 times. That amounts to 5 tons. Lin Feng felt a momentary mental lapse. 5 tons of water, assuming a person consumes 5 bottles a day, would suffice for 1 individual for 3 years. In the real world, a single bottle of mineral water costs merely 20 cents wholesale. What if there were 100 bottles, 1,000, or even 10,000? 10,000 bottles, when amplified through the storage space, would equate to an astronomical 100 million bottles. Had the system not informed him that the storage space was infinite, Lin Feng would not have dared to envision such a vast quantity. What is most scarce in a post-apocalyptic world? Food, equipment, and abilities. These are the 3 essential tenets for survival, each indispensable. In his previous life during the apocalypse, people often fought fiercely over a single can of food, and the cost of life was not an uncommon price to pay. Now, Lin Feng's storage space fundamentally resolved this issue. Anything placed within it experienced a 10,000-fold increase. With this in mind, could he truly lack food? Prior to the apocalypse, Lin Feng was merely an ordinary worker, residing in a modest rental unit. Consequently, his home contained few possessions, but he did have some instant noodles and sausages. Without hesitation, Lin Feng decided to store a box of instant noodles and 10 sausages in his storage space. Ding! 1 box of instant noodles stored. Amplification 10,000 times. Ding! 10 sausages stored. Amplification 10,000 times. With the system's notification, Lin Feng's storage space now resembled a small mountain, containing 150,000 boxes of instant noodles and 100,000 sausages. In the real world, these items would hardly whet anyone's appetite. However, Lin Feng understood that in a post-apocalyptic scenario, any box of instant noodles or single sausage was a rare delicacy. At times, a single sausage could even exchange for a beautiful woman. This was no jest. During 5 years of the apocalypse, he had witnessed countless such occurrences. In a world ravaged by scarcity, ethical considerations were rendered trivial. Simply avoiding starvation was a stroke of fortune. When one is driven to the brink of hunger, they are capable of anything. Gazing at the abundant supplies in his storage space, Lin Feng promptly took out his mobile phone. Without further ado, he opened a food delivery app. After navigating to the gourmet section, he began placing orders. Braised pork, sauced beef, salt-baked chicken, roasted duck, roasted pork knuckle. At that moment, he ordered anything that caught his eye, showing no concern for his account balance. Unlike his usual frugality in selecting cheaper options, he chose whatever appeared most appetizing. After ordering a variety of dishes, Lin Feng did not pause. He continued to order an array of fruits, as well bananas, apples, watermelons, mangoes in a post-apocalyptic world. Fruit is not a necessity, but rather a luxury. Many struggle to secure even a basic meal, leaving little room for the indulgence of fruit, which is often reserved for the elite few. However, here, Lin Feng presents an astonishing scenario where an apple or banana, typically exorbitantly priced in such dire times, appears in an astonishing abundance. As the saying goes, the more you buy, the more delightful it is. In the realm of food delivery applications, Lin Feng finds himself irresistibly drawn to every item available. Unbeknownst to him, he has already placed dozens of orders. Yet, in the next moment, a frown creases Lin Feng's brow as he realizes his bank account has been depleted. As an ordinary worker, the hard-earned savings of several thousand yuan have all been spent on takeout. Gazing at the myriad of items he still wishes to purchase on the app, Lin Feng finds himself troubled. How could he possibly earn money in such a short span? Suddenly, after a brief moment of contemplation, a spark of inspiration ignites in his eyes. Chapter 002. A fortune in gold. Approaching a nearby wooden table, Lin Feng opened the drawer. In the next moment, he retrieved a jewelry box. Upon opening it, a gold ring appeared before him. A flicker of cold intent flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he beheld the ring. According to the circumstances of his previous life, this gold ring was a birthday gift he had given to his girlfriend. No, his ex-girlfriend, just a few days prior. He had meticulously selected this ring, intending to present it to his girlfriend, Zhang Jing. However, just as he had prepared a romantic dinner to surprise her, the tides turned unexpectedly. Zhang Jing announced that she had found a wealthy suitor, deeming Lin Feng, a mere worker, unworthy of her affection. Their breakup was, therefore, a foregone conclusion. The ring now lay forgotten in Lin Feng's drawer. In truth, Lin Feng had always known that Zhang Jing possessed a certain vanity. At that time, he was merely an ordinary worker, and being able to date someone was already a fortunate circumstance. Thus, he often accommodated her whims, enduring her unreasonable outbursts on countless occasions. Little did he expect her resolve to end things so decisively. Yet, these matters had lost their significance. Having endured 5 years of a post-apocalyptic existence, Lin Feng's character had undergone a profound transformation. In the harshness of the end times, compassion, pity, and even tender emotions had become liabilities, potentially fatal for those striving to survive. Reflecting on this past incident now, Lin Feng could only manage a faint smile. The ring he had intended to keep as a memento now seemed less substantial than a hearty meal in the post-apocalyptic world. The gold ring weighed 3 grams, not too large, yet sufficient. In a sudden moment of resolve, Lin Feng placed the ring into his storage space. Ding! 1 gold ring acquired, amplification successful by 10,000 times. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by the system's notification, 10,000 rings of identical size and weight appeared in his storage space. 10,000 gold rings. This was the rhythm of prosperity. Gazing at the shimmering pile of rings, Lin Feng's brows arched in delight. With each ring weighing 3 grams, that amounted to 30,000 grams. Given the current market price of gold at over 500 per gram, that translated to a staggering 15 million. In an instant, Lin Feng had transformed from a mere worker into a wealthy individual, all thanks to a small ring. Should he choose to sell this gold, he would have ample funds to acquire even more. However, Taking such a large quantity of rings to market would undoubtedly attract attention, akin to wholesale dealings. After a brief contemplation, Lin Feng picked up his phone. Uncle Zhou, are you at the factory? I need to borrow your stamping machine for a personal project. Yes. I'll head over right away. After exchanging a few succinct words, Lin Feng hung up the phone. Moments later, he stepped out of his home, mounted his electric bike, and set off toward the factory where he worked. A few minutes later, Lin Feng arrived at the workshop where Zhou Tao was employed. The individual referred to as Uncle Zhou is Zhou Tao, a middle-aged man of modest height. At this moment, Zhou Tian is operating machinery within the workshop. Upon seeing Lin Feng's entrance, Zhou Tao cheerfully remarked, "I say, young man, after finally managing to take a day off from playing games at home, what brings you back to the factory?" Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings and noticed that Zhou Tao was the sole occupant of the workshop. He replied, "Uncle Zhou, I would like to use the stamping machine to create a few small items." Zhou Tao gestured towards a set of machinery in a distant corner of the workshop, saying, "It's over there, and since no one is using it right now, just be careful." With other work demanding his attention, Zhou Tao did not have the time to inquire further about Lin Feng's intentions. After bidding farewell to Zhou Tao, Lin Feng approached the stamping machine nestled in the corner of the workshop. As its name suggests, the stamping machine is designed for molding materials. Lin Feng located a rectangular mold and affixed it to the machine. In the next instant, he glanced around before placing a gold ring into the machine. The operation of the stamping machine is straightforward, and under Lin Feng's adept handling, a palm-sized gold ingot was swiftly produced. While selling large quantities of gold rings might attract undue attention, gold ingots are comparatively more discreet. Although these ingots are not the standard refined bars, they are certainly preferable to parading a collection of jewelry. Despite the stamping machine lacking a definitive weight capacity, Lin Feng was capable of calculations. Each gold ring weighs approximately 3 grams, and he aimed to keep each gold ingot at around 500 grams. This approach would facilitate easier counting. For a total of 30,000 grams of gold, he would need to create 60 ingots of 500 grams each. Fortunately, the quantity was manageable, and after a little over an hour, Lin Feng completed the production of the gold ingots. "Uncle Zhou, I'm leaving now. Thank you for today. I'll treat you to a meal sometime." Lin Feng cheerfully greeted Zhou Tao before departing. Zhou Tao was a kind individual who had consistently looked out for Lin Feng, and he was also a diligent worker, a valuable asset to the factory. Zhou Tao smiled at Lin Feng and replied, "You're too polite, Xiao Feng. Since the machine isn't used, feel free to come by and use it anytime." After leaving the factory, Lin Feng crossed 2 streets to find a small gold shop run by an individual. He deliberately chose not to approach a larger establishment, as he believed that the gold ingots in his possession were not suitable for standard investment bars. Such items would be less discreet in a larger shop, whereas a smaller one would be more accommodating, as people often overlook sources when motivated by profit. "Do you accept gold?" Lin Feng asked upon entering the shop. He promptly presented a 500-gram gold ingot before the middle-aged proprietor, initially engrossed in his phone. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up at the sight of the ingot. However, upon noticing the faint seams left by the stamping process, he regarded Lin Feng with a contemplative expression. "Young man, this gold likely doesn't have a reputable origin, does it?" The shopkeeper took the ingot, scrutinizing the minute gaps formed by the stamping. "What does it matter where it comes from? The gold is here, and I can still register my identity. Just tell me if you will accept it. If not, I shall seek another." The apocalypse is merely 7 days away, and Lin Feng has no time to waste in idle chatter with the gold shop owner. Regardless, the items are here. As Lin Feng has stated, if you refuse, he will find another. Lin Feng could hardly believe that anyone could remain indifferent in the face of glaring gold before them. Of course, it would be accepted. Yet, the price. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the middle-aged owner hastily replied, seemingly contemplating how to take advantage of this unsuspecting lamb. "I have no interest in idle talk. Listen to me. If you feel you can conduct this business, then we shall collaborate," Lin Feng remarked, observing the merchant's avaricious demeanor with a hint of disdain. Chapter 003, a thousandfold stockpile. Lin Feng feigned reaching into his bag and pulled out 2 gold bars. In total, there were 3 gold bars weighing 1,500 grams. 2 of these were intended for sale, and he expressed his desire to sell them at a price of 500 yuan per gram. The remaining bar, also weighing 500 grams, he hoped to exchange for an equivalent weight in jewelry. He insisted on this fixed price, dismissing any discussions regarding processing fees or price differences, and looked intently at the middle-aged shopkeeper. Lin Feng had meticulously planned this transaction. Presently, the market price for gold was approximately 520 yuan per gram, with jewelry fetching an even higher price. Thus, he boldly stated his offer. The shopkeeper quickly calculated in his mind. Acquiring gold at 500 yuan per gram was not a loss. The jewelry, when boiled down, was also purchased at recovery prices. In terms of processing fees, they were incomparable to those in larger commercial establishments. Ultimately, it was a deal that promised profit. Driven by the allure of profit, the shopkeeper did not inquire about the origin of the gold. After a brief span of over 10 minutes, Lin Feng exited the jewelry store. His bank account enriched by 500,000 yuan, a sum earned from the exchange of 1,000 grams of gold. However, this venture was merely the beginning. Once outside, Lin Feng promptly placed the 500 grams of jewelry he had acquired into his storage space. Ding! Income, 500 grams of gold, amplified by 10,000 times. With the system's notification, his storage space swelled with an additional 5,000 grams of gold, equivalent to 5 tons. This was precisely why Lin Feng opted to trade gold bars for jewelry. While his personal storage could not amplify further, the jewelry obtained from the stores certainly could. 5 tons of gold represented a staggering value of 2.5 billion yuan. Astonished by the vast pile of gold within his storage, Lin Feng realized he had amassed a fortune that would take others a lifetime, or even 10 lifetimes, to earn, were it not for the impending apocalypse. The gold within his storage alone could have established the largest jewelry store in Binhai City. However, at present, his most pressing need was not gold, but rather supplies, essentials suitable for survival in the apocalypse. Although gold could be utilized in specific electrical wiring and electronic machinery after several years into the cataclysm, that was a matter for the distant future. For now, Lin Feng's immediate requirement was basic living supplies. Throughout the morning, Lin Feng tirelessly traversed various jewelry stores in Binhai City, each characterized by their independent ownership and considerable size. After all, smaller shops might struggle to absorb 1,000 grams of gold in a single transaction. By noon, Lin Feng had successfully divided the 30,000 grams of gold bars he had minted into 20 batches for sale, and the total in his account had reached an impressive 10 million yuan. With his method of partially purchasing and exchanging, he amassed a staggering gold reserve of a full 100 tons within his storage space. In ordinary circumstances, this would equate to a cash reserve of 50 billion. Remarkably, this was merely the result of Lin Feng's efforts during a single morning. Now that Lin Feng had acquired wealth, he was naturally poised to embark on his ventures. After a brief midday meal at a fast food establishment, he ordered 2 stir-fried dishes. The aroma of food reminiscent of the world before the apocalypse. Upon the arrival of his meal, Lin Feng couldn't help but reflect on how long it had been since he had savored fresh sustenance. With that thought, he began to eat heartily. After his meal, Lin Feng made his way to a nearby Walmart. With the apocalypse merely 7 days away, he had no time to waste. Upon entering the supermarket, he pushed a cart and commenced his shopping. However, what was ostensibly shopping was, in truth, a combination of purchase and theft. Given his possession of a storage space, Lin Feng would often reach into the shelves while selecting items. In the next moment, certain goods would inexplicably vanish from the shelves, absorbed into his storage space. Thus, his shopping was merely a fad. In reality, Lin Feng was engaging in selective zero-cost acquisition. Ding. Acquired 10 pounds of rice, increased by 10,000 times. Ding. Acquired 20 bags of salt, increased by 10,000 times. Ding. Acquired 5 barrels of golden dragon fish oil, increased by 10,000 times. Ding. Acquired. Every endeavor bears its advantages and disadvantages, and in this initial round, Lin Feng focused on procuring the most essential supplies. Rice, flour, and cooking oil are undeniably the foundational elements that sustain human life. Lin Feng glanced around, seemingly purchasing a few items here and there. However, in reality, he eliminated quantities of goods from the shelves by multiples of 10. Supermarkets do not conduct inventory checks daily. Thus, while it appeared that Lin Feng had taken a substantial amount, it was but a mere fraction for the supermarket. Lin Feng even contemplated whether to seek employment as a stock clerk in a supermarket, so that during the quiet hours of the night, he could transfer the entire store into his storage space. Yet, even with such an endeavor, the accumulation of supplies within his storage would only reach tens of thousands. This was still insufficient, far from enough. Having experienced the apocalypse, his obsession with resources greatly surpassed that of an ordinary person. Once he had nearly emptied one supermarket, he would proceed to another, for the city of Binhai boasted numerous supermarkets, and one would not suffice to meet his needs. Those items, even if not taken by Lin Feng, would inevitably become someone else's resources after 7 days. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng ceased to be modest. He resolved to maximize his acquisition from each supermarket while remaining undetected. Rice, flour, bread, canned goods, fish, seafood, utensils. Essentially everything available in the supermarket was swept away by Lin Feng. By the time the afternoon approached and the supermarkets began to close, tens of thousands of resources had been transferred into Lin Feng's storage space. Furthermore, after the enhancement of the storage space, these supplies had all multiplied by a factor of 10,000. It encompassed billions of items, all of which constituted essential daily necessities. After an exhaustive day of labor, Lin Feng returned to his rented abode. Subsequently, he picked up his mobile device and placed an extensive order for an array of clothing and household items online. Whether it was garments, bedding, or toiletries such as shampoo and body wash, he ordered them all. Furthermore, he procured various weapons, ranging from daggers and tang swords to bows and arrows. Even items that appeared innocuous, like flashlights, often turned out to be electric batons disguised under misleading titles. Anything Lin Feng could conceive of, he ordered without hesitation. While others engaged in online shopping item by item, Lin Feng indulged in it page by page. The exhilaration of this shopping experience was indescribable. Feeling somewhat parched as he shopped, Lin Feng casually retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his storage space, preparing to quench his thirst. Just then, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding. Successfully retrieved items from storage space 30 times, activating system rewards. Chapter 004, The Emergence of Abilities and Rewards? At this moment, Lin Feng recalled that when he initially acquired the system, it had mentioned the existence of passive rewards. Having retrieved gold from his storage space and accumulated various items, he calculated that he had performed the action approximately 30 times. It seemed he had met the conditions for the reward as outlined by the system. However, the pivotal question remained: what was the nature of the system's reward? Ding. Reward acquisition successful. Obtained 1 bottle of primary gene enhancement potion. As the system's voice faded, an object materialized on the table before Lin Feng. It was a transparent vial, akin to the size of an oral liquid container, filled with a clear liquid. Gene enhancement potion? As the name suggests. Without the need for further explanation from the system, Lin Feng understood it to be a substance capable of augmenting physical capabilities. Without pausing to consider the effects of the potion, he hastily stowed it away in his storage space. Ding. Primary enhancement potion stored. Amplification of 10,000. In the next instant, 10,000 identical enhancement potions appeared within his storage space. Taking out one potion, Lin Feng inhaled deeply. Upon inquiring about its usage, he learned it was meant for oral consumption, though the system provided no clarification on its actual effects. The items provided by the system should be reliable, he reassured himself. Opening the vial, Lin Feng consoled himself, believing that since the system had chosen him and offered amplification functions, it would not lead him astray. After all, having faced death once already, he felt little fear. One must take risks to reap rewards. With that thought, Lin Feng tilted his head back and consumed the potion. A warm sensation coursed through him as the potion entered his body. In the next moment, he felt the entirety of his muscles ache, akin to being gnawed upon by thousands of ants. Beads of sweat streamed down his face as his body trembled slightly. Fortunately, this discomfort lasted only for a brief period, dissipating in moments. Then, Lin Feng sensed a remarkable transformation within himself. His strength had amplified 3 to 5 times, his speed had doubled, and his perceptual abilities had also improved. I have attained the realm of a level 1 mutant. Lin Feng was astonished by the extent of his transformation. After the apocalypse commenced, it was said that some individuals would mutate after consuming certain substances that enhanced their abilities. However, the number of those who could become mutants was exceedingly rare, each one an extraordinary being. In his previous life, Lin Feng had only managed to become a level 1 mutant after enduring 6 months of the apocalypse. Yet now, after merely ingesting a single primary enhancement potion, he had achieved a status that ordinary people could only aspire to. Recognizing his newfound capabilities, Lin Feng understood he had reached the level of a level 1 mutant, a being that even a dozen or 20 ordinary individuals could not approach. This is precisely why mutants commanded such respect and fear in the world of the apocalypse. In the present day, possessing tens of thousands of primary enhancement potions is indeed a rare resource. Regrettably, according to the system's stipulations, an individual may utilize only 1 potion. Nevertheless, this remains a coveted reward. Throughout the night, Lin Feng engaged in online shopping. Despite his wealth amounting to 10 million, he still had to exercise discretion in his purchases. Due to the limitations of storage space, an abundance of items does not equate to increased utility. Take salt, for instance, an indispensable commodity in daily life, which remains costly in the post-apocalyptic world. However, the required quantity for each individual is finite. Just as with Lin Feng's storage space, if he were to store 10,000 pounds of salt, multiplied by the enhancement factor, it would amount to over 1 billion pounds. What purpose would such a vast quantity serve? To benefit humanity in the apocalypse? Thus, He wisely focused his attention on urgently needed items for survival in this new world, particularly those conducive to convenient delivery. As for livestock like chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep, or even coal and fuel, they were not his immediate concerns. That day, Lin Feng retired late for the night. After 3 hours of online shopping, he had already spent 5 million. While these acquisitions might seem modest, their value would significantly escalate once multiplied by the storage space enhancement, transforming into a staggering 500 billion in essential living supplies. Such a concept of 500 billion in basic necessities is truly daunting, one that most would scarcely dare to contemplate. The following morning, Lin Feng set out early. He hailed a vehicle and arrived at his destination, a store specializing in outdoor equipment. There, he customized a variety of necessary goods. 100 sets of high-quality civilian tents at 1,000 each, 1,000 outdoor military-grade knives, 1,000 flashlights, 1,000 lighters, and 100 sets of camping gear. He finally ceased his spending after reaching a total of 3 million. According to the vendor's terms, these supplies were to be delivered within 3 days. After leaving the outdoor store, Lin Feng proceeded to a wholesale market, where he rented a small warehouse for 5,000. This space would serve as a temporary holding area for his supplies, as it was crucial for others to remain unaware of his storage capabilities. Having a private warehouse significantly facilitated his endeavors. Next, Lin Feng visited a nearby fresh produce wholesale shop, where he purchased over 1,000 chickens, alongside a total of more than 100 tons of pork, beef, and lamb. Once processed, these items would be stored in his warehouse. Having completed his orders, Lin Feng employed his previous tactic, converting gold from his storage space into cash. By the end of the day, he had liquidated another 10 million. The gold reserves in his storage space had increased by an additional 100 tons. Now, the gold stored within amounted to a staggering figure exceeding 100 billion. Even if the impending apocalypse were to be averted, this wealth in gold alone would ensure Lin Feng a life of splendor. In addition, Lin Feng visited a boutique equipment company, purchasing 20 sets of alloy armor at the price of 100,000 each. These armors represent the pinnacle of high-tech craftsmanship, their strength far surpassing that of ordinary metallic armors. Furthermore, he acquired alloy combat knives, ultra-long-range night vision devices, high-powered drones, and robotic dogs, items that could only be considered toys for the affluent in the real world. Lin Feng procured numerous units of each. It was at this moment that the company realized they had a significant client, promptly offering Lin Feng a 20% discount across all categories. Nevertheless, these acquisitions still amounted to over 5 million yuan. Upon returning to the warehouse, he stored all the fresh meat into his storage space, transforming the hundreds of tons of various meats into over 1 million tons. By this time, darkness had descended, yet Lin Feng was not inclined to return home. At this juncture, he had another crucial task to undertake. Chapter 005. Comprehensive preparations. By the time Lin Feng arrived at his destination by taxi, dusk had already fallen. As he gazed at a 2-story building in the distance, his eyebrows arched slightly in surprise. The edifice boasted opulent exterior decorations, flanked by expansive floor-to-ceiling glass. The glass doors on the ground floor bore the bold inscription, "Luxury Car Feast." This establishment was a haven for the sale of high-end vehicles. In a world ravaged by calamity, having a vehicle was essential. Often, possessing an additional car equated to an extra layer of security. Lin Feng's intention was to rob this luxury car feast. He harbored no guilt about his plan, for the owner of this establishment was far from a virtuous character. If memory served him correctly, the proprietor's name was Sun Hao, a notorious thug in the area. This establishment was a significant source of his illicit income. Beyond selling cars, Luxury Car Feast primarily engaged in luxury car rentals. However, whether local or from afar, customers were routinely deceived. When renting or returning vehicles, Sun Hao subordinates would concoct various pretexts to impose exorbitant charges for damages, often unrelated to the actual condition of the cars. It was well known that the repair costs for luxury vehicles were astronomical, allowing Sun Hao to amass considerable ill-gotten wealth. Surveying his surroundings, Lin Feng approached the luxury car feast. Along the way, he encountered 2 surveillance cameras. However, just before entering their field of view, he discreetly removed them into his storage space. Thus, no one would be aware of his presence or the tampering of the cameras. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the luxury car feast, Lin Feng observed that the lights in the lobby were illuminated. In one corner of the lobby was a security room. It was unclear whether Sun Hao had chosen to minimize labor costs or believed no one would dare to challenge him in this vicinity. Inside the security room, only one guard was engrossed in his mobile phone. Rather than entering through the front door, Lin Feng opted to circumvent to the rear. After disabling the 2 surveillance cameras, he ignited some refuse near the back door. The fire triggered the internal alarm system of the luxury car feast. As the alarm rang, Lin Feng stealthily made his way to the front entrance, observing the unfolding scene through the expansive windows. As anticipated, the guard rushed out of the security room upon hearing the alarm, only to find the lobby in order and hastily retreated to investigate the rear. Now was Lin Feng's moment to act. He extracted a hydraulic cutter purchased from a hardware store from his storage space and effortlessly severed the chain lock on the door. With a gentle push, he slid the glass door open and slipped into the lobby. Ferraris, Porsches, Lamborghinis, even a limited edition Koenigsegg graced the showroom floor. Without hesitation, he made his way toward the vehicles. In the next instant, all those luxurious automobiles vanished into his storage space. Ding. Acquired Ferrari 458, amplification 10,000 times. Ding. Acquired Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version, amplification 10,000 times. As Lin Feng continued his operations, the system's notification sound chimed repeatedly. To his surprise, he discovered the presence of an F-650 pickup truck and a Warrior off-road vehicle among an array of luxury cars. After securing these magnificent vehicles within his storage space, he marveled at the F-650, an enormous pickup exceeding 6.5 meters in length and boasting a staggering 6.7 L engine displacement. Similarly, the Warrior, a military off-road vehicle from Huagua, exhibited formidable capabilities. In his previous life, Lin Feng had witnessed survivors navigating these vehicles through hordes of zombies in the wilderness, stirring a sense of envy within him. Without hesitation, he stored all these vehicles, each one amplified to a value of 10,000 times within his storage space. Remarkably, this entire endeavor took merely a minute. Surveying the now barren first-floor hall, Lin Feng wasted no time and promptly departed. Rather than returning home directly, he made his way to a nearby hospital affiliated with the Putian Medical Group. Upon arrival, he found the hospital relatively empty, and as it was nighttime, the pharmacy was unstaffed. As before, Lin Feng began to discreetly absorb any surveillance cameras that posed a threat to him from the first floor onward. He then strode confidently to the pharmacy's entrance. The sparse presence of patients' families meant that no one paid him any heed. Upon reaching the door, Lin Feng discovered it was unlocked. He gently pushed the door open and slipped into the pharmacy. It resembled a small warehouse, with shelves brimming with an array of medications and medical tools. While the hospital's medical care might be average, the variety of pharmaceuticals available was impressive. Without discrimination, Lin Feng began to sweep every type of medication into his storage space: anti-inflammatory drugs, cold remedies, painkillers, injection supplies, surgical tools, and small devices, all were collected. Though these items might seem insignificant now, in the aftermath of an apocalypse, even a simple cold tablet could prove life-saving. Particularly, several years into the apocalypse, the scarcity of medications would become dire, and even mutated beings might struggle to find useful remedies. After thoroughly pillaging the pharmacy of one hospital, Lin Feng, undeterred, pressed on to a second and third establishment. Tens of thousands of boxes of medications were thus amassed in his storage, and after amplification, their quantity soared into the hundreds of millions. Beyond pharmaceuticals, he also collected a comprehensive array of essential medical supplies. At this moment, Lin Feng could be regarded as a veritable mobile pharmacy. Upon returning home, it was already late at night. After a brief wash-up, Lin Feng retired for the night. The following morning, he rose early and took a taxi towards his warehouse. At this moment, the items ordered online had yet to arrive. Seizing the opportunity with several million in cash at hand, Lin Feng felt inclined to purchase some previously overlooked goods. Following yesterday's extravagant shopping spree, the fresh produce wholesale market had even experienced a slight surge in prices. However, Lin Feng paid little heed to these fluctuations. He made his way to the poultry section, where he began selecting chicken drumsticks and wings. After placing an order for several tons of goods, Lin Feng returned to the warehouse to await delivery and noticed an intriguing occurrence. 5 young individuals were standing at the entrance of his warehouse. At the forefront was a young man with blonde hair, appearing to be in his 20s, who approached Lin Feng directly upon noticing his return. Chapter 006, a different approach to storage space. Upon seeing the group that had arrived, Lin Feng immediately sensed that they were seeking something from him. His 5 years of survival in the post-apocalyptic world had sharpened his instincts, allowing him to discern the intentions of others through their expressions and demeanor. Leading the pack was a young man with bleached hair in his 20s, followed closely by 4 other youths. Their swagger and demeanor resembled that of the notorious delinquents often spoken of in hushed tones. "Hey, kid, you're new here, right? Do you know the rules?" shouted a youth clad in a floral shirt and jeans, his tone reminiscent of a street thug. Lin Feng furrowed his brow at the remark. "What rules? Do enlighten me. But I'm rather busy, so please make it quick." Without needing to hear more, Lin Feng already understood their purpose. They had likely observed him renting a shop and assumed he was a newcomer to the wholesale market. This ragtag group appeared to be the local bullies. A wry smile crept across Lin Feng's face. Even in these turbulent times, there were still those who attempted to extort protection fees. It was hard to believe that such behavior persisted in this era. If this were a high-end establishment, these thugs would surely be met with a swift reprimand from security. I'm not going to waste my breath. This is our leader, the blonde guy. The youth gestured towards the frontman. From now on, you'll need to pay us 2,000 yuan each month as protection money, and we'll ensure you stay safe. As anticipated, their demands aligned closely with Lin Feng's expectations. He had encountered such extortionists many times before. Even in the present day, let alone in a post-apocalyptic scenario, countless individuals resorted to robbery. Surviving for 5 years in such an environment had accustomed Lin Feng to their antics. He understood that excessive dialogue would only convey fear to these thugs. Thus, he prepared to take action. As a mutant, he could easily overpower 5 ordinary individuals. However, in the next moment, his thoughts shifted. He concentrated his mind on his storage space, where he quickly located a small fruit knife. With a flick of his will, Lin Feng summoned the knife from the storage space, directing its trajectory towards the rear of the blonde thug. The thug let out a piercing scream as the fruit knife embedded itself in his backside. What the hell is this? It hurts like hell, he cried, clutching his rear in agony. Success. Lin Feng felt a surge of joy at the outcome. He realized he could manipulate the position of objects within his storage space with his mind, causing them to appear unexpectedly. In this manner, the fruit knife became akin to a throwing dagger, transforming into a viable weapon. This revelation sparked a plethora of possibilities. He could potentially launch various objects at others in such a manner, whether it be another fruit knife, a long blade, a kitchen knife, or even arrows. If the opportunity arose, he could even conjure grenades, shells, or, in a more fantastical notion, a small mountain. Could anything not be wielded as a weapon? With this outcome, it appears that yet another skill has been acquired. Brother, what has happened to you? Huang Mao, there is a knife embedded in your backside. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry to the hospital. The young men were thrown into a state of panic, neglecting Lin Feng entirely as they hurriedly assisted Huang Mao. How amusingly futile. Observing the fleeing figures, Lin Feng murmured softly, "This is the present. Let them revel in their hidden complacency. If this were the apocalypse, they would scarcely survive a minute." At this moment, the supplies Lin Feng had ordered began to arrive at his warehouse in succession. This time, he refrained from indiscriminate purchasing, focusing solely on procuring chicken legs, wings, and eggs. The wholesale market boasted over 300 shops, collectively providing Lin Feng with tens of thousands of chicken legs, more than sufficient. Before long, after amplification, over 100 million pounds of fresh produce was once again stored within his spatial inventory. Additionally, there were 500 million eggs. Such provisions could sustain him for a lifetime in the apocalypse. Ding! The number of items within the storage space has exceeded 10 billion, fulfilling the system's reward criteria. Just as Lin Feng placed a basket of eggs into the storage space, the system's notification chimed. Another reward? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Feng felt invigorated. The previous night, the system had just issued a reward, a primary enhancement potion. With just one, Lin Feng had transformed into a level 1 mutant. A feat beyond the wildest dreams of an ordinary person. Now, the system was poised to bestow yet another reward, and his anticipation grew. Reward: 100 loyalty chips for the host. Upon use, the recipient will be guaranteed to remain loyal to the user. Soon, the system's reward arrived. Loyalty chips? Such a thing existed? Examining the packet of chips in his hand, Lin Feng scratched his head. They promised absolute loyalty but seemed devoid of other functions. However, in the chaotic landscape of the apocalypse, such assurance would prove invaluable. After all, in dire times, human intentions are inscrutable, and anyone might betray for personal gain. With these chips, Lin Feng could at least find some solace. Despite lacking any capacity to enhance abilities, loyalty remains paramount in any circumstance. The loyalty chip was scarcely larger than a grain of rice. Though diminutive, it possessed a propulsion mechanism. A gentle pinch with a fingernail would launch the chip into the target's body. Consequently, Lin Feng promptly stored the packet of loyalty chips within his spatial inventory. Ding! 1 packet of loyalty chips has been stored, amplification of 10,000 times. The loyalty chips, now residing in the storage space, transformed into 1 million. This quantity was quite substantial, at least from Lin Feng's perspective. He had nearly accumulated sufficient basic food supplies, along with medicine and vehicles. As for other necessities, a sudden thought struck him. Certain items could not be legally procured in Huagua, no matter the lengths he might go to ensure compliance with the law. However, the situation abroad is quite different. If one seeks to acquire more resources, it would be prudent to explore overseas options. At the very least, one could procure firearms and ammunition, which would prove invaluable during the initial stages of the apocalypse. In the latter phases of this cataclysm, The zombies and mutated beasts become exceedingly formidable, making it difficult for conventional weapons to inflict any significant damage upon them. Nevertheless, in the early days of the apocalypse, firearms remain effective. Moreover, the world is not solely populated by mutants and zombies. A vast majority consists of ordinary people. Possessing firearms can, to a certain extent, serve as a deterrent against these common individuals. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng resolved to take action. After some contemplation, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Chapter 007. The journey abroad. The phone rang a few times before the other party answered. Brother Feng, what are your instructions? Zhang Chang's voice resonated from the other end. Zhang Chang, a childhood friend of Lin Feng, was also his closest companion. They had been classmates from elementary school through high school, after which Lin Feng ventured out for work while Zhang Chang chose the path of higher education. In their previous life, Zhang Chang had even saved Lin Feng during the apocalypse. It was a year into the cataclysm when Lin Feng rejoined Zhang Chang. At that time, both were merely level 1 mutants. During a fateful hunting expedition, they encountered a horde of zombies. While a typical zombie horde might not have posed a significant threat, this particular occasion was dire, as a level 2 mutated zombie emerged amongst the throng. In an act of valor, Zhang Chang chose to confront the formidable foe, providing Lin Feng a fleeting chance for survival. These memories were ones Lin Feng wished to forget. Nevertheless, the bond of brotherhood between them was indisputable. In this life, Lin Feng had been reborn, endowed with more resources and abilities than before. Naturally, he would not forget his brother, Zhang Chang. Nothing much. Just wanted to see if you're free for a meal, Lin Feng replied. Having not seen each other for 4 years, he genuinely missed his friend. Brother Feng, you always find a way to make time, even when you're busy. Shall we meet at our usual spot? Zhang Chang's cheerful tone echoed through the phone. Their plans were quickly settled with just a few exchanged words. An hour later, Lin Feng entered a quaint restaurant named Grandma's Place near Binhai University. Although modest in size, it was a favored gathering spot for the two. Inside, Zhang Chang was already waiting, and the table was adorned with their usual orders. A testament to their camaraderie that required no explicit conversation about preferences. Additionally, Zhang Chang had ordered a dozen beers. Are you off today? Why the leisure in broad daylight? Once Lin Feng settled in, Zhang Chang opened a beer and inquired. There are complexities I must navigate. I'll explain later, Lin Feng replied, gathering his thoughts. You must bring your parents to stay with you within 3 days. I will elaborate on the details then. Zhang Chang looked puzzled. My parents are in our hometown in the suburbs. If there's no pressing matter, they won't come easily. You know how they are. Getting older makes them wary of expenses. Consider me your brother and heed my words. Have them come for a few days within 3 days. When the time is right, I will provide clarity. Lin Feng raised his glass, his expression serious. In the context of the apocalypse, Lin Feng had pondered the merits of rural versus urban living. While the countryside seemed safer due to its dispersed population and availability of food, the reality was far more complex. Due to the prevalence of poultry and similar livestock in nearly every household in the countryside, coupled with the abundance of wildlife in the wild, the potential for mutation poses an even greater danger to humanity. In a post-apocalyptic world, mutated beasts are far more formidable than zombies. While an ordinary individual might manage to fend off a single zombie, they would stand little chance against a mutated creature. Furthermore, the open expanses of the wilderness, combined with the disruption of water and electricity after the apocalypse, render rural areas even more perilous. I shall heed your advice. Zhang Chang nodded resolutely in response to Lin Feng's firm stance. At this moment, Lin Feng refrained from sharing too many details with Zhang Chang, not wanting to incite unnecessary panic. Unlike Lin Feng, who had lost his parents at a young age, Zhang Chang had only his mother and father nearby. Perhaps it is only through loss that one learns to cherish, which is why Lin Feng was eager for Zhang Chang to bring his parents to safety. Zhang Chang was a man of action rather than mere words. If he claimed he could do something, he would undoubtedly ensure his parents were brought over. After enjoying a hearty meal with Zhang Chang, Lin Feng booked a first-class ticket to the Kingdom of Transgenders using his mobile phone. Now that he had wealth, he was eager to experience the luxury of first-class travel. The Kingdom of Transgenders offers visa-free entry for citizens of Huagua, allowing him to visit at his convenience. The flight from Binhai City to that destination takes only 3 to 4 hours, and most importantly, it is there that Lin Feng seeks what he desires. With the flight scheduled for an hour later, Lin Feng made no delays after leaving the restaurant. He returned home to fetch his passport and swiftly hailed a taxi to the airport. With no luggage to burden him and having secured a first-class ticket, he breezed through customs. Seated in the VIP lounge, sipping coffee, Lin Feng gazed out at the aircraft lined up on the tarmac. If not for the presence of others, he would have eagerly rushed to collect those planes into his storage space. The post-apocalyptic world would not lack skilled individuals. Many pilots are adept at flying. Although it is impossible to commandeer those aircraft now, such feats may become plausible once the apocalypse unfolds. Despite the likelihood of many planes being damaged, if even one remains intact, it could be multiplied to 1,000 through the enhancement of storage space. Soon, boarding commenced. As a first-class passenger, Lin Feng remained unhurried, entering the jet bridge through the exclusive VIP passage under the envious gazes of others. This flight featured a staggered seating arrangement in first class. And as soon as Lin Feng settled in, a flight attendant approached him. "Sir, may I offer you a drink? Here is the beverage menu." The flight attendant, in her 20s and remarkably attractive, half-squatted to present him with the drink menu. "Mineral water will suffice." Realizing that such beauty was at his service, Lin Feng understood the reason behind the high price of first-class tickets. In addition to superior service compared to economy class, the attendants were exceptionally striking. He found himself the sole occupant of the first-class cabin, and as passengers from economy class passed by his seat, they regarded him with the same curiosity one might reserve for a rare animal. To avoid any awkwardness, Lin Feng found himself incessantly sipping water. Fortunately, the airplane swiftly closed its doors and ascended after taxiing down the runway. Once the flight stabilized, Lin Feng indulged in a meal far more sumptuous than that offered in economy class. During the subsequent 2 hours, he seized the opportunity to take a brief nap. Upon awakening, he discovered that the plane had begun its descent. Through the window, the city below became visible. Less than half an hour later, the aircraft touched down on the runway and glided to a halt at a jet bridge. "Welcome to the land of ladyboys. I hope you won't disappoint me." He mused silently as he rose from his seat and made his way to the cabin door, gazing at the jet bridge before him. Chapter 008. The Moon Abroad. Although Lin Feng had never visited the land of transgenders, the abundance of Chinese signage at the airport allowed him to swiftly locate the immigration exit. He retrieved his phone and booked a villa hotel through an app. Upon leaving, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the taxi driver spoke a rudimentary level of Chinese. It was evident that the land of transgenders was a significant tourist destination for the Chinese. After a journey of over half an hour, Lin Feng arrived at the villa he had reserved. Spanning an impressive 300 square meters, the price of 3,000 soft currency per day was neither exorbitant nor cheap. To be candid, Lin Feng was not one to indulge in extravagance. His choice of accommodation was merely due to its proximity to the commercial area. After a simple meal delivered by the housekeeper, Lin Feng noted that it was time to leave the villa. His destination was a street approximately 1 kilometer away from the hotel. According to the map, there were 3 gun shops located on this street. Opting not to take a taxi, Lin Feng made his way there on foot. His first objective was one of the gun shops, which, unfortunately, had already closed for the evening. Only the nearby beverage store remained illuminated. After circling the gun shop, Lin Feng discerned the presence of a back door. Much like in China, the storefronts here were similar to ground-level shops, with the rear leading to a back entrance. Perhaps it was customary in this locale, as smaller establishments typically did not employ security personnel at night. Even gun shops were no exception. Alternatively, the owner of this shop might wield considerable influence in the area. In any case, after a thorough inspection, Lin Feng found no sign of security. Arriving at the back door, which was situated beyond the entrance of the building, Lin Feng saw no need for the hassle of breaking in. With a simple gesture, he effortlessly stored the heavy security door within his storage space. This storage space was not only capable of holding items, but was also essential for any act of burglary. Striding confidently into the gun shop, Lin Feng brandished a powerful flashlight and began his search. The walls were adorned with a variety of long guns. Faced with the assortment of rifles, Lin Feng found himself at a loss for names. However, he busied himself examining several rifles he casually picked up. In his previous life, Lin Feng had encountered firearms, albeit sparingly due to the limited availability of ammunition, which rendered them less practical for his use. Through careful observation, Lin Feng noted that all the rifles sold in this shop utilized a uniform caliber of ammunition, which greatly simplified matters. Otherwise, he would have had to contend with different calibers. The shop not only stocked rifles but also an array of handguns, grenades, and even a few rocket launchers. Furthermore, there was a substantial supply of ammunition, military knives, tactical backpacks, and bulletproof vests, among other items. Without hesitation, Lin Feng began to collect all these supplies into his storage space. Notification: collected various rifles, 67 units, increased by 10,000 times. Notification: collected handguns, 88 units. Ammunition: 12,590 rounds. Rocket launchers, 6 sets, increased by 10,000 times. Notification: 7 income sniper rifles and 770 rounds of ammunition, with a remarkable increase of 10,000 times. As Lin Feng continuously amassed wealth, an orderly corner of his storage space became home to a diverse array of enhanced firearms. Observing the vast collection of over 1 million weapons and more than 1 billion rounds of ammunition, Lin Feng felt a profound sense of satisfaction. With these resources, he could undoubtedly establish a formidable legion in the apocalyptic world. Survival as an individual in such dire circumstances is exceedingly challenging. And this holds true even for the mutated beings. Consider the plight of a mutant hunting in the wilderness when faced with peril. Would it be preferable to confront danger alone or to have numerous allies at one's side? At the very least, the mere utterance of a warning, such as danger, can prove to be invaluable. Thus, possessing a certain degree of personal strength in the apocalypse is paramount. This strength need not be vast. Rather, the loyalty of one's subordinates is of utmost importance. In the harsh reality of an apocalyptic setting, betrayal is all too common. When confronted with self-interest, few remain untainted by greed. This is precisely why Lin Feng felt such elation upon receiving the loyalty chip from the system. Returning to the present, after collecting the resources from the gun shop, the space felt rather empty. Despite its modest size, the shop provided Lin Feng with over 1 million firearms and various other supplies. While not overly greedy, he believed that it is always better to have an abundance rather than a scarcity. After clearing out this gun shop, he proceeded to the next one. Similar to the previous establishment, this gun shop lacked security. Although it is often said that the country of the human demon is somewhat unsafe, this particular shop was devoid of guards. Nonetheless, this was inconsequential to Lin Feng. He preferred to operate freely, especially since this was not Hua country. The second shop was somewhat larger than the first, boasting 2 floors. The number of firearms available here was significantly greater, even tripling that of the first shop. Additionally, the variety was more comprehensive. For instance, in terms of grenades, this shop offered not only standard high-explosive grenades but also smoke bombs and flashbangs. There were even several heavy machine guns available. Tactical weapons, including body armor, helmets, first aid kits, and military rations, were also plentiful. Discovering these treasures felt akin to unearthing a hidden vault. Without hesitation, Lin Feng diligently gathered all the supplies into his storage space. This haul was thrice that of the first gun shop. Next came the third establishment. This street contained only 3 gun shops, making it the sole location nearby to acquire weaponry, with other options being at least 8 or 9 kilometers away. The third shop, while evidently smaller than the second, still offered a greater selection than the first. Beat. Income of 112 rifles, with an increase of 10,000 times. A total of 156 handguns, 21. 460 rounds of ammunition, 14 shotguns, and 165 grenades were acquired, with an increase of 10,000 times. Additionally, 43 daggers, 23 bayonets, 52 tactical vests, and 28 level 3 helmets were also obtained, with the same remarkable augmentation. Once again, a significant array of weaponry materialized within the storage space. Not to mention the sheer quantity of weapons, the heavy security door at the back of the gun shop alone contained 30,000 items. In total, Lin Feng amassed over 1,000 rifles, a greater number of handguns, and nearly 100,000 rounds of ammunition. With the enhancement of the storage space, its capacity expanded a staggering 10,000 times. Just as Lin Feng exited the last weapons store, he came to an abrupt halt, for he caught sight of an individual. Chapter 009. The wandering painter. Lin Feng suddenly paused. In the corner of the back stairway, there sat an individual. Through the dim light of the corridor, Lin Feng discerned that the person appeared to be in their 20s, with an Eastern appearance. "Why you don't come closer? I haven't seen anything," the individual exclaimed upon realizing Lin Feng had spotted him. "You speak Mandarin. Are you from Huagua?" Lin Feng inquired coldly, his tone betraying a hint of suspicion. If this person were from the realm of human anomalies, Lin Feng would have immediately entertained thoughts of violence. After all, given the previous circumstances, the individual had already witnessed too much. Even if he were unaware of Lin Feng's actions at that moment, the arrival of the police the following day would surely enlighten him. Only the dead could remain silent. In this post-apocalyptic world, Lin Feng had lost count of how many lives he had taken, a reality to which he had long grown accustomed. He held no sympathy for his enemies. Yet, it was the young man's fluent Mandarin that spared his life at that moment. I didn't see anything." "Yes, I am from Huagua," the young man stammered, clearly frightened. "What are you doing here?" Lin Feng inquired, his brow furrowing as he contemplated how to deal with this individual, whether to eliminate him or devise another plan. "I'm an artist, selling my Thanka paintings in the vicinity," the young man replied, his gaze darting nervously. Seemingly aware that Lin Feng might doubt him, he hastily produced a small card from his pocket. "This is a Thanka I painted. I'm just a wandering artist." With that, He waved the thanka in front of Lin Feng. Thanka? I may not have eaten pork, but I've certainly seen pigs run. Lin Feng pondered, recalling that thanka was a specialty from the Tibetan region, depicting various protective deities to bless individuals. It could be said to be a component of Tibetan Buddhism, which had spread to the realm of elephants, thus making thanka popular in the land of human anomalies as well. Beep. Thanka detected. Upgrade possible for special effects. At that moment, Lin Feng's internal system chimed in. The system could detect the thanka before him and even had the capacity for upgrades? What did that entail? Lin Feng found himself perplexed. How much for this thanka? His focus had shifted from contemplating the fate of the young man to the thanka itself. Upon examining it, he noted that it depicted a deity whose name eluded him. The young man instinctively recoiled, and no money. If you want it, you can have it. Clearly, fear gripped him in Lin Feng's presence. Do I really appear so menacing? Lin Feng mused inwardly, observing the young man's demeanor. Yet, his sole intention remained the thanka in the young man's possession. Without further ado, Lin Feng reached out and took the thanka from the young man's hands. It was merely crafted from ordinary cardboard, but the artwork upon it was evidently hand-painted with meticulous detail. It must be said, this thanka was exquisitely rendered. Beep. Detected the Tang card. An upgrade can be performed to obtain special effects. At this moment, the system's prompt echoed once more. Upgrade Tang card. Without hesitation, Lin Feng issued the command to the system. Ding. Upgrade successful. The current Tang card has been upgraded to Beginner Comprehensive Tang card. When used, tearing the Tang card enhances the user's strength and speed by 30 for 1 minute. Soon, the system upgraded the Tang card in Lin Feng's hand. Incredible! And it's just a beginner level. Lin Feng never anticipated that the Tang card in his possession could be transformed by the system into a powerful item. To increase both strength and speed by 30% within a minute, what a remarkable concept. In a post-apocalyptic world, even a mere 10% boost can mean the difference between life and death. This is undeniably a valuable treasure. At that moment, Lin Feng's gaze towards the young man changed entirely. Come, get up first. What is your name? Lin Feng hurried over to help him stand. Simultaneously, he discreetly stored the Tang card in his storage space. Ding. One beginner comprehensive Tang card has been added, amplification 10,000 times. In an instant, the Tang card transformed into 10,000 cards. Lin Feng then quietly retrieved one of those cards. Hi, my name is Lu Tianxi. The young man appeared quite uneasy in front of Lin Feng. Let me put it this way, I'm not a bad person. I just took a wrong turn. Do you believe me? Observing Lu Tianxi's demeanor, Lin Feng endeavored to present a warm smile. To create such a formidable Tang card is indeed a stroke of fortune for Lin Feng. At the very least, he could provide logistical support in terms of card production. It would be unreasonable not to treat such a person well. Took a wrong turn? But that door. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Lu Tianxi gulped, his gaze fixed on the vacant door of the gun shop behind Lin Feng. That security door, of course, had already been stored in Lin Feng's space. Door? What door? You must be mistaken. Lin Feng chuckled heartily while guiding Lu Tianxi outside. In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves on the street. You don't have a place to stay, do you? Come, let us go to the hotel I run. Consider it payment for the Tang card. Under the glow of the lights, Lin Feng noticed that Lu Tianxi's clothes were somewhat tattered. However, observing the shift in Lin Feng's expression, Lu Tianxi seemed momentarily taken aback. Lin Feng quickly added, no need to hesitate. We are both from Huagua. I am merely traveling and was looking for something to eat. I truly took a wrong turn. His words were casual, yet Lin Feng couldn't allow Lu Tianxi to escape. In his eyes, the young man represented countless moving Tang cards imbued with buffs. Huh? You want me to go to the hotel with you? You can't be. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Lu Tianxi instinctively took a step back. Meanwhile, an expression of disbelief flickered in his eyes. What are you thinking, young man? At a glance, Lin Feng immediately discerned Lu Tianxi's thoughts. I am merely intrigued by your thanka. You, however, do not pique my interest. Judging by your appearance, it seems that life in the land of the androgynous is not treating you well. If you desire to alter your circumstances, then align yourself with me. At the very least, I can assure you a life free of want, while simultaneously providing you with what you seek. I am heading back to the hotel now. If you wish to accompany me, then come along. Otherwise, you may continue to peddle your thanka here. With that, the decision lay with the other party. Having spoken, Lin Feng turned and began walking towards the hotel. Just 3 paces from his departure, a smile graced Lin Feng's lips. For through the heightened perception of a mutant, he sensed that Lu Tianxi was following closely behind him. Chapter 010. Time is running out. Is this the hotel where you are staying, sir? Lu Tianxi inquired, astonished as he followed Lin Feng to the villa hotel. It seemed he had not anticipated that his companion would reside in such an opulent establishment. Could I possibly deceive you? Lin Feng chuckled, producing a room card to unlock the grand entrance of the villa. They then entered the lavish living room on the first floor. Lu Tianxi could not help but marvel at the interior's luxuriousness, contemplating the cost of spending a single night in such a splendid abode. Enough of that. Let us turn the conversation to you. How did you find yourself wandering in this land of peculiarities? Lin Feng asked as he retrieved 2 bottles of chilled water from the minibar and settled onto the sofa. Thank you, Lu Tianxi replied, taking the bottle from Lin Feng, uncapping it, and gulping down several mouthfuls before recounting his journey to this place. I originally hail from a rural area in Jiangnan province, with only my younger sister attending university at home. One day, while browsing online, I noticed numerous influencers broadcasting their lives overseas, amassing considerable wealth. I thought I would give it a try as well. However, little did I know that within just a few days of my arrival, the equipment I had painstakingly saved up for was stolen. With no other options, I resorted to selling Thangka paintings while I saved for my return fare. As Lu Tianxi shared his story from the comfort of the sofa, Lin Feng nodded in understanding. Here was a country boy, enticed by the prospect of profit, who ventured alone into a foreign land, only to face the harsh reality that the grass is not always greener on the other side. Fortunately, Lu Tianxi possessed a natural talent for painting, and although the locals showed little interest in artistic endeavors, they did appreciate Thangka art. Consequently, he sold each piece for 200 yuan to foreign patrons. How long does it take you to complete a Thangka? Lin Feng inquired, primarily concerned with the efficiency of the process. After all, each successful Thangka could yield thousands of additional effects for him. Well, due to the high cost of pigments, it takes me about 3 days to finish one, Lu Tianxi admitted, scratching his head. 3 days for a single painting. No wonder he found himself in such dire straits. At that rate, his monthly earnings barely reached 2,000 yuan. Even with the lower cost of living in this land, saving enough for a return ticket, excluding food and drink, would take him at least 2 months. Where does your sister study? Lin Feng pondered, recognizing that with no family or parents, she was his only remaining kin. She studies in the bustling metropolis. Currently in her 2nd year, Lu Tianxi responded. Nodding thoughtfully, Lin Feng proposed, from now on, I shall employ you. I will pay you 2,000 yuan for each Thangka, and I will cover all your sister's tuition and fees. What do you think? Lin Feng's words were mere empty promises, a ruse to persuade Lu Tianxi to accompany him. The apocalypse was merely 4 days away, and his declaration served only to gain a companion in the impending chaos. However, he was not a person who enjoyed deceiving others. The promise made to Lu Tianxi earlier could easily be replaced by another after the apocalypse arrived. As for the sister of the other party, that would depend on fate. If she could survive the early days of the apocalypse, perhaps there would be a chance of reunion later. This was contingent upon Lin Feng bringing the other party back to the country. Otherwise, given Lu Tianxi's current state, he might very well perish in a foreign land within 4 days. Sir, will you truly assist my sister with her subsequent tuition fees? But my Thangka only costs 200 yuan each, Lu Tianxi remarked, unaware of the true value of the Thangka he painted. Perhaps he considered 200 yuan a steep price. If I were to provide you with all the necessary materials and an appropriate environment, how many could you produce in a month? Lin Feng responded with a question rather than a direct answer. Lu Tianxi replied honestly, in that case, I could manage 1 to 3 pieces a day. And perhaps I could work faster once I become more skilled. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. That was still quite acceptable. Currently, Lu Tianxi was merely an ordinary person, and producing 2 or 3 pieces a day was not an insignificant speed. If he were to transform into a mutant, his pace would undoubtedly increase significantly. However, that required Lu Tianxi to first acclimate to the changes. Nevertheless, there was one crucial action that Lin Feng needed to undertake at that moment. In the next instant, he retrieved a loyalty chip from his storage space. It was a high-tech chip. Press it against yourself, and from now on, you must remain loyal to me. In return, I will take good care of you and your sister as I promised. Regardless of what transpires in the future, I will do my utmost to ensure your safety. If you are unwilling, then disregard what I have said, Lin Feng declared, placing the loyalty chip on the sofa before him. He then returned to his room to book a flight for the following morning. Ding! Loyalty chip successfully activated. As Lin Feng was searching for flights, a notification sounded from the system. It seemed the other party had made a choice, and Lin Feng's brow lifted in satisfaction. The next morning, after enjoying breakfast delivered by the hotel, Lin Feng and Lu Tianxi headed to the airport. After just a single night's stay, Lin Feng had garnered quite a bit, millions of firearms, along with the addition of Lu Tianxi, who could produce Thangka. This trip to the land of the transgender was indeed fruitful. If it weren't for the express deliveries Lin Feng had arranged to arrive in the next couple of days, he might have considered exploring the local supermarkets for more opportunities. However, time was of the essence, and Lin Feng needed to maximize his benefits within the limited time frame. It was Liu Tianxi's first experience in first class. Living in a villa and flying in first class was an existence he had never encountered as a country dweller. Now he understood that his choice was indeed correct. Following Lin Feng was undeniably a wise decision. After more than 3 hours, Lin Feng finally returned to Huagua. Upon exiting the airport, he chose not to take Liu Tianxi directly home, but instead hailed a taxi to a hotel near the seaside called Swan Bay. At Swan Bay Hotel, Lin Feng reserved a standalone villa. Due to its proximity to the seaside, the prices here are significantly higher than in the land of cabaret performers, reaching as much as 8,000 yuan per day. However, for Lin Feng, this is merely a drop in the ocean. The reason for choosing this location is that he has resolved to establish it as his stronghold when the apocalypse arrives. The villa is nestled between the sea on one side and a mountain on the other. Such a geographical advantage will prove exceptionally beneficial in times of crisis. The villa boasts 3 floors and 5 rooms, a layout that is more than sufficient for Lin Feng's current needs. After settling Liu Tianxi, Lin Feng returned to his rented accommodation. First, he made his way to the courier station downstairs, eager to check on the status of his packages. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Cainiu courier station, Lin Feng's mouth fell agape at the sight of the towering pile of parcels. Chapter 011. The essence of procurement. When Lin Feng arrived at the Cainiu station, he was utterly astonished. Several enormous canopies had been erected in front of the station, beneath which lay a veritable mountain of packages. Surely, not all of these are my parcels? Observing the piles of express deliveries, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. Moments later, he learned from the station's proprietor that indeed, these were all his packages. The owner spoke with a jovial demeanor, clearly having profited handsomely from the shipping commissions. Lin Feng was eager to gather all these parcels into his storage space, yet he was hindered by the presence of the station owner and several couriers unloading the goods. With no alternative, he made his way to a nearby intersection and recruited for laborers. Upon their arrival, Lin Feng instructed them on their tasks before returning to his rented room. He then stood at the entrance, directing the laborers as they placed the parcels into his storage. As the laborers continually brought in the packages, Lin Feng unwrapped them one by one, depositing their contents into his storage space. With 4 laborers at his disposal, they took turns, and even if the number of parcels dwindled, they would hardly question it. Ding. Acquired 10 barbecue grills, increased 10,000 times. Ding. Acquired 10 generators, increased 10,000 times. Ding. Acquired 20 gene of Longjing tea, increased 10,000 times. Ding. Acquired. As Lin Feng tirelessly unwrapped the deliveries, a variety of items were stored away. It could be said that these items would all prove useful in the future. Perhaps some had been purchased in excess, but who could predict what calamities the apocalypse might bring, rather than risking a perilous search later? It was far wiser to stock up now. Thus, Lin Feng spent the entirety of the morning receiving parcels. Ding. Items stored in the storage space have exceeded 1,000. Reward granted. While Lin Feng was engrossed in unwrapping parcels, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Another reward. How delightful. Hearing the system's announcement filled him with joy, for the previous 2 rewards had been of immense significance to him. Now, with yet another reward. How could Lin Feng not be elated? Reward granted. Divine level cultivation technique 9 revolutions golden body art. In the next instant, a sharp pain pierced his head, and a torrent of information flooded into his mind. The 9 revolutions golden body art. Lin Feng discovered a cultivation technique manifesting within his consciousness. In addition to the internal cultivation methods, there were also sections on weaponry and alchemy. As Lin Feng perused the introduction to the technique, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. This seems rather challenging, doesn't it? Fortunately, the technique was accompanied by illustrations. Without further ado, Lin Feng set aside the parcel unwrapping and commenced his cultivation. The technique proved to be somewhat intricate. As he began his practice, Lin Feng was soon drenched in sweat, lamenting his struggles. And this was merely the first chapter. There were still 8 more to follow. Fortunately, Lin Feng's innate talent proved commendable. After merely a brief period of cultivation, the accompanying discomfort began to wane. During his practice, he discerned the presence of a warm current within his body, one that seemed obedient to his will, allowing him to manipulate it at will. The initial chapter of the 9 turns golden body technique required him to connect the 108 acupuncture points throughout his body. With each point successfully connected, Lin Feng felt a subtle liberation within himself, accompanied by a notable enhancement in his strength. After penetrating over 20 acupuncture points, his power doubled. Armed with this revelation, Lin Feng devoted himself to his training with renewed vigor. Although connecting these points proved to be a formidable challenge, demanding repeated efforts and often resulting in considerable agony, sometimes leaving him drenched in sweat, The observable improvement following each connection was undeniable. 30, 40, 50 points, systematically. The primary acupuncture points within Lin Feng's body were traversed, and concurrently, the warm current intensified. 106, 107, 108. Success. Upon the final acupuncture point being connected, Lin Feng erupted in exhilaration. In the next instant, his body trembled violently as the warm current burgeoned, transforming from a meandering stream into a mighty river. He was enveloped in this warmth, experiencing an unparalleled sense of comfort. In this moment, he realized that both his strength and speed had surged severfold. A second-tier mutant. Lin Feng could distinctly perceive that he had ascended to the status of a second-tier mutant. This sensation was achingly familiar from his previous life. To evolve into a second-tier mutant after such a brief period of cultivation was nothing short of miraculous. In the post-apocalyptic world, second-tier mutants commanded immense respect, being regarded as the elite among the elite. At that moment, the deliveries had all been completed, and Lin Feng settled the accounts with the 4 laborers. In the next breath, he stored all the acquired items into his spatial storage. Thus, Lin Feng turned his attention to the weaponry section of the 9 turns golden body technique. In contrast to the cultivation methods, the weaponry section was rather eclectic, detailing the techniques associated with various weapons. What weapon would be most advantageous in the apocalypse? Aside from crossbows, the answer was unequivocally the knife. A universally acknowledged choice in such dire circumstances. The knife's robust blade delivered formidable striking power, and its durability ensured easy maintenance. Clearly, it was time to procure a quality knife. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng exited his rental accommodation. After conducting a search on his mobile phone, he pinpointed a boutique specializing in knives and swords. He promptly hailed a cab and journeyed toward his destination. 20 minutes later, Lin Feng arrived at Yongquan Boutique. Upon entering, he was captivated by the antique-inspired decor within. The elegant furniture and display stands exuded a refined taste, instantly indicating the shop's quality. A middle-aged man attended to Lin Feng. Given his aspirations, Lin Feng realized that custom orders were out of the question. He would have to purchase a ready-made weapon. Thus, the middle-aged man presented Lin Feng with several knives. Having already procured ordinary knives from a hardware store, Lin Feng was now in search of exquisite craftsmanship. Ultimately, he settled on 3 knives, reputed to be heirlooms from the previous generation of the proprietor. These 3 tang swords varied in length, yet all boasted exceptional materials. Consequently, Lin Feng invested 500,000 to acquire them. Although the price tags were steep, their worth was justified. Having endured 5 years in a post-apocalyptic world, Lin Feng was well acquainted with the qualities of a fine blade. Quality over quantity was his motto, so he placed the 3 swords into his storage space. Ding! 3 battle swords acquired. Enhancement multiplied by 10,000. As the knives entered the storage space, their value surged exponentially. After browsing in the boutique, Lin Feng took out his phone to summon a vehicle. However, in the next moment, he noticed an alert news notification. Upon opening the news, Lin Feng felt a jolt of shock as he absorbed its contents. Chapter 012, Waiting by the Tree for a Rabbit, originally intending to hail a taxi. Lin Feng was taken aback upon receiving a news alert on his phone. Special report, an unidentified bird has appeared in Beihai City, having already attacked 3 households. Citizens are advised to exercise caution while traveling. The headline was hardly captivating, and the content merely relayed that a bird had emerged and assaulted humans. Although it was a trivial piece of news, what truly astonished Lin Feng was the close-up photograph of the bird. It was a striking orange bird, approximately 50 centimeters in size, the species indiscernible at first glance. However, what truly left Lin Feng in disbelief were the 2 golden feathers adorning its wings. The vermilion phoenix. Lin Feng recognized the bird at once, nearly gasping in surprise. Its body was a vibrant orange-yellow, with 2 golden stripes gracing its wings. This was undoubtedly the blazing phoenix, a creature he had glimpsed once in his previous life during the apocalypse. Such a rare beast. According to popular nomenclature, it could be deemed a divine creature. If memory served him correctly, the last owner of this blazing phoenix had been a level 7 mutant. With the aid of this mutated phoenix, that individual had even dared to confront a level 9 mutant. One can only imagine the formidable prowess of the blazing phoenix. What he did not anticipate, however, was that the blazing phoenix had been discovered in Beihai City. This revelation hinted at a fateful connection. Since I failed to find you in my last life, let me become your master in this one. With a smile curling at the corners of his mouth while gazing at the image of the blazing phoenix on his phone, Lin Feng hailed a taxi but did not return directly to his rental apartment. Instead, he instructed the driver to take him to a local floral, avian, and aquatic market. At a fish stall, Lin Feng purchased 10 pounds of crystal gravel for his fish tank. Afterwards, he took a taxi back to his rental abode. In the next moment, he stored the crystals in his spatial compartment. Ding! 10 pounds of crystals received, amplification of 10,000 times. In no time, 100,000 pounds of crystal appeared in his storage space. Subsequently, Lin Feng ascended to the top floor and climbed to the rooftop via a ladder. Gradually, he spread the crystals across the rooftop. 50 tons of crystals would adequately cover the entire roof of the building. The purpose of this endeavor was to attract the blazing phoenix. From his previous experiences, Lin Feng had learned that mutated beasts like the blazing phoenix were intrigued by glittering objects. Uncertain of its current whereabouts, he could only wait patiently. With nothing else to occupy his time, Lin Feng concealed himself in a corner of the rooftop, familiarizing himself with the warm flow he referred to as spiritual energy, as termed by the system. Currently, Lin Feng could summon his spiritual energy at will, this powerful force obediently responding to his commands, akin to a child following directives. Thus, half an hour passed without a hint of movement. An hour elapsed, and still, the silence persisted. Lin Feng began to waver in his resolve. As Lin Feng contemplated whether to continue waiting, a sudden cry echoed from the sky. It had arrived. His heart stirred, and he swiftly turned towards the source of the sound. Indeed, an orange bird was rapidly approaching, and in the next moment, it landed atop the building. The bird then grasped a crystal, inspecting it with great care. Measuring over 50 centimeters, it possessed 2 golden feathers on either side of its wings. It was undeniably the blazing phoenix. Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement and stood up. The blazing phoenix, drawn by the crystal on the rooftop, remained vigilant. Upon Lin Feng's emergence, it quickly turned to regard him. At that moment, a loyalty chip appeared in Lin Feng's hand, aiming at the blazing phoenix. He pressed the launch button. Apologies, usage failed. The host cannot utilize it on a creature that harbors no affection towards you, came the prompt from the system. Lin Feng was utterly exasperated. He had intended to seize this opportunity to bestow a loyalty chip upon the blazing phoenix, hoping to gain its allegiance, only to discover this unexpected stipulation. The blazing phoenix did not flee. Instead, it let out a fierce cry, seemingly attempting to drive him away. Such audacity at such a young age. What might it become if it were to mutate? Seeing the blazing phoenix's furious demeanor, Lin Feng felt no anger. Rather, he was invigorated. Ultimately, it was merely a bird. In the next moment, Lin Feng retrieved a roasted chicken from his storage space. The chicken, purchased from a supermarket, retained its warmth due to the suspended time within the storage space. Without hesitation, he tossed the roasted chicken before the blazing phoenix. Instinctively, the bird attempted to evade it, but the tantalizing aroma of the chicken soon captivated its senses. Lin Feng was unaware of what the fiery creature had consumed before, but it was clear that it was intrigued by the roasted chicken. Eventually, the blazing phoenix succumbed to the allure of the delectable scent and began feasting. Despite its modest size, its appetite was astonishing. In mere moments, it devoured the entire chicken, leaving nothing but bones behind. After finishing, the blazing phoenix turned its gaze towards Lin Feng. The previous indifference in its eyes had faded, replaced by a hint of anticipation. What was one roasted chicken compared to his hopes? Lin Feng, undeterred, produced another chicken and tossed it towards the blazing phoenix. This time, it showed no hesitation and eagerly began to eat. Thus, Lin Feng continued to feed the blazing phoenix 5 roasted chickens in succession. It seemed to have reached its limit. With renewed determination, Lin Feng grasped the loyalty chip once more and pressed the button towards the blazing phoenix. A chip, the size of a peanut, shot forth and entered the creature's body. Ding! Loyalty chip usage successful. With the system's notification, Lin Feng knew that he had succeeded this time. The chip struck the fiery phoenix, seemingly causing it no pain. Yet, in the next moment, its gaze towards Lin Feng transformed into one of docility. Thus, Lin Feng had tamed a divine beast, a powerful creature amidst the apocalypse. You are now mine. Little bird, I shall call you Xiao Wang. Lin Feng declared with a smile as he approached the fiery phoenix. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the fiery phoenix was visibly perturbed, seemingly unimpressed by the name. Do not be reluctant. Xiao Huang is a simple name, easy to nurture. Come now, let us return home, Lin Feng said, gently patting the fiery phoenix's head. The fiery phoenix, possessing a keen intelligence, reluctantly acquiesced to Lin Feng's wishes. Thus, the duo descended the stairs together. Upon returning to his room and glancing at Xiao Huang by his side, Lin Feng was struck by a thought. Chapter 013. The blazing phoenix. Shall I call you Xiao Feng from now on? It seems fitting, as I am also Lin Feng. We share the same name. Lin Feng inquired with a smile, gazing at the magnificent blazing phoenix before him. With a subtle flick of its head, the phoenix emitted a soft sound. Not agreeable? Then I shall name you Chen Ergu instead. The phoenix remained silent. Very well, Xiao Feng, drink this. Lin Feng produced a vial of primary enhancement potion from his storage space. He was eager to witness the transformation of Xiao Feng after consuming the potion. With a swift motion, he uncapped the vial. Xiao Feng observed the vial in Lin Feng's hand for a moment before gently grasping it. With a tilt of its head, the potion was consumed. In the next instant, an astonishing transformation unfolded before Lin Feng's eyes. After ingesting the enhancement potion, Xiao Feng's body began to expand at a visible rate, though its expression conveyed a hint of discomfort. Gradually, Xiao Feng's length increased from an initial 50 centimeters to 1 meter, before ceasing its growth. With a resounding cry, Xiao Feng's call reverberated, causing Lin Feng to feel a tremor beneath his feet. A first-level mutated beast. Lin Feng could clearly discern that Xiao Feng had now evolved into a first-level mutated creature. After 5 years of survival in the apocalypse, he was certain of this transformation. Splendid, Lin Feng thought to himself. Can you breathe fire? Direct your attack towards that wooden board, he instructed, retrieving a piece of wood from nearby. In his previous life, the blazing phoenix had possessed the ability to exhale flames. And now Lin Feng was eager to verify this capability. Upon hearing Lin Feng's command, Xiao Feng retracted its head momentarily. Subsequently, a fireball, roughly the size of a fist, erupted from its mouth. The fireball struck the wooden board beside Lin Feng, igniting a blaze. Indeed, it could breathe fire. Excellent. At that moment, Lin Feng retrieved a fire extinguisher from his storage space and aimed it at the flames. However, to his astonishment, the fire persisted despite several sprays from the extinguisher. Goodness! How formidable! He glanced at the extinguisher in his hand. It was a water-based device, typically effective against ordinary flames. Yet, the current reality proved that it was ineffectual. Could it be a true three-dimensional fire? This thought crossed Lin Feng's mind. Ultimately, with a sense of resignation, he could only wait for the wooden board to burn out on its own. Can you shrink in size? Lin Feng turned to Xiao Feng and asked. While it was advantageous for Xiao Feng to transform into a first-level mutated beast, such a form would undoubtedly incite panic if encountered in public. Xiao Feng comprehended Lin Feng's intent and, in the next moment, began to diminish in size. Eventually, it shrank to just over 10 centimeters and perched itself upon Lin Feng's shoulder. Quite satisfactory. This arrangement made it far more convenient to carry Xiao Feng. Lin Feng descended the stairs with Xiao Feng and reached the entrance, instructing it to nestle into his clothing pocket. After hailing a cab, Lin Feng provided an address. Half an hour later, Lin Feng found himself in the wild outskirts. He subsequently left money for the driver and requested him to wait. This area was desolate, overgrown with weeds, and scarcely frequented by anyone. After walking in one direction for 3 minutes, Lin Feng arrived at his destination. Before him stood an imposing wall, approximately 50 meters long and over 5 meters thick. If others had been present, they would undoubtedly recognize it as a fragment of the Great Wall. In the next moment, Lin Feng absorbed this section of the wall into his storage space. Indeed, this was a segment of the Great Wall, though much of it had been destroyed over the years. Now, only this 50-meter stretch remained in Beihai City. Since this was the outskirts, it rarely attracted visitors, and thus, the absence of this wall went unnoticed. Ding! Absorbing 50 meters of the wall increases amplification by 10,000 times. With the system notification, Lin Feng assessed the wall within his storage space. 50 meters, with a 10,000-fold amplification, resulted in a length of 500 kilometers. If he desired to establish a base, he could easily create an area measuring over 100 kilometers on each side. That would equate to a staggering 10,000 square kilometers, likely surpassing the entire size of Beihai City. However, for the moment, Lin Feng had no intention of constructing such an expansive base. But retaining the wall provided him with a sense of security. With a gentle breeze, Lin Feng located the rental car he had arrived in. Instead of returning directly to the Swan Bay Hotel, he instructed the driver to head towards Beihai University. Half an hour later, Lin Feng found himself on a street at the entrance of Beihai University, bustling with various shops catering to students. Entering an art supply store, Lin Feng selected an array of pens, paints, and a substantial quantity of paper. All these items were intended for Lu Tianxi. After completing his purchases, taking advantage of the absence of onlookers, Lin Feng discreetly stored everything in his storage space. He had grown accustomed to the system's 10,000-fold amplification, and failing to store anything felt like a missed opportunity. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Feng made his way to the villa he had rented. At that moment, Lu Tianxi was seated on the sofa in the living room, engrossed in a television drama on his phone. "Brother Feng, you're back," he exclaimed, putting down his device. "Drink this." Lin Feng approached Lu Tianxi and placed a bottle of basic enhancement potion on the coffee table. Lu Tianxi glanced at the potion without asking questions and uncorked it, drinking it down immediately. Observing Lu Tianxi's actions, Lin Feng inwardly nodded. realizing that Lu Tianxi was resolutely committed to following him. After consuming the enhancement potion, Lu Tianxi's face contorted in pain, but within mere seconds, he returned to normalcy. As he felt the changes within his body, Lu Tianxi was astounded. He could distinctly sense the transformation. Not only had his strength multiplied several times, but if he were to sprint 100 meters now, he could do so in merely 3 or 4 seconds. With a sudden thud, Lu Tianxi knelt before Lin Feng. "Brother Feng, I swear to be loyal to you for life." At that moment, tears of gratitude streamed down Lu Tianxi's face. The body is capable of significant transformation. He naturally recognizes the value of that potion. Although it is somewhat peculiar why Lin Feng possesses such an elixir, Lu Tianxi understands that certain inquiries are best left unasked. Nevertheless, being a man of gratitude and reciprocity, he has completely surrendered to the youth before him. "Rise, rise," Lin Feng urged, assisting Lu Tianxi to his feet. Lu Tianxi's willingness to act in this manner brought him considerable solace. Although equipped with a loyalty chip, Lin Feng still yearns for genuine, heartfelt allegiance from others. "By the way, I have prepared some materials for you. Do take a look and see if they suffice." Subsequently, Lin Feng made a sweeping motion with his hand, and a plastic bag materialized within his grasp. Chapter 014. I am done. Is this a feat of remote object retrieval? Observing the bag that had inexplicably appeared in Lin Feng's hand, Lu Tianxi's mouth gaped in astonishment. It seemed too miraculous, did it not? Just moments ago, Lin Feng had possessed nothing in his hands, yet now a bag had materialized from thin air. Even Huanua would surely be taken aback. More astonishing events lay ahead, so one need not be overly surprised. Seeing Lu Tianxi's astonishment, Lin Feng chuckled. He had deliberately performed this spectacle to help Lu Tianxi acclimate. After all, the apocalypse was imminent, and even more shocking occurrences awaited them. Lu Tianxi understood what questions were appropriate to ask and which were not. Thus, he accepted the bag and extracted the paper, pen, and paints within. "Wonderful. With these, I could complete a painting in a day, or perhaps even less," he remarked while rummaging through the contents. "Then I shall leave it to you. I need to step out for a while." Lin Feng instructed Lu Tianxi before turning to depart. "Xiao Feng, keep an eye on the house. I am going out for a bit," Lin Feng said as he took Xiao Feng from his pocket. Chirp, chirp. The diminutive Xiao Feng, measuring a mere 10 centimeters, flapped its wings in protest. Eager to accompany Lin Feng. "Be good. I shall bring you something delicious upon my return," Lin Feng said, gently stroking Xiao Feng's head with his finger. Xiao Feng, evidently understanding Lin Feng's words, nodded pitifully in agreement. After leaving Swan Bay, Lin Feng hailed a taxi, heading straight for the wholesale herbal market. Previously, while practicing the 9 transformation golden body technique, he had noted the existence of a refining section. The first layer of the 9 transformation golden body technique would elevate Lin Feng to the level of a secondary mutant. Moreover, the weaponry section had significantly honed his swordsmanship, far surpassing the rudimentary skills he had once struggled to acquire in his past life. With his swordsmanship in such a state of refinement, the refining section was certainly not to be underestimated. Upon entering the herbal market, Lin Feng commenced his selection. Claims of 1,000-year-old ginseng and 10,000-year-old reishi mushrooms were mere fabrications. Such things could not possibly exist in reality. Nonetheless, the demand for certain fundamental herbs remained high. For instance, ginseng aged several decades to a century, as well as Ishowu, could command prices in the hundreds of thousands. However, despite the steep prices, they posed no concern for Lin Feng. He proceeded with a series of purchases, ultimately spending nearly 3 million to acquire all necessary herbs. Once he placed the herbs into his storage space, he amplified them by a factor of 10,000. Furthermore, Lin Feng spent an additional 50,000 to procure an antique alchemical furnace. The furnace, crafted from pure copper, bore the marks of time. Like the other items, once placed into the storage space, it too was multiplied by 10,000. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Feng sought out a room on the 2nd floor. He then retrieved the alchemical furnace and the requisite materials. Following the instructions in the refining section of the 9 transformation golden body technique, Lin Feng embarked on his inaugural alchemical endeavor, placing various herbs into the furnace. Lin Feng secured the lid and gently pressed his hand against one side of the alchemical stove. He then began to channel his internal spiritual energy into the furnace, continuing until the vessel could absorb no more. Add some fire beneath, he instructed Xiao Feng, who was closely following him. Without hesitation, Xiao Feng conjured a fireball and directed it into the alchemical pot. Success! Lin Feng rose and clapped his hands. The primary factors for this operation were his spiritual energy and Xiao Feng's fireball. According to the refining manual, this batch of elixir would require 2 hours to complete. This duration is not particularly long. After all, brewing a bowl of traditional Chinese medicine might take 1 to 2 hours, if not more. As he awaited the elixir's completion, Lin Feng turned on the television, tuning into the Binhai City TV station. According to our sources, the suspect in the luxury car banquet disappearance case has yet to be apprehended. All surveillance footage from that time had mysteriously vanished, leaving no trace of the suspect. The banquet's owner, Sun Hao, announced a reward of 100,000 yuan for anyone who could locate the perpetrator. On the screen, a beautiful reporter delivered the news. With the opulent banquet venue, now emptied by Lin Feng, visible behind her, Lin Feng scoffed at the report. It seemed Sun Hao was suffering significant losses. Vehicles worth billions had found their way into Lin Feng's storage space. Little did Sun Hao know that even if his dealership had not been robbed, the onset of an apocalyptic event would arrive in 3 days. By then, who could say to whom those vehicles would belong? Flipping to another channel, Lin Feng settled in to watch a movie. 2 hours passed, and he heard crackling sounds emanating from the alchemical furnace. Time's up. Lin Feng rose from his bed and quickly approached the stove. He retrieved a cup and placed it over the flames. The fireball conjured by Xiao Feng was generally difficult to extinguish, yet being fire, it required oxygen to burn. Isolating it in this manner, Lin Feng successfully snuffed it out. He then took a towel and carefully opened the lid of the furnace. Inside, 12 dark brown pills lay nestled in the center. A failure? Observing the contents of the furnace, Lin Feng felt a twinge of disappointment. Were not elixirs supposed to shimmer with golden brilliance? How could they appear in such a color? Ding! The refining of the solidifying yuan pill is successful, classified as a low-grade human-level elixir, capable of restoring all spiritual energy upon consumption. The system promptly relayed the information. Successful? A low-grade human-level elixir. Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. According to the refining manual, elixirs are categorized into 3 major tiers: heaven, earth, and humanity. Each further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. It could be said that this solidifying yuan pill represents the most basic form of a low-grade human-level elixir. However, its efficacy lies in its ability to restore one's complete vitality. This is truly a remarkable remedy for healing. Imagine if Lin Feng were to engage in a fierce battle with zombies or mutated beasts in the wilderness. Consuming one of these when his spiritual energy is nearly depleted could undoubtedly save his life. If there are no limitations, does that not imply that Lin Feng's spiritual energy could be boundless? Lin Feng placed 12 solid essence pills directly into the storage space. In the next instant, these pills transformed into a staggering 12,000. With these elixirs, he could continuously rejuvenate his body at any moment. Ding! The host successfully refined the first furnace of elixir. And as a reward, a special announcement was made. Just as Lin Feng placed the Gu Yuan Dan into his storage space, the system's notification sound resonated. To his surprise, there was indeed a reward. Upon hearing the sound of the system, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, only to soon display a look of delight. It seemed that the system was about to bestow upon him something wonderful once again. Chapter 015. A confrontation on a narrow path. Soon, the system provided a response. Mastering the supreme driving skills, one could proficiently operate vehicles such as cars, ships, and aircraft. Lin Feng felt an influx of inexplicable knowledge in his mind. In addition to automobile driving techniques, he acquired the skills to maneuver a forklift, loader, and tower crane among various specialized vehicles. Furthermore, he also learned to pilot ships and planes, including helicopters. This was splendid. Did it not imply that he had become a polymath? Lin Feng mused. Although it did not enhance his actual abilities, possessing such diverse driving skills would prove invaluable in many situations. At the very least, Lin Feng had attained a godlike proficiency in driving amidst the apocalypse, enabling him to evade danger with ease. The system even instructed him in flying aircraft. This left Lin Feng feeling somewhat regretful, wishing he had seized a few planes when he was in the land of gender bending. However, now that he had returned, it was too late for such thoughts. Yet, acquiring an aircraft was not impossible. When the apocalypse arrived, obtaining a plane might not be a daunting task. Lin Feng was quite pleased with this reward. Noticing that there was still ample time, he decided to venture out once more. With only 3 days remaining until the apocalypse descended, he naturally aimed to gather more supplies. Despite already amassing an astounding quantity of essential items, who could predict when the apocalypse would conclude? It was precisely due to the tenfold enhancement effect of his storage space that Lin Feng felt compelled to select even more items. Upon reaching the first floor, he observed Lu Tianxi engrossed in painting a Thanka. Lin Feng chose not to disturb him and simply exited the villa. Following the main road at the villa's entrance, he made his way towards the Swan Bay Hotel. Halfway there, he spotted a BMW parked just ahead at the villa's entrance. The car itself was inconsequential, but the figure beside it caused Lin Feng to furrow his brow. At the villa's entrance stood 2 individuals, a man and a woman. The woman was none other than Lin Feng's ex-girlfriend, Zhang Jing. Simultaneously, Zhang Jing noticed Lin Feng. "What are you doing here?" Is this a place for someone like you? She called out from a distance after spotting him. You aren't stalking me, are you? Let me introduce you to my boyfriend, Yang Kai. We are here on vacation. This is Swan Bay, not a place for a mere worker like you. Zhang Jing clung to Yang Kai, launching a tirade towards Lin Feng. I think you're mistaken. I am here to stay. As for stalking you, I do not have the time for that, Lin Feng replied calmly, taking a few steps forward. He had long since given up on Zhang Jing. The moment he had presented her with a ring, only to be met with her declaration of being with someone else. He had already lost hope. He should have recognized the type of person she was. At that time, he had merely harbored a glimmer of hope. However, after enduring 5 years of the apocalypse, Lin Feng understood that he had erred in his judgment back then. A woman like her was someone he should have never approached. Fortunately, everything has come to an end, and Lin Feng felt no reluctance towards Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing exclaimed, Did I hear you correctly? You intend to live here? Do you have any idea how much the villas cost per day? Your 2 months' salary wouldn't suffice. You aren't planning to work as a security guard here, are you? I advise you to be cautious. Those who come here are either wealthy or of high status, and even as a security guard, you must tread carefully. Her tone dripped with disdain, deliberately belittling Lin Feng to showcase her attitude to Yang Kai. It is of no concern to you what I do. But I suggest you be wary, my friend. Should you encounter someone wealthier than yourself, take heed, Lin Feng remarked calmly. What do you mean, Lin Feng? You're merely a lowly security guard, yet you wish to meddle in our affairs? Aren't you afraid I might report you? Lin Feng's words evidently provoked Zhang Jing, who shouted in outrage. Yang Kai interjected, Listen here, kid. If you lack money, you lack money. What is the point of saying such useless things? He gestured towards a nearby BMW 5 Series and declared, Do you see that? My buddy drives a BMW. You, a mere worker, will never be able to afford a car like that in your lifetime. With that, Yang Kai looked at Lin Feng with arrogance. Yet, in the next moment, an unexpected event transpired. A large rock appeared suddenly, hovering several meters above the BMW. Almost instantly, the stone plummeted towards the car. With a resounding crash and a cloud of dust, the vehicle was utterly crushed. How is this possible? Yang Kai gasped in shock at the destruction of his beloved car. Where did that rock come from? My car. I begged my father for a month to buy that for me. It's ruined. It's ruined. You wretched girl, why did you insist on coming here to see the ocean? Look what has happened. My car. As he mournfully caressed the wreckage, his cries echoed in despair. Sometimes one must face divine retribution for their words. Enjoy yourselves. I have matters to attend to, Lin Feng remarked with a faint smile, observing Yang Kai's predicament. The stone that had obliterated Yang Kai's BMW was indeed cast by him. Upon discovering that he could control the appearance of objects within his storage space, Lin Feng had collected several large stones and stored them away. After amplification, his storage held over 100,000 stones. The rock that had just crushed Yang Kai's BMW was but a small one, weighing around 100 pounds. Had the apocalypse already arrived, Lin Feng mused, Yang Kai would have faced far worse consequences. As for Zhang Jing, Lin Feng had delivered a lesson. He discerned that this outing had been Zhang Jing's idea, and Yang Kai would likely chastise her upon their return. The thought of that scene brought a slight smile to Lin Feng's lips. Nevertheless, Lin Feng felt grateful to Zhang Jing. Firstly, she had not demanded his ring, which afforded him the opportunity to gather initial capital. While it could not be said that she had directly provided this, it was indeed her actions that enabled Lin Feng to quickly amass funds. Furthermore, if Lin Feng were still involved with Zhang Jing, then in the event of an apocalypse, it is likely that Zhang Jing would become entangled with others. At that point, Lin Feng would undoubtedly feel tremendous frustration. However, in Lin Feng's eyes, Zhang Jing possesses little capability. She seeks companionship from those who drive BMWs, lamenting over any misfortune that befalls them. It appears he possesses a modicum of self-awareness, recognizing that genuine heirs of wealth would not find her appealing. Yet, such matters have become inconsequential. The past is merely a memory. Presently, Lin Feng has grown indifferent to thoughts of her. Shaking his head, he approached the entrance of Swan Bay Hotel and hailed a taxi, informing the driver of his destination. Chapter 016. Renjie Martial Arts School. Upon arriving at the wholesale market for tobacco and alcohol in Benhai City, Lin Feng engaged in a considerable procurement spree. Beers, spirits, red wines, whatever caught his discerning eye, he purchased without hesitation. Among these, the predominant choice was undoubtedly spirits, which served both as beverages and disinfectants. In the apocalyptic reality of his previous life, the price of spirits soared to astronomical levels. The same held true for tobacco. Lin Feng acquired every decent brand available. Although he himself indulged in smoking sparingly, both tobacco and alcohol were considered valuable commodities in the post-apocalyptic landscape. In such dire times, securing a meal was a luxury. Who had the means to afford smoking or drinking? In total, Lin Feng acquired over 10,000 boxes of various alcoholic beverages and more than 2,000 cartons of cigarettes, costing him nearly 2 million. Fortunately, he still possessed a substantial amount of money, rendering this expenditure a mere trifle for him. Following an enhancement of his storage space, the quantity of these goods expanded a staggering 10,000-fold. Exiting the tobacco and alcohol market, Lin Feng contemplated his next destination when suddenly he halted in his tracks. His attention was captured by a school across the street, aptly named Renjie Martial Arts School. From the exterior, Renjie Martial Arts School appeared modest, roughly the size of a large kindergarten. Peering through the school's fence, he observed a young man in his 20s training a group of about 100 youths. After a moment's reflection, Lin Feng made his way directly to Renjie Martial Arts School. The lobby on the first floor was unattended, allowing him to take a seat on a nearby chair. After a while, the training youths began to return one by one, casting curious glances at Lin Feng. "Sir, who are you looking for?" At that moment, the young man entered the lobby. Upon spotting Lin Feng, he paused in surprise before politely inquiring. Lin Feng replied, "I wish to speak with the person in charge here." Taking a moment to appraise the young man, Lin Feng sensed an aura of integrity about him. "I am the person in charge. My name is Li Senator. How may I assist you, sir?" Noticing Lin Feng's scrutiny, Li Sun remained unfazed and posed a counter-question. "That's excellent. I wish to discuss matters regarding the martial arts school with you." Lin Feng had come with a purpose rather than for idle chit-chat. "Ah, in that case, please follow me to my office." Nodding, Li Sun perhaps assumed Lin Feng was a parent seeking information. In the office on the second floor of Renjie Martial Arts School, Li Sun's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? You wish to acquire my martial arts school?" "Yes, indeed. I assure you, my offer will be to your satisfaction." Lin Feng replied with a smile, seated comfortably on the sofa. "Sir, you must understand that this establishment is not profit-driven. Each of my students is a left-behind child, with parents working far away. The reason I take them in is to equip them with skills so they are not bullied when they enter society," Li Sun elaborated, clearly intent on conveying the essence of his mission to Lin Feng. This time, Lin Feng did not engage in pleasantries with his counterpart. In an instant, he retrieved a loyalty chip from his storage space. He then aimed it at Li Sun and pressed the launch button. Given that Lin Feng and Li Sun were of similar age, coupled with the fact that he sought to acquire the martial arts school, it was possible that Li Sun harbored a favorable impression of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was keen to see if this assumption would prove true. The loyalty chip was swiftly injected into Li Sun's body, causing him to shudder slightly. Soon, his previously cautious demeanor began to normalize. "Boss, are you truly going to acquire my martial arts school?" The primary effect of the loyalty chip was to ensure unwavering allegiance to Lin Feng, preventing any betrayal. But it did not alter one's personality. Currently, Li Sun regarded Lin Feng as his superior, yet he continued to operate according to his own style. "First, drink this," Lin Feng instructed, producing a basic enhancement potion from his storage and handing it to Li Senator without hesitation. Li Sun raised the vial and drank its contents. This exemplified the effect of the loyalty chip. Individuals could maintain their own thoughts and methods, yet anything associated with Lin Feng would take precedence. In the next moment, Li Sun's expression changed peculiarly. Like Lu Tianxi before him, it took over 10 seconds for him to revert to normal. "My strength has increased several-fold, and my speed as well. I can now even hear the rustling of grass stirred by the wind outside. This is truly astonishing." Overcome with emotion, Li Sun's eyes brimmed with tears. "I, Li Sun, vow to serve Mr. Lin with unwavering loyalty." As he spoke, Li Sun knelt on one knee and saluted Lin Feng. "Enough with the formalities, let us discuss your current situation. How's the school operating?" Lin Feng helped him to his feet and inquired. His interest in this Su Xiao stemmed from the fact that it was a martial arts school, yet he needed to understand the specifics. "Our Renjie Martial Arts School has been established for 2 years now, and we currently have a total of 120 disciples. These students are all left-behind children, with their parents working in distant locations. The school is divided into 2 classes, a large and a small class. I teach them the Ba Duan Jin and standard combat techniques, and now, each of them has essentially mastered the basics," Li Sun replied candidly. It was no small feat for one person to manage over 100 children, Lin Feng mused. It seemed that Li Sun was indeed a compassionate individual. It is noteworthy that such schools typically collect minimal tuition fees. Li Sun, alone, had to fulfill the roles of martial arts instructor, cultural studies teacher, caretaker, nurse, and cook, among others. This undoubtedly constituted a significant workload. With such responsibilities, even working for someone else could yield substantial earnings. For taking care of over 100 energetic youths was no easy task. Have they been trained in offensive techniques? After listening to Li Sun's account, Lin Feng continued to inquire further. He was not particularly interested in other matters, but he was keen to understand the proficiency level of these youths. They are all currently training in free combat with me, focusing on practical skills. If it comes to competing in matches, they may not necessarily secure any rankings, as my instruction emphasizes real-world application, which often lacks the embellishments found in competitions. However, when it comes to practical combat, each of them, or even a group of 3 to 5, would likely prove formidable. At this point, Li Sun appeared quite proud. That sounds promising, Lin Feng acknowledged with a nod. In that case, there remains at least a viable chance for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. After all, practical skills are crucial. Competitions often amount to mere spectacles. At that moment, Lin Feng resolved to act, reaching into his pocket and producing a loyalty chip. Chapter 017 Preparation of the second base. Administer these chips to the children. One for each, Lin Feng instructed. Handing the loyalty chips to Li's senator, it was inconceivable for Lin Feng to associate with disloyal individuals, especially since he had never even met those youths. Therefore, the loyalty chips were indeed essential. After all, Lin Feng possessed over 1 million loyalty chips in his storage space, so retrieving a few was of no concern. The children undoubtedly held a favorable impression of Li Sun. Thus, he need not worry about any reluctance on their part to receive the injections. Li Sun hurriedly departed with the loyalty chips. After a while, he gathered all the students in a large classroom. Let me introduce you. This is Boss Lin. From now on, you shall address him as boss, just as I do. Li Sun announced to the 120 youths in the classroom from the podium. Greetings, boss. Over 100 voices erupted in unison, causing the glass to tremble slightly. Allow me to speak, Lin Feng interjected, waving his hand toward Li Sun as he stepped up to the podium. Although I am your boss, you are to heed Teacher Li's guidance in your daily affairs. Shortly, each of you will come up to the podium to receive a strengthening potion. Once you consume it, you will understand its effects. I will also teach you 3 knife techniques, whether you choose to memorize them or capture them on your phones. The key is to learn them well. You will remain here for the next 2 days, after which new arrangements will be made. Thus, I grant you 2 days to prepare your belongings and also to practice these knife techniques diligently. Lin Feng produced 120 basic strengthening potions from his storage space and placed them on the table. Did Lin Feng require ordinary individuals by his side? Clearly not. Both Lu Tianxi from before and Li Sun now were expected to possess their own abilities. Lin Feng had never entertained idle individuals, and this life was no exception. Perhaps due to the influence of the loyalty chips, as soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the youths lined up to receive the basic strengthening potions. After acquiring the potions, they all tilted their heads back and consumed them. As with previous experiences, there was a brief moment of discomfort after drinking the potion. But soon their gazes appeared much clearer. 120 first-level mutated individuals. This represented the combat power of a small town. In the apocalypse, one could only expect to find a single mutant among hundreds of people. This scarcity of mutants in a post-apocalyptic world elucidated the fervent pursuit they inspired among many. Next, Lin Feng retrieved a knife from the weapons rack in the classroom. Taking a deep breath, he began to demonstrate. These were the first 3 moves of the knife techniques from the 9 transformations of Golden Body. They appeared simple, yet the actual execution was fraught with variables. While Lin Feng demonstrated, most of the youths recorded the performance with their phones, while a few others observed earnestly without devices. After performing the techniques 3 times consecutively, Lin Feng concluded his demonstration. The extent to which the youths would grasp the techniques depended on their own practice. After the youth had dispersed, only Lin Feng and Li Sun remained in the classroom. Starting the night after tomorrow, there may be some construction noise here. Do not be alarmed. It has all been arranged by me. As for the day after tomorrow, unexpected events may unfold in this world. In short, you are to heed my instructions and refrain from venturing outside. By the way, here are 200 high-quality steel knives. Distribute them among the students. This is a walkie-talkie for contacting me. With a casual wave, 200 steel knives appeared on the floor beside the classroom. The sudden appearance of the knives startled Li Sun, but the influence of the loyalty chip reminded him that some questions were better left unasked. Once everything was conveyed, Lin Feng departed from Rinjie Martial Arts School. At that moment, his phone rang. You haven't shown up for work in 2 days. Are you quitting? A gruff voice roared from the other end. It was Lu Ming, the foreman overseeing Lin Feng's workshop. You guessed correctly. I will be retrieving my belongings shortly. Lin Feng replied with a cold snort. You're really quitting? Just so you know, don't expect to see your half-month's wages. Upon hearing Lin Feng mention quitting, Lu Ming's immediate concern was the issue of wages. You're overthinking this. Let me remind you, I signed a daily settlement contract. It states that I am entitled to payment for each day worked. You will not owe me a single penny. Otherwise, I'll take this to arbitration. Lin Feng said coolly over the phone. Now a millionaire, Lin Feng was not in need of that scant sum. However, he would rather give that money to a beggar on the street than let Lu Ming benefit from it, given how he often nitpicked and bullied the workers under him. Lin Feng was determined not to let him gain any advantage. Lu Ming seethed with rage after hearing Lin Feng's words. Yet, as Lin Feng pointed out, he had indeed signed a daily settlement contract, and if he chose not to rush for payment, it was within his rights. Without waiting for Lu Ming to respond, Lin Feng hung up. Subsequently, Lin Feng turned his attention to the factory. Taking a taxi to the factory, he found that only Zhou Tao was present in the workshop that day. Although the machining factory where Lin Feng worked was relatively large, due to the recent downturn in business, only a few employees remained. Lin Feng was considered quite capable, which is why he had not been laid off. Zhou Tao, too, was skilled in operating various machines and some automated equipment, which explained why, nearing 50, he still retained his position in the factory. Kid, you've finally come to work. Have you been all these past few days? Why haven't you been around? Zhou Tao inquired with a smile upon seeing Lin Feng. Uncle Zhou, I'm contemplating making a run for it. This place might not be suitable for me, Lin Feng joked, shrugging his shoulders. It's fine not to stay here. Your fixed salary offers little development opportunity for young people like you. If given the opportunity, Xiao Feng, you should consider attending university. Upon seeing the youthful Lin Feng from years past, Zhou Tao could not help but offer a few words of advice. After all, in his perspective, having an education holds considerable value in society. Setting that aside, Uncle Zhou, I happen to be preparing to make my escape. Allow me to treat you to a meal. Then, let us discuss future matters. Regarding Zhou Tao, he falls within Lin Feng's sphere of recruitment. After all, he is childless, and his wife departed long ago, mainly due to his fondness for a drink, which she despised vehemently. That sounds good. We can head out after work. However, let us choose an ordinary place. I do not wish to spend excessively. Upon hearing that there would be alcohol involved, Zhou Tao eagerly agreed. It appears that Zhou Tao is indeed quite the connoisseur of spirits, Lin Feng mused inwardly. Chapter 018. Give and take. The reason Lin Feng sought out Zhou Tao before his departure was deliberate. Within the entire factory, Zhou Tao's technical prowess stood unparalleled, whether in mechanical processing tools or automation control. When Zhou Tao claimed the second position, none dared to assert themselves as the first. Numerous prominent companies had previously attempted to entice Zhou Tao away, yet he consistently declined their offers, citing gratitude towards the factory owner who had once shown him kindness. Individuals who possess both skill and a sense of gratitude are indeed rare. Lin Feng hoped to surround himself with such people. As the workday concluded, Lin Feng called Zhou Tao, and they arranged to meet at a barbecue restaurant. After settling down and ordering their dishes, Lin Feng requested a dozen beers. Well aware of Zhou Tao's fondness for alcohol, Xiao Feng, now that you're leaving the factory, do you have a better opportunity in mind? Zhou Tao began, pouring himself a glass of beer. Not yet, but my current thoughts are not focused on work. Lin Feng poured himself a drink, pondering his words. Uncle Zhou, what would you do if one day the world became more perilous than during the mask-wearing period? Zhou Tao contemplated for a moment. In a more serious situation, the authorities should take care of the people, right? With a soft sigh, Lin Feng clinked glasses with Zhou Tao. What if the authorities are unable to manage the situation, or they themselves are in trouble? In truth, Lin Feng could have introduced a loyalty chip to Zhou Tao at that moment. However, he refrained from doing so immediately. He wished to engage in conversation with Zhou Tao. The 5 years of the apocalypse had rendered Lin Feng somewhat indifferent to the world. Thus, the opportunity to converse with a familiar friend was a welcome reprieve. Then we can only leave it to fate, Zhou Tao declared, raising his glass and downing the beer. In that case, Uncle Zhou, why not follow me from now on? With that, Lin Feng produced the loyalty chip and administered it to Zhou Tao. The injection of the loyalty chip does not alter a person's character. They remain fundamentally who they are. However, deep within, they would harbor no thoughts of betrayal against Lin Feng. The sensation of receiving the loyalty chip was akin to a mosquito bite, barely causing any discomfort. At this moment, the barbecue dishes began to arrive. Thus, the two commenced their meal. For Zhou Tao, this was a rather relaxed drinking session. For Lin Feng, it may well be the last time in this lifetime that he enjoyed barbecue in such a setting. Nearby, a table of patrons was engaged in raucous conversation, their voices loud enough to be heard outside the restaurant. The owner, a businessman, dared not offend his customers. Yet, as the merriment escalated, perhaps fueled by alcohol, a quarrel erupted. Suddenly, one individual from that table seized a beer bottle and hurled it at another across the way. The individual across the table abruptly dodged, causing a bottle to soar directly towards Lin Feng and his companions. Just as it seemed the bottle would strike Zhou Tao on the head, Lin Feng swiftly waved his arm, redirecting the beer bottle to shatter against the adjacent wall. Are you blind? Can't you see there are people here? Lin Feng rose, his voice laced with icy disdain. The rowdy group had already been an annoyance, and the near miss with Zhou Tao was intolerable to Lin Feng. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the four young men sprang to their feet in unison. Who do you think you're talking to? Are you seeking trouble? They shouted, their bravado evident. We can do as we please here. If something goes wrong, it's your misfortune. One of them sneered, while another added, exactly. If you can handle it, great. If not, just leave us alone. Their hostile glares conveyed a sense of invulnerability. Zhou Tao tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve, urging, Xiao Feng, let it go. There are too many of them. It's fine, Uncle Zhou. Enjoy your drink. Lin Feng replied with a reassuring smile before turning his attention back to the young men. Who threw that bottle? He inquired, scanning the group. It was me. So what? You planning to bite me? A young man scoffed, his derision echoed by his companions, who laughed heartily, clearly dismissing Lin Feng and Zhou Tao. Suddenly, a beer bottle struck the insolent young man squarely on the head. The bottle shattered, scattering glass shards across the floor. Ah! He yelped, instinctively clutching his head, blood seeping through his fingers. Lin Feng had thrown the bottle, merely applying a fraction of his strength had he unleashed his full power. The result would have been far more severe. In an apocalyptic scenario, these young men might have met their end. It was the harmony of society that spared them, prompting Lin Feng to temper his force. You, how dare you strike us? Brothers, let us take him down. The others shouted, charging at Lin Feng. Quite loyal. Lin Feng mused with a gentle smile as they approached. As they closed in, he made a swift motion, with 3 sharp sounds. The trio of youths was sent hurtling backward, crashing through the barbecue restaurant's entrance and landing on the street outside. Lin Feng had deliberately controlled the force of his actions, wishing to spare the establishment from damage. He then turned his gaze to the young man whose head had been struck. You, I warn you. I am associated with Zhang Yang. Don't come any closer. The youth stammered, bracing himself against a chair. Zhang Yang, a name that resonated with familiarity. In a past life, it had been this very Zhang Yang who coveted Lin Feng's resources, subsequently spreading false information about supplies in the wilderness. Lin Feng, having believed him, had ultimately encountered a level 3 mutated beast. The outcome had been Zhang Chang sacrificing himself to save Lin Feng. Once, Lin Feng returned to Binhai City in search of Zhang Yang, only to discover that the latter had relocated to another city. Little did he expect that he would hear the name so soon in this lifetime. Unable to avenge his previous grievances, Lin Feng resolved to do so in this incarnation. Get lost, he exclaimed, directing a single word at the young man. The youth, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled away with several companions in tow. Xiao Feng, are you all right? When did you become so formidable? In that moment, Zhou Tao approached, his curiosity piqued. Oh, it's nothing, just a trifle. Uncle Zhou, please wait for me a moment. With a smile, Lin Feng made his way to the entrance of the barbecue shop. In the next instant, he retrieved a small drone from his storage space and began to control it with his smartphone. Chapter 19. A visit. Lin Feng returned to the barbecue restaurant, continuing to indulge in the feast alongside Zhou Tao. Meanwhile, he deftly maneuvered a drone, tracking the group of young men. Xiao Feng, you acted too impulsively today, Zhou Tao remarked, raising his glass and downing a hefty gulp of liquor. Those fellows are clearly from the underworld. They must possess some degree of strength. We should leave swiftly to avoid any trouble should they decide to summon reinforcements. As he spoke, Zhou Tao cast a wary glance at Lin Feng. Despite Lin Feng's seemingly innocuous demeanor, Zhou Tao was taken aback by his formidable side. Rest assured, Uncle Zhou, they won't come after us. I noticed they have already ventured far away. If they were to call for help, they would likely be hiding nearby, Lin Feng reassured him, pouring a generous amount of beer into Zhou Tao's glass with a smile. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhou Tao felt a sense of relief and nodded in agreement. Uncle Zhou, I would like to invite you to my home for dinner tomorrow night. I'll send you the address. I sincerely hope you can come. Clinking their glasses together, Lin Feng continued, Is it a celebration for your birthday tomorrow? Zhou Tao inquired, momentarily taken aback. Lin Feng chuckled. You could say that, however. You must honor my invitation regardless. Thus, the two reached an accord. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's drone continued to shadow the group of young men, who hailed a taxi and traveled 2 kilometers to a place known as Guanfang International. After disembarking, they proceeded toward a villa. At that moment, Lin Feng and Zhou Tao had finished their meal, and Lin Feng personally summoned a vehicle to take Zhou Tao home. Is that Zhang Yang's residence? Lin Feng mused, observing the young men as they entered the villa, his brow furrowing in contemplation. He then hailed a taxi himself, setting off toward Guanfang International. The 2-kilometer journey was swift, and soon Lin Feng arrived at the destination. Approaching the villa within the complex, Lin Feng reflected on Zhang Yang's affluent background, a fact he had been aware of in his previous life. At that time, the small outpost he was affiliated with was managed by Zhang Yang and his subordinates, who collected protection fees twice that of other outposts. However, the wilderness proved perilous, and people were reluctant to seek refuge elsewhere, ultimately trapping them in their predicament. In his past life, Lin Feng had sought Zhang Chang, leading him to Zhang Yang's domain. Although he found Zhang Chang, he fell victim to Zhang Yang's schemes. Upon discovering Lin Feng was a mutant, Zhang Yang feared for his own position and orchestrated a trap, luring Lin Feng and Zhang Chang into the wild. The tragic outcome saw Zhang Chang surrounded by zombies while attempting to save Lin Feng. This grievance had lingered in Lin Feng's memory throughout his previous existence. However, as the dangers of the wilderness escalated with increasingly formidable zombies and mutated beasts, few dared to venture out alone, leaving Lin Feng with an enduring sense of vengeance but no opportunity to confront Zhang Yang. Now, in this new life, Lin Feng finally had the chance to seek him out. He was resolutely confident that this Zhang Yang was indeed the same as in his past. In his previous life, he was already aware that Zhang Yang had once been involved in the underworld and resided in the southern part of the city. It now appeared that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he had indeed found the Zhang Yang he was searching for. Approaching a distant three-story villa, Lin Feng made his way over with purpose. Upon reaching the entrance, he could hear voices emanating from within. "Brother Zhang, you must avenge us," exclaimed a young man, who had just been struck on the head with a beer bottle, as he pleaded with Zhang Yang inside the villa. "All right, I understand. Next time I encounter him, I shall take vengeance on your behalf. But now, he has long since fled. Where am I supposed to find him?" Zhang Yang's voice resonated with impatience within the villa. "By the way, have the photos we needed been prepared?" Zhang Chang shifted the subject, directing his gaze towards the young man. "They're ready, but the price offered is far too low. They're only paying 500 for a single photo. We took the risk of capturing 200 photos. Is it truly worth it?" The young man retrieved a USB drive from his pocket, his brow furrowed in concern. Zhang Yang took the USB drive and replied slowly. "This is simply the reality of the situation. Given the current market, we have no choice but to accept the 500. If we cannot strike a deal, we must take more photos. Earning money is not easy nowadays. Being able to do this is already a fortunate endeavor. Damn, this Zhang Yang is engaging in espionage." Outside the villa, Lin Feng overheard their conversation and realized the nature of Zhang Yang's activities. No wonder they could afford to live in a villa. With 500 per confidential photo, 200 photos would amount to 100,000. Initially, Lin Feng thought Zhang Chang merely had some wealth. But now it was evident that this was a criminal enterprise. With this in mind, Lin Feng resolved to act swiftly. Bang! He delivered a powerful kick, sending the villa door crashing inward. What is happening? The occupants of the villa were taken aback, their startled cries echoing in the air. "Boss, it's him. This is the guy who attacked us." The young man inside the house, upon recognizing Lin Feng, shrieked in terror. "Who are you? Did you hear everything we just said?" Zhang Yang furrowed his brow, questioning Lin Feng, while discreetly reaching behind him. "Zhang Yang, do you think I am a child? Do you believe I am unaware of your activities?" Lin Feng suddenly produced a handgun, aiming it squarely at Zhang Yang. "Why you don't shoot? You must understand that this is a crime. If anything happens to us, you won't escape either." Zhang Chang had intended to retrieve a weapon from behind, but seeing Lin Feng preemptively point his gun at them, he hastily raised his voice in protest. "Whether I escape is not your concern. Just know that you certainly will not." Bang, bang, bang. The sound of 4 consecutive gunshots rang out, and the young men surrounding Zhang Yang fell lifelessly to the ground. "You actually dared to pull the trigger. What do you want from me? If it's money, I can give you whatever amount you desire." In that moment, Zhang Yang clung to a sliver of hope, wishing that Lin Feng might spare him. "What do I desire? I seek the life of Zhang Chang from my previous life. Can you provide that?" Observing the pleading Zhang Yang before him, Lin Feng inquired nonchalantly, "Zhang Chang?" Zhang Yang, perplexed, was unaware of such an individual. "Thus, it is evident that you cannot provide me with what I desire. Not only have you offended me, but your actions have also antagonized the entirety of Huagua. If I were your parents, I would undoubtedly feel profound disappointment. Furthermore, remember to strive to be a good person in your next life, should there be one." With that, Lin Feng pulled the trigger aimed at Zhang Chang. As he gazed upon Zhang Yang's lifeless body, eyes wide open in death, Lin Feng turned and exited the villa. Simultaneously, he manipulated his storage space to seize all the surveillance cameras surrounding Zhang Chang's residence. Chapter 20. The eve of the apocalypse. On this particular day, Lin Feng found himself exceedingly busy, and despite being a level 2 mutant, he felt a twinge of exhaustion. Upon returning to the villa, he noticed Liu Tianxi still engrossed in painting Thanka in the living room. "Boss, you're back," Liu Tianxi greeted enthusiastically. "I painted 2 Thanka today. Having materials really makes a difference. My speed has improved significantly." He promptly presented the 2 Thanka to Lin Feng. As Lin Feng accepted the Thanka, he beheld 2 distinctly shaped religious figures, perhaps bodhisattvas from Buddhism, though he could not recognize them. Ding! 2 Thanka detected. Upgrade available. At the moment the Thanka were in his hands, a notification from the system echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Upgrade. Lin Feng commanded the system without hesitation. Ding. Upgrade successful. You have obtained a basic invisibility Thanka, which grants invisibility for 1 minute. Attacking with weapons or using skills will terminate the effect. Ding. Upgrade successful. You have obtained a basic purification Thanka, which eradicates all viruses within a 10-meter radius for 1 minute. In no time, the system had upgraded these 2 Thanka. How astonishing! Lin Feng thought, unable to contain his excitement if Lu Qianxi had not been present. The invisibility Thanka allowed for stealth. A remarkable asset for both home and travel, enabling one to remain unseen for a minute as long as no attacks were made. The potential applications for such a Thanka were boundless, promising extraordinary outcomes if utilized wisely. The purification Thanka was equally impressive. It effectively annihilated zombie viruses. In essence, any zombies within a 10-meter radius would be instantly eliminated, lasting for a minute. In summary, both cards were rare treasures. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng stored these 2 Thanka in his spatial storage. Ding. 2 Thanka stored, amplification of 10,000 times. In an instant, Lin Feng's spatial storage burgeoned with an additional 20,000 Thanka. Lu Qianxi truly was a remarkable talent. At that moment, Lin Feng gazed at Lu Qianxi with the same awe one might reserve for a mountain of gold. That evening, Lin Feng ordered over a dozen dishes through a food delivery app, intending to reward Lu Qianxi. Naturally, upon the arrival of the food, Lin Feng first placed the dishes into his spatial storage. Every morsel counts. Moreover, those dozen dishes would transform into over 100,000 when stored. For 2 individuals to consume such a quantity would appear excessive, especially to Lu Qianxi, who had grown up in the countryside. However, observing Lin Feng's indifference, he refrained from voicing any concerns. Tianxi, do you think I'm being wasteful by ordering all this? Lin Feng inquired with a smile as he watched Lu Qianxi eat. Upon hearing Lin Feng's question, Lu Qianxi remained silent, yet his expression conveyed his thoughts. He seemed to agree. In the past, I too would have considered this wasteful and would never have ordered such an abundance. Putting down the chopsticks, Lin Feng said with a solemn tone. However, reality informs me that the food we have today, even if we choose not to consume it, will inevitably go to waste. Perhaps by tomorrow, an unimaginable quantity of food will be squandered innocently across the globe. It could amount to billions of grains, a mere drop in the ocean compared to our modest consumption. Never mind, I know you won't comprehend. Yet, come tomorrow, you shall understand. With that, Lin Feng disregarded Lu Qianxi and resumed his meal. Indeed, as Lin Feng had articulated, Lu Qianxi did not grasp the essence of his words. Yet, there seemed to be a hint of truth in them, so he refrained from commenting further. The following morning, Lin Feng was roused from his slumber by a persistent phone call. It was Zhang Chang, who had successfully persuaded his parents to visit the city for a few days. Lin Feng promptly relayed the location of the hotel and then descended to inform Lu Qianxi that guests would be arriving today. After a brief wash-up, he departed the villa. If all went according to plan, the apocalypse would commence at dawn the next day. Despite having amassed an astronomical quantity of supplies over the past few days, there were still inevitably some omissions. Furthermore, today marked the final day. Regardless of Lin Feng's actions, come tomorrow, the police would no longer seek him out. Consequently, Lin Feng felt emboldened to act with even greater audacity. Arriving at a gas station, he noted the absence of vehicles refueling. Without hesitation, he approached the staff and, after seizing the surveillance equipment, made his way to the oil storage facility. Without uttering a word, he promptly absorbed the entire storage tank into his dimensional space. Ding. Absorbed gasoline, 35 tons, amplification, 10,000 times. Ding. Absorbed diesel, 85 tons, amplification, 10,000 times. In the blink of an eye, this single gas station yielded over 500,000 tons of fuel through the system's enhancement. Such efficiency was remarkable. In this world, violence certainly proved to be the swiftest solution. As he departed, glancing at the gas station attendant on the verge of awakening, a smirk crept upon Lin Feng's lips. That morning, Lin Feng had plundered at least 20 gas stations, accumulating thousands of tons of fuel. Once stored in his dimensional space, this fuel transformed into millions of tons. The news of the gas station robbery swiftly reached the police. However, the unfortunate reality was that the surveillance equipment from the crime scenes had been taken, complicating their investigative efforts and prolonging the resolution of the cases. In the afternoon, Lin Feng set his sights on supermarkets and hardware stores. This time, he did not enter the sales floor, but directly infiltrated the warehouse. While it was true that the warehouse was guarded, how could a handful of individuals possibly oversee such a vast space? Moreover, Lin Feng was a second-tier mutant, with speed nearing 10 times that of an ordinary person. He moved like a gust of wind, leaving behind nothing but empty shelves. Now, that was what one called a heist. As Lin Feng gazed upon the ever-increasing bounty within the storage space, a profound sense of satisfaction welled up within him. The reserves of a single supermarket were nearly sufficient to sustain the inhabitants of Binhai City for several days, not to mention 10 or 20 supermarkets. Furthermore, the augmentation was on an astronomical scale. By the time evening descended and Lin Feng decided to cease his endeavors, the inventory had surged into the trillions. After eliminating the last supermarket, he hailed a vehicle and returned to Swan Bay. Tomorrow marked the onset of the apocalypse, and today, Zhang Chang and his parents were scheduled to arrive. Additionally, Zhou Tao would also be making his way over. Thus, Lin Feng had arranged for an exquisite banquet at Swan Bay, instructing the butler to deliver it to his villa. On the eve of the impending cataclysm, Lin Feng was determined to indulge in a moment of relaxation. Chapter 021. The lively family feast. Upon Lin Feng's return to the Swan Bay villa, Zhang Chang's family was already awaiting him in the living room. "Brother Feng, you're back," exclaimed Zhang Chang, rising promptly at the sight of Lin Feng. At that moment, Zhang Chang's parents approached him as well. "I heard from Xiao Chang that it was you who invited us to stay for a couple of days. Look at you. We could very well have stayed at Xiao Chang's rental place. Why go through the trouble of renting a villa? This must have cost quite a bit," Zhang Chang's mother remarked, taking Lin Feng's hand with a hint of reproach. Zhang Chang's father chimed in, "Indeed, staying in a villa must be quite expensive. You're not earning much at your job now, so there's really no need for such extravagance. You should return this room first thing tomorrow morning." Lin Feng and Zhang Chang had grown up together, and Zhang Chang's parents had met Lin Feng numerous times. Seeing him rent such a grand villa made them feel somewhat embarrassed. Their words were heartfelt, devoid of any pretense. "Uncle, Aunt, you needn't worry," Lin Feng replied with a smile. "This villa is rented by my boss, who is currently abroad for an inspection and won't be staying here. So please, feel free to relax and enjoy yourselves. It's a rare occasion for us all to gather, so let us make the most of it." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Feng picked up the phone beside the living room sofa to notify the butler that it was time to serve the dishes. The efficiency of the hotel was commendable. Before long, the butler arrived with chefs and servers in tow. They first arranged the tables and chairs in the living room before presenting the dishes they had brought. Meanwhile, a chef was busy carving a roasted duck right there on the spot. It was evident that the hotel had meticulously prepared for this banquet. Before long, Zhou Tao also arrived at the villa. As Lin Feng welcomed Zhou Tao, he introduced him to Zhang Chang's family. Lin Feng had previously informed Zhou Tao that this was a family gathering, so he felt quite at ease. Soon after, Lin Feng called Lu Tianxi to join them. The six of them sat comfortably around a single dining table, which appeared quite spacious. With the banquet set, it would be remiss to overlook the beverages. Thus, Lin Feng feigned a need to retrieve something from the second floor, only to return with a case of high-end liquor. "Isn't this wine a bit too expensive? This doesn't seem appropriate," Zhou Tao, a connoisseur of fine wines, remarked upon seeing the case. He recognized that the retail price of each bottle of this brand was around 3,000 yuan, totaling 18,000 yuan for the case. Even someone like Zhou Tao, with over a decade of experience, would need to forego meals for more than 2 months to save up enough for a single case. "Is this the high-end brand? Xiaofeng, you really don't need to go to such lengths. We're all ordinary people. A modest wine would suffice," Zhang Chang's father quickly interjected, realizing the value of the wine Lin Feng had brought out. "Don't worry, uncles, this is a gift from someone else, and I have plenty more. Please, indulge yourselves without hesitation." Lin Feng had anticipated their reactions, knowing full well that they were all just regular folks. With great haste, he opened the box and uncorked 2 bottles of wine. In doing so, the dissenting voices dissipated, for the wine was already uncapped. "This child truly is something. Such behavior must not be repeated in the future," Zhang Chang's father sighed, witnessing the open bottle, unable to conceal his mix of heartache and helplessness. For this meal, Lin Feng had ordered 16 exquisite dishes, including delicacies such as Buddha jumps over the wall, seafood sashimi platters, wagyu beef, and matsutake mushrooms. In fact, prior to the arrival of the dishes, Lin Feng had discreetly stored them in his storage space while the others were distracted. Subsequently, after amplifying them 1,000-fold, he retrieved them once more. Thus, Lin Feng's storage space was now brimming with a staggering 160,000 exquisite dishes. As everyone settled around the table and filled their glasses with wine, Lin Feng rose to address them. "I am grateful for your presence today. I shall not speak at length. I hope that we can all lead lives filled with peace and joy, with fewer troubles." After gently clinking his glass against the table, he took a sip alongside the others. Perhaps some did not grasp the depth of Lin Feng's words, but in the aftermath of the apocalypse, tranquility is paramount. Indeed, Peace is the most fervent desire of those surviving in such dire times. Lin Feng had invited these individuals to gather, with no intention of letting them depart that night. Together, they must confront the impending apocalypse. Lu Tianxi, without a doubt, served as Lin Feng's current benefactor, his daily tasks revolving around creating tankas for him. Zhang Chong, along with his parents, would undoubtedly remain by his side after the world changed. Zhang Chong's mother, a devoted homemaker from a rural background, would assist with cleaning and cooking in the villa, while his father could be trained as a mutant. With Zhang Cheng himself, Lin Feng would have 3 mutants on his team. As for Zhou Tao, Lin Feng primarily sought his technical expertise. Although his skills in mechanical processing and automation might not be immediately needed, who could predict what future challenges might arise? It would be troublesome to seek him out later when the need arises, especially in an apocalyptic world rather than the normality of life. It could be said that every individual within the villa was utilized to their fullest potential. While Lin Feng may have had some ulterior motives, as he certainly did not offer this arrangement without reason, it was ultimately beneficial for Zhang Chong and his family. In the apocalypse, absolute safety is a mere illusion. Finding a place with food, drink, and secure shelter is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Lin Feng's ability to provide sustenance and refuge is something others could scarcely hope for. In summary, anyone fortunate enough to reside in this villa was indeed fortunate. The meal was a sumptuous feast, and under the influence of alcohol, the once unfamiliar faces began to converse freely. Zhou Tao even proposed a brotherhood with Zhang Chong's father, eliciting hearty laughter from Lin Feng. Even Lu Tianxi, despite his poor tolerance for alcohol, managed to consume 2 large cups. Ultimately, with the assistance of Lin Feng and Zhang Chong, he returned to the second-floor room to retire for the night. Zhou Tao also decided to stay here, as the hour was late and hailing a taxi in this area proved to be quite challenging. After all, there were several guest rooms available, so staying over posed no issue. Presently, all 4 rooms on the second floor were occupied, 1 by Lu Tianxi, 1 by Zhou Tao, and 2 by Zhang Chong and his parents. As for Lin Feng, he naturally resided in the master suite on the 3rd floor. Once everyone returned to their respective rooms, Lin Feng's gaze transformed into a state of clarity. At this moment, while others could succumb to slumber, Lin Feng remained awake, for he had pressing matters to attend to. Chapter 022, The Defensive Barrier. At this moment, while others succumbed to slumber, Lin Feng remained alert. Stepping outside the villa, he contemplated briefly before retrieving a segment of the city wall he had previously stored. In an instant, he encircled the entire villa with the wall, utilizing a little over 100 meters in total. Subsequently, he fashioned an opening in the center of the wall. After securing the villa's main entrance within his storage space, he positioned it at this newly created gap. Thus, the entire villa was enveloped by the formidable wall, which measured 5 meters in width and over 6 meters in height, sufficient to withstand the onslaught of ordinary zombies. Next, Lin Feng produced an alloy knife and commenced excavation on the inner side of the wall. Harnessing the strength of a second-tier mutant, he swiftly crafted a staircase within the wall. This innovation allowed access from the villa's interior to the top of the wall, facilitating surveillance. In preparation, Lin Feng had previously purchased an array of surveillance cameras from a hardware store, and thanks to the amplification of his storage space, he possessed an overwhelming quantity. The installation of the surveillance system proved to be a straightforward task, aided by the abundance of tools within his storage. Lin Feng affixed 4 cameras to each side of the surrounding wall. He then connected these to 2 large screens situated in a corner of the villa's ground floor living room. With the connections established, a comprehensive surveillance system was complete. The Swan Bay Villa area consisted of 20 villas, and after setting up the monitoring system, Lin Feng resolved to investigate the surroundings. After strolling through the villa district twice, he discerned that 8 of the villas were occupied. Most were inhabited by couples, with only 1 villa accommodating a family. It appeared that this area was relatively secure, a revelation that brought a sense of reassurance to Lin Feng. He recalled that on this very day in his previous life, the world had awakened to the first morning of the apocalypse, marked by a torrential downpour. This deluge contained the zombie virus, and as it coincided with the peak commuting hours, nearly half of the population caught in the rain succumbed to transformation into zombies. Those indoors were not entirely safe either. Some ventured outside, lured by curiosity, while others fell victim to the relentless surge of zombies invading residential areas, resulting in tremendous casualties. In summary, on the inaugural day of the apocalypse, almost half of humanity had metamorphosed into the undead. Wild animals fared no better. Be they stray cats and dogs or creatures from wildlife parks, nearly half of them transformed into mutated beasts upon exposure to the viral rain. Within this chaotic new world, these mutated beasts presented an even greater threat than the zombies. An individual armed with an adequate weapon might vanquish a zombie, yet would likely falter against a mutated beast. akin to the disparity between an ordinary person and a tiger under normal circumstances. Fortunately, the number of mutated beasts within urban confines was relatively low, but the wilderness painted a different picture. Having secured the villa's walls and surveillance, Lin Feng retired early to rest. After all, tomorrow marks the advent of the apocalypse. Even Lin Feng, a second-level mutant, requires an appropriate amount of rest. At dawn the following day, Lin Feng's alarm clock rang punctually at 7:30. Descending the stairs, he observed Zhang Chang's mother busily preparing breakfast in the kitchen on the ground floor. She had reheated the leftover dishes from the previous day and was simultaneously boiling a pot of porridge. Little Feng is up. Breakfast will be ready soon. Wash your hands and prepare to eat, Zhang Chang's mother exclaimed, unaware of the events that were about to unfold. Upon seeing Lin Feng, she greeted him warmly. All right, Auntie. I'll go wake them up, Lin Feng replied with a smile and a nod. He then proceeded to rouse the others. 10 minutes later, everyone was seated at the dining table in the living room. Sigh, it seems we're going to be late, Zhou Tao remarked with a wry smile as he glanced at the time on his phone. I drank too much yesterday. Alcohol truly hinders productivity. Zhou Tao had initially intended to leave directly for the factory but was stopped by Lin Feng. Let us not rush. It's fine if we're late. Uncle Zhou, I have something to discuss with everyone. Let us sit down for breakfast together. At that moment, he could not allow Zhou Tao to leave, for that would be akin to pushing him into a pit of fire. Realizing Lin Feng had a point, Zhou Tao relaxed, knowing they were already behind schedule. Have you all noticed the surveillance cameras installed in the house? Lin Feng inquired, gesturing toward the two large screens in the corner of the living room. Zhang Cheng looked over, puzzled. Yes, I was just about to ask when these cameras were installed. Let me count. 1, 2, 3. A total of 16. Why so many cameras? Lin Feng glanced at his watch. It was precisely 7:50. If I'm not mistaken, it will become overcast in 3 minutes. He surveyed the group with a calm demeanor. Brother Feng, you must be joking, Zhang Chang exclaimed, rising to the floor-to-ceiling window to look at the clear sky outside. Look. It's completely cloudless. How can it possibly become overcast? He turned back, a hint of confusion on his face, mirrored by the others who regarded Lin Feng with similar bewilderment. 1 minute left. Pay close attention to the horizon, Lin Feng instructed, pointing out the window toward the distant skyline. What is that? Zhang Chang's expression shifted dramatically as he suddenly noticed a dark mass of clouds advancing swiftly toward them, shrouding the distant sky. The change in his expression was due to the sheer size of the ominous cloud, which moved at an astonishing speed, far beyond human comprehension. In an instant, that mass of clouds loomed directly above the villa within 30 seconds. The once bright interior was engulfed in darkness. Simultaneously, Lin Feng stood up to turn on the living room lights. Well, what do you think? I was deceiving you, was I? Lin Feng remarked with a smile, observing the astonished faces of those around him. The individuals present exchanged glances, each bearing expressions of incredulity. Eventually, their attention converged upon Lin Feng. In 5 minutes, it will rain, he murmured softly, standing beside the floor-to-ceiling window and gazing at the sky outside. In his previous life, it was indeed this ominous cloud and the ensuing virus rain that transformed the world. He had harbored a flicker of hope that perhaps this lifetime would differ, that the apocalypse would not manifest. However, it now appeared that such a possibility was utterly forlorn. Welcome, everyone, to a new world, Lin Feng said, turning to address the puzzled crowd with a gentle smile. Chapter 023, Claiming Territory. Xiaofeng, what on earth has transpired? Why is it so dark outside? At this moment, the group could no longer remain seated, and Zhou Tao hurriedly inquired. The ominous clouds above were unlike any typical rainy day. This was not merely overcast but an abyss of darkness. The outside world resembled the deep of night, with not a single star visible. Despite it being 8 in the morning, this matter is rather convoluted, and I only stumbled upon it in an online forum. However, I believe there is some merit to what has been stated therein. At this juncture, Lin Feng began to weave a tale. I read on an international forum that recently a meteor exploded within the atmosphere. This meteor contained a virus, the infamous zombie virus. It is said that a torrential rain is imminent, and with it, the zombie virus shall descend upon our planet. We may soon find ourselves facing an apocalyptic scenario akin to what is portrayed in films. Lin Feng deemed his fabrication fairly convincing. At the very least, he hoped his straightforward exposition would be palatable to his audience. How could this be? There had been no prior news of such events. Observing the scene outside, Zhang Cheng clenched his fists. It remained uncertain whether he believed Lin Feng's words, yet a foreboding intuition began to stir within him. Everyone, let us take a look at the surveillance footage. Lin Feng recognized that further explanation would be superfluous and beckoned the others to gather before the monitor. At that moment, raindrops began to fall, gradually intensifying. Through the surveillance camera, a distant view of the villa area became visible. At that instant, a man emerged from a villa, located merely a few dozen meters away. Yet, he was soon drenched by the rain. In the next heartbeat, the man convulsed as if struck by an electric shock. Moments later, he collapsed, only to rise again after a brief interval. Under the gaze of the onlookers, the man stood up in an exceedingly bizarre manner. His head tilted. He stumbled forward a couple of steps. Concurrently, Lin Feng zoomed in on the footage with the remote control. The man's visage was grotesque, with protruding fangs and bloodshot eyes. His face a ghastly shade of blue. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary undead. After pausing momentarily, he seemed to catch a whiff of something. In the next instant, he staggered toward the villa. Shortly thereafter, a woman's scream pierced the air. At this point, no explanation was necessary. It was evident that someone remained inside the villa, presumably in dire peril. The sky outside appeared somewhat less dark, yet the viral rain continued to pour down. One by one, individuals from neighboring villas emerged, seemingly to ascertain the unfolding events. However, in the next moment, akin to the earlier man, they too metamorphosed into zombies. What shall we do? Gazing at the monitor, Zhang Chang's expression turned ashen. Until now, he seemed unable to fathom the reality before him. Everyone, please proceed with your tasks. I have something to discuss. With his gaze shifting away from the surveillance screen, Lin Feng spoke. As Lin Feng's words resonated throughout the room, everyone instinctively straightened up before returning to their seats. At that moment, the living room was enveloped in an eerie silence, so profound that even the sound of a falling pin could be discerned. All eyes were fixed upon Lin Feng, as if he alone could elucidate the unfolding predicament. Rest assured, for I am well prepared for this viral rain, he declared, gesturing toward the outside. I have arranged for a wall to be constructed overnight. No matter how many zombies there may be, they shall not breach our sanctuary for the time being. Upon hearing this, a wave of relief washed over the gathering. For the earlier scene had been nothing short of terrifying. The prospect of a wall eased their sense of imminent danger. Surely, you have all seen zombie films. Our world now mirrors those cinematic horrors. However, our situation is rather unique, as I have taken precautions. Here, I present to you chips and basic enhancement serums. Upon consuming the serum, we shall become formidable. With that, Lin Feng grasped a metal bowl from the table and, with a slight exertion, crumpled it into a sphere, astonishing everyone with its strength. Xiao Feng, will we also become like you? Zhang Chang's father asked, swallowing hard. Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Uncle Zhang. Provided you take the serum and inject the chip, you shall attain strength akin to mine. He then placed the chips and serums before each individual, save for Lu Tianxi. The true function of the chip remained unspoken. It merely served as a baseline, devoid of influence over one's character. Nevertheless, Lin Feng deemed it prudent to withhold that detail. The serum possessed the capability to resist the zombie virus, ensuring that those who consumed it would never succumb to zombification. In this apocalyptic world, I implore you all to unite, for even the mightiest individual is vulnerable in solitude. With that, Lin Feng awaited their reactions. In truth, his words were somewhat redundant. Once everyone injected the loyalty chip, their allegiance to him would be a foregone conclusion. I'll be the first to try. Feng Gu would never deceive us. With that, Zhang Chang inquired about the chip's usage before injecting it into himself. Simultaneously, he opened the enhancement serum and drank it down. After a brief moment of agony akin to Lu Tianxi's earlier experience, he emerged as a novice enhancer. Zhang Chang's parents and Zhou Tao followed suit, undergoing the same process. Moments later, the living room witnessed the emergence of 4 level 1 mutants. This is truly remarkable. Are we not akin to superheroes now? Zhou Tao exclaimed, feeling the surge of newfound strength. Uncle Zhou, this is merely the beginning. We are but level 1 mutants. Countless formidable beings inhabit this apocalypse, and we have merely taken our first step into this perilous realm, Lin Feng remarked, serving as a reminder to himself as well. Despite currently being a secondary mutant, he is merely a weakling in the face of formidable creatures in this apocalyptic world. Only through incessant self-improvement can one hope to survive steadily amidst the chaos. Brother Feng, we are now all primary mutants. Can we venture out to confront the zombies? The mere thought of the undead lurking nearby makes it difficult for me to find peace and sleep. Clenching his fists, Chang felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of testing his newfound strength. You're absolutely right, Chang. We cannot afford to remain passive. Although this villa provides temporary safety, it cannot be our sanctuary forever. What we need now is to expand our territory and enhance our abilities. If we can also extend our influence in the process, that would be advantageous. Therefore, we must use this location as our base and take control of the surrounding villas. With that, Lin Feng retrieved several golden blades and lightweight alloy battle armor from his storage space, distributing a set to each person. Chapter 024. No time for inaction. Are we really going out? But there are zombies outside. Zhang Chang exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Lin Feng's words. As he gazed at the zombies wandering outside on the surveillance monitor, he instinctively shrank his neck. The thought of the brutality of zombies portrayed in films sent a shiver down his spine. Of course, we cannot simply sit here and wait for our doom. Lin Feng replied, returning to the table after preparing 2 bowls of porridge in the kitchen. First and foremost, our food supply is limited, even if it were infinite. Given the current circumstances, we would soon run out of water and electricity. While we might manage to survive without these necessities, time is not on our side. As the number of zombies increases and time passes, their strength will only grow. You are currently merely first-level mutants, although stronger than ordinary zombies. Encountering a first-level zombie or a mutated beast could pose a significant threat. Observing the attentive expressions of those around him, Lin Feng felt compelled to elucidate the present situation. After all, he had lived through 2 lifetimes and possessed a profound understanding of the zombies and mutated beasts outside. Zhang Chang gasped. Are you saying those zombies can mutate further? Become even stronger? Clearly, Lin Feng's words had instilled a sense of fear in him. Indeed, Lin Feng served each person a bowl of porridge, placing it in front of them. Humans can mutate, and so can zombies. Moreover, unlike humans, zombies do not experience fear or pain. Therefore, in equal circumstances, humans are at a disadvantage. The only silver lining is that, for now, the zombies move relatively slowly. However, advanced zombies and mutated beasts are an entirely different matter. Imagine if a cheetah were to become a mutated beast. How slow could it possibly be? Thus, if we wish to survive, we must not only strive to grow stronger ourselves, but also ensure the safety of our surroundings. At this moment, Lin Feng could only provide them with a general overview of the situation, as the apocalypse was fraught with uncertainty. What shall we do now? Zhang Chang inquired. Finishing his porridge in a few gulps, he stood up, gripping his alloy knife. If he had felt fear before, Lin Feng's words had imparted a semblance of understanding about surviving in this new world. Let us go out, just the 2 of us. I will help you acclimate. Lin Feng decided, aware that he had little time to explain the breadth of his knowledge to the others. Grasping his alloy sword, he led Zhang Chang to the corner of the villa. He could not take everyone outside for training, especially since he did not believe all of them were suited for combat. Zhang Chang followed closely behind Lin Feng as they approached the villa's entrance. The door had been modified to an artificial locking mechanism, and as Lin Feng opened it, he stepped outside with Zhang Chang. Not far away, in front of another villa, 2 zombies, a male and a female, moved slowly, aimlessly. Watch closely. You will see how I handle this, Lin Feng instructed. Turning back, Lin Feng addressed Zhang Chang. Noticing Zhang Chang nodding, Lin Feng charged towards the 2 zombies. These were merely ordinary zombies, even if Lin Feng were just an average person wielding an alloy combat knife. He could easily dispatch them. However, to teach Zhang Chang how to confront zombies, he moderated his speed to be within Zhang Chang's line of sight. As Lin Feng approached the zombies, approximately 10 meters away, they sensed his presence. In the next moment, both zombies lunged towards him, gripping the knife firmly with one hand. He advanced swiftly. When the zombies closed to within a meter, Lin Feng swept his blade horizontally. In an instant, the heads of both zombies were severed. He deftly sidestepped, ensuring the corpses did not topple towards him. Did you see that? What are you doing? This was Lin Feng's first time killing a zombie in this life. And as he turned to ask Zhang Chang, he found Zhang Chang retching on the spot. It's all right. The first time is always like this. You'll get used to it. Approaching Zhang Chang, Lin Feng patted him on the shoulder. If only they were first-tier zombies. What a pity. Observing the lifeless bodies of the zombies on the ground, Lin Feng felt a twinge of regret. First-tier zombies differed from ordinary ones. They harbored magic crystals within their brains. These crystals, akin to the size of peanuts, contained energy. A single magic crystal from a first-tier zombie equated to nearly 1,000 kilowatt-hours of electrical energy. Otherwise, first-tier zombies would not possess significantly greater strength than ordinary ones. Magic crystals from first-tier zombies were not uncommon in the apocalypse, though they were considered valuable in the early stages. Next, you will kill a zombie, Lin Feng said, glancing at the somewhat recovered Zhang Chang. With the strength of a second-tier mutant, even without combat experience, Zhang Chang would have no trouble eliminating ordinary zombies. After all, his strength and speed were 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary person, so he faced no danger from the common zombies. All right, I'll give it a try. Although still feeling somewhat uneasy, Zhang Chang sensed that his fear had diminished. Assessing his strength, his gaze hardened with resolve. Since this was the apocalypse, there was no use in avoidance. It was a simple truth. In the distance, a few scattered zombies lingered at the entrance of a villa, but fortunately, their numbers were few. While encouraging Zhang Chang, Lin Feng urged him to confront those isolated zombies. Upon killing his first zombie, due to an awkward swing, Zhang Chang's knife struck the creature's shoulder. However, Lin Feng's alloy combat knife was exceptionally sharp, cleaving the zombie in half. Thankfully, in his surprise, Zhang Chang instinctively dodged, preventing the black blood of the zombie from splattering onto him. Having slain one, the second and third would surely follow. Observing Zhang Chang gaining experience in zombie slaying, Lin Feng nodded in approval. In his previous life, he too had experienced this. Killing zombies became a matter of habituation, much like battling monsters in a gang. According to Lin Feng's previous reconnaissance, within the villa district of Swan Bay, only 8 villas were occupied. Thus far, 5 waves of zombies had been eradicated, and there were no living zombies remaining along the pathways between the villas. This observation led to a significant inference. Either the remaining zombies were inside the villas or the survivors were the only ones left. Let us investigate that villa, Lin Feng proposed. He had his own strategy. His intention was to thoroughly cleanse the entire villa area. Consequently, he led Zhang Chang to the entrance of a securely locked villa. With a swift motion of his alloy blade, he deftly severed the lock. With a forceful kick, Lin Feng burst through the door, charging into the villa alongside Zhang Chang. Chapter 025. Who do you think you are? Just as Lin Feng and Zhang Chang rushed into the villa's courtyard, a piercing scream echoed from within. The sound originated from inside the villa, and Lin Feng's immediate instinct was that there were indeed living beings inside. Through the glass window, he caught sight of a young woman who, upon noticing their entrance, hastily concealed herself behind the sofa. Upon reaching the door beside the floor-to-ceiling window, Lin Feng gently twisted the handle, and the door swung open. "Come out. We are not zombies," he proclaimed, surveying the interior of the house. After a moment, a girl cautiously peered out from behind the sofa. You are alive?" she stammered, gradually calming down as she met Lin Feng's gaze. Lin Feng found her response somewhat absurd. The girl was undeniably beautiful, standing tall and graceful. Yet her words lacked common sense. If he were a zombie, he would have lunged at her by now. However, her next statement completely irked him. "Quick, you must go. There are zombies outside. Drive them away," she urged, her eyes wide with fear as she glanced toward the villa's entrance. Lin Feng felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. "Did you not hear what I said? There are zombies outside." Seeing that Lin Feng and Zhang Chang remained unmoved, the girl's anxiety escalated. "Forgive me, but we are not your servants and have no obligation to heed your commands." With that, Lin Feng turned to leave, uninterested in engaging with someone so lacking in reason. "Wait," she called out desperately as Lin Feng made to exit. "Don't leave me. Help me out. I can offer you money." With that, she brandished her phone, seemingly indicating her ability to transfer funds. Lin Feng ignored her plea and addressed Zhang Chang instead. "Let us go check the back. There are still 3 villas we haven't explored." They stepped out of the villa and onto the path outside. At that moment, Zhang Chang cast a bewildered glance at the girl before following Lin Feng. In a world transformed into an apocalyptic wasteland, what use was money? Just then, the girl sprinted after them. "Wah, I misspoke earlier. Please don't abandon me," she cried, her tears flowing like rain, as if to transform her earlier fright into sorrow. Lin Feng frowned. "We are going to hunt zombies. Do you wish to accompany us?" he asked, regarding her with indifference. Crying was of no persuasion. Especially in a world like this, tears held no value. If tears could resolve issues, countless souls would not have perished from hunger or cold in this desolate era. The mention of zombies sent a shiver through the girl. It was evident she had likely witnessed the gruesome sight of them before. Lin Feng had no time to linger with her. He pointed towards his villa. "Do you see that walled villa? Go wait by the entrance. It's safe there. I cannot attend to you now." Having spoken, disregarding the girl's reaction, Lin Feng led Zhang Chang down another narrow path. Presently, 3 villas remained unexamined. According to Lin Feng's prior reconnaissance, one of these villas was home to several individuals. Upon reaching the rear villa area, they observed that the doors of the villas stood ajar, and scattered along the path were 7 or 8 zombies. Lin Feng understood that no living souls remained in this vicinity. Consequently, the two swiftly dispatched the undead. After verifying the absence of survivors within the villas, they returned to the path. Among the 20 villas, only that girl had survived. One could only imagine the number of souls that had succumbed to the fate of becoming zombies in this apocalypse. Upon returning to their villa, they found the girl dutifully standing at the entrance. "Do not speak just yet. Allow me to convey my thoughts first." Noticing her inclination to speak, Lin Feng interrupted her. "First and foremost, there are no zombies here. You may return to your villa and await official rescue, though whether such assistance will arrive remains uncertain. Secondly, should you wish to accompany me, it is not out of the question, but you must demonstrate your worth to remain, be it washing clothes, cooking, or assisting with tasks. I do not harbor idleness, even from a girl. Furthermore, refrain from adopting an authoritative tone when addressing me, regardless of your previous status from this moment forth." You are merely an ordinary individual of the lowest standing. It was only after clearing the villa area that Lin Feng had the opportunity to converse further with the girl before him. In his previous life, he would have scarcely acknowledged someone of her ilk. Beauty? What value does it hold? In this apocalypse, beautiful women abound, yet most, lacking personal strength, have become mere playthings for others. Women, in this bleak reality, are among the least valued of individuals. Is it truly the case that no one will come to our aid? The girl inquired cautiously, biting her lip. She seemed to have discerned Lin Feng's temperament. Best to avoid provoking him, lest he abandon her to her fate. Do you not possess a mobile phone? Lin Feng remarked as he manually unlocked the grand gate of the villa's perimeter with his key. Search for information on the apocalypse and zombies. The current situation aligns closely with what is reported online. With that, Lin Feng and Zhang Chang entered the villa. Seeing them step inside, the girl hurriedly followed. Casting a glance at her, Lin Feng remained silent, casually locking the door behind them. Upon entering, he noticed several individuals within the villa gazing in his direction. All is well. The zombies within the villa area have been eliminated by Zhang Chang and me. He seated himself on the sofa and spoke. Xiao Feng, who is this? Zhang Chang's mother inquired upon noticing the girl accompanying Lin Feng. Auntie, my name is Mu Hongmei. The girl interjected before Lin Feng could respond. I reside in the adjacent villa, and I am fortunate that these two gentlemen came to my rescue. Aunt, considering the dangers outside, may I stay here for the time being? Mu Hongmei glanced at Lin Feng before turning to Zhang Chang's mother. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and asked, Do you not have a family? In light of such events, haven't they attempted to contact you? At the mention of family, Mu Hongmei's eyes glistened with a hint of moisture. My parents are abroad. I spoke to them just now, and they are safe for the time being. Here in Binhai City, I am all alone. Lin Feng rose and approached the refrigerator, retrieving a bottle of soda, taking a sip before questioning. Why would you choose to live in a villa alone? Do you have money to spare? To be frank, Lin Feng felt no affinity for such a girl. From her previous remarks, it was evident she was rather spoiled and somewhat clueless. Otherwise, she would not have uttered orders in such a precarious situation. My best friend is traveling from out of town, and I specifically rented this villa for her. Who could have predicted the situation would escalate to this? At that moment, Mu Hongmei was torn with concern for both her parents and her friend. We are not privy to the affairs of the affluent. By the way, what is her name? Lin Feng casually inquired after taking another sip of water. Her name is Fan Yuding, my closest friend. What did you say? Fan Yuding? Upon hearing Mu Hongmei's response, Lin Feng inadvertently sprayed water everywhere. Chapter 026. The renowned Fan Yuding. Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback. This name, in his previous life, was indeed illustrious. Are you referring to Fan Yuding, the one who is around 1.70 meters tall, with an oval face and long hair? As he recalled Fan Yuding's appearance, Lin Feng inquired of Mu Hongmei. How do you know? Have you met Sister Dingting? Mu Hongmei asked, astonishment evident in her voice upon hearing Lin Feng's words. I don't know her. I was merely asking, Lin Feng replied casually, noting the puzzled expression on Mu Hongmei's face. However, his mind wandered back to his previous life. In that existence, Fan Yuding was a figure of great renown in Binhai City. The reason was that she was the first woman to ascend to the rank of a level 3 mutant and subsequently the first female to reach level 4. At least, that was the situation when Lin Feng departed Binhai City. What transpired afterward remained unknown to him. To surpass men and become a superior mutant, Fan Yuding was undoubtedly exceptional. In his previous life, Lin Feng had encountered her only once during a significant event. Regrettably, at that time, he was merely a level 2 mutant and lacked the stature to make an impression. It intrigued him to ponder how a talented individual like her might evolve with his guidance in this life. Are you saying that Fan Yuding is currently en route to Binhai City? Lin Feng asked, glancing at the time. If he could secure Fan Yuding as an ally, it would not only provide him with the companionship of a beautiful woman, but also a capable assistant. This period marked the onset of the apocalypse. Based on the circumstances of his previous life, Fan Yuding would likely arrive safely in Binhai City. However, what lay ahead was beyond his knowledge. Mu Hongmei quickly responded. I just called Sister Dingting. She will be off the highway in half an hour. Observing Lin Feng's impassive demeanor, Mu Hongmei grew anxious. Could you possibly go and rescue Sister Dingting? She is alone without her parents, and currently, Fan Yuding is her only close friend. Lin Feng did not respond directly. After all, according to his previous life, Fan Yuding was not only safe but would also excel among the mutants. Yet this life bore certain differences. Lin Feng had been reborn, and he could not ascertain whether a butterfly effect might occur. Very well, we shall go to the highway exit to meet her. Acting decisively was a hallmark of Lin Feng's character. It was not out of concern for Mu Hongmei, whom he found rather unlikable. He then turned to Zhang Chang. Jiangzi, you have experience in slaying zombies. You stay here while we venture out. Remember, Do not go outside for the time being. There may be level 1 zombies out there, significantly stronger than the ordinary ones. Our walls can withstand level 1 zombies, provided everyone remains inside the villa. Since he was to go out, Lin Feng entrusted the safety of the household to Zhang Chang. All right, you take care. We will be safe here. Zhang Chang raised the battle knife in his hand and spoke with unwavering confidence. Nodding, Lin Feng approached the entrance of the villa. He extracted a F650 pickup truck from his storage space and placed it a short distance away before walking outside the villa with Mu Hongmei. Come, let us get in the car, he indicated towards the distant pickup, speaking with a casual tone. Upon seeing the F650, Mu Hongmei, despite having encountered numerous luxury vehicles, could not help but be awed by the imposing sight of the heavy-duty pickup. Its massive frame and rugged lines, along with the enormous front bumper, exuded an aura of dominance. At a length of 5 meters and nearly 3 meters in height, Mu Hongmei appeared almost childlike in its presence. Will I be able to climb in? Lin Feng approached the driver's side, opened the door, and stepped inside, then inquired. Although Mu Hongmei felt a twinge of defiance, reality soon revealed that mounting the vehicle's footstep indeed required considerable effort. After much struggle, she finally managed to get inside just as Lin Feng ignited the engine. A deep, resonant roar startled Mu Hongmei. In the next moment, Lin Feng maneuvered the vehicle towards the entrance of the Swan Bay Hotel. As they traversed the villa area, it became evident, just as Lin Feng had anticipated, that the number of zombies in the distance was increasing. That area was the main building of the hotel, where numerous guests were checking in and out at this hour. With the onset of the apocalypse, many had succumbed to becoming zombies, and thus a hellish scene began to unfold from the hotel's first floor upwards. Lin Feng was unaware of the exact number of individuals who had turned into zombies within the hotel, yet even through the car window, he could hear the anguished screams emanating from within. Lin Feng chose to disregard those cries. Such scenes were now unfolding globally. He could save one place, but salvation on a larger scale was unattainable. In this apocalypse, personal strength was solely meant for self-protection and safeguarding those nearby, rather than blindly rescuing strangers. The roar of the pickup caught the attention of numerous zombies, many of whom lunged towards the vehicle. However, the lamentable truth was that the average zombies were far too sluggish. Often, they merely turned around only to be engulfed in the exhaust fumes of the truck. With his extraordinary driving skills, Lin Feng navigated through the horde of zombies like a graceful dragon. When evasion was impossible, he did not hesitate to crash through. After all, the F650's bumper was not merely for show. Soon enough, Lin Feng drove out of the Swan Bay Hotel's entrance and onto the street outside. In stark contrast to the previous day, the once spacious street was now cluttered with numerous vehicles. Among them, several zombies feasted upon the remains of humanity. The sounds of anguished cries filled the air, transporting Lin Feng's thoughts back to the initial days of the apocalypse during his previous life. Such sights were experiences that no one wished to endure even once, yet he had faced them twice. Nevertheless, for Lin Feng, who had survived in the apocalypse for 5 years, these memories had dulled in intensity. Mu Hongmei, on the other hand, was affected differently. As she surveyed the gruesome scene around her, she began to gag repeatedly. If you feel like throwing up, do it outside. Just don't dirty my vehicle. Lin Feng remarked coldly, casting a sidelong glance at Mu Hongmei. To survive in a post-apocalyptic world, one must first acclimatize. Lin Feng is not devoid of compassion, rather. His demeanor is a means to facilitate the adaptation of others to this harsh reality. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Feng's admonition, Mu Hongmei instinctively covered her mouth, ceasing her retching. However, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, as though she had borne an immense grievance. Lin Feng paid no heed to Mu Hongmei's reaction. He proceeded onto the street, accelerating as he swiftly made his way toward the highway entrance. The traffic was relatively sparse, yet numerous vehicles lay abandoned along the route, their owners transformed into the undead. Whether they succumbed to the relentless reign of the apocalypse or fell prey to other zombies remains uncertain. After more than 20 minutes, Lin Feng's car finally reached the highway entrance. Chapter 027 Unexpected Reward. What kind of car does Fan Yuding drive? Lin Feng inquired, having parked the vehicle a few dozen meters from the highway entrance. It should be a yellow Maserati, Mu Hongmei replied upon hearing Lin Feng's question. Nodding, Lin Feng said, Understood. Wait for me here. I will go take a look. He then turned off the engine. Are you leaving me here alone? Mu Hongmei exclaimed, as Lin Feng reached for the car door. With a click, Lin Feng opened the door. If you are willing to face those zombies with me, I would not object, he remarked, pointing towards the nearby toll station. Following Lin Feng's gesture, Mu Hongmei observed that the highway entrance was currently obstructed by several burning vehicles, surrounded by more than a dozen wandering zombies. She shrank back, remaining silent. Without further ado, Lin Feng closed the door and locked the vehicle from the outside. Given the absence of zombies nearby and the engine being off, Mu Hongmei should be safe. Armed with a metallic combat knife, Lin Feng proceeded towards the highway entrance. As a toll station on the highway, this area had become a disaster zone. The narrow exit had attracted numerous zombies, and there were certainly no living souls in sight. Lin Feng did not need to examine this closely. Charging towards the toll booth, the zombies soon noticed Lin Feng's presence. However, ordinary zombies stood no chance against a level 2 mutant, especially one who had cultivated the 9 turns golden body technique. In terms of speed and technique, not even level 2 zombies could rival him. In an instant, Lin Feng dispatched over 10 zombies. Just then, he caught a flicker of gray in his peripheral vision. A small, childlike zombie lunged at him, bearing its sharp fangs and claw-like hands. Most notably, its speed was double that of an ordinary zombie. A level 1 zombie. Recognizing its appearance, Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement rather than fear. With a flash of silver, his combat knife severed the zombie's neck. In the next moment, the small zombie's head tumbled away, its body propelled forward for 3 or 4 meters before collapsing. After the small zombie fell, Lin Feng took his time to eliminate 3 nearby ordinary zombies before approaching the head of the small zombie. Prodding it with his blade, he extracted a transparent, cotton-like magical crystal. This is a magical crystal derived from level 1 zombies and mutated beasts. The energy contained within a level 1 crystal is approximately 1,000 kilowatt-hours. This is a rough estimation, as the energy content of each crystal may vary, but the differences are generally negligible. Upon acquiring the crystal, Lin Feng promptly placed it into his storage space. Ding! 1 level 1 crystal added, amplification of 10,000 times. Instantaneously, Lin Feng's storage space burgeoned with an additional 10,000 level 1 crystals. That amounts to an astounding 10,000 crystals. Even Lin Feng, who had endured 2 apocalyptic events, could not help but marvel at this bounty. Acquiring this many crystals would necessitate the defeat of 10,000 level 1 zombies or mutated beasts. In the post-apocalyptic world, magical crystals hold immense utility. In his previous life, energy experts developed a conversion device for these crystals after some time. From then on, magical crystals became one of the currencies of the apocalypse. In terms of possession, Lin Feng could already be considered a wealthy individual. Currently, there was only one accessible intersection on the highway, which appeared to have been cluttered with abandoned vehicles and zombies. However, based on the traces left behind, it seemed that they had been swept away by speeding cars. This was fortuitous, as it spared Lin Feng the trouble of clearing the passage. After a brief interval, a yellow sports car sped into view. It was a Maserati, the vehicle of Fan Yuting. As the yellow Maserati approached the highway entrance, it decelerated slightly. From a distance of over 10 meters, Lin Feng waved, signaling for the car to stop. However, upon noticing Lin Feng, the vehicle showed no signs of slowing down and instead seemed to accelerate. It appeared he mistook me for a zombie, Lin Feng thought, shaking his head. In the next moment, he stepped directly into the middle of the road, positioning himself to block the car. Inside the vehicle, Fan Yuting appeared flustered, unsure whether to halt or speed up. However, time was of the essence, and the car was about to collide with Lin Feng. He did not flinch but instead extended a hand, halting the vehicle in its tracks. Fan Yuting was taken aback. She could not comprehend what had just occurred, as the car had come to an abrupt stop. If anyone had witnessed this scene, they would surely be astounded. What kind of strength is required to bring a vehicle traveling at approximately 50 miles per hour to a standstill? At that moment, Lin Feng caught sight of Fan Yuting within the car. Indeed, it was her. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, recognizing her resemblance to the Fan Yuting of his previous life. Get out of the car, he urged, tapping on the window and tilting his head to the side. Fan Yuting seemed to ascertain that Lin Feng was not a zombie, and she lowered the window. Do you realize how dangerous this is? What if you got hit? She shouted, still shaken, seemingly forgetting that it was her car that had been forced to a stop. Your friend, Mu Hongmei, is waiting for you over there. Without further ado, Lin Feng pointed towards his pickup truck. Hongmei? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Fan Yuting hurriedly exited the vehicle and made her way toward his indicated direction. Lin Feng retracted his hand and glanced at the Maserati before effortlessly storing it in his dimensional space. Fan Yuting turned around, curious about Lin Feng's following presence. However, in the next moment, she realized her car had vanished. Where's my car? She exclaimed. Perhaps it yearns for its mother, Lin Feng replied. With no time to dwell on her missing vehicle, Fan Yuting sprinted towards the pickup truck. Unfazed, Lin Feng took decisive action and produced a loyalty chip, launching it towards her. This journey was solely for Fan Yuting, and Lin Feng was unwilling to relinquish the opportunity to capture a mutant. Ding! A mutant has been subdued, triggering system rewards. As Fan Yuting dashed forward, she remained oblivious to the chip being infused into her body, while Lin Feng's mind buzzed with the system's notification. It turned out that subduing an individual who was already a mutant would indeed activate system rewards. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Feng's heart swelled with delight. Chapter 28. All-terrain-based vehicle. Lin Feng discovered that the conditions for activating the rewards provided by the system were remarkably diverse. Previously, he had managed to trigger them during seemingly inconsequential moments. Ding. You have received an all-terrain-based vehicle. At this moment, Lin Feng and Fan Yuding were nearing his pickup truck, while the system-rewarded all-terrain vehicle was not far behind it. The vehicle appeared imposing, measuring approximately 12 meters in length, over 3 meters in width, and 4 meters in height. Its sides featured numerous openings resembling windows, the purpose of which was unclear. However, the undercarriage was surrounded by metallic spikes, exuding an intimidating aura. An all-terrain base vehicle? What might that be? Gazing at the base vehicle in the distance, Lin Feng inquired of the system. All-terrain base vehicle, constructed from alloy materials, powered by magic crystals. In standard mode, power consumption is 1 kilowatt-hour per kilometer. In berserk mode, it is 3 kilowatt-hours per kilometer. The all-terrain vehicle is equipped with 20 energy guns, each shot consuming 1 kilowatt-hour. Capable of automatically identifying and targeting lifeless, movable energy entities. It is also outfitted with a main cannon, consuming 100 kilowatt-hours per shot, which can automatically recognize lifeless, movable energy entities. All other onboard equipment is powered by magic crystals. For further details, please consult the onboard computer. The system quickly provided an explanation. A base vehicle equipped with weapons. It certainly appeared formidable, Lin Feng mused. However, his immediate priority was to store the vehicle in his storage space. Ding. You have stored one all-terrain base vehicle, amplification 10,000 times. Indeed, the base vehicle could also be amplified. This realization brought Lin Feng a sense of reassurance. At that moment, even he felt a twinge of excitement. Thus, he released another base vehicle in place. In his previous life, many teams in the apocalyptic world had constructed their own base vehicles. Yet, most had merely reinforced their armor with welded steel plates and added shooting ports or crash bumpers. Unfortunately, most modifications were limited. After all, they were still vehicles, and increasing their weight inevitably compromised speed. None could compare to Lin Feng's current base vehicle, which utilized magic crystals for both power and ammunition. According to the system, for mere travel, a single magic crystal in standard mode could cover 1,000 kilometers. In berserk mode, it would only manage a little over 300 kilometers. One magic crystal could enable the energy guns to fire 1,000 rounds, or the main cannon to unleash 10 shots. For the average person, this might seem costly, as slaying a first-level zombie was no trivial task. A base vehicle operating in both travel and combat could exhaust its resources in less than a day. However, Lin Feng was different. With access to storage space, he could obtain 10,000 first-level magic crystals by defeating a single first-level zombie. Moreover, he could trade with others, and the acquired magic crystals could also be amplified. It could be said that Lin Feng's first-level magic crystals were virtually inexhaustible. At this moment, the two individuals had arrived beside Lin Feng's pickup truck. As he used the remote control to unlock the door, Mu Hongmei immediately leaped out of the vehicle. Ting, you finally made it. I was terrified. I thought you might turn into a zombie, she exclaimed, grasping Fan Yuding's hand while crying. It's all right, I'm fine now. We're not children anymore. There's no need to cry, Fan Yuding replied. Despite her words, Lin Feng noticed that her eyes were slightly red. Did you get caught in that rain earlier? Lin Feng suddenly inquired of Fan Yuding. It was only then that she remembered there were others present and reflected, I didn't get soaked. But just as I was passing through the toll station in Beijiang, my hand got a little wet when I rolled down the window to grab the ticket. Ah, I see, Lin Feng nodded, now understanding why Fan Yuding was driving it had managed to evolve into a mutant. You two can drive this vehicle. I will take the one behind. He tossed the car keys to Fan Yuding and said, The one behind? Upon hearing this, Mu Hongmei turned to see the all-terrain vehicle and gasped, What kind of vehicle is that? I didn't notice it before. Lin Feng ignored her and strode directly towards the all-terrain vehicle. What a person, I was merely asking, Mu Hongmei muttered quietly as she observed Lin Feng's retreating figure. Is he your friend? Fan Yuding asked as she settled into the driver's seat. Don't even mention it. I've known him for less than an hour. As she spoke, Mu Hongmei recounted the events at Swan Bay to Fan Yuding. After listening to her, Fan Yuding felt somewhat speechless. I wondered why he was so cold towards you. If it were me, I wouldn't bother either. Do you expect him to treat you like a servant, doing everything you say, especially in such dangerous circumstances? Starting the engine, Fan Yuding sighed. In her view, her friend was rather spoiled. In situations where everyone was focused on self-preservation, often pleading for help yielded no assistance. If she were in Mu Hongmei's position, she wouldn't have engaged either. That's just my way, and besides, he's a man. Can't he be a bit more accommodating towards a woman? Mu Hongmei recognized her shortcomings but felt a bit reluctant to concede, mumbling softly. At that moment, Lin Feng had also entered the all-terrain vehicle. Upon stepping inside, he was captivated by the layout. The driver's cabin resembled that of a conventional vehicle, which he merely glanced at. However, within the main body of the vehicle, there were 2 rows of seats. Counting them, there was enough room for 30 passengers. A generous arrangement for a 12-meter-long vehicle. Moving to the rear, Lin Feng discovered a room containing a sizable double bed, along with a bathroom and a simple kitchen. It could be said that this was essentially an extended version of a mobile home. Aside from the lack of entertainment facilities, it is remarkably similar to a super RV. Adjacent to the windows on either side, there are protrusions resembling gun barrels. Presumably, these are the energy guns mentioned by the system. The overall height of the base vehicle is 4 meters, while the height of the first floor is less than 3 meters. This indicates that there is more to discover above the vehicle. After some investigation, Lin Feng discovered a vast space containing a large water tank, a refrigerator, and a storage room. As for the main cannon, it is situated on the rooftop. It can be said that this all-terrain base vehicle, when fully stocked with food and water, could sustain 30 individuals for 1 to 2 months, disregarding the consumption of magic crystals. This is what one would call an apocalyptic base vehicle. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh in admiration. It seems that the system always provides him with exceptional items. He mused inwardly. Approaching the driver's seat, Lin Feng located the energy box, which serves as a receptacle for magic crystals. Without hesitation, he retrieved 10 level 1 magic crystals from his storage space and placed them within. Given that he possessed 10,000 magic crystals in his storage, this small amount was hardly a concern. Welcome aboard the all-terrain base vehicle. Energy connection successful. As the voice of the vehicle's computer echoed, the ambient lights within the cabin illuminated. Quite intelligent. Lin Feng settled into the driver's seat and started the all-terrain base vehicle. Chapter 029. What does it mean to be powerful? Unlike ordinary vehicles, the all-terrain base vehicle operates with such remarkable silence that one could hardly hear the engine's hum. In fact, there was no perceptible tremor akin to that of an electric car upon ignition. This led Lin Feng to momentarily ponder whether this vehicle might be devoid of an engine. With a gentle press on the accelerator, the vehicle surged forward with unexpected force. Caught off guard, Lin Feng quickly eased off the throttle. The power of this base vehicle was astonishing, surpassing even his formidable Raptor F650, which boasted a displacement of 6.7 L. No wonder it consumed a kilowatt-hour of energy for every kilometer traveled. This time, Lin Feng cautiously pressed the accelerator again, and the vehicle moved forward with a steady grace. Through the rearview mirror, he noticed that the vehicle behind was keeping pace, despite its considerable length of 12 meters. Maneuvering this all-terrain base vehicle was remarkably effortless. Before long, Lin Feng had adapted to its handling. In the distance, a small congregation of zombies began to gather. Let us observe the might of this base vehicle's weaponry, Lin Feng murmured, eyeing the approaching undead. His earlier exploration of the vehicle had revealed that its weapon system could be controlled both manually and automatically. While manual control was self-explanatory, the nature of the automatic control remained a mystery to him. Activating the automatic attack mode, he set his sights on the zombies ahead. As they drew closer, Lin Feng issued his command. With a series of soft sounds, energy guns on both sides and the front of the vehicle commenced firing. The gunfire was so muted that it failed to attract the zombies' attention. In the next moment, energy projectiles sped towards the zombies. Upon impact, the undead collapsed in droves. Remarkably, the vehicle's computer could autonomously discern the number and positions of the zombies, ensuring that no shots were wasted, thus conserving energy. In a mere 3 seconds, over 20 zombies were eradicated. Lin Feng was taken aback. It seemed that human intervention was utterly unnecessary, even when faced with formidable hordes. The act of gunning down zombies was as effortless as harvesting chives. Ding! 1 level 1 zombie eliminated. Would you like to proceed with magic crystal recovery? As Lin Feng absorbed this astonishing news, the voice of the computer interrupted his thoughts. Had he truly slain a level 1 zombie? He was momentarily stunned. This was remarkably simple. The energy guns proved effective against level 1 zombies, a fact he had not anticipated. Typically, ordinary individuals would be mere prey in the presence of a level 1 zombie, unless they were seasoned hunters equipped with ample weaponry and a team of 4 or 5. Yet now, it appeared that eliminating a level 1 zombie required only a few energy rounds. Lin Feng instructed the computer, activate the automatic recovery function. In the next instant, the base vehicle rolled over the remains of the zombies. Beep, beep, beep. A light on a storage compartment to Lin Feng's right illuminated. He pressed the switch above the indicator, opening the storage compartment to reveal a level 1 magic crystal nestled within. This convenience was astonishing. Taking out the magic crystal, Lin Feng placed it into the storage space, and in an instant, a single magic crystal transformed into 10,000. While marveling at the vehicle's intelligence, two girls in the car behind him widened their eyes, staring at the vehicle ahead. Initially, upon seeing a multitude of zombies in the distance, they pondered how to circumvent them. However, noticing that Lin Feng seemed disinclined to take a detour, Fan Yuding reluctantly followed suit. After all, this was her first encounter with such a situation. As a young woman, merely refraining from tears upon witnessing so many zombies was commendable. She was hardly in a position to assert her own opinions. Nevertheless, she was taken aback when Lin Feng's vehicle unexpectedly opened fire, effortlessly obliterating the nearby zombies. Although she was uncertain of the zombies' true ferocity, having previously witnessed them devouring humans, Fan Yuding understood that those creatures were undoubtedly formidable. To see those terrifying beings fall as if they were mere blades of grass was indeed astonishing. Who exactly was he? Capable of commandeering my vehicle and now possessing one that can easily annihilate zombies? From what Hong Mei indicated, he could even slay zombies himself. Fan Yuding mused inwardly. At that moment, Lin Feng remained oblivious to Fan Yuding's thoughts. He was reveling in the unexpected windfall of 10,000 magic crystals. Most importantly, he had not needed to lift a finger. The crystals simply accumulated in his pocket. It dawned on him that this lifetime seemed to bestow upon him an abundance of fortuitous events. Not only had he become a second-level mutant before the apocalypse, but he also possessed resources of immeasurable value. Now, he didn't even have to personally gather the magic crystals. Was this life too serene? Lin Feng pondered silently. Nevertheless, it was ultimately a favorable situation. If the base vehicle operated in ordinary mode, what might the berserk mode entail? According to the system, the vehicle possessed a berserk mode that consumed 3 times the energy of regular driving. Activate berserk mode. Lin Feng thought nothing of the 300 kilometers worth of magic crystal consumption and promptly issued the command to the computer. Ding. Berserk mode activated successfully. In the next moment, with the computer's notification, the vehicle surged forward with remarkable acceleration. The same throttle now delivered over twice the power. Simultaneously, the vehicle emitted a slight tremor. Through the rearview mirror, Lin Feng observed the steel spikes on the vehicle's exterior spinning rapidly. Additionally, 6 gear-like circular blades extended from the front, whirling at high speed. Was this not akin to a death machine from a movie? This scene reminded Lin Feng of a similar vehicle from a film, albeit that one was manually constructed and paled in comparison to his advanced all-terrain base vehicle. To experience berserk mode, Lin Feng deliberately directed the vehicle towards a cluster of 4 or 5 zombies ahead. Upon collision with the base vehicle, the zombies were reduced to mere pulp. Ding. The automatic external cleaning function has been activated. As the vehicle became soiled with the black blood of the zombies, mechanical nozzles atop the base vehicle commenced the automatic cleansing of its exterior. Lin Feng's vehicle was spotless, yet unfortunate circumstances befell the rear. Fragments of the zombies were hurled towards the pickup truck behind him, instantly soiling its windshield. The once curious Fan Yuding and Mu Hongmei, who were intrigued by the movement of the spiny creatures surrounding the vehicle, were now confronted with a gruesome sight. The 2 young women had never encountered such a scene before. Even Fan Yuding, a potential mutant, began to retch. Would he not swerve to avoid those zombies? It was undoubtedly intentional, she thought, as she gagged in distress. Fortunately, Fan Yuding managed to retain her composure and promptly activated the windshield wipers, though she too felt waves of nausea wash over her. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, oblivious to the chaos behind him, was engrossed in his own endeavors. The berserk mode was indeed exhilarating, albeit perilous for those nearby. However, when faced with a horde of zombies, the thrill was unparalleled. As he pressed forward, Lin Feng silently mused about the journey ahead. He refrained from expending energy unnecessarily, opting to deactivate the berserk mode in automatic shooting. Although he possessed a staggering 20,000 magic crystals, he was not a janitor. The task of cleansing the streets of zombies was beyond his current capabilities, especially so soon after the apocalypse had begun, unless he encountered a level 1 zombie. Finding a sufficient number of them was implausible given that the apocalypse had only commenced a little over an hour ago. Upon witnessing the front vehicle revert to its normal mode, Fan Yuding and Mu Hongmei breathed a sigh of relief. The earlier spectacle had been utterly revolting. After more than 20 minutes, Lin Feng arrived at the entrance of the Swan Bay Hotel. As he gazed upon the towering 30-plus story main building, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Chapter 030. Clearing zombies with a twist. Lin Feng did not linger by the fountain at Swan Bay's center. Instead, he drove his vehicle, accompanied by the pickup truck trailing behind, to his villa. After parking beside the villa's high walls, he opened the gate. From the pickup truck, Fan Yuding and Mu Hongmei emerged. Upon seeing the towering 6-meter walls before them, Fan Yuding was taken aback. "Why is it enclosed like this?" she inquired, tugging at Mu Hongmei's sleeve. Mu Hongmei shook her head, I have no idea. It wasn't like this yesterday. This morning, after those people turned into zombies, everything changed. All I know is that he lives here with a few others. Let us see what's going on. Surveying their surroundings, Fan Yuding remarked. Mu Hongmei hesitated. Are we really going in? Fan Yuding replied, somewhat exasperated. I find this place safer. Did you not see? There are quite a few zombies in front of the main building. Do we intend to stay outside? With that, she followed Lin Feng's lead. After a moment's contemplation, Mu Hongmei agreed and stepped inside as well. Upon entering the villa, Zhang Chang and the others were already on alert with their knives drawn. Their tension eased upon seeing Lin Feng return. You two stay here for now, Lin Feng instructed, gesturing toward the sofa. Chang, let us step outside for a moment. Without waiting for their response, he left with Zhang Chang. Hey, Feng Ge, I must say, those two girls you brought back are quite attractive. Zhang Chang remarked with a grin, glancing back at the villa. Lin Feng replied earnestly, let us focus on the task at hand. I intend to secure the entire hotel. Zhang Chang's expression shifted to one of bemusement. Feng Ge, if your goal is to take over the villa area, we've accomplished that. However, securing the main hotel building might be a different story, he said, gesturing toward the imposing structure not far away. Lin Feng understood that his aspirations might indeed seem far-fetched. The Swan Bay Hotel was one of the most luxurious in Beihai City, boasting 36 stories and reportedly housing 314 guest rooms. As a tourist city, Beihai attracted numerous visitors, ensuring that even during normal times, the hotel's occupancy rate remained high. Now, in the midst of an apocalypse, it implied that the number of zombies within would be substantial. To Zhang Chang, capturing the main building appeared to be a fanciful notion. Yet, Lin Feng recognized the urgency of the situation. The vast resources within the hotel posed one dilemma, while the sheer number of zombies presented another. As time passed, the potential emergence of numerous first-level zombies, or even second- or third-level ones, became an imminent threat, regardless of whether Lin Feng could contend with them. Their mere presence was a ticking time bomb. He was determined to eliminate such an unstable factor from his vicinity, recalling how many had perished due to misjudgments in his previous life. Don't worry, we have the means, he reassured. As Lin Feng gestured towards the all-terrain base vehicle nearby, he exclaimed, what is this? An apocalyptic war machine? It's magnificent. Zhang Chang's initial reaction upon seeing the vehicle was one of sheer astonishment, his mouth agape. He could not help but shout. The vehicle's extravagant design was indeed astonishing, likely eliciting surprise from anyone who laid eyes upon it. I found this vehicle outside. Isn't it impressive? Lin Feng remarked with a smile, glancing at Zhang Chang. He had no intention of revealing his secret regarding the system and storage space to anyone, not even to relatives or closest friends. Everyone has their boundaries, and for Lin Feng, the system was his. With that, Lin Feng led Zhang Chang into the vehicle. Wow, this is essentially a mobile home, Zhang Chang exclaimed, surveying the interior with enthusiasm. The spacious seating, a bed, a bathroom, and even a kitchen. This is simply too cool. I could live in this vehicle forever. Much like Lin Feng's initial reaction, Zhang Chang was thoroughly pleased with the layout of the vehicle. And there's more than you can imagine, you'll see soon enough. Taking the driver's seat, Lin Feng started the vehicle. Despite its wide body, the wheels could pivot 90 degrees, allowing it to maneuver with a torque comparable to that of a compact car. With just a turn of the steering wheel, the base vehicle executed a swift turn and proceeded towards the main building. As anticipated by Lin Feng, a horde of zombies began to pour out of the hotel's main building, a consequence of the overwhelming number inside. Goodness, there are so many zombies. Even from within the vehicle, Zhang Chang felt a surge of anxiety upon witnessing the horde, gripping his alloy war knife tightly. Engage Berserk Mode. Lin Feng commanded the onboard computer. Received. Berserk Mode activated, the computer responded, and the spikes around the vehicle whirled to life. It's even computer-controlled? Zhang Chang marveled. Initiate automatic attack. Lin Feng ordered, targeting the zombies at the hotel entrance. The energy guns on the vehicle began to fire, sending projectiles racing towards the main building, each striking a zombie and causing them to collapse. At that moment, Zhang Chang was left in awe. The vehicle was equipped with weaponry, and it operated automatically. Now he understood why Lin Feng had exuded such confidence earlier. This base vehicle was truly formidable. Meanwhile, Lin Feng focused on maneuvering the vehicle closer to the hotel. Zombies that had escaped were torn apart by the spinning spikes, their bodies disintegrating into clouds of crimson mist. Lin Feng calculated that he had stored 100 first-level magic crystals within the vehicle. In terms of energy, this equated to 100,000 kilowatt-hours, or 100,000 energy rounds, along with the main cannon. Given the current number of zombies, this supply would undoubtedly suffice. He had yet to witness the main cannon's firing capabilities. The power of one shot, Consuming 100 energy points, which would henceforth be referred to as energy points, was sure to be significant. At present, Lin Feng relied entirely on the base vehicle's unrestrained prowess, even retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and tossing one to Zhang Chang. With the base vehicle at his disposal, exterminating zombies became an effortless task. As for Lin Feng himself, he merely needed to observe the surrounding environment. He couldn't help but lament how advantageous such equipment would have been in his previous life. Thus, as the base vehicle unleashed its relentless assaults, the various zombies emerging from the main building were systematically eliminated. After a while, the entrance of the building was piled high with the remains of the undead. However, Lin Feng was not troubled by these corpses. When the time came, he could simply engage the rampage mode and charge through. The spikes on the vehicle could effectively serve as a sweeping mechanism, clearing away the zombie remains. It was almost comical to think of the formidable all-terrain base vehicle being utilized as a glorified vacuum cleaner. One could only imagine how the experts of his previous life would react to such a sight. The number of zombies in the hotel was, after all, limited, and gradually, the flow of undead emerging from the entrance dwindled. Still craving more action, Lin Feng retrieved a powerful wireless speaker from his storage space. Inserting a USB drive filled with DJ tracks, he placed the speaker atop the base vehicle and cranked the volume to its maximum. This is insane. Feng Gu has truly lost his mind. Although Zhang Chang was unsure of where the speaker had come from, he was rendered speechless by the booming DJ music that erupted. Who would have thought of doing something like this? While others scrambled to hide from zombies, Lin Feng was actively attracting them with his high-powered speaker. Even though he knew he was safe, Zhang Chang couldn't help but internally chuckle at the absurdity of it all. As expected, the DJ tracks played their part. The zombies inside the hotel, drawn by the commotion, began to swarm out. Even some zombies from the streets outside Swan Bay started converging towards this location. However, to Lin Feng, these were merely a handful. Whether it was one or a bunch, a kill was a kill. To clean up, he aimed to eradicate all the zombies within the main building and its vicinity. The more he could eliminate now, the easier it would be when the base vehicle could no longer enter certain areas. Thus, the music played for over an hour. And only when a few stray zombies sporadically emerged from the hotel did Lin Feng finally decide to stow away the speaker. It's time for us to take matters into our own hands. Casually tossing the speaker aside, Lin Feng smiled at Zhang Chang. Chapter 031. The size of the hotel is not necessarily a blessing. Observing that there were no longer any zombies in sight, Lin Feng called Zhang Chang to disembark from the vehicle. After all, it was impractical to drive into the hotel. Gripping a sturdy alloy machete, the two of them proceeded to the lobby on the first floor. Scattered corpses littered the grand hall, most of which were grotesquely dismembered. Some zombies, missing half of their bodies, attempted to crawl toward Lin Feng and his companion upon sensing their presence. Will you know how to use this? From his storage space, Lin Feng retrieved 2 hand grenades and handed them to Zhang Chang. He also provided him with a fully loaded handgun. You start from the right. I will check the left and the basement. If you encounter a formidable zombie, use this. Ordinary zombies should pose little challenge for Zhang Chang. And even against a level 1 zombie, armed with the alloy machete and combat armor, he would fare reasonably well. Nevertheless, it is prudent to prepare for any eventuality. Brother Feng, you even have these? Zhang Chang's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the firearms. He had not anticipated that Lin Feng possessed guns and grenades. However, when it came to usage, one did not need to have experienced it firsthand to have seen it in action. Besides, most young men harbored some fascination with military matters. With that, Lin Feng and Zhang Chang parted ways, heading toward the left side of the hotel. The first floor was not designed for accommodation. It primarily housed storerooms and dining areas. Upon entering a Chinese restaurant, Lin Feng spotted 2 zombies clad in chef's uniforms in the distance. The restaurant was in disarray, yet many items remained relatively intact. As Lin Feng collected the visible items into his storage space, amplifying their value 1,000-fold, he also placed one of each back in its original position. Approaching the 2 zombies, he observed them as they instinctively began to separate upon sensing his presence. At the rear of the restaurant was a storage room containing various ingredients, which Lin Feng promptly stored away. Even the smallest morsel was valuable. After entering his storage space, it transformed into a bounty of 1,000 times its original worth. He thoroughly scavenged the left side rooms, the pantry, laundry room, linen closet, and break room. After completing his search, he descended to the basement. The entire lower level comprised not only a parking garage, but also a portion designated as the hotel's warehouse. In the underground parking lot, the presence of zombies diminished significantly, with only a few scattered remnants remaining, likely those who had sought to escape when the apocalypse first began or individuals who had recently arrived. Having dealt with the zombies, Lin Feng collected the hundreds of vehicles, large and small, within the parking area into his storage space. This acquisition granted him access to over 1 million vehicles. As for the car keys, in this post-apocalyptic world, they held little significance. There were myriad alternative methods to start a vehicle. Long before the onset of the apocalypse, Lin Feng had procured a universal key from a hardware store. In this new reality, employing such a key was not deemed unlawful. Subsequently, he ventured into the hotel's warehouse. The ordinary food supplies did not capture Lin Feng's interest. What truly captivated Lin Feng were the exquisite ingredients and fine spirits offered by the hotel. After all, this establishment is one of the few ultra-luxurious hotels in Beihai City, boasting an array of precious culinary delights alongside its meals. Whether it be the finest caviar, delectable matsutake mushrooms, or the nourishing cordyceps, Lin Feng eagerly collected every item that caught his eye into his storage space. Furthermore, he was equally drawn to the high-end wines and spirits. Approaching the wine cabinet, he gathered every variety of alcohol available, particularly enchanted by the rare red wines, which were seldom found outside. With these wines at his disposal, he would have enough to last a lifetime. Having nearly cleared the first floor and the basement, Lin Feng returned to the lobby, where Zhang Chang had also completed the task assigned to him. Zhang Chang's area primarily consisted of employee dormitories, yielding little of value for his storage. Although there were perhaps more zombies than expected, it appeared that Zhang Chang was not lagging in his efforts to eliminate them. Let us ascend floor by floor, Lin Feng suggested. Despite the fact that Beihai City had yet to experience a power outage, clearing the entire hotel necessitated using the stairs rather than the elevator. This was no simple undertaking, for the hotel boasted 36 stories and over 1,000 rooms. On the 7th floor of Swan Bay Hotel, a young man remarked to a scar-faced middle-aged man beside him, "Brother, there are still 4 rooms left to search. We have gathered the remaining survivors in the conference room on the 6th floor, under the watch of our brothers. Well done. Inform the brothers to keep those individuals in line. Soon, we will send them to the 8th floor to deal with the zombies, and if they refuse, we shall not hesitate to eliminate them," the scar-faced man replied. "Let the brothers know that the world has changed. We must be more ruthless. Those who comply will be temporarily integrated into our ranks, but be cautious not to provide them with any formidable weapons to prevent rebellion." As he surveyed the young men accompanying him, the scar-faced man displayed a menacing expression at the mention of killing. "Rest assured, Brother Hui, our brothers understand their roles. The world has transformed, resembling something out of a movie. I believe it is our time to rise," the young man asserted with unwavering confidence. Nodding in agreement, the scar-faced man, known as Brother Hui, acknowledged, "This is thanks to you all. You welcomed me upon my release from prison. Perhaps this is an opportunity. Remember, when dealing with those who resist us, we must be ruthless." With that, Brother Hui approached the window, gazing outside with a sinister smile. Swan Bay Hotel was indeed vast, with each floor housing 30 to 40 rooms. This time, Lin Feng and Zhang Chang worked in tandem, methodically clearing each level together. Fortunately, both had obtained universal room keys from the lobby, facilitating access to every room in the hotel. As the two descended from the 2nd floor to the 3rd, they encountered living souls. "No, stay back." A young couple, upon seeing Lin Feng and his companion, mistook them for zombies. They screamed and huddled into a corner of the room. "Does our appearance truly resemble that of the undead?" Lin Feng remarked with a hint of disdain. "It would be prudent for you to remain in this room and refrain from moving. You are aware of the circumstances outside. If you wish to survive, it is best to wait here quietly. Otherwise, do not say I did not warn you." With that, Lin Feng and Zhang Chang exited the room. Whenever they encountered living individuals, Lin Feng would express himself in this manner. Despite his cold demeanor, he had not descended to the level of indiscriminate violence. His reasons for asking them to wait were his own. Chapter 032. All kinds of people for Lin Feng and Zhang Chang. Ordinary zombies were exceedingly feeble. Even Zhang Chang, who had just recently ascended to the status of a level 1 mutant, was capable of dispatching them with a single stroke. Consequently, the duo annihilated the zombies with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, Lin Feng incessantly gathered anything of value into his storage space. Aside from a few electrical appliances, the most abundant items were the supplies found within the hotel, such as slippers, tea bags, coffee packets, toiletries, porcelain cups, and even the food and beverages from the minibar. For Lin Feng, it was merely a matter of thought. However, in the apocalyptic world, it would not be long before such items transformed into coveted treasures, even luxuries. In this grim reality, where people struggled to satisfy their hunger, who would be indulgent enough to savor a cup of hot tea or coffee while clearing the floors? They frequently encountered some survivors. Having endured over 2 hours of the apocalypse, these individuals were nearly paralyzed by fear. Upon seeing living beings, most expressed their anguish. venting their sorrowful emotions. Yet, Lin Feng was not there to console them. He was no benevolent savior. He merely intended to inform them that, when the time was right, he would guide them on the next steps to take. Whether they chose to heed his advice or attempt to flee the hotel was not his concern. Gradually, Lin Feng and Zhang Chang reached the 6th floor of the hotel. After dispatching the zombies in the corridor, Lin Feng halted before the door of a conference room. Inside, he sensed a multitude of individuals. Utilizing his enhanced perception as a level 2 mutant, he could hear the hushed whispers within the room. With a composed demeanor, Lin Feng opened the door to the conference room. The moment someone entered, silence enveloped the space. Lin Feng observed that there were approximately 50 to 60 people inside, encompassing men, women, and the elderly alike. Some were seated on chairs, while the majority sat on the floor. "Are you all from the 6th floor?" Lin Feng inquired as he scanned the crowd. Upon hearing his question, the assembly instinctively recoiled. An elderly man then spoke up. "Some of us are from the 6th floor, while others hail from the 7th and 8th. Are you not the one known as Scarface?" At the mention of Scarface, unmistakable fear flickered across the faces of the crowd. "Scarface? Who is that?" Lin Feng asked, bewildered. "You are mistaken. I have just come from the 1st floor," he clarified, shaking his head. "Oh? You came from the 1st floor? You must be formidable then. Surely you are not inferior to Scarface. Young brother, please save us," the elderly man implored, dropping to his knees before Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned slightly and replied, "Please rise and tell me the situation." As the elderly man spoke, all eyes were fixed on Lin Feng. After all, as the elder had indicated, anyone capable of ascending from the 1st floor while dispatching zombies was undoubtedly a person of great strength. At that moment, a glimmer of hope emerged in the eyes of the people. 2 hours ago, many individuals here transformed into zombies. We have all taken refuge in our rooms, too fearful to venture outside. However, shortly thereafter, someone knocked at the door, claiming to be alive and urging us to come out. Yet, upon emerging, we realized we had been deceived. They were part of a gang led by a man known as Scarface, comprising 7 or 8 members. Scarface appeared to possess superhuman abilities, effortlessly dispatching zombies. Yet, in a bid to minimize his own casualties, he used us as bait to lure the undead. Should we resist, 3 of his men would swiftly eliminate us. Thus, we find ourselves like lambs to the slaughter, awaiting our fate under his command. "Young man, for the sake of our lives, please help us," the elder implored, tears streaming down his face. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lin Feng began to piece together the elder's words. It became clear that Scarface was likely a mutant with his own followers. Presently, these individuals were being held here to serve as bait for the zombies. In Lin Feng's previous life, many had resorted to such tactics. To mutants, ordinary people were akin to ants, entirely inconsequential. "I understand. You all stay here. It is relatively safe. As for the rest, I cannot make any promises. Await further news," Lin Feng declared, leading Zhang Chang away from the meeting room. "Brother Feng, those people seem quite pitiful. Shouldn't we bring them to the villa? There are still plenty of vacant houses there," Zhang Chang suggested, recalling the elderly and children he had seen in the meeting room. "Chang, you are gravely mistaken," Lin Feng replied, stopping in his tracks to speak earnestly. "In a post-apocalyptic world, the most crucial principle is to refrain from excessive compassion. There are far too many who suffer. We cannot assist them all. We might be able to aid 1 or 2, but what about 10,000, 20,000, or even 100 million? We cannot change the entire world. We can only alter our own circumstances. If the situation is advantageous to us, I may consider aiding those who are truly useful, but I will not extend kindness without reason. House them in villas? They are merely ordinary people, elderly, weak, and ill. What if the villas are filled and formidable mutants seek refuge with us? Would we then provide them with ordinary hotel rooms? How would those mutants perceive that? Would they not feel inferior to the most vulnerable? Would they genuinely serve us in such circumstances? If we cater to their every need today, will they not desire more tomorrow? If we deny them, will they not create a ruckus? In such scenarios, it would be wiser not to indulge their whims from the outset. Therefore, we must choose wisely whom we aid, selecting those who will benefit us. Not everyone in this world is worthy of sympathy. Do you understand? At this moment, Lin Feng spoke earnestly to Zhang Chang. This is a fundamental rule of the apocalypse. Never show mercy to an individual. The kindness extended to others may often become an act of cruelty towards oneself. The term indolence finds its most vivid expression in the apocalyptic world. This truth is profoundly understood by Lin Feng, who has endured 5 years in such a harsh existence. "I comprehend now. I shall refrain from such utterances henceforth." With a nod, Zhang Chang grasped Lin Feng's meaning. He finally recognized that the apocalypse starkly contrasts with the realities of the world he once knew. In this desolate era, value is paramount. Only those of worth can hope to survive. Conversely, those at the lowest rungs of society are destined to be mere cannon fodder. Well, understanding is what matters. Observing Zhang Chang's demeanor, Lin Feng nodded in affirmation. Now, let us go and confront that scarred man. At that moment, a symbolic smile graced Lin Feng's face. Chapter 033, Armament. Lin Feng and Zhang Chang ascended to the 7th floor of the hotel. The corridor was strewn with the lifeless bodies of zombies, lying haphazardly upon the carpet. In addition, there were grotesquely mangled human corpses that had been ravaged. The 7th floor was desolate. No sign of life was present. With his heightened senses, Lin Feng's auditory perception had significantly improved. A profound silence enveloped the entire 7th floor. Let us proceed to the next level, he suggested. And the two continued their ascent. The 8th floor mirrored the 7th. According to the old man's account in the conference room, the 7th and 8th floors should have been cleared by the scar-faced man. This revelation, in turn, spared Lin Feng considerable effort. Thus, they reached the 9th floor. Zombies. As they approached the exit of the 9th floor, Lin Feng caught the distant echoes of zombie growls. Nodding at Zhang Chang, they pushed open the door to the emergency exit. Sure enough, not far ahead, a confrontation was underway between zombies and humans. Two young individuals, seemingly in their 20s, wielded fire axes as they engaged a zombie. One drew the creature's ire while the other aimed for its head with precision. It appeared that humanity had swiftly adapted to the art of battling zombies, Lin Feng mused. Since they were already present, he had no intention of concealing himself. After a minute of intense struggle, the duo succeeded in dispatching the zombie. Scanning the vicinity, one of the young men soon spotted Lin Feng observing from a distance. Boss, there are living humans over here, he called out. What's the commotion? If there are living humans, bring them to the 7th floor. As soon as these words left his mouth, several figures emerged from around the corner of the corridor. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a prominent scar etched across his face, lending him an unsettling presence. Lin Feng recognized him as the scar-faced man mentioned by the elder. Boss, they are armed with knives, one of the young men respectfully informed the scar-faced man, gesturing towards Lin Feng and Zhang Chang. Knives? Following the young man's pointing finger, the scar-faced man turned his gaze toward Lin Feng and Zhang Chang. Upon sighting the alloy swords they wielded, his eyes glinted with interest. Lin Feng's sword, crafted from alloy, boasted exquisite lines and emitted a faint glow in the light. Gentlemen, the situation outside is perilous. I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter, relinquish your blades, and I will allow you to depart. What say you? At that moment, the scar-faced man's attention was fixated on the alloy swords held by Lin Feng and Zhang Chang. Lin Feng smiled and replied, "What if I refuse?" His amusement stemmed from the fact that it had been a considerable time since anyone had attempted to rob him. The sensation reminiscent of a bygone era resurfaced within him. Humph, then do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Shao Sun, you four advance. The scar-faced man snorted coldly, gesturing to four young men at his side. Upon hearing his command, the four individuals exchanged glances at Lin Feng's sword. Though they hesitated momentarily, they charged forward. Heh, at least you acknowledge that two of you cannot contend with us, Lin Feng remarked with a chuckle. The four approached him, fire axes in hand, ready to engage. A flash of silver light flickered, causing the four individuals to halt their advance. None could discern the source of this gleaming apparition. In the next moment, without uttering a sound, those four young men met their demise, each struck down by a fire axe. You are also one who has undergone mutation? The scarred man furrowed his brow, beginning to regard Lin Feng and his companion with seriousness. He had failed to perceive the precise nature of Lin Feng's earlier strike. All he had witnessed was Lin Feng's slight movement, followed by the sudden death of his four subordinates. The scarred man considered such prowess beyond his own capacity. You are formidable, yet two tigers cannot inhabit the same mountain. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Gripping the fire axe tightly, he declared in a low voice, charge with me and eliminate the two of them. They possess two blades, whoever can slay one shall claim the other. Accompanied by 6 or 7 individuals, he believed that their numbers would afford them the advantage necessary to overwhelm their foes amid the chaos. Initially, the scarred man's companions felt a twinge of fear upon witnessing their comrades fall. But upon hearing the call to unite and the promise of acquiring such a sharp weapon, their confidence began to swell. They understood that in this dire situation, possessing a reliable weapon equated to a glimmer of hope for survival. Lin Feng discerned that the scarred man was also a mutant upon hearing his words. Yet, what of being a mutant? Those who dared to target him were destined for a grim fate. Without further ado, Lin Feng began to stride toward them. The scarred man's subordinate charged at Lin Feng but fell before he could close the distance of a mere meter. At that moment, the scarred man launched his attack. His fire axe aimed at Lin Feng from an unexpected angle. Victory was nearly within his grasp. As the axe approached within half a meter of Lin Feng, A triumphant smile graced the scarred man's face. He thought to himself, what are mutants to me? Numbers do not equate to strength. Yet in the next instant, he felt a chilling sensation at his neck, only to glance down and see his own body. Darkness enveloped him, and he knew nothing more. In the following moment, Lin Feng dispatched the last of the scarred man's subordinates. Wiping his blade on a fallen body, he sheathed it. At that very moment, Zhang Chang arrived at Lin Feng's side, a testament to Lin Feng's astonishing speed in battle. This extraordinary display was not solely due to his status as a secondary-level mutant in this life. It was also a culmination of countless experiences gained from battling zombies and mutated beasts in his previous existence. Thus, the fire axes lay strewn upon the ground. The scarred man, who had sought Lin Feng's alloy blade, found himself bereft of his own equipment instead. Brother Feng, you are simply incredible. Zhang Chang, unaware that the scarred man was also a first-level mutant, nonetheless recognized that Lin Feng's speed in slaying was beyond the realm of ordinary humans. Having already dispatched numerous zombies, Zhang Chang had grown accustomed to the sight of corpses and no longer felt the urge to retch as he had upon first encountering death. If you practice diligently, you too shall attain such swiftness. Once you surpass a certain level, you may even eclipse my current abilities. Patting Zhang Chang on the shoulder, Lin Feng spoke with a smile. Lin Feng held no regard for the fire axe lying on the ground, for he possessed countless such items within his storage space. Just then, a notification from the system chimed. Ding. Successfully eliminated a level 1 mutant, meeting the criteria for a reward. At that moment, Lin Feng felt a stir of excitement upon receiving the system alert. Initially, he had dispatched the scarred man merely out of convenience, as he held contempt for those who would use the lives of others as bait for their own gain. However, the prospect of receiving a reward for slaying a mutant was an unexpected turn of events. It seemed that the system truly favored him. At this moment, a subtle smile graced Lin Feng's lips. Chapter 034, Divine Soil Ding. Reward, a portion of divine soil. Soon, the system responded. Divine soil? It sounds quite impressive. Lin Feng immediately felt invigorated. In the next moment, a small plastic flower pot appeared in his hands, containing a meager amount of black soil. This is divine soil? Gazing at the palm-sized plastic pot, Lin Feng felt a wave of disappointment. The so-called divine soil from the system was merely a 10-centimeter square of black earth. It looked no different from the soil found outdoors. Could it possibly be a counterfeit? At this moment, Lin Feng felt somewhat speechless. However, since it was a reward from the system, he had no choice but to store it in his storage space. Ding. A portion of divine soil has been stored. Amplified by 10,000 times. Under the 10,000-fold amplification, Lin Feng's storage space expanded to include a plot of land measuring 10 meters on each side. At this point, Lin Feng had no time to ponder the nature of this mysterious reward. The hotel had already been cleared up to the 9th floor. And as they ascended, the size of the rooms grew larger, resulting in fewer accommodations. After witnessing that the zombies on the 9th floor had been eradicated by Scarface and his group, Lin Feng and his companion continued their ascent. To enhance Zhang Chang's combat abilities, Lin Feng instructed him to handle the zombies in the corridor alone. During the apocalypse, it was not solely those exposed to the apocalyptic rain who transformed into zombies. Many individuals who merely opened a window for fresh air could also be infected by the zombie virus present in the atmosphere. Thus, even if one was indoors when the apocalypse struck, absolute safety was not guaranteed. This elucidates why they still encountered zombies even after reaching the 10th floor and above. Zhang Chang's progress was swift. He had become adept at dispatching zombies, knowing that targeting the head and neck would ensure their demise. Merely striking the body would only slightly diminish the zombies' combat prowess without guaranteeing death. Gradually, the two continued to clear each floor. Whenever they encountered locked doors, they would open them to investigate. If they found any survivors, they directed them to the 7th floor to regroup. As the sun began to set, they finally reached the topmost level of the hotel. The imposing 36th floor housed only 3 suites, which constituted the presidential suite of the hotel. This floor, which typically commanded a price of tens of thousands per day, was a realm unattainable by ordinary individuals. On this level, only a few zombies dressed in hotel uniforms remained. Once eliminated, the entire floor fell silent. Ah, we've finally completed our task. Let us head down. Lin Feng said to Zhang Chang after scavenging the necessary supplies from the 3 suites. He then instructed Zhang Chang to bring all the individuals from the 7th floor down while he descended first. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lin Feng drove the base vehicle and activated the rampage mode, clearing away the pile of zombie corpses at the hotel entrance. Temporarily, this created a small clearing at the entrance. Gradually, people began to emerge from the hotel. The individuals before him exhibited a myriad of complexions, yet most appeared rather listless. having gone an entire day without sustenance. Brother Feng, I have summoned them all here. There are a total of 836 individuals, Zhang Chong remarked as he approached Lin Feng. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Feng produced a large megaphone. Everyone, please quiet down and allow me to speak briefly. Standing at the hotel entrance and surveying the forlorn crowd, Lin Feng continued. Upon hearing his words, the murmuring throng fell silent, for the majority of them had been rescued by Lin Feng and Zhang Chang. Fully aware of the formidable prowess these two possessed, capable of cutting through adversaries from the hotel to the upper floors. At that moment, no one dared to provoke them. I shall keep my remarks succinct and refrain from repetition. First and foremost, you are free. I must inform you that the world outside is, to say the least, perilous. Rife with both zombies and mutated beasts. However, there are also official safe havens and some personal enclaves. You may choose to return home or remain here. For those opting to return, I will provide each of you with a box of instant noodles and a bottle of water, considering you have gone a day without food. Should you choose to stay, you must comply with orders. While you seek refuge under my protection, you shall contribute with labor. Within my territory, idleness will not be tolerated. With that, Lin Feng gestured to the back, where several boxes of water and instant noodles were prepared in advance. As his words resonated, the crowd grew increasingly silent, contemplating their futures. I wish to inquire, how numerous are the zombies outside? Furthermore, will you be able to provide us with weapons? A middle-aged man called out, his question echoing the concerns of many as several heads turned towards Lin Feng. The ratio of zombies to humans outside is approximately 3 to 1, 3 zombies for every living person, and this disparity continues to grow, Lin Feng explained without hesitation. As for weapons, I regret to inform you that I do not provide them. You must procure them yourselves. Why not furnish us with weapons? Have we squandered our money on lodging for naught? The hotel offers no basic assurances? At that moment, another middle-aged man stepped forward, echoing the grievances of the crowd. Indeed, we have paid handsomely for our stay, yet your assurance of safety is lacking. What is the meaning of this? We have gone an entire day without food, and the hotel provides no dining services. Are we to starve? We demand to file a complaint regarding your inadequate services. I will seek out journalists to expose this negligence. We will not leave until we are fed. As one person rallied the others, a chorus of discontent arose. Lin Feng chuckled softly at their words, realizing they had mistaken him and Zhang Chang for mere hotel staff. This group had failed to grasp the gravity of their situation, and their utterances struck him as rather amusing. Beside him, Zhang Chang appeared displeased, his countenance darkening as he approached Lin Feng. Brother Feng, these individuals are utterly unreasonable. We clearly rescued them, yet they now speak ill of us. I finally comprehend your words. It is indeed challenging to be a good person in this world. Lin Feng observed a group of over a dozen young individuals clamoring nearby, attempting to incite discord, yet they dared not seize the food and water behind him. After all, the gleaming battle knife in Lin Feng's grasp instilled a sense of trepidation. Nevertheless, in their quest for greater support, several instigators continued to proclaim grievances about the hotel service, even threatening to report and expose the situation. Many among them brandished their mobile phones, seemingly capturing footage of the unfolding scene. At that moment, a gunshot rang out. Lin Feng was seen holding a handgun, having just discharged a round into the sky. Chapter 035, Now It Belongs to Me. A gunshot rang out, silencing those who had intended to speak further. You must understand the situation. I am not a hotel attendant, Lin Feng remarked with a smile, puffing away the smoke that wafted from the muzzle of his gun. Therefore, I have no obligation to support you. As I previously stated, those who wish to stay may do so, while those who do not are free to leave. For those who wish to gain without effort, I am sorry, but that will not work here. With that, Lin Feng cast a sweeping glance over the crowd. Under the intimidation of the handgun, the few young men who had been about to voice their dissent fell silent. Do not believe his words. Why should this hotel belong to him? At that moment, the earlier middle-aged man stepped forward once more. We need only to take him down, and the food behind him, even the resources of the entire hotel, will be ours. We have not eaten for a day. Do we really have to rely on his whims for our meals? He wields but a single gun. I refuse to believe he can kill us all. If we unite, the hotel will be ours. The middle-aged man's voice grew louder, and encouraged by his fervor, several young men began to stir with anticipation. Bang! Lin Feng fired a shot, the bullet striking the middle-aged man squarely between the eyes. In the next instant, the man's lifeless body collapsed, eliciting screams from those around. Who said I could not kill everyone? Lin Feng stated coldly as he holstered his gun. You have seen within the hotel, the number of zombies far exceeds your own. If I can eliminate so many zombies, I can annihilate you as well. I do not wish to hear any more useless chatter. Should anyone continue to prattle on, they shall meet the same fate. Lin Feng's words coupled with the earlier display of violence, instilled a palpable fear in those present. They may have considered themselves more formidable than the zombies. Yet there was no doubt in their minds regarding Lin Feng's assertions. After a brief silence, someone finally stepped forward, approaching Lin Feng. They quietly took a box of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water before departing without a backward glance. Once the first person had taken their leave, others soon followed suit. A yearning for freedom resided within them, perhaps in their hearts. The world beyond seemed more liberating. Ultimately, around 70 to 80 individuals collected their rations of water and noodles. Lin Feng felt no pang of regret. After all, the provisions in his storage space were plentiful. His intention in distributing these items was not to offer charity to those departing, but to solidify his position and instill confidence in those who chose to remain, assuring them that staying would guarantee sustenance. As some people departed, many lingered, observing the unfolding scene. Just then, amid the murmurs of the crowd, a scream echoed from a distance. In an instant, several who had previously left dashed back in haste. Zombies! There are zombies outside. They are killing. They have devoured them. I will not leave. I was wrong. I want to stay. The panicked individuals raced toward the hotel, pursued by 6 or 7 zombies. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng raised his hand and, with a few gunshots, eliminated the zombies behind those individuals. Breathless, they rushed to Lin Feng and fell to their knees. Sir, I was wrong. I was wrong. I should not have left. I will not leave again. As long as you allow me to stay, I will do whatever you ask. The horrific scene outside the hotel, where zombies devoured humans, had left them profoundly shaken. At this moment, they were resolute in their decision to remain. The individuals who had originally chosen to stay felt an overwhelming sense of relief upon witnessing the fear etched on the faces of their peers. Fortunately, they had not left. Otherwise, they might have met the same gruesome fate. Since they were already here, there was no point in regretting it. I will give you 3 final minutes to choose. If you stay, there will be no turning back. For those who have betrayed me, there is but one outcome, Lin Feng stated calmly, without offering them any chance of refusal. As the 3 minutes elapsed, not a single person chose to depart. Lin Feng calculated that, including those who had returned, there were approximately 800 individuals in total. He then retrieved a handful of loyalty chips from his storage space and administered them to the group. Handing the chips to Zhang Chang, he explained their purpose. Only those who received the chips would remain loyal to him. This was Lin Feng's bottom line. The crowd, unaware of what the loyalty chips entailed, found themselves with no choice but to comply. After distributing a piece of bread and water to each person, Lin Feng assigned them a task. Their most pressing duty was to clear the hotel of the zombie carcasses. After a day of combat, the hotel had become utterly filthy. If left unattended for too long, who knew what might arise from the decaying bodies? After outlining the tasks, Lin Feng and Zhang Chang drove the base vehicle back to the villa area. Everything was well here, and upon entering the villa, Lin Feng discovered everyone gathered in the living room. Upon seeing Lin Feng and Zhang Chang return, a collective sigh of relief resonated. Though they occasionally glanced curiously at the two, Lin Feng slapped his forehead. I need to prepare a meal for everyone. It dawned on him that he and Zhang Chang had been out all day and had forgotten to leave food behind. In the villa, only a few bottles of water remained in the minibar. Clearly, everyone had been hungry all day. Without delay, Lin Feng ascended to the 3rd floor, retrieving some meat, vegetables, seasonings, and rice from his storage space. He then filled a box with the food and carried it downstairs. Auntie, could you please prepare a meal? Lin Feng placed the box on the living room floor and then looked at Fan Yuding and the others. You two should also help in the kitchen. Me? You want me and Sister Dingting to cook? Mu Hongmei was taken aback by Lin Feng's request. It seemed that the concept of cooking had never intersected with her life. If you can't cook, can you at least chop vegetables and wash dishes? Am I bringing you back just for you to eat for free? Do I owe you something? Lin Feng shot her a disapproving glance and spoke without hesitation. Mu Hongmei, in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed, You. However, Fan Yuding swiftly interjected, All right, Hongmei. We ought to lend a hand. Come, let us wash the vegetables. I shall teach you. With that, Fan Yuding grasped Mu Hongmei's hand, and together they carried the box into the kitchen. This is much better. Observing their retreating figures, Lin Feng silently mused that Fan Yuding exhibited far greater maturity than Mu Hongmei. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng ventured into the villa's courtyard, seeking a patch of vacant land. He retrieved the divine soil from his storage space, which covered precisely 10 square meters, and placed it in a corner of the yard. Since it was called fertile soil, it seemed only fitting to plant something within it. Gazing at the dark earth before him, Lin Feng scratched his head in contemplation. Chapter 036, the prototype of the base in the storage space. Lin Feng rummaged through the contents, pondering what might be suitable for cultivation. Given that it was referred to as divine soil, it seemed a pity to merely plant grains. More significantly, the area was rather limited. Gazing at the mere 10 square meters of black earth, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. After searching for a considerable time, he finally discovered some promising items: ginseng seeds, rasher seedlings, and cordyceps. Fortunately, Lin Feng managed to find a few seemingly valuable treasures. However, lacking any experience in planting, he simply took a small shovel and dug a few small holes to plant them. Upon returning to the villa's living room, he found Zhang Chang's mother already preparing dinner, while Zhou Tao was engaged in a game of poker with Zhang Chang's father. As for Mu Hongmei and Fan Yuting, they were engrossed in their own conversation. Noticing that everyone was occupied, Lin Feng ascended to Lu Tianxi's room on the second floor. At that moment, Lu Tianxi was deeply focused on painting a thanka. You need not exert yourself so rigorously. Take a break when it's time to rest, Lin Feng remarked as he approached the table. He was not one to exploit others, despite the utility of Lu Tianxi's thanka to him. He wished not to see the artist overexert himself. Although Lu Tianxi had also become an altered being, painting required mental effort rather than physical strength. While unfamiliar with the intricacies of thanka painting, Lin Feng could discern the meticulous craftsmanship evident in the finished works. It's fine, boss. I'm already accustomed to it. Besides, I genuinely enjoy painting, Lu Tianxi replied, pausing to scratch his head. On the table lay two completed thankas. Lin Feng observed that one was akin to the previous piece, while the other depicted a new character portrait. Lin Feng had not imposed any demands regarding the thanka. He understood that art could not be forced. It was often easier to produce work when inspiration flowed freely. In the next moment, Lin Feng stored the thanka in the storage space. Ding! The thanka has upgraded to a primary enhancement card, amplifying by 10,000 times. Ding! The thanka has upgraded to a primary flame card, amplifying by 10,000 times. One of the two cards was akin to the previous one, capable of enhancing strength by 50%, while the second was a new card, creating a wall of flames spanning 10 meters for 1 minute. The duration and range of this flame card were comparable to that of the purification card, applicable in specific situations. Now, Lin Feng possessed 4 distinct thanka effects, although he had yet to find a practical application for them. Before long, Zhang Chang's mother called everyone to dinner. Lin Feng and Lu Tianxi descended the stairs. Observing that the dining table in the living room had been set, "Auntie, with so many of us, we should prepare a few more dishes," Lin Feng suggested to Zhang Chang's mother, eyeing the 4 dishes laid out: braised fish, poached chicken, spicy stir-fried meat, and a vegetable dish, although the variety was limited. With Fan Yuting and Mu Hongmei now present, there were a total of 9 people in the villa. So many people sharing just 4 dishes seems rather inadequate. Xiao Feng, it's not that your aunt lacks culinary skills, Zhang Chang remarked with a smile. Just look at the state of the world outside, although we remain indoors. We've heard from these 2 young ladies that the situation has drastically changed. The streets are overrun with zombies. In such circumstances, it is imperative that we conserve our food supplies. Zhou Tao, nodding in agreement, added, Xiao Feng, your uncle Zhang speaks wisely. At your tender age, you have yet to experience true hardship. When resources are scarce, one must learn to ration and be prudent. Otherwise, what will you do when the food runs out? Their words were sincere, and Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. It wasn't that he had never faced adversity. In his previous life, he had endured countless trials. He had experienced days of hunger, going without food for 3 days straight. However, circumstances were different now. He possessed an abundance of food, a fact unknown to these individuals. Lin Feng chose not to elaborate on this. In truth, there were advantages to the current situation, at least in tempering Mu Hongmei's haughty demeanor. Were it not for Fan Yuting, Lin Feng wouldn't he have bothered with such a girl. The group had not eaten all day, and their meal was consumed with fervor. Lin Feng suggested they have a drink, but was swiftly rebuffed by Zhang Chang's father and Zhou Tao. Their reasoning was that alcohol, being a refined product of grain, should not be squandered. It should only be indulged in when absolutely necessary. After the meal, Lin Feng beckoned Fan Yuting over to the sofa. Observing this, Mu Hongmei approached as well. As you have seen, the world has changed. Specifically, our reality has been infected by a zombie virus. Lin Feng explained the origins of the apocalypse to Fan Yuting, emphasizing the crucial point of human mutation. I believe you have sensed some changes within yourself. Upon finishing his explanation, Lin Feng opened a bottle of soda and handed it to her. Indeed, I felt significantly stronger today, nearly breaking the chair with a single move. Moreover, my agility has improved considerably. After listening to Lin Feng's account, Fan Yuting nodded in understanding. This indicates that you have become a mutant, arguably a level 1 mutant. However, since your transformation is recent, it presently manifests only in increased strength and speed. At this moment, Mu Hongmei interjected, what about me? Can I become a mutant too? Lin Feng shot her a glance of exasperation. It's not that simple. Of course, I'm referring to others. I am different. But once you alter your character and comprehend your current status, we can discuss it further. With that, Lin Feng produced a solid essence pill from his pocket. Fan Yuting. You now have two choices. The first is to develop gradually based on your innate mutant abilities. In this world, as long as you avoid reckless actions, mutants can still thrive. The second option is to consume this solid essence pill, thereby solidifying your strength. However, if you choose this path, you will become a warrior, gaining power swiftly, with the condition that you must obey me. Having spoken, Lin Feng placed the Guyuan Dan upon the tea table before Fan Yuting. In this lifetime, Lin Feng possessed boundless resources and an exponential increase in capabilities. It could be said that he lacked neither followers nor support. It was precisely due to Fan Yuting's exceptional talent in his previous life that he resolved to take her under his wing. At this moment, Mu Hongmei interjected, complete submission? Lin Feng, are you attempting to take advantage of Sister Tingting? Lin Feng, somewhat at a loss for words regarding Mu Hongmei's comment, retorted, you overestimate your assumptions. If I desired such, none of you would escape. Let me assure you, with my current prowess, I am never in short supply of women. Therefore, do not challenge my boundaries with your ignorance. Lin Feng did not directly concern himself with Fan Yuting's decision. Rather, he focused on the arrival of an individual outside the villa. Upon reaching the farthest edge of the Swan Bay Hotel area, he began to draw upon his storage space to materialize a perimeter wall. Presently, the entirety of the Swan Bay Hotel belonged to him, and as it was his territory, Lin Feng deemed it necessary to implement defensive measures. The previously acquired city walls were an excellent choice. The 5-meter wide and 6-meter high walls would prove insurmountable even to the lowest tier zombies and mutated beasts. Much like his villa, Lin Feng continuously retrieved sections of the wall from his storage space and positioned them around the outermost boundary of the hotel. In a short time, the Swan Bay Hotel was completely encircled by walls, covering an area of approximately several thousand square meters. This space was not particularly vast, yet in the apocalypse, a large refuge was often not the safest option. Sometimes, a more expansive area could render one more vulnerable. Once the walls were completed, the final step involved constructing a gate. To create an entryway suitable for vehicles, Lin Feng had to fabricate it on-site. After all, the original structure was merely a fence and lacked any defensive capabilities. At that moment, Lin Feng retrieved several iron gates from his storage space and proceeded to weld them together. Only after stacking them to a satisfactory thickness did he consider the task complete. Finally, he affixed 2 large locks on either side and installed wheels, thus completing a formidable gate. Though somewhat rudimentary, in the apocalypse, elaborate designs were unnecessary. Practicality was paramount. Once all tasks were accomplished, Lin Feng returned to his villa. After a long day of exertion, even as a mutated being, he felt fatigued and retired early for the night. The following morning, Lin Feng arose early and made his way to the hall on the first floor of the villa, intending to breathe in the fresh air of the yard. Suddenly, standing in the courtyard, he was struck dumb by an unexpected sight. Chapter 037. Superb harvest. Lin Feng beheld an astonishing sight upon the divine soil he had placed in the courtyard yesterday. Towering ginseng reaching 2 meters in height, a table-sized reishi mushroom, and cordyceps the length of an arm. Each item he had planted the day before bore extraordinarily large fruits. Such exaggeration was beyond belief. Lin Feng was certain he had never encountered a 2-meter-tall ginseng in his lifetime. To achieve such a bountiful harvest in just one night was astounding. The scene before him made Lin Feng question whether he was still dreaming. However, in the next moment, he approached the edge of the divine soil and meticulously harvested the herbs. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng stored these medicinal materials into his space. Ding. 5 super ginsengs collected, enhancement by 10,000 times. Ding. 7 super reishi mushrooms collected, enhancement by 10,000 times. Ding. Collected. Like the other items, all the super medicinal materials experienced a 10,000-fold enhancement upon being stored. It was then that Lin Feng realized the true value of the divine soil. Immediately, he rummaged through his storage space, planting everything that could grow into the divine soil, regardless of the quality of the yield. Even using the harvested items as seeds would suffice. Having acquired such precious herbs, Lin Feng returned directly to his room in the villa. He took out the alchemy furnace and, following the formula from the 9-transformation golden body technique, began concocting pills. Once again, he aimed to create the solidifying essence pill, albeit this time with the herbs cultivated from the divine soil. Summoning Xiaofeng, Lin Feng used an ordinary solidifying essence pill as bait to coax it into producing flames, and thus commenced the alchemical process. After a while, as a faint golden glow illuminated the furnace, Lin Feng knew that this batch of pills had successfully formed. Extinguishing the flames and opening the alchemy furnace, he beheld 12 glimmering solidifying essence pills within. Judging by their appearance, these pills were superior to those he had crafted previously. Lin Feng temporarily designated these as intermediate solidifying essence pills. Following the 10,000-fold enhancement, his storage space brimmed with 120,000 pills. Taking one out, he swallowed it without hesitation. In the next instant, Lin Feng felt a warm current surge through his body. It was an unprecedented sensation of comfort, as if every cell within him had been awakened. If the spiritual energy within Lin Feng had previously been concentrated in his lower dantian, it now permeated every cell in his body. He could summon the spiritual energy at will, a capability he had never before attained. Simultaneously, he felt his strength multiply several times over, and his body felt considerably lighter. He had officially become a level 3 mutant. Lin Feng understood that this transformation was not solely due to the intermediate solidifying essence pill. He had already reached the bottleneck of level 2, and this pill merely served as the finishing touch. In his previous life, Lin Feng had only reached this level 3 years into the apocalypse. Yet this time, the apocalypse had merely commenced 2 days prior. Such an elevation in his capabilities lifted Lin Feng's spirits considerably. As he descended the stairs carrying a box of provisions, he noticed Zhang Chang's mother preparing a meal. Once again, it was rice porridge accompanied by the pickles Lin Feng had previously left in the kitchen. "Auntie, please stir-fry some dishes," Lin Feng suggested, placing the box of ingredients on the kitchen floor. "You need not worry about food while cooking. We have ample supplies now. Should there be any food shortages, I will inform you in advance." Lin Feng was not lacking in provisions, a fact unbeknownst to others. When he encountered Fan Yuding at the dining table, Lin Feng observed that she seemed to have made significant progress. At the very least, her movements appeared much more graceful. It was evident that Fan Yuding had consumed the solidifying elixir. This former goddess was undoubtedly embarking on the path of strength once again, which also reflected her trust in Lin Feng. Upon seeing him, Fan Yuding's cheeks flushed slightly, suggesting that Lin Feng's earlier remark, "Everything must yield to me," had resonated with her. After a simple breakfast, Lin Feng took Zhang Chang and stepped outside the villa. "Well, when did that tall wall appear over there?" Zhang Chang exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the imposing structure. However, despite his surprise, he refrained from probing further. Everyone has their secrets, and Zhang Chang understood this. Thus, even his brothers. He chose not to question Lin Feng about matters he preferred to keep private. Assigning Zhang Chang to oversee the work, Lin Feng ascended the wall once more. Yesterday, he had merely encircled the hotel with a makeshift wall, but there were gaps within it. With nothing else to occupy his time, Lin Feng began to mend the connecting seams of the wall using cement from his storage space. By now, the second day of the apocalypse had arrived. Although the power remained intact, mobile signals had vanished. Moreover, all television and radio stations had ceased broadcasting. It could be said that the world had officially entered a state of disconnection. Fortunately, Lin Feng possessed an abundance of walkie-talkies, which he distributed not only to Zhang Chang but also to every individual within the villa. In the event of emergencies, they could communicate at any time. "Brother Feng, there are over a dozen individuals slacking off and not working. How should we handle this?" Zhang Chang's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie just as Lin Feng was repairing the wall seams. "Deal with them decisively," Lin Feng commanded without hesitation. Such opportunistic behavior occurs in every environment. When there are many, there will inevitably be those who prefer idleness. Lin Feng had no need for such individuals. He did not wish to engage in pointless discussions with them. If they refused to work, then they could simply vanish. He would not sustain idlers. Moments later, Zhang Chang's voice came through the walkie-talkie again. "It seems those dozen or so people realized we were about to take action and fled at some point." Lin Feng was taken aback as those identified by Zhang Chang hastily made their escape. "System, did you not state that the loyalty chip prevents them from betraying me?" Lin Feng inquired of the system. "Ding. The essence of the loyalty chip is an unwavering allegiance. However, when threatened by external factors, individuals may engage in risk-averse behavior, which can result in the chip's malfunction. In essence, while they will not betray Lin Feng or harm him, their flight was prompted by Zhang Chang." This revelation left Lin Feng somewhat speechless. Nonetheless, the situation has reached this point, and there are no alternatives left. He surmised that those individuals were not entirely foolish. Rather, he would need to exercise greater vigilance in managing the base. Zhang Chang's actions as the overseer of the base were indicative of Lin Feng's own authority. Any movements made by him would be closely observed by those beneath him. Just as now, when the individuals sensed Zhang Chang's intent to eliminate them, it triggered the loyalty chip. They would not betray Lin Feng, yet they would choose to flee. It appears that the loyalty chip's efficacy is limited to a single instance, solely ensuring protection from danger. Lin Feng resolved to regard this matter with the seriousness it deserves, recognizing it as not a foolproof solution. 2 kilometers away from the Swan Bay Hotel, a convoy of 5 vehicles halted on the road. A middle-aged man at the forefront of the convoy inquired, "Is what you say indeed true?" "Boss, I would not dare speak falsehoods. Just listen to what they have to say," replied a somewhat disheveled young man, eager to curry favor with the middle-aged man. "Indeed, Dragon Brother, the claims are accurate. That Swan Bay Hotel has been seized," another individual chimed in. "There is an abundance of food and various supplies within Swan Bay. Alas, it has been monopolized by a fellow named Lin Feng. Not only do they refuse us sustenance, but they also demand labor from us. Thus, we had no choice but to take the risk and flee. Why should that grand hotel be claimed by him alone? I believe your strength far surpasses his, Dragon Brother. Swan Bay should rightfully belong to you." The group of young men were the very ones expelled from Swan Bay by Zhang Chang. During their escape, they encountered a convoy. At this moment, the dozen or so individuals found refuge under the leadership of the man known as Dragon Brother. In a bid to pledge their loyalty to their new leader, they divulged the existence of Swan Bay. "Oh, such a situation exists? If there are supplies there, we should hasten to investigate," Dragon Brother responded, his interest piqued by their revelations. Chapter 038, Has Bullying Come Knocking? Repairing the city walls is a rather tedious endeavor. Although such tasks could easily be entrusted to the guests at the hotel, idleness breeds restlessness. Thus, taking it upon oneself to mend the gaps instills a greater sense of assurance. Up atop the city walls, Lin Feng busily engaged in the repairs. In the midst of the apocalypse, life is often dull, though not as stagnant as in the old society, where people merely sat idly day by day. There remains a lack of engaging activities. The foremost concern is ensuring a steady supply of food. As Lin Feng was diligently working around the vicinity of the base's main gate, he paused, noticing a convoy approaching from a distance. The convoy consisted of 5 vehicles, 4 SUVs at the forefront and a truck trailing behind. With keen eyes, Lin Feng, a third-tier mutant, recognized the strength that set him apart from ordinary individuals. In the early days of the apocalypse, assembling a convoy was not particularly challenging. This was not the later stage of the scenario. Due to fuel concerns, people drove with frugality in mind. Initially, as long as one possessed a vehicle, it was utilized. For although many cars lay abandoned on the streets, their fuel tanks still contained usable gasoline. Lin Feng observed that the individuals emerging from behind the truck were none other than the group of over a dozen people who had been expelled by Zhang Chang moments ago. The convoy halted a mere 10 meters from the base's outer wall. From the vehicles, several individuals disembarked, led by a somewhat portly middle-aged man. Gazing from a distance of over 10 meters, Lin Feng surmised the intentions of these newcomers. Such encounters were not unfamiliar to him from his previous life. Memories of similar incidents remained vividly etched in his mind. "Goodness, when did such a high wall appear here?" exclaimed a young man upon noticing the Swan Bay's fortifications. "Indeed. Just last week, I brought a beautiful lady here, and there was no such wall then," another chimed in. "This level of defense is far safer than the outside world. The hotel already offers ample provisions. Living within these walls means we need not fear the zombies." Most of the individuals were travelers from out of town, and once inside, they would find themselves at the mercy of Long Ji's whims. The entourage surrounding Long Gu began to murmur amongst themselves, their expressions filled with yearning as they gazed at the Swan Hotel. "Shall we? Go tell them to open the door. We shall reside here from now on," Long Gu commanded his subordinate, directing his gaze toward the entrance not far ahead. Immediately, a young man stepped forward. "Listen up. Our Long Gu has arrived. Open the door and let us in, and prepare some food to welcome us." The young man shouted unabashedly toward Lin Feng, standing not far away. From atop the city wall, Lin Feng regarded the raucous group with a steely gaze. Shouting so loudly, they seemed oblivious to the potential attraction of zombies. "To contemplate laying siege to my base is to underestimate," Lin Feng gravely. He scoffed under his breath. Resolute, Lin Feng retrieved a rifle acquired in the land of the androgynous from his storage space. With a decisive pull of the trigger, Lin Feng shot at the individual who had just spoken. In an instant, the young man was riddled with bullets. "Quick, take cover. That person has a gun." Panic ensued. How could this happen? Brother Long's crew was thrown into disarray, completely unprepared for the revelation that their adversary was armed. The earlier bravado was swiftly extinguished as Brother Long's men scrambled behind the vehicles for protection. "Get lost. Dare to provoke me again, and I shall greet you with grenades," Lin Feng declared without hesitation, wielding a loudspeaker. In his eyes, these individuals were scarcely worth the effort, akin to mere ants. Even the thought of expending ammunition on them seemed wasteful. In his previous life, many who had plotted against him had met their demise in hell. Seeing their opponent fall silent, Brother Long's crew hastily climbed into their vehicle, only to flee in disgrace moments later. "Brother Long, must we endure this humiliation? Should we not retaliate?" One subordinate could no longer contain himself as they sat in the car. Retaliate? How? Did you not notice that they are armed? Brother Long scowled. Where on earth did those Swan Bay folks procure their weapons? If I had one, I would walk with swagger. He spat out the window, frustration evident on his brow. Brother Long, there must be ample supplies within that Swan Bay hotel. If we can seize it, we could sustain ourselves for months, another suggested. Indeed, we are numerous. And they possess but a single firearm. Let us devise a plan. Perhaps we can take the hotel. If not during the day, we can stealthily infiltrate it at night. I refuse to believe they will be asleep. Inside the vehicle, Brother Long's subordinates eagerly shared their thoughts. I understand your sentiments. Who wouldn't want to claim that hotel? Brother Long gradually calmed, lighting a cigarette. Your reasoning bears merit. Let us see if we can gain entry tonight. He glanced toward Swan Bay in the distance. His brow furrowed. Brother Long, we need not wait until nightfall. I have an idea. A young man beside him interjected. He leaned in and whispered a few words into Brother Long's ear. Excellent. Though it may be perilous, we shall proceed with this plan. Energized by the suggestion, Brother Long nodded vigorously. On the city wall, Lin Feng was nearing completion of the gap infill. Zhang Chong, having nothing pressing to attend to, joined him. And the two enjoyed a self-heating hot pot atop the wall. Brother Feng, what if the world remains like this? Zhang Chong mused, gazing at the scattered vehicles on the distant street. At this point, nothing can be altered, Lin Feng replied coolly as he set down his empty container. In this world, there are essentially two outcomes for people. The first comprises those lacking the ability, who either become victims or perish at the hands of zombies and mutated beasts. For them, this apocalypse is catastrophic. The second group consists of those with capabilities, like us. Having transformed into mutants, we are consumed with the desire to enhance ourselves, striving to grow amid adversity, all while evading the clutches of the undead and fortifying our own abilities. Regardless of the circumstances, the world we once knew is irretrievable. Even if a return were possible, it might only occur decades hence, by which time we may have aged beyond recognition. Alas, we find ourselves ensnared in this apocalyptic reality. Perhaps this is our ultimate fate. This dilemma had also crossed Lin Feng's mind in his previous life. He witnessed the dawn of the apocalypse, but never its conclusion. It is precisely for this reason that he yearns to behold the finale of this cataclysm, a time devoid of zombies and mutated beasts, curious to see how humanity has transformed in the aftermath. Perhaps this existence is akin to a game in which he plays but a character. Yet he understands that even within this game, he must excel. Otherwise, what would be the point of living two lives in vain? Thus, we must strive to become the most formidable individuals in this world. Rising to his feet, Zhang Chong resolutely declared, Brother Feng, look over there. What is that? As he stood, Zhang Chong gazed into the distance, then hurriedly spoke to Lin Feng. Noticing the tension in Zhang Chong's voice, Lin Feng also rose. Following his gesture, Lin Feng turned his gaze toward the horizon. Upon discerning the situation from afar, a slight frown creased Lin Feng's brow. Chapter 039. A trick. Lin Feng observed two vehicles traversing the distance ahead, while behind them loomed a dense horde of zombies, numbering perhaps 200 to 300. What is that? A horde of zombies. They are pursuing the vehicles. At that moment, Zhang Chong also discerned the scene and could not help but exclaim. Perhaps it was his first encounter with such a multitude of zombies congregated together. I suspect their intentions extend beyond merely chasing the vehicles, Lin Feng remarked with a cold smile as he gazed into the distance. In the next instant, he left Zhang Chong behind and made his way to the base of the city wall. From his storage space, he retrieved a segment of the wall and, wielding his alloy war knife, began to carve into it. The strength of a third-level mutant allowed him to slice through stone with ease. With each stroke of the knife, the stone yielded as easily as tofu. In less than a minute, the entire wall had transformed into a slope. He then released an all-terrain-based vehicle from his storage space and drove it up the newly formed incline. Stepping out of the vehicle, Lin Feng noted that the horde of zombies was now a mere 200 meters away, just 500 meters from the orange Swan Bay Hotel. Brother Long. They are nearing the walls of Swan Bay, a young man exclaimed as he jumped from the vehicle, addressing Brother Long beside him. Brother Long chuckled. Let them fire at us. This time I want them to experience the sensation of being besieged by zombies. Indeed, Brother Long. Soon they will be begging us to divert the zombies away. At that moment, we can negotiate terms with them, the young man said, lighting a cigarette for Brother Long in a flattering manner. Humph, there is nothing that Brother Long desires that he cannot obtain, he replied coldly, his gaze fixed on the distant walls of Swan Bay. Atop the walls of Swan Bay, Zhang Chong suddenly spoke. Brother Feng, do you think those two vehicles are deliberately trying to attract the zombies? Well, it's not too late to recognize the situation, Lin Feng replied with a smile, glancing at Zhang Chang. However, as he looked toward the horde of zombies, another scene unfolded in his mind. It was a multitude of zombies attacking human settlements. hundreds of thousands swarming like ants, while humanity struggled in vain to resist within their strongholds. This was a calamity known as the zombie tide, a phenomenon that occurred in his previous life. 7 days into the apocalypse, the number of zombies in the wilderness inexplicably surged, accompanied by a large influx of mutated beasts. It was during that time that humanity faced its true disaster. This urgency was the reason Lin Feng sought to fortify the walls so swiftly. Perhaps the virus underwent a secondary mutation. No one knew the exact cause, only that, under the influence of the zombie tide, humanity's population had nearly halved. Yet, following the first zombie tide, many mutants emerged among humans, a mixed blessing, to be sure. Thus, Lin Feng understood that he must establish his influence before the onset of the first zombie tide. This was of utmost importance. Brother Feng, what should we do? The walls can hold back those zombies, right? Gazing upon the towering city wall that loomed over 6 meters high, Zhang Chong felt a tinge of unease. These were zombies, not mere grasshoppers. How could they possibly be held at bay? In response to Zhang Chong's concerns, Lin Feng chuckled. You should head over to the hotel and prepare to distribute breakfast. However, managing things alone at the hotel is quite a task. Observe for a day and select a few reliable individuals from among the crowd. Designate them as captains to lead the others in their duties. As an incentive, provide them with an extra can of food for each meal. Lin Feng had previously stored a batch of provisions in the underground warehouse of the hotel, making it more convenient for Zhang Chong and his group to retrieve supplies. Once Zhang Chong departed, Lin Feng cast his gaze towards the distant horde of zombies, a cold smile gracing his lips. He had played this game countless times in his previous life. However, just as Lin Feng was about to take action, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. From within the previously dense throng of undead, a figure suddenly emerged. This figure moved with astonishing speed, swiftly catching up to the vehicles ahead. The zombie, utilizing its limbs to sprint, effortlessly clawed at a car's tire, causing the vehicle to veer off course and collide with the roadside. The horde quickly converged upon it, and the outcome was inevitable. A level 1 zombie. Lin Feng immediately recognized it from his vantage point atop the wall. This level 1 zombie showed no signs of slowing, methodically disabling a second vehicle as hundreds of zombies swarmed around it. It was time to act. Observing that the horde was now merely a few dozen meters from the wall, Lin Feng approached the base vehicle, activating its automatic attack mode. He set the target on the distant zombies. Lin Feng understood that the vehicle's onboard computer was intelligent and could comprehend his commands. As anticipated, the next moment saw the vehicle's cannons trained on the horde. A barrage of fire erupted, sending zombies sprawling. Even the level 1 zombie was not spared, succumbing to multiple energy blasts and collapsing in defeat. Lin Feng retrieved a mechanical dog from his storage space, skillfully controlling it via a remote device as it scaled the wall to reach the outside. The mechanical dog then dashed towards the horde with a rhythmic tap-tap-tap. At that moment, the energy cannons from the base vehicle had decimated 90% of the zombie mass. By the time the mechanical dog reached the scene, it was surrounded by corpses. Lin Feng maneuvered the mechanical dog to open the skull of the level 1 zombie, extracting the magic crystal before it made its way back with another rhythmic tap-tap-tap, scaling back up to the wall. Lin Feng held a level 1 magic crystal in his hand. Acquired 1 level 1 magic crystal, amplification 10,000 times. Having expended only a few hundred points of energy, he had reaped a bounty of 10,000 level 1 magic crystals, a most lucrative transaction. In the next moment, Lin Feng's gaze drifted once more towards the distance. 500 meters away at Swan Bay, a figure exclaimed, "What in the world? What weapon did that Lin Feng use to annihilate the entire horde?" In frustration, Longo slammed his fist down upon the nearby car hood, leaving a substantial dent. He had not anticipated that what was initially a favorable situation for him would culminate in such an outcome. If only he could possess such a weapon. Brother Long's eyes reddened. He suddenly experienced an ominous premonition. "Shaoli, wait here for a moment. I need to step away," Brother Long said to Shaoli before vanishing into the thicket by the roadside. What a peculiar fellow. There is no one else around. He could have resolved it right here, Shaoli murmured as he gazed at the spot where Brother Long had disappeared. Just then, a sound caught his attention. Shaoli heard what seemed to be a distant buzzing. Upon looking up, he was taken aback to see 3 drones approaching from afar. Chapter 040 Modern Warfare. The drones gradually approached, gliding toward the young man, their speed moderate, thus the whirring of the propellers was not overly loud. Curious. Could it be that the adversary intends to surveil us using drones? Yet, 1 drone should suffice for monitoring. The young man mused as he observed 3 drones drawing nearer. However, instinctively, he concealed himself behind the vehicle, waiting for Brother Long's return. Now was not the time to depart. The vehicles behind him, including a large truck carrying fleeing hotel patrons, remained stationary. Upon hearing the sounds above, everyone instinctively looked skyward. The drones hovered directly overhead. Suddenly, several fist-sized objects plummeted from the drones. Oh no, they're grenades. At that moment, the young man discerned the nature of the falling objects, but it was already too late. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of grenades rained down from the drones, striking the vehicles below. A cacophony of explosions ensued, and before any screams could escape their lips, all were obliterated. Subsequently, the drones conducted a brief aerial survey before veering towards Swan Bay. Brother Long, concealed within the distant woods, exhaled in relief upon witnessing the drones retreat into the sky. Thank goodness I spotted them in time. Otherwise, I too would have perished. He patted his chest, still trembling from the shock, and muttered softly, Lin Feng, remember this. I shall avenge this grievance. With that, he scrutinized the distant drones before cautiously making his way onward. Each drone soaring above was equipped with 4 grenades. Under Lin Feng's command, it had already been deployed. Noticing a few scattered zombies not far from Swan Bay, he deemed it unnecessary to engage them personally. Instead, he directed the drones to drop the remaining grenades. In a symphony of explosions, the zombies were reduced to mere fragments. Did they truly believe such a handful of zombies could intimidate me? Huh. Lin Feng scoffed as he gazed at the distant plumes of smoke. Ding. 1,000 zombies eliminated. System reward granted. Is there a reward for this? Lin Feng pondered, calculating that he had indeed slain approximately 1,000 zombies since the onset of this ordeal. Ding. 1 virus radar obtained, capable of scanning for zombie viruses within a 1-kilometer radius. Shortly thereafter, Lin Feng found himself in possession of an object resembling a compass. A virus radar? He mused, momentarily taken aback. According to the system's description, this device could conduct a single scan for zombie viruses within a kilometer radius. Any zombies present would be revealed on the radar. Regrettably, each radar was limited to just 1 scan. Nevertheless, it was certainly better than nothing. He promptly stowed the virus radar into his storage space. Ding. 1 virus radar stored, amplification of 10,000 times. 10,000 radars would certainly suffice for Lin Feng for a considerable duration. Moreover, he possessed countless drones and mechanical canines, which significantly aided him in reconnaissance. It seemed imperative to establish some defensive systems for the base. The occurrences of today compelled Lin Feng to prepare in advance. Initially, he believed it was merely the second day of the apocalypse, and that all preparations were premature. However, reality proved that he had been somewhat complacent. One must never underestimate the malevolence of human hearts, nor should one entirely entrust their inner self to others. After struggling for 5 years in this desolate world, Lin Feng understood these truths all too well. At present, Lin Feng commenced from the main gate. He stationed an all-terrain vehicle every 30 meters along the perimeter wall. Consequently, a total of 20 all-terrain vehicles adorned the outer walls of Swan Bay. In comparison to the 10,000 vehicles in his storage space, this number was merely insignificant. Yet, the actual firepower it represented should not be underestimated. Subsequently, Lin Feng equipped each vehicle with 100 primary magic crystals. Adding the earlier acquired primary magic crystal, the total surged to 10,000, bringing the count of primary magic crystals in Lin Feng's storage to over 29,000. This quantity was more than sufficient to wage a challenging war. Could the computer unify the connection of these vehicles' onboard systems? Approaching one of the vehicles, Lin Feng inquired of its onboard computer. The onboard system could indeed connect to the network and receive unified commands. In no time, a response was received. This made matters considerably easier. Activating the automatic shooting mode would issue 3 warnings to any living entity, followed by engagement if the warnings were disregarded. Once the onboard systems were linked, Lin Feng issued programming commands. Thus, the entire fleet of all-terrain vehicles transformed into an automated defensive arsenal. Although the range of the vehicles was limited to just over 100 meters, significantly less than that of aerial attacks, their automation rendered them the optimal defense system. Each vehicle was equipped with 20 energy guns, alongside a total of 20 main cannons. This firepower would likely suffice against a minor horde of zombies. With Lin Feng having fortified his base, it was crucial to assess the situation outside. After a simple breakfast, he released the drones within his room. Despite their flight range being limited to 2 kilometers, they were still somewhat useful. The Swan Bay Hotel, where Lin Feng resided, was situated on the southern coast of Beihai City, adjacent to the sea, with the other side bordered by Songfeng Mountain. This geographical advantage was precisely why Lin Feng had chosen this location. It offered a natural barrier in certain circumstances. Maneuvering the drone, Lin Feng surveyed the eastern direction, which revealed an expansive residential complex comprising over 10 buildings, housing approximately 7,000 to 8,000 individuals. From the aerial perspective, as anticipated, the ground level of the complex was teeming with zombies, while the interiors of the residences remained obscured from view through the windows. It can be said that the residential community closest to Swan Bay, known as East City Garden, has succumbed to despair. As for the number of living souls within, Lin Feng could not ascertain. However, he did notice that a path had seemingly been left open at the main entrance on the southern side of the community. There, the presence of zombies was sparse, and it was indeed the nearest entry point to Swan Bay. Suddenly, Lin Feng observed a small group of 5 or 6 individuals emerging from the gate, hastily making their way towards a nearby supermarket. A few zombies detected their presence and began to pursue them. It appears that there are still survivors in that community, if memory serves. The East City base was established from East City Garden in my previous life, wasn't it? Watching the group nearing the supermarket, Lin Feng reminisced. Chapter 041. The survival principles in the apocalypse. To endure in the apocalypse, relying solely on oneself is insufficient, no matter how formidable one may be. Ultimately, an individual remains just that, an individual. Much like in a game, even the most powerful boss can be vanquished by players who understand the essence of collaboration. Conversely, no matter how immensely powerful a single person may be, even if they are a level 7, 8, or even 9 mutant, they will appear helpless when confronted with an overwhelming tide of corpses and formidable mutated beasts. Imagine, if you will, facing hundreds of thousands, or even millions, of zombies and mutated creatures. Even the mightiest individual would seem utterly insignificant in their presence, perhaps bereft of the courage to even fight back. This is precisely why, in this lifetime, Lin Feng chose to secure the hotel. With allies by his side, he felt a sense of calm. Humans are inherently social beings, and this remains true even in the apocalypse. After having lunch, Lin Feng made his way to the main building of the hotel. At the entrance stood not only Zhang Chang but also 4 young men, each appearing robust and around 10 years of age. Most notably, their faces exuded a certain simplicity. Brother Feng, these individuals were originally the hotel's chefs, Zhang Chang introduced as Lin Feng approached. They possess considerable strength and are among the more capable individuals. I inquired about them, and they come from the countryside to seek work here. I've observed their industriousness and found them to be decent, so I brought them along. Zhang Chang gestured towards the young men. Lin Feng nodded, impressed by their initial appearance. Since Chang had taken a liking to them, he felt no need to voice any objections. From now on, you shall be the captains here. I will refer to you as Captain 1, Captain 2, and so forth, he declared, looking at the young men. He then retrieved 4 basic enhancement potions from his storage space and handed them to Zhang Chang. These potions are for you. Drink them, and you will each become level 1 mutants. We have over 400 men. Each of you captains will manage 100. Within 3 days, assess your subordinates. Those who perform well will also receive enhancement potions. Before that, practice the 3 sword techniques I taught you daily until you master them. The first wave of the zombie tide is imminent, and we must seize the moment, Lin Feng urged. After administering the enhancement potions, the 4 captains transformed into level 1 mutants. Overcome with emotion, they wept fervently, vowing their unwavering loyalty to Lin Feng. They understood what immense power represented in this new world, even as humble country folk. In this moment, it was likely that even without a loyalty chip, they would lay down their lives for Lin Feng. Once he had attended to the captains, Lin Feng returned to the villa with Zhang Chang. After gathering everyone present in the villa, Lin Feng produced 7 basic solidification pills and 1 basic enhancement potion from his storage space, for all present, except for Fan Yuting. This was their first encounter with such elixirs. This time, only Mu Hongmei received a basic enhancement potion. Were it not for her connection as Fan Yuting's sister, she might not have even obtained this potion. It was merely a concession from Lin Feng, who wished to avoid the burden of an additional liability in their midst. Perhaps when she truly comprehends her position and the circumstances surrounding her, Lin Feng might show some benevolence. Consume them, Lin Feng declared, casting a glance over the assembled individuals. The reason he had refrained from presenting the basic solidifying elixir earlier was that several of them had only just transitioned to the first level of mutation. After all, one must adapt to their own transformations. Now, having passed 2 days, they had indeed acclimatized to their newfound strength. Although the time was still somewhat pressing, becoming stronger could hardly be deemed a negative development. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the 7 individuals present eagerly seized the basic solidifying pills from the table and consumed them without hesitation. Mu Hongmei glanced at the others and the potion in her hand. Initially inclined to voice her thoughts, but ultimately, with tears in her eyes, she drank the enhancement potion. After all, they were not fools. They understood that what Lin Feng provided was undoubtedly valuable. After ingesting the solidifying pills, they distinctly felt an immense surge in their power. In mere moments, they ascended to the level of second-tier mutants. To elevate 7 individuals to this level in one go was likely an achievement unique to Lin Feng in this lifetime. As they sensed their newfound strength, tears welled in their eyes. They recognized the paramount importance of strength in this apocalyptic era. The prospect of acquiring such formidable power was beyond their wildest dreams. At this moment, they felt an extraordinary vigor coursing through them. Even when surrounded by dozens or hundreds of zombies, they believed they could break free. After dismissing the group, Lin Feng returned to his room. Following the cultivation method of the 9 transformations golden body technique, he began to refine his own spiritual energy. Having ascended to the 3rd level of mutation, his internal energy was not yet particularly stable. To further harmonize the energy with his body, continued cultivation was necessary. Fortunately, the 9 transformations golden body technique was a method bestowed upon him by the system, the efficacy of which Lin Feng had personally experienced. In his previous life, he had practiced a more commonplace technique, widely available on the market. This world is home to many ancient families that possess their own cultivation methods even in times of peace. Once the world plunged into chaos, the true effectiveness of these techniques became apparent. Mutants of the same level who practiced these methods were significantly more formidable than those who did not. As these techniques circulated, some were adapted, with varying degrees of success. Consequently, many affordable, widely accessible techniques emerged on the market. In his previous life, Lin Feng had practiced one of those inferior techniques, which, while subpar, was still better than nothing. In this life, having acquired a technique from the system, Lin Feng experienced the remarkable differences that advanced techniques could offer during his cultivation. Immersed in the practice of the 9 transformations golden body technique, his surroundings were enveloped in swirling spiritual energy, permeating every acupoint within him. With each breath, it feels as though he absorbs the essence of the universe, seamlessly integrating it into the meridians of his being. As the spiritual energy continuously circulates, he senses his own vitality growing ever more robust, akin to a surging river, ceaselessly flowing. This formidable power courses through his body, emanating an intangible aura of dominance. After a considerable duration, only when he began to feel fatigue did Lin Feng come to a halt. He understood that the path of cultivation is a gradual ascent. To elevate himself to the ranks of a level 4 mutant, he would require additional time. At present, Lin Feng recognized the necessity of assembling a formidable team. Zhang Chang and his companions had already attained the status of level 2 mutants, and Lin Feng intended to elevate the captains and all personnel within the hotel to level 1 mutants in the days to come. In this apocalyptic world, level 1 mutants are already regarded as superhuman beings, and the sudden emergence of over 800 mutants would undoubtedly constitute an immense force, the magnitude of which is beyond comprehension. Meanwhile, during this interval, Lin Feng had yet another task to undertake. Chapter 042, a long-awaited reunion upon exiting the villa. Lin Feng made his way to the perimeter wall of the base. With a graceful leap, he descended effortlessly from the 6-meter height, a trivial feat for a Tier 3 mutant. After rummaging through the villa in search of a vehicle, Lin Feng determined that although sports cars were swift, their roaring engines were excessively loud. Had it not been for the striking aesthetics of the sports car, he would have never considered it. After some deliberation, he concluded that the base vehicles were far more suitable. It seemed that the items provided by the system were indeed the most appropriate for survival in this apocalyptic world. Selecting a vehicle, Lin Feng mused to himself. Once inside the car, he set off towards the north. After 2 days in this post-apocalyptic landscape, the dilapidated vehicles littering the roads had ceased to emit smoke. Most of the zombies had been lured away to other locations, leaving only a smattering of ordinary zombies on the streets. The base vehicle, powered by magical crystal energy, produced minimal noise, thus attracting little attention from the undead. As Lin Feng drove steadily toward the city center, he noticed an increasing number of abandoned cars along the way. Fortunately, the main thoroughfare leading to the city center was considerably wider, making it relatively easy for the 12-meter-long base vehicle to navigate. Occasionally, Lin Feng could hear the sounds of anguish emanating from the nearby residential complexes. Undoubtedly, these were the cries of those who had ventured out in search of sustenance, only to fall victim to the zombies. Alas, this was an inevitable circumstance. Humans must eat. In the current society, people, in pursuit of fresh ingredients, seldom stockpiled substantial amounts of food. In the face of an unforeseen apocalypse, humanity was unprepared. Passing through what was once a bustling shopping mall, Lin Feng arrived at the location of the Rinjie Martial Arts School. The atmosphere was markedly different from before, eerily tranquil. A few zombies meandered near the playground fence. After exiting the vehicle, Lin Feng noticed several zombies sensing his presence and approaching him. However, he had no intention of wasting time with these creatures and effortlessly vaulted over the fence, proceeding towards the main building. Upon entering the structure, Lin Feng utilized his superhuman perception to detect voices conversing to his left. He made his way in that direction and ultimately halted before a door labeled Multimedia Classroom. To avoid inciting panic among those inside, he gently knocked on the door. The sound of his knocking stirred commotion within, and he could hear a flurry of footsteps. "Who is it?" After a moment, Li Sen's voice echoed from within. "It's me, Lin Feng," he replied, surveying the corridor. In the next instant, the door swung open, revealing a classroom filled with hundreds of students, all of whom turned in unison to gaze at him. "I'm late. Here, take these." He tossed 2 large backpacks, which he had prepared beforehand, into the room and stepped inside. Li Sen caught the bags and opened them to find they were brimming with compressed biscuits and small bottles of drinking water. "The supplies may be insufficient," he remarked. "Let us find 2 people to help me move more items from the vehicle." Observing the elated expression on Li Sen's face, Lin Feng spoke up. He understood that it was not the food and water that brought Li Sen joy. After all, during his previous visit, he had advised Li Sen to stock up on supplies. The true source of his delight was Lin Feng's arrival, as those injected with loyalty chips inevitably developed a sense of dependency on him. "Let us briefly discuss the circumstances following the apocalypse," Lin Feng suggested while assisting Li Sen in distributing food and water to the children. "Thanks to your reminder, Chief," Li Sen replied, distributing the provisions with a sense of nostalgia. "When the apocalypse struck yesterday morning, nearly all the breakfast vendors around us transformed into zombies. We heeded your advice and remained within the teaching building. Yet, despite our precautions, 16 students were infected by the virus. Ultimately, we had no choice but to deal with them. Alas, poor children," he lamented, shaking his head at the thought of the infected youths. "Given the situation, it is not your fault. The remaining children require your care even more," Lin Feng said softly, patting Li Sen's shoulder. "The arrival of the apocalypse, with its joys and sorrows, is beyond human control." After a while, as he observed the children finishing their meals, Lin Feng ascended to the podium of the multimedia classroom. "Today, I shall teach you the first 9 forms of the 9 transformations golden body sword technique." With a swift motion, a metal combat knife appeared in Lin Feng's hand, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the children below. In the next moment, he executed the first 9 forms of the sword technique. He had already taught the first 3 forms to the children, and this session served to reinforce their understanding. The sword technique comprises 81 forms, organized into 9 chapters, and he was presenting the complete first chapter to the children. In the post-apocalyptic world, the difference between possessing skills and lacking them is monumental. Often, a first-level mutant, having mastered the first chapter of Lin Feng's sword technique, could hold their ground against a second-level mutant, even if they ultimately could not prevail. At the very least, they would be able to preserve their lives. After several demonstrations, Lin Feng called Li Sen aside, producing a primary solidification pill from his storage space. He handed it to Li Sen. "Take this." Lin Feng had given thoughtful consideration to the individuals from the Renjia martial arts school. Initially, he had planned to bring them back to Swan Bay, but he later abandoned that idea. If he did so, he would be left with only Swan Bay as a stronghold in Beihai City. Allowing Li Sen to establish a separate base would foster greater development through multiple points of influence rather than a singular, perilous path. As for Li Sen, Lin Feng decided to elevate him to a second-level mutant. While the children were just beginning to adapt to the abilities of first-level mutants and would need more time for advancement. After all, the enhancement of abilities is not necessarily better when hastened. After consuming the solidification pill, it was not long before Li Sen absorbed its medicinal properties and became a second-level mutant. At this very moment, Li Sen's gaze towards Lin Feng transformed, filled with profound respect and gratitude. It was precisely due to the harrowing experiences of the apocalypse that he comprehended the significance of becoming powerful amidst such chaos. He had evolved from an ordinary individual with merely a rudimentary understanding of free fighting into a formidable level 2 mutant. This transformation was entirely the result of Lin Feng's guidance. Had it not been for his leader, Li Sen might have already succumbed to the claws of the undead or been cowering in some filthy corner under their relentless threat. Observing the look in Li Sen's eyes, Lin Feng realized that the other was determined to pledge his life in unwavering loyalty. This realization validated his efforts in establishing the martial arts school as a stronghold. "By the way, boss, I made another discovery yesterday," Li Sen remarked, glancing back at the children practicing their sword techniques before turning to Lin Feng. Chapter 43. The discovery at the martial arts school. Listening to Li Sen's words, Lin Feng gazed at him, perplexed by his intentions. "Wasn't there a power outage yesterday?" "I stumbled upon something," Li Sen remarked as he unscrewed a bottle of mineral water. "Logically, this place should be engulfed in darkness at night. However, I observed flickering lights in the shopping mall across the street. They weren't glaring. Rather, they twinkled like fireflies in the wild." After saying this, Li Sen took a sip from his water bottle. The intermittent lights could possibly indicate survivors scavenging for food at night. For the time being, their priority was to leave some food and water for Li Sen and the others. Fortunately, Lin Feng had previously transferred food from the storage space to the base vehicle. Now, it was merely a matter of transporting it from the vehicle. After all, Lin Feng's bottom line was the system. He did not wish for anyone to discover the existence of the storage space. Upon reaching the playground, Lin Feng noticed that the zombies, which had been lingering near the fence, had collapsed on the ground. At that moment, 4 men were circling around his base vehicle. 2 were wielding machetes, while the other 2 held axes. "Zhang, look at this vehicle. If we had one like this, our chances of survival would undoubtedly increase," remarked a middle-aged man with a portly frame. "Why haven't we seen such a vehicle before? Did someone anticipate the apocalypse and prepare in advance?" The man beside him, surnamed Zhang, tapped the vehicle and spoke up. "We won't concern ourselves with how it came to be here. Let us figure out how to unlock the doors." "There is no one around, so it's ours now," interjected another. Lin Feng was speechless. He hadn't been inside the teaching building for long when someone set their sights on his vehicle. Consequently, he and Li Sun climbed over the fence to confront them. "What are you doing?" "I'll tell you, this vehicle was discovered by us first," the portly man declared, brandishing his machete. "Is there a possibility," Lin Feng replied coolly, "that this vehicle actually belongs to me?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression shifted to one of excitement. "Yours? Well then, hand over the keys." "Considering the vehicle, I might just let you leave." Seeing that Lin Feng was accompanied by only one other person, the middle-aged man and his 3 companions advanced toward Lin Feng. It seemed that the arrival of the apocalypse had laid bare the greed within human hearts. Lin Feng mused silently. "Kill them." He glanced back at Li Sun and spoke in a measured tone. "Huh, kill them?" Li Sun was clearly taken aback by Lin Feng's command. "Did you not hear them say that if we don't hand over the vehicle, we'll die here today? Do you still harbor reservations toward those who wish to harm you? Trust me, eliminate them," Lin Feng urged as the men closed in. "Yes, I understand." Nodding slightly, Li Sun grasped Lin Feng's words. In the next moment, he raised his alloy combat knife. Following the techniques Lin Feng had previously imparted, he moved with precision. With swift, decisive strikes, several men before him fell without uttering a single cry of anguish. Though his stomach churned, Li Sun stifled his retching in Lin Feng's presence. The experience of taking a life for the first time was not something to be ashamed of. Observing Li Sun's demeanor, Lin Feng smiled. "Remember, in this apocalyptic world, do not grant others excessive leniency, especially those who wish you harm. It is paramount to eliminate threats swiftly. Your mercy towards them is but cruelty towards yourself. You never know when they might stab you in the back. You may not comprehend this now, but in time, you will. In this desolate era, never allow emotions to cloud your judgment regarding strangers." With that, Lin Feng opened the door of the base vehicle, indifferent to whether Li Sun understood his counsel. Watching Lin Feng's retreating figure, Li Sun reflected on his words, while also recalling the earlier admonition from the middle-aged man. He understood. It was akin to a combat arena. Showing mercy to an opponent only invites a more ferocious counterattack. Enlightened by this realization, Li Sun joined Lin Feng in loading supplies into the vehicle. Upon entering, he was captivated by the vehicle's spacious interior. It was the first time he had encountered such a vast RV, and he was astonished by its luxurious fittings. "Do you like this vehicle? In the future, whenever you travel, this will be your mode of transport," Lin Feng remarked with a smile, handing Li Sun a box of mineral water. This was not mere rhetoric. After all, the base vehicle was the most capacious means of transport available to Lin Feng. "Really? We will get to ride in something like this? It's simply magnificent," Li Sun exclaimed while transporting supplies towards the vehicle's entrance. His earlier despondency, wrought by the world's transformation into an apocalypse, began to lift. Noticing the absence of zombies in their vicinity, the 2 called upon a few more students for assistance. Before long, all the supplies were transferred from the base vehicle to the classroom: instant noodles, bread, self-heating hot pot, and various canned goods. Lin Feng was generous with the provisions, for his storage space was nearly limitless. Were it not for the difficulties of cooking in the classroom, he might have even produced fresh meat. As the second base, ensuring an abundance of supplies was essential. At this juncture, the most crucial aspect of the base was the growth of the children. Although they were all first-level mutated beings, they had yet to meet Lin Feng's expectations. As they continued to enhance their capabilities, he believed that in a few days, they would adapt to the energies of second-level mutations. At that time, Lin Feng would elevate their training once more. In this life, he desired no weaklings among his ranks. Once the food was organized, the sky began to darken. From the storage space, Lin Feng procured meat and vegetables, and promptly organized a hot pot feast for the students in the classroom. Naturally, they utilized outdoor gas stoves. After 2 days of inadequate meals, the students were exhilarated, as it was indeed a time in their lives when they could indulge in food. In this manner, over the course of the meal, Lin Feng subtly solidified his status in the hearts of the students, even though many of them had already been implanted with loyalty chips. By the time they finished dining, darkness had descended. Lin Feng initially intended to make do with a place to sleep for the night, preparing to lay out his bedding. Suddenly, through the window, he noticed a light across the street, reminiscent of the scene described by Li Xin during the day, echoing the events of the previous night. Chapter 44, Night Exploration of the Mall. Feeling a tinge of boredom, Lin Feng decided to step out of the teaching building. He glanced across the street and effortlessly vaulted over the railing. Before him stood a grand 7-story mall, which housed a Lianhua supermarket at its base. It could be said that this establishment held a certain degree of notoriety along this thoroughfare. As the apocalypse commenced, it coincided with the mall's operational hours. Thus, Lin Feng could discern from a distance that numerous zombies were meandering about the entrance. A faintly greenish light emanated from within, filtering through the windows of the ground floor. This illumination was exceedingly dim, barely brighter than a flickering bulb, yet it stood out conspicuously against the backdrop of the pitch-black night. While the visual acuity of zombies diminished significantly at night, their auditory senses heightened. However, for a level 3 mutant like Lin Feng, his movements were virtually soundless. Despite this, he opted against using the main entrance. In this apocalyptic era, who would not consider taking a shortcut? Bathed in moonlight, he discovered a staff passageway leading into the mall. He navigated through this corridor and soon found himself inside the establishment. Just as he stepped through the entrance, 2 zombies clad in security uniforms lunged at him. These security guards, lacking even 6 teeth among the 3 of them, were already feeble in life and posed little threat even in their undead state, especially when confronted by Lin Feng. With a mere flick of his wrist, he dispatched the zombies and entered the first floor of the mall. It was evident that others had traversed this area before, likely heading towards the Lianhua supermarket. Observing a congregation of zombies at the supermarket entrance illuminated by moonlight, Lin Feng quickly assessed the situation. Nevertheless, having come this far, he felt compelled to gather some items. Despite the first floor being predominantly occupied by displays of cosmetics and watches, the adage a thief should not leave empty-handed seemed particularly fitting. He proceeded toward the flickering green light and soon arrived at a jewelry display. There lay a pale green stone, resembling a gem, casually placed upon the showcase table. The gem was unadorned, merely the size of a fingernail, and appeared rather peculiar. Most intriguingly, within the pale green stone, there seemed to be wisps of some substance flowing. Dark crystal. In an instant, Lin Feng recognized the gem before him. This was a product unique to the apocalypse. He had encountered dark crystal in his previous life, yet it seemed to serve little purpose. At least, during the 5 years of the last apocalypse, no one had deciphered its utility. Only a few bored yet powerful individuals collected dark crystals, which were exceedingly rare and largely overlooked due to their perceived lack of value. As he grasped the dark crystal in his hand, Lin Feng felt a sense of futility wash over him. He had come expecting something of worth, only to discover a mere dark crystal. Ding! Dark crystal detected. It can upgrade certain items within the storage space. Just as disappointment began to settle in, the system's voice resonated in his mind. To his astonishment, the system could indeed recognize the dark crystal. A prompt from the system left Lin Feng momentarily astounded. In his previous life, such an item was utterly useless, merely a piece of refuse. Yet now, the system demonstrated the remarkable ability to recognize it, even claiming it could enhance the items within his storage space. Without a second thought, Lin Feng promptly stored the dark crystal in his inventory, prioritizing its augmentation. Ding! Dark crystal received. 1 piece. Enhancement. 10,000 times. Fortunately, the dark crystal could indeed be enhanced. System, what can the dark crystal upgrade? Lin Feng inquired. His curiosity piqued. The specifics of its capabilities were not as pressing as the prospect of upgrading his weapon. System scanning in progress. Scan complete. Current items available for enhancement. All-terrain base vehicle. The system's response thrilled Lin Feng. The ability to upgrade the all-terrain base vehicle was splendid news. This vehicle was already immensely useful, capable of carrying substantial loads and, most importantly, capable of dispatching level 1 zombies, something no other vehicle could achieve. The prospect of enhancement made Lin Feng eager. Upgrade the all-terrain base vehicle. He commanded the system without hesitation. Ding! Due to system constraints, only 1 all-terrain base vehicle can be upgraded at a time. Single upgrade time, 24 hours. Post-upgrade, the vehicle cannot be enhanced further. As the system chimed, a base vehicle within his storage space was enveloped in golden light, obscuring Lin Feng's view of the process. The limitation of upgrading only 1 vehicle at a time left him somewhat disheartened. Furthermore, the upgraded vehicle could not undergo further enhancement, meaning Lin Feng could only expect 1 upgraded vehicle per day. This pace felt rather sluggish to him, yet he reminded himself of the formidable nature of the current vehicle. If the upgraded vehicle proved to be significantly powerful, accepting a daily upgrade would be manageable. It seemed the system was not simply about infinite replication. There were restrictions in place, Lin Feng mused. Having something was indeed better than having nothing, and Lin Feng maintained his characteristic optimism, since he was already here. He decided to thoroughly scavenge them all, starting with the jewelry on the first floor and progressing to clothing and other items on the upper levels. These garments underwent a 10,000-fold enhancement upon entering Lin Feng's storage space. Moreover, the fifth floor held exquisite tableware, while the sixth floor boasted outdoor gear, all of which were of great utility to Lin Feng. Fortunately, each floor contained only a limited number of zombies, just a few or a dozen at most. As he scavenged, Lin Feng dispatched all the zombies effortlessly. After approximately half an hour, he had nearly cleared the items from the floors above. Next on his agenda was the Lianhua supermarket located in the basement of the mall. This supermarket could be deemed a large establishment, undoubtedly stocked with a plethora of supplies. Unlike the average individual, Lin Feng, having endured 5 years of post-apocalyptic existence, did not enter through the main entrance. Instead, he descended through the secure passage, making his way directly to the supermarket's storage area. This location, connected to the underground parking lot, remains unknown to those who do not work at the supermarket. After all, supplies are delivered by vehicles that naturally traverse the underground garage, where the supermarket's warehouse is also situated. After spending over 20 minutes, Lin Feng's storage space was once again filled with countless supplies. Raiding the supermarket's warehouse was exhilarating. Often, dozens or even hundreds of boxes could be swiftly stored within his space. It could be said that this time, Lin Feng had achieved a modest bounty. Oh, is someone over there? Just as Lin Feng contemplated whether to venture further into the supermarket, he suddenly heard a cacophony emanating from a nearby location. Chapter 045, The Failed Mutant? Over there, someone is present. With years of experience in this post-apocalyptic world, Lin Feng could sense the presence of another person not far away. Merely by the sound, anyone brave enough to venture into a supermarket at night in search of food surely possessed some degree of skill. Stealthily approaching the source of the sound, Lin Feng beheld a figure, a chubby young man in his 20s, not particularly tall, with a rather innocent appearance. At that moment, he was wielding a steel pipe, fiercely battling a zombie. Despite his weight, which undoubtedly exceeded 250 pounds, the young man moved with surprising agility. Each swing of the steel pipe consistently struck the zombie's head, causing it to momentarily falter. Seizing this brief opportunity, he relentlessly attacked until the zombie's skull was utterly crushed. After this fierce struggle, the young man did not exhibit the expected signs of fatigue. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings, assessing the presence of any other zombies. Observing this, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. This young man did not quite fit the mold of a mutant. His strength and speed with the steel pipe fell short of one. Yet, he surpassed an ordinary human in capability, and his physique did not suggest regular exercise. Could he be a failed mutant? Lin Feng pondered. At that moment, the young man retrieved a black backpack from behind him and, after glancing at the beverage section, proceeded to fill it with several bottles of mineral water. Why not grab some drinks? Lin Feng quietly inquired, positioning himself behind the young man. Ghost. The young man's startled reaction nearly caused him to drop the water and flee. His sudden scream stirred a few nearby zombies. Ah, my apologies, I forgot it was dark. Noticing the young man's near breakdown, Lin Feng scratched his head and stepped forward. His earlier actions had indeed been somewhat alarming. Are you human or a ghost? The young man stammered, still shaken by Lin Feng's presence. Do you often engage in questionable activities? Lin Feng shrugged casually, inquiring with mild curiosity. Bathed in the green glow of the nearby emergency exit sign, the young man finally discerned Lin Feng's features and exhaled a sigh of relief. Brother, do you realize that scaring someone can be fatal? You nearly gave me a heart attack. He glanced nervously at the nearby zombies and patted his chest. You dare to venture here at night for a few bottles of water? Lin Feng disregarded the young man's fright and asked, picking up the fallen bottles of mineral water. Ah, don't mention it, the young man murmured softly, as if it had been ages since anyone had spoken to him. I live in the old neighborhood nearby, but it has been overrun by a gang of thugs. The individuals who have placed us in this location require a daily tribute of supplies. Otherwise, we face expulsion. Both convenience stores in the vicinity have been commandeered by them, leaving me no choice but to venture here in search of fortune. As he spoke, the stout fellow let out a sigh. Upon hearing his words, Lin Feng nodded in understanding. Since the advent of the apocalypse, such territorial claims have become all too common. This scenario resembles the nascent form of future strongholds, akin to those charging fees, which initially emerge in this manner. I observed your adeptness earlier. Did you possess such skills from the outset? Ultimately, this was the question Lin Feng yearned to pose. Individuals who straddle the line between mutants and ordinary people are a rarity in everyday life. No, it only emerged after the onset of the apocalypse. The stout fellow replied to Lin Feng's inquiry. I was merely a cook with no other talents. Before the cataclysm, I was rather frail. However, just yesterday morning, following the arrival of the apocalypse, I felt a significant increase in strength, and my body felt markedly lighter. Most astonishingly, my culinary skills have surged dramatically. Previously, I was merely a kitchen assistant. Now, my proficiency has at least reached that of a master chef. As he spoke, he scratched his head, bemused by the situation. Yet, the truth remains undeniable, and there's little to be done about it. An evolution in culinary skills? This was a first for Lin Feng. While this might signify a failure in evolution for others, for Lin Feng, it represented the fortunate discovery of a culinary expert. If he could win over this stout fellow, Lin Feng would no longer need to worry about meal preparations. Should the stout fellow's claims be accurate and he has indeed attained the level of a master chef, then Lin Feng would be in for a treat. At that moment, Lin Feng and the stout fellow exchanged names, discovering that he was called Lu Zhangda. Lu resided in the nearby Huaihe community, an older neighborhood. Originally a rural lad, he had spent several years in Binhai City as an apprentice chef, finally attaining the position of assistant. Just as he received a pay raise, he found himself confronting the apocalypse. Moreover, the Huaihe community had been plagued by a group of idle delinquents. As the saying goes, evil begets calamity for 1,000 years. Upon the arrival of the apocalypse, these delinquents did not transform into zombies. Rather, they became the parasites of the Huaihe community. After a few individuals cleared out the few zombies within the community, they established a checkpoint at the entrance. Anyone entering the community was required to surrender supplies, even the original residents. Furthermore, the gang led by Chun Dong had seized control of the 2 convenience stores. Consequently, the residents were left to starve, with only a few unable to bear the hunger venturing out in search of resources. Lin Feng was no stranger to such occurrences. In this day and age, people are inherently selfish. Rather than uniting against their oppressors, they likely wouldn't even know their neighbors' names. This elucidates why, in the apocalypse, so many groups of merely 10 or 20 individuals were able to establish bases right from the onset. A prolonged state of inertia has rendered people numb. Perhaps it is only when they are truly pushed to the brink of life and death that some will rise up. If I were to rescue you, allowing you to live a life of happiness thereafter, would you choose to follow me? Lin Feng casually inquired after hearing Lu Zhangda's tale. As long as I am not required to slay zombies daily and must surrender supplies to others, I believe I would be willing, Lu Zhangda replied, gazing at Lin Feng before him. Very well, let us first head to your community, Lin Feng remarked, as he casually stuffed a few bottles of water into Lu Zhangda's backpack. Chapter 046. Is this called a base? Huh? Back to the community? Aren't we going directly to your place? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Lu Zhangda was momentarily taken aback. Don't you have anything to retrieve? Lin Feng countered, adding, also, from now on, just call me Brother Feng. No need for such formality. Lin Feng had no particular preference regarding titles. Then I'll call you boss. But entering the community requires a contribution of supplies. With just this little water we have, turning it in would leave us with nothing. As he spoke, Lu Zhangda instinctively shoved 2 more bottles of water into his bag, filling it to the brim. Observing Lu Zhangda's actions, Lin Feng chuckled while discreetly injecting him with a loyalty chip. All right, that should suffice. Aside from what we are handing over, each of us can keep 2 bottles of water. Patting his bag, Lu Zhangda grinned. You remind me of a saying, a big head and a thick neck doesn't make one a wealthy man, but rather a cook. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh at Lu Zhangda's demeanor. Did this guy really think Lin Feng would leave him without any supplies? However, Lin Feng chose not to elaborate further as he led Lu Zhangda outside. Boss, why don't I head up alone later? I can manage to grab a few things by myself. That way, you won't have to run up and down. As they approached the community, Lu Zhangda suggested. Nodding, Lin Feng casually replied, that works. It's just a rundown community. There's really nothing much to see. Since you can handle it alone, it saves you the trouble of going back and forth. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, Lin Feng noticed the gate was surrounded by a fence. After having his bag checked, Lu Zhangda was allowed entry after surrendering 4 bottles of water. Lin Feng had no objections to this. Such was life in the apocalypse. If those collecting protection fees could safeguard the residents of the community, then a little contribution was acceptable, as everyone was merely trying to survive. With nothing pressing to do, Lin Feng took out a cigarette, lit it, and placed it between his lips. Hey, you there, pass me that cigarette. At that moment, a young guard called out to Lin Feng. Looking up, Lin Feng saw a young man in his 20s, clad in a denim vest, with a metal baseball bat resting beside him. Oh, still smoking, huh? Not bad. Hurry up and hand it over. The young man waved his hand, speaking in a casual tone. Want a cigarette? There's a supermarket over there. Go get your own. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, gesturing towards a nearby store. It wasn't that Lin Feng was particularly concerned about a pack of cigarettes, it was a matter of instinct. Those who had survived in the apocalypse developed a certain tenacity. If one was willing to offer something, they wouldn't feel pain watching others indulge. However, if someone demanded something, the immediate reaction was to suspect robbery, an enemy. After all, in the apocalypse, resources equate to life, sometimes even more valuable than life itself. This mentality had been cultivated over 5 years of survival, and the young man's words had already marked him as an unwelcome presence. What the hell are you talking about? This is Dong Ji's territory. If you want to survive here, all your supplies belong to Dong Gu. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the young man felt a surge of irritation. Grasping a nearby baseball bat, he exclaimed loudly, "What is going on here?" Just then, four individuals strolled into the community. The one speaking was a young man clad in a leather jacket, leading the group. They wielded machetes or baseball bats, reminiscent of the thugs depicted in films. "Brother Dong. This is the punk who had the audacity to smoke in our territory. When I asked him for a cigarette, he refused." The young man hurriedly approached the one referred to as Brother Dong and declared. Brother Dong, upon hearing this, glanced at Lin Feng and approached him. "Brother, my mate speaks the truth. This is my turf, Qin Dong's domain, where all resources belong to us. Therefore, your cigarettes are now ours. Hand them over. And let us consider this incident closed," Qin Dong stated nonchalantly as he stepped closer to Lin Feng. "Let me make this clear, kid. Brother Dong speaks to you out of courtesy. Do not mistake kindness for weakness," one of Qin Dong's companions interjected. "Our brother Dong is a prize-winning fighter in the city. The average person is no match for him. It is your fortune to have him as your protector," another chimed in. "Do not hesitate. Produce your cigarettes. How many do you have? Hand them all over as a tribute to Brother Dong." The young men surrounding Qin Dong continually flattered him, reveling in their perceived power. "You might have a point," Lin Feng replied, exhaling a plume of smoke. Upon hearing this, Qin Dong assumed Lin Feng was capitulating and smiled. "However, you are mistaken. I am not a resident of your community. Thus, I will smoke whatever I please, and you have no authority over me." Lin Feng had never been one to cower before those who brazenly demanded his belongings. In a world ravaged by chaos, politeness could be misconstrued as weakness. I see you are refusing to heed the warning. We are taking that pack of cigarettes, no question about it." Qin Dong, clearly unaccustomed to being challenged, pointed aggressively at Lin Feng. "I think you are courting death by speaking to us this way. Brother Dong has slain several zombies. Do you wish to join them? Since you seek death, we shall oblige," he declared, and as his words echoed, his companions began hurling insults and charged towards Lin Feng, brandishing their weapons. Perhaps having dealt with a couple of zombies had instilled in them a semblance of bloodlust. Half a minute later, Qin Dong and his followers lay scattered on the ground before Lin Feng, barely clinging to life. Had it not been for his desire to avoid being perceived as excessively bloodthirsty by Lu Zhangda, they would have likely become corpses by now. "Big brother, I was wrong. Please don't kill us. We will give you anything," Qin Dong pleaded desperately. "I have 2 convenience stores. They can be yours. I have money, no gold. And even my girlfriend, she can be yours. Just spare my life." In that moment, despair washed over Qin Dong as he finally grasped why Lin Feng had acted so brazenly. They failed to perceive the manner in which each other struck, resulting in the current tragic state. At this moment, he ceased his pretense and began to plead for mercy. "Oh, spare you? Just moments ago, would you have shown me mercy? Had you not provoked me earlier, perhaps you might have continued to live your previous lives. The error lies in your ignorance of the essence of this apocalyptic world. In this age, it is either you perish or I do. If I do not eliminate you, shall I sow the seeds of future calamity?" Observing the individuals before him, Lin Feng spoke coldly. Today marks their misfortune, yet the circumstances were of their own making. Given this, they should not cast blame upon Lin Feng's ruthlessness. Following a swift gust of blades, the remaining figures lay lifeless. At that moment, Lin Feng noticed Lu Zhangda approaching from a distance. Upon witnessing Qin Dong and his subordinates sprawled on the ground, Lu Zhangda was evidently taken aback. "Oh, they encountered a slight mishap. Moreover, it seems this place may soon have a new leader. Let us depart." With that, Lin Feng strode out of the community without looking back. Lu Zhangda carried only everyday clothing and some necessities, to which Lin Feng made no comment. "First, place your belongings in the vehicle. We shall spend the night at the Martial Arts Academy and set off for my place tomorrow." Upon reaching the opposite side of the street, Lin Feng used a remote key to unlock the base vehicle and addressed Lu Zhangda. "Boss, is this your vehicle? It's so impressive," Lu Zhangda exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the towering base vehicle. He had not anticipated that his newly recognized leader possessed such a magnificent machine. As they loaded their luggage into the vehicle, Lu Zhangda was further awed by the luxurious interior. He now understood that he had indeed chosen the right leader. A person capable of owning such a vehicle was certainly no ordinary individual. Moreover, Lu Zhangda was not dim-witted. The sight of Qindong and his men lying on the ground was enough for anyone to comprehend the situation. Once their belongings were stowed, the two approached the entrance of the Martial Arts Academy's playground. Lu Zhangda inquired, "Boss, may I ask a question?" Lin Feng replied, "Speak." Lu Zhangda pointed to the towering 2-meter wall. "Boss, how do I get over that?" Lin Feng. Chapter 047, The Secondary Base Vehicle Ultimately. Lu Zhangda was unceremoniously propelled inside by a swift kick from Lin Feng. Indeed, he was kicked in. Lin Feng had no intention of unlocking the previously secured gate for Lu alone. Fortunately, in a split second, Lin Feng vaulted over the fence and caught him on the other side. Otherwise, Lu Zhangda would have faced more than mere embarrassment. Upon entering the main building of the Martial Arts Academy, Lin Feng led Lu Zhangda to another multimedia classroom, where he briefly introduced him to Li Sr. He then retrieved the hot pot they had enjoyed earlier and added more meat to it. "Boss, I must say, your hot pot is truly delicious." Having not eaten much for 2 days, Lu Zhangda devoured the food ravenously. "Do not flatter me. The hot pot is made from ready-made ingredients. It hardly reflects my culinary skills," Lin Feng retorted with a sideways glance, tossing a bit more meat into the pot. After their meal, Lin Feng tossed a blanket and bedding to Lu Zhangda, who promptly settled in for the night. Meanwhile, Lin Feng made his way to the academy's courtyard, where he proceeded to encircle the entire facility with walls, creating a grand gate reminiscent of the Swan Bay base. As dawn broke the following day, Lin Feng handed a set of keys for the gate to Li Xin before leading a few students out of the teaching building. When did such a towering wall appear here? Lu Zhangda gasped, staring at the imposing 6-meter-high barrier. Perhaps some construction team made an error, he speculated. Not wishing to dwell further on the matter, Lin Feng guided Li Xin and several students beyond the walls. As they departed, Lin Feng left behind a truckload of provisions, explaining to Li Sun that they had been gathered from the supermarket the previous day. After all, it was uncertain when they would next return to the academy, so leaving behind adequate supplies was essential. As for safety, Lin Feng felt no trepidation. With Li Xin, a second-level mutant, and over 100 first-level mutants at their disposal, it seemed unlikely that any faction would dare to provoke them. With all arrangements in place, Lin Feng drove towards Swan Bay. During the journey, Lu Zhangda marveled at the sights, reminiscent of Zhang Chang's awe when he first encountered the base vehicle. While navigating the roads, Lin Feng noticed a peculiar detail. The number of zombies on the streets appeared to have diminished since their arrival. Though a minor observation, it hinted at a significant reality. The scarcity of living humans meant that the zombies instinctively gravitated towards areas populated by humanity. This could potentially explain the emergence of a zombie tide in the coming days, although Lin Feng remained uncertain, as the scale of such a tide seemed too vast to accumulate in a mere few days. Nevertheless, that was a concern for another day. Presently, Lin Feng skillfully maneuvered around the vehicles and zombies on the road, eventually returning to Swan Bay after half an hour. At that moment, Zhang Chang, having grown anxious due to Lin Feng's absence overnight, was patrolling the hotel with a few others. Upon seeing Lin Feng's vehicle return, he hurried over to greet him. Noticing an additional person behind Lin Feng, Zhang Chang couldn't help but steal a few glances. Meanwhile, Lu Zhangda was awestruck by the grandeur and opulence of Swan Bay. Perhaps he had never set foot in such an expansive hotel in his lifetime. From the moment Lin Feng entered through the door, it was evident that the hotel belonged to him, the leader. This realization further solidified Lu Zhangda's belief that his choice was indeed the right one. Nothing happened, right? Lin Feng inquired as he parked the car and stepped out. Fortunately, Brother Feng, it seems there's a bit of a situation in the back garden. Zhang Chang hesitantly replied. The back garden? What is going on? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Oh, it's hard to explain. Brother Feng, you should see it for yourself. Zhang Chang scratched his head, unsure of how to articulate the issue. Upon entering the villa and making his way to the back garden, Lin Feng finally understood Zhang Chang's earlier expression. Before him lay a plot of extraordinary fertile soil, brimming with a variety of fruits. These were remnants Lin Feng had casually discarded, seeds and fruits alike. Among them were medicinal herbs, fruits, and vegetables. To his astonishment, they had thrived wildly. At that moment, Lu Zhongdao arrived, and upon witnessing the magnificent sight of the fertile soil, he was once again taken aback. Boss, is that a cucumber? He murmured, pointing at a cucumber as thick as a barrel. That should be it, Lin Feng replied. How can we possibly eat something so big? Lu Zhongdao exclaimed. Well, if we don't eat it, we could always use it for something else, Lin Feng said. Lu Zhongdao was left speechless. Ultimately, Lin Feng collected everything into his storage space. He then led Lu Zhongdao to the living room, calling everyone over to introduce them to one another. Wait for me. After the introductions, Lin Feng left with a parting remark and ascended the staircase. After a while, he returned with a large box. Since your culinary skills are commendable, you'll be in charge of the meals from now on. He placed the box on the floor before Lu Zhongda. Wow, Australian lobster, black gold abalone, Alaskan king crab. And Wagyu beef, boss, am I dreaming? Lu Zhongda stared incredulously at the assortment of ingredients within the box. This is no apocalypse, it's more like paradise, he thought. Before Lu Zhongda began cooking, Lin Feng provided him with a basic enhancement potion. After all, Lu Zhongda was a half-evolved mutant. Upon consuming the potion, he officially became a level 1 mutant. He claimed that his culinary skills had improved beyond their previous state. The meal preparation did not consume much time, and Lin Feng retrieved another box of fine wine to accompany the dinner. The quantity of wine in his storage space was enough to last 1,000 people a lifetime. After the meal, Lin Feng and Zhang Chong installed a generator in the villa's courtyard. The main hotel had its own generator, but Lin Feng decided to add one for the villa as well. After setting up the generator and a series of cameras, Lin Feng checked the time post-dinner. Only a few minutes remained until the completion of the all-terrain base vehicle upgrade in his storage space. Stepping outside the villa, Lin Feng approached the main building. At that moment, the upgrade was complete. As the system prompted, a colossal vehicle materialized before Lin Feng. It was a gigantic base vehicle measuring an impressive 20 meters in length, over 4 meters in width, and soaring to more than 6 meters in height. Its mere appearance would startle anyone who laid eyes upon it. Encased in super-thick alloy armor, the exterior was adorned with numerous machine gun barrels, approximately 100, by rough estimation. The underside of the vehicle was surrounded by even thicker alloy. This time, unlike before, the encasement featured a series of gaps rather than spikes. If Lin Feng's assumptions were correct, these openings resembled the rotating saw blades found on conventional base vehicles. The upgraded base vehicle's front was equipped with a slope designed to deter zombies and mutated beasts from leaping aboard. Additionally, it boasted a formidable defense mode that left Lin Feng somewhat dazzled. Eagerly, he used a key to unlock the vehicle's door. The entrance to what the system referred to as a Level 2 base vehicle was a staggering half-meter thick, suggesting that other parts of the vehicle were of similar robustness. Such a thickness of alloy was unimaginably sturdy. Stepping inside the base vehicle, Lin Feng, despite his mental preparation, was taken aback by the interior's grandeur. The entire first floor, apart from the driver's cabin, resembled an expansive conference room. Surrounding him were genuine leather sofas and high-end coffee tables, standard features of the space. Beside the sofas were 2 refrigerators and an ice maker, in addition to a liquor cabinet. Opposite the seating area was a massive television accompanied by a sound system. If one were to draw a comparison to a venue in the real world, the first floor of this base vehicle resembled a lavish KTV private room, only more opulent. It not only included a restroom and bathroom but also a small kitchen. At that moment, the windows were open, providing a clear view of the outside scenery. Despite Lin Feng distinctly recalling that the interior was hidden from view when he stood outside, this indicated that the windows possessed a visibility selection feature. At both ends of the first floor, staircases led to the second level. Upon ascending to the second floor, Lin Feng was greeted by a corridor flanked by 6 rooms. Each room measured approximately 10 square meters. Though not expansive, they were comparable in size to those found in smaller budget hotels. It is worth noting that typical bedrooms in ordinary households rarely exceed 10 square meters. Each of the second-floor bedrooms contained a large bed, a desk, and a small sofa. On the desk sat an exquisite computer, presumably for monitoring the status of the base vehicle and external conditions. Additionally, there was a telephone, a minibar, and a water bar. While the rooms may not rival the size of luxury hotels, they were undeniably well-equipped. The furnishings within the bedrooms were on par with those found in 5-star establishments. Alongside the 6 bedrooms, the second floor also featured a separate washroom and, like the first floor, a modest kitchen. After exploring the second floor, Lin Feng ascended to the 3rd level, the pinnacle of the base vehicle. Upon ascending to the 3rd level, Lin Feng was utterly astonished by the opulent decor. The entirety of the 3rd floor of the mobile base resembled a lavish suite in a luxury hotel. Features such as a grand super king-sized bed, an extravagant double-door refrigerator, a separate kitchen, and a dining area had all become standard amenities. Additionally, there was an exclusive reception room designated for the owner, furnished with upscale leather sofas, a refined coffee table and a tea set, alongside a comprehensive array of audiovisual and surveillance equipment, even including a treadmill and basic fitness apparatus. The bathroom boasted a spacious double bathtub for bathing indulgence. The total area of the 3rd floor exceeded 80 square meters. Even after accounting for the 20 square meters designated for vehicle storage, there remained 60 square meters of living space. This 60 square meters within a vehicle is a remarkable concept, comparable to a high-end suite in a 5-star hotel, let alone within a vehicle. The upgraded secondary all-terrain mobile base was undeniably satisfying to Lin Feng. It was no wonder that only one could be upgraded in a day. If this vehicle were to be placed in the real world, it could easily command a price exceeding 100 million. Without hesitation, Lin Feng commanded the system to upgrade the second mobile base vehicle. Consequently, if one vehicle could be upgraded daily, that would amount to 30 such mobile bases in a month. The same would hold true for the secondary all-terrain mobile base. Lin Feng was eager to ponder what opportunities might arise should he ever upgrade to a tertiary level. After surveying the interior of the vehicle, Lin Feng proceeded to the first floor of the mobile base. Settling onto the sofa, he intended to explore the vehicle's additional functionalities. Chapter 048. Time is of the essence. Computer, please provide an overview of the power system of the base vehicle. Lin Feng inquired while seated on the luxurious sofa on the first floor of the vehicle. This was his primary concern, for at its core, the base vehicle necessitated energy. Regardless of how advanced the weapon systems might be, without a source of power, it would merely become an immobile coffin. Promptly, he received a response from the computer. In standby mode, the base vehicle consumes 1 energy point per hour. During normal operation, it expends 10 energy points per kilometer. In berserk mode, consumption adjusts according to speed and duration. A primary magic crystal contains 1,000 energy points, indicating a range of 100 kilometers. This was Lin Feng's initial impression. The energy consumption was neither excessively high nor particularly low. Fortunately, Lin Feng possessed tens of thousands of primary magic crystals in his storage space. Otherwise, sustaining such utility would have been unfeasible. As for the berserk mode, its efficacy had already been demonstrated in the primary base vehicle, serving as a formidable tool for close-range mass extermination of zombies, with power output significantly amplified. Thus, energy consumption was not a concern. The secondary base vehicle is equipped with 108 energy machine guns, each shot consuming 1 energy point. The second level features 4 concealed energy cannons, each requiring 100 points per shot. The top level is armed with a main cannon, which consumes 1,000 energy points per discharge. The computer subsequently elaborated on the energy expenditure of the weaponry. The first 2 weapon types mirrored those of the primary base vehicle, albeit in quadruple quantity. Lin Feng had already witnessed the devastating power of the energy guns, capable of vanquishing primary zombies. Now, the secondary base vehicle boasted an additional main cannon, consuming 1,000 energy points per shot, equivalent to the total energy contained within a single primary mutated zombie's magic crystal. While primary zombies may not appear particularly formidable, the magic crystal within their brains could sustain energy consumption for years, even over a decade. Should such energy be unleashed instantaneously, it would generate a force akin to a massive hammer striking a needle with concentrated might. The precise effects, however, could only be discerned through experience. Beyond its weapon systems, the base vehicle was also capable of storing 30 tons of water and an equivalent volume of food. With this storage capacity, sufficient provisions could sustain a full complement of 15 individuals for 2 years, provided the food remained unspoiled. Such formidable weaponry and storage capabilities justified its designation as a base vehicle. It was, in essence, a compact base unto itself. Lin Feng was thoroughly pleased with this upgrade. Moreover, such enhancements would be implemented daily, resulting in the addition of another vehicle. He realized that, in comparison to the secondary base vehicle, the ordinary primary base vehicle resembled merely a troop transport. After all, if fully utilized, the entire base vehicle could accommodate 50 individuals. The secondary mutated vehicle, in contrast, functioned as a command vehicle. A single secondary base vehicle coupled with 10 primary ones would form a small contingent of 500 personnel. A typical squad of 500 individuals might manage with merely a few modified trucks. However, Lin Feng's base vehicle is an epitome of ruggedness. Its capabilities in both offense and defense, as well as its capacity for resource storage, far exceed those of a conventional squad. When combined with individual soldier equipment, it could be deemed as armed to the teeth. In the apocalypse, such a squad could effortlessly confront tens of thousands of zombies. Presently, the Level 2 base vehicle stands before the main hotel building, its towering height surpassing 6 meters, even exceeding the height of the surrounding walls. The main cannon of the base vehicle is perfectly positioned to strike targets beyond Swan Bay, even without placing the Level 2 base vehicle atop the city walls. It can serve as a formidable long-range artillery piece within the base. This artillery possesses the terrifying capability to expend 1,000 points of energy with a single shot. Should the number of Level 2 base vehicles increase in the future, they would create a formidable concentration of firepower. Just as Lin Feng was finishing his assessment of the base vehicle, Zhang Chang rushed over. Upon witnessing such a colossal vehicle, his jaw dropped in astonishment. Is this even a vehicle? Gazing at the towering 6-meter-high base vehicle, Zhang Chang felt as though he was caught in a dream. Is there something amiss? Lin Feng inquired with a smile, observing Zhang Chang's expression. Not only Zhang Chang, but even Lin Feng himself had been similarly astonished upon first encountering the base vehicle. "We've lost 2 people here," Zhang Chang quickly responded, his demeanor turning serious as he recalled the purpose of his visit. "Dead?" Lin Feng furrowed his brow at this news. "Hasn't the official water supply been halted? It has become a problem for our members to use the restroom due to insufficient water for flushing. Therefore, some of our people sought my permission to fetch water from the seaside. I didn't think much of it and agreed. However, unexpectedly, those who went for water encountered a sea monster and 2 of them were instantly devoured." Zhang Chang spoke with a hint of remorse, recognizing that he should have reported this matter to Lin Feng first. After all, the deceased were first-level mutants trained by Lin Feng. "This is not your fault. It was my oversight," Lin Feng replied with a sigh. Just as Lin Feng noted, it indeed was a lapse on his part. With the advent of the apocalypse, the ocean has become increasingly perilous. Many fish species have mutated, rendering them exceedingly powerful in the water. Consequently, the seawater is now largely unusable, even with pumping equipment. It could be easily damaged by the curious mutated creatures lurking beneath the waves. Utilizing the bottled purified water from Lin Feng's storage space is cumbersome and painful, as it is intended for flushing toilets. Thus, it becomes imperative to locate a freshwater factory, preferably one capable of filtering out the zombie virus. This way, regardless of whether it is safe for drinking, at least using it for flushing would not be a source of distress. Otherwise, one would have to resort to digging latrines in Swan Bay. Lin Feng is reluctant to transform the originally picturesque hotel into a foul-smelling environment, thus necessitating the resolution of this issue. "Fengge, I am aware of a freshwater purification facility in the vicinity, though I am uncertain if it is currently staffed." Sensing Lin Feng's contemplative state, Zhang Chang interjected, "Oh, that is splendid news. It seems that thoughts manifest into reality. Having access to a freshwater purification plant would be nothing short of ideal. Regardless of whether it is manned, as long as the equipment remains operational, we can manage. Ideally, if there is readily available water, we could amplify it 1,000-fold within our storage space, addressing our current predicament with merely a small quantity. Let us proceed to investigate." Lin Feng, acutely aware of the foul stench emanating from the restroom, understood the urgency of the situation. Consequently, he and Zhang Chang boarded a base vehicle without delay. The 2 hastily departed from Swan Bay, steering toward the direction indicated by Zhang Chang. Chapter 049. Had I known. I would not have prepared to steal freshwater is an indispensable resource in the current world. Whether through purchase or theft, it remains an essential for survival. After departing from Swan Bay, the base vehicle traveled along the coastal highway toward the east. According to Zhang Chang, there exists a large freshwater processing plant in that direction. Though the coastal highway cannot be deemed suburban, its proximity to the sea means that one side remains uninhabited. Compared to the city center, the population density here is considerably lower, resulting in fewer zombies. Nonetheless, Lin Feng encountered several vehicles along the way, their destinations unknown. Upon seeing such a sizable vehicle as the base truck approaching, those other vehicles instinctively veered aside. After all, in this apocalyptic world, anything could happen. Gradually, the coastal highway began to fork. Lin Feng chose the route leading to the factory. Perhaps this area was originally an industrial zone, as he observed numerous factories scattered about. Most of these factories had their gates tightly shut, leaving their interiors a mystery. Without lingering, Lin Feng made his way directly to the facility known as the Revival Water Plant. Water plants are typically state-owned, or so Zhang Chang had said. This particular plant had once been state-operated, but was later contracted out to private ownership due to ongoing losses. Zhang Chang's distant cousin had previously interacted with the owners while conducting business in the area, which is how he acquired this information. At that moment, the gates of the Revival Water Plant were also firmly closed. After driving the vehicle to the courtyard in front of the plant, Lin Feng and Zhang Chang disembarked. Observant Lin Feng noticed a nearby area along the seaside where a pile of zombie corpses had accumulated. This water plant had experienced a zombie outbreak, but it appeared to have been contained, he mused. Simultaneously, he noticed 2 individuals seated atop the wall at the entrance to the plant, each wielding automatic rifles. Despite this, he and Zhang Chang approached the gate armed only with their alloy combat knives. "Who are you looking for?" inquired one of the men perched on the wall. "We're here to purchase water," Lin Feng replied truthfully, glancing upward to discern the speaker was a middle-aged man. The man then produced a walkie-talkie and muttered a few words into it. "Please wait." After a brief pause, he spoke again, then descended from the wall. The next moment, a small door in the plant's iron gate swung open. Lin Feng and Zhang Chang stepped inside, where they were greeted by 4 individuals standing before them. All 4 appeared to be in their 40s and were clad in factory uniforms. What surprised Lin Feng the most was that each held a rifle. You two are mutants, aren't you? The leader among them remarked, casting a glance at Lin Feng and Zhang Chang. Lin Feng chose not to disclose his true abilities and merely nodded in acknowledgement. Only those brave enough to travel unarmed would dare approach. Please, come in. We can discuss business. The leading middle-aged man smiled. I am one of the responsible parties here. You may call me Old Zhang. With that, Old Zhang led the way, and the group proceeded deeper into the factory. Lin Feng observed that outside the water plant, several water trucks were parked, their contents unknown. Upon entering the workshop, he was greeted by an array of water tanks and a myriad of interconnected pipes. However, this exceeded his knowledge, and Lin Feng was uncertain of their purpose. Under the guidance of Old Zhang, a few individuals ascended to the office area on the second floor. This way, please, Old Zhang said, opening the door to an office and turning back to Lin Feng and his companion. Following him, Old Zhang and a middle-aged man entered first. Lin Feng exchanged glances with Zhang Chang before stepping inside as well, while the other two remained outside. How much water do you require? Old Zhang asked, inviting Lin Feng and Zhang Chang to sit down, bypassing idle chatter and getting straight to the point. 30 tons, perhaps? Lin Feng replied after a moment of contemplation. Zhang Chang appeared ready to interject, but Lin Feng gestured for him to remain silent, aware that Zhang Chang would likely think he was underestimating their needs. Yet, Zhang Chang was oblivious to Lin Feng's possession of a spatial storage capacity that could amplify their resources. Only 30 tons? Old Zhang expressed a hint of disappointment. We are few in number and one tea consume that much. Besides, water has a shelf life. We can always return to purchase more once we've used what we have. Lin Feng smiled and responded, easing Old Zhang's initial dismay. If you need so little, the price might be rather steep. Old Zhang pondered aloud while seated. How about you exchange an equivalent amount of grain for the 30 tons of water? Are you attempting to rob us? Water is priced so exorbitantly? At this moment, Zhang Chang could no longer contain himself and exclaimed loudly. He glanced at Lin Feng, who maintained a stoic expression. Now, hold on, young man. Such words are unwarranted, Old Zhang replied, seemingly aware of Lin Feng's apprehension regarding the costs. We are in apocalyptic times, not ordinary days. Our water does not come free. Even if it is groundwater, it must be pumped to the surface using generators, which require fuel. Furthermore, our filtration processes necessitate materials, and we conduct tests to ensure the water is free from the zombie virus. We risk our lives to procure these resources. Water is the essence of life, and naturally, its price has escalated. As he spoke, Old Zhang's gaze remained fixed on Lin Feng, as if he recognized him as the decision-maker in their midst. Let us set aside the price for now. Lin Feng interjected. May I pose a question? Where do your firearms originate? He continued, of course, if this delves into sensitive matters, feel free to disregard my inquiry. Pointing to the rifle resting on the table, Lin Feng was eager to understand why nearly everyone he encountered in the water plant seemed to be armed. Oh, that? It's hardly a secret, Old Zhang chuckled in response to Lin Feng's question. The existence of firearms is a well-known fact, and sharing this information holds little significance. These weapons were produced in the vicinity of Dongfeng Town, and we exchanged water for them. The price offered was quite reasonable, 10 tons of water for a single firearm, which explains the abundance of guns in our possession. Fortunately, we have a considerable supply of water. Otherwise, we would not have been able to acquire such a quantity of firearms. Although Lin Feng was uncertain about the reason behind this inquiry, Old Zhang responded candidly. The notion that a gun could be traded for such a price was astonishing. Had I known earlier, I would have opted to barter for water instead of contemplating theft. Upon learning that a single firearm could be exchanged for 10 tons of water, Lin Feng's spirits lifted at the thought of the millions of guns stored in his inventory. Given the simplicity of the arrangement, he decided it was unnecessary to resort to theft. Chapter 050, Dongfeng Town initially. Lin Feng felt that Old Zhang's price of exchanging water for food was somewhat exorbitant, and he contemplated the possibility of stealing some at night. However, it soon became apparent that 30 tons of water was merely the cost of 3 rifles. For someone who possessed tens of millions of firearms, this was but a trivial matter. Furthermore, collaborating with the other party was not detrimental. Establishing a water plant in the apocalypse naturally facilitated connections with various factions. Without such connections, development would be unattainable. While Lin Feng might not necessarily leverage this to engage with any factions, gathering information occasionally was certainly within the realm of possibility. Under reasonable circumstances, spending a little was not an issue, as Lin Feng was a reasonable individual, not one to be stingy. With this resolution, Lin Feng descended the stairs. Upon reaching the vehicle at the base, he retrieved 3 rifles from his storage space. After a moment's thought, he also took out 2 packs of ammunition. He then wrapped all the items in a piece of cloth. Once in the office upstairs, Lin Feng unveiled the bundle. These are standard rifles. Old Zhang exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing the firearms before him. 3 rifles, along with 2 packs of ammunition. Will be my gift to you in exchange for 30 tons of water, Lin Feng stated calmly, observing old Zhang's astonished expression. Deal, deal, old Zhang said, taking the firearms and handling them with great affection. Lin Feng understood his enthusiasm, as the weapons they possessed were, to put it plainly, rudimentary. Dongfeng Town was once a renowned place. Before the gun ban, almost every household in Dongfeng Town manufactured firearms. In addition to individual production, there were 2 gun manufacturing factories. Even in recent years, some underground industries had emerged. These were illicit operations, unbeknownst to outsiders. However, as a local of Binhai City, Lin Feng was somewhat aware of these matters. It can be said that the people of Dongfeng Town had ready access to both equipment and materials. Yet, Lin Feng found it hard to believe that Dongfeng Town had developed so rapidly. In just a few days, they had managed to sell firearms to the outside world. Since Lin Feng offered standard rifles, which were more precise than their rudimentary counterparts, along with 2 packs of ammunition. Old Zhang was elated and generously provided Lin Feng with a water tanker truck. In essence, it was a watering truck. Vehicles were the least valuable commodities in the apocalypse. As long as there was fuel, one could easily find a vehicle to drive. As they departed from the water plant, Lin Feng instructed Zhang Chang to take the watering truck, and they returned to Swan Bay Hotel together. After Zhang Chang left, Lin Feng directly stored the watering truck in his storage space. Ding! 1 watering truck has been stored, with a 10,000-fold increase. 1 watering truck had transformed into 10,000, which elucidated why Lin Feng only purchased 30 tons of water in a single truckload. Given his capacity for amplification, there was little need to acquire more. Lin Feng calculated that there were currently 800 people at Swan Bay Hotel, which meant 200 rooms. Assuming 4 individuals per room. After a rough estimation, if used sparingly, the daily water consumption for each room is approximately 20 liters. Consequently, the total water usage for the hotel amounts to around 4,000 kilograms, equivalent to 4 tons, including the water required for the villas. 30 tons would suffice for the entire hotel's occupants for a week. Thus, the water issue is temporarily resolved. At that moment, Lin Feng drove his vehicle to the water supply point on the side of the hotel. Once the hose was connected to the sprinkler truck, everything was in order. Suddenly, an alert sounded from the base vehicle atop the wall, signaling, "Warning. You have unlawfully approached our hotel. Please halt and submit to inspection." As Lin Feng addressed the water situation, he noticed a black Mercedes-Benz parked nearby. A group of individuals clad in black exited the vehicle. "Is anyone present?" "We represent the Tianlong Group," announced a young man in a black suit, carrying a briefcase. Surrounding him were robust figures wielding machetes, resembling bodyguards. Upon seeing the towering base vehicle atop the wall, the young man paused momentarily. The Tianlong Group? It is a renowned consortium in Binhai City. A formidable force in the previous life. The consortium's leader, Yang Tianlong, is one of the 4 masters of Binhai City. What could their representatives want here? Lin Feng pondered. "Speak if you have matters to discuss," he called from atop the wall, his voice calm, yet audible to all. "Are you the hotel manager? Is the owner, Zhang Quan, still here?" The young man inquired politely upon noticing Lin Feng and his weapon. "I do not know anyone by the name of Zhang Quan. Please, state your business directly," Lin Feng replied, unfamiliar with the individual. However, it appeared that Zhang Quan was the former owner of Swan Bay. Now, this hotel belonged to Lin Feng. "The individual you mentioned owes our Tianlong Group a debt, and we are here to collect," the young man stated, producing a document from his briefcase and gesturing it toward Lin Feng. "If you are acquainted with Zhang Quan, kindly convey our message." "Let me clarify. I do not know the person you are referring to. This hotel is now mine," Lin Feng responded coolly, gazing down at the gathering of individuals below. Understanding that there was some dispute, Lin Feng recognized that it no longer concerned him, as the hotel was now under his ownership. If they merely sought inquiries, he would let it go, but if they intended to cause trouble, he was unafraid. In this apocalyptic world, Lin Feng neither feared conflict nor sought to avoid it. The young man in black whispered to a companion nearby after hearing Lin Feng's words. Subsequently, he cast another glance at the towering wall before him and the numerous vehicles stationed atop it. "Very well, since it is thus, we shall not intrude. However, I must caution you, my lord, that Zhang Quan is no virtuous individual. If you happen to be acquainted with him, it would be prudent to exercise caution." With that, the young man clad in black returned to his vehicle. In the next moment, everyone boarded their cars, and the convoy departed into the distance. It was perplexing. Lin Feng found himself bewildered by the young man's brief remarks. Could it be that the proprietor of Swan Bay was not as reputable as he appeared? Lin Feng pondered inwardly. Whether he was a good person or not remained uncertain to him. Yet Lin Feng discerned certain details from the other party's visit. Chapter 051. The psychically mutated. Observing the demeanor of the other party, Lin Feng could discern a glimpse of the situation. It appeared that the Tianlong group had been recovering quite swiftly amidst this apocalyptic calamity. Originally, they were one of the major conglomerates in Bihai City. Regardless of who Zhang Quan might be, the fact that they could begin collecting debts within just a few days attested to their formidable strength. It seemed that even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Those factions were undeniably more powerful than ordinary individuals in this era of chaos. However, regardless of their might, Lin Feng was primarily focused on his own development. The progress of others was their concern, as long as they did not provoke him. He would not interfere in their affairs. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Feng made his way to Lu Qianxi's room. This time, Lu Qianxi was engaged in the creation of a previously unseen theka. It appeared to be quite challenging, as there were no other works present on his desk. Compared to the repetitive cards produced before, Lin Feng hoped he could devise more potent cards. Whether an enhancement in his abilities would enable him to create new cards remained to be seen. In the living room, Lin Feng settled onto the sofa and brewed a pot of tea. At that moment, Mu Hongmei descended from the second floor. Lin Feng, may I have a word with you? She inquired as she approached the sofa, glancing at him before finally breaking the silence. Speak, Lin Feng replied, observing the somewhat reserved Mu Hongmei before him. After several days of interaction, he sensed a change in her demeanor. At the very least, she was no longer as arrogant as she had once been. Perhaps she had come to understand her current predicament, that she needed to rely on Lin Feng for sustenance and basic necessities. I see that Sister Tingting and the others are quite formidable now. Could I have one of those Guyuan pills? Mu Hongmei asked hesitantly, looking at Lin Feng. During Lin Feng's busy days, the others in the villa had not been idle either. Although they did not practice any particular techniques, they had all engaged in physical training. Mu Hongmei clearly felt that her strength and agility were inferior to the others. She was aware, without needing to be told, that it was due to her lower tier of mutation. According to Lin Feng and Zhang Chang, Fantingting and the others were all level 2 mutants. Even Lu Tianxi, who was an artist, was at that level. Yet, within the entire villa, she was the only level 1 mutant. Despite no one voicing their thoughts, Mu Hongmei felt a sense of shame. Are you certain you won't revert to your previous mindset of looking down on ordinary people? Lin Feng inquired after pouring himself a cup of tea. Ultimately, he bore no personal grudge against Mu Hongmei. It was merely her earlier haughty demeanor that had unsettled him. Over the past few days, her conduct had been acceptable, but Lin Feng hoped she could initiate a transformation within herself, as he preferred not to have someone he disliked lingering nearby. In the past, I was at fault. However, I have come to a realization. My wealth was derived from my parents, and I possess nothing of which to be proud. If stripped of my financial status and placed among the ordinary populace, I would stand out in no remarkable way. As Mu Hongmei spoke, she observed Lin Feng's expression attentively, perhaps due to the emotional strain of recent days. Her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Lin Feng had been watching her intently, but suddenly he sensed a disquieting shift. It felt as though an unseen force was urging him to forgive this young woman before him. In that moment, Mu Hongmei appeared even more pitiable. No, this is not right. Abruptly, Lin Feng snapped back to reality. Gazing at Mu Hongmei, he wore a look of surprise. The sensation he had just experienced seemed akin to a mental assault. This Mu Hongmei possessed a talent for psychic abilities. Just moments ago, while she was merely sorrowful, she had evoked in Lin Feng an overwhelming sense of compassion, as if a persistent thought compelled him to treat her kindly. Furthermore, during this episode, Lin Feng's own perceptive faculties had notably diminished. This was undoubtedly a psychic attack. In his previous life, Lin Feng had heard of such attacks, though they were exceedingly rare. Initially, those with psychic mutations might appear inconspicuous, but as their level rose, they could become formidable. Lin Feng had not anticipated that Mu Hongmei would be a psychic mutant. Here, take the solid yuan pill. Acknowledging her as a psychic mutant and recognizing that she had come to terms with her past mistakes, Lin Feng chose not to hold grudges. He retrieved a solid yuan pill and placed it upon the coffee table. Mu Hongmei was taken aback upon seeing the pill. It seemed she had not expected Lin Feng to present it to her so swiftly, not one to underestimate its value. She understood the significance of a pill that could elevate a mutantess rank. Yet, Lin Feng's demeanor suggested he did not regard it with the weight it deserved. Without hesitation, she grasped the pill and swallowed it. Soon after, an extraordinary sensation enveloped her. Within mere moments, she felt a significant transformation within herself, an unmistakable change. Like Fan Yuting and the others, Mu Hongmei had now ascended to the rank of a second-level mutant. Thank you, Feng Ge, she murmured softly. Her words imbued with a hint of psychic energy that stirred Lin Feng's senses. Her smile was irresistibly enchanting. Fortunately, as a third-level mutant, Lin Feng managed to suppress the overwhelming feelings that threatened to overwhelm him. This psychic power is remarkably potent. I am fortunate to have been prepared for it. Lin Feng thought to himself. After taking a sip of water, he regained his composure. At present, within the entire villa, aside from Lu Zhongda, the cook, everyone else had attained a level of second-level mutants. The power dynamics of Swan Bay centered around the villa, where its occupants were predominantly second-level mutants, generally surpassing those in the main hotel. The four captains of the main building are individuals whom Lin Feng intends to cultivate with particular emphasis. After all, the main building boasts a combat capacity of 400 personnel, a number that Lin Feng alone cannot manage. Whether in the present or in the future, such leaders are indispensable. As for the women and the elderly in the hotel's main building, they will be tasked with logistical support. In the coming days, Lin Feng plans to enhance the hotel significantly, for it is ultimately his base and serves as a FAAD, regardless of how Lin Feng's future unfolds. This place remains an essential stronghold for him. Brother Feng, my sister Dingting and I wish to discuss something with you. After reaching the second level of mutation, Mu Hongmei hesitated for a moment before finally expressing her thoughts to Lin Feng. Chapter 052, The Zombie Tide. What is it? Lin Feng inquired as he set down his teacup. Well, could you perhaps take me and Tingting out for a look sometime? Mu Hongmei leaned closer to Lin Feng and said, staying cooped up at home every day is not ideal. And we do observe the outside world from the city walls daily. Sooner or later, we must confront the zombies that plague this world. Now that our strength has increased, we wish to acclimatize to the outside environment. Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng nodded in understanding. It seemed that this once headstrong girl had finally begun to grasp the gravity of their situation, even if she had not spoken up. Lin Feng had already contemplated this matter. He intended to gradually take everyone outside to acclimate to the environment in the days to come. After all, in this apocalypse, confining them to the villa was not a prudent course of action. At the very least, they had gained strength. However, they lacked first-hand experience in dealing with zombies and mutated beasts. If you wish to see zombies, you shall have ample opportunity in a few days, Lin Feng remarked, casting a glance at Mu Hongmei. In the subsequent 2 days, Lin Feng commenced training the mutated subordinates at the hotel. He instructed the 4 captains to take their teams outside the base, where they would engage in combat against zombies. The foremost objective was to eliminate any fear of these creatures. Otherwise, when the tide of corpses descended, they might find themselves paralyzed by terror. Initially, as Lin Feng anticipated, the first reaction of these individuals upon encountering zombies was to flee. However, under the guidance of their captains, they were compelled to confront the undead. Fortunately, they quickly realized that their strength surpassed that of ordinary humans. Once they confirmed that their alloy combat knives could effortlessly dispatch zombies, their fear dissipated. Gradually, slaying zombies transformed into a source of enjoyment. At times, they even engaged in competitions to see who could eliminate the most zombies, with those achieving higher counts rewarded with extra rations upon their return at night, serving also as a means of boasting among peers. Thus, 2 days passed. The warriors from the hotel had largely acclimated to the apocalypse, their spirits lifted from the previous despondency. This was precisely the outcome Lin Feng desired. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, Lin Feng arose early. He instructed Zhang Chang to summon everyone in the hotel to the walls of the base. Over 400 individuals stood atop the walls, the space not feeling cramped at all. This day marked the anniversary of a cataclysmic zombie tide in his past life. At that moment, the sky began to darken, the sun obscured by clouds, and the first raindrops began to fall. This rain bore no traces of the zombie virus. Even if it did, it would not harm these mutated beings. In the distance, the zombies began to stir, their movements growing increasingly animated. Initially lost in confusion, they seemed to catch a scent, and soon, the horde of zombies began to converge towards Swan Bay. In the previous life, it was the same. The zombies within the tide could detect human scent from afar. No one knew the reason for this phenomenon, nor was there time to investigate. A massive throng of zombies gradually formed a dark mass, advancing towards the Swan Bay base. Good heavens! So many zombies! Beside Lin Feng, Zhang Chang could not help but click his tongue. The sight of thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, of zombies instilled terror even in this level 2 mutant. Turning to Lin Feng, Zhang Chang noticed he remained utterly still, seemingly unfazed. They won't breach our base, will they? Although Lin Feng's calm demeanor provided Zhang Chang with a semblance of reassurance, he still felt a twinge of anxiety when faced with such a multitude of zombies. Whether the 6-meter-high city wall could withstand this tide remained uncertain. Just watch, Lin Feng spoke mysteriously, offering no further elaboration. As the horde drew ever closer, new zombies appeared in the distance. The numbers exceeded not just 10,000 but perhaps even 20,000. Looking up, it was evident that the streets and roads were completely overwhelmed by zombies. Having experienced a zombie tide before, Lin Feng could estimate the presence of no fewer than 100,000 zombies. Such a quantity, even for a level 3 mutant like Lin Feng, was formidable. Even if one could eliminate a zombie every second, it would take 30 hours to eradicate them all, assuming no food, water, or rest was required. For an ordinary person, it was unthinkable. They would surely be engulfed by the tide. The horde continued to approach, gradually closing in to within 200 meters of Swan Bay. The warriors trained in the hotels were somewhat prepared, having undergone 2 days of training. Nevertheless, facing 10 zombies was utterly different from confronting 100,000. Fortunately, they had personally dispatched many zombies, bolstering their resilience. In contrast, individuals like Zhou Tao, Zhang Chang's parents, and Fan Yuting, who had seldom encountered zombies, were understandably anxious. Despite possessing the strength of level 2 mutants, their lack of experience was apparent. The enhanced vision of level 2 mutants allowed them to discern the grotesque features of the zombies, even from 200 meters away, evoking a deep-seated fear. Brothers, do you have confidence in vanquishing these zombies? Lin Feng inquired loudly, surveying the warriors in the hotel. A few hesitant responses emerged from the crowd. Clearly, they were shaken by the unfolding situation, Lin Feng noted with understanding. He empathized. In the previous life, he too would have felt fear, perhaps even terror, in the presence of such a multitude of zombies. Now, the tide stood before them, a myriad of zombies, overwhelming in number. However, if they did not resist, their home would inevitably be destroyed. Within our base reside your wives, children, and even your parents. Should they enter the confines of this stronghold, their fates would be sealed at the jaws of the undead. Now, I implore you to tell me, do you possess the confidence to vanquish these zombies? Although Lin Feng may not be a seasoned orator, in this moment, his voice reverberated against the walls, stirring the hearts of those present. He spoke the truth. The frail and the ailing within the hotel are in dire need of their protection. At this juncture, these individuals are collectively known as men. It is during times of genuine need that one must rise to confront the challenges ahead. This is the essence of manhood. With unwavering conviction. At this moment, a resounding chorus erupted from the crowd. Lin Feng nodded, for this was precisely the response he sought. Computer, connect all base vehicles and activate automatic attack mode. Approaching one of the base vehicles, Lin Feng issued the command to its onboard computer. Chapter 053. The shift in mindset. The staggering number of approximately 100,000 zombies was far too overwhelming for the mere 400 individuals present to confront. Even if they were all mutated beings, they were still woefully outmatched. This was not merely a matter of numerical disparity. It was a testament to Lin Feng's extensive combat experience. While it might not be an insurmountable task for a level 1 mutant to eliminate 100 ordinary zombies single-handedly, the scenario changed drastically when 100 mutants faced tens of thousands of zombies. It became a battle of teams. Moreover, within the horde, there was a possibility that more advanced zombies would emerge. Everything remained uncertain. The zombies loomed merely about 150 meters from Swan Bay. Save for Lin Feng, beads of sweat had begun to form on the foreheads of everyone else. Confronted by the ominous tide of undead, it was utterly impossible to claim that fear did not grip their hearts. Commence the attack. Lin Feng commanded the onboard computer of the base vehicles. With his order, the energy guns mounted on 20 base vehicles atop the walls roared to life. The sound was not deafening. Yet the sight of countless beams of light streaking toward the distant zombies was nothing short of mesmerizing. In the next moment, waves of zombies collapsed under the onslaught. The ordinary zombies stood no chance against the energy guns. Oh, the crowd atop the walls erupted into cheers. They had not anticipated that Lin Feng possessed such formidable means. The warriors, who had initially prepared to face their demise, seemed to glimpse a ray of hope. It was akin to mortal souls, on the brink of execution, receiving an unexpected reprieve. In that instant, they realized that their leader did not truly wish for them to perish. Rather, he had devised alternative strategies. Watching the fallen zombies, their spirits rekindled. Although they stood atop the walls, avoiding direct combat with the undead, they were nonetheless safeguarding their territory and defending the base. A sense of mission surged within them, igniting their adrenaline. As the zombies continued to fall, Lin Feng observed the situation within the horde. Some zombies, displaying remarkable speed, attempted to evade the energy blast from the base vehicles, while others, towering at over 2 meters, braved the energy cannon's assault. Behold those distinct zombies within the horde. They are level 1 zombies, significantly more powerful than the ordinary ones. Lin Feng proclaimed loudly, elucidating the characteristics and forms of the level 1 zombies to the gathered crowd. Simultaneously, Lin Feng meticulously scrutinized the level 1 zombies. Despite the absence of immediate danger, prudence was always advisable. Regardless of whether they were the swift or the unusually large zombies, after enduring several energy blasts, they too succumbed reluctantly. The crowd on the walls, including Zhang Chang and the others, observed intently, assessing the level 1 zombies. They understood that these were the true threats. With the continuous barrage from the base vehicle's energy guns, the advance of the horde had been temporarily halted, leaving behind a disarray of differently shaped zombie corpses. In certain areas, corpses have already piled up like small mountains, while the zombies behind continue to trample over the fallen bodies in their relentless advance. These creatures, devoid of awareness, lack both pain and fear. At this moment, their brains seemed to be governed by a singular will, fixated solely on the human stronghold. On the walls, Lin Feng vigilantly monitored the unfolding situation. Each vehicle within the base was equipped with 100 primary magic crystals, amounting to a formidable total of 100,000 energy points. This reservoir of energy was sufficient to confront the current predicament. Just as the foremost zombies approached within 100 meters of the base, the main cannon of the vehicle discharged a beam of light, more potent than an energy gun, surged forth towards the approaching horde. In the next instant, the light struck the ground, generating a tremendous shockwave. Zombies within a 10-meter radius were violently propelled backward, many disintegrating into fragments. The sight of 20 main cannons firing in unison was truly awe-inspiring, akin to a barrage of artillery raining down upon the undead tide. Each round was capable of obliterating dozens of zombies, and those flung away by the shockwave either shattered into pieces or met their demise instantly. Even the first-tier zombies, upon being hit by the cannon's force, collapsed en masse. The power of the main cannon, consuming a mere 100 energy points per shot, was immense. When combined with the energy guns, it effectively halted the zombies' advance. If the primary cannon of the first-tier vehicle possessed such might, one could only wonder about the power of the second-tier vehicles, Lin Feng mused. The main cannon atop the second-tier vehicle required 1,000 energy points per shot, undoubtedly surpassing the current artillery in potency. After 2 days, Lin Feng had acquired 3 second-tier vehicles. However, this time he did not intend to deploy them. It was not a matter of reluctance, but rather a recognition that they were unnecessary. Before long, 2 hours had elapsed. This duration, neither particularly long nor short, would have seemed trivial to those of the past, perhaps allowing for just a few rounds of gaming. Yet now, it represented a crucial turning point for thousands of zombies. During these 2 hours, the collective sentiment towards the horde shifted from initial terror to a gradual acclimatization, culminating in a fervent hope for victory. The singular desire among all was the extermination of the undead. Some even felt an eager urge to descend and confront the zombies personally. This, perhaps, illustrates the human psyche's evolution in the face of war. As the zombie tide approached within 50 meters of Swan Bay, yet another hour passed. Observing the scene, the number of zombies a mere 50 meters away dwindled to less than 10,000, with only a handful remaining. Brothers, in this apocalyptic world, we cannot rely solely on machines. Standing atop the wall, Lin Feng surveyed the crowd. We ourselves are aberrants, endowed with abilities surpassing those of the zombies. I now require you to descend and engage these creatures, to truly experience the essence of this conflict. Only those who have endured the trials of war can truly grow. I do not wish for you to be mere flowers sheltered in a greenhouse. I do not impose any demands. Anyone brave enough to venture out, follow me. Those who slay a multitude of zombies shall be rewarded. With that, Lin Feng descended the city wall, making his way toward the gates of the base. Only those who have endured the ravages of war can truly embody fearlessness. Even in the face of peril, Lin Feng possesses the fortitude to embrace it. By heavens, I shall go as well. Me too. Count me in. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, many voiced their eagerness. They were already brimming with anticipation and now yearned to test their own prowess in vanquishing the undead. It is the nature of humanity, at times. Despite the awareness of potential danger, the spirit to strive remains unwavering. In that moment, the individuals atop the city wall surged toward the gates of the base. Chapter 054, Level 2 Zombies. At this moment, the battlefield ignited Lin Feng's fighting spirit. The sensation from his previous life resurfaced within him. However, upon exiting the base, he did not rush headlong into the advancing horde. Instead, he took command at the entrance. Xiangzi, have several captains lead their teams to confront the zombies from different angles. When encountering a level 1 zombie, do not act recklessly. We must work together to eliminate it. This is not the time for individual heroics. Our primary concern in battling these creatures is to ensure our own safety. As the group surged forth from the Swan Bay base, Lin Feng's voice rang out clearly. This is merely a training exercise, a practical drill. Since it is training, safety must come first. At that moment, Lin Feng spotted Zhang Chang's father and Zhou Tao emerging as well, prompting him to hasten over. Xiaofeng, there's no need to worry. We see the youth so eager, so we thought we'd come down and observe, Zhang Chang's father said with a smile, his face devoid of fear. It seemed Lin Feng's earlier words had inspired him. Indeed, Xiaofeng, we have witnessed much in our lives, but never have we faced zombies. This is our home, and we have a duty to protect it, Zhou Tao interjected. Lin Feng nodded, understanding their intent. In that case, uncles, stay close to me. Focus on isolating and dispatching the lone zombies. Avoid engaging level 1 zombies. Although you are both level 2 mutants, your lack of combat experience necessitates that you remain by my side for safety. At this juncture, the advanced team had made contact with the edge of the horde. The soldiers from the base, having undergone 2 days of training, faced the zombies with newfound courage. They brandished their alloy combat knives, striking at the approaching undead. To the untrained eye, ordinary zombies might seem formidable, but they were no match for level 1 mutants. Often, just as they lunged menacingly at the soldiers, their heads would be severed in an instant. The soldiers employed tactics in their zombie eradication, primarily targeting the head. This was a lesson learned through cinema long before the apocalypse. The sharpness of the alloy knives allowed them to effortlessly slice through the necks of the undead. Those zombies, now headless, toppled to the ground. The captains, having gained some command experience after 2 days of coordination with their teams, directed their subordinates to strike at the areas where the zombies were sparse. Consequently, the tide of battle seemed overwhelmingly in their favor. However, in the next moment, a minor complication arose. The level 1 zombies appeared to possess a semblance of independent thought. Upon noticing the humans' approach, they lunged at the base's soldiers. With both speed and strength far surpassing that of ordinary zombies, their sudden emergence threw the soldiers into disarray. Fortunately, the presence of Zhang Chong and several captains surrounded them. With the assistance of the second-tier mutants, the first-tier zombies were swiftly vanquished. Even the first-tier zombies stood no chance against 7 or 8 mutants of the same level. One by one, the first-tier zombies were exterminated, each defeat met with jubilant cheers from the crowd. In that moment, it became evident that the once dreaded zombies posed no threat to them. Thus, the people exerted themselves even more fervently. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed from a distance. A second-tier zombie. Upon hearing that sound, Lin Feng's brow furrowed. It was unmistakably the cry of a second-tier zombie, a sound he was all too familiar with after 5 years of survival in this post-apocalyptic world. He raised his gaze, and sure enough, in the distance, a hulking figure loomed, a zombie towering at 2.5 meters, its upper body a dark, ashen hue, advancing towards them. The zombie wielded a half-broken utility pole, one end entangled with wires. A zombie that could wield weapons was undoubtedly of the second tier. What surprised Lin Feng was the emergence of a second-tier zombie so soon after the apocalypse began. For ordinary people, such a creature was utterly terrifying. A single second-tier zombie could easily obliterate a small human outpost. The one before him radiated brute strength. Each of its strikes could easily possess the force of 1,000 pounds. Although the strength-based second-tier zombies were somewhat slower, they still moved significantly faster than ordinary zombies. Most importantly, their power seemed inexhaustible. However, for Lin Feng, this was more than just a second-tier zombie. It was a source of magical crystals. He had dealt with third- and fourth-tier zombies in his previous life, so he was not intimidated. Without hesitation, Lin Feng charged toward the second-tier zombie, as if fearful it might flee. Upon noticing his approach, the second-tier zombie appeared somewhat apprehensive. In the next moment, it swiftly raised the utility pole and swung it toward Lin Feng, who had closed the distance. In an instant, a flash of silver light glimmered. The half-utility pole was cleaved into a quarter. The 30-centimeter diameter concrete pole was effortlessly severed, the blade's force continuing to slice through, landing directly on the zombie's shoulder. With a single strike, the zombie's shoulder was severed, and the remaining piece of the pole fell to the ground. The second-tier zombie was taken aback, seemingly astonished by such swiftness. While it was momentarily stunned, Lin Feng seized the opportunity to strike again. His blade accurately swept across the zombie's neck. Despite the neck appearing more robust than that of an ordinary zombie, Lin Feng managed to sever it with a single blow. In a matter of moments, he dispatched the second-tier zombie with ease. After all, he was now a third-tier mutant, fortified by 5 years of survival experience in the apocalypse. Confronting a second-tier zombie was a trivial endeavor for him. With a sweeping strike of his blade, Lin Feng cleaved through the surrounding ordinary zombies, reducing them to mere halves. He then approached the corpse of a second-tier zombie. Prodding it with his alloy war blade, Lin Feng bent down to retrieve a magical crystal. This crystal, slightly larger than a first-tier one, shimmered in a pale yellow hue, with a substance akin to cotton fluff flowing gently within. This was a second-tier magical crystal, a sight Lin Feng had often encountered in his previous life. In comparison to the first-tier crystal, the second-tier one in his possession held significantly greater value. Without hesitation, Lin Feng placed the magical crystal into his storage space. Ding! Acquired 1 second-tier magical crystal with an amplification of 10,000 times. In the next moment, the system's notification chimed in. Chapter 055. The Day of Victory. In an instant, Lin Feng found himself in possession of 10,000 secondary magic crystals within his storage space. Unlike primary magic crystals, secondary ones could not be utilized as energy points. In his previous life, crystals of level 1 and above were primarily employed in the crafting of energy equipment. However, that was a matter for another time. For now, their mere presence was sufficient. The sight of Lin Feng effortlessly dispatching even the secondary zombies invigorated all those present. Their actions hastened considerably, as the zombies before them fell like blades of grass being harvested. It seemed that the act of slaying zombies had become addictive. Once fear was vanquished, it transformed into a gaming experience. With each zombie that fell, an inexplicable sense of achievement surged among the onlookers. The physical prowess of level 1 mutants far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Even after prolonged bouts of wielding their weapons, fatigue was a minor concern. After more than an hour, when the last zombie collapsed, jubilant cheers erupted from the crowd. The terrifying specter of zombies had been vanquished by human hands, not just one, but an entire horde. At that moment, the assembled crowd grasped a profound truth. As long as they were strong, no number of zombies could stand before them. This victory ultimately belonged to humanity. They no longer cowered in the face of the undead. In their quest to defend their homeland, they would never retreat. Next came the task of clearing the battlefield. Following the revelation that primary zombies contained magic crystals within their brains, numerous primary magic crystals were handed over to Lin Feng. Before long, a substantial quantity of these crystals found their way into his storage space. Upon counting, he discovered a total of 367 primary magic crystals. Thus, it was evident that the recent horde had amounted to an equivalent number of primary zombies slain. It appeared that the ratio of primary zombies to ordinary zombies was approximately 1 to 300. It was no wonder that higher-level zombies proved increasingly formidable. They were, after all, elite among the undead. Much like human mutants, only a select few zombies possessed the ability to evolve. Once these magic crystals entered Lin Feng's storage space, their quantity multiplied by 10,000, resulting in over 3 million crystals. No longer would he have to fret over the scarcity of magic crystals. Even if he were to extract all the base vehicles from his storage, the magic crystals he possessed would suffice to power them. With the issue of magic crystals resolved, the next challenge lay in dealing with the multitude of zombie corpses. Although mutants were immune to the zombie virus, the sheer volume of corpses necessitated their removal. Otherwise, unforeseen consequences could arise. Thus, Lin Feng returned to the base and sought an unoccupied area, from which he retrieved over 20 bulldozers from his storage space. He recalled that these vehicles had been specifically acquired before the apocalypse for future needs. At that time, he had prudently stored various machinery, including forklifts, bulldozers, and excavators, within his storage space. Now, they had finally found their purpose. The bulldozer is an apparatus that requires little in terms of skill. Zhang Chong has assembled a team of over 20 subordinates capable of operating vehicles. After a brief period of exploration, they maneuvered the bulldozer out of the base. With the greatest concern now behind him, Lin Feng began a short respite following the zombie tide. He spent his time nurturing various plants in the villa and teaching Zhang Chong and several elders the art of swordsmanship. The remainder of his hours was devoted to cultivating the 9 transformations golden body technique. After several days of rigorous practice, Lin Feng perceived a notable enhancement in his strength. If one were to categorize the entire Tier 3 mutated beings into 3 stages, beginner, intermediate, and advanced, he had now ascended to the intermediate level. Presently, the efficacy of consuming intermediate solidifying essence pills had diminished for Lin Feng. Only through relentless cultivation could he augment his spiritual energy to a sufficient degree for a breakthrough. This is the case for all mutated beings. In the absence of pills and potions, they rely on gradual enhancement of their powers. One day, Lu Tianxi excitedly approached Lin Feng, for his new Thanka had been completed. This particular piece was unlike any he had previously created, exceptionally intricate, consuming 5 full days of his efforts. Upon receiving the Thanka, Lin Feng marveled at the exquisite patterns adorning it. However, his primary concern was the Thanka-S effects. Ding. Acquired intermediate Thanka, absolute defense card. Absolute defense card can generate an absolute defense within a 10-meter radius, lasting for 10 seconds. As Lin Feng grasped the Thanka, the system promptly provided its notification. The absolute defense card could shield against any form of attack, including that of nuclear weaponry. Although the duration was a mere 10 seconds, it could prove life-saving in critical moments. Otherwise, it would not be classified as an intermediate card by the system. Previously, Lin Feng had only obtained offensive cards. At last, he possessed a defensive card, and it was of intermediate grade. In some respects, this was a means of preserving life. Consequently, Lin Feng immediately placed the intermediate defense card into his storage space and amplified it 1,000-fold. During lunchtime, Lin Feng heard a rumbling sound emanating from outside the villa. Upon stepping into the courtyard, he beheld a formation of helicopters flying southward. This signified the official military's withdrawal. The sight of the aircraft clarified his understanding. In the previous apocalypse, the official troops had retreated to the provincial capital, Jiangnan City, after their base was besieged by a massive horde of zombies. Calculating the timeline, it seemed that this was about the right moment. The military's withdrawal was not a favorable development for Binhai City, as the troops could have provided assistance during crucial times. Now, in order to secure the provincial capital, the forces were retreating to Jiangnan City, which undoubtedly dealt a blow to the morale of Binhai City's inhabitants. However, this very withdrawal would lead to the gradual rise of local powers. This was also the reason behind the emergence of various factions within Binhai City in the previous world. After all, in a tourist city with a population in the millions, the number of residents is indeed considerable. Currently, we find ourselves in the nascent stages of the establishment of these factions. Fortunately, Lin Feng had prepared in advance. When the apocalypse descended, he had already forged his own influence. Although his numbers are few, in terms of quality, they are undoubtedly exceptional. Moreover, the mere existence of the walls surrounding his two bases is a feat that ordinary factions cannot accomplish in a short span of time. However, at this very moment, Lin Feng does not feel disheartened by the withdrawal of the official forces. On the contrary, he recognizes that an opportunity has arisen. With the troops having retreated, it is unlikely that they have managed to carry everything away. It seems that the time has come to seize the moment. Chapter 056. The Journey of Opportunism. Before embarking on this journey, Lin Feng took the time to fill every refrigerator in the villa to the brim with provisions. Additionally, he stockpiled a considerable amount of instant meals in the storage room on the first floor. Although the few individuals residing within the house could not consume an excessive amount of food, the preparation of ingredients was nonetheless essential. Given that the warehouse at the hotel's main building was already brimming with supplies, Lin Feng felt no concern for that aspect. Just as Lin Feng completed his arrangements, Mu Hongmei and Fan Yuding made their entrance into the living room. "I am setting out on a trip this time, but I cannot take you both along," Lin Feng preemptively stated, seemingly aware of what they were about to say. "The destination I am heading to is rather perilous, and you two lack combat experience, making it unsuitable for your involvement. Perhaps during the next outing, when the danger is less pronounced, I shall ensure to bring you both along." Observing the glimmer of anticipation in their eyes, Lin Feng resolutely made his decision. This time, he had not even brought Zhang Chong along. After all, the recent zombie tide had just receded, and it was uncertain whether a second wave might occur. Even a small congregation of zombies, if not taken seriously, could pose significant problems. It was prudent to leave someone capable in charge of the base. Having succinctly organized matters at home, Lin Feng departed alone, driving a level 1 base vehicle out through the gates of Swan Bay. The vicinity surrounding Swan Bay had been cleared of zombies due to the earlier tide, resulting in a clear expanse. Should anyone suddenly arrive here, they might mistakenly believe that the world had returned to normalcy. However, as Lin Feng proceeded forward, the scene ahead transformed dramatically. The number of zombies on the road had increased noticeably, with those undead shuffling about in a confined area as if awaiting something. Lin Feng noted a significant gathering of zombies in the distance at the Dongfang Garden community on his right. Even from the confines of his vehicle, he could hear sporadic gunfire echoing from afar. It appeared that firearms from Dongfeng town had swiftly found their way into the city. Listening to the gunshots, Lin Feng mused internally. Logically, while some precincts or shooting clubs in the city might possess firearms, their quantities would be limited and ammunition scarce. The frequency of the gunfire he heard indicated an influx of weapons from outside. Nevertheless, this was indeed a positive sign, suggesting that humanity was still capable of resisting this latest zombie tide. Now that he was on the open highway, Lin Feng hesitated no longer. He activated the vehicle's berserk mode. The expenditure of 10 energy points was an inconsequential matter for him. Under the relentless barrage of the energy cannon within the vehicle, Lin Feng's automobile maintained its speed as it traversed the streets. 20 minutes later, he arrived at a side street in the city center. Not far ahead stood the Renjia Martial Arts School, its towering walls visible from a distance. As he drew closer to the school, Lin Feng observed an intriguing phenomenon. The density of zombies diminished the nearer he approached Renjia Martial Arts School. To avoid attracting a horde of zombies to the martial arts school, Lin Feng deactivated the base vehicle's berserk mode. The vehicle moved silently, unable to draw the attention of distant zombies. The closer zombies had already been eliminated by the energy guns mounted on the vehicle. Thus, Lin Feng approached Renjia Martial Arts School. After dispatching the surrounding zombies, he was astonished to discover individuals battling zombies beneath the walls, students of Renjia Martial Arts School. He recognized the school uniforms immediately. A handful of students, numbering merely a dozen, were fearlessly engaging the encircling zombies, wielding their alloy combat knives to slay the undead one by one. With only a few students remaining, Lin Feng could scarcely fathom the fate of the others. In the next moment, Amon commanded the vehicle to fire upon the zombies surrounding the students. With a barrage of gunfire, 20 energy machine guns opened fire simultaneously, causing the nearby zombies to collapse. "The boss is here. He has come to help us," someone shouted from afar, prompting the students to glance towards Lin Feng's direction. Recognizing the base vehicle, the students erupted in cheers upon confirming Lin Feng's arrival. Meanwhile, dozens of figures appeared atop the wall, exclaiming in excitement upon seeing Lin Feng. It appeared there were still others on the wall. With the sight of numerous students atop the wall, Lin Feng finally felt relieved. What followed was a one-sided slaughter. Under the assault of the vehicle's energy guns, a clearing rapidly formed around the gate. Lin Feng then directed the vehicle towards the entrance. At that moment, the gate swung open, and Li Sun emerged, followed by dozens of students wielding alloy combat knives. Stepping out of the vehicle, Lin Feng approached Li Sr. "Let us unload the supplies from the vehicle. We can discuss further inside." The vehicle contained food and water that Lin Feng had prepared for the students in advance. Although the supplies from the previous 2 trips were still sufficient, Lin Feng never came empty-handed. Li Sun promptly organized the students to begin transporting the supplies. Occasionally, a lone zombie would stagger towards them from a distance, only to be swiftly dispatched by the vigilant students. Upon returning to the teaching building, Lin Feng and Li Sun entered an office. In recent days, the number of zombies had increased significantly. Without waiting for Lin Feng to speak, Li Sun reported the situation of the past few days. "Initially, we planned to wait within the walls until the zombies dispersed, but we were mistaken. The zombies outside continued to accumulate. Realizing we could not remain idle, we decided to venture out in batches to eliminate them. Fortunately, the walls have kept the zombies at bay. After several days of combat, the number of zombies near the gate has decreased considerably." This was the outcome of Li Sun and his companions' efforts, and Lin Feng felt immensely satisfied with their actions. They did not sit idly by, awaiting rescue, which signifies that they still harbored a spirit of determination. At the very least, they did not wish to impose further burdens on Lin Feng. This illustrates their loyalty. With Lin Feng's arrival, it was only natural to organize a grand feast for everyone. After all, it was his presence that encouraged them to indulge in some culinary delights. On ordinary days, most students were quite frugal, merely focusing on meeting their basic needs under Li Sun's leadership. Nevertheless, even so, those students felt a sense of contentment. They were, after all, children left behind, and having access to such food was already a privilege. Moreover, considering that many outside were facing hunger, how could they possibly feel dissatisfied? During the meal, Lin Feng noticed an issue. Chapter 57. The reward once again as Lin Feng partook of his meal. He could distinctly perceive a change among the students surrounding him. The essence of their spiritual energy was markedly stronger than before. Upon inquiry, he discovered that this enhancement was a result of their recent victories over the zombies. Having previously trained under Lin Feng in the blade techniques of the 9 turns golden body art, and with their status as first-level mutated beings, they had evidently felt a significant increase in their spiritual energy after engaging in numerous battles against the undead. After finishing his meal, Lin Feng resolved to take action. He retrieved over 100 primary solidification pills from his storage space and instructed the students to consume them. Consequently, more than 100 second-level mutated beings came into existence. Given Lin Feng's frequent absences, it was imperative for them to rely on their own strength for self-preservation. Now, as second-level mutated beings, they were fully capable of defending themselves. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy streamed down the faces of the students as they recognized their newfound strength. Once ordinary individuals, they had merely been left behind children. It was only after Lin Feng elucidated the distinction between mutated beings and ordinary people that they understood the elevated status of mutated beings in this apocalyptic world. In the eyes of ordinary individuals, mutated beings epitomized strength. Even the most basic first-level mutated being held an existence beyond the reach of ordinary people. Now, having ascended to the realm of second-level mutated beings, their prowess positioned them among the elite in the entire coastal city. All of this was a gift from their leader, Lin Feng. Without him, they might still be struggling against the relentless tide of zombies, and many may have perished at their hands. Lin Feng not only saved their lives, but also empowered them to become formidable. Such a debt of gratitude is beyond the capacity of mere words to express. However, Lin Feng paid little heed to such sentiments. He had always been generous towards his subordinates, as long as they were willing to serve him. Regardless of the time or circumstance, he would ensure they never regretted their allegiance. Perhaps he was ruthless to his enemies, yet he never withheld resources from those close to him. After spending the night at the martial arts academy, Lin Feng bid farewell to Li's son and the students the following morning. His current objective was the military encampment located in the outskirts of the coastal city. He needed to traverse Dongfeng town. He wondered what condition it had succumbed to. According to Lin Feng's route, the most direct way to reach the military base was indeed through Dongfeng town. Observing the current situation, it appeared that some individuals in the coastal city had acquired firearms, likely originating from the makeshift weapons of Dongfeng town. The ability to trade weapons under such circumstances indicated a semblance of self-defense capabilities among the townsfolk. Lin Feng held no particular thoughts regarding the homemade firearms of Dongfeng town. After all, within his current storage space, he possesses millions of firearms. Although these weapons vary in type, they are ultimately far more precise than those produced in Dongfeng town. It is akin to how individuals who have savored the delights of large lobsters would no longer be preoccupied with smaller ones. As for the homemade weapons, Lin Feng has yet to find them worthy of his attention. His decision to pass through Dongfeng town is solely to reach the military base. Not long after departing from Renjie Martial Arts School, Lin Feng retracted the base vehicle into his storage space. In the next moment, he produced a Maybach. While he also owns luxury vehicles, this particular car is considerably more understated than the base vehicle. At times, Lin Feng prefers to remain discreet, not out of fear, but rather for the sake of tranquility. With a resounding crash, the unarmed Maybach barreled through a small cluster of zombies. Ding. Mission accomplished. 100,000 zombies eliminated. System rewards granted. Just as Lin Feng sent one zombie flying, the system notification chimed in his mind. 100,000 zombies. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Lin Feng has dispatched a considerable number of zombies, coupled with this recent wave of the undead. Although the majority were vanquished by the base vehicle, the tally ultimately reflects upon Lin Feng. Perhaps this is why he now stands at a total of 100,000 zombies slain. The prospect of a reward for this achievement had not crossed his mind. Yet, it is not entirely surprising that the system would offer a reward. Ding. Reward. 1000 energy conversion devices. With the system's announcement, Lin Feng's reward materialized. Energy conversion devices, he paused in contemplation. This time, he did not require the system's explanation to understand their purpose. In his previous life, humanity endured 5 years in the apocalypse. As they continually battled against the undead, they discovered the existence of magical crystals among the higher-tier zombies. The nature of these crystals became a pivotal subject among the surviving scientists. After more than half a year of research, it was finally elucidated that magical crystals are a substance capable of providing energy. Following extensive experimentation, humanity invented the energy conversion device, which extracts energy from magical crystals and converts it into a usable form. This energy can be understood as electrical energy or thermal energy, yet it is fundamentally referred to as crystal energy. The significance of this conversion device is profound. The energy conversion device can effortlessly adjust crystal energy into electrical energy, thermal energy, or kinetic energy. Firearms manufactured using the energy conversion device can directly launch energy projectiles, akin to the energy guns mounted on Lin Feng's base vehicle, wielding power that far surpasses conventional firearms. Moreover, vehicles equipped with the energy conversion device will experience a remarkable enhancement in both driving range and power. This represents merely the most elementary application. In certain fields of aviation, future generations may utilize the energy conversion device to create new aircraft. In summary, the utility of the energy conversion device is vast. Lin Feng glanced at the system's explanation. The energy conversion device provided by the system allows for the transformation of energy based on existing equipment. For instance, the most commonplace firearms can, upon the installation of this device, enhance the propulsion of bullets when activated, thereby exponentially increasing the firearm's power. Similarly, automobiles can be equipped with this device. However, they require magical crystals for power, akin to base vehicles. In summary, the energy conversion device is undoubtedly a boon for Lin Feng. Furthermore, the device offered by the system is simpler to install and yields more potent effects than those developed by humanity in later stages. Without hesitation, Lin Feng placed these conversion devices into his storage space. Ding. Acquired 1,000 sets of energy conversion devices, amplification factor 10,000 times. This quantity is ample for Lin Feng to indulge at will. Chapter 058. The Business of Wealth with this reward. Lin Feng could now proceed to modify his equipment independently. The system's reward proved to be quite beneficial for him. After receiving the reward, Lin Feng did not linger, but continued to drive his vehicle. Gradually, as he traversed the outskirts of the city, he arrived within the boundaries of Dongfeng town. Upon entering Dongfeng town, Lin Feng observed several storefronts lining the roads. As it was the edge of the town, most of these establishments were auto repair shops. The doors of the repair shops stood ajar, yet no living souls were in sight. Occasionally, a couple of zombies wandered about, attempting to approach as Lin Feng's vehicle passed, only to be repelled by the exhaust of the Maybach. Not far ahead, there was a checkpoint. Lin Feng noted that over 10 individuals were stationed there. The checkpoint was simply constructed with a few parking barriers, lacking any fencing. It appeared designed to deter zombies rather than intercept vehicles. Observing this, Lin Feng slightly reduced his speed and drove toward the checkpoint. As he passed through, no one impeded his way. He noticed that the guards flanking the checkpoint were young men armed with guns, who couldn't help but cast curious glances at his car as the Maybach rolled by. It seemed that Dongfeng Town was not as isolated as other bases. They, too, required supplies from the outside world. Contemplating this, Lin Feng mused that a town with a population of 50 to 60,000, even in a post-apocalyptic scenario, would likely retain at least 20,000 residents. The sustenance and needs of these 20,000 individuals would pose a significant challenge. Dongfeng Town had been renowned for its gun manufacturing for decades. And following the prohibition of firearms in Huaghua, it had presumably stockpiled a vast array of materials. The older generation still possessed the necessary skills, making it feasible to revive such endeavors. Surrounding cities and counties were well aware of Dongfeng Town's reputation. In the wake of the apocalypse, it was likely that many would flock here in search of firearms. Consequently, it would not be long before this place transformed into a substantial market, where the trade of firearms for supplies would attract even more visitors. The administrators of Dongfeng Town needed only to safeguard their territory and maintain self-sufficiency. In the midst of the apocalypse, this could be considered a viable means of survival. Since he had arrived, Lin Feng had no intention of hastily departing. The military's decision to retreat indicated that their encampment had encountered a massive tide of zombies. In such circumstances, ordinary individuals and factions would likely lack the capability to capitalize on the military's misfortunes. Meanwhile, Lin Feng might glean some information while within Dongfeng Town. Upon entering the town, Lin Feng found a suitable spot to park his vehicle and subsequently ventured onto the streets. At this moment, several vendors were setting up stalls along the street, and numerous pedestrians were present. Some paused at the stalls, while others engaged in conversation with companions. Overall, the atmosphere appeared to be secure, as evidenced by the relatively relaxed expressions of the townsfolk. Rather than browsing the stalls, Lin Feng sought out a restaurant that seemed to be one of the more sizable establishments in the town. Wherever there are people, there exists a community. And in the apocalyptic realm of the restaurant, whispers of clandestine news abound. "Sir, please come in. How many in your party?" Upon entering the establishment, a server approached Lin Feng with a warm smile. "Just one," Lin Feng replied, surveying the surroundings. Although this establishment could not rival the grand hotels of Binhai City, it was nevertheless a quaint venue, fully equipped in its modesty. The three-story restaurant exuded a certain charm. At that moment, the dining area on the first floor hosted several tables, occupied by 7 or 8 patrons. The ambience of Dongfeng Town was indeed unique. While most of Binhai City's denizens were embroiled in a desperate struggle against the undead, scavenging for food at great peril, this restaurant was already bustling with customers. This indicates a thriving trade. At least, there were still many affluent individuals around. Externally, the patrons appeared well-groomed, and although the offerings on the tables were limited, they were savored with delight. Lin Feng chose a seat by the window and perused the menu, only to find that most dishes had been crossed out. This was to be expected. Despite Dongfeng Town's flourishing business, resources were not necessarily abundant. The prices listed had been altered as well. Stir-fried shredded potatoes for 8 grams of gold per plate, white-cut chicken for 38 grams per serving, and rice for 3 grams per bowl. Such prices were undeniably steep. In this era, cash held no value. Transactions were conducted with gold and precious metals. To order 1 meat and 1 vegetable dish along with a bowl of rice in this restaurant would cost 50 grams of gold, a sum that most could scarcely afford. Yet, in Dongfeng Town, the trade involved firearms that could ensure survival. With possession of a weapon, ordinary individuals could venture into markets to gather supplies, be it food, gold, or other valuables, tasks unattainable for those unarmed. Thus, the elevated prices were justifiable. Lin Feng casually ordered 2 dishes and then sat back, surveying the room. Noticing a nearby table where someone was paying with a gold bracelet, he seized the opportunity to discreetly transfer the bracelet into his storage space, only to return it to its original position. In that moment, his storage space brimmed with an additional 10,000 identical bracelets. This cunning act meant that he could settle his bill without spending his own gold while amassing a fortune of several 100,000 grams. "I heard that the East City base has been established, and they have a secondary mutant there," Lin Feng overheard a nearby table discussing as they ate. "A secondary mutant? Goodness, what kind of power must that possess?" One companion remarked. "If I had the kind of strength, I would establish a base myself." At least I wouldn't have to worry about food or even women. You? Perhaps it's best to stick to working for the gun factory. We're not cut out for that. Just managing to find a meal is fortunate enough. By the way, did you know that the Tianlong Group from the city has come here to procure firearms? This could be a significant deal. The Tianlong Group? That is indeed a major consortium in the city. It is likely that they will manage to sell a significant number of firearms this time. However, whether this will result in an increase in our salaries remains uncertain. The chatter among the people nearby was lively, and excitement flickered across their faces at the mention of a pay rise. Is it the Tianlong Group again? The speaker may have spoken carelessly, but the listeners were keenly attentive. Upon hearing this name again, Lin Feng recalled the individuals who had arrived at the Swan Bay base a few days prior. The fact that the Tianlong Group is procuring weapons here signifies that they are already commencing the establishment of their own influence. After all, they are a prominent consortium in Binhai City, possessing countless enterprises. Even in this apocalyptic era, after so many days, they would still be capable of reorganizing into a considerable scale. When the meal was served, Lin Feng took a bite. The flavor was quite satisfactory. In this desolate world, being able to enjoy the stir-fried dishes of a restaurant signifies a life of affluence. Just then, he heard the sound of a vehicle parking at the entrance. Turning his head to glance out the window, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. Chapter 059. Old acquaintances. Lin Feng noticed a BMW parked at the entrance of the restaurant, from which emerged a man and a woman. The sight that made Lin Feng furrow his brow was that the woman was none other than his ex-girlfriend, Zhang Jing, the very one who had betrayed him in their past life for another. Accompanying her was a man who, without a doubt, was her current partner, Yang Kai. Lin Feng was aware that Zhang Jing possessed a somewhat vain disposition. In his previous life, he had agonized for a considerable time over her betrayal. However, in this lifetime, Lin Feng had come to the realization that it was unnecessary to feel sorrow for someone of her character, as such feelings were unwarranted. At that moment, the pair entered the restaurant. Waiter, reserve the largest private room for us. Our young master will be coming to dine shortly, Yang Kai announced loudly upon entering. Certainly, sir. Please hold on while I check the availability of the private rooms, the waiter replied, hastily approaching them upon sensing Yang Kai's confidence. Lin Feng. At this instant, Zhang Jing spotted Lin Feng seated by the window and couldn't help but exclaim. Upon being discovered, Lin Feng remained silent. Since they had parted ways, there was nothing left to discuss. Hey, Jing, is that your ex-boyfriend? Yang Kai remarked, following Zhang Jing's gaze toward Lin Feng. I never expected to run into you here. Didn't you say your boyfriend was just a worker? How does he have the means to come to Dongfeng Town? It's no wonder. This place is infamous for firearms. But someone like him, a mere worker, surely cannot afford a car, right? Perhaps he walked here? Yang Kai, taken aback by Lin Feng's presence, still chose to mock him in front of Zhang Jing. Kaigu, he can't possibly compare to you, Zhang Jing chimed in, grasping Yang Kai's wrist with a smile. This good-for-nothing can't afford a car at all. It would be impressive if he could manage a small electric scooter. Unlike you, Kaigu, who drives a BMW. Just him. Even if he were to steal a car in this apocalypse, he wouldn't be able to afford the fuel, she disparaged, determined to showcase her loyalty to Yang Kai. Her demeanor mirrored that of when she had once ended things with Lin Feng. Two fools, Lin Feng muttered under his breath. Observing their exchange, he inwardly cursed his ill fortune for encountering these loathsome individuals here. Who are you calling a fool? Lin Feng's voice was not soft, drawing the attention of nearby patrons, including Yang Kai and Zhang Jing. Yang Kai's temper flared upon hearing himself insulted. Do you even know who you are? A mere ordinary person struggling to survive in this apocalypse dares to insult me? Let me inform you, I am a member of the Tianlong Group. If it weren't for your past acquaintance with Jing, I wouldn't even bother to speak with you. Today marks your end. Kneel and apologize. And perhaps I might grant you a chance to live. Yang Kai's anger surged as he faced the humiliation of being insulted by an ordinary person in front of so many witnesses. At this moment, he revealed his identity. Lin Feng, you should apologize to Kai. He is from the Tianlong Group, someone you cannot afford to offend. If you refuse to apologize, I cannot assist you today. Zhang Jing interjected, her gaze towards Lin Feng laced with disdain. The mention of the Tianlong Group sparked a flurry of whispers among the surrounding diners. The Tianlong Group is one of the major conglomerates in Binhai City, reportedly possessing hundreds of billions in assets even before the apocalypse. Indeed, many enterprises in the city belong to the Tianlong Group, which is said to employ thousands of workers. I heard that the Tianlong Group has already established a base and purchased a considerable amount of weapons in our Dongfeng town. With this knowledge, offending someone from the Tianlong Group could lead to dire consequences. The people regarded the Tianlong Group with a sense of awe, recognizing the vastness of their influence. Come here, Lin Feng said, glancing at Yang Kai with an air of indifference. In Lin Feng's eyes, this individual was hardly more than a fool. Upon entering the restaurant, he behaved like a rabid dog, and that such a person could attract Zhang Jing's attention spoke volumes about her taste. While Lin Feng had previously felt anger over Zhang Jing's betrayal, witnessing her foolishness now only evoked his amusement. Birds of a feather flock together. And their earlier remarks revealed much about their characters. Had Lin Feng still been that mere worker, their words might have held some truth. In this post-apocalyptic world, possessing a vehicle does not guarantee one has fuel to sustain it. However, Lin Feng was no longer the man he once was. And these developments were beyond Zhang Jing's wildest dreams. The past is the past, can you still bite? In response to Lin Feng's words, Yang Kai arrogantly proclaimed, pulling a handgun from his pocket. Let me make this clear, if you do not kneel and apologize today, this day next year will mark your memorial. As he racked the slide, Yang Kai advanced towards Lin Feng. Upon seeing the handgun, the onlookers instinctively tensed. Young man, you should apologize to him. He has a gun. Indeed, he is from the Tianlong group. Even if he were to commit murder, no one in Dongfeng town would intervene. Hurry and apologize, don't provoke him. If he fires, the bullets do not discriminate. True men can bend and stretch. Consider this a lesson, young man. Be more vigilant about enemies in the future. The diners at nearby tables urged. Their concern for Lin Feng's safety was overshadowed by their fear of being caught in the crossfire should Yang Kai actually pull the trigger. At that moment, no one doubted Yang Kai's willingness to use his weapon, despite the rules against infighting in Dongfeng town during these chaotic times. Yang Kai's affiliation with the Tianlong group rendered such regulations ineffective. But then, in an astonishing turn of events, something unexpected occurred. As Yang Kai approached Lin Feng swiftly delivered a resounding slap to his face, sending him hurtling backwards. He crashed against the wall, landing several meters away, before slowly sliding to the ground. The firearm in Yang Kai's hand was also knocked away by Lin Feng's strike. A profound silence enveloped the scene. How audacious this young man was to strike a member of the Tianlong group. Everyone's minds went blank, as if their thoughts had been frozen in time. Meanwhile, Yang Kai lay on the ground, howling in agony after a prolonged silence. Zhang Jing, standing nearby, covered her mouth in disbelief, unable to accept the reality of the situation. At that moment, the restaurant's main door swung open, and a group of individuals entered. What has transpired? The leader, clad in black, surveyed the room and fixed his gaze upon Yang Kai. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Feng couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Chapter 060. The Dragon Group. At this moment, Yang Kai finally regained his composure. Amidst his cries of agony, he gradually managed to rise to his feet. Damn it! How dare they strike me? Where's my gun? Where's my gun? Yang Kai was utterly bewildered by the slap he had received, his weapon having been forcefully knocked away long ago. What on earth happened? Among the group that entered, a young man at the forefront furrowed his brow upon seeing Yang Kai's disheveled state. Not far off, Lin Feng also paused slightly upon recognizing the young man. Young Master Yang, you have arrived. Yang Kai exclaimed as he lifted his gaze to the young man before him, immediately pouring out his grievances. It was that guy? He actually dared to hit me. I told him I was from the Dragon Group, yet he still laid hands on me. He clearly does not regard you, young Master Yang, at all. Pointing a trembling finger towards Li Feng, tears streaming down his face, Yang Kai lamented. The onlookers, witnessing the arrival of the Dragon Group members, began to murmur among themselves. Now, that's a spectacle worth watching. The Dragon Group is here. That young man is formidable. He sent someone flying with just one slap. But what does that matter? Did you not see how many members of the Yang family from the Dragon Group have arrived? Another replied. Indeed. It seems that the man is called Young Master Yang. Could he be a scion of the Yang family from the Dragon Group? This young man is in trouble now. The whispers were hushed, barely audible. The individual referred to as Young Master Yang followed Yang Kai's trembling hand and caught sight of Lin Feng. You claim he struck you? Upon seeing Lin Feng, Young Master Yang was momentarily taken aback before inquiring. Yes, it was that brat. Young Master, you must stand up for me, Yang Kai shouted, cradling his face in his hands. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed through the air. To everyone's astonishment, rather than avenging Yang Kai, Young Master Yang retaliated with a slap of his own. In an instant, Yang Kai's face swelled on both sides. Young Master, you. What is the meaning of this? Yang Kai was left stunned, unable to comprehend why his own master had struck him. Yang Kai, do you even realize who stands before you? Young Master Yang glared at him, his voice carrying authority. This gentleman is the head of the Swan Bay base. He possesses the identity of an evolved being, far beyond your ordinary self. How could our Yang family produce such a wretch as you, who so carelessly shouts at others? Having spoken, Young Master Yang approached Lin Feng. Greetings, sir. I am Yang Xiaojia, the second son of Yang Tianlong from the Dragon Group. It is a surprise to encounter you here after our previous meeting at Swan Bay. With that, Yang Xiaojie extended his right hand. Upon hearing Yang Xiaojie's introduction, Lin Feng suddenly understood. No wonder the other party had mentioned being from the Dragon Group, seeking someone named Zhang Quan. It turned out to be the second young master of the Dragon Group. However, this young master appeared to possess far greater wisdom than Yang Kai. The last time at Swan Bay, over 10 individuals arrived, and upon seeing Lin Feng standing alone atop the wall, they immediately recognized him as a mutant. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for someone to stand unfazed in the face of such numbers. Today, with a mere flick of his hand, he sent Yang Kai flying. Such prowess undoubtedly marked him as a mutant. In the apocalypse, mutants held a significant status. In a previous life, it was commonly said that one would rather face a horde of zombies than offend a single mutant. If the adversary were merely an ordinary level 1 mutant, it might not be too grave, as numbers could easily overwhelm. However, if the opponent were a level 2 mutant, trouble would ensue. Given the current circumstances, such a person was certainly a formidable expert. Even a power like the Tianlong Group would not dare to offend a level 2 mutant lightly. Mutant. Yang Xiaojie's words astonished everyone present. The status of mutants in people's minds is well understood, and there are scarcely a few mutants in the entirety of Dongfeng Town. Even those few are typically the town's administrators. Being in such close proximity to a mutant was beyond their wildest imaginations. At this moment, Yang Kai was utterly stunned. How could it be possible? How could he be a mutant? He was merely a laborer with the lowest status. This reality was something Yang Kai could not accept. Beside him, Zhang Jing was equally shocked. Compared to the dazed Yang Kai, her thoughts were somewhat clearer. Lin Feng was merely a discarded plaything, a lowly worker. How could he be a mutant? What status did that confer? Now, even young Master Yang treated him with respect and had struck Yang Kai for his sake. What should I do? I have actually discarded a mutant. At this moment, Zhang Jing's heart was in turmoil. Regret? That was an understatement. If heaven were to grant her another chance, even if it meant begging on her knees, she would never have broken up with Lin Feng. Yet she understood that it was all too late. Sometimes, the past cannot be reclaimed. Lin Feng shook hands with Yang Xiaojie, then scrutinized him carefully. Yang Xiaojie appeared to be in his early 20s, yet his demeanor exuded a sense of maturity. It seemed this wealthy heir was not as frivolous as typical science. They exchanged names. Mr. Lin, I apologize for the disgrace brought upon our Tianlong Group, Yang Xiaojie remarked, glancing back at Yang Kai. I will ensure he receives a proper reprimand. After all, he shares my surname and is a distant relative. To simply dispose of him would complicate matters. Regarding such a person, Mr. Lin, it might be best to let him go without further ado. As for today's incident, consider it a favor owed to you by me. Yang Xiaojie, should you require anything in the future, feel free to approach me. Yang Xiaojie spoke earnestly, seeking Lin Feng's agreement. Upon hearing Yang Xiaojie's words, Lin Feng paused in contemplation. Based on his character from the previous life, someone like Yang Kai would certainly have met a lethal end. One must act without leaving future repercussions, for this is the law of survival. However, in the presence of the young master of the Yang family, it would be unwise to eradicate all adversaries. Although Lin Feng harbors no fear of the Tianlong Group, he understands the gravity of excessive violence over trivial matters. Fortunately, Yang Xiaojie offered him a graceful exit and chose to uphold the promise. Lin Feng had encountered him on 2 occasions, both marked by courteous exchanges, indicating that Yang Xiaojie is a man of principle. Consequently, Lin Feng resolved to extend him a gesture of goodwill. He trusts that Yang Kai and Zhang Jing will comprehend. After today's events, the types of individuals one should never provoke. Thus, Lin Feng chose not to delve further into the matter. Having dealt with the altercation, he settled the bill and departed the restaurant. Noticing the time, he proceeded to locate his vehicle. In the next moment, he set off towards his destinations. Outside of Dongfeng Town, Chapter 061, Military Base. Departing from the vicinity of Dongfeng Town, Lin Feng maneuvered his vehicle to the side of the road. In the next moment, he stored the Maybach within his spatial compartment and exchanged it for a primary base vehicle. In the distance, the number of zombies gradually increased. To save time, Lin Feng paid little heed to the expenditure of energy points and activated the automatic attack mode. Under the relentless barrage of the energy cannon mounted on the base vehicle, the zombies ahead fell in droves. As he distanced himself from Dongfeng Town, the zombies on the road began to dwindle. After all, this area was on the outskirts of the town, typically devoid of significant human presence. Even amidst the apocalypse, the most one might encounter here were the occasional passing vehicles. Continuing onward for approximately 3 kilometers, Lin Feng approached the military encampment. From a considerable distance, he could discern a large horde of zombies surrounding the base. A few small gaps indicated that there had been prior attempts to break through, likely during the military's retreat, Lin Feng surmised. If he was not mistaken, this area had once housed a composite brigade, which should have numbered around 4 to 5,000 personnel. In truth, during the apocalypse, having a larger population was not necessarily advantageous. Rather, densely populated areas were more susceptible to rampant transformations into the undead. It was conceivable that on that fateful morning, most of the troops were engaged in mourning exercises, leading to a greater number of soldiers succumbing to zombification. Thus, military installations during the apocalypse were hardly bastions of safety. It seemed that this unit had taken over a week to stabilize their circumstances sufficiently to organize an effective evacuation. However, just a few days prior, the entire coastal city had endured a horde surge, further complicating their departure. Consequently, their exit appeared somewhat hurried. Lin Feng's purpose in visiting was to scavenge the remnants left behind during the chaotic retreat, as such frantic evacuations often resulted in items being left behind. Even now, with the military's withdrawal, the horde had encircled the base. Though Dongfeng Town was known for its production of firearms, in the face of such a multitude of zombies, they were rendered powerless. Perhaps only someone like Lin Feng possessed the audacity to venture into this perilous vicinity. Faced with such a vast number of zombies, Lin Feng had no intention of engaging them in close combat. It was not a matter of insufficient strength, but rather the need for caution. Who could predict the presence of higher-level zombies or mutated beasts in the area? Consequently, Lin Feng halted the vehicle as he neared the military encampment. What followed was a display from the base vehicle. Observing the distant zombies, many clad in military yellow, Lin Feng felt a twinge of regret. These individuals had once been the elite protectors of the nation, now tragically transformed into the undead. The apocalypse does not discriminate based on one's former role. Yet, the act of exterminating these zombies felt profoundly unsettling. Nevertheless, zombies were, after all, zombies. They would show no mercy when encountering humans. The world had transformed into its current state, and there was little anyone could do about it. In an instant, the base vehicle dispatched a considerable number of the zombies wandering outside the encampment. The entire unit was enclosed by towering walls, with only the exit providing a glimpse into the interior. Through this opening, Lin Feng observed that numerous zombies still roamed the playground within. In the next moment, his gaze fell upon the tank storage adjacent to the playground, which housed over 20 state-of-the-art heavy tanks. Lin Feng was unaware of the standard tank count for a synthetic brigade, yet the 20 tanks before him were indeed substantial. Considering the enhancement of his storage space, it amounted to more than 20 vehicles. It is worth noting that, in today's Blue Star, even major powers possess only a few thousand tanks. Even when accounting for older models, having over 10,000 would be commendable, should he successfully acquire these tanks. Lin Feng's collection would undoubtedly surpass that of an entire nation. Gradually, the zombies outside the encampment were nearly eradicated by the base vehicle. The remaining threat lay within the playground. The entrance to the base was secured with a fence, and several dilapidated military vehicles were stationed there. A direct assault was not out of the question. After all, if the base vehicle engaged its berserk mode, nothing could impede its progress. However, such an approach would inevitably attract the entire horde of zombies from the playground. In that scenario, seizing the tanks without bloodshed would be nearly impossible. Lin Feng had come to scavenge, not to cleanse the area of zombies. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng devised a plan. He retrieved 3 large agricultural drones from his storage space, typically used for irrigating fields. These drones, which he had painstakingly acquired from a market near a wholesale venue, could carry several dozen kilograms. After extracting the drones, Lin Feng took out 3 large racks of pork ribs from his storage. He then affixed the ribs to the drones. Exiting the base vehicle, Lin Feng controlled the drones as they soared toward the playground within the encampment. He maneuvered the drones to fly at a low altitude, a necessary tactic to achieve his objective. As anticipated, the zombies below were quite sensitive to the scent. They quickly caught wind of the pork ribs, their excitement palpable as they clawed at the air in pursuit of the enticing aroma. Lin Feng guided the drones toward a corner of the playground, where the majority of the zombies followed in eager pursuit. The few that remained were easily lured away by Lin Feng's deft control of the drones. In this manner, the drones effectively directed the movement of the zombies. Fortunately, the playground's expanse did not exceed the drone's flying range, and most of the zombies were drawn to one corner. At this juncture, Lin Feng decided to waste no further time and advanced toward the playground, armed with a metal combat knife. He swiftly dispatched the occasional zombie that remained unenticed by the drones. Before long, he found himself nearing the cluster of tanks. Due to the absence of necessity for tanks in their routine training, there were scarcely any zombies near the tank depot. Approaching without hesitation, Lin Feng promptly stored the tanks into his storage space. Ding. 1 tank stored, amplification 10,000 times. Ding. 1 tank stored, amplification 10,000 times. Ding. 1 tank stored, amplification 10,000 times. Ding. In an instant, over 20 tanks were seamlessly transferred into Lin Feng's storage space. Gazing at the densely packed array of tanks within, Lin Feng revealed an enchanting smile. The next moment, his attention shifted to the armored vehicles not far away. Chapter 62. There are still survivors in the distance. A dozen armored vehicles stood. Lin Feng was not particularly fascinated by these vehicles. After all, compared to the base vehicles, they seemed rather trivial. However, he appreciated their decent mobility and the ample storage space they offered. Having collected the tanks, Lin Feng made his way towards the armored vehicles. Once he had stored away the numerous armored vehicles, he encountered a pressing issue, the matter of ammunition. Neither the tanks nor the armored vehicles contained any ammunition. Thus, locating the ammunition depot became an urgent priority. Otherwise, what use would these iron shells be to Lin Feng upon his return? He was well aware of the warning against open flames. After a brief search, he finally discovered the unit's ammunition depot. Though modest in size, it housed a considerable quantity of tank shells and machine gun ammunition. After securing several hundred tank shells into his storage space, the count skyrocketed to millions. Such a figure might seem insufficient for a conflict akin to a world war, yet it was undoubtedly adequate for typical circumstances. Having collected the ammunition and vehicles, Lin Feng did not intend to conclude his expedition with the military unit just yet. Since he had come this far, he resolved to explore the interior. He entered a building, uncertain of its purpose. The first floor was teeming with zombies, all of whom were swiftly dispatched by Lin Feng's alloy combat knife. A cursory inspection revealed that the first floor primarily consisted of several conference rooms, devoid of anything particularly remarkable. Nevertheless, Lin Feng decided to collect a few military-grade computers. Regardless of their inability to connect to the internet, being military equipment, they were certainly superior to ordinary devices. Exiting the conference room, Lin Feng noticed a sign indicating the direction of the command center on a staircase to one side. He ascended the stairs, discovering they led downwards. As he descended, he found the staircase quite lengthy, extending over 10 meters underground before reaching the next level. Surprisingly, there were no zombies here. Only the emergency lights at the exit remained illuminated. Suddenly, he heard a sound. Thanks to his heightened perception as a mutant, Lin Feng discerned faint noises emanating from nearby. He proceeded towards the source, passing several rooms along the way. Due to the absence of any signage, he could not ascertain their contents. The sound was coming from the center of the basement, and soon, Lin Feng found himself approaching the source. It was a command center, and to his astonishment, he could hear the faint murmur of voices within. There are living people. Lin Feng knocked rhythmically on the door. Who is it? A cautious voice responded, perhaps recognizing that such a rhythmic knock could not be made by a zombie. I am an outsider. I heard voices from within and came to investigate. As he spoke, Lin Feng retrieved a pack of mineral water from his storage space. In the next moment, the iron door opened a crack. A young man clad in military attire, wielding a combat knife, scrutinized Lin Feng for a moment before opening the door to allow him entry. Upon stepping into the command room, Lin Feng observed a spacious operations center filled with unrecognizable equipment and computers, as well as several large screens. He noted that over a dozen soldiers were present, all fixated on Lin Feng as he entered. There's no need for such tension. The zombies haven't descended to the underground yet. They remain above, Lin Feng remarked with a smile, attempting to ease the gravity of the atmosphere. At his words, the tension among the soldiers began to dissipate, though the young soldier behind him still closed the door firmly. Which regiment do you belong to? Inquired a commanding officer, appraising Lin Feng with keen interest. To be frank, I am not one of yours. My presence here is due to my own reasons, Lin Feng replied. You all seem a bit weary. I imagine you must be thirsty. I have some water. Please help yourselves. Of course, if you suspect it to be poisoned, feel free to disregard my offer. With that, he tossed a bottle of mineral water before them. The officer regarded Lin Feng thoughtfully before ultimately seizing a bottle himself. After taking a sip, he nodded to his comrades, prompting them to follow suit and grab their own bottles. You've come from the outside. What is the situation out there? Have our personnel evacuated? The young officer asked, his tone tinged with disappointment. When the retreat order was issued, we were still here. This place is equipped with a signal jamming device, restricting us to internal radio communication. Unfortunately, the radio malfunctioned at that critical moment, forcing us to remain in place. As if anticipating Lin Feng's inquiry regarding their presence, the officer spoke up. Indeed, your main force likely evacuated yesterday. I am not fully aware of the specifics, but it appears the area is now deserted, Lin Feng replied, offering the information he had gathered. The underground facility was situated more than 10 meters below ground, making some distortion in radio transmission quite normal. Initially, Lin Feng had been curious about what sustenance these soldiers had while holed up in the command room. However, upon noticing the nearby field rations, he quickly deduced the situation. This complicates matters. The orders above must have been to send us to Jiangnan City for reinforcements. Yet, given our current predicament, how can a mere handful of us possibly do so? The officer's expression revealed his concern. You are correct. The world has transformed into a wasteland. Even if there were future military operations, they would be far from the scale we once knew, Lin Feng acknowledged. With a dozen soldiers before him, he resolved to recruit them. Moreover, as far as I know, the military forces in surrounding cities, aside from those that have disbanded, are few in number. Therefore, I suggest you consider forging your own path forward. Should future developments be favorable, it would indeed be possible to reconnect with your former unit. Lin Feng's words are not without merit. In his past life, the military was indeed as he described. At the very least, Lin Feng had never witnessed a significant assembly of troops. We are merely missile soldiers, so what is there to discuss regarding future prospects? The world has truly transformed into a post-apocalyptic landscape, and even in the future, there may be no opportunity for us to engage in combat. Upon hearing Lin Feng's remarks, the commander realized that the prospect of aligning with the larger forces had become unattainable. Yet, considering his own status, he could only sigh. Missile soldiers? Are you suggesting that this unit possesses missiles? The speaker's intentions were innocent, yet Lin Feng found himself momentarily taken aback by the young commander's words. Chapter 63, Missile Troops. We are indeed a missile brigade. Are you not aware of this? By the way, you may call me Zhao Hu. Observing Lin Feng's astonishment, the young commander felt a hint of perplexity. How could one discern the nature of your troops without any external announcement? Upon hearing Zhao Hu's words, Lin Feng was somewhat speechless. It appears to be true. Typically, such matters are classified military secrets. Noticing Lin Feng's expression, Zhao Hu scratched his head. Given that we are in an apocalyptic era, I shall share this with you. Our unit is stationed in Beihai City, recognized as the largest missile brigade in Jiangnan province. Generally, we do not undertake external missions, so your ignorance is quite understandable. When Zhao Hu spoke of his missile brigade, pride sparkled in his eyes. How fortunate! After listening to Zhao Hu, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming urge to embrace him. In this desolate world, Lin Feng lacked neither close combat weapons nor firearms. He even possessed tanks at present. If there were any significant deficiency, it would undoubtedly be in long-range weaponry. As the saying goes, the longer the weapon, the stronger its might. This holds true for firearms as well. Just imagine if Lin Feng had access to missiles, he could obliterate zombies or foes from a distance of several dozen or even hundreds of kilometers. What a spectacle that would be. I must inquire, in our current predicament, can missiles still be effectively deployed in combat? This was the primary concern for Lin Feng. Considering we are in an apocalyptic scenario, not a time of peace. We conducted experiments post-apocalypse, but regrettably, we could not establish contact with satellites for reasons unknown. Shaking his head, Zhao Hu expressed his disappointment. This is also the reason our communication systems are ineffective. Within a day of the apocalypse, mobile signals ceased to exist. Did they not? Our encrypted signals faced the same fate. Precise localization became impossible after the onset of the apocalypse. However, regarding missiles, we can modify the programming to use conventional map coordinates for targeting, even in the absence of satellite positioning. Although this would result in a larger margin of error, it would not be excessively significant. As he spoke, Zhao Hu provided Lin Feng with a rough outline of the current situation. The loss of satellite connectivity hampers precise missile targeting, yet traditional coordinate positioning remains feasible. After all, even decades or centuries ago, people managed to strike targets with rudimentary cannons and mortars relying on crosshairs or mathematical formulas. In this modern age, despite the absence of satellite guidance, the accuracy of missiles surpasses common expectations. Zhao Hu found it curious that Lin Feng was so inquisitive about the secrets of the troops. Were it not for the current apocalyptic circumstances, he might have suspected Lin Feng of espionage. If, hypothetically, there existed a location equipped with your brigade's missile systems, and in quantities beyond your imagination. As Lin Feng gazed upon Zhao Hu, he began to envision the possibilities within his mind. At that moment, equipped with all existing apparatus and an ample supply of missiles, would you be inclined to join this formidable force? While conversing, Lin Feng discreetly retrieved a small handful of loyalty chips from his storage space. In an instant, he launched one towards Zhao Hu. The minuscule chip went unnoticed by Zhao Hu. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng stealthily directed the loyalty chip towards each soldier present. If we can uphold our profession, we would certainly be willing. However, the notion of having an abundance of missiles is somewhat exaggerated, Zhao Hu remarked, scratching his head, perplexed by Lin Feng's statement. Perhaps in his mind, even a military corps could not genuinely claim to possess an excess of missiles. Let me put it this way. I have a base in this city. With all loyalty chips administered, Lin Feng laid his cards on the table. Moreover, this base is equipped with facilities identical to those you currently possess. and the actual number of missiles is beyond your wildest imagination. What I require from you is to continue your present duties, maintaining these devices, and when the time comes, assist me in waging war. In return, I shall ensure your safety while maximizing your strength. Consequently, whether you wish to protect your families in the future or simply seek a comfortable life, I can assure you of that. Lin Feng's promises were neither exaggerated nor beyond the desires of those living in a post-apocalyptic world. I have relatives in another province. Once the outside world stabilizes a bit, will I be able to bring them here? A soldier inquired, voicing a concern. The absence of a significant threat was evident, and their arrival would guarantee sustenance and a secure existence. Lin Feng's words alleviated many apprehensions, and coupled with the influence of the loyalty chips, everyone present resolved to follow him. I would like to inquire about the current arsenal of this missile brigade. Lin Feng posed a pressing question upon witnessing the crowd's allegiance. Had he not encountered these individuals, he might have departed by now, as his earlier search yielded not even a trace of a missile. We currently possess no substantial weaponry. Only a few training tanks, Zhao Hu replied candidly. The missile silos are located near the large training ground, alongside a significant warehouse nestled within the woods behind us. In terms of specifics, we have 12 ground-to-ground rocket launchers, 20 vehicles, and 400 rockets. The ground-to-air missiles are categorized into 3 models, totaling 365 units. Given our proximity to the coast, we are also equipped with 120 anti-ship missiles. As for the remaining arsenal, there are 160 ground-to-ground missiles, varying in range. Within this context, there are 2 intercontinental missiles, one of which is equipped with a nuclear warhead. At this moment, Zhao Hu meticulously reported the number of missiles as if recounting treasured possessions. The revelation of a nuclear weapon left Lin Feng utterly astounded. He had not anticipated that a seemingly unremarkable missile synthesis brigade would harbor a nuclear warhead. Initially, he had considered it a remarkable feat to have a mere 10 or 8 missiles, even that would have made the endeavor worthwhile. Now, Zhao Hu unexpectedly proclaimed the presence of various types of missiles, including intercontinental ones and nuclear warheads. This situation left Lin Feng in a state of shock. His astonishment stemmed not from the existing quantity, but rather from the potential escalation of these weapons should they be transferred into storage space and amplified. That would indeed represent a staggering number. Chapter 064. A bountiful return. The most significant acquisition was undoubtedly the nuclear warheads, which, in Zhao Hu's words, were valued in the millions. The destructive capacity of such weapons could utterly annihilate a small city. In the case of a secondary tourist city like Binhai, merely 3 or 4 of these warheads would suffice to bring it to ruin. This level of power is indeed formidable. Furthermore, should these nuclear warheads be stored within a spatial dimension, their potency would increase 1,000-fold, equating to 10,000 nuclear missiles. Such numbers are comparable to the arsenals of today's nuclear powers. However, possession is one matter. The actual deployment is another. After all, the world still harbors many living beings, not merely the undead. In such circumstances, the use of nuclear arms necessitates careful deliberation. Moreover, Zhao Hu recalled that there were still several helicopters at the northern playground that lacked pilots. It remained uncertain whether they had been destroyed during the evacuation. After discussing the missiles, Zhao Hu's thoughts shifted to the aircraft. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, recalling the helicopter evacuation he had witnessed at the base. According to Zhao Hu, it appeared that there were still helicopters without pilots available. Without wasting any time, Lin Feng commanded Zhao Hu and his team to lead him in search of the missiles. Upon exiting the command room, Lin Feng collected all the equipment within and stored it in the spatial dimension. These items would prove invaluable in the future. As long as there was electricity, they would function without the need for satellite signals. Under Zhao Hu's guidance, Lin Feng discovered a series of missile silos. After dismissing Zhao Hu and his team, he carefully stored everything he observed into the spatial dimension. Next came the rockets and anti-aircraft weaponry, along with the stockpiled ammunition from the warehouse at the northern playground. In an instant, Lin Feng's spatial dimension was filled with millions of missiles and over 20 million rockets. Even prior to the apocalypse, such quantities would have been unattainable for any weapons powerhouse. Next in line were the helicopters Zhao Hu had mentioned earlier. Adjacent to the warehouse, Lin Feng successfully located 4 armed helicopters along with their corresponding munitions. Without the slightest hesitation, he stored everything he discovered within his spatial dimension. Why leave such treasures for future generations? As for military vehicles, Lin Feng did not encounter any. They had likely been driven away during the evacuation. Nevertheless, under Zhao Hu's leadership, he located the fuel tanks. After securing all the fuel, this scavenging mission came to a close. It seemed that this journey had indeed borne fruit. Gazing at the densely packed resources within the spatial dimension, Lin Feng marveled at the outcome. Millions of missiles, 40,000 helicopters, and countless rockets and naval helicopter munitions. These were the spoils of this expedition. Commander, did you drive this vehicle here? After completing all tasks, Zhao Hu and his team approached Lin Feng's base vehicle, astonished by its presence. The peculiar appearance of the base vehicle is bound to astonish the average person upon first glance. This vehicle, referred to as the base vehicle, may soon become your principal mode of transportation. Thus, it is imperative for you to familiarize yourselves with it to facilitate future collaboration. As for the title of commander, I find it rather unappealing. You may simply call me boss, as that is what everyone else does. Currently, the first-level base vehicle is no longer a secret to Lin Feng, especially since the second-level base vehicles are now produced daily. Ultimately, the first-level base vehicle serves primarily as an armored transport vehicle capable of offensive maneuvers. Nevertheless, this does not imply that all future travels will rely solely on base vehicles. Despite the availability of approximately 10,000 units, the most fundamental means of transportation remains the armored vehicle. After all, armored vehicles possess superior power compared to standard cars and can be equipped with weaponry, with storage capacities that rival any other vehicle. Base vehicles are typically reserved for critical moments. Although Zhao Hu finds the term boss somewhat peculiar, he accepts it, understanding that he will be aligning himself with Lin Feng henceforth. While he is somewhat perplexed by Lin Feng's urgent desire to inspect missiles only to depart empty-handed, he recognizes that, as a soldier, there are questions that should remain unasked. Fulfilling one's duty is the most fundamental expectation. Once preparations were complete, Lin Feng ushered Zhao Hu and the others into the vehicle and departed from the military encampment. This time, he opted not to retrace his steps, as he had already traversed the area around Dongfeng town. Instead, he chose a different route to explore new surroundings. Even if it meant a slight detour of merely a few kilometers, Lin Feng drove along the county road, encountering few zombies along the way. Those he did see were likely rural folk tending to their fields. Scattered along the sides of the road were a few villages. Though Lin Feng could not ascertain whether they housed any living souls, as he noticed no signs of smoke rising from any chimney. Theoretically, following the onset of the apocalypse, the inhabitants of small villages like Shaoxing would struggle to survive for long. Despite their cultivation of crops and vegetables, most rural areas also harbor livestock such as chickens, ducks, geese, dogs, cattle, and sheep. These animals carry a certain probability of mutation, albeit not exceedingly high. However, should even one or two mutate, the entire village would likely find itself overwhelmed, unless there were mutated beings among them. In his previous life, Lin Feng had encountered mutated beings emerging from rural areas, and some villages had even transformed into well-managed strongholds. Nonetheless, such instances were rare. The majority of villages had suffered greatly shortly after the apocalypse began. Lin Feng chose not to investigate these villages, as his storage space was filled with ample provisions, negating the need to scour the countryside for supplies. At this juncture, establishing his own base was of paramount importance. To express indifference towards the development of others would seem rather callous. However, this is the undeniable truth. If one cannot thrive in this world, how can there be time or energy to concern oneself with the affairs of others? Presently, after traversing the county road for a while, Lin Feng arrived at the coastal highway, effectively circumventing Dongfeng town. Not far ahead lay the water treatment plant, a place Lin Feng had previously visited. The roads in this area had been largely cleared by the water plant workers heading to Dongfeng town. Thus, he encountered no unforeseen circumstances along the way. Shortly after passing the water treatment plant, Lin Feng found himself near Dongxing community, just a few kilometers from Swan Bay. As the community was surrounded by iron fencing, Lin Feng could discern from a distance that there were personnel patrolling within Dongxing community. It seemed that this community had become the first significant stronghold in the vicinity. Observing the scene from afar, Lin Feng mused to himself. Chapter 065. Hardware must keep up on the edge of the community road within the East City base. Several young patrollers were walking. Brother Dong, how many people do you think are left in our East City base? Inquired a youth holding an assault rifle. Our East City community originally consisted of 4 neighborhoods, with an estimated population of 60 to 70,000. Given the recent catastrophe, it's likely that over half have perished. If we have around 30,000 remaining, that would be fortunate, replied a middle-aged man known as Brother Dong after a moment of contemplation. 30,000 is not an insignificant number, the young man remarked, glancing around and noting the absence of any anomalies. Indeed, the daily sustenance of these individuals is a pressing concern, Brother Dong sighed. Fortunately, being on the urban fringe, we are surrounded by ample farmland. The crops are nearing harvest, so food should not pose a problem. By the way, Brother Dong, how do you think our leader, Wang Shimin, became a level 2 mutant? I witnessed him effortlessly slay a mutated zombie with a single stroke the other day, the young man said, excitement evident in his voice as he recalled the scene. I cannot say, but it is undoubtedly beneficial for us to have a powerful leader. Once our exploration team is organized, we might venture into the city center to scavenge for supplies. Brother Dong's eyes glimmered with a hint of aspiration. Look over there. What is that? At that moment, the young man pointed excitedly towards the distant street. A towering vehicle, measuring over 10 meters in length, approached swiftly and zoomed past them. Goodness, what kind of vehicle is that? It looks magnificent. Is it an RV? I see machine guns mounted on the windows. Are they meant for combat? Which faction do they belong to? How could they possess such an impressive vehicle? If only our base had one, we could seek out supplies beyond our borders. The young man's eyes sparkled with envy as he watched the vehicle disappear into the distance. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, aboard the base vehicle, remained unaware of the discussion between the two patrollers. He took a brief glance at the situation in the East City community. It was evident that they had established a so-called base, implying a leadership structure. This suggested that the zombie threat within the community had been largely mitigated. As for how they sustained the remaining populace, it was a matter of individual resourcefulness. Whether through scavenging or seeking out provisions, survival in this world was a challenge. Yet starvation was a rarity. The surrounding crops could support many, and the ability to procure other foodstuffs depended on one's ingenuity. The few kilometers were traversed swiftly, and soon Lin Feng returned to Swan Bay. At that moment, on the small square in front of the hotel's main building, soldiers were engaged in physical training, while the elderly and women hung washed quilts and sheets out to dry. The base now resembled a large community, aside from the absence of livestock and crops. Nearly everyone had a task to fulfill. At mealtimes, skilled cooks prepared meals for the hundreds residing there. Those who lack culinary skills can still manage tasks such as chopping vegetables and washing dishes. As Lin Feng aptly remarked, his base does not accommodate idlers. Even those without any extraordinary abilities can at least sweep the floors and tidy up their surroundings. As long as one possesses a sense of responsibility, it can affirm the intrinsic value of certain individuals. At that moment, Zhang Chong and Zhou Tao were basking in the sun at the small square. Upon seeing Lin Feng's return, they approached him eagerly. Zhang Chong expressed his surprise upon noticing the arrival of more than a dozen soldiers disembarking from the base vehicle. Lin Feng proceeded to provide a brief overview of the mission undertaken by his troops, deliberately omitting the details regarding the storage of weaponry and equipment. Chong, instruct everyone to halt their activities and have them follow Zhao Hu and his team. According to Zhao Hu's directives, we shall commence the excavation of missile silos and command centers around the perimeter of the base. The specifics of the operation will be guided entirely by Zhao Hu and his crew. This task must be accomplished in the shortest possible time. Once Zhao Hu and his team had disembarked, Lin Feng delegated the tasks at hand. After all, the missiles he procured from the missile unit were primarily launched from silos, and the other equipment followed suit. Lin Feng needed to replicate those missile silos on a one-to-one basis to establish a missile defense system. There was no need for rocket artillery, as those required dedicated vehicles for deployment. A command center was also essential. Lin Feng had previously emptied the entire operational room of the missile unit. Once these devices entered the storage space, they underwent exponential enhancement. Now, establishing a command center was not a challenge, and even constructing 10 or 100 would pose no difficulty. However, the current manpower was insufficient to operate such sophisticated instruments. The same applied to the missile silos. Lin Feng needed to maximize their quantity as he possessed an abundance of missiles, and the number of silos determined the capacity for simultaneous launches. Lin Feng did not believe that any existing equipment could alter the time or frequency of missile deployment. Therefore, to achieve greater firepower within the same time frame, it was imperative to either enlarge or increase the number of missile silos. As for surface-to-air missiles, their requirements were simpler, necessitating only an open area connected to communication devices. Fortunately, Lin Feng had an excavator in his storage space. Had he not been pressed for time on this venture, he might have sought out individuals skilled in excavation. For a newly established base, various technical talents were essential. However, the excavator resembled a large toy, and Lin Feng did not need to perform delicate operations akin to opening a bottle cap with it. With sufficient practice, even an ordinary person should be able to dig several deep pits. The remaining tasks would be straightforward, as all were mutants. They could easily shape missile silos even with shovels. After conferring a series of plans to Zhao Hu and Zhang Chong, Lin Feng returned to the villa. Upon entering, he immediately noticed a large bird soaring towards him. As he drew closer, he recognized it as Xiao Feng. Remarkably, in just 2 days, it had grown significantly. Lin Feng offered Xiao Feng a primary solid essence pill and observed its size. Strangely, although this essence pill could elevate a first-level mutant to the second level, Xiao Feng had consumed several without achieving such transformation. However, Lin Feng held no expectations for a bird's combat capabilities. After assigning tasks to Zhao Hu and the others, Lin Feng arranged a villa for them. It was perfectly suited for the group of soldiers. During dinner, Zhao Hu suddenly spoke up about an important matter. Chapter 66. Mount Wanfeng boss, there is something I must report, Zhao Hu said, setting down his chopsticks during their meal. Speak your mind, Lin Feng responded, pouring himself a cup of milk tea and taking a sip. As for Zhao Hu and the others, their sustenance still consisted of military rations. After all, they had endured 10 days in the aftermath of the apocalypse. An additional day or two was hardly significant. Lin Feng intended to standardize the provisions within the Swan Bay base. For first-level mutated beings, a daily supply of basic eggs, rice, and a certain quantity of vegetables and pork would suffice. Even such simple fare was scarcely attainable outside. As for second-level mutated beings, they should receive some fruits, beef, lamb, and beverages. Third-level mutated beings would enjoy seafood and more expensive delicacies. However, that was a discussion for another day, as currently, the highest tier in the entire Swan Bay, aside from himself, was merely second level. Nevertheless, Lin Feng was confident that this standard would soon be put into practice. After the onset of the apocalypse, our reconnaissance aircraft conducted a preliminary survey of Benhai City, Zhao Hu continued, setting down his chopsticks. During the investigation, our command discovered numerous unidentified creatures on the western Wanfeng Mountain. Given the chaos caused by many soldiers transforming into zombies, we were unable to conduct further exploration. Zhao Hu then relayed the details of that reconnaissance to Lin Feng. You mean to say that these creatures resemble animals, but their sizes are considerably larger? Lin Feng deduced after hearing Zhao Hu's report. The western Wanfeng Mountain was already home to a considerable number of wild animals. It was likely that, following the apocalypse, these original wild creatures underwent transformations. The mutated wildlife evolved into formidable beasts far surpassing their former selves. It could even be said that, under comparable circumstances, these mutated beasts were generally more powerful than zombies. By the way, boss, I have a few photos from that reconnaissance. Take a look, Zhao Hu recalled, hastily retrieving his bag. Lin Feng observed as Zhao Hu produced several printed photographs from their earlier expedition. These aerial shots depicted somewhat terrifying images: monkeys over 2 meters tall, baring their teeth, and an unknown snake as thick as a barrel. There was even a mutated beast, its body covered in spines, which was indiscernible as either a wolf or a leopard. In every respect, they were undoubtedly the same mutated beasts Lin Feng had encountered in his previous life. While examining the photos, Lin Feng suddenly noticed something. In the background of one photograph, there were small specks that seemed to emit a glimmering red substance. Though these particles appeared minuscule in the image, they reflected light with remarkable intensity. The military-grade camera used for the aerial photography was of exceptionally high definition, making those tiny bright spots particularly conspicuous. Dark crystal. Lin Feng suddenly recalled a substance known as dark crystal, which had the potential to upgrade the base vehicles. Previously, in a shopping mall in the city center, Lin Feng encountered a piece of pale green dark crystal. Through this crystal, the system could upgrade the base vehicle to the second level. The small highlights in the photograph bore a striking resemblance to the dark crystal, surprisingly so. Thus, it became imperative for Lin Feng to acquire this object. The dark crystals in the image appeared exceedingly fragile, barely the size of a soybean when compared to other objects. Furthermore, there were numerous mutated beasts surrounding them, which would temporarily prevent others from seizing them first. After all, most were oblivious to the purpose of the dark crystals. For an ordinary person, such small stones might not be as valuable as a loaf of bread. Nevertheless, Lin Feng resolved to embark on this venture. At that moment, he had another task, which was to have Zhao Hu and the others consume the primary enhancement potion. Lin Feng had always been generous to those of value. These individuals would later assist him in controlling the missile system and nurturing more talent. Lin Feng aimed to elevate them to the level of second-tier mutants in the shortest possible time, thereby granting them the ability to protect themselves. Once they felt their strength significantly increase, Zhao Hu and the others quickly realized the effects of the primary enhancement potion Lin Feng had provided. They became exhilarated, for it was Lin Feng who had rescued them from the confines of the military's basement. Had it not been for him, they would have faced the impending hordes of zombies once their stored food was depleted. Now, not only had Lin Feng provided sustenance, but he had also directly enhanced their capabilities. As soldiers, they understood the significance of strength all too well. Even if it came to confronting zombies, they now possessed absolute confidence. Early the next morning, Lin Feng inspected the progress of the engineering work. Given the urgent establishment of the missile system, the group had learned the basics of operating an excavator overnight. The missile silos had been excavated to a considerable extent, with only the finer details remaining. With the missile silos taking shape, Lin Feng wasted no time. He directly installed the equipment retrieved from the missile unit into the deep, open silos. This task required minimal technical expertise. Lin Feng had stored the components of the missile silos in his storage space. The dimensions were standard, and he merely needed to place the assembled launch devices from the storage space into the silos. The remaining task involved wiring, which Zhao Hu and his team would undertake. With each installation at Heyang completed in a short span, Lin Feng managed to set up 24 missile silos. Adjacent to the silos was an ammunition pit designated for temporary missile storage. After all, during critical moments, it would be impractical for Lin Feng to retrieve missiles one by one from his storage. It was prudent to have a stockpile ready. Next came the installation of the anti-aircraft missiles, which was considerably simpler than the silos. All that was required was to find an open space, leaving the rest to Zhao Hu and his team. Arriving at a spacious clearing beside the villa district, Lin Feng retrieved 20 tanks and an equal number of rocket launchers from his storage space. These were intended for the soldiers' training. Through prior inquiries, Lin Feng had learned that among the soldiers he brought back, only 2 possessed the skills to operate tanks. However, he believed that even so, they could impart their knowledge to the others. After all, they were all mutants, endowed with cognitive abilities that far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Lin Feng was confident that, as they learned to maneuver the tanks and missile vehicles, it would not be long before others acquired the skills as well. Once the missile silos were fully established, there remained one essential task that could not be overlooked. Without it, all prior efforts would have been in vain. Chapter 67. Each in their own role, what Lin Feng needed to establish was a command center. Much like the missile units, to ensure that the weapons function effectively, a control room is imperative. One could liken the command center to a heart. Even though the satellites may currently be inoperable, human intervention is still essential, even if one resorts to physical algorithms. At this moment, Lin Feng resolved to repurpose a staff meeting room on the ground floor of the hotel as the control room. This meeting room, neither overly spacious nor cramped, was approximately the same size as the original command center of the missile unit, with an area of 100 square meters. It was ample enough to accommodate the equipment Lin Feng had retrieved. Moreover, the decision to situate it on the ground floor was influenced by the cabling requirements. Establishing it on higher floors would necessitate an array of specialized wiring. Although Lin Feng possessed over 10,000 sets of operational devices after storing the equipment, brevity in cabling is vital to minimize errors. When Zhao Hu and the others entered the meeting room and beheld the equipment within, they were momentarily taken aback. Isn't this our command center? How did it end up here? It's an exact replica. Am I dreaming? Or have we returned to the military? The sight before them rendered everyone as though in a dreamlike state. These are the tools you will utilize in the future. The remaining task involves wiring, which will be up to you, Lin Feng remarked with a smile, observing their mixture of confusion and excitement. The professionalism of these soldiers was unquestionable, and they immediately began the finishing touches. As he watched them busy themselves, Lin Feng chose not to interrupt but instead summoned Zhang Chang and the 4 team leaders to another small meeting room via intercom. Now, as you can see without my saying so, Lin Feng addressed the 5 individuals gathered before him. We now possess our own missile launch system, which I plan to entrust to Zhao Hu and his team, as they are the specialists in this area. However, I also require some fresh blood. Chang, please send some of your personnel to learn from them. It is not a matter of distrust, but I envision expanding this sector significantly in the future. Additionally, we need our personnel to learn how to operate tanks and rocket vehicles. I am giving you 1 week. Within this time frame, I want everyone proficient in operating both tanks and rocket vehicles. Furthermore, inquire among your subordinates to see if anyone can pilot a helicopter. If so, report to me at the earliest opportunity. Lin Feng outlined several directives, all of which were imperative at present: missiles, tanks, helicopters. Even though they had previously observed the installation of missile silos, hearing these words articulated by Lin Feng left them utterly astonished. Just a few days prior, there had only been a main building and a cluster of villas here. In the present day, the areas adjacent to the main building have transformed into missile launch sites. Have these individuals never witnessed the might of a missile? Such substantial apparatus is plainly visible to all. Furthermore, the sudden appearance of tanks and missile vehicles does not escape the notice of the onlookers. Yet, they refrain from questioning Lin Feng. After all, they are adults who discern what inquiries are appropriate. Ah, we have aircraft. That is splendid. If we wish to travel anywhere, we can simply fly there, Zhang Chang exclaimed, his excitement palpable at the mention of planes. Nevertheless, Lin Feng chuckled at Zhang Chang's enthusiasm, reminding him that the apocalyptic scenarios portrayed in films are far from simplistic. Indeed, the reality of a post-apocalyptic world is not limited to mere zombies. While the prospect of an aircraft offers a chance for escape to safety, the existence of mutated beasts, particularly avian varieties, poses a significant threat. These creatures, being not only aberrant but capable of flight, present a formidable challenge should we encounter them in the skies. Despite possessing armed helicopters, engaging with aerial threats remains a daunting endeavor. Lin Feng deemed it necessary to enlighten them on the nature of these mutated beings. It becomes clear now. No wonder I observed numerous anti-aircraft missiles in the backyard, Zhang Chang remarked, scratching his head thoughtfully. However, you need not be overly concerned. From what I gather, the population of avian mutated beasts is relatively sparse. They are formidable in the air, but, upon landing, they are often less capable than their zombie counterparts of the same level. This assertion was not merely to comfort them, but rather a statement of fact. After the meeting, a squad leader soon arrived to report back. Among the soldiers, there were indeed individuals skilled in piloting helicopters. Swan Bay, being a luxury hotel, had attracted many affluent and influential guests, some of whom were aviation enthusiasts possessing flight licenses. The operation of a helicopter is not overly complex, and multiple individuals expressed their capability to pilot. This revelation was fortuitous. Lin Feng has always believed that talent is abundant, even in a post-apocalyptic world. He never judged individuals merely by their appearances. After all, a beggar on the street could very well have been a scientist before the apocalypse. Each person harbors unique skills that shine when circumstances demand it. Without further ado, Lin Feng summoned the 5 pilots mentioned by the squad leader to the villa's backyard. There, he retrieved 5 helicopters from his storage space. As the pilots arrived, they were invited to take them for a test flight. Though military helicopters, their operational principles closely resemble those of civilian aircraft. In a mere half hour, all 5 helicopters ascended into the sky, marking a successful acquisition for Lin Feng. Currently, there are 5 pilots, but in the future, there may well be 50 or even 500. Although mastering the art of flying an aircraft presents its challenges, helicopters are relatively simpler compared to other types of planes. Lin Feng is confident that it will not be long before a substantial number of pilots successfully learn to operate helicopters. Subsequently, Lin Feng selected one individual from the 5 pilots. With the assistance of Zhao Hu and his subordinates, Lin Feng equipped an armed helicopter with ammunition. He then summoned a soldier to accompany him, and under the pilot's adept control, the armed helicopter ascended into the sky, heading towards the western Feng Wang Mountain. Once the aircraft was airborne, Lin Feng donned his headset and issued commands to the pilot. Chapter 068, The Abundance of Monkeys on the Mountain this time. Lin Feng took Xiao Feng along. After all, Wanfeng Mountain can be considered a wild area, and allowing Xiao Feng to stretch its wings, without the threat of mutated beasts, seemed prudent. Presently, taking a helicopter was the most convenient means of access. Although there was a possibility of encountering aerial mutated creatures during the flight, it was certainly preferable to the grueling struggle against zombies on the ground. Wanfeng Mountain stands as the largest mountain range near Binhai City. While it may not rival the renowned peaks and historical sites of Huaihua, it is nonetheless a significant attraction in the vicinity. The mountain is merely a few kilometers from Swan Bay, dotted with numerous agritourism establishments and small shops that cater to visitors. Consequently, the pathways leading up the mountain are often plagued by zombies. At the very least, Lin Feng observed from the helicopter that there were no signs of living humans below. In the apocalypse, what people often deem safe in the wilderness can be, in fact, the most perilous. A few minutes later, the helicopter arrived at the foot of Wanfeng Mountain. There were several trails for hiking, one designated for tourists while others served as routes for local villagers. At the base of the mountain lay a clearing, adjacent to a naturally formed small lake. The sound of the helicopter's rotor blades attracted some nearby zombies, as well as a few mutated creatures. Retrieving an assault rifle from his storage space, Lin Feng, along with his soldiers, dispatched the zombies that charged forward before noticing the mutated beasts approaching from behind. Dubbed mutated beasts, they were, in reality, a few grasshoppers, albeit now grown to half a meter in length. Their protruding mandibles were unnerving to behold, reminiscent of the effect one might experience after magnifying an insect thousands or even tens of thousands of times. First-time witnesses would undoubtedly feel a tightening in their chests. However, Lin Feng had endured 5 years of life in the apocalypse during his previous existence. It was not just the grasshoppers before him. He had confronted far more terrifying mutated beasts. Commanding the helicopter to land on a platform, Lin Feng leapt down without hesitation. The grasshoppers exhibited remarkable jumping prowess, far surpassing that of zombies. In his past life, Lin Feng had slain countless such creatures. As the first grasshopper leaped towards him, Lin Feng swiftly plunged his alloy combat knife into its mandibles, executing the action with the ease of inserting a straw into a beverage. Withdrawing the knife, he made a swift cut, cleaving the grasshopper in two, its hind legs still flailing as it fell to the ground. At that moment, Xiao Feng, following Lin Feng's, suddenly became exhilarated, its eyes turning a vivid red. It grew noticeably larger and dove towards the grasshopper before it, pecking with remarkable efficiency, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Perhaps the speed and precision of animals are traits that humanity can never surpass. Lin Feng watched in astonishment as Xiao Feng devoured the grasshoppers with astonishing swiftness. Soon enough, the surrounding grasshoppers were entirely eradicated by the duo of man and bird. Approaching the lakeside, Lin Feng gazed into the water. As expected, despite the murky surface, he could faintly discern enormous creatures swimming beneath. This was also a poignant issue for humanity in the previous apocalypse. Even though countless zombies had been eradicated, there remained no solution for the mutated beasts lurking in rivers, lakes, and seas. After all, the aquatic realm of the original world had never been fully explored by mankind, let alone in the dire circumstances of an apocalypse. While many speculated that the waters might conceal treasures desired by humans, in the end, no one dared to venture into these depths. In this lifetime, Lin Feng harbored his own aspirations. Should the opportunity arise, he would thoroughly explore the waters of the post-apocalyptic world. However, he was aware that he must first attend to the matters at hand. At present, Lin Feng brandished his alloy blade as he ascended the mountain. Xiao Feng, if you encounter danger, just turn and run without hesitation, he cautioned, glancing back at the small figure trailing behind him. Xiao Feng nodded, seemingly grasping his words. The ascent of Luanfeng Mountain was not particularly arduous, yet the dense vegetation made it challenging to find clear ground until one had climbed a considerable distance. Suddenly, as Lin Feng continued his ascent, a shadow darted from the side. It was a monkey, its fur a deep yellow, but it had undergone a mutation. Judging by its height, it stood over 2 meters tall, an initial-level mutated beast. Lin Feng was taken aback, not expecting to encounter such a creature so soon. The probability of animals transforming into low-level mutated beasts often surpassed that of zombies and humans. The monkey before him bore sharp fangs and claws resembling steel blades, presenting an intimidating sight. Perhaps it had not seen a human for some time, as it appeared particularly agitated upon spotting Lin Feng. Little did it know, the individual before it was a third-level mutant. A flash of silver swept through the air. The mutated monkey's eyes widened in panic as it sensed a chill enveloping its neck. However, it soon discovered that the world before it was fading to black. And then all was lost to oblivion. Withdrawing his alloy blade, Lin Feng extracted a first-level magic crystal from the creature. Just a few hundred meters ahead lay the location where the dark crystal had previously surfaced in a photograph. Yet, since he was already there, Lin Feng was unconcerned about collecting a few more magic crystals. He retrieved a bunch of bananas from his storage space and placed them before him. In the next moment, Lin Feng mimicked the calls of a monkey. Sure enough, as anticipated, the surrounding monkeys instinctively rushed toward the bananas. At that moment, Lin Feng's presence seemed to matter little. The essence of the zombie virus lay in slaughter and bloodlust. Those bananas, tainted with the blood of the previous monkey, served as bait, luring in its kin. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng summoned the energy within him and began to strike at the incoming monkeys with fierce precision. Most of the assailants were ordinary mutated monkeys, and even the occasional first-level mutated monkey swiftly succumbed to Lin Feng's blade. Thus commenced the epic battle between humans and monkeys. And the tide of war flowed overwhelmingly in Lin Feng's favor. No number of mutated monkeys could possibly rival his strength. This exemplifies the disparity in levels. A demonstration of overwhelming strength. Just then, a roar resonated from a distance. Following the sound, Lin Feng's movements momentarily halted. Before him stood another monkey, albeit one of a significantly larger stature compared to its kin. Towering over 3 meters, it was more than twice Lin Feng's height. Its formidable fangs measured over 20 centimeters, presenting a rather intimidating visage. The eyes of this mutated monkey glowed a menacing red, fixated on Lin Feng from afar, as if pondering something. A third-level mutated beast. The moment Lin Feng laid eyes on the creature, he paused, the term echoing in his mind. Chapter 69. Who says one must use a blade? Not far away, a colossal monkey revealed itself to be a level 3 mutated beast. This fact was indisputable. Lin Feng's 5 years of experience in the apocalypse was not in vain. Xiao Feng, you should hide, Lin Feng instructed, while effortlessly dispatching several mutated monkeys nearby. Xiao Feng obediently nodded and concealed himself in the woods not far behind. Lin Feng turned his gaze towards the level 3 mutated monkey, which was also observing him. Given their equal rank, humans were no match for mutated beasts. Not only mutated beasts, but even zombies of the same level posed considerable challenges for the mutated individuals. And now, a level 3 mutated monkey stood before Lin Feng. He doubted it would be inclined to munch on bananas. Level 3 mutated beasts exhibited a semblance of primitive intelligence, although still far from human intellect. The fact that it was originally a primate suggested that its cognitive abilities were akin to that of a 3- or 4-year-old child. Perhaps it was scrutinizing Lin Feng to assess his capabilities. However, Lin Feng had no intention of adhering to conventional tactics. If he did, what would be the purpose of possessing a system in this lifetime? In the next instant, He retrieved a segment of a city wall from his storage space and hurled it at the mutated monkey's head. Standing 6 meters high, 5 meters thick, and extending over 10 meters in length, this massive structure, weighing over 1,000 tons, descended upon the mutated monkey. The creature was momentarily stunned. Anyone would be astonished by such an unexpectedly enormous object. Nevertheless, reality afforded no time for the mutated monkey to ponder its predicament as the wall bore down upon it. With a resounding crash, a section of the wall struck the ground, sending dust billowing into the air. The wall quivered slightly. Although the weight was not directly concentrated on a single point, the burden it bore was beyond ordinary comprehension. Remarkably, the mutated monkey did not perish. Instead, it attempted to shift the wall pressing upon it. Lin Feng would not grant it such an opportunity. In the next moment, another section of the wall appeared overhead and crashed down. The previously slightly elevated wall was once again rendered perfectly level. It was likely that the mutated monkey had been embedded into the earth. Lin Feng did not relent. He retrieved yet another segment of the wall and sent it crashing down. With the third segment landing atop the second, a towering height of over 10 meters was established. Seizing this moment, Lin Feng dispatched the surrounding ordinary mutated monkeys. As the dust settled, the wall remained motionless, with a weight of 2,000 to 3,000 tons pressing down. Even a level 3 mutated beast could not survive. Who says that one must slay these mutated beasts with a blade? This was precisely why Lin Feng dared to ascend the mountain alone with his companion. With the possession of a storage space, his methods of attack were diverse. The city wall was merely one of many options. If Lin Feng so wished, there were countless ways to eliminate this mutated monkey. It is estimated that the level 3 mutated monkey is nearly lifeless. Lin Feng retracted the city wall into his storage space. As expected, the mutated monkey on the ground had been flattened, even embedded into the earth itself. At this moment, it had long since ceased to breathe. Joyfully wielding his alloy battle knife, Lin Feng extracted a soil-colored magic crystal from the brain of the level 3 mutated beast. A level 3 magic crystal is quite a treasure for him at present. Not only now, but even in his past life, 5 years into the apocalypse. Level 3 magic crystals were a precious resource. Suddenly, Lin Feng sensed a shadow darting towards him from behind. It was Xiao Feng, who flew directly in front of Lin Feng. In the next instant, Xiao Feng was about to snatch the magic crystal. Fortunately, Lin Feng reacted quickly. After all, the reflexes of a level 3 mutant were not to be underestimated. In an instant, he stored the level 3 magic crystal into storage space. Ding! 1 level 3 magic crystal acquired, amplification 10,000 times. Soon after, a notification from the system echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Xiao Feng stood there, bewildered. It had clearly seen a magic crystal just moments ago, yet it had vanished in an instant. Anxiously, Xiao Feng began to chirp. Do you wish to eat it? Lin Feng inquired, waving an amplified level 3 magic crystal before Xiao Feng. Upon seeing the magic crystal in Lin Feng's hand, Xiao Feng eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at grains. Lin Feng mused to himself, realizing that this creature, despite consuming a solidifying elixir, seemed to have a penchant for magic crystals. In the next moment, he extended his hand. As soon as Xiao Feng saw the magic crystal, it darted forward and gobbled it up. Upon lifting its head, Xiao Feng had swallowed the level 3 magic crystal whole. In the next instant, Xiao Feng began to emit faint wisps of steam, and its size appeared to increase slightly. Level 2 mutated beast. Observing Xiao Feng's transformation, Lin Feng immediately recognized that it had leveled up. However, something felt amiss. The aura radiating from Xiao Feng was far beyond that of a mere level 2 mutated beast. The energy intensified, growing stronger and more potent. Level 3 mutated beast. Xiao Feng had surprisingly evolved into a level 3 mutated beast. Lin Feng marveled at the sight of Xiao Feng's feathers shimmering like scales. To think that consuming a single magic crystal could lead to such a dramatic breakthrough into a level 3 mutated beast, this was something Lin Feng had never witnessed before. After a while, Xiao Feng's aura dissipated, and its size reverted to that of a small bird. Perhaps a level 3 mutated beast is not so formidable after all. It's akin to a fiery phoenix, comparable to a turkey in stature. Gently patting Xiao Feng's head, Lin Feng murmured. Xiao Feng, hearing Lin Feng's words, felt exasperated. The next instant, it retracted its head and unleashed a fireball the size of a fist. The fireball struck the ground nearby and erupted in an explosion, igniting the surrounding trees in flames. A ranged attack. Upon witnessing the blazing inferno, Lin Feng clicked his tongue in astonishment. It seemed that, just as in his previous life, the blazing phoenix was indeed capable of long-range attacks. His earlier remarks had been mere banter. Yet he was taken aback to discover that the third-level Xiao Feng had accomplished such a feat. Lin Feng found it necessary to procure 2 substantial fire extinguishers to quell the flames. His motivation was not rooted in environmental concern. Rather, Wanfeng Mountain had become akin to his magical crystal garden. Should those mutated beasts be incinerated, it would undoubtedly diminish his supply of magical crystals. Now that he had unraveled the conditions for Xiaofeng's evolution, Lin Feng deemed this a noteworthy achievement. After all, having a third-level mutated beast by his side could prove unexpectedly advantageous on occasion. Once he had managed the aftermath of the incident, Lin Feng promptly set forth towards the direction where the dark crystal had manifested in the photograph. Ding! Third-level mutated beast slain. System rewards activated. At that moment, a notification echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Chapter 070. Communication and Rewards. Lin Feng had never anticipated the prospect of receiving rewards again. After all, the system had already bestowed him a reward upon vanquishing a second-tier zombie. Now, having slain a mutated beast, he was able to trigger another reward. Ding! The system rewards the communication ability, enabling the host to converse with zombies and mutated beasts of a certain level. Subsequently, the system provided a brief introduction. The communication ability. Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback. He had not expected that zombies and mutated beasts could engage in dialogue. To his knowledge, once zombies and mutated beasts reached a certain level, they possessed a degree of intelligence. For instance, the previous third-tier mutated monkey exhibited the cognitive capacity of a 3 to 4-year-old child. Moreover, the higher the level of the zombies and mutated beasts, the greater their intellect. Certain tiers even allowed them to command their subordinates in battle. In his previous life, Lin Feng had witnessed a 6th-tier zombie commanding its fellow zombies amidst a massive horde, directing them against humans in combat. Now that he could communicate with zombies and mutated beasts, even with a level restriction, it was undoubtedly a beneficial development for him. However, Lin Feng was uncertain about the specific effects of this communication. Nevertheless, having a reward was always preferable to not having one at all. At the very least, the rewards bestowed by the system had never been lacking. As he continued forward, Lin Feng encountered a few scattered mutated insects along the way. This time, he did not need to take action. Those insects were promptly devoured by Xiaofeng. He was unsure of Xiaofeng's appetite, but it seemed insatiable. This, however, spared Lin Feng the trouble, as he entrusted all the mutated insects to Xiaofeng. As he drew closer to the location of the dark crystal in the photograph, Lin Feng noticed a considerable number of mutated snakes ahead. Similar to those in the photograph, these snakes were as thick as a water barrel, either coiled on the ground or entwined around nearby trees. Their numbers exceeded 100. The prevalence of snakes on Wanfeng Mountain was no secret, but it appeared that most of them had gathered in one place, and they were all mutated. Unlike the previous mutated monkey, these snakes showed no reaction as Lin Feng approached them. Perhaps they were slumbering, or perhaps snakes were the kind of creatures that, once satiated, had no need to hunt further. In any case, he observed that their bellies were noticeably distended, though he could not ascertain what they had consumed. At this moment, Lin Feng spotted scattered glimmers of red dark crystals on the distant clearing. The dark crystals were diminutive, so tiny that without their luminescence, they would likely go unnoticed. There appeared to be thousands of these scattered crystals. Although small, their quantity was indeed significant. Simultaneously, Lin Feng noticed a massive mutated snake coiled beside the dark crystals. This creature was over 10 meters long and more than half a meter thick. The giant snake's eyes were closed, yet its sheer size exuded an imposing presence. In the next instant, the giant snake abruptly opened its eyes and fixed its gaze upon Lin Feng. A third-tier mutated snake. From the physique and the aura radiating from the creature, it was evident that it was a third-tier mutated beast. Lin Feng was astonished that, so soon after the apocalypse, such an abundance of mutations could be found in this area. However, he was now quite close to the dark crystals. Just a few more steps would allow him to collect them into his storage space. Hiss, those are my treasures. At this very moment, the mutated snake flicked its tongue at Lin Feng. It could actually speak? Lin Feng was taken aback, but the realization dawned upon him in the next instant. It must be the ability granted by the system that allowed him to communicate with mutated beasts, enabling him to understand the giant snake's words. Nonetheless, he had no time for idle chatter with the serpent. Withdrawing a section of city wall from his storage space, he hurled it beside the giant snake. The massive wall promptly crushed a cluster of smaller mutated snakes beneath it. Hiss, don't kill me. Sensing the immense pressure of the wall, the giant snake exclaimed in alarm, hastily articulating its plea. Was it truly begging for mercy? Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. A formidable third-tier mutated snake was actually seeking to save its own life. Hiss, those treasures belong to you. Hiss, please do not kill me. Glancing at the wall, the giant snake appeared to realize it could not withstand such force. Treasures? It seemed the giant snake understood the significance of the dark crystals. However, it was likely that this creature was merely drawn to glittering objects. Otherwise, the dark crystals would have long since been devoured by it, Lin Feng mused. And your magic crystal? Fixing his gaze upon the giant serpent, Lin Feng spoke coolly. He desired not only the dark crystals but also the magic crystal possessed by the giant snake. That was a third-tier magic crystal, despite having recently acquired thousands of them. One could never have too many of such treasures. Magic crystal. The giant snake bowed its head, contemplating for a moment. Then, it opened its mouth and ejected a light green magic crystal the size of a ping-pong ball, which rolled to Lin Feng's feet. It had actually relinquished its magic crystal. Lin Feng understood that this giant serpent was genuinely afraid. It was terrified for its life, having lost its magic crystal. The third-tier mutated snake was now little more than an ordinary snake, albeit still considerably larger in size. After expelling the magic crystal, the giant snake slowly retreated. Seeing Lin Feng make no move to stop it, it swiftly vanished into the dense forest. Lin Feng was not particularly concerned about the departure of the mutated snake. What held his attention was the array of dark crystals before him. These red dark crystals were even more fragmented than the green ones he had previously obtained. Yet their quantity was significantly greater. Approaching the magic crystal that the giant snake had left behind, Lin Feng stored it in his storage space. This time, Xiaofeng did not come to snatch it away, perhaps having had its fill, or maybe third-tier magic crystals no longer piqued its interest. Next, Lin Feng moved toward the red dark crystals. Xiaofeng, you take care of those mutated snakes. Noticing that some of the mutated snakes had begun to stir and were approaching, Lin Feng commanded Xiaofeng. In the next moment, he gathered all the dark crystals into his storage space. Ding! As the system continued to announce, one dark crystal received increase of 10,000 times. The number of dark crystals before Lin Feng gradually diminished. It was only after the final dark crystal was collected into his storage space that the system ceased its notifications. Ding! The system has detected the presence of dark crystals. Items can now be upgraded. While Lin Feng pondered the potential uses of these crimson dark crystals, the system's prompt resounded once more. Indeed, they held value. Lin Feng mused to himself upon hearing the notification. Chapter 071, Weapon Upgrade, Beep. The system has detected that dark crystals can be utilized for weapon upgrades. Existing firearms can be transformed into laser weapons, which will consume crystal energy upon upgrade. Up to 100 firearms may be upgraded each day. Subsequently, the system elucidated the upgrade possibilities to Lin Feng. The ability to elevate ordinary firearms to the status of laser weapons was indeed a delightful prospect. Lin Feng mused inwardly. Such legendary armaments possessed a lethality far surpassing that of conventional firearms. Moreover, the sole requirement of crystal energy was of little concern to Lin Feng. However, the limitation of upgrading merely 100 weapons daily felt rather sluggish. Yet, having any upgrade capacity was preferable to none at all, much like the upgrades to base vehicles. Despite only being able to enhance a single level 2 base vehicle each day, Lin Feng's storage space now harbored no less than 10 of these vehicles. Thanks to the passage of time, he was confident that the rate of upgrades could be increased with ingenuity, for since acquiring the system, it seemed that nothing was truly impossible. If even the communication with mutated beasts could be achieved, then upgrading firearms was a trivial matter. Without hesitation, Lin Feng commanded the system to proceed with the upgrade of 100 firearms, similar to the base vehicle enhancements. The upgrade duration for the firearms was also set at 24 hours. At this moment, Lin Feng had attained that which he desired. In the next instant, he prepared to temporarily depart from Wanfeng Mountain. This excursion had indeed exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. After all, encountering 2 level 3 mutated beasts within a mere kilometer into Wanfeng Mountain was quite alarming. Should he encounter a level 4 mutated beast, even someone of Lin Feng's prowess might find themselves at a loss. In this post-apocalyptic world, both mutants and mutated beasts were categorized with level 3 as the initial threshold. It was only upon reaching level 4 that a genuine qualitative breakthrough occurred. Thus, those above level 4, be they zombies or mutated beasts, were the truly terrifying entities. Lin Feng was certain that when faced with level 4 zombies and mutated beasts, even fortified by city walls, he may not be able to vanquish them. The immense strength they possessed might not pose an absolute threat to such formidable creatures. The same principle applied to mutants. Only those above level 4 could genuinely be regarded as experts. This was why Lin Feng had lingered at level 3 for so long without advancing. At this juncture, his cultivation relied heavily on opportunity rather than the mere consumption of pills. To avoid potential mishaps by delving deeper, Lin Feng resolved to withdraw temporarily. The verdant hills and flowing waters would remain unchanged. Wanfeng Mountain would still be there when his strength had increased sufficiently, making a return more feasible. Thus, Lin Feng and his companion Xiaofeng retraced their steps. Upon reaching the clearing at the foot of the mountain, they were relieved to find the helicopter and pilot safe and sound. With peace of mind, Lin Feng boarded the helicopter, setting its course towards Swan Bay. Upon returning to Swan Bay, Lin Feng disembarked from the helicopter and observed the bustling activity at the base. The individuals were fervently engaged in training, particularly with tanks and rocket launchers, which, through diligent experimentation, had become operational. Although their maneuvering and turret control were somewhat clumsy, it was noteworthy that they had managed to operate these formidable machines in such a short span. Additionally, some soldiers were training on excavators, bulldozers, and forklifts. While these tasks were merely the domain of ordinary technicians in his previous life, the presence of such machinery in this post-apocalyptic world significantly eased their labor. These soldiers did not regard themselves as exalted mutants. Rather, they perceived their enhanced abilities as a mere extension of their own capabilities. Under their adept handling, the construction equipment was operated with impressive skill. Competitions soon emerged, such as digging contests and forklift challenges, showcasing their operational prowess. Meanwhile, others focused on physical training. Despite being mutants, they recognized the paramount importance of physical fitness, akin to how only those who truly engage in fitness understand its benefits. Observing the industriousness of the crowd, Lin Feng nodded to himself, appreciating the semblance of a true base. At that moment, Zhang Chang approached hastily. "Brother Feng, shortly after you left, someone from the East City base came looking for you," he reported directly upon reaching Lin Feng's side. "People from the East City base?" Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback as he listened to Zhang Chang's account. "About half an hour ago, they drove over seeking food, promising to exchange something of equal value in return rather than taking it for free." At that time, only Zhang Chang and a few squad leaders were present, while Lin Feng was at Wanfeng Mountain. Thus, Zhang Chang had advised the visitors to return, stating that they would discuss matters further upon Lin Feng's return. They seemed rather anxious, so they must be facing difficulties regarding food, Zhang Chang concluded. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. He had indeed heard of the East City base several times in his previous life. Although he had never visited, he was familiar with the broader layout of Binhai City. The lord of the East City base was known as Wang Shimin, a high-level mutant reputed for his amiable nature and reluctance to instigate trouble. Consequently, the East City base had not encountered significant conflicts with other factions. However, such tales were mere hearsay. To Lin Feng, they were inconsequential. In this world, no one was devoid of desire. The establishment of the East City base indicated Wang Shimin's aspiration for power and control. Beyond the allure of authority, a lord's access to resources and security was unparalleled, an identity and lifestyle sought after by all in this desolate era. If one were to speak of the other's amiability, perhaps even suggesting a conflict-free demeanor, Lin Feng would remain utterly unconvinced. More likely, the individual in question is merely a facade of benevolence, adept at navigating social intricacies without offending anyone. It is said that the East City base was initially established through the toil of over 20,000 individuals. It seems that sustaining such a number has now become a challenge. Lin Feng mused to himself. Very well, I shall pay a visit to discern their true intentions. They possess their own needs, just as Lin Feng harbors his own aspirations. Despite having the system at his disposal, he must still navigate life independently. Since they have taken the initiative to seek his assistance, Lin Feng resolved to directly investigate the matter, thus familiarizing himself with the circumstances surrounding his existence in this realm. With his decision made, Lin Feng promptly departed from Swan Bay in a luxurious Maybach. Chapter 072. East City Base. The decision to visit the East City Base was a spontaneous one for Lin Feng. After all, it was a neighboring area, and the development of the East City Base would inevitably bear some relation to Swan Bay. Not to mention, should the East City Base encounter a catastrophic event, it could pose a significant danger. In such a scenario, Swan Bay must be prepared. As Lin Feng exited Swan Bay, he leisurely drove his Maybach toward the East City Base. After 2 days away, he noticed that additional barbed wire had been installed atop the community's fence. It seemed that the threat of zombies still loomed over the East City Base, and the repercussions of the undead tide were far from over. Within the community, Lin Feng observed small squads of armed guards patrolling every few dozen meters. It appeared that the East City Base had begun to take shape, he mused. Upon reaching the community's entrance, he noted that the gate was barricaded with sandbags and fences. Simultaneously, a group of 7 or 8 guards stood vigil at the entrance. Occasionally, individuals returning to the community underwent a brief inspection. Lin Feng noticed that most of these returnees carried weapons and were equipped with backpacks, likely hunters searching for sustenance. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng intended to drive his vehicle into the East City Base, but the guards at the entrance stopped him. "Are you a resident of the community? Please submit to inspection." 2 guards approached his vehicle. "I am the Lord of Swan Bay, here to speak with your leader," Lin Feng replied candidly as he lowered the window. There was no need for subterfuge during this visit, and he did not conceal his identity. "The Lord of Swan Bay?" The guards scrutinized him thoroughly. Nevertheless, they did not dare to be negligent and promptly picked up their walkie-talkie to relay a message. Soon after, one of the guards returned to Lin Feng's car. "Greetings. Our leader requests your presence at the sales office in the center of the community," he said, pointing in the direction. Upon hearing the guard's words, Lin Feng nodded. In this nascent apocalypse, society had not yet fully devolved into a state of servitude. In a previous life, if a lord were to meet another leader, there would have been grand celebrations and elaborate welcomes. Once class hierarchy emerged, humanity's inclination towards a slave mentality would inevitably follow. As Lin Feng drove through the community, he observed the surrounding populace. Most of those wandering outside were young, armed to varying degrees. He discerned a palpable sense of discontent among them. While they did not appear overtly sorrowful, their expressions were notably vacant. This was a typical demeanor for individuals in an apocalypse. The primary concern was survival, and the uncertainty of tomorrow's meals weighed heavily on their spirits. Before long, Lin Feng's vehicle arrived at the sales office of the community. It was a two-story structure, resplendently adorned from the outside, being the face of the community. The design of the sales office was undoubtedly grand and opulent. This is precisely why Wang Shimin chose this place as his residence, Lin Feng mused internally. Soldiers were patrolling the sales office, and after Lin Feng announced his name, the leading guard entered to inform the others. "Lord Lin, we have been eagerly awaiting your arrival." Moments later, a middle-aged man accompanied by two subordinates emerged from the sales office. Upon seeing Lin Feng, who had just alighted from the vehicle, he approached with warmth and extended a handshake. The man before him was Wang Shimin, and Lin Feng took a moment to appraise him. He appeared to be in his 30s, with a slightly plump physique and a rather oily smile. However, the subtle aura emanating from him indicated that he was a level 2 mutant. Apart from those he had trained himself, Wang Shimin was the first level 2 mutant Lin Feng had encountered in this lifetime. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Feng followed Wang Shimin into the sales office. The first floor was a spacious lounge, albeit with the original model display dismantled. Under Wang Shimin's hospitality, Lin Feng settled into a sofa. "It is truly an honor for you to visit our East City base amidst your busy schedule," Wang Shimin remarked cheerfully as he prepared a kettle of water on the tea table. His two subordinates took seats on the opposite sofa. "The recent situation has been rather tense. Otherwise, I would have visited sooner." Having navigated the complexities of the post-apocalyptic world for 5 years, Lin Feng was well-versed in the nuances of survival. He perceived Wang Shimin as somewhat of a businessman, a notion supported by various subtle details. Indeed, the dangers in this post-apocalyptic landscape are manifold. Although I have established a base here, we still face daily disturbances from zombies. I genuinely worry that one day they might gather in hordes again, Wang Shimin sighed, pouring Lin Feng a cup of tea. His tone resembled that of an old friend reconnecting after many years. "You worry too much, Chief Wang. Life will eventually improve," Lin Feng replied with a smile, studying Wang Shimin. "I heard you recently visited Swan Bay to explore business opportunities, which is why I came to see you." While maintaining a facade of cordiality, Lin Feng was reluctant to squander time, though interpersonal relationships still held significance in this era. Rooted in humanity's age-old customs, practicality and efficiency took precedence over the niceties of peacetime. "Speaking of that matter, it seems I've become a source of amusement for you, Lord Lin," Wang Shimin said with a wry smile after sipping his tea. "To put it bluntly, my East City base has only recently been established and has just managed to eliminate the immediate threat posed by zombies. The East City community comprises 4 phases, with the current population exceeding 20,000. While there are several restaurants and small supermarkets, the sheer number of people necessitates rationing of supplies. The external environment is perilous. Not to mention the city center. Even the nearby university town is plagued by zombies, rendering it inaccessible." Setting his teacup down, Wang Shimin sighed once more. Lin Feng nodded. Wang Shimin spoke the truth. He had ventured into the city center, where the density of zombies was a complexity that could not be easily articulated in mere words. Nearby, the coastal university town was expected to boast a plethora of shopping malls and restaurants. However, due to the presence of the university and the surrounding shops, the population density rendered the area even more perilous. Observing that Swan Bay had already been cordoned off, I dispatched someone to inquire about the situation with you, Lord Lin. At this juncture, Wang Shimin turned his gaze toward Lin Feng, seemingly seeking to discern his sentiments through his expression. Chapter 073. Consider what you can exchange. Looking at Chief Wang, "I believe you wish to barter for some vegetables and meat from us," Lin Feng remarked with a subtle smile directed at Wang Shimin before him. "How did you know?" At that moment, one of Wang Shimin's subordinates spoke up, a puzzled expression adorning his face, seemingly taken aback by Lin Feng's assertion. "I possess a general understanding of the situation at your East City base." Lin Feng scanned the crowd before continuing with a smile. "Forgive my candor. You currently have more than 20,000 individuals, consuming approximately 1 pound of food per person daily, resulting in a total daily consumption of 20 tons. While you do have several small supermarkets and restaurants, they cannot sustain operations for long periods. Your primary advantage lies in the farmlands nearby, where crops should be ready for harvest. Given your available workforce, you need not worry excessively about grain. However, the primary concern lies in daily necessities, fresh vegetables, and meat. Am I mistaken? Having spoken, Lin Feng turned his gaze towards Wang Shimin with a smile. Your analysis is astute, Lord Lin. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Wang Shimin's expression shifted slightly but soon returned to a smile. Indeed, we have farmlands nearby, sufficient for our short-term needs. However, relying solely on grain is rather monotonous, and there are skilled mutants within our base. I cannot simply provide them with grain every day. Lord Lin's Swan Bay Hotel was originally a 5-star establishment, undoubtedly stocked with frozen meats and other long-lasting food supplies. Therefore, I wish to see if we could exchange some of our grain for your supplies. Recognizing that Lin Feng had laid his cards on the table, Wang Shimin understood that further circumlocution was futile. Lin Feng, upon hearing Wang Shimin's words, felt a quiet amusement. Indeed, in this post-apocalyptic world, social hierarchies had begun to crystallize. The identity of mutants had become increasingly pronounced, elevating their status far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Over time, this would inevitably lead to a clear distinction in societal roles. Let me be frank, Chief Wang. If you can harvest the crops in the fields, why can't I? To put it bluntly, those resources are unclaimed. Now you wish to exchange my supplies for your grain. Does that truly seem equitable to you? As he articulated this point, Lin Feng revealed a stark reality. Wang Shimin's countenance darkened. Surely, he had contemplated Lin Feng's words. After all, the grain was sourced from the wild, accessible to anyone. Initially, he had hoped to take advantage of Lin Feng's youth by trading grain for supplies. What do you mean by that? Do you intend to lay claim to the grain outside our East City base? At this moment, one of Wang Shimin's subordinates rose, raising his voice in admonition, his demeanor suggesting he was prepared for a confrontation. Did I ever imply that? I was referring to the grain in the wild. But even if I desired the grain nearby, what of it? Lin Feng spoke, simultaneously channeling his inner energy with a sudden surge. As Wang Shimin's subordinate was suddenly overwhelmed by the aura emanating from Lin Feng, he felt as if a colossal wave had surged towards him. Caught off guard, he stumbled back onto the sofa. An advanced mutant. A chill ran through the hearts of those present. They were acutely aware of the subordinate's capabilities. He was a pinnacle level 1 mutant, on the verge of ascending to level 2. Yet, in that moment, he was forced back onto the sofa by Lin Feng's formidable presence. It was evident that Lin Feng's strength was extraordinary, something even Wang Shimin believed he could not match. The attendees finally comprehended why Lin Feng had arrived unarmed. It was apparent that he regarded weapons with disdain. This revelation promptly extinguished any thoughts the others had of using their influence to intimidate Lin Feng. In this apocalyptic world, preserving one's life took precedence over material possessions. The foremost concern was ensuring one's survival. Mayor Lin has spoken too harshly, Wang Shimin interjected, eager to defuse the tension. The crops in the wilderness naturally belonged to the local farmers. Whoever harvested them would claim ownership. Mayor Lin, undoubtedly, had many subordinates. Should he require food, he could easily send his people to gather it. I can assure you, our East City base will not impede such endeavors. However, I wonder if Mayor Lin possesses other food sources. After all, subsisting solely on grains is hardly sustainable. Wang Shimin sighed, pouring a cup of tea for Lin Feng. Lin Feng retracted his imposing aura. He was acutely aware of Wang Shimin's intentions. They were far from mere ordinary residents. In this harsh world, simply having food to eat was a luxury for these individuals, leaving little room for picky preferences. It was akin to offering a near-starving person a piece of moldy bread. They would devour it with gratitude. The repeated mentions of supplies from Swan Bay were not merely for sustenance, but hinted at a desire for meat and other delicacies, presumably to cater to the mutants within the base. After all, nurturing mutants was a different endeavor than caring for ordinary individuals. These mutants, significantly more capable than the average person, often held an inflated sense of self-worth. If Wang Shimin failed to provide them with exquisite hospitality, it was likely they would seek sustenance elsewhere, leaving the East City base vulnerable and ineffective against rival factions. We do have some food available: instant noodles, canned goods, meats, vegetables, fruits, and sweets, Lin Feng remarked deliberately, drawing the attention of those present. The eyes of the attendees glimmered with avarice, including Wang Shimin, whose interest was piqued. Their local supermarket had once stocked such items, but since the onset of the apocalypse, it had been ravaged. Even items like tobacco, alcohol, and sweets were now scarce. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's location in Swan Bay, a 5-star hotel, promised food of a quality far surpassing that available elsewhere, thus capturing the collective interest of those gathered. That is splendid. Yet I am uncertain what Lord Lin wishes us to offer in exchange. Suppressing his inner greed, Wang Shimin hastily remarked, "These items are precisely what he desperately needs. Not to mention cigarettes, alcohol, sugar, and tea, even canned goods hold considerable value for those affected by mutations. In light of this, I shall speak forth." Observing Wang Shimin's demeanor, Lin Feng smiled gently. "What I seek is not mere laborers, but individuals of intellect. Do not be hasty. I do not desire those who are merely robust and industrious, but rather those with specialized skills. I require pilots, individuals versed in automation, and those knowledgeable in electronics. Ideally, I seek retired personnel from technical positions within the military." Casting his gaze over the crowd, Lin Feng articulated his demands. Chapter 074. The calculations of the East City base. The request for talent put forth by Lin Feng left several individuals at the East City base in silent contemplation. It was evident that they were momentarily perplexed by Lin Feng's rationale for such a demand. Logically speaking, would it not be more prudent to seek those who are physically robust or possess quick reflexes? After all, when confronted with zombies, at least they could engage in combat. Wang Shimin was utterly indifferent to the notion of exchanging personnel. With over 20,000 inhabitants at the East City base, even after excluding the elderly, infirm, and disabled, there remained more than 10,000 individuals. Presently, he lamented the waste of food that these people represented. Were it not for the necessity of retaining some strong male laborers to fend off the zombies, they would have long since expelled the rest. Thus, Lin Feng insisted, "I require only skilled technical personnel. All others are of no interest to me." With that, he turned his gaze towards Wang Shimin. At that moment, Lin Feng harbored no fear of the latter's speculations. Anyone attempting to conjecture about him would need to possess a certain level of capability. City Lord Lin, "This is not an issue. I shall have my subordinates select individuals right away, but the matter of price." Wang Shimin understood that some inquiries were best left unasked. Nevertheless, the method of exchange warranted further contemplation. As for the price, once you have selected the individuals, you may bring them to Swan Bay. At that time, I will dispatch someone to facilitate the transaction, and you can negotiate the specific terms of exchange. Upon hearing Wang Shimin's words, Lin Feng pondered for a moment before responding. As a city lord and manager of a base, he need not involve himself in every trivial matter. He merely needed to establish a price range, allowing a few team leaders to handle the negotiations. Ultimately, the issue of population held little allure for him. However, it was undeniable that the operation of vehicles and machinery, as well as the future expansion of the base, necessitated manpower. Otherwise, Lin Feng would not have taken the trouble to come in person. After a brief conversation, Lin Feng took his leave. Once he departed, Wang Shimin and several subordinates returned to the sales office. "Boss, what do you think that kid wants with so many skilled technical personnel?" one of Wang Shimin's subordinates inquired. Having watched Lin Feng's vehicle disappear into the distance, Wang Shimin shook his head. "We cannot ascertain what he intends, as he has not disclosed it. Yet, there must be a reason for his request. To become the leader of a base with over 20,000 people, he must possess both strength and intelligence." "Boss, it just occurred to me," another subordinate interjected suddenly. "Do you remember that Lin Feng initially mentioned he wanted personnel capable of piloting helicopters? Could it be that there are helicopters at Swan Bay, and they lack pilots, which is why they are seeking assistance from us? If that were the case, a helicopter would be an invaluable asset. If we could acquire one, we could venture out any time in search of food. Even if we do not utilize it for resource gathering, it could serve as a means of escape in perilous situations." The words of the subordinate clearly resonated with those present. "Indeed, boss, Swan Bay is a 5-star hotel. It is not entirely implausible for a helicopter to make an appearance for the sake of prestige. If that fails, we could always seize that helicopter," one of the subordinates urged. "We must deliberate on this matter carefully." After listening to his analysis, Wang Shimin hesitated for a moment before speaking. "It is not that I fear Swan Bay. Rather, have you noticed that our adversary does not appear to be easily dealt with? First and foremost, since the onset of the apocalypse, an imposing wall has emerged there, something that ordinary individuals could not construct. Consider this, even with our numbers exceeding 20,000. We could not erect such a towering barrier. Furthermore, the vehicles atop that wall do not seem to be ordinary. Do you recall when you approached Swan Bay and received a warning? Clearly, they possess a defense system. Moreover, that Lin Feng had the audacity to come alone. It is evident that he is a formidable mutant, perhaps even surpassing my own strength. The circumstances within those walls remain entirely unknown to us. Attempting to seize anything from there may not be as straightforward as it seems." Wang Shimin meticulously analyzed each aspect, his brow furrowing. After all, emerging as a leader among 20,000 is no small feat. Wang Shimin is no fool. In a world devoid of law, it is but a fleeting moment to take a life or engage in plunder. In such a context, it is paramount not to offend anyone lightly. One misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Boss, I have a plan. One subordinate boldly stepped forward. Doesn't Lin Feng seek talent? We can offer him just that. The crux of the matter is finding someone capable of piloting a helicopter. We could promise that pilot a primary magic crystal, enticing him to stealthily retrieve the helicopter while Swan Bay is preoccupied. Once it is ours, and with our considerable numbers, I doubt Lin Feng would dare to retaliate. This suggestion ignited a fervent discussion, clearly garnering the approval of the majority. Wang Shimin voiced no objections. After all, possessing a helicopter in this post-apocalyptic world is a coveted asset. Upon returning to Swan Bay, Lin Feng briefed Zhang Chang thoroughly. The following day, as anticipated, a large contingent arrived from the East City base. As for the specifics of the transaction, Zhang Chang adhered to Lin Feng's instructions from the previous day. One individual could be exchanged for a bottle of premium red wine, a case of canned goods, a pack of cigarettes, or a kilogram of candy. Food items, such as instant noodles and self-heating meals, could be traded for more. Initially, Zhang Chang felt that Lin Feng's pricing was too meager. After all, how could a person be worth merely a bottle of wine? However, the reality astonished him, as the officials from the East City base were elated upon hearing such offers. After all, they still possess some ordinary food, but for those in higher echelons, indulging in luxuries remains quite challenging. In this day and age, human life has become exceedingly undervalued. Even the talents sought by Lin Feng are regarded by Wang Shimin and his associates as less significant than a mere box of canned goods. Ultimately, Zhang Chang exchanged a modest amount of resources for over 1,000 individuals. This endeavor, seemingly straightforward, consumed an entire day of effort. Among these individuals were 5 pilots and over 200 who had studied automation-related technical skills. Additionally, there were those skilled in operating excavators, forklifts, welding, and various other trades. After a day's labor, Swan Bay suddenly buzzed with activity. Chapter 075, The Scheme in the Small Square before the main building of Swan Bay Hotel. Over 1,000 individuals had gathered. Most of them were young, with a smattering of middle-aged faces. Their attire appeared somewhat tattered, as though it had not seen a wash in many days. Simultaneously, their complexions bore the pallor of deprivation, reminiscent of those who had not had their fill. Originally residents of the East City base, they had now been exchanged to this unfamiliar location. Though Swan Bay boasted towering walls, this was their first encounter with the post-apocalyptic reality of the place, leaving them in a state of uncertainty. Their current status resembled that of slaves, a notion that weighed heavily on their spirits. Upon learning that they had been traded for provisions, despair deepened, leading them to the disheartening conclusion that they were worth less than mere food. At that moment, as they gazed upon Lin Feng and a few others standing at the forefront of the square, a myriad of thoughts swirled within their hearts. The transformation into their current predicament had sparked thoughts of escape among some, yet in this apocalyptic landscape, with hordes of zombies lurking outside, where could they possibly flee? Thus, they stood like lambs awaiting slaughter, resigned to their fate. Everyone, please be silent for a moment. I have a few words to share, Lin Feng spoke. Standing at the forefront of the square, his voice, though not raised, resonated across the entire space, ensuring each person could hear him. As he began to speak, the murmurs that had filled the air fell completely silent. This was a pivotal moment, and none dared miss a word from Lin Feng. First and foremost, welcome to the Swan Bay base. You have been exchanged here at the cost of our supplies. However, do not be disheartened. Your worth is not diminished in terms of value. This is a strategic exchange. To elaborate would consume precious time, but suffice it to say, you will find that only here can you truly realize your potential. Moreover, you shall no longer need to fret over food, as you will be absolutely secure. Lin Feng scanned the crowd, striving to convey his message as clearly as possible. After all, these individuals had just endured the trials of a post-apocalyptic world and were now subject to this new arrangement. It was only natural for them to feel a sense of unease. Will we have access to food here? One voice broke through, voicing a common concern. Lin Feng nodded affirmatively, proclaiming, of course, you need not worry about food. However, this is contingent upon your commitment to your respective roles. You may have once been level 4 professionals or engineers, or perhaps you possess unique skills in various fields. What I require is your expertise. In return, I can offer you sustenance and the assurance of safety. In this dire world, your skills may not be valued in other bases, but here, they can be leveraged to secure food. Therefore, the choice of how to proceed rests with you. Beside me, there lies a device, a chip that must be injected before one can join. I do not compel you, should you choose not to join. You are free to leave at this moment. Lin Feng gestured towards a pile of loyalty chips on the adjacent table and spoke with an air of indifference. This time, he refrained from stealthily administering the loyalty chips to these individuals, for it was unnecessary. They found themselves in dire straits, with no better alternatives available. Lin Feng presented these conditions, confident that only a fool would walk away. Indeed, after hearing Lin Feng's words, hesitation flickered among the crowd. And soon one person approached the table to accept the injection of the loyalty chip. With the first volunteer came the second, and before long, a queue formed before the table. Zhang Chang and the 4 captains tirelessly administered the loyalty chips until, after more than an hour, every individual had been ejected. Chang. Shortly you and the captains will categorize these individuals, Lin Feng instructed, surveying the more than 1,000 people in the square. Those with flying licenses and some knowledge of aviation and marine sciences should be separated. Likewise for those skilled in operating machinery. They will initially be assigned to rooms 2 to a unit. Lin Feng did not immediately transform these newcomers into mutants. Although they had received the loyalty chips, loyalty was one aspect and diligence was another. Lin Feng did not accommodate idlers. Only those who met certain standards and were not merely seeking sustenance would be considered for advancement. Are you the city lord? I have something to report to you. After Lin Feng had finished instructing Zhang Chang, a young man approached him, speaking in a hushed tone. Lin Feng glanced at the youth, who appeared to be around 24 or 25. His clothing was somewhat tattered, suggesting he had not changed in several days. Speak, Lin Feng beckoned, gesturing for Zhang Chang to step aside. It is as follows, my lord. I was recruited due to my flying license. However, prior to my arrival, someone from the East City base sought me out for a private discussion. The young man spoke with a hint of nervousness, yet he managed to relay the circumstances. It turned out that before he came, a deputy leader under Wang Shimin had approached him. The purpose of this encounter was to instruct him to locate a helicopter upon reaching Swan Bay and, under the cover of darkness, stealthily pilot it back. Furthermore, the individual had promised that upon successfully returning with the helicopter, he would be rewarded with a magic crystal. With that crystal, he could potentially ascend to the rank of a level 1 mutant. Initially, the young man had planned to fulfill this task. However, inexplicably, after receiving the loyalty chip, his intentions had shifted. Thus, he promptly came to report this matter to Lin Feng. A clever scheme, indeed. Lin Feng remarked with a cold smirk after hearing the young man's account. In this instance of personnel change, Lin Feng had already anticipated the potential actions of the other party. Perhaps they would pilfer some provisions and, under the cover of darkness, retreat to the East City base. This foresight was precisely why Lin Feng had implanted loyalty chips in these individuals. However, he did not expect their greed to extend to attempting to seize his helicopter. Initially, he believed in a mutual non-aggression pact among neighbors. Yet, since they have shown themselves to be unprincipled, he would not be bound by any notions of righteousness. Gazing toward the distant East City base, Lin Feng let out a cold laugh. As night fell, a young man appeared at the helicopter landing pad adjacent to the villa. Beside the helicopter stood Lin Feng and a squad leader. Prepare yourselves, and let us embark. I intend to demonstrate to them what it is they have so audaciously stolen. Lin Feng remarked with a smile as he observed the young man approaching. Chapter 076, The Consequences of Greed in the Sales Center of the East City Base. One of Wang Shimin's subordinates glanced at the time and spoke. Boss, it seems the designated time is nearly up. Do you think that kid might have failed the mission? Indeed. Are we being a bit too hasty with our plan? Another middle-aged subordinate remarked, furrowing his brow as he looked out the window. Yet, despite his title of city lord, he is merely a child at heart. Our pilot, a former military personnel, has undergone extensive training. Dealing with a mere child should pose no challenge, he continued. The only concern is whether the pilot might flee with the aircraft, after all. It is a means of escape. Wang Shimin shook his head at this remark. I refuse to believe that an ordinary person can withstand the allure of a magic crystal. If he were to acquire one, he could very well ascend to the ranks of the powerful mutated beings. Therefore, let us wait and see. At that moment, Wang Shimin felt a surge of anxiety. But what good would it do to rush? Look, there is a light in the sky. Suddenly, the subordinate stationed by the window exclaimed, pointing outside. The others in the sales center rushed to the window and through the large glass panes. They indeed saw a helicopter approaching, its flashing lights growing nearer. At that moment, the sound of the helicopter's rotor blades filled the air. I told you, our pilot is a military man with reconnaissance skills. Now that we have a helicopter, we can venture outside to search for supplies. One of Wang Shimin's subordinates exclaimed excitedly as he gazed at the aircraft overhead. Excellent. Everyone follow me. Wang Shimin replied, equally exhilarated. Having previously instructed the subordinates outside not to open fire, Wang Shimin led a few of his men to the rooftop of the sales center. As the helicopter drew closer, it created a gust of wind that whipped around them. Yet, their spirits soared with anticipation. Humph, once I secure the helicopter, It will be too late for Lin Feng to do anything. He cannot possibly attack my base of 20,000 men. He will simply have to accept his misfortune. Wang Shimin mused as he looked up at the helicopter. Gradually, the helicopter descended onto the rooftop. The interior lights were off, rendering the inside invisible to those outside. Wang Shimin and his subordinates approached eagerly. However, just then, Wang Shimin's expression darkened. Despite the darkness outside, he discerned that there was not just one person inside the helicopter. It feels like an eternity since we last met, Chief Wang. Lin Feng's voice emerged as he stepped down from the helicopter, followed closely by a squad leader from Swan Bay. What? How did you get on the helicopter? One of Wang Shimin's men shouted in disbelief upon recognizing Lin Feng. Did you bribe the pilot I sent? Wang Shimin's face turned grim as he realized the situation. To conceal one's actions, one must refrain from wrongdoing, remarked the leader Wang, as Lin Feng observed the astonished crowd before him with a subtle smile. Do you truly believe that my dominion over Swan Bay is merely a result of trivial abilities? You think you can simply send someone to pilfer my possessions? I wonder. As a leader of a base, why do you approach such matters with such simplicity? As Lin Feng regarded Wang Shimin, he pondered the naivety of these individuals. Even if that pilot had not disclosed Wang Shimin's scheme, Lin Feng would have remained vigilant against them. After all, during his previous existence in the apocalypse, Lin Feng was perpetually confronted by peril. For anyone, it is imperative to maintain clarity and composure at all times. Otherwise, he would hardly have survived 5 years in that desolate world. Haha. Even if you are aware of my intentions, what difference does it make? At that moment, one of Wang Shimin's subordinates brandished a handgun, aiming it at Lin Feng. This is the East City base, not your Swan Bay. Now that you have walked into our trap, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Have your subordinates return to procure sufficient supplies for your exchange. Otherwise, you shall all meet your end here. With the situation escalated to a point of no return, Wang Shimin and his cohorts revealed their true natures. Lin Feng merely smiled, slowly drawing a metallic blade from behind him. Bang! Upon witnessing Lin Feng's audacity to wield a weapon, Wang Shimin's subordinate immediately pulled the trigger. However, he did not aim for Lin Feng's vital areas, but targeted his leg instead. As they still desired to retain a living individual for the sake of acquiring supplies from Swan Bay, or even to seize it entirely. Yet, the unfolding events left everyone present in a state of disbelief. Lin Feng's blade glimmered with a spark as he deftly swung it, rendering himself unscathed. Remarkably, his strike met the bullet head-on. What astonishing speed! It is well known that even a handgun's muzzle velocity exceeds several hundred meters per second. To react in time is a matter of mere fractions of a second. The most crucial aspect was that Lin Feng's blade had precisely intercepted the bullet. Such a feat could hardly be attributed to mere mortals. It seemed more fitting for the realm of cinematic fantasy. You are a level 3 mutant. Wang Shimin exclaimed, his voice raised, beads of sweat forming upon his brow. He recognized that the feat Lin Feng had just achieved was beyond the capability of a level 2 mutant like himself. Such extraordinary reflexes could only belong to a level 3 mutant. At this moment, Wang Shimin comprehended why Lin Feng had dared to come alone. Even if his plan had been unveiled, he had brought only one subordinate with him. The revelation that his adversary was a level 3 mutant left him astounded. As a level 2 mutant, Wang Shimin was acutely aware of the stark contrast in power between level 2 and level 1 mutants. It was not a simple matter of addition. Even a dozen or 20 level 1 mutants would stand no chance against him, if the second-tier mutants are already so formidable. What of the third tier? Wang Shimin dared not even entertain the thought. Suddenly, he fell to his knees. I was wrong, Lord Lin. Please spare me. I truly regret my actions. I relinquish my position as leader and offer you the entire East City base. In that moment, Wang Shimin's sole concern was to preserve his own life. His subordinates were rendered speechless, for their leader, a second-tier mutant, had knelt before someone else. What then could they? Mere first-tier mutants be but insignificant as ants? Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense. None had anticipated the overwhelming power of Lin Feng before them. Lin Feng cast a sweeping glance over the assembly and calmly addressed the squad leader behind him. From now on, you shall oversee the East City base. As he spoke, a flash of silver coursed through the scene, and several corpses lay strewn about. Chapter 077. The silent struggle had Wang Shimin not provoked Lin Feng. He might have adhered to his previous intentions and bartered resources for personnel. In such a scenario, even if the other party lost a few individuals, they would acquire the sustenance they desired. After all, Wang Shimin and his cohort had no real use for those people. However, human nature is inherently greedy, especially in a lawless environment where avarice is magnified exponentially. The apocalypse embodies such a reality, a realm where the strong prey upon the weak. He would not spare those who dared to covet what was his. Only the dead are utterly secure. This harsh truth, born from countless tragedies that befell others in his past life, instilled in Lin Feng a profound understanding. Mercy has no place in the end times. By the way, what is your name? Lin Feng inquired, glancing at the squad leader behind him. Boss, my name is Lei, the young man replied promptly, filled with admiration for Lin Feng. In this desolate world, Lin Feng had not only established a secure haven at Swan Bay but had also, with just a few words, dismantled the leadership of the East City base, transforming Lei and his companions into level 2 mutants. In Lei's eyes, Lin Feng resembled a reincarnated guardian, illuminating his path through the darkness of the apocalypse, and he held him in the highest esteem. This East City base is now entrusted to you. When I return shortly, I will have Zhang Chang lead 100 of Swan Bay's personnel to take command here. Lin Feng outlined his plan. I will also provide you with several base vehicles to assist you. Should anyone refuse to cooperate with your takeover, eliminate them without hesitation. You are to reassess the number of personnel here, and I will send Zhang Chang to assist you with this task. Ensure that East City base is self-sufficient. And if resources fall short, you may request from Swan Bay. You must take control of East City base swiftly, making it an annex to our Swan Bay. With these concise directives, Lin Feng imparted his intentions. The finer details could only be addressed post-takeover. The immediate priority was to deploy Swan Bay's forces to secure East City base. After all, it was initially under Wang Shimin's jurisdiction, regardless of his character. One could surmise that a leader of a base would have loyal subordinates. To prevent those subordinates from causing disruptions, Lin Feng had no choice but to execute a swift offensive to reclaim the territory. Thus, Lin Feng retained Lei, a level 2 mutant, ensuring stability during his absence, while he himself boarded a helicopter back to Swan Bay. Upon arrival, Zhang Chang awaited him, along with 100 warriors, in the square before the main building. This had all been arranged in advance by Lin Feng. As the helicopter gently descended, Lin Feng stepped out and addressed Zhang Chang directly. Now, follow me. Together, they proceeded towards the base vehicles Lin Feng had prepared. You tested it just now, didn't you? The base vehicles can communicate with one another, and I have granted you operational authority to control these vehicles. I am assigning you 4 base vehicles to transport 100 individuals to the East City base. As previously instructed, announce via the vehicle's loudspeaker that the base has fallen. Should there be any resistance, simply command the base vehicles to engage. It is imperative that our personnel sustain 0 casualties. Once we secure the base, arrange for the soldiers to guard the critical positions. At dawn, broadcast the news of the leadership change throughout the base. As Lin Feng boarded the vehicle, he continually reminded Zhang Chang. After all, this marked Zhang Chang's inaugural leadership experience. Originally, Lin Feng intended to reclaim the base himself. However, to foster Zhang Chang's growth, he decided to delegate the task. After all, this operation merely involves subduing a minor base like East City, which houses over 20,000 people. If he cannot manage this, what will happen when confronted with a larger base of 200,000 or even 1 million? It would surely lead to chaos. Hence, this exercise is essential for future preparation. Brother Feng, I just tested the base vehicle. I must say, it responds remarkably well, far more intelligent than that Siri on my smartphone. Zhang Chang exclaimed with excitement. Not only does it comprehend my commands, but it can also coordinate with other base vehicles for synchronized action. Now I understand how you maneuvered them during the zombie tide. Zhang Chang was predominantly exhilarated about this mission. He had transformed significantly since the past. As a level 2 mutant, his confidence surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Coupled with the trials faced since the apocalypse, he had grown from a novice to a seasoned operative. What he lacked now was experience in leading troops. Well then, I look forward to your triumphant report, Lin Feng replied, observing Zhang Chang's eagerness with a smile. This time, Lin Feng had authorized 4 base vehicles, each capable of accommodating 50 individuals. The current 100 personnel would fit comfortably within these 4 vehicles. Zhang Chang promptly directed the soldiers to board. This time, the soldiers were fully equipped. They possessed the alloy combat knives acquired since the onset of the apocalypse. And Lin Feng had also supplied them with alloy armor, assault rifles, and handguns. Furthermore, each soldier was equipped with night vision goggles and 4 high-explosive grenades. It could be asserted that these individuals now resembled a proper military force. Given that this constituted a small-scale operation and Lin Feng had no shortage of resources, the comprehensive gear was intended to minimize casualties, ideally achieving 0 fatalities. After all, these were soldiers nurtured personally by Lin Feng, each a level 1 mutant, soon to ascend to level 2 if all proceeded smoothly. Nevertheless, Lin Feng still deployed the base vehicles for escort, recognizing that there are tasks best handled by machines rather than burdening human effort. This night promised to be a decisive and overwhelming campaign. Even if the opposing party dares not resist, it scarcely qualifies as a battle. For base vehicles, brimming with magical crystals, illuminated their headlights as they slowly emerged from the Swan Bay base upon the opening of the main gate. At this moment, Lin Feng found himself at a loss for activities. After the recent excursion to the Dongqing base, he was no longer fatigued. Upon returning to his villa and entering his bedroom, Lin Feng retrieved an item from his storage space. It was the energy conversion device that the system had previously rewarded him with. With nothing else to occupy his time, Lin Feng decided to delve into the study of this intriguing apparatus. Chapter 078. Construction. The system provided Lin Feng with 100 energy conversion devices, which transformed into 100,000 upon entering the storage space. Taking one device out, Lin Feng examined it. The conversion device was quite simple. It merely needed to be affixed to the side of a firearm, with a primary magic crystal inserted within. A primary magic crystal contained 1,000 energy points. The energy conversion device could harness these energy points to enhance the bullets fired. Consequently, the damage inflicted by secondary propulsion, combined with the energy-generated damage, significantly amplified the lethality of the firearm. Lin Feng installed one energy conversion device on a rifle and stepped into the courtyard to test it. The modified weapon's destructive power had already reached the level of the energy guns mounted on base vehicles. This outcome was quite satisfactory for Lin Feng. He then stacked a considerable number of firearms and energy conversion devices in a corner of the villa. Upon returning to the living room and noticing that everyone was still awake, he called upon them to commence the modification of the firearms. It was not a difficult task. Before long, even Zhang Chang's parents and older individuals like Zhou Tao were adept at it. Within just a few hours, the group collaborated to complete the modification of over 10,000 guns. Early the next morning, Lin Feng summoned the 3 remaining squad leaders from the hotel. First, he distributed the modified firearms to the remaining 300 warriors within the hotel. Subsequently, through the recommendations of the squad leaders, he selected a new squad leader from among them. Finally, Lin Feng presented the newly appointed leader with a primary solidification pill. The new squad leader, now a second-level mutant, was overwhelmed with gratitude, having previously envied the other leaders. Unbeknownst to him, he had now joined their ranks as a second-level mutant. Without mentioning the squad leader's vow of loyalty to Lin Feng, he proceeded to assign an important task. Gather all those skilled in operating excavators in the square, he instructed. Then, have them excavate a foundation in the wilderness, matching the footprint of the hotel's main building. The sooner this is accomplished, the better. It is our top priority. Observing the 4 squad leaders before him, Lin Feng commanded decisively. He then moved to the designated area by the hotel, where construction vehicles were parked, and summoned an ample number of excavators. Soon, those trained in operating excavators began their work, following Lin Feng's directives as they commenced operations 1 kilometer from Swan Bay. Their primary task was to dig a foundation matching the size of the hotel's main building, reaching a depth equivalent to 2 underground levels, just as the hotel itself did. This was Lin Feng's next plan, to expand the base. Meanwhile, the work outside the hotel was progressing vigorously, and information came through the intercom from Zhang Chang. Everything was normal at the East City base. Zhang Chang and Chen Lei swiftly reclaimed the base. Some who had initially pledged allegiance to Wang Shimin attempted to resist, but they were swiftly eradicated by Zhang Chang and his team. Following Lin Feng's directives, after reclaiming the East City base, Zhang Chang posted the residents' demands, which stipulated that they must temporarily be self-sufficient in terms of resources. Chen Lei established an outdoor exploration guild within the base, setting forth several regulations. Those venturing outside to procure supplies and food, including harvesting from fields, were required to report their findings to the guild. For the time being, the guild would not impose any taxes. However, as the base became more stable, a fee or resource contribution would be required from each individual venturing out. Those unwilling to comply would need to leave the base, as East City would not offer protection without a price. This policy was intended for the future, for the next month. Lin Feng had no intention of taxing those who ventured outside, recognizing that to motivate people to labor, they must first be adequately nourished. After dispatching a vehicle to deliver newly converted energy weapons to the East City base, the 100 soldiers stationed there remained temporarily. Once the reclamation of the base was complete, Zhang Chang returned to Swan Bay. Brother Feng, I noticed they are digging such large pits outside. What purpose do they serve? To guard against zombies? He inquired upon meeting Lin Feng. The deep pits appeared formidable enough to ensure that any zombies falling in would not survive. You will find out in 3 days. Lin Feng teased, leaving Zhang Chang perplexed. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days later, at least 100 large pits were found within a kilometer of Swan Bay. Each pit was comparable in size to the main building of a hotel, with a depth of 2 stories as previously instructed by Lin Feng. When the last pit was completed, Lin Feng summoned all individuals within the hotel to gather in the square in front of the main building, including over 1,000 newly arrived technical personnel. The crowd was unaware of the purpose of this assembly, and Lin Feng refrained from explaining. After standing outside for a few minutes, they were instructed to return to their respective duties. Confusion reigned, but no one dared to inquire further, so they resumed their tasks. Unbeknownst to them, in that fleeting moment when they all stepped outside, Lin Feng had already stored the main hotel building in his spatial storage. Amplifying it by 10,000 times, transforming it into 10,000 hotels, he then replaced the original structure. What followed was Lin Feng's intended action. He went outdoors to a site where a pit had been previously excavated and released a hotel building. The structure landed precisely within the pit, which was, in fact, the foundation. The pits dug by the workers were meant to serve as the foundations for these hotels. Given that the original hotel had 2 underground levels, Lin Feng could not modify it after storing it, thus necessitating such depth in the excavated pits to ensure a perfect fit with the hotel itself. At present, a new hotel has taken shape. Overall, the hotel's first floor appears to be parallel to the ground level. Success. Upon witnessing the newly constructed hotel, Lin Feng felt a surge of joy within. Initially, he had anticipated a need for extensive renovations, but it now seemed there was no cause for concern. This was Lin Feng's grand scheme, the ambitious plan to establish 100 hotels. How could one single hotel suffice? While it would be feasible to recreate a building with available materials, the process would be exceedingly cumbersome. Rather than embarking on such a laborious endeavor, it would be far simpler to replicate the existing hotel structure. With this approach, the task became significantly more manageable. After the completion of the new hotel, Lin Feng turned his gaze towards the next grand venture. Chapter 079, the medium-sized base. Thus, Lin Feng meticulously began the installation of hotel towers one after another. However, the task was far from a mere act of copying and pasting. After all, the main structure of a hotel had never been replicated before. It could not simply be placed into the excavated pit. The interiors of the hotels contained elements that had previously been enhanced, such as certain food items that Lin Feng had originally retrieved from his storage space. This also applied to the water supply systems within the hotels, which contained water that had undergone prior augmentation. There were numerous such elements, and consequently, after establishing each new hotel, much residual work remained. Fortunately, Lin Feng had already mastered the operation of his storage space with great proficiency. For certain items, there was no need for concern, while others could be directly replenished. By the time the final tower was set upon its foundation, night had descended. In the span of a single day, Lin Feng had successfully completed the construction of 100 new hotels. The Swan Bay Hotel boasted a total of 314 rooms, excluding several presidential suites and luxury rooms. With an average of 2 occupants per room, it could accommodate a total of 500 individuals under normal circumstances. In critical times, with the addition of conference rooms and suites, this figure could easily double. Even with a capacity of 500, the establishment of 100 hotels meant a potential influx of 250,000 guests. It could be said that a hotel cluster had radiated outward within the original confines of the Swan Bay base. What does the existence of 100 towers, each exceeding 50 stories, signify? The expanse of this hotel cluster was now nearing the East City base. It could be asserted that Lin Feng had created a substantial base capable of housing 250,000 people between the Swan Bay base and the East City base. Such a scale would be considered a medium-sized base, even in a previous life. Each hotel was equipped with its own generator for power supply, while the water, as before, was procured from the water plant, augmented for quality. However, the construction was not entirely complete. Lin Feng first ascended to the topmost level of each hotel, placing 4 base vehicles atop every structure. This ensured that each hotel possessed its own defensive system. With 4 vehicles, there were a total of 80 energy machine guns at their disposal. This number was sufficient for the defense of a single building. In the event of danger, nearby hotels could provide mutual assistance through their own base vehicles, thereby establishing a cohesive defensive network. Although Lin Feng had deployed 400 base vehicles, the entire area was well protected. With millions of primary magic crystals at his disposal, the crystals required for these vehicles were but a trifling expense. Presently, Lin Feng could refer to the former base as the main urban area, while the newly established hotel cluster represented the new urban district. Lin Feng did not halt his construction efforts. Approaching the edge of the old urban area, he retrieved the city walls once more from his storage space. Despite the new urban district covering several square kilometers, it still paled in comparison to the grandeur of the walls stored within its space. In the present moment, akin to playing the game Minecraft, Lin Feng resolutely drove his vehicle, constructing the city walls around the new district segment by segment. This endeavor encompassed nearly 10 square kilometers, and it was imperative for Lin Feng to encircle the entirety of the new area. Although this task appeared straightforward, it consumed over an hour of diligent effort. Concurrently, he was required to establish steps leading up to the city walls within the new district. This particular task necessitated manual labor. and a significant portion of the time was expended on it. Each side of the wall was equipped with several ladders for ascending. Much like the old district of Swan Bay, Lin Feng positioned a base vehicle every 50 meters along each side of the wall. Additionally, 2 secondary base vehicles were stationed on the inner side of each wall. Given that the height of the secondary vehicles surpassed that of the walls, their main cannons were capable of targeting areas beyond, thus contributing to a robust defensive mechanism. Consequently, the rooftops of hotels, the walls, and the secondary base vehicles within formed a united defense system. Once all constructions were completed, Lin Feng finally exhaled in relief. Although Swan Bay had been divided into new and old districts, it essentially comprised 3 sections. The innermost part was the original villa area of Swan Bay, where Lin Feng and his closest companions resided, marking the very heart of Swan Bay. This area contained merely over 20 villas, currently occupied by Lin Feng, and a couple of villas inhabited by Zhao Hu and his team of soldiers. Lin Feng designated this enclave as the core of Swan Bay, accessible only to individuals of certain status. The old district, apart from housing the original warriors, also accommodated over 1,000 skilled professionals, who served as invaluable assistants to Lin Feng. Although these talents had yet to showcase their capabilities, their inherent potential was undeniable. Whether they would operate Lin Feng's equipment in the future or train others, they were now considered the indigenous populace of Swan Bay. Within the old district, all missile facilities were located, alongside military assets such as helicopters, tanks, armored vehicles, and a nuclear missile silo. These constituted Lin Feng's principal armaments, and their placement in the old district was indisputable. The new district, on the other hand, was designed with future prospects in mind. Similar to the East City base, the new district could also accommodate external populations, as long as individuals adhered to the base's regulations, paying taxes or contributing labor. Lin Feng remained indifferent to their residency there. After all, he merely provided a space. The acquisition of resources depended on the efforts of the inhabitants themselves. In a post-apocalyptic world, independence was an impossibility. Where there are people, there exists the essence of human interaction, commerce, and development. This explains why Lin Feng did not reject outsiders, provided his interests were not compromised. However, should any individual pose a threat to him, that would be an entirely different matter. Early the next morning, Zhang Chang, who was jogging on the ancient city wall, was taken aback. He never anticipated that in just one day, the exterior of Swan Bay would transform into such a spectacle. Amidst his astonishment, Zhang Chang refrained from inquiring further, for he understood the boundaries of curiosity. Yet, at this moment, his heart was overwhelmed with awe. Simultaneously, a wave of delight surged within him. The current expansion of Swan Bay was beyond his wildest expectations, filling him with joy as he had long considered this place his home. Consequently, Zhang Chang summoned all his subordinates via the intercom. Soon after, they began patrolling along the city wall. Upon witnessing the scene outside Swan Bay, his subordinates were equally astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. Elated, they actively engaged in their patrols atop the wall. However, as they progressed halfway through their rounds, Zhang Chang's gaze drifted towards the distant wilderness, causing him to furrow his brow in contemplation. Chapter 080. Visitors from afar, what is that? Observing the distant situation, Zhang Chang furrowed his brows. Taking out the binoculars provided by Lin Feng, he gazed into the far-off horizon. My goodness, so many vehicles. Through the lenses, he could see countless cars approaching the Swan Bay base. The sheer volume of vehicles stirred up clouds of dust even on the roads. There's something amiss. In light of this, Zhang Chang swiftly grabbed his walkie-talkie to notify Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng was in the villa, playing with Xiao Feng. This third-level mutated fire phoenix had grown increasingly adorable, fully capable of understanding Lin Feng's words. Upon hearing Zhang Chang's voice through the walkie-talkie, Lin Feng's brows also knitted together. A massive convoy of cars approaching. What could this signify? Without delay, Lin Feng exited the villa and drove off in a Maybach. He arrived at the city wall, continuing onward toward the new district. The connection between the old and new city walls made traversing them the most convenient route. Before long, Lin Feng reached Zhang Chang's location. What is the situation? Stepping out of the car, Lin Feng approached Zhang Chang. At that moment, a glance into the distance revealed the scenario without the need for binoculars. The road leading to the Swan Bay new district was densely packed with hundreds of vehicles advancing toward them. An enemy attack? Given the circumstances, Lin Feng's first instinct was that enemies were approaching. Yet, in this post-apocalyptic world, he couldn't recall having any adversaries. Even Wang Shimin from the East City base had been dealt with, along with all his subordinates who had perished at the hands of Zhang Chang and his team. To Lin Feng's knowledge, he had yet to clash with any major factions. As the convoy of over 100 vehicles gradually neared the city wall, the assortment of cars was striking sedans, SUVs, even minibuses and several trucks formed a mixed convoy. Upon reaching within 100 meters of the city wall, the convoy came to a halt, evidently intimidated by the formidable structure before them. At this moment, Zhang Chang approached one of the base vehicles and retrieved the walkie-talkie. This device amplified the sound from the base vehicle, akin to a police siren in peaceful times. Who are you? This is the Swan Bay base. At that moment, Zhang Chang felt no trepidation. He was already aware of the base vehicle's capabilities, which could launch automatic attacks. Furthermore, the wall they stood behind boasted a range that allowed the nearby 4 or 5 base vehicles to strike directly at the approaching convoy. The firepower of hundreds of energy machine guns instilled confidence in Zhang Chang, rendering him unfazed by the opposing force. Zhang Chang's voice resonated through the base vehicle. Reaching the convoy, shortly after, a dozen individuals emerged from the lead vehicle of the convoy. We are from Baiwazi at the foot of Wanfeng Mountain. We have come in search of supplies, one young man exclaimed loudly, wielding a long gun. Baiwazi? Upon hearing the words of the young man, Lin Feng felt a sense of surprise. Mount Wanfeng, renowned in Binhai City, spans a vast area and is a famous tourist destination. Within these mountains resides a minority ethnic group who engage in trade with the visitors that ascend the peak. Having lived in Mount Wanfeng since ancient times, they established their own settlement, known as White Tile Village. The villagers rely on agriculture, hunting in the mountains, and the income from tourists to sustain their livelihoods. However, it seems that these individuals have now ventured out from their mountainous abode. Perhaps you should send a few representatives to speak with us, Lin Feng suggested to Zhang Chang. As he gazed at the distant convoy, his familiarity with White Tile Village was limited. He merely knew that this minority group was rather formidable and occasionally hunted wild beasts in the mountains. A few minutes later, several figures ascended the city walls. At the forefront was an elder in his 60s, followed by a few young men. Greetings, we are from White Tile Village. My name is Dao Yu, the village chief. He introduced himself upon reaching Lin Feng and the others. So the chief has come as well? Lin Feng mused inwardly, sensing that negotiations with White Tile Village would not be straightforward. This is now private territory, our Swan Bay base. If your intention is merely to seek supplies, you may look elsewhere, Zhang Chang interjected, as Lin Feng remained silent. Perhaps due to their prolonged experiences in the post-apocalyptic world, Zhang Chang had learned how to handle strangers. We are a minority group under official protection, a young man next to Dao Yu proclaimed loudly. Is there anyone from the authorities here? We are currently facing difficulties. We need food, essential supplies, and electricity. Our village has lost power. You must provide us with resources, otherwise, how can we survive? As he spoke, the young man surveyed Lin Feng and the others, seemingly searching for the person in charge. I believe you have yet to grasp the current situation. Zhang Chang responded with a smile. As I mentioned earlier, this is private land. The audacity of their demands, without consideration of their surroundings, amused him. If you require assistance, seek out the city officials you speak of. However, to my knowledge, there are no officials left. This is private territory. Obtaining resources from us for free is out of the question. Zhang Chang remained indifferent to whether they were a minority group or not. The previous government support was a matter of the past. Now, Swan Bay was a result of Lin Feng's hard work. You misunderstand, young man. Please do not take offense. The youth simply lacks the right words, Dao Yu hastily clarified. We have a rough understanding of the situation outside, but within our village, we are currently besieged by zombies and various mutated beasts. We can no longer sustain our lives there. We ventured outdoors solely in search of a means of survival. Thus, we intended to explore the coast of Shanghai, hoping to find a way to subsist by the sea. However, we were taken aback to discover that the area had been cordoned off. Therefore, we approached to investigate. The knife wielder, being the leader of our group, has encountered various experiences in life. Observing Zhang Chang and his companions, who were fully armed, it was evident they were not to be trifled with, as their discourse was laden with formalities. Upon hearing the elder's words, Zhang Chang shook his head, expressing his thoughts. In these times, the seas are fraught with monstrous creatures. Relying on the ocean for sustenance is no longer viable. Previously, our people attempted to draw water from the shoreline, resulting in several fatalities. Hence, if one seeks to survive, it would be prudent to consider other locations. Given that the elder spoke politely, Zhang Chang refrained from resorting to insults and even shared insights regarding the coastal conditions. I have a somewhat bold request. Noting the abundance of buildings here, might we find refuge within this establishment? The knife wielder inquired, glancing at the imposing city walls and the towering hotels within the compound. Chapter 081. Fresh blood. The knife friend is not foolish, after all. He is over 60 years old. He had been here before, and this place is undeniably the road leading from East City home to the seaside. However, now it is surrounded by numerous towering buildings, enclosed by high walls, resembling a fortified base. Observing Zhang Chang and his companions clad in alloy battle armor, wielding combat knives and carrying firearms, it is evident that they are formidable adversaries. In contrast, the only weapons Knife Friend and his group possess are rudimentary firearms, which were granted to them by the government in recognition of their status as a minority group requiring hunting tools. Without such allowances, it is likely that Baiwazi would have been annihilated in this apocalypse. Now, confronted by the hordes of zombies outside, Knife Friend and his companions dare not venture elsewhere. The prospect of sheltering in such a secure location is enticing. How many of you are there? Lin Feng inquired, breaking the silence. He found the earlier remarks of the young man quite distasteful, viewing them as mere nonsense. Like Zhang Chang, he felt indifferent towards the minority group in these trying times. Everyone faces hardship, and their status as a minority holds little significance. However, the leader known as Knife Friend spoke with a certain eloquence that softened Lin Feng's initial disdain. We originally had over 8,000 members, Knife Friend responded promptly. Yet nearly half have succumbed to the zombie plague, and we have lost many more in our battles against them. Presently, we numbered just over 4,000. What you see here are all the vehicles from our village, with a larger contingent following behind. We are scouting ahead, and our kin will arrive within an hour or two. As he spoke, Knife Friend cautiously observed Lin Feng's expression, acutely aware that he held no real advantage. Just moments ago, Zhang Chang had summoned reinforcements via the intercom, and the armored warriors were now steadily arriving. The sight of these heavily armed soldiers left Knife Friend feeling somewhat disheartened. I see, Lin Feng said, glancing at the distant vehicles. It is possible for you to take shelter here, but there are conditions. He continued, my brother has already mentioned that this is my private territory. Resources will not be provided freely. If you wish to stay, you must supply us with 700 able-bodied young men to integrate into our guard unit. The sustenance for these 700 will be under my jurisdiction. In other words, they will become my people, and you will hold no authority over them. As for the rest of your group, I can offer you accommodations, but you must seek out your own resources. Whether through scavenging in other areas or hunting in Wanfeng Mountain, all individuals returning must surrender 20% of their supplies to my base. In return, I shall provide you with electricity and the most fundamental necessity of life, water. Furthermore, we may consider recruiting personnel from amongst your ranks. Similarly, we shall be responsible for the supplies of those we recruit, while the remaining individuals must rely on their own means for sustenance. These stipulations constitute the entrance criteria established by Lin Feng. If one is associated with Lin Feng, he shall assume responsibility for them, be it living provisions or personal effects. All shall be supplied by the base. For others, Lin Feng's provision of shelter, water, and electricity is already an act of utmost generosity. Those wishing to reside within the base must procure their own resources, and all must be subject to taxation. This arrangement ensures mutual benefit, with neither party taking undue advantage of the other. In the harsh reality of a post-apocalyptic world, finding a secure abode fortified by tall walls and patrolled by guards is indeed a considerable gain for the Dao friends. Can you truly allow us to reside here? Dao Yu expressed profound gratitude upon hearing Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng's assertions were entirely sound, although the requirement was for strong, able-bodied individuals. It was precisely these individuals whose food demands were the greatest within the entire community. Securing a position as a guard at the Swan base could be regarded as attaining a self-sustaining occupation, ultimately alleviating the burden on the settlement. As for the others, Dao Yu deemed Lin Feng's demands to be both reasonable and justified. After all, if one wishes to eat, they must independently seek resources, regardless of their location. The provision of shelter and utilities by the other party could be considered an act of charity towards them. At that moment, Dao Yu officially represented Baiwa Village in joining the Swan Bay base. In the following hours, as more individuals from Baiwa Village gradually arrived, Zhang Chang and his subordinates busied themselves with the tasks at hand. The first order of business was the selection of guards. They needed to choose the strongest 700 individuals from the more than 4,000 present. Subsequently, these 700 would be integrated into the existing contingent of 300 guards within the base. This would result in a total guard force of 1,000. For the newly inducted guards, Lin Feng administered loyalty chips, but did not immediately convert them into level 1 mutants. It was imperative to allow them a period of assessment. Even with the loyalty chip implanted, they would only be elevated after fully assimilating into the guard unit. The remaining individuals were assigned to 2 hotel buildings. Although the number appeared substantial, nearing 4,000, it was negligible within the context of the entire Swan Bay New District. Moreover, notices were posted within the 2 hotel buildings. Individuals possessing various skills, such as martial arts expertise, high-tech knowledge, or other specialties, were encouraged to make direct contact. This would enable them to be specially recruited by Swan Bay as professional technicians. Once the recruitment announcement was made, It was indeed the case that some individuals with university education or higher qualifications reached out to Zhang Chang and his team. Thus, dozens of individuals have entered the old town of Swan Bay, taking residence in the main building of the hotel. Lin Feng has always placed great importance on talent. Originally, there were over 1,000 skilled individuals, many of whom are now learning missile-related technologies from Zhao Hu and his team. Furthermore, some have already begun the routine maintenance of equipment. In summary, the entire Swan Bay has gained a semblance of vitality in the new district with the arrival of Baiwazi. As for how the people of Baiwazi procure resources from outside, Lin Feng chooses not to concern himself with that. At present, he is contemplating the situation at the nearby coastal university. Chapter 082, The Request of the Blade Friend. As Lin Feng pondered the matters concerning Binhai University, the intercom crackled to life. "Boss, that Blade Friend from Baiwazi wishes to see you." The voice belonged to a squad leader. "Let him come in." Lin Feng replied from his seat on the sofa. Recently, he had taken in nearly 5,000 individuals from Baiwazi, among whom the tribal leader, the Blade Friend, had been assigned accommodations in the main building of the Swan Bay Inner-City Hotel, accompanied by several of his trusted confidants. It was indeed a rare exception for Lin Feng to extend such hospitality. Before long, the doorbell rang at the villa. Mu Hongmei, who had been engrossed in a television series on her hard drive, answered the door. The Blade Friend entered, accompanied by 4 young men. "Greetings, Lord Lin," he said courteously as he stepped into the living room and regarded Lin Feng. "Please, no need for formality. Have a seat," Lin Feng replied, embodying the adage that one should not strike a smiling face. He was uncertain of the purpose behind this visit but nonetheless brewed a pot of tea for his guests. The Blade Friend took a seat on the sofa, while the 4 young men stood behind him. Lin Feng cast a glance at the young men, but chose to remain silent. "Lord Lin, we are profoundly grateful for your willingness to shelter us," the Blade Friend expressed, his face reflecting a sincere appreciation. "Had it not been for your generosity, we would likely have perished by the seaside, facing the onslaught of sea monsters. It is indeed an honor for us to reside in Swan Bay." Pouring a cup of tea for Lin Feng, the Blade Friend smiled. Lin Feng nodded and lifted the cup. "It is merely a small favor. If you have matters to discuss, please feel free to speak. I prefer directness." After taking a sip of tea, he set the cup down on the coffee table before him. It was evident that this Blade Friend had not come merely for a casual chat. "Indeed, Lord Lin," the Blade Friend began. "Within our village, there are several individuals of considerable ability, and I wish for them to accompany you." He lifted his teacup, gazing intently at Lin Feng. "These individuals are the strongest in our village and represent our future hope. I hope they can realize their potential under your guidance." Lin Feng interjected. "You mean to say there are mutants among you?" He glanced at the young man behind the Blade Friend, having already discerned their extraordinary abilities. "Yes, just as you have surmised, Lord Lin. Following the advent of the apocalypse, some of our clan members have grown significantly stronger. Each of these individuals could easily take on 10 ordinary people," the Blade Friend replied eagerly, his pride evident as the 4 young men behind him displayed glimmers of arrogance in their eyes. It was clear that they were indeed the formidable mutants he had mentioned. Lin Feng smiled slightly, choosing not to respond further. After all, what was so remarkable about mutants? It was Mu Hongmei, engrossed in her show, who scoffed. "What do you know, little girl? The individuals I speak of are those who have undergone mutation, and their prowess should not be underestimated. Just like the 4 I have brought with me, each of them possesses the capability to effortlessly eliminate a dozen or more zombies." Upon hearing Mu Hongmei's words, Dayu could not help but feel a twinge of displeasure. In his view, how could a mere girl possibly comprehend the might of the mutated? The young men behind him wore expressions of indignation, seemingly incensed by being underestimated. A dozen zombies, was that truly remarkable? Mu Hongmei rose, her smile radiant, and proceeded to the kitchen where she retrieved a hefty cast-iron ladle. With a gentle yet firm grip, she effortlessly transformed the ladle into a solid iron sphere. Tossing the sphere onto the ground before Daoyu, she nonchalantly resumed her seat and began watching television. The sight before Daoyu left him utterly dumbfounded. What kind of strength was this? That was a cast-iron ladle. While it might not be difficult to warp its shape, transforming it into a solid sphere required at least 1,000 pounds of force, something even the mutant kin behind him could not achieve. Moreover, Mu Hongmei was merely a girl. It was then that Daoyu began to understand why Lin Feng had simply smiled in silence when he spoke earlier. The young mutants behind him appeared as if they wished to find a hole to hide in. Moments ago, they had been brimming with pride. But now it seemed they were outmatched even by a single girl from the opposing side. "Very well, Chief Dao, I understand your intent." Taking a sip of tea, Lin Feng spoke with a calm demeanor. "To be frank, we are not lacking in mutants. In fact, in the near future, Swan Bay will possess even more. Should you wish for your subordinates to join our ranks, I welcome that. However, If you expect me to place special emphasis on them solely for this reason, it is ultimately up to them. If they are willing to exert themselves for the base and possess their own talents, I will naturally offer them better treatment. In my base, merit and effort are the sole criteria. Setting down his teacup, Lin Feng cast a glance at the young men. The city lord speaks the truth. Previously, I had overestimated my own importance. Although somewhat disheartened, Dao Yu grasped the essence of Lin Feng's words. Without contributing to the base, mere strength would not garner respect. Furthermore, what they perceived as strength was inconsequential in the eyes of the opposition. Even a casually competent girl from the other side surpassed them. At that moment, Dao Yu truly comprehended the meaning of being a frog in a well. By the way, Chief Dao, since you are here, I have a question. Suddenly, Lin Feng recalled something. You mentioned the emergence of mutants, so combating zombies should not pose a challenge. By Wajai is your home. Logically, you should be guarding Wanfeng Mountain. After all, while there are some mutated beasts within the mountain, most wildlife remains huntable. Is it not counterproductive to abandon your homes in search of survival outside? Leaning back, Lin Feng inquired. This was also what he yearned to uncover. The lord of the city was not mistaken. Logically, we should still be able to endure. With a sigh, the sword companion remarked. Although there are the undead and mutated beasts, we still possess our own mutants. Yet, it is peculiar that many mutated beasts from the mountains inexplicably rush downwards. Strangely, these creatures do not seem intent on attacking us. Rather, they appear to be attempting to escape from Mount Wanfeng. The sudden influx of mutated beasts compelled us to vacate our residence. Upon discussing this matter, the sword companion felt an inexplicable sense of confusion. Are you implying that there exists something on the mountain that instills fear in those mutated beasts, prompting their flight from Mount Wanfeng? Lin Feng discerned a hint of revelation in the words of his companion. Chapter 083. Seeking the cause. According to Lord Lin's assertion, it indeed appears to be the case. After listening to Lin Feng's words, Dao Yu felt a flicker of realization within. Initially, during the onset of the apocalypse, everything seemed relatively stable. The mutated beasts on the mountain were not particularly restless. Occasionally, a few would descend, only to be swiftly eliminated by the mutated individuals within our village. However, just a few days ago, the situation on the mountain underwent a significant transformation. The mutated beasts began to flee in droves, attacking any humans they encountered. Our casualties mounted, prompting the decision to vacate Phoenix Mountain. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, Dao Yu spoke up. If we consider what Lin Feng just mentioned, those mutated beasts truly did seem to be in flight. Thereupon, Dao Yu recounted the specifics of the situation to Lin Feng. What exactly is present on your side of the mountain? Lin Feng inquired after Dao Yu finished his description. Aside from the recent events, Lin Feng had not visited Phoenix Mountain in many years. After all, who would frequently revisit a tourist spot in their own city? Naturally, he was not well versed in the mountain's current state. There is a small temple on our side of the mountain, Dao Yu pondered. In fact, I haven't ventured up there in quite some time. However, barring any unforeseen circumstances, that small temple should still be standing. An elderly caretaker resides there, though it's uncertain whether he is transformed into a zombie. Beyond that, the mountain is populated mainly by wild animals, yet it seems devoid of any ferocious beasts. After all, Baifa village is merely located at the mountain's foothills, and we seldom ascend to the summit. Very well, I understand. Lin Feng nodded in response to Dao Yu's remarks. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while, after which Lin Feng consented to allow Dao Yu and his mutated individuals to integrate into the existing 10-member guard teams. As for how their future would unfold, that would depend on their own efforts. After bidding farewell to Dao Yu, Lin Feng returned to the villa. The issues raised by Dao Yu piqued his curiosity even further. A settlement of 5,000 individuals, armed and possessing mutated beings, had been expelled from Phoenix Mountain. This indicated a considerable influx of mutated beasts descending from the mountain. The question remained, what could possibly have compelled these mutated beasts to all descend? Early the next morning, Lin Feng set out in a base vehicle. Presently, the entire Swan Bay boasted 10 guard teams, each comprising hundreds of members. Including the small team from the Eastern City base, there were actually 11 guard teams. These 10 teams collectively numbered over 1,000 individuals, each led by 10 captains, both original and newly selected. All the captains were now second-level mutated beings, directly under the command of Lin Feng and Zhang Chang. While a 1,000-strong force may seem substantial, in reality, it was tasked with overseeing an expanse of nearly 10 kilometers. To put it into perspective, the new district of Swan Bay contains 100 hotel buildings. Even if each building were to be assigned 10 guards, the 1,000 individuals would be woefully insufficient. Hence, while the numbers may appear ample, they are, in truth, far from adequate. However, Lin Feng understood that the development of the base was gradual. In reality, even if everyone were to serve as guards now, what purpose would it serve? The scale of the situation speaks volumes. This is an immutable truth. After departing from Swan Bay, Lin Feng drove the base vehicle toward the direction of Phoenix Mountain. Discovering issues compelled him to investigate, a trait inherent to his character. Though whether it was a virtue or a vice remained uncertain. Along the journey, remnants of zombies lingered on the roads. Yet, Lin Feng's objective was not them. He pressed the accelerator and sped past. The zombies' shuffling steps could hardly keep pace with the vehicle, which left them trailing behind. Phoenix Mountain was merely a few kilometers from Swan Bay, and soon, Lin Feng arrived at its foothills. At the location of the white tile stronghold, he observed that it had become deserted. Furthermore, there were neither zombies nor mutated beasts at the foot of the mountain. After all, the commotion during their relocation would have attracted any nearby mutated creatures and zombies, ultimately leading to their demise at the hands of the white tile stronghold's defenders. Thus, the stronghold now lay eerily vacant. Alighting from the vehicle, Lin Feng retrieved a drone from his storage space. After connecting the controller, the drone ascended slowly into the air. Lin Feng was not foolish enough to recklessly venture into the deep mountains, even as a level 3 mutated being. In the apocalypse, any scenario could unfold. Therefore, exercising caution was imperative. As the drone soared, the imagery transmitted to Lin Feng's controller displayed the scene below. He maneuvered the drone deeper into the mountains, observing the landscape in real time. Overall, the mountain appeared relatively tranquil. Through the controller, he spotted sporadic mutated insects and small mutated beasts, predominantly comprising mutated rabbits and wild chickens. However, as the drone ascended further, Lin Feng seemed to notice a peculiar phenomenon. The majority of mutated beasts lingered around the mid-slope, while their numbers dwindled as one ascended. By the time he neared the summit, there was not a single mutated beast within a radius of several hundred meters. Something is amiss, Lin Feng mused inwardly. His 5 years of experience in the apocalypse had granted him some understanding of mutated beasts. Their hierarchical structure was clear. Lower-tier mutated beasts often feared their higher-tier counterparts. This was particularly evident, explaining why many higher-tier mutated beasts could even command lower-tier ones as subordinates. The absence of any mutated beasts within this expanse of several hundred meters was alarming. Lin Feng elevated the drone's flight altitude to 20 meters above the ground, affording a clearer view of the terrain below. At this height, he could discern the distant outline of a temple on the controller's display. The temple was modest, spanning no more than 200 square meters, resembling a rural dwelling. In his recollection, Lin Feng remembered that during a previous visit, it housed only a solitary Buddha statue. Consequently, he directed the drone toward the small temple. According to the previous remarks of fellow enthusiasts, there should be a guardian within this temple. As for whether this individual has succumbed to the fate of becoming a zombie since the onset of the apocalypse, that remains uncertain. However, considering the multitude of wild beasts and the countless mutated creatures on the mountain, even if this person had not transformed into a zombie when the cataclysm struck, it is likely that their survival over the course of these days has become increasingly precarious. Thus, one wonders whether the reason these mutated beasts refrain from ascending the mountain lies within the confines of the temple itself. All we can do now is await the findings of the drone. The drone swiftly reached the temple and through the controller. Lin Feng was able to discern the courtyard of the temple clearly. Yet, at that moment, the display screen of the controller suddenly dimmed. The drone had malfunctioned. Chapter 084. The mutant symbiote. Upon noticing a dark shadow above the operator, Lin Feng fell into contemplation. Could it have been struck down by a mutant beast or a bird from the trees? He pondered this notion. Yet, in the next moment, he dismissed the idea. After all, the drone was hovering directly above the temple where there were no trees. Moreover, the drone was equipped with multiple microphones. Yet Lin Feng heard no sounds of birds. Thus, how had the drone malfunctioned? This question became a puzzle. However, Lin Feng refused to abandon this lead. Fortunately, he had millions of drones stored in his spatial inventory. Losing one was inconsequential. Without hesitation, Lin Feng retrieved another drone from his storage space. Once airborne, it ascended towards the peak of Mount Wanfeng, this time at a significantly greater altitude, 50 meters above the horizon. At such a height, it was unlikely to encounter any mishaps, save for the presence of birds. Before long, the drone reached the temple. From above, it appeared that the courtyard below was devoid of any objects. The temple was eerily quiet, interrupted only by the occasional rustle of leaves carried by the wind. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes widened. In one corner of the temple courtyard sat a figure, completely unclothed, gazing up at the drone. Could it be the old custodian of the temple? Lin Feng mused. Perhaps this was the only explanation. Yet, in the next moment, he was astonished by the sight before him. The old man crouched in place, and in an instant, his form began to swell. Gradually, the custodian transformed into a colossal insect, a mantis. The old man had morphed into an enormous mantis. his once withered arms now resembling the formidable limbs of this mutant creature. The mutated mantis, with its triangular head, fixed its gaze upon the drone above. A mutant symbiote. Lin Feng's heart raced at the sight of the transformation. Indeed, in this post-apocalyptic world, beyond zombies and mutant beasts, there existed another form, the mutant symbiote. This phenomenon occurred when mutant beasts, in the early stages of their transformation, inadvertently parasitized humans, resulting in a shared mutation. Consequently, the human host became a mutant beast, albeit retaining the ability to manifest a human shape. Such mutant creatures were often far more powerful than their ordinary counterparts, yet their rarity meant encounters were infrequent. Lin Feng had not anticipated encountering such a mutant symbiote atop Mount Wanfeng. The mutant mantis suddenly leaped into action, aiming for the drone above. It was an impressive 20 meters long, yet the drone's altitude rendered it out of reach. At last, the mystery was solved. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Lin Feng came to understand how the drone had met its demise. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The true focus lay upon the mutated mantis itself. A creature capable of attaining the status of a mutated cooperative entity must possess at least the strength of a fourth-level mutated beast. This implied that the mutated mantis currently before him was, at the very least, a fourth-level entity. Consequently, Lin Feng found himself compelled to regard the situation with utmost seriousness. Should this indeed be a fourth-level mutated beast, it would be unwise for him to ascend the mountain recklessly. After all, he was merely a third-level mutant. Despite possessing a system and storage space, confronting a fourth-level mutated beast would undoubtedly prove to be quite a formidable challenge. Furthermore, a single misstep could lead to unforeseen consequences. Yet, with a fourth-level mutated beast so near, how could Lin Feng possibly consider surrendering? Had he contemplated using missiles to eradicate it? Indeed, that notion had crossed his mind. However, employing missiles would result in the destruction of the fourth-level mantis, yet its magical crystal could be scattered far and wide, rendering it impossible to retrieve, thus negating the very purpose of vanquishing it. The question then arose, how could one ensure the acquisition of spoils while simultaneously eliminating this formidable fourth-level beast? Lin Feng found himself lost in contemplation. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Lin Feng was the type of individual who often found his mind racing even in dire straits. In the next moment, he maneuvered the drone to a fixed position in the sky. Subsequently, he retrieved 6 agricultural drones from his storage space. These drones were capable of carrying up to 50 kilograms and had once been employed for irrigation prior to the apocalypse. He then procured several barrels of pesticide and placed them beside the drones. This was a highly concentrated insecticide, typically requiring dilution by 1,000-fold for regular use. However, Lin Feng saw no need for dilution at this moment. He directly filled the spraying compartments of the agricultural drones with the potent insecticide. Since these drones were originally designed for pesticide application in fields, the operation became remarkably straightforward. After saturating all 6 drones with the concentrated insecticide, Lin Feng piloted one of them toward the mountain summit. Before long, the drone hovered above the temple. Through the controller, Lin Feng observed the mutated mantis still attempting to attack the drone above it. When it noticed the arrival of new drones, its agitation heightened. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng pressed the spraying button. In an instant, the concentrated insecticide cascaded down like rain from the sky above the temple. The insecticide drenched the mutated mantis, which, upon being assaulted by the chemical, emitted a pained cry. Even as a fourth-level mutated creature, it remained fundamentally an insect. Despite the corruption of the zombie virus, it still harbored an innate fear of the pesticide. At the very least, its cells could not deceive. As the insecticide continued to pour forth, the mutated mantis writhed in agony. The potency of the pesticide, which could be diluted 1,000-fold, far surpassed that of ordinary insect repellents. Swiftly, the agricultural drone had completed its pesticide spraying. Without hesitation, Lin Feng commenced operations on the second drone. As the second agricultural aircraft soared above the temple, the mutated mantis had retreated to a corner. It was evident that the pesticide had inflicted considerable harm upon it, and at that moment, it only sought to evade the onslaught of the chemicals. Yet, Lin Feng would not grant it a moment's respite. The second drone continued its task. The anguished cries echoed once more as the mantis leaped desperately into the air, striving to destroy the drone. Alas, the altitude of the drone was beyond its reach. Furthermore, it was clear that its leap was considerably lower than before. Thus, one by one, drones ascended over the temple in succession, with the final drone completing its pesticide dispersal. The mutated mantis lay motionless upon the ground. Chapter 085. Did the level 4 mutant perish? As Lin Feng observed the level 4 mutant from the operator, he pondered in disbelief. It was not a matter of skepticism, but rather an acknowledgement of the formidable strength possessed by level 4 mutated beasts. Even with a high concentration of pesticide, Lin Feng could not ascertain whether it could vanquish the level 4 mutant mantis. At that moment, he maneuvered the drone, lowering its altitude. The drone hovered above the mutated mantis, its camera focused intently on its head. After a considerable duration of scrutiny, Lin Feng concluded that the mantis was indeed lifeless. With this confirmation, Lin Feng retracted the drone and subsequently released a mechanical dog. Under Lin Feng's remote command, the mechanical canine bounded toward the mountain. After all, the summit might harbor unforeseen surprises, and it was prudent for the mechanical dog to conduct the reconnaissance. In a brief period, the mechanical dog reached the temple, standing before the mutated mantis, prodding it with its paw. Observing the absence of any response, the mechanical dog transformed its paw into a blade, extracting the magic crystal from the mantis's brain. Without lingering at the scene, it promptly dashed back down the mountain. After a while, Lin Feng found himself in possession of the magic crystal from the mutated mantis. It was a pale green orb, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, resembling jade in its luster. Upon acquiring the crystal, he suddenly sensed an affinity between his spiritual energy and the energy contained within the magic crystal. Hastily, Lin Feng stored the crystal within his spatial inventory. Ding. 1 magic crystal acquired, enhancement of 10,000 times. Ding. 1 level 4 mutated beast slain, triggering system rewards. Ding. Reward. 10 base vehicles and 1 assault fortress vehicle. At this juncture, Lin Feng received a trio of system notifications. Having vanquished the level 4 beast, he was once again bestowed with system rewards, 10 base vehicles, and an entity termed an assault fortress vehicle. However, as he was currently in the wilderness, there was no time for a thorough examination. He promptly placed all rewards into his spatial inventory, all of which were enhanced by 10,000 times. On his return, Lin Feng activated the autopilot mode for the base vehicle. At that moment, he retrieved another level 4 magic crystal from his spatial inventory. Not long ago, upon acquiring the crystal, Lin Feng had sensed a connection between his spiritual energy and the energy within it. Indeed, upon extracting the level 4 magic crystal, Lin Feng felt an instinctive urge to absorb its energy. To facilitate this, he initiated the cultivation mantra of the 9 turns golden body art, allowing his spiritual energy to circulate. As expected, once his spiritual energy commenced its flow, he began to gradually absorb the energy from the level 4 magic crystal. With continuous operation, an increasing amount of energy was assimilated, concurrently enriching the density of the spiritual energy within Lin Feng. What Lin Feng failed to notice was that the color of the magic crystal in his hand had gradually begun to fade. After an indeterminate number of cycles, he sensed an increasing abundance of spiritual energy. This sensation persisted until it reached a critical juncture, at which point the spiritual energy within him surged forth like a flowing river. If the spiritual energy within him had initially resembled a small stream, it now surged forth like a mighty river. At this moment, Lin Feng ceased his absorption of spiritual energy, and the 4th grade magic crystal in his grasp had ultimately transformed into a transparent form. He felt his power multiply several times over, and not only that, his body had become considerably lighter. This sensation was ineffable, a marvelous feeling. 4th grade mutant. Lin Feng clearly realized that he had now ascended to the status of a 4th grade mutant. In his previous life, reaching this level had evoked a similar sensation. Upon retrieving another magic crystal, Lin Feng discovered that he could no longer absorb additional energy. This indicated that the growth of spiritual energy was finite. Once he attained the status of a 4th grade mutant, he could no longer utilize the same method to elevate himself further with 4th grade magic crystals. However, this was already sufficient. The apocalypse had only arrived a mere couple of months prior, and to achieve the level of a 4th grade mutant in such a brief period was beyond his wildest imagination. After all, in his previous life, it had taken him 5 years into the apocalypse to barely enter the ranks of the 5th grade mutants. Nonetheless, among all of humanity, Lin Feng could be considered among the few exceptional individuals. It is noteworthy that during this time, the emergence of even a 2nd grade mutant could incite local upheaval. One could assert that, barring unforeseen circumstances, within the entirety of Binhai City, amidst millions of survivors, it would be nearly impossible to find another 4th grade mutant. This was the outcome of seeking fortune in peril. Had Lin Feng succumbed to fear of the 4th grade mutant mantis and abandoned his endeavor, he would not have achieved his current state. To knowingly venture into danger is the hallmark of the strong. Despite the risks, the rewards were substantial. This time, Lin Feng could be said to have garnered significant gains. In addition to his personal enhancement, he also received rewards from the system. Upon returning to Swan Bay, Lin Feng immediately made his way back to his villa. He summoned Zhang Chang and the others, including Mu Hongmei and Fan Yuding. Even the chef Lu Zhangda was called forth. At that moment, Lin Feng produced a mid-level solidifying essence pill. "Let us partake in one each," he said, waving his hand generously with a smile. Without hesitation, everyone seized the solidifying essence pills from the coffee table and swallowed them. They understood that whatever Lin Feng provided was undoubtedly of great quality. They had witnessed this numerous times before. As expected, after consuming the solidifying essence pills, Zhang Chang and the others immediately felt a monumental transformation within their bodies. This was a mid-level solidifying essence pill, the very substance Lin Feng had consumed when he transitioned to a third-grade mutant. Presently, these individuals were all second-grade mutants, and they distinctly sensed the spiritual power contained within the essence pills. At present, they are mastering the fusion and circulation of spiritual energy within their bodies. Before long, everyone present has transformed into third-level mutants, an evident truth reflected in their expressions of astonishment. In this very moment, a wave of exhilaration surges through their hearts. For in a world ravaged by apocalypse, strength is the foremost prerequisite for survival. The sensation of newfound power, magnified countless times, leaves them utterly thrilled. All of this is a gift bestowed by Lin Feng, and they find themselves at a loss for how to express their gratitude to this young man before them. "Everyone, disperse and attend to your own affairs," Lin Feng remarked with a gentle smile, observing the expressions of those around him. The reason for his actions lies in the fact that these individuals have persistently remained by his side. Lin Feng possesses an abundance of elixirs, and as he experiences his ascent, it inevitably leads to their enhancement as well. "Ah, Chang, wait a moment," Lin Feng called out to Zhang Chang, who was about to leave. Chapter 086. Comprehensive enhancement. After listening to Lin Feng's words, Zhang Chang chose to remain in the villa. "What do you think of the people from the White Tile Village?" Lin Feng inquired, pouring a cup of tea for Zhang Chang. "They have integrated well with our people," Zhang Chang recollected as he settled on the sofa. "Initially, I had some reservations, considering they are a minority group. It's not that I harbor any ethnic prejudice. It's just that they have been living in Wanfeng Mountain for years. Although they frequently encounter tourists, they still tend to be somewhat reserved. I anticipated that they might feel out of place upon arriving here. However, I was mistaken. They interacted quite harmoniously with our folks. In fact, during meal sharing, they even showed commendable generosity. I had intended to tell you about this in a few days, but I didn't expect you to inquire now." Reflecting on the daily lives of the White Tile villagers, Zhang Chang continued. Lin Feng nodded. "In that case, this aligns perfectly with my intentions. Distribute these among them. Let everyone partake. And what about the soldiers from the original base? They have yet to consume the Gu Yuan Dan, correct? They should be included as well." From his storage space, Lin Feng retrieved several primary enhancement potions and Gu Yuan Dan, placing them on the coffee table before them. "These, Feng Gui, are you planning to elevate all of them to the level of secondary mutants?" Zhang Chang was taken aback as he gazed at the potions on the table. The primary enhancement potions aside, the Gu Yuan Dan alone could elevate individuals from primary to secondary mutation. "Initially, I only intended to elevate them to primary mutants," Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, leaning back. "However, the villagers have now joined the guard team, and we ought to treat them equally. I am not a miser. I judge not by one's origins but by their current positions. Now that they are guards of the base, they shall henceforth be secondary mutants. Should others join in the future, they will receive the same treatment. As for the remaining technical personnel from the old district of the base, allow them to become primary mutants for the time being." As he spoke, Lin Feng produced another primary enhancement potion and placed it on the coffee table. Zhang Chang pondered Lin Feng's earlier statements. "Very well, our future guardians will be at the level of secondary mutants. Haha, with that, we will have over 1,000 secondary mutants. I wonder who would dare to provoke us." With a grin, Zhang Chang gathered the enhancement potions and Gu Yuan Dan from the table. Having once been a secondary mutant himself, he fully understood the significance of such a level. Likewise, he was acutely aware of the immense strength that a base with over 1,000 mutants of his former caliber would possess. Previously, the East City base had only one secondary mutant, Wang Shimin, yet he could dominate a base of 20,000. Now, the power of Swan Bay was truly formidable. After Zhang Chang departed, Lin Feng also exited the villa. Having resolved the issues pertaining to his subordinates, it is now time for Lin Feng to address his own concerns. Within the confines of the storage space, he has discovered that the 10 Level 1 base vehicles awarded by the system have astonishingly multiplied to a staggering 100,000. If the original 10,000 evoked a sense of hesitation, Lin Feng now feels no apprehension whatsoever. A fleet of 100,000 base vehicles, even when compared to armored vehicles, likely surpasses the combined might of all military powers in Huagua. Furthermore, base vehicles, equipped with aggressive weaponry, are incomparable to ordinary armored vehicles. Even tanks would find themselves outmatched by the main cannons of these base vehicles. Soon after, Lin Feng retrieved an assault fortress vehicle, a new reward bestowed by the system. In the next moment, a formidable war machine, measuring 15 meters in length, 7 meters in height, and over 5 meters in width, materialized before him. The sight of this vehicle took Lin Feng by surprise. Constructed from a gleaming alloy, its exterior shone brilliantly. The vehicle's shape resembled a trapezoidal fortress, exuding an imposing and majestic presence. Encircling the fortress vehicle were numerous cannon barrels, compact yet densely arranged, suggesting an impressive firepower at first glance. Eagerly, Lin Feng entered the assault fortress vehicle. The interior featured a three-tiered layout. The first level, akin to that of the base vehicle, accommodated an impressive 100 seats. The cockpit was enveloped in alloy, presenting an air of grandeur. Computer, provide an overview of the vehicle's interior, Lin Feng commanded upon entering the cockpit. Welcome to Assault Fortress Vehicle number 001. Allow me to present. With Lin Feng's command, the onboard computer began to detail the vehicle's facilities. The Fortress vehicle is equipped with 100 energy guns, which, despite being referred to as guns, could more accurately be classified as energy cannons. Consuming a mere 1 energy point per shot, their power far exceeds that of the energy guns found on ordinary base vehicles. Additionally, each Fortress vehicle is armed with 10 secondary cannons, equivalent to the main cannon of a level 1 base vehicle, consuming 100 energy points per shot. The most formidable weapon, however, is the main cannon located atop the Fortress vehicle. This cannon's energy consumption reaches an astounding 10,000 points, meaning that firing a single shot necessitates the use of 10 level 1 magic crystals. Such a requirement underscores its immense power. Fortunately, Lin Feng currently possesses millions of level 1 magic crystals, allowing him to use this main cannon liberally without a hint of regret. The second level of the Fortress vehicle, much like that of the base vehicle, serves as living quarters. Due to the vehicle's greater expanse, the comfort of the rooms is markedly enhanced. The third level houses the Master Suite and a storage compartment for supplies, with the opulence of the Master Suite rivaling that of a legendary 7-star hotel suite. Though modest in size, the interior decor is nothing short of breathtaking. If such a Fortress vehicle were to exist in peacetime, it would undoubtedly command a price in the billions, and even then, the demand would far exceed the supply. Overall, the offensive capabilities of a Fortress vehicle, when measured solely by its artillery, are at least tenfold greater than that of a base vehicle. However, the most fundamental energy weapon of a Fortress vehicle possesses a power that is 10 times that of a base vehicle. Thus, when considering the numbers, the disparity is not merely tenfold. Early the next morning, Lin Feng arrived at the square in the old city. Observing the spirited demeanor of everyone around him, Lin Feng understood that they had all experienced an enhancement. At present, the base could be said to have taken on a preliminary form. Nevertheless, Lin Feng had no intention of remaining idle. He had several significant matters to attend to. Chapter 087. Pre-war mobilization. On this particular morning, Lin Feng summoned all the squad leaders to a conference room located on the first floor of the hotel. What? Brother Feng, you mean to say we are heading to Beihai University? Upon hearing Lin Feng's brief exposition, Zhang Chang stood up in astonishment. Just moments ago, he had learned that Lin Feng intended to seize Beihai University. Indeed, our situation here has stabilized. To continue our development, we must secure Beihai University, Lin Feng asserted, feeling the necessity to share his thoughts with Zhang Chang and the others. After all, he could not sustain the entirety of Swan Bay alone. The previous advancements had been his solitary accomplishment, but as the territory expanded, it was impractical for Lin Feng to manage everything independently. Sometimes, sharing strategic insights with the group was not a detrimental act. At present, our most formidable offensive arsenal, aside from the base vehicles, included missile systems and tanks. The tanks and armored vehicles, while formidable, required human control, and missiles necessitated precise targeting. As you are aware, the satellites around the world have been rendered inoperative. Even if we possessed missiles, we could only rely on manual targeting. This predicament resulted in the inability to launch large missiles and inaccuracies in targeting smaller ones. Therefore, we must transcend this limitation. Surveying the assembly, Lin Feng articulated his thoughts. Despite possessing base vehicles and a plethora of tanks and armored vehicles, long-range attacks still depended on missiles. Brother Feng, are you suggesting that we create a new satellite? Although Zhang Chang felt that his statement bordered on incredulity, he voiced it nonetheless. You are correct, Lin Feng responded with a smile, observing Zhang Chang's puzzled expression. It is well known that Beihai University boasts one of the most prestigious military engineering programs in Huagua. Most notably, they even have their own satellite launch facilities. If we were to capture that location and gain control over the entire university, those aerospace resources would become ours. I refuse to believe that Beihai University lacks surviving students or professors in relevant fields. At that point, we could reassemble a team. And I am confident that we could indeed construct a satellite. At the very least, those talents could offer valuable insights. It is not impossible to conduct targeting without a satellite. This encapsulated Lin Feng's vision, which he shared with the group. There are already skilled individuals within the base specializing in aerospace, though they are hindered by a lack of equipment. A skilled craftsman cannot work without resources. With the appropriate professional equipment, I am sure these individuals could make significant contributions. What Lin Feng did not mention was that even if Beihai University lacked existing satellites, he possessed a storage space capable of amplifying resources 1,000-fold. Thus, there would be no concern regarding shortages of aerospace materials. Beyond aerospace materials, Beihai University is home to numerous departments. Whether it be the field of automation, biotechnology, or physical chemistry, these disciplines possess significant applications in a post-apocalyptic world. With the possession of a spatial storage, Lin Feng is capable of replicating the original Beihai University 1,000-fold. However, Beihai University already boasts nearly 20,000 students, not to mention the countless surrounding merchants. To conquer this stronghold, we must deliberate carefully. Since Lin Feng has made his decision, Zhang Chang naturally harbors no intention of dissent. This notion had been on my mind for quite some time. Acknowledging Zhang Chang's words, Lin Feng nodded in agreement. At Beihai University, even if the common populace were to transform into zombies, coupled with the nearby vendors, we could estimate several tens of thousands of zombies in total. For this operation, we shall deploy some base vehicles and tanks, treating it as a practical drill. This mission primarily aims to train our forces. Therefore, we need not dispatch an excessive number of personnel. After all, they are all second-tier mutated individuals, and 300 will suffice. As for the specific arrangements of personnel, I shall leave that to your discretion. This time, Lin Feng had no intention of single-handedly reclaiming Beihai University, for it is an institution of higher learning, not merely a hotel. In such circumstances, numbers are essential. How long would it take for Lin Feng alone to accomplish this task? As a fourth-tier mutated individual, Lin Feng possesses ample confidence. After all, in his previous life, he had never heard of anyone achieving fourth-tier mutation within merely a month of the apocalypse. Thus, the level of danger is not a significant concern. Moreover, he has his own spatial storage at his disposal. At this moment, Zhang Chang and the squad leaders began to busily select personnel. Ultimately, 300 guards were chosen, along with the allocation of 10 first-tier base vehicles. Although each vehicle can accommodate up to 50 individuals, such density is unnecessary at this juncture. Furthermore, the base vehicles are equipped with weapons, providing added advantages. Additionally, 30 tanks were selected, with their drivers and gunners having undergone prior training. While their operational skills may not match those of professional troops, they are nonetheless capable of functioning. And Lin Feng's primary intention is to hone their abilities. As for the armored vehicles, he also prepared to deploy 20 of them. In addition to carrying ammunition and supplies, the most crucial aspect of armored vehicles is their mobility. They can be utilized to attract zombies and assist in rescuing the injured. Beyond the preparations on land, Lin Feng also arranged for 2 helicopters to partake in this operation. After all, engaging in combat without air superiority can often place one at a disadvantage. Although the armed helicopters possess limited firepower and carry a modest supply of ammunition, their most significant asset is their vantage point, akin to drones that can detect dangers in advance. Moreover, they can employ the deafening sound of helicopter rotors, as Lin Feng had previously done with missile units, to lure zombies and mutated beasts. Thus, the role of helicopters in combat is multifaceted. The guards began to assemble in the hotel plaza, their expressions brimming with excitement, devoid of any sign of tension. In this day and age, these individuals are secondary mutants, fully aware of their own capabilities. They have gradually ascended from the status of ordinary people to first-level mutants, and have now reached their current level of prowess. The enhancement of their abilities has made them acutely cognizant of their newfound strength. At such a juncture, they are eager to validate their power. This reclamation battle is evidently an event that most are impatient to engage in. Meanwhile, those who were not selected observe the guards boarding the vehicles with a sense of discontent. Once the preparations are complete, all the guards embark on the base vehicles. In the next moment, the gates of the base swing open, and a convoy departs from the inner city of Swan Bay. Chapter 088. Coastal University. The convoy gracefully traversed through the Swan Bay New District, passing by the 2 hotels where they were lodged. The thunderous roar of the tanks prompted curious onlookers from the hotels to peek out from their windows, inciting waves of cheers upon witnessing the impressive procession. The presence of tanks within the Swan Bay base was an unexpected revelation for the newcomers from Baiwazi, who had recently joined the community. They now felt a sense of belonging to this formidable stronghold. The might of the base signified their safety, and the sight of numerous tanks and armored vehicles, along with 10 formidable-looking vehicles, stirred a palpable excitement among them. As the convoy exited the gates of Swan Bay New District, they officially entered the wilderness. The engines of the tanks and armored vehicles emitted a considerable noise, attracting a throng of nearby zombies. However, the speed of the tanks far surpassed that of the undead, and soon the zombies were left choking on the exhaust fumes of the convoy. Throughout the journey, Lin Feng refrained from issuing orders to engage in combat. After all, he was not a street cleaner and saw no need to battle the zombies on the road. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng was awestruck by the vehicle they occupied. An assault fortress vehicle, centrally positioned within the convoy. Lin Feng had chosen this vehicle to explore its various functionalities during the journey. The sheer size of the vehicle, measuring an impressive 15 meters, left Zhang Cheng in astonishment, particularly as it housed only the two of them. As he settled into the luxurious seats, he marveled at the existence of such opulence in the world. Above the convoy, 2 helicopters accompanied their journey, providing a broader perspective to detect distant situations promptly. The distance from Swan Bay New District to Coastal University was a mere 3 to 4 kilometers, during which the convoy had undoubtedly crushed countless zombies. Soon, Coastal University came into view, and all vehicles came to a halt. At this moment, Lin Feng's voice echoed through the intercom, signaling the convoy to cease its advance. As the vehicles stopped, the surrounding zombies seized the opportunity to approach, but they were swiftly taken down by a barrage from the Christian vehicle. Lin Feng exited the vehicle and deployed a drone, which ascended and flew toward Coastal University. Understanding oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. The group was previously unaware of the current situation at Coastal University, and sending helicopters was not an entirely secure option. Thus, Lin Feng resorted to his prior strategy, allowing the drone to scout ahead. As the drone progressed, the scene below unfolded before Lin Feng's eyes. Coastal University was teeming with zombies, both at the entrance and within the premises, while various vehicles lay scattered haphazardly along the roads, creating a disheveled sight. Scanning the area, Lin Feng observed that the main roads, playgrounds, various teaching buildings, and the vicinity of the dormitories were all overrun by zombies. From his vantage point above, he could discern no signs of life. Suddenly, Lin Feng noticed a group of individuals emerging near a building. Their movements were sluggish as they cautiously evaded the distant undead. Zooming in, he perceived that the group comprised both men and women, armed with guns and long knives, treading carefully. Abruptly, one of them lifted their head and began conversing with those nearby. The others followed suit, gazing up at the drone hovering above. Clearly, they had spotted the drone. To Lin Feng's surprise, instead of signaling for help, they exchanged hushed words and hastened away. He noted that the building adjacent to them was a cafeteria, indicating that they had just exited in search of food. Were these individuals students or local residents? It was evident they had come to the cafeteria for sustenance. The sparse number of zombies surrounding the cafeteria suggested that it had been frequently visited, leading to the elimination of the undead in the area. This observation hinted that there were still many survivors within the university. However, why did they not call for help? Lin Feng shrugged. Perhaps they understood that in a world ravaged by calamity, no one would come to their aid without a cost. They might even have perceived the drone as a competitor seeking food. After surveying the cafeteria, Lin Feng maneuvered the drone toward a dormitory. Theoretically, dormitories would house the most survivors after the apocalypse, given their individual rooms separated by doors, providing some semblance of a defensive barrier. The drone arrived at the front of a 7-story dormitory. It was evident that survivors resided within. Upon hearing the whir of the drone's propellers, several windows opened. Within, some individuals waved, while others brandished mops tied with bedsheets. Yet, there was a shared understanding among them. No one dared to shout. After all, the ground floor was teeming with zombies, and the students were astute enough to recognize the need for discretion. Lin Feng piloted the drone closer to the open windows, signaling that he had seen them, which would instill a measure of confidence in the students. Although some windows remained shut, he could still observe shadows moving within the dormitories through the display screen. Approximately half of the rooms appeared to be occupied, though the exact number of occupants remained uncertain. It had been over a month since the apocalypse began, and those who could not endure had long since perished. The current survivors must possess their own means of survival. Seeing that there were still numerous survivors brought Lin Feng a sense of relief. Regardless of their fields of study, they would undoubtedly possess some value. In terms of professionalism, they are undoubtedly superior to the inhabitants of Baiwazi. Some skills may not find immediate application, yet their relevance in the future is uncertain. For instance, fields such as bioengineering, energy studies, and even foreign languages may prove invaluable. Although these disciplines seem irrelevant at present, once Lin Feng restores Beihai University and it reaches its full potential, these students and faculty members may find their abilities in high demand. The drone circled several times over Beihai University, providing Lin Feng with a general understanding of the situation within. Subsequently, he retracted the drone, setting forth. Upon returning to the armored vehicle, Lin Feng seized the intercom and issued commands to the entire convoy. All vehicles ignited with life, and the formidable procession advanced towards Beihai University. Chapter 089. Rescue. The convoy advanced majestically towards Beihai University, with all base vehicles activating their automatic attack mode. As they approached the university, Lin Feng issued commands to all onboard computers. Numerous zombies roamed around the entrance of the school, and as the convoy drew near, the energy cannons aboard the base vehicles unleashed their firepower. The surrounding zombies fell incessantly, with any that ventured within a 50-meter radius of the convoy being instantaneously dispatched. The number of zombies at the university's gate was still considerable, given the multitude of shops lining the streets across from the entrance. Fortunately, the base vehicles were equipped with a substantial number of energy weapons, boasting considerable firepower. In an instant, a clearing formed ahead as the cannons fired. The assault fortress vehicle, where Lin Feng was stationed, refrained from firing, as each shot required 10 energy points. It was not that Lin Feng was reluctant to engage, but rather that it was unnecessary at that moment. The firepower from the base vehicles was already more than sufficient. Thus, Lin Feng's convoy entered the gates of Beihai University. Look, what is that? At that moment, a few exploration teams in a corner of the campus noticed Lin Feng's convoy. Is it the official troops coming? Someone exclaimed joyfully upon sighting the tanks entering the campus from a distance. If the military could come, why didn't they arrive sooner? And look, those tanks aren't firing. It's those buses doing the shooting. One individual raised a pair of binoculars to gaze at the entrance. What should we do now? Should we go for help or something? Hold on. We still don't know whether they are friend or foe. If they are here to seize supplies, approaching them would be tantamount to seeking death. Indeed. Let us observe their intentions first. Hurry back and report to the leader, and see what he has to say. The distant exploration team whispered among themselves as they watched Lin Feng's convoy. The convoy proceeded into the university, maintaining its pace of destruction. They moved towards the teaching building. Grasping the walkie-talkie, Lin Feng issued a command. Do not concern yourselves with other areas. All vehicles follow my lead. Lin Feng's purpose for coming was to procure the equipment and instruments within Beihai University. As for rescuing people, that was a matter for later consideration. After all, the survivors had managed to endure in this apocalypse for so long for a reason. Thus, there was no need to rush. Only by securing the necessary items could Lin Feng find peace of mind. The convoy then directed itself towards the distant teaching building. As they continued to eliminate the zombies along the way, they quickly arrived at the front of the building. Everyone disembarked and entered the teaching facility. Upon witnessing the last zombie being dispatched by the base vehicle, Lin Feng once again issued orders. Your task this time is to eliminate the zombies within the teaching building. There is no need to gather supplies. Simply focus on exterminating the undead. You must conduct a thorough search for zombies on every floor, ensuring that not a single one remains. If you encounter any survivors, bring them to the open space in front of the teaching building. Any resistant survivors must be dealt with ruthlessly. With that, Lin Feng set down the walkie-talkie. The reason for bringing these individuals along was to accomplish the task of clearing the zombies from within the building. After all, the base vehicle was only capable of eliminating the zombies outside and could not venture inside the structure. It was impractical for Lin Feng to clear the zombies alone, which is why he assembled a considerable number of people for this endeavor. He felt a sense of reassurance regarding his subordinates, as they were all level 2 mutants, possessing strength sufficient to effortlessly vanquish level 1 zombies and mutated beasts. Furthermore, a coordinated effort among a few could easily eradicate level 2 zombies. Overall, his subordinates were not likely to encounter significant danger. Upon receiving Lin Feng's command, his subordinates rushed out of the base vehicle. This time, Lin Feng equipped them with modified energy rifles, whose firepower vastly surpassed that of ordinary firearms. Additionally, they were outfitted with alloy battle armor and combat knives, ensuring they were well prepared for close-quarter combat. To mitigate unforeseen circumstances, each person was also provided with 4 high-explosive grenades. This can be regarded as the standard equipment for the current guards of Tian Bay, capable of overpowering any armed forces. Moreover, these guards themselves were level 2 mutants. As the guards entered the teaching building, Lin Feng leisurely made his way into the first floor. The first floor was nearly cleared. The prowess of level 2 mutants should not be underestimated. The scattered zombie corpses on the ground were clear evidence of their swift execution. The first floor predominantly consisted of classrooms. The apocalypse had begun just as students were starting their classes, and many had been caught in the rain while rushing to the building. Consequently, there were still numerous zombies within the classrooms. This also explained why Lin Feng had observed so many individuals seeking rescue from the dormitory windows during his drone reconnaissance. This building was dedicated to computer studies. And while it did not contain anything particularly valuable, it was equipped with standard computers and projectors. Adhering to the principle that even a mosquito's leg is meat, Lin Feng collected all those devices into his storage space. What intrigued him most were the switches within the floors. The equipment from Haeong could facilitate the establishment of a local area network, which would be beneficial for the base. Although the hotel already possessed switches and networking equipment, they were significantly inferior to the devices found in a computer studies facility. With these devices, Lin Feng could enlist professionals to reconstruct the local area network within the base. This would allow the inhabitants to utilize the intranet even in the absence of external internet access. Beyond entertainment, this network would facilitate connectivity among individuals. Imagine a local area network encompassing 250,000 people. The scale would indeed be considerable. Lin Feng meticulously searched through each room, collecting any equipment he encountered, regardless of its immediate utility, and storing it in his storage space. During this period, he discovered the presence of survivors within the teaching building. Lin Feng witnessed guards rescuing several students who appeared disheveled and clearly had been trapped inside for an extended duration. However, it remained a mystery how they had managed to sustain themselves. At that moment, as they were liberated, the expressions in their eyes conveyed a wealth of unspoken emotions. Many of the rescued students were overwhelmed with emotion and began to weep profusely. Yet, Lin Feng paid them no heed and continued his ascent to the higher floors, where he believed he might find what he truly needed. Chapter 090. Breaking the Cocoon and Rebirth. Although the computer teaching building lacked large-scale equipment, it contained the essentials that Lin Feng required, particularly certain software housed within the computers in the laboratory. Without much scrutiny, he entered the lab and swiftly stored all the computer equipment into his storage space. After amplifying them 1,000-fold, he returned the original computers and devices to their places. Boss, a considerable number of survivors have been discovered in the basement. Just as Lin Feng finished organizing the computers, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. There's a basement? Upon receiving the news, Lin Feng descended the stairs without delay. Soon, he found himself in the basement of the teaching building. The first thing that caught his eye was a reinforced iron door leading into a vast space. Surrounding the room were shelves laden with various provisions. In one corner, numerous water barrels stood ready. At that moment, approximately 100 young students sat on the floor, awaiting his arrival. Is there truly such a storeroom here? Lin Feng pondered. No wonder these students had not perished from hunger for an entire month. How did you come to know about such a storeroom? He inquired, approaching a young man. This room certainly did not resemble a small supermarket. Rather, it bore the hallmarks of a pre-prepared refuge. This is the emergency shelter prepared by the school. The boy replied timidly, glancing at Lin Feng, who wielded a metal combat knife. Each teaching building has such a shelter. Not just in the teaching buildings, but every dormitory contains one as well. The password for the shelter's lock must be memorized at the start of the semester. The school stated that it can only be accessed in times of danger. The boy spoke carefully, perhaps fearing that his explanation might be inadequate. An emergency shelter prepared in advance? Lin Feng frowned upon hearing this. Typically, a regular school would not possess such facilities. Could it be that the principal was aware of an impending disaster and thus established shelters throughout the campus? This thought crossed Lin Feng's mind. If that were the case, it would be intriguing. Could it be that the principal of a prestigious school is also a reincarnator? Perhaps they had been reborn long ago, prompting the creation of such numerous shelters for the students' benefit. Or maybe the school had uncovered some threat to humanity. After all, this was a comprehensive technological university. Not quite on par with NASA, but excelling in various fields nonetheless. Regardless, this remained an enigma for Lin Feng. It seemed that the only way to unravel this mystery would be to locate the principal, he mused internally. At that moment, Lin Feng commanded his subordinates to gather all the students in the open area by the door and await further instructions. Subsequently, all supplies within the refuge room were meticulously replicated. Following this, he commanded several guards to remain at their posts while he led the group towards another academic building. Bidhai University may be described as a comprehensive institution, with its disciplines spanning across various fields. Thus, Lin Feng, accompanied by his subordinates, commenced the thorough examination of each educational edifice. With each building cleared, Lin Feng ensured that all materials within were duplicated, including the equipment, materials, and instruments from the School of Biological Sciences, as well as the array of precision instruments from the Department of Physical Chemistry. In essence, anything within his sight was collected and amplified within his storage space. During the process of clearing the academic buildings, they encountered several level 1 zombies. However, these creatures were no match for Lin Feng and his team. Even a standard guard, endowed with the prowess of a level 2 mutant, could effortlessly eliminate these level 1 zombies. Each refuge room within the buildings was densely populated with students. Fortunately, The prior preparations made by the school ensured that these students survived unscathed, at most suffering from a fright. In a remarkably short time, Lin Feng managed to rescue over 1,000 students. Among these, the most significant was the School of Aerospace, which held a significant portion of Lin Feng's expectations. Fortuitously, within the aerospace school, Lin Feng discovered a fully equipped rocket launch site. Although it could not compare to the grandeur of commercial launch facilities, it was nonetheless a venue established by the university for experimental satellite launches. All the equipment had been preserved, providing Lin Feng with a sense of relief. Without hesitation, he placed all the apparatus into his storage space and subsequently released a complete set. At present, Lin Feng had amassed a considerable amount of resources, with the only cost being a handful of bullets from his subordinates. Comparatively, this venture was exceedingly profitable. Prior to arriving at Binhai University, Lin Feng was unaware of its vast expanse. Similar in size to his Swan Bainu district, this campus sprawled over nearly 10 square kilometers. Furthermore, it encompassed more than just academic buildings, dormitories, and playgrounds. The university also possessed its own experimental cultivation area, where various plants and grains developed by the faculty and students of the School of Biological Sciences were cultivated. This land could serve as a resource to sustain the university. Moreover, if Lin Feng chose not to utilize these fields, he could easily transform them into a large parking lot, accommodating a significant number of base vehicles, tanks, and armored cars. This would eliminate the need to retrieve items from the storage space each time they were required. Upon completing the clearing of the academic buildings, the focus shifted to the dormitories. In contrast to the complexity of the academic buildings, the task of clearing the dormitories was considerably simpler. After all, these were merely the living quarters of students, composed of individual rooms. The scenarios were limited to two possibilities. Either the dormitory was occupied by zombies, or it housed survivors. Consequently, the task became even more straightforward, as the guards merely needed to inspect each dormitory one by one. In addition to the student dormitory, Lin Feng's subordinates also cleared out the faculty dormitory. Within its confines, there remained a considerable number of surviving faculty members. To Lin Feng, these individuals held even greater value, as their expertise was likely more advanced. Each time these individuals were rescued, it was akin to a rebirth. Lin Feng had witnessed such scenes countless times and had long since grown accustomed to them. In contrast, the guards, experiencing the rescue operation for the first time, wore expressions of pride on their faces. While his subordinates were engaged in the rescue, Lin Feng noticed something peculiar. Someone in the distance was observing him. Upon sensing this, Lin Feng's brow instinctively arched. Chapter 091. Confrontation. At this moment, a group of individuals approached from a distance, numbering around 100. Clad in ordinary attire, they wielded weapons such as machetes and fire axes, with several among them brandishing firearms that appeared to be crude guns produced in Dongfeng Town. As the nearby zombies had been eradicated, these individuals swiftly arrived before Lin Feng and his companions. At this juncture, due to Lin Feng's deployment of guards across various academies to secure and cleanse the area, he was accompanied by only a handful of guards. They are the residents from the family quarters. A student whispered beside Lin Feng. What is their purpose? Lin Feng inquired, casting a glance at the student. With over 100 people approaching directly, it was evident they had a particular objective. They are the ones renting in the family quarters of the school, the student explained. These individuals are migrant workers who have settled here due to the affordable housing. Following the onset of the apocalypse, they formed a collective. For some time now, they have been eyeing our refuge, and we've clashed with them several times, resulting in numerous casualties. Fortunately, we have a considerable number of people ourselves, so they have yet to pose a significant threat to us. The student's face contorted with disgust at the thought of these persistent nuisances. I see they are local renters. Lin Feng nodded in understanding. At this moment, the group had reached Lin Feng's side. To our surprise, you possess some skill. Having slain so many zombies, a young man at the forefront remarked, surveying Lin Feng and his subordinates. Now that the threat of zombies has dissipated, let us discuss the distribution of supplies. As the saying goes, upon meeting, we should share half. We are all from around Binhai University. And now that this area is peaceful, the benefits cannot be monopolized by you alone. We outnumber you, and in the future, you shall require our protection. Therefore, I propose that we claim 80% of the supplies from all schools. Of course, we can guarantee your safety moving forward. The young man's incessant chatter left Lin Feng regarding him as if he were a fool. It was hard to believe that anyone in their right mind would utter such words. Though Lin Feng remained silent, Zhang Chang beside him was less restrained. Are you all out of your minds? Have you lost your senses? He scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the group before them. On what grounds do we share supplies with you? An 80-20 split? Have you lost your wits? Open your eyes and see. We are the ones who cleared this area of zombies. If you had any capability, you would have done so already. Now you dare to negotiate for supplies? You must be delusional. I suggest you leave immediately while we are still in a good mood. Otherwise, you may find yourselves facing the same fate as those zombies. To be frank, Zhang Chang was thoroughly exasperated. It was astonishing how a diverse array of individuals could exist in this world. If these individuals possessed any real capability, they would have long since seized control of Beihai University. Now that Lin Feng and his companions have taken charge of the institution, instead of expressing gratitude, they audaciously demand the allocation of resources. To Zhang Chang, it is no surprise that these people can only afford to rent modest accommodations and take on menial jobs. They are evidently lacking in intellect. What are you saying? Just look at the current situation, a young man retorted angrily after hearing Zhang Chang's remarks. That you may have employed certain tactics to eliminate the zombies, we number over 500. Are you truly confident that your group can maintain control over Beihai University? Hand over the supplies from the storerooms, and we will offer you protection. Otherwise, you shall not escape unscathed today. The young man, eyeing Lin Feng and his mere dozen guards, spoke boldly, unaware of the tanks and armored vehicles that had been brought along, all of which were stationed within the playground. Perhaps they assumed Lin Feng's group consisted solely of these few individuals. Lin Feng merely smiled faintly and raised his right hand. A series of gunshots rang out. In the next instant, all those among the opposition armed with firearms fell to the ground, struck by bullets. The formidable power of the energy weapons rendered them incapable of even uttering a cry. Upon witnessing the carnage behind him, the young man's heart sank. The opposing party had dispatched all armed individuals in mere seconds, before his own people even had a chance to react. He had never anticipated Lin Feng's group would dare to strike, let alone do so with such swiftness. What kind of strength was this? The young man and his companions were merely ordinary individuals, far from being mutated beings. Even confronting typical zombies posed considerable difficulty. Now, facing Lin Feng's group, it felt akin to a child encountering elite special forces, two entities of utterly disparate caliber. Another series of gunshots echoed. A few individuals in the crowd attempted to retrieve weapons from the fallen, only to be swiftly eliminated by Lin Feng's guards. In an instant, all present were rendered motionless, their bodies trembling in sheer terror at the unfolding scene. Brother, I was wrong. At that moment, the young man comprehended the gravity of his miscalculation. We no longer desire those supplies. We don't want them. Please, spare our lives, and we shall leave at once. We also relinquish these weapons to you. Having never encountered such a scenario, he frantically pleaded for mercy. Want to leave? You underestimate the situation, Lin Feng remarked coolly, observing their demeanor. You arrived demanding our resources. And now that you find yourselves outmatched, you think you can simply depart? If I were to let you go, would you not return one day seeking revenge? Would you act in such a manner if the roles were reversed? He caressed the alloy combat knife in his hand, his voice laced with coldness. Brother, I truly made a mistake. We are no match for you. We bear no ill will. I implore you, spare us, the young man cried, glancing at the fallen bodies around him. At that moment, he was engulfed by fear. In the face of death, anyone would succumb to terror. Spare you? That is utterly inconceivable, Lin Feng replied with a smile upon hearing the young man's plea. However, I shall grant you a chance at survival. I require laborers to assist in transforming this experimental field. Should you fail to meet my expectations, I reserve the right to make you vanish at any moment. Lin Feng said coolly, observing the young man and the hundreds behind him. Chapter 092, Requirements in the Grand Auditorium of Beihai University. A dense assembly of 6,000 to 7,000 students gathered, accompanied by their esteemed teachers and professors who were seated in the front rows. Upon the podium, Lin Feng, Zhang Chang, and several guards took their places. Brother Feng, you may speak now, Zhang Chang announced as he placed the microphone before Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Greetings to all esteemed teachers and fellow students, he began. As Lin Feng commenced his address, the previously bustling crowd fell into a profound silence. I am pleased to announce that Beihai University has been entirely liberated. We now possess complete control over the entire campus. The moment his words echoed through the hall, a fervent eruption of applause and cheers filled the air. It had been a month since the onset of the apocalypse. For the past 30 days, everyone had endured a relentless existence fraught with peril. Each day saw countless students falling victim to the jaws of zombies, while the scarcity of resources extinguished any flicker of hope for a better life. Yet today, Lin Feng and his companions arrived, liberating the university from its plight. The threat of zombies had dissipated, allowing everyone to venture outside without the fear of losing their lives. Such a transformation was bound to evoke exhilaration among the crowd. First, I would like to address the arrangements for our daily lives. Raising his hands to signal for quiet, Lin Feng continued, you may continue residing in your original dormitories. In the initial days ahead, your primary task will be to clear away the remnants of the zombies. I will ensure that each dormitory is equipped with a generator to restore power and re-establish the campus as local network. This concept had long been in Lin Feng's mind. By utilizing an energy conversion device, he could transform the generators to run on magic crystals. Consequently, a single magic crystal would provide a staggering 1,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity, far more efficient than conventional fuel-based generation. Upon hearing the announcement of restored power and the revival of the local network, the audience erupted in jubilant cheers. They had endured a month of darkness, besieged by the dual threats of zombies and the absence of light, an experience that was nothing short of horrifying. Regarding the network, even without external access, having a local network during these dire times was a considerable boon, providing a semblance of entertainment. As for food and water, I can provisionally supply these essentials. However, I can only guarantee that you will not go hungry. For those desiring superior nourishment, your future efforts will be paramount. Lin Feng had ventured into the refuge more than 30 times, amplifying the food supply exponentially. Now, providing these students with basic sustenance was merely a token of goodwill. After enduring over a month of apocalyptic hardship, having any food at all was a significant relief for the students. At that moment, no one sought gourmet delicacies. Moreover, Lin Feng had mentioned that through diligence, they could obtain better provisions, instilling a sense of motivation among the students. Even as they pondered what exact contributions Lin Feng would require from them. Ultimately, irrespective of the circumstances, any endeavor is preferable to the previous days spent in constant confrontation with the undead. Once life is stabilized, you shall embark on a path of normalcy. You are to leverage your professional expertise to fulfill the tasks I assign. Your original classrooms and laboratories remain available for your use. Yet you must adhere to the directives provided. As long as each of you accomplishes your designated responsibilities, I assure you a future filled with happiness. At this juncture, Lin Feng cast a sweeping glance over the audience below. This was, indeed, the paramount objective of reclaiming Binhai University. The provisions and resources were trivial in his eyes. What Lin Feng truly sought was the advancement of technology. In the current societal context, only through technological progress can one hope to thrive amidst the apocalypse. I oppose this. At that moment, a voice rang out as an individual rose to his feet. It was an elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 50s, reminiscent of a professor. His countenance betrayed a hint of discontent. Our research achievements are our proprietary innovations, many of which are classified. Previously, our projects were funded by governmental grants for scientific research, facilitating experiments across various fields. These accomplishments are the fruits of our collective labor, our dedication. Now you demand these technologies, on what grounds should we acquiesce? The professor's voice resonated loudly, imbued with indignation. Old professor, Lin Feng remarked, furrowing his brow upon hearing the elder's words. I fear you have yet to grasp the reality at hand. With a steady gaze directed at the professor, Lin Feng continued. Were it not for the presence of thousands of students observing, I would prefer to refrain from further discourse with you. The world we inhabit is one of desolation. You once endured severe hardships, and it was I who rescued you. Without our intervention, not only would you have been unable to conduct research, but you might not have survived the next encounter with the undead. It is imperative to acknowledge your current situation. You have sustenance, shelter, and are shielded from the threats posed by the undead, all under my protection. Your so-called skills and technologies serve merely as currency for sustenance. Should you lack even this currency, you would be relegated to laboring in the experimental fields, akin to the workers of today. Therefore, do not perceive my contributions as obligations owed to you. In this world, no one is indebted to another. Your so-called dedication may only be of value to me. To others, it might not even suffice to exchange for a loaf of bread. If you are unwilling to contribute, feel free to depart. I harbor no idle individuals within my domain. If you possess no utility, why should I sustain you without recompense? With Lin Feng's declarations, the students who had previously murmured in support of the old professor ceased their discussions. The echoes of Lin Feng's words resonated in their minds. Without skills or knowledge, they would find themselves no better than the laborers toiling in the experimental fields. Even those individuals possess far superior physical strength, rendering them without any advantage in manual labor. Their sole advantage lies merely in the fragment of technical knowledge within their minds. Indeed, some individuals have scarcely acquired any skill. They simply exhibit a slightly stronger capacity for learning and a more effective method of knowledge acquisition than the average person. Even so, they are afforded a treatment distinctly different from that of laborers. As Lin Feng remarked, the entire school now belongs to him. Those unwilling to exert effort are entirely free to depart. Yet, in this moment, who among these students dares to leave? At this juncture, many students who initially sought to take advantage of the situation begin to reevaluate their own positions. Chapter 093, The Abacus. After a brief meeting, Lin Feng arrived at the entrance of Binhai University. In the next moment, he summoned a wall from his storage space, taking an hour to encircle the university. The purpose of such a wall extends beyond merely warding off zombies and mutated beasts. It serves to shield against prying eyes from outsiders. At the very least, any passerby who gazes upon the formidable barrier would recognize that this territory is claimed. Similar to the new district of Swan Bay, Lin Feng stationed over 20 vehicles atop the wall. The tanks and armored vehicles, however, were left within the campus, as the ample space allowed for their secure storage, ensuring readiness for any unforeseen circumstances. Upon completing the defensive measures, Lin Feng proceeded to the university's experimental field. At that moment, the tenants and laborers who had previously sought to exploit the situation were diligently tilling the land, spurred on by the presence of over 20 armed guards monitoring their efforts. Their survival depended on their industriousness. Simultaneously, a skilled laborer operated an excavator, tasked with harvesting the crops from the experimental field. The collected produce, though minimal thus far, was set aside, awaiting accumulation before Lin Feng would transfer it into his storage space. He envisioned transforming this farmland into a substantial concrete space capable of accommodating numerous tanks, vehicles, and helicopters. Should he acquire aircraft in the future, a makeshift airstrip could easily be established. The materials for the ground would pose no concern. Lin Feng needed only to extract a portion of the roadway's surface and subsequently release it. For the laborers, Lin Feng had arranged for Zhang Chang to provide them with basic porridge and pickles. Should they demonstrate diligence and commendable effort, there might be an opportunity for an upgrade in their provisions. Abundant food was at Lin Feng's disposal. It was merely a matter of how and what to distribute. Those unwilling to toil would find no sustenance from him. While Lin Feng engaged in these endeavors, Binhai University bustled with activity. The surviving students were reassigned to dormitories based on their respective fields of study, while Zhang Chang organized the generator units to supply power to the dorms and classrooms. As Lin Feng inspected the experimental field, his intercom crackled to life with Zhang Chang's voice. "Brother Feng, where are you? I need to discuss something with you." They agreed to meet at the computer science building. Upon their meeting, Zhang Chang sighed, "Brother Feng, some of the professors are quite unruly. Following your instructions, I reassigned their accommodations, but certain senior professors are dissatisfied with our arrangements. They have several individuals who, adhering to previous standards, wish to reside in such accommodations, while also demanding the highest culinary standards. Additionally, some professors have rallied their original students to threaten us. Currently, over 100 students support those elder professors, prompting me to seek your perspective, Feng Ge." Zhang Chang recounted the events to Lin Feng. Some of those professors previously enjoyed generous treatment, yet now, under Lin Feng's arrangements, they perceive their situation as unjust. Consequently, they instigated the students to confront Zhang Chang and his peers, seeking more favorable terms. Even though Lin Feng had previously employed loyalty chips to ensure they would not betray him, it remained uncertain whether they would willingly share their expertise. Very well. If they're unwilling to stay, let them reside elsewhere. If they refuse to eat, let them go hungry, Lin Feng remarked coolly upon learning the situation. It appeared that some individuals still failed to grasp the reality, remaining obstinately entrenched in their outdated beliefs, Lin Feng mused. However, he anticipated that it would not be long before these individuals would capitulate. After all, witnessing others enjoy comfortable lodgings and ample provisions, how long could these professors sustain their resistance? That day, Lin Feng spent his time at Binhai University. The following morning, all students resumed their regular classes. Those teachers and professors, save for a few diehards, began to conduct their teaching and experiments normally. They understood that, in this post-apocalyptic world, only by proving their capabilities could they receive their due rewards. The students, too, having endured the trials of the apocalypse, realized just how insignificant ordinary individuals could be. They lacked physical strength, struggling even against common zombies, and were still in the process of acquiring technical skills. If they did not seize the opportunity to learn now, they would swiftly be left behind. Within the Aerospace College of Binhai University, Lin Feng observed a group of faculty and students diligently composing various codes. This was the designated satellite launch site, where they commenced the restoration of their original work. Following Lin Feng's directives, they needed to launch a small satellite capable of positioning. This positioning system did not require an extensive range. It sufficed to cover the entirety of Jiangnan province. As for broader coverage, that could be addressed later. China possessed its own satellite positioning system, and within the Aerospace College, relevant data and software were readily available. Although re-establishing a comprehensive positioning system posed challenges, adapting it for regional positioning was not overly difficult. According to an elder professor, the satellite could be designed and constructed in just half a month, provided sufficient materials and components were available. Fortunately, the previously scarce materials had become abundant following Lin Feng's magnification of storage space, now sufficient to launch thousands of satellites. The only remaining obstacle was the programming setup. Lin Feng's primary task was to ensure the successful completion of the satellite. Only by establishing a positioning system could he truly feel at ease. After all, in this day and age, whether it be mutants, weapons, or even resources, Lin Feng possessed an abundance of them. It could be said that he had everything he needed in terms of software. The only thing he lacked was hardware. With a positioning system in place, many previously unattainable goals could become a reality. It was not merely a matter of missile guidance. At the very least, Lin Feng could establish a small-scale telephone signal network. Meanwhile, the other academies continued their experiments. Particularly in the field of biology, Lin Feng provided several first-level magic crystals, requesting the faculty and students to find a way to analyze their composition. This technology had already been realized in his previous life, and in this life, Lin Feng aspired to be the pioneer in applying magic crystals to various aspects of daily life. After conveying all his instructions, Lin Feng departed from Binhai University. Chapter 94. All Level 3. Departing from Binhai University, Lin Feng drove a base vehicle toward the city center. After a month of the apocalypse, the number of zombies on the roads had noticeably diminished. In the previous life, it was similar. As time passed in the apocalypse, ordinary zombies were continually vanquished by survivors, resulting in a reduced presence of zombies in frequently visited areas. However, as time progressed, higher-level zombies began to emerge. The most basic among them was the Level 1 zombie. After a month of the apocalypse, the ratio of Level 1 zombies to ordinary zombies had shifted from an initial 500 to 1, gradually improving to 300 to 1, and even 200 to 1. Previously, within a horde of numerous zombies, one could rarely find a Level 1 zombie. Yet now, it was quite probable to encounter one amidst a group of dozens or even hundreds of zombies. Simultaneously, mutated beasts began to appear in the wild. These mutated creatures were significantly more formidable than zombies. Even the ordinary, unranked mutated beasts posed a challenge for an average individual. Unlike zombies, the flesh of mutated beasts was consumable. Although their meat was much firmer than that of fresh meat, it was still classified as edible. Consequently, upon discovering that mutated beasts could be hunted for sustenance, many people began devising ways to capture them. However, these creatures were not easily subdued. Even a group of several individuals might struggle to bring down a single mutated beast. Fortunately, individuals bitten or clawed by these beasts would not be infected and transformed into zombies. Nevertheless, the act of hunting mutated beasts still posed a considerable risk of injury. The emergence of mutated beasts provided hope for those suffering from food shortages. As days passed, most fresh vegetables and meats had spoiled. Moreover, not all locations were equipped with generators, leading to many cold storage facilities in the city losing power. Presently, the only available food consisted of pre-packaged items laden with preservatives. Instant noodles, self-heating meals, canned goods, and various snacks had become the mainstream sustenance. However, with several million survivors remaining in Binhai City, the sheer volume of food consumed daily was staggering. Thus, mutated beast meat had become the primary source of nourishment, while other food items had turned into luxuries. Throughout his journey, Lin Feng observed two small teams searching for mutated beasts. Unfortunately, the current population of these creatures was not as abundant as before. Most of the teams venturing out still had to engage in combat with zombies. Upon seeing Lin Feng's base vehicle, the members of these small teams displayed expressions of envy and greed. In the midst of the apocalypse, possessing such a vehicle was a coveted luxury. However, despite their envy, no one dared to obstruct Lin Feng's base vehicle. After all, the vehicle spanned over 10 meters in length, even larger than a typical bus. Who could tell how many individuals were inside or what weapons they possessed? These small teams consisted of merely a handful of people, at most a dozen. Despite wielding firearms, they dared not provoke the enigmatic vehicle. This was perhaps for the best. Should those small factions contemplate robbery, Lin Feng would not hesitate to send them to their demise. In this apocalyptic world, compassion was a rarity. Anyone who dared to pry into his affairs would find no mercy. Currently, no one dared to challenge him, and Lin Feng reveled in the tranquility. However, along his journey, he encountered several minor hordes of zombies. To avoid complications, he commanded the onboard computer to activate automatic attack mode. When distant exploration teams realized the formidable firepower mounted on Lin Feng's vehicle, beads of sweat formed on their brows. Fortuitously, they had refrained from provoking this behemoth. Otherwise, it would not be the zombies lying on the ground, but themselves. Thus, Lin Feng made his way to the walls of Rinjie Martial Arts School. At this moment, the area beyond the walls was devoid of zombies. It seemed the vigor of youth was indeed boundless. Gazing at the pile of zombie corpses nearby, Lin Feng chuckled inwardly. Clearly, Li Sun had often brought students outside the walls to exterminate zombies, for otherwise, the area would not be so pristine. Moreover, after dispatching the undead, they would also clean up the site. This was likely a remedy for their boredom, as the martial arts school's walls soared over 6 meters high, even without their intervention. The zombies could not breach their defenses. The students stationed atop the walls had long noticed Lin Feng, and as the vehicle approached, the gates of the school swung open. Previously, Lin Feng had left a walkie-talkie here, and Li Sun must have received the notification from the slender student. By the time Lin Feng entered the school, he was already waiting there. Have someone come to the vehicle to help with the food, Lin Feng instructed upon seeing Li Sr. It had been nearly 10 days since their last meeting, and the supplies he had left behind were nearly depleted. Boss, we now have ample provisions, Li Sun replied with a smile after hearing Lin Feng's words. He then recounted the events of the past few days. After Lin Feng's departure, Li Sun and some students had conquered several nearby supermarkets. It could be said that the food within the school was sufficient to last them for months. Lin Feng did not oppose this. It was only natural for the students to engage in such exercises. Furthermore, he held certain expectations for Li Sun and his students, as they were the earliest faction he had nurtured and his most trusted team. After Li Sun finished speaking, Lin Feng retrieved over 100 intermediate solidification pills from his storage space. These pills were not something Lin Feng would typically bestow upon outsiders. Li Sun distributed the pills among the students, who unhesitatingly swallowed them. Moments later, they felt their bodies undergoing a transformation. A surge of power coursing through them, a sensation they had never experienced before. Meanwhile, everyone discovered that their bodies had become remarkably lighter. Nowadays, if asked to sprint 100 meters, they might accomplish it in mere seconds. Furthermore, their perceptual abilities had significantly enhanced. Even within the classroom, they could discern the sound of leaves rustling outside. Soon, all had transformed into third-level mutants, over 100 third-level mutants. As these students felt such profound changes within themselves, they realized they had ascended to an unprecedented level. In the next moment, tears streamed down their faces. Such power was precisely what they, as martial practitioners, had long sought after. Chapter 95. The subway station. In this present age, all individuals have ascended to the level of third-tier mutants, evoking immense excitement among the students present. Having undergone enhancement since the onset of the apocalypse, they are acutely aware of the significance of strength, particularly for those like them, who have transitioned from ordinary humans to mutants. The distinction between the two is profoundly understood by these martial school students. Now, having reached the stature of third-tier mutants, they stand as almost divine beings in comparison to ordinary people. At this moment, not only ordinary zombies, but even first and second-tier zombies would likely prove no match for them. All right, do not be overly moved. Let your future performance speak for itself, Lin Feng remarked with a smile, observing the expressions of elation on their faces. As long as you are willing to put in the effort, there will always be a place for you in this apocalypse. This is merely the beginning as third-tier mutants. In time, you will grow even more formidable. Remember, with an indomitable spirit, you will undoubtedly dominate your own realm in the future. What Lin Feng stated at this moment was the unvarnished truth. In his previous life, every powerful mutant was the leader of a formidable faction. His words ignited a fierce determination within these students. Once mere stay-behind children, they had gradually come to comprehend their distinction from the ordinary through the developments of the past month. All of this was bestowed upon them by Lin Feng. Now, their hearts brimmed with excitement. It seemed that should Lin Feng issue a command, they would dare to confront a horde of zombies head-on. Boss, I have something to discuss with you. After the leveling up, Li Sun approached Lin Feng's side. Among the martial school students, Li Sun was the only adult, possessing significantly greater experience than the others. He was acutely aware of Lin Feng's contributions, which deepened his sense of gratitude. After all, even in a world that is not an apocalypse, human emotions vary greatly. Such generosity as Lin Feng's would be beyond the reach of most. At present, Li Sun had genuinely come to regard Lin Feng as his leader. To be associated with a skilled individual in an apocalypse is certainly a coveted situation. Speak, Lin Feng replied as they settled into a seat by the window in the classroom. Having been away for over 10 days, he was eager to learn about the current circumstances. Strategically, this area near the center of Binhai City held significant importance. Boss, just a few days ago, a group of people arrived at the school, Li Sun recounted, reflecting on the recent events. There were more than 10 individuals, likely searching for supplies in the vicinity. I observed them dispatching zombies from atop the wall. It seems several of them are already first-tier mutants. When they noticed our imposing walls, they intended to come over and take a look. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. The emergence of first-tier mutants outside had become a rather commonplace occurrence. The surrounding walls of the Renjia Martial Arts School were quite conspicuous. Had it been Lin Feng, he might have been inclined to take a closer look. However, Lin Feng chose not to interrupt Li Sun, signaling him to continue. After those individuals arrived and spotted us, they sought to recruit us into their ranks. They identified themselves as people from the subway station, proposing a collaboration contingent upon our agreement. According to their account, They would provide sustenance in exchange for lodging. Yet, in the absence of our leader, I refrained from acquiescing to their proposal. Nonetheless, they did not press us further and departed, advising me to reconsider their offer. Thus, Lin Feng recounted the events that transpired. Upon hearing Lin Feng's narrative, Lin Feng felt a stir within him. It appeared that the visitors were not inclined towards coercion, at least on the surface. Otherwise, given their self-proclaimed status as level 1 mutants, they might have attempted a forceful takeover of the martial arts school. After all, the formidable walls of Rinjie Martial Arts School provided a sanctuary that most would deem secure. However, the implications of their terms for entry raised questions about the potential for betrayal and violence once inside. What intrigued Lin Feng was not the prowess of those individuals. They were merely level 1 mutants. Even without Lin Feng's intervention, the students within the school could easily handle them. Instead, Lin Feng's thoughts wandered to the subway system. In this apocalyptic era, public transportation had vanished due to government power outages. The subway, in Lin Feng's previous life, only resumed operations 3 years into the apocalypse. Monopolized by the largest faction in Beihai City, the Chaofeng Group. At that time, using the subway came at the cost of a level 1 magic crystal. Despite this, many chose to travel by subway to evade the dangers above ground. Most of those who could afford the fare were mutants, as only they could eliminate mutated zombies or beasts to obtain the necessary crystals. Consequently, the subway became a vital means of transportation for many mutants, proving to be quite lucrative. Now, with the apocalypse having only begun a little over a month ago, the subway station should still be free from Chaofeng Group's grasp. Thus, Lin Feng pondered whether he should take some action. With this thought in mind, he resolved to depart from Rinjie Martial Arts School. This time, he opted not to use his base vehicle, but instead headed towards the main thoroughfare in the city center, where a subway station lay, one of the busiest before the world fell into chaos. Along the way, both on the streets and in the shopping malls, zombies rushed towards Lin Feng upon spotting a living person. Yet, as a level 4 mutant, the zombies posed no threat to him. Dispatching the ordinary zombies was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. In no time, Lin Feng arrived at the entrance of the subway station. At that moment, he realized that there were no zombies at the entrance of the subway station. Instead, some dismembered limbs of both zombies and humans were piled in a distant open area. There were indeed people inside the subway station, a fact that was indisputable. The escalator leading to the underground station had long ceased operation, forcing Lin Feng to descend the adjacent staircase. Below lay the ticket office of the subway. As Lin Feng stepped down to the underground level, he noticed 2 individuals stationed near the entrance. "Who are you?" yelled the 2 middle-aged men, brandishing machetes, upon seeing that Lin Feng did not resemble a zombie. Chapter 096. Infiltrating the organization me? "I'm merely here in search of sustenance," Lin Feng articulated, a spark of realization igniting within him. It was his first visit to the subway station in this lifetime, and he was unfamiliar with the circumstances here. "In search of food? Even we are struggling to find enough to eat," one of the middle-aged men remarked, scrutinizing Lin Feng from head to toe. The 2 individuals stepped forward, seemingly intent on driving him away. Lin Feng observed them closely. They appeared to be nothing more than ordinary people. "Are you employees of the subway station? Might I join your ranks?" Lin Feng inquired after a moment's contemplation. Although he could easily eliminate the 2 men to gain entry, he was not inherently bloodthirsty. It would be prudent to gather information from them first. "Join us. You make it sound so simple." The middle-aged man scoffed at Lin Feng's suggestion. "We have quite a few people here, and we require a substantial amount of food daily. Adding another mouth to feed is hardly a gesture of goodwill." As he spoke of food, Lin Feng noted the man swallow hard, suggesting that provisions were indeed scarce. "I can eliminate zombies," Lin Feng responded with a smile, brandishing his alloy combat knife. He waved it nonchalantly, yet with the finesse of a seasoned warrior. "That's a fine blade you've got there. Here's the deal. I'll consult our captain," the middle-aged man said, his tone slightly more accommodating. "But don't get your hopes up. This isn't an open invitation." Seeing Lin Feng's potential, he pondered briefly before sprinting toward an office. It appeared that the subway station had developed a rudimentary structure, establishing a hierarchy of management. Watching the departing figure, Lin Feng mused to himself. Once the middle-aged man had left, the other individual remained, observing Lin Feng intently. "Brother, have all the zombies in your vicinity been cleared out?" Lin Feng pulled a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to the middle-aged man. Upon seeing the cigarette, the man's eyes lit up, clearly longing for a smoke after a long drought. "We've managed to eradicate the zombies around here," the man replied after Lin Feng ignited the cigarette for him. "There are several mutants in our station. Clearing out zombies isn't an easy task. If you're keen on joining us, it's possible, provided you're willing to contribute and face danger. Ultimately, it will depend on our leader, Wudi." Perhaps it was the allure of the cigarette that prompted the middle-aged man to share this information. Just then, the man who had left earlier returned, accompanied by another individual. Lin Feng noted that the newcomer was tall and lean, in his 30s, exuding an air of authority. A first-level mutant. Lin Feng quickly discerned the man's strength. This must be Wu Di, the captain the middle-aged man had mentioned. Are you the one who wishes to join us? Wu Di inquired. Wu Di approached Lin Feng and scrutinized him from head to toe. Upon noticing the alloy combat knife in Lin Feng's hand, Wu Di's gaze lingered for a moment. That knife is impressive. No wonder you've managed to survive this long. You've likely dispatched quite a number of zombies, haven't you? Wu Di was unable to discern Lin Feng's true strength and merely regarded him as an ordinary person. Captain Wu, you flatter me. It is merely a stroke of luck that I have survived until now, Lin Feng replied casually, since he sensed no threat from the other man. Wu Di nodded in acknowledgement. It's evident that you've engaged in combat with zombies. If that is the case, you are welcome to join us. You will be part of my team from now on, and for the time being, you will guard the ticket hall. We provide 2 meals a day, but the food is rather basic, so do not be choosy. Seeing Wu Di's straightforward acceptance sparked a flicker of fondness in Lin Feng's heart. In this apocalyptic world, having more people meant competing for food. The fact that Wu Di was willing to take in newcomers without coveting Lin Feng's knife or cigarettes indicated that he was not a greedy individual. Captain Wu, what is the current situation at the subway station? Having now become a member of the team, Lin Feng offered Wu Di a cigarette and inquired. It is a long story, Wu Di replied, accepting the cigarette and pulling out a lighter from his pocket. On the day the apocalypse began, it coincided with the morning rush hour. The subway station transformed, with almost everyone turning into zombies. As you know, the space within the station is limited. The scene was utterly catastrophic. Many were bitten by zombies, with only a handful managing to escape. Fortunately, we were all employees here and knew the layout. Station Master Ma Yetao led us into the security room, which allowed us to avert disaster. However, the fortunate aspect was that we happened to be changing shifts, which meant most of the staff survived. By sheer luck, many of our team members turned into mutants. It took us half a month to gradually clear the zombies from the station. As Wu Di recalled the grim state of the subway station, he took several deep puffs from the cigarette. Lin Feng nodded in understanding. Wu Di's account aligned with his own expectations. Such chaos was typically the case when the apocalypse struck. The fact that Wu Di was willing to share so much with him, despite being a mutant, indicated that he was a person of good character. At the very least, he did not exhibit the condescending demeanor common among many mutants when interacting with ordinary people. Perhaps this was related to his previous occupation in ground service, Lin Feng mused. Before the apocalypse, Lin Feng never held prejudice against anyone, and that sentiment persisted afterward. As long as a person was not overwhelmingly greedy, he was still open to communication. Even as a level 4 mutant, he understood that humans are inherently social beings. If his sole desire was to survive alone in this world, he would not have been able to establish such a substantial Swan Bay base. So, is the subway station still in its current state? This was the information Lin Feng yearned to uncover. Is it really necessary to keep the subway operational? Chuckled the young man, his humor evident. Back during the apocalypse, we had a subway conveniently arriving to drop off passengers. Nowadays, however, we are merely a group of 20 or so, preoccupied with the daily quest for sustenance. The nearby convenience stores have long been stripped bare by countless scavengers, leaving little behind. At this moment, Wu Di was hardly concerned with the subway. For him and his team, the paramount issue was securing food. Captain, trouble is brewing, shouted one of the team members urgently. The mutated zombies are approaching our location. Just then, a young man burst forth from the station, spotting Wu Di and calling out loudly. Chapter 97. Enemy attack. Upon hearing the words of that individual, Wu Di hurriedly dashed inside. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and followed closely behind. Observing the situation, it was evident that they had encountered high-level zombies. Otherwise, no one would have come to summon Wu Di, the mutant. As he made his way, Lin Feng noticed people rushing in from all directions. Upon reaching the waiting area, he discovered more than 20 individuals gathered there. These people wielded machetes and fire axes, with no firearms in sight. What could be the situation? At that moment, a middle-aged man spoke up. Lin Feng glanced at him. This man was clad in a subway employee's uniform and bore shoulder insignia, though the rank was indiscernible. However, the numerous stars on the insignia suggested he was indeed Ma Guanju, the station master Wu Di had mentioned. Station master, a horde of zombies is moving towards us from the passage, a young man relayed, panting heavily. From their size, it appears there are advanced zombies among them. Our lookout brothers were no match and hurried back. Prepare for battle. Ma Guanju furrowed his brows at the young man's words. Lin Feng observed that a subway train was stationed inside the station, while a door leading to the tunnel in the distance had been breached. The young man's report indicated that zombies had likely emerged from the subway tunnel, presumably migrating from another station. At once, everyone held their breath and gripped their weapons tightly. Gradually, they discerned the faint sound of shuffling footsteps from afar. Before long, the silhouettes of zombies appeared. Several zombies emerged from the breach, entering the platform. Upon spotting the living, the zombies became animated. However, in the next instant, those who had been hiding on either side of the breach surged forward. With swift movements, several zombies had their heads severed. Mutants. Lin Feng immediately recognized their capabilities upon witnessing their actions. Counting the individuals present, he realized that among the 20-plus people, 6 were first-level mutants. Such a number was indeed remarkable. Typically, in large bases, the emergence of a single first-level mutant among hundreds of individuals was considered fortunate. For instance, in the Daunting base, a second-level mutant could dominate a base of 20,000, highlighting the rarity of mutants. Dealing with ordinary zombies was relatively easy for mutants. Within mere moments, those individuals dispatched the zombies that had emerged first from the station. At that moment, a diminutive figure flickered into view. Yes, it was indeed a flicker. The first-level mutants near the breach caught only a fleeting shadow, and the next instant, a small zombie appeared before them. The diminutive zombie, roughly the size of a child, moved with astonishing speed. Its claws were akin to hooks, effortlessly tearing through the chest of a mutated being. Blood cascaded down the front of the creature. Fortunately, the mutated individual was immune to the zombie virus, and despite the injury, would not succumb to becoming a zombie. However, the strike was severe, leaving deep gashes on its chest. A second-tier mutated zombie. At that moment, someone exclaimed. The speed was astonishing, capable of injuring a mutated being in an instant. Clearly, the emaciated zombie was a second-tier variant. The expressions of the mutated beings present shifted dramatically, taken aback by the arrival of such a formidable foe. Yet, urgency overshadowed their astonishment. They could only brandish their weapons and charge at the slender zombie. Get back. At that moment, Magwanru bellowed, brandishing his machete as he joined the fray. Bang. Magwanru swung his blade, but the second-tier zombie instinctively raised its arm to block. A sharp crack resonated as a gash was carved into the zombie's arm. However, in that instant, Magwanru was also forced back by the impact. A second-tier mutated being. Lin Feng immediately discerned Magwanru's prowess. He had not anticipated encountering another second-tier mutated being within this subway station. Yet, their adversary was a second-tier mutated zombie. Under normal circumstances, human mutants would not stand a chance against zombies or mutated beasts of the same tier. After all, humans experience fatigue, while zombies and mutated beasts do not. Thus, often, slaying high-tier zombies or mutated beasts necessitated collective effort. Aside from the injured mutant, Magwanru and 5 first-tier mutants were engaged in a fierce struggle against the zombie. Sometimes, having many allies does not bode well. In an instant, another first-tier mutant fell victim to the zombie's claws, rendered incapable of fighting. If this continued, one by one, the mutants would be defeated, risking total annihilation. With no other option, Lin Feng grasped his knife and approached. What are you doing here? Get back. Magwanru, entangled with the zombie, caught sight of Lin Feng approaching. He was a second-tier mutated zombie, not a foe that an ordinary person could contend with. Your presence would only become a burden, hindering their efforts. Quickly retreat and see if there are any ordinary zombies left. If so, eliminate them. Fortunately, at that moment, Wu Di was flung aside by the zombie's claw, and gasping for breath, he shouted towards Lin Feng. In his view, this young man had no comprehension of the second-tier mutated zombie's true ferocity. Come back, lad. You are no match for that zombie. A person clad in a subway uniform urged loudly from the side. Indeed, that is a high-tier zombie. Look how hard they are struggling against it. You would merely be walking to your death, another chimed in. Hasten back, do not proceed. For your presence would only burden them further, rendering you a liability. Surrounding ordinary individuals fervently dissuaded Lin Feng, their faces etched with urgency. How commendable these people are. To express concern for others, Lin Feng mused inwardly. In this apocalyptic world, human hearts are predominantly indifferent. Does one's survival matter to them? Many are too preoccupied with their own affairs to care. Yet, the ability of these individuals to exhibit genuine concern was somewhat unexpected for Lin Feng. He chose to disregard their pleas and swiftly approached Magwanru and the others. In the next moment, a flash of silver light illuminated the scene. Subsequently, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 098, Conditions for Opening. In the next moment, the scene fell into a profound silence. Thud. The head of the diminutive zombie rolled to the ground, landing at Lin Feng's feet. He prodded it with his alloy battle knife and collected a second-tier magic crystal, placing it into his storage space. Why are you all staring at me? After retrieving the magic crystal, Lin Feng noticed everyone gazing at him with wide eyes. How is this possible? That was a second-tier mutated zombie. Magwanru muttered softly, his disbelief palpable. Yet the reality was undeniable. A second-tier zombie, which had left them all powerless, was thus vanquished. Brother, are you a mutant? Why didn't you mention it earlier? At this moment, Wu Di snapped back to reality, staring at Lin Feng in astonishment. Initially, he had presumed Lin Feng to be an ordinary person, merely wielding a superior weapon. Now, reflecting on his earlier advice to hide, Wu Di felt a flush of embarrassment. Not much, just a second-tier zombie, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, smiling faintly. Despite his calm demeanor, he left everyone present in a state of shock. That was indeed a second-tier zombie, and he had slain it with a single stroke? Indeed, one that even Station Master Ma and so many others could not defeat, fell so easily. Just how formidable is this young man, surpassing even Station Master Ma? Shoo! Keep your voice down. Don't let Station Master Ma hear you. The crowd whispered among themselves. Although their voices were hushed, every word was audible to all. Remarkably, Ma Guanru did not seem angry. Rather, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Station Master, this is Lin Feng from our team, or rather, Mr. Lin. Wu Di approached Ma Guanru and spoke. At that moment, he no longer dared to address Lin Feng by his first name. For based on the display of skill he had just witnessed, Lin Feng was at least a second-tier mutant, and evidently more powerful than Ma Guanru himself. Wonderful. With the addition of a young brother like you, our safety has greatly increased, Ma Guanru declared, his voice ringing with enthusiasm. Confronted with such a formidable expert, he felt a twinge of nervousness. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to express his gratitude, for Lin Feng had indeed saved them all. Had the earlier situation continued to unfold, where those first-tier mutants were systematically eliminated by the zombies, Ma Guanru would have ultimately succumbed as well. In a sense, he owed Lin Feng a debt of gratitude. To speak candidly, I have my own intentions for being here, Lin Feng remarked, feeling that there was no longer a need for pretense. I have my own team, and I came here primarily because I saw potential in the subway. Even in this apocalyptic era, I believe we should strive to keep the subway operational. I do not mean to suggest a complete reopening, but rather the activation of specific stations. After all, even in the end of days, many people still require means of transportation. Lin Feng articulated his thoughts. The reason he chose to voice them now was deliberate. Had he inquired about the subway initially, the other party would likely have responded with suspicion. Currently, however, Lin Feng could be regarded as a savior to the people, and at the very least, they owed him a measure of gratitude. In this context, discussing the subway became considerably easier. As he previously mentioned, Lin Feng did not seek to fully operationalize the subway but rather aimed to open a few stations initially. For instance, Swan Bay is already a subway station, as are Binhai University, Dongfeng Town, and the East City base. If Lin Feng were to activate these stations, the residents of Dongfeng Town could take the subway to the city center. Consequently, their self-manufactured weapons could penetrate deeper into the urban area, while Lin Feng would merely need to collect the magic crystals from them. After all, to acquire magic crystals, one must eliminate mutated zombies, and receiving them passively while remaining at home would undoubtedly be preferable. Despite currently possessing several million magic crystals, one can never have too many of them. In the future, given Lin Feng's existing equipment and resources, energy will be required for everything. At that time, a substantial quantity of magic crystals will be indispensable. Thus, he could effectively leverage the subway to enhance his income from magic crystals. Beyond the issue of magic crystals, the subway could invigorate several stations, potentially displacing other businesses in the process. Fortunately, the subway itself had not suffered any damage. However, a significant supply of electricity was essential. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Ma Guanru did not express any disdain, instead responding candidly. Historically, the subway was powered by the government. Despite the high volume of passengers, it was, in fact, a financial loss. The subway's power consumption was approximately 4,000 kilowatts per hour, a quantity that would be unfeasible to generate even with a large-scale generator. Therefore, to operationalize the subway, municipal power supply must first be established. However, achieving this was no simple task. As someone familiar with the subway system, Ma Guanru cut straight to the point. The consumption rate was significant. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng understood that operating the subway for 1 hour would require 4,000 energy points, equivalent to 4 magic crystals. If he were to open 5 stations, City Center, Binhai University, East City Base, Swan Bay, and Dongfeng Town, each journey could be completed in 15 minutes. Thus, on average, each trip would only consume 1 magic crystal. If he charged each passenger 1 magic crystal, having just one person ride the subway would cover the costs. This scenario presented an extraordinary profit. It is worth noting that the prevalence of first-level zombies and mutated beasts had been steadily increasing. For those who had undergone mutation, defeating them was no longer a daunting task, and many individuals had amassed a collection of first-level magic crystals. Consequently, there remained a considerable number of individuals with purchasing power. In the near future, apart from food, magic crystals would emerge as the primary currency. With electricity not being an issue, were there any other concerns? Lin Feng can convert magic crystals into electrical energy through the energy conversion device. This capability is rather unremarkable for him. If the power issue can be resolved, the remaining concerns would be the drivers and maintenance personnel. Although it remained unclear why Lin Feng claimed that electricity was not a problem, Ma Guanru responded candidly. The driver of this subway had already perished. If a driver were to be found, it would be necessary to visit the terminus in Jiangbei to ascertain if there were any drivers who were preparing to hand over their duties on the day of the apocalypse. Fortunately, there are maintenance personnel at every exhibition station, and we currently have 2 maintenance workers here, provided that both the driver and the electricity are secured. The resumption of subway operations should not pose a significant challenge. As Ma Guanru spoke, he gestured toward the 2 individuals beside him, clad in logistics uniforms. The Jiangbei terminus. Upon hearing Ma Guanru's words, Lin Feng fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 99, Jiangxin Island. Upon hearing Jiangbei, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. That place was the very site of the 2 major conglomerates in his previous life, the Tianlong Group and the Chengfeng Group, both situated in the Jiangbei New District. These 2 entities had been the most formidable forces in Binhai City during that era. Now, he found himself curious about the current state of affairs in that region. Without delay, he departed from the subway station. Ma Guanru and the others understood that, given Lin Feng's capabilities, it was implausible for him to remain subservient to them. Upon exiting the subway, Lin Feng located his base vehicle. After retracting it into his storage space, he produced a more inconspicuous minivan, which projected a less ostentatious image. Navigating through the bustling city, Lin Feng seamlessly merged onto the second ring road. The thoroughfare was littered with dilapidated, abandoned vehicles. The onset of the apocalypse coincided with the peak commuting hours, leading most office workers to opt for this route. Consequently, Lin Feng found himself maneuvering to avoid the obstacles strewn across the road. Fortunately, the second ring road was sufficiently wide, allowing him to evade the zombies and vehicles without significant hindrance. The distance from the city center to Jiangbei spanned over 10 kilometers, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Feng found himself on the Cross River Bridge. While driving, he cast his gaze down towards the riverbank. Suddenly, he was taken aback. To his astonishment, he spotted an individual fishing at the edge of Jiangxin Island below. Who would dare to fish at such a perilous time? This revelation perplexed him. It was common knowledge that both rivers and seas were teeming with mutated fish, creatures as formidable as their beastly counterparts. For an ordinary person, approaching the riverbank could easily provoke an attack from the mutated fish lurking within. Yet, here was someone audaciously fishing. Resolutely, Lin Feng sought a vacant spot on the bridge and parked his vehicle. He disembarked and approached the railing, keenly observing Jiangxin Island beneath. This small island, a central feature of the riverside, was connected to the shore by a floating bridge. At that moment, an elderly gentleman appeared to be fishing at the water's edge. Lin Feng scrutinized the scene and noted that Jiangxin Island was rather modest in size, seemingly occupied solely by the old man. Suddenly, the elderly man's instincts seemed to indicate a catch. In the next instant, he jerked the fishing rod upward. However, what transpired was far from the expected outcome of a regular fishing experience. Instead, a tremendous splash erupted in the river, and a creature over a meter long leaped from the water. This was a mutated fish, its body reaching a full meter in length, with a head nearly half a meter long. Its razor-sharp teeth were clearly visible to Lin Feng, standing at the bridge's edge. It resembled the terrifying fish depicted in nature documentaries about the deep sea. As the fish soared above the water's surface, it forcefully whipped its tail, propelling itself directly towards the old man. Simultaneously, it opened its jaws wide, revealing a formidable maw that appeared intent on swallowing the elderly fisherman whole. A second-tier mutated fish. Based solely on the actions of the mutated fish, Lin Feng deduced its formidable strength. It is no wonder that humanity has yet to conquer the aquatic realms in the post-apocalyptic continent. Just a single fish effortlessly exhibited the prowess of a level 2 mutated beast. If the rivers are thus, what then of the unfathomable ocean? What surprised Lin Feng was that the elder displayed no sign of tension upon encountering the mutated fish. With a swift motion of his fishing rod, he struck towards the creature. A resounding crack echoed as the premonition directly struck the mutated fish. In an instant, a powerful force yanked the fish towards the shore. The elder, unfazed, calmly retrieved a long knife from the side, and as the mutated fish was drawn onto the land, the elder swiftly severed its massive head from its body. After extracting the magical crystal from the fish and setting it aside, he collected the body and placed it in a nearby insulated box. Thus, a level 2 mutated fish was vanquished, likely the work of at least a level 3 mutant, if not something more formidable. Lin Feng had not anticipated encountering such a master here. The seemingly unassuming elder possessed a strength at least equivalent to a level 3 mutant. Otherwise, his control over the fishing rod would not have been so steady. At that moment, the elder looked up, and upon seeing Lin Feng on the bridge, beckoned him with a wave. "Young man, come down and sit for a while," the elder called out amiably. Surprised by the invitation, Lin Feng considered it briefly before boarding his SUV. In the next instant, he drove toward the edge of the bridge. Following a narrow path, he arrived at the shore. Fortunately, there was a floating bridge on the river, allowing Lin Feng to drive his vehicle onto the island. After parking beside the elder, he stepped out of the car. "Young man, where do you hail from?" the elder inquired, picking up a blowtorch and approaching a pre-prepared pile of firewood to ignite it. "I come from Jiangnan. I saw you fishing from the bridge and thought it looked quite entertaining, so I stopped to take a look." Lin Feng spoke truthfully. After the fire was ablaze, the elder fetched 2 wooden sticks and skewered the fish he had just dispatched. "You must be a mutant as well. Come, sit down." The elder placed the skewered fish on a rack above the flames, smiling as he continued, "It has been quite some time since anyone visited this place. Today, I have the pleasure of treating you to fish." With that, the elder offered Lin Feng a folding chair. It was not difficult to deduce that Lin Feng was a mutant, especially since any ordinary person witnessing the elder's handling of the mutated fish would undoubtedly be astonished. Yet, Lin Feng displayed no sign of surprise, revealing his own identity in the process. "I shall not be polite, then." Accepting the elder's invitation, Lin Feng sat down. His curiosity piqued regarding how the elder had attained such prowess, especially considering that only a month had passed since the apocalypse began. At this moment, achieving the status of a level 3 mutant, or even possessing the same formidable strength as a level 4, is indeed a remarkable miracle. As for whether the elder harbors any ulterior motives, Lin Feng remains unperturbed. Having traversed 2 lifetimes, Lin Feng has encountered myriad experiences. In his previous life, he faced numerous opponents who surpassed him in strength. If one were to cower at the mere sight of a powerful adversary, then what purpose would life serve? He possesses his own strategies when confronting masters. "Uncle, please hold on a moment," Lin Feng remarked upon noticing the elder grilling fish. In the next instant, he stood up and approached the side of the camper van, feigning a need to retrieve something from within. Lin Feng opened the trunk and discreetly extracted 2 bottles of yellow-capped Fingio from the storage compartment. He then returned to the elder's side, carrying the bottles of liquor. "Yellow-capped? Quite impressive." The elder's eyes sparkled upon seeing the wine in Lin Feng's hands. Chapter 100, Subduing the Master. "Old man, I have a fondness for wine. And I appreciate your thoughtfulness, young man." The elderly man, while flipping the grilled fish, occasionally glanced at the bottle of wine in Lin Feng's hand. "Uncle, do you not venture ashore to gather supplies?" Lin Feng inquired, scanning the surroundings. Not far off stood a yard enclosed by branches, containing 2 wooden cabins. Presumably the old man's residence. Logically, someone of the elder's caliber should not lack for resources in this post-apocalyptic world. Alas, age has made me somewhat lethargic. The old man sighed in response to Lin Feng's query. "I have indeed visited the shore, but the nearby small supermarkets have been thoroughly looted. As for farther locations, they are rather inconvenient to access. This place is relatively safe. Almost daily, someone attempts to encroach upon it. I prefer to avoid conflicts, hence I dissuade them. Should I be away for too long and find this place occupied, I would find it hard to evict them. Thus, it presents a dilemma." He picked up a knife and made several cuts on the fish as he spoke. A kind-hearted old man, Lin Feng thought to himself. Yet, he was correct. In such a location, bordered by rivers, anyone would wish to claim it as their own. "So, uncle, do you subsist solely on fishing?" Lin Feng casually asked as he handed the elder a bottle of wine. "From what I gather, the fish in this river are quite formidable. They not only attack aquatic creatures but even pose a threat at the water's edge. I have grown up on the island at the heart of the river since childhood. Even if the fish have mutated, I am well aware of their habits." The old man took a sip of wine, his expression reflecting satisfaction. "Moreover, I must confess, since the world transformed, I have developed a unique technique through years of fishing. Just a moment ago, you witnessed one of its maneuvers, the lightning 5 whips. Please do not mock me. It is something I have comprehended over the years." The old man displayed a proud expression when speaking of his technique. Lightning 5 whips. Lin Feng was at a loss for words regarding the name. "Uncle, do you not have any family?" Lin Feng asked casually. "Family? I have but one son who works in Jiangnan City. No, I am but an old man alone." As he noticed the fish was nearly done, the elder cut a piece for Lin Feng and then took a hearty swig of wine. It was evident that the old man had quite the penchant for alcohol. "Given this, uncle, would you be interested in joining me?" At that moment, Lin Feng felt an urge to recruit the elder. Currently, he lacked manpower. Although Zhang Chang and the others possessed sufficient strength, In the end, Lin Feng's team remained too small. Furthermore, once they reached the third level of mutation, the rest would depend on their efforts. After all, the most potent elixir Lin Feng possessed was the intermediate solidifying essence pill, which would not significantly benefit those beyond the third level of mutation. In today's world, it has unfortunately transformed into a post-apocalyptic realm. As time progresses, it will not be long before formidable individuals discover this place. Moreover, most factions operate in teams. No matter how formidable one's individual prowess, it pales in comparison to the strength of numbers. This island will inevitably be claimed. It would be wiser for you to accompany me. I have my own team. I can assure you an abundance of wine, and if the opportunity arises, I shall take you to Jiang'an City to find your son. Lin Feng made no extravagant promises, for although the old man was indeed skilled, everything was governed by fate. The prospect of daily access to wine sparked a glimmer of hope in the old man's eyes. He was aware of the difficulties in searching for a loved one in such a transformed world. However, the allure of the wine was the most attainable goal at present. After a while, Lin Feng and the old man reached an understanding. The old man was named Dong Weiguo, who was, in fact, a level 4 mutant. His remarkable strength stemmed from his self-created technique, the lightning 5 whips, honed over decades of fishing. With that, Dong Weiguo returned to his wooden cabin to gather some personal belongings. Lin Feng had not anticipated that a mere casual observation of fishing would yield such a rare find as a level 4 mutant. This was an extraordinary occurrence. In his previous life during the apocalypse, 5 years had elapsed, and he himself was merely a level 5 mutant. Now, with the apocalypse only a month old, such a master would undoubtedly become a dominant force in the future. However, Lin Feng had departed from Binhai City rather early and was unaware of subsequent events. Although Lin Feng refrained from disclosing his own strength to Dong Weiguo, the latter, having lived a long life, was no fool. The mere fact that he was unfazed upon hearing of Lin Feng's capabilities indicated that he suspected Lin Feng's prowess to be on par with his own. Thus, leaving Jiangxin Island was not a regrettable choice for him. Consequently, Lin Feng drove the car, transporting Dong Weiguo towards Jiangbei. The entirety of Jiangbei is broadly divided into 3 districts: the affluent area, the university town, and the industrial zone. The city's subway connects these districts, with its final stop situated in the somewhat remote industrial area, where the shift-changing subway operators are likely to be found. This area is home to numerous large factories and companies in Binhai City, employing a staggering workforce that exceeds 1 million. This figure is irrefutable. Each large factory typically houses thousands, if not tens of thousands, of employees. Factories engaged in processing, for instance, may employ tens of thousands of workers. All these factories congregate in the industrial zone, making the count of 1 million a plausible figure. In his previous life, the Chengfeng Group was among the largest factions in Jiangbei, located within the industrial zone. Initially a processing factory, it boasted a workforce of approximately 50 to 60,000 employees. With the addition of personnel from surrounding factories, it was inevitable that it would evolve into a significant power. The roads throughout the Jiangbei region are expansive, yet sporadic remnants of the undead still linger. Observing the corpses of zombies along the thoroughfare reveals many that appear to have been recently dispatched. This indicates a frequent movement of people in the area, resulting in a considerable reduction of zombies on the road. Such is the nature of the post-apocalyptic world, the highways are not heavily infested with the undead. After all, survivors seeking supplies must traverse these main routes, eliminating a few here and there until few remain. Conversely, smaller locales, such as the vicinity of residential complexes or within buildings, harbor a greater number of zombies and pose a far graver threat. Therefore, venturing into unfamiliar territories often entails substantial risks. Thus, Lin Feng navigated his vehicle, drawing closer to the industrial zone. Here stands a relatively luxurious hotel. In the next moment, Lin Feng steered his van toward the hotel. Chapter 101. Seeking someone before Lin Feng stood a 5-star establishment known as the Kunlun Hotel. This luxurious hotel was evidently constructed to cater to the myriad business travelers and executives frequenting the area. Towering over 30 stories, it bore a resemblance to the Swan Bay Hotel. At this moment, the exterior of the hotel was secured by a barbed wire fence, featuring a singular entrance manned by 2 armed guards. Upon noticing an approaching vehicle, the previously conversing guards immediately assumed a vigilant posture. As the car drew near, both guards saluted in unison. Those fortunate enough to stay at this hotel were either affluent or influential, especially in the current apocalyptic era, rendering them beyond the capabilities of mere security personnel. With no inspection process in place, Lin Feng welcomed the ease of entry. He parked in the hotel's modest lot. Observing the scant number of vehicles, only a little over 10, it seemed that few could afford the luxury of hotel accommodation amidst the apocalypse, and the identities of these patrons were of no concern to him. Upon entering the hotel, Lin Feng noted that 4 security personnel were stationed inside as well. Approaching the front desk, he expressed his desire to check in. The standard rate for a suite was 300 grams of gold per day, a mere trifle for Lin Feng, who promptly booked a room. Fortunately, the hotel was equipped with a generator, sparing Lin Feng and Dong Weiguo the necessity of climbing the stairs. Once inside the room, Lin Feng discovered it was somewhat smaller than the suite at Swan Bay, an understandable difference given that Swan Bay was a super 5-star hotel, far surpassing this industrial district accommodation. The lighting, like the elevator, was powered by the generator, while the restroom's water was stored in buckets for flushing purposes. Lin Feng paid little heed to the hotel's shortcomings. His focus was firmly on his objective. Consulting the offline map on his phone, Lin Feng noted that the subway terminal was in close proximity, situated at the heart of the industrial zone. Thus, he and Dong Weiguo exited the hotel. Given the short distance, Lin Feng opted not to drive. Along the way, they encountered a relatively clean area with the undead mostly eradicated, resulting in no unusual occurrences. In the industrial area, sporadic groups of people passed by, casting only fleeting glances at Lin Feng and his companion. Their journey led them to the subway station's terminus. Descending the stairs, Lin Feng found the atmosphere markedly livelier than that of the city center's subway station. A guard was stationed at the ticket office entrance, yet they were not hindered from entering. Inside the ticket hall, numerous tents had been erected, sheltering a multitude of inhabitants. Those without tents were either engaged in conversation or reclining on the ground in slumber. The ticket hall alone accommodated at least 300 to 500 individuals, not accounting for the throngs likely gathered at the boarding area below. After all, the entire industrial zone is home to over 1 million inhabitants. Making this subway station a veritable stronghold, the sheer number of people is hardly surprising. Within the station, guards are seen patrolling, though their allegiance remains unknown. Lin Feng observed that most of the individuals were clad in tattered garments, some appearing emaciated, clearly suffering from malnutrition. Such circumstances are all too common in a post-apocalyptic world, rendering them unremarkable. As for how these individuals sustain themselves or where they procure food, such matters do not concern Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng's attention shifted to one side of the subway station, where a large whiteboard displayed various notices. Dongqing Group is hiring dock workers with generous compensation, age limit under 35. Meals and lodging provided. Recruiting outdoor hunters, weapons and equipment supplied, excellent pay. Currently holding a quantity of gold, seeking canned food in exchange. Interested parties may contact West Garden Community, Building XXX, Room XXX. A van is available for hire, recruiting material transporters with lucrative benefits. The whiteboard was filled with an assortment of advertisements, primarily for recruitment and trade. Intrigued, Lin Feng approached the board and picked up a nearby pen. He inscribed a notice, hiring subway drivers, generous compensation, interview location, room 1208, Kunlua Hotel. Let us depart, Lin Feng proclaimed, turning to Dong Weiguo. Naturally, Dong Weiguo was unaware of Lin Feng's intentions behind the recruitment notice but refrained from questioning it further. The two then exited the subway station. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Feng noted that it was mealtime. Glancing at the menu on the bedside table, he found the offerings rather sparse, primarily consisting of biscuits, instant noodles, canned goods, and some pre-prepared meals. The prices were exorbitant, even for Lin Feng, who possessed nearly limitless resources. Ultimately, he retrieved a self-heating hot pot along with 2 bottles of liquor. While the food may not have appealed to him, it was a rare treat for Dong Weiguo. After all, having subsisted on fish for years on Jiangxin Island, any meal now could be deemed a feast. Most importantly, Lin Feng had produced the alcohol, which was essential to Dong Weiguo. As long as there was liquor, any food would suffice. Xiao Feng, did you come all this way just to write that line? Dong Weiguo inquired after a few rounds of drinks. I noticed you mentioned hiring subway drivers. Does that mean your subway is operational now? Xiao Feng, do you think my analysis holds any merit? There are so many people in the subway station. With such a crowd, your notice must have attracted numerous eyes. Anyone would question your motives for recruiting subway drivers. What if some faction discovers your intent? Would they not cause you trouble? We were just at the subway station. Why not discreetly inquire about it? As the saying goes, old ginger is spicier. In just a few words, Dong Weiguo clarified the matter at hand. I prefer to avoid trouble, Lin Feng replied with a faint smile after hearing Dong Weiguo's words. I could gradually probe into who operates the subway, but I would still need to devise ways to get close to them and then negotiate terms, rather than pursuing such a convoluted approach. It would be more efficient to disclose everything openly. As for the issue of power dynamics, it does not concern me. Only by doing so can we achieve the quickest results. I do not wish to squander time on trivial matters. If all goes as expected, there should be someone arriving outside now. Lin Feng's ears perked up as he glanced toward the door. Chapter 102. an unexpected arrival with his extraordinary perceptual abilities. Lin Feng had already sensed the approach of individuals from the corridor. Simultaneously, Dong Weiguo, being a level 4 mutant himself, had also heard the commotion. The next moment, a knock resonated through the air. Dong Weiguo rose and walked over to open the door, revealing 3 men in their 30s peering into the room. "Excuse me. Are you the ones hiring subway drivers?" The leading man inquired, his voice tinged with trepidation. It was evident that anyone residing in such a hotel was no ordinary individual. "Please come in." Lin Feng gestured towards a nearby chair from his seat on the sofa, inviting them in. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the trio of middle-aged men stepped into the room. "You must have seen the information on the whiteboard. Now, please share your circumstances," Lin Feng said, leaning back as he surveyed the men before him. Clad in somewhat tattered subway system uniforms, they bore an appearance that reflected their lack of vitality. Undoubtedly a result of prolonged hunger. "Indeed, we are subway drivers," one of the men replied, sniffing the tantalizing aroma of hot pot wafting through the air. Unable to suppress a swallow. "When the apocalypse struck, we were in the midst of a shift change. There were 6 of us then, but 3 have since turned into zombies. Now, only the 3 of us remain. We have been drivers here since the establishment of Subway City." The middle-aged driver, unable to fabricate a lie, recounted their plight. "Very well, that aligns with my requirements," Lin Feng acknowledged with a nod. "The terms here are straightforward, provisions for food and accommodation. Moreover, the meals are not limited to mere convenience foods. We also have fresh vegetables and meats. The work is quite relaxed, allowing you to continue in your original profession, driving the subway. However, my operations are based in Jiang'an. And I trust you have no significant ties here?" Lin Feng laid out his conditions. "Still driving the subway? Could it be that the subway is operational again?" The 3 drivers' eyes widened in disbelief. It was common knowledge that the government had ceased electricity supply, making the restoration of subway services seem nearly impossible. "That's not for you to worry about. Suffice it to say that my initial terms stand. Will you accept them?" Lin Feng refrained from divulging too many details, simply wishing to ascertain whether these individuals would be willing to work for him. With the conversation having reached this juncture, the drivers dared not voice further objections and unanimously agreed to join Lin Feng's endeavor. After all, food was exceedingly scarce in these times, particularly for ordinary folk. The zombies lurking outside were no trifling matter. One misstep could lead to death. With the prospect of employment and the assurance of meals and shelter, not merely convenience foods, how could the drivers possibly turn down such an opportunity? Upon encountering a few individuals who agreed, Lin Feng generously produced 3 boxes of self-heating hot pot, distributing 1 to each. The group was elated and eagerly began to indulge in their meal. Meanwhile, in the office of the general manager of the Changfeng Group, located in the Jiangbei Industrial Zone, a young man approached, whispering, "Boss, we have just received some news. Wang Qingfeng's office door has been forced open." "Speak," commanded Wang Qingfeng, who was holding a glass of red wine, gazing out the window at the scenery, a sense of pride swelling within him. After a month of enduring the apocalypse, he had successfully gathered the workers from several nearby factories under his command. At this rate, within a few months, he would wield unparalleled influence throughout the entire industrial zone. Currently, the industrial zone was home to approximately 400,000 to 500,000 survivors, and the prospect of ruling over such a vast number was something he had never contemplated. With an increase in population came a corresponding demand for resources. However, it also meant that more individuals were at his service. These people either needed to survive by venturing out for supplies or hunting mutated beasts for food. Regardless of the path they chose, he could extract a certain profit from their efforts. Thus, he felt no obligation to concern himself with the well-being of his subordinates. As long as he provided them with shelter and protection within the industrial zone, they would pledge their allegiance to him. Originally the chairman of the Changfeng Group, Wang Qingfeng had significantly expanded his influence. The apocalypse, it seemed, had not been a misfortune for him. One of the subordinates responsible for managing the subway station reported, "Someone has posted a recruitment notice at the subway station, seeking subway drivers. It struck me as odd, given that all subway services are currently suspended. What purpose could there be in recruiting drivers at this time?" Wang Qingfeng's subordinate approached, continuing, "Indeed, it is peculiar." "Oh, is that so?" Wang Qingfeng replied, intrigued by the news. "You raise a valid point. What use is there in hiring subway drivers under these circumstances? Could it be that someone possesses the ability to restore subway operations? That seems highly improbable. Such matters are not easily resolved." After a brief analysis, Wang Qingfeng deemed the situation rather dubious. It was common knowledge that the entire city was experiencing a power outage. The operation of the subway necessitated a substantial amount of electrical energy and required the coordination of numerous personnel. Only under such conditions could the subway be operational once more. A standard generator could hardly meet the energy demands of the subway. unless one could reconnect the electrical circuits of the power company, which was a rather cumbersome task. Restoring power would first require addressing the issue of electricity generation. Aside from wind power, the primary means was thermal power generation. It was imperative to reactivate thermal power facilities to supply electricity to the urban area. Furthermore, restoring electrical power would entail locating the damaged circuits that had occurred since the onset of the apocalypse. Both power generation and circuit restoration necessitated a considerable number of skilled technicians. In this present moment, where can one seek out such a multitude? The individuals below have mentioned that the publisher of the recruitment information resides at the Kunlun Hotel. Should we not dispatch someone to apprehend them for a thorough interrogation? At this juncture, Wang Qingfeng's subordinate expressed his opinion. Let us remain patient. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Qingfeng spoke. If the other party is indeed capable of restoring the subway, it is evident that their influence is considerable. We must refrain from hasty actions. Thus, you shall send someone to trail them, while also arranging for our personnel to infiltrate all subway stations to gather intelligence. I refuse to believe that if they truly possess the ability to revive the subway, they can elude our scrutiny. The subway of Binhai City shall ultimately belong to our Qifeng group. Any others who aspire to claim it are merely indulging in fanciful delusions. Gazing out at the scenery, Wang Qifeng remarked coldly. Chapter 103, How the Feng Group Operates. Lin Feng, accompanied by Dong Weiguo and 3 drivers, drove towards the Jiang'an region. During the journey, Lin Feng distributed 2 sausages to each individual. Observing the disheveled manner in which they consumed the food, it was evident that they had not had a proper meal in quite some time. Xiao Feng, it seems we are being followed, Dong Weiguo suddenly remarked within the vehicle. As a level 4 mutant, his perceptive abilities surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Indeed, I noticed it long ago, Lin Feng replied, acknowledging Dong Weiguo's observation. If he could discern their pursuers, Lin Feng was certainly not oblivious. He had spotted a vehicle trailing them since they exited the Kunlun Hotel. It must be the recruitment information we posted on the subway that has drawn attention. What should we do now? Shall I eliminate them? Only the dead keep secrets, Dong Weiguo expressed, his tone revealing a murderous intent. Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback by his words. He had not anticipated that someone of Dong Weiguo's age would consider such a decisive course of action. However, upon reflection, it was understandable, having lived over 50 years. He was not devoid of wisdom. Just watch me, Lin Feng said nonchalantly, glancing at the pursuing vehicle through the rearview mirror. As they approached the second ring bridge leading to Jiang'an, Lin Feng abruptly halted the car. The following vehicle, caught off guard by his sudden stop, pulled over a short distance away. Gazing at the occupants of the vehicle, Lin Feng waved them over. It was evident they had realized they had been detected. And after a brief hesitation, 3 individuals emerged from their car. Speak, what do you intend after trailing me for so long? Lin Feng inquired, fully aware of their intentions. We are members of the Feng Group, one of the men, a middle-aged individual, replied as they approached Lin Feng. To be frank, we saw your recruitment advertisement at the subway station. We wish to know if you have the means to operate the subway. The subway's endpoint is our territory. Thus it belongs to us. If you possess the capability to activate the subway, you must share it with us. The middle-aged man, a level 2 mutant, spoke with an air of arrogance. He was accompanied by 2 level 1 mutants. With their collective strength, they could command respect even within the Feng Group. Just because you claim it, does that make it yours? Is the Feng Group truly so shameless? Lin Feng retorted, showing no regard for their authority. In his previous life, the Feng Group had garnered a notoriously bad reputation, expanding their territory through violent means, leaving the people of the Jiangbei district in despair. Yet, fear of the group's power had stifled any resistance. In a world where the strong prey on the weak, such behavior was unacceptable, and even in brutality. One must rely on strength to validate their claims. You little brat, you're talking nonsense. I assert that the subway is ours. Do you wish to court death? The middle-aged level 2 mutant retorted, his anger palpable. Now, guide us to your leader, and perhaps I may grant you a sliver of mercy. Otherwise, I shall shatter every bone in your body, leaving you to call for help to deaf heavens and unresponsive earth. You seek my favor now, and perhaps I might show a hint of compassion. A level 2 mutant, this middle-aged man was revered even among his peers in the organization. The humiliation of being schooled by someone who appeared significantly younger was a bitter pill for him to swallow. Were it not for the directive from above to ascertain the subway situation, he might have already harbored murderous intent. Are you jesting? The Qifeng Group, is it? Allow me to demonstrate just how feeble the organization you rely upon truly is, Lin Feng remarked with a faint smile, observing his adversary's expression. While the Qifeng Group held considerable notoriety in the Jiangbei district, Lin Feng felt no trepidation towards them. If he were afraid, he would not have dared to post recruitment information in front of so many witnesses. In this lifetime, endowed with exceptional abilities that transcended the ordinary, How could he fear anyone? Not to mention the Chimphone group. Even the entire Beihai city posed no threat. You speak boldly, boy. What are your intentions? I stand here today to witness your actions, the middle-aged man replied, somewhat perplexed by Lin Feng's words, yet clearly dismissive of them. Perhaps he was from Jiangnan and unaware of the Chimphone group's influence in Jiangbei, he mused. Originally inclined to act violently based on Lin Feng's words, he refrained, recalling the instructions from above. At this moment, Lin Feng picked up the walkie-talkie. Is Zhao Hu there? This was a specialized communication device used by Zhao Hu's unit, capable of transmitting over considerable distances, sufficient to reach Jiangbei. Boss, I'm here. Zhao Hu's voice quickly responded over the device. Prepare to launch 12 short-range rockets targeting the Chimphone group in the Jiangbei industrial base, Lin Feng commanded, casting a sidelong glance at the middle-aged man. His voice was barely audible, yet despite being a level 2 mutant, the man could not discern the conversation's content. Understood, preparing immediately. Zhao Hu, a soldier by nature, did not question the order. Locate the coordinates of the Jiangbei industrial group. Target the Chimphone group. Ready the rocket launcher, 12 short-range rockets. Target confirmed, the launcher is loaded. And the coordinates are entered. Soon, Lin Feng heard a flurry of commands echoing through the walkie-talkie. Boss, we are ready for launch. Launch. Without hesitation, Lin Feng issued the command. Though they were short-range rockets, their range exceeded 180 kilometers, sufficient to strike across the entirety of Jiangbei. I inquired whether he was attempting to summon someone via a walkie-talkie. The middle-aged man, perplexed by Lin Feng's actions, mistakenly believed that he was calling for assistance. You must understand, we are in Jiangbei, and this territory is under our control. Do not harbor any illusions. Swiftly disclose to us the method to restore the subway operations. At that moment, the middle-aged man was growing increasingly impatient. To him, Lin Feng's efforts seemed futile. In fact, behind him were 2 additional vehicles, harboring 5 or 6 first-level mutants. Should the middle-aged man issue a command, those mutants would readily advance. Just as his words faded into the air, a streak of fire illuminated the distant sky, as over a dozen fiery trails blazed across it. Chapter 104. A fiery cloud on the horizon in the top-floor office of the Chimphone group in the Jiangbei industrial zone. Wang Qinfeng's subordinate reported, Boss, our people have already been dispatched. We have not only sent individuals to follow the enemy's vehicle but have also covertly deployed several operatives to Jiangnan. Soon, our agents will infiltrate every subway there. If the adversary truly possesses a means to restore power and subway operations, we will be the first to know. Observing Wang Qinfeng's expression, the subordinate continued, Power remains pivotal for us. If that individual can indeed revive the subway, he must have control over municipal power supply or perhaps alternative methods. Regardless of the means, it would greatly benefit us. With a breakthrough, our fabrication workshops could be enhanced to produce firearms and other weaponry. At that point, with an ample supply of arms, Jiangbei, and even Beihai City, would be ours. Taking a sip of red wine, Wang Qinfeng smiled. You're right. Then we won't need to purchase weapons from Dongfeng Town. The subordinate analyzed. The folks in Dongfeng Town are exceedingly unscrupulous. They sell rudimentary homemade guns at exorbitant prices. With our extensive machinery, a few modifications will soon allow us to manufacture our own firearms. Consequently, given our mechanical capabilities and workforce, Dongfeng Town would be negligible. At that moment, the subordinate did not forget to flatter Wang Qinfeng. By then, you will be the largest arms dealer in Beihai City. Indeed, Wang Qinfeng affirmed. Hence, power is crucial for us. Restoring municipal electricity will render Beihai City our dominion. Gazing into the distance, he smiled, seemingly envisioning his future as the sovereign of Beihai City. Boss, look quickly. What is that? The subordinate, initially poised to flatter Wang Qinfeng further, suddenly pointed towards the sky outside the window. Following his subordinate's gesture, Wang Qinfeng turned to gaze out. He beheld a dozen fiery trails streaking across the sky, reminiscent of meteors. What are those? They resemble missiles, he muttered, his heart inexplicably stirring with unease at the mention of missiles. In the next moment, the fiery trails drew closer and, in an instant, one of them crashed into the Chimphone group's premises with a deafening roar. The ground trembled violently, nearly causing Wang Qinfeng and his subordinate to lose their footing. It truly is a missile. Wang Qing is no fool, and the next moment, he comprehended the source of the flames in the sky. With a series of deafening booms, fiery projectiles surged towards the factory area. A rocket struck the window beside the main building, causing a thunderous explosion that sent debris crashing down, collapsing the wall adjacent to Wang Qinfeng. Countless bricks flew through the air, leaving him and his subordinates in a state of chaos. Where did these missiles come from? As Wang Qinfeng regained his composure and surveyed the devastation before him, a wave of shock washed over him. He hurried to the other side of the main building, and upon witnessing the factory in ruins, with numerous workshops reduced to rubble, He felt on the brink of madness. Who could possibly be behind this? Who was attacking us? At that moment, Wang Chifeng was utterly bewildered. Who possessed such firepower? He could scarcely fathom it. At the head of the second ring bridge, a middle-aged man, stunned, shouted, "Did you do that just now?" Gazing into the distance, he had initially seen a dozen fiery trails soaring away, only to realize they had landed within the confines of the Chifeng Group's factory. That direction was unmistakably where they had come from. Moments earlier, Lin Feng had picked up the walkie-talkie and communicated something, and within mere seconds, rockets had rained down from the Jiang'an region. The scene before him left the middle-aged man utterly petrified. "I already stated, what is the Chifeng Group to me? I hardly regard you," Lin Feng remarked, withdrawing his gaze from the distance. His rationale for launching the rockets was rooted in his curiosity about their range and lethality. After all, this was his inaugural encounter with such weaponry. Employing missiles against the Chifeng Group seemed trivial, despite possessing millions of missiles in his storage. There was no necessity to deploy them at this juncture. For short-range targets, rockets sufficed. Among the rockets at Lin Feng's disposal, the shortest had a range of 100 kilometers, while the longest could reach up to 500 kilometers, classifying them as medium-range missiles. What could he do? Such is the prowess of rockets from Huagua. Lin Feng merely leveraged the capabilities of his nation. At that moment, the middle-aged man felt despondent. Observing Lin Feng's demeanor, he was certain the rocket fire had originated from him. He had never anticipated that Lin Feng would wield such fearsome weaponry. Military-grade arms were the stuff of dreams for ordinary people in apocalyptic times. After all, these were the possessions of the armed forces, while the common populace was still fixated on primitive firearms. "I will kill you. I will avenge the group," realizing that this matter could not be resolved amicably. The middle-aged man understood he must capture Lin Feng, otherwise he would have no explanation upon his return. "Dong Lao, why are you just standing there? Make your move." Lin Feng glanced back at Dong Weiguo with a smile. With a level 4 mutant like Dong Weiguo at his side, there was no need for him to take action personally. Upon receiving the command, Dong Weiguo immediately charged towards the middle-aged man. In the next instant, before the man could react, a shadow darted past, and he was plunged into darkness, oblivious to everything. Dong Weiguo wielded a long whip, which had once served as a tool for his physical training, but had now transformed into a weapon. Meanwhile, 6 or 7 individuals emerged from 2 vehicles parked at a distance, advancing towards the scene. Under the swift execution of Dong Weiguo's 5 consecutive whip strikes, tranquility enveloped the area within mere seconds. Lin Feng pondered whether it was Dong Weiguo's first experience with taking a life, however. The expression on his face revealed no signs of turmoil. It seemed that age had bestowed upon him a depth of character, Lin Feng mused to himself. Ultimately, 2 individuals departed the scene, entering a vehicle. Once the engine roared to life, they drove towards the second ring bridge. Chapter 105, Arrangements driving his car. Lin Feng made his way towards the second ring bridge leading to Jiang'an. The recent actions of the Feng Group revealed a significant issue, the insatiable thirst for energy among people in this apocalyptic world. At present, it is evident that the primary desire of humanity remains the quest for electricity. Without it, numerous systems cannot function. Yet, even Lin Feng understands the daunting challenge of restoring municipal power supply. Following the onset of the apocalypse, hordes of zombies wreaked havoc on extensive networks of cables. Simultaneously, the corrosive rains of the apocalypse posed an additional threat. Even if power could be restored immediately, who knows how many areas would have already short-circuited. Consequently, a thorough inspection of the entire electrical grid of Binhai City would be imperative. It is easy to imagine the sheer magnitude of such an undertaking. The most convenient method of generating electricity relies on thermal power. However, cities do not always have sufficient coal reserves. Continuous transportation from coal-producing regions is necessary to sustain the consumption of thermal power. Currently, cities are isolated from one another, making coal transportation an arduous task. Moreover, restoring the power supply would not bode well for Lin Feng. Before the apocalypse, Binhai City was laden with surveillance equipment. These devices were interconnected, such that controlling just one terminal could potentially grant access to surveillance footage from various locations throughout the city. This would inevitably expose some of Lin Feng's secrets. Hence, he would refrain from contemplating a full restoration of the city's power supply until he was fully prepared. At the very least, Lin Feng currently possesses an energy conversion device capable of extracting electricity from magic crystals. Furthermore, the generators in his storage space, having undergone comprehensive enhancements, are more than adequate. Thus, for the time being, ensuring that his territory maintains a power supply is his sole concern, leaving other matters aside. With that in mind, he drove back to the city center. Upon entering the subway station, Lin Feng noticed Wu Di personally guarding the ticket hall entrance. "Mr. Lin, you are back, Wu Di exclaimed, quickly approaching to greet him. To this young man, it would not be an exaggeration to call him a lifesaver. Had it not been for Lin Feng's elimination of that second-level mutated zombie during their last encounter, the individuals at the subway station would have faced dire consequences. Let us discuss this below, Lin Feng suggested, leading Dong Wei Guo and 3 drivers down to the platform. Upon encountering Station Master Ma Guanru, Lin Feng introduced everyone to one another. Although they were all employees of the subway station, their different roles meant they had only met briefly and were not yet familiar. Allow me to share my thoughts, Lin Feng began, addressing the group. At present, I plan to clear 5 stations: the city center, Binhai University, the East City base, Swan Bay, and Dongfeng Town. Once these areas are secured, the subway can resume normal operations. Station Master Ma, you will be responsible for the city center station. The entire subway system will temporarily fall under the unified management of Old Dong. Should there be any needs, do not hesitate to communicate them to me. As for personnel arrangements, there is no need for extensive elaboration. In regard to the cleaning of the subway station, Lin Feng intended to involve the students from Rinjie Martial Arts School, as they were all level 3 mutants. Even if formidable zombies lurked in other subway stations, it was unlikely they could pose a threat to those students. After conveying all pertinent instructions, Lin Feng departed from the subway station and subsequently returned to Binhai University. At this moment, guards had been stationed at the university's entrance. Lin Feng had brought along 300 individuals. Although this number seemed substantial when dispersed throughout the vast campus, it was rather meager. Upon arriving at the administrative building, Lin Feng sought out Zhang Chang. Brother Feng, on the day you left, certain events transpired, Zhang Chang began, eager to share upon seeing Lin Feng. The campus network has been restored, and the computer science students have created a new forum. The entire school can now communicate via messaging software and the forum. The biology department has analyzed the zombie virus in the water and concluded that it can be filtered using certain materials. This means that, with sufficient resources, the water in the wild is now potable. Additionally, the aviation department has reported that the positioning satellite they were developing was not damaged. It will require 3 days of adjustments before it can be launched for testing. On the day Lin Feng departed, Zhang Chang had gleaned much information. The progress achieved was somewhat beyond Lin Feng's expectations, as he had presumed that recovery from the apocalypse would necessitate considerable time. However, the swift return to order in such a brief period suggested that the youth were indeed efficient in their endeavors, Lin Feng mused. In just 3 days, the rocket satellite would be prepared for trial launch, a fact that pleasantly surprised Lin Feng. Once the satellite was ready, he could replicate it 1,000-fold, resulting in a constellation of thousands of satellites. It is noteworthy that the most extensive commercial satellite constellation in the United States consists of merely a few thousand satellites, which has afforded the nation a technological advantage over the rest of Blue Star for decades. Since everything is proceeding according to plan, let us return, Lin Feng suggested after a moment of contemplation. Before we leave, instruct the workers in the experimental fields to dig some missile silos, akin to those at our base. I will provide you with a map detailing the specific location shortly. Given that preparations for the satellite were nearing completion, Lin Feng decided it was time to head back. Although Swan Bay possessed missile silos, their numbers were somewhat insufficient. Unlike rockets, missiles require extensive preparation prior to launch, and reloading also demands time. Therefore, despite the presence of launch vehicles, a larger scale of firing necessitated additional silos. Fortunately, the expansive grounds of Binhai University could accommodate more launch sites. After arranging these matters, Lin Feng and Zhang Chang drove a base vehicle back to Swan Bay. Binhai University has depleted its roster of 300 guards, and this time, they seek to bring Zhang Chang back to cultivate a new generation of guards from among the ordinary individuals within the base. It is often said that quality is preferable to quantity when it comes to guards. However, as Lin Feng continues to expand his territory, the need for a greater number of guards has become apparent. After conveying his directives, Lin Feng returned to his villa. Upon his arrival, several individuals within the villa gathered around him. Xiao Feng, look at me and your Uncle Zhou. We have both become mutants. Isn't it time we contributed something to our base? Zhang Chang's father was the first to speak within the villa. Chapter 106. A new harvest. Very well then. After considering his father's words, Lin Feng pondered for a moment. Both he and Zhang Chang had their respective matters to attend to, and with their territories expanding, it was becoming somewhat challenging for Chang to manage everything. Thus, it would be prudent for the two uncles to oversee the base for the time being. When they acquired more territories in the future, they could reassign tasks accordingly. Lin Feng realized that the two elderly men were restless. After all, it had been over a month since the apocalypse began. Even those elders who could endure solitude would eventually feel the weight of boredom. Before the end of the world, whether at work or during leisurely strolls, There had always been opportunities to unwind. Now, as transformed beings, they found their energies without a proper outlet. Assigning them some tasks would serve to make good use of their capabilities. And what about us? What shall we do? At that moment, Mu Hongmei spoke up. We can't go outside, and both Sister Ting and I are almost dying of boredom. Our days are filled with watching movies and television dramas. We've memorized all the lines. When will this apocalypse end so we can go shopping? Women tend to think of their own matters, and in comparison to men, they find it harder to bear inactivity. That's easily resolved, Lin Feng replied, smiling at Mu Hongmei and Fan Yuding. Aren't there's some children in the base? If you have time, why not teach them some knowledge? Anything you excel at will do. Without waiting for their response, Lin Feng ascended the stairs. On the second floor, Lu Tianxi was still in his room painting Tonka. How is it going? What have you accomplished during this time? Lin Feng inquired as he entered the room. Observing Lu Tianxi engrossed in his work, it was evident that Lu Tianxi truly enjoyed painting. Lin Feng noted to himself. Since arriving at the villa, he had spent most of his time secluded indoors. Aside from meal times, Lin Feng had rarely seen him. Boss, over the past few days, I have completed 8 cards. Lu Tianxi exclaimed, standing up promptly upon Lin Feng's arrival. Logically, it should have been more, but 2 of the cards were particularly challenging. I invested considerable effort into each of them. Here, you can have a look. The cards are right here. As he spoke, Lu Tianxi gestured toward the cards laid out on the table. Following his direction, Lin Feng examined the surface, recognizing some of the previously seen cards, such as the flame card and the invisibility card. However, there were 2 cards that he had not encountered before. As he picked up the 2 unfamiliar cards, Lin Feng immediately received a system notification. Ding. Discovered intermediate card blizzard. Generates a powerful blizzard within a 10-meter radius, lasting for 10 minutes. Ding. Discovered intermediate card lightning card. Generates a strong electromagnetic field within a 10-meter radius, lasting for 10 minutes. Yet again, he had acquired 2 elemental cards. With this, Lin Feng now possessed 3 types of elemental cards. He had scarcely utilized the Tonka cards thus far. After all, while this object can be enhanced through storage space, its quantity ultimately pales in comparison to that of magic crystals and missiles. Although Lu Tianxi is able to produce a finished product each day on average, he understands the principle of utilizing fine steel to its fullest potential. Having augmented these cards within the storage space, Lin Feng descended the stairs and made his way to the backyard. In the wondrous soil of the yard, the herbs that had been planted were nearing maturity. After a few days, it was evident that those medicinal plants had grown excessively. There were ginseng plants as tall as a person, reishi mushrooms the size of a table, and even a few casually planted epimedium plants that had grown as thick as a thigh. It seems that during my spare time, I should indeed seek out any novel varieties. Collecting all the medicinal herbs from the miraculous soil into the storage space, Lin Feng mused quietly. Suddenly, a series of high-pitched chirps reached his ears. In the next moment, a shadow darted before Lin Feng. It was Xiao Feng. Just from the sound, Lin Feng recognized the visitor. It had grown again after a few days. Casually tossing a level 4 mutated beast's magic crystal to Xiao Feng, Lin Feng smiled and said. Upon seeing the level 4 magic crystal, Xiao Feng's eyes sparkled. In an instant, it swallowed the magic crystal whole. However, after consuming it, Xiao Feng showed no immediate changes. Merely staring at Lin Feng, searching for something. Want more? Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback by Xiao Feng's expression. He had initially assumed that consuming the magic crystal would lead to an upgrade, but it seemed that was not the case. Yet, judging by its demeanor, it clearly desired more. Thus, Lin Feng produced a small handful of magic crystals, totaling 7 or 8. Fortunately, after the enhancement, the magic crystals could multiply immensely. Otherwise, a level 4 magic crystal would hardly suffice to feed a bird. Xiao Feng approached Lin Feng and began to devour the magic crystals one by one. It was only after swallowing 5 that Xiao Feng finally paused. In the next moment, a faint red glow emanated from its body. A transformation was occurring. Seeing Xiao Feng's appearance, Lin Feng knew the magic crystals were having an effect. Indeed, as the red light radiated, Xiao Feng's size gradually increased. Its originally red feathers became even more vibrant. With a resounding cry, Xiao Feng's voice echoed through the skies. In an instant, it had clearly transformed into a level 4 mutated beast. No, it was not merely an ordinary level 4 mutated beast. According to the energy of the magic crystals, a level 4 mutated beast could only absorb the energy contained in one level 4 magic crystal. Yet, Xiao Feng had consumed 4 level 4 magic crystals. Having absorbed such an abundance of energy, it had achieved this enhancement. This confirmed one thing. Xiao Feng was far from being a mere ordinary level 4 mutated beast. The sheer capacity for energy absorption indicated that Xiao Feng possessed energy several times greater than that of its peers. At this moment, Xiao Feng shrank again, flying onto Lin Feng's shoulder. It chirped incessantly, as if wanting to convey something. What do you wish to say? Upon noticing the seemingly anxious demeanor of the little wind, Lin Feng inquired. The little wind, having transformed into a level 4 mutated beast, exhibited a greater sense of understanding. After hearing Lin Feng's words, it pointed its wings towards a distant direction. Simultaneously, it emitted a series of chirps. Are you suggesting that something is occurring over there? Lin Feng pondered, observing the little wind's behavior. He did not believe that this future fire phoenix would display such urgency without reason. There must be a cause for its apparent distress. Taking flight from Lin Feng's shoulder, the little wind continued to call out while gradually ascending towards the west, occasionally glancing back, clearly urging Lin Feng to follow. Chapter 107 Ascending the Mountain Again. What has Xiao Feng discovered? Observing the bird in the sky, Lin Feng could not help but think so. After all, it was a level 4 mutated beast, possessing a degree of intelligence to some extent. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng decided to follow. Beyond the villa, Xiao Feng flew persistently towards the southwest. For convenience, Lin Feng entered a Maybach and trailed below. Soon, the man and the bird departed the Swan Bay base, heading towards the direction of Wanfeng Mountain. Gazing at Xiao Feng's trajectory, Lin Feng pondered, could it be that this bird has uncovered something on the mountain? At that moment, he could not shake off the suspicion. The direction Xiao Feng was taking coincidentally led to the very spot where Lin Feng had first ascended the mountain. In the blink of an eye, they traversed several kilometers, and Wanfeng Mountain loomed near. Xiao Feng landed on a flat area at the foot of the mountain, chirping as it gazed upward. Are you suggesting there is something amiss on the mountain? Stepping out of the vehicle, Lin Feng approached Xiao Feng and inquired. The bird nodded in response, confirming Lin Feng's intuition. Let me assess the situation first. After swiftly dispatching a nearby approaching zombie, Lin Feng retrieved a drone from his storage space. Nowadays, the drone is the most convenient tool for surveying terrain. Adjusting the controller, he sent the drone soaring into the sky. Despite the drone's capabilities, searching for something within the mountainous terrain was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, Lin Feng was unaware of what Xiao Feng was indicating. While maneuvering the drone, Lin Feng suddenly exclaimed. On the distant mountaintop, it appeared to be emitting smoke. Could it be a fire? His immediate reaction was to think so. However, he quickly dismissed the notion. The smoke on the mountain resembled steam, rising gently and wafting into the sky. Zooming in with the drone's camera, Lin Feng realized that the scene before him was shrouded in mist, obscuring clarity. It seems this is the place. Surveying the area with the camera, he did not detect any other anomalies. Consequently, he piloted the drone deeper into the fog. Under normal circumstances, the southern mountain's terrain is structured in layers, each comprising a pool of water, with tributaries leading to another pool below. Thus, the entire southern peak is composed of a series of pools from low to high. The mist-laden area before him was a large pool at the mountain's summit. Bang! At that moment, a muffled sound emanated from the controller before Lin Feng. Suddenly, the screen turned red, and then it went completely dark. The drone had crashed. What on earth? Witnessing this, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. According to past experiences, he could glean information through the drone, yet this time, it had malfunctioned without revealing anything. On the ground, whether there was something present or if it had been attacked by birds, Lin Feng was utterly unaware. His concern did not lie with the loss of the drone. Rather, it was the circumstances surrounding its location that provoked his ire. One drone down, he would simply summon several more. Lin Feng was a man of indomitable spirit and promptly retrieved 8 more drones from his storage space. Utilizing the software on the controller, he linked the drones, allowing one device to orchestrate the flight of all 8. In his previous life, Lin Feng had acquired 5 years of experience operating drones during the apocalypse. Thus, this minor inconvenience was trivial to him. In the next moment, the 8 drones ascended gracefully, heading toward the summit of Mount Wanfeng. I refuse to believe that anything could obliterate all of my drones in one fell swoop, Lin Feng muttered indignantly. Fixated on the controller screen, the drones swiftly approached the peak, and as they neared the ground, a series of muffled thuds resonated through the controller. On the screen, the visuals from 3 drones turned to black. In an instant, 3 drones had been shot down, prompting Lin Feng to frown. Fortunately, this incident revealed to him that the adversary's attack range was approximately 20 meters. Nevertheless, he did not halt his actions. The drones continued their descent. Another series of thuds echoed, resulting in the destruction of 2 more drones. However, Lin Feng uncovered a crucial detail just before a drone was destroyed. Its screen flickered with a red light before going dark. Could it be a type of mutated beast, glowing red? Such a notion crossed Lin Feng's mind, but ultimately, he needed to discern the reality of the situation. The remaining 3 drones continued their descent, now within 10 meters of the ground. The scene below gradually became clearer. Through the controller, Lin Feng could faintly make out a pool of water beneath. Yet another 2 drones were shot down, each meeting the same fate as before, their screens flashing red before they were lost. Meanwhile, the last drone was now within a mere 10 meters of the ground. At this moment, Lin Feng finally beheld the situation below. The ground revealed a vast pool of water, appearing shallow enough to discern its bottom. At that instant, the water within the pool was boiling, and standing in it was a colossal, crimson-hued zombie. Nearby, several ordinary zombies lingered, hesitant to approach their formidable counterpart. The water was boiling? This sight left Lin Feng momentarily stunned. Logically, Mount Wanfeng was not a volcano. Such a phenomenon should not occur here. Just then, Lin Feng noticed a flicker of red light shimmering within the pool. It appeared that there were valuable treasures concealed beneath the surface. As the saying goes, unusual occurrences often herald the presence of something sinister. The currently agitated waters of the pool undoubtedly indicate a certain problem. Just as Lin Feng redirected his gaze towards the crimson zombie, he witnessed it open its mouth and unleash a small fireball hurtling towards the drone. With a resounding thud, the screen darkened, and the final drone was brought down. A level 6 mutated zombie. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat upon witnessing the zombie's last attack. It was a ranged assault. Among all the levels of zombies, only those exceeding level 5 possess the potential to evolve and wield elemental powers. Some of these can unleash attacks from a distance, releasing the elements contained within them. Such zombies must reach a minimum of level 6. It appears that Lin Feng has encountered a significant challenge this time, and he couldn't help but furrow his brow in concern. Chapter 108. Level 6 zombie confronted with a level 6 zombie. Lin Feng found himself in a quandary. Had he been a level 5 mutant, perhaps his distress would have been less pronounced. It is well known that, whether it be zombies or mutated beasts, creatures of the same level are inherently superior to humans. This capability is precisely why Lin Feng could effortlessly deal with a level 4 zombie. In contrast, other mutants would likely require 3 or 4 level 4 counterparts to contend with an adversary of similar standing. Otherwise, one could not explain why Ma Guanru, a level 2 mutant, struggled so against a zombie of equal rank in the subway, even with his space for storage. Lin Feng pondered how he might confront a level 5 zombie or mutated beast. Yet, the creature before him was a cross-level zombie, necessitating a more careful strategy. Nevertheless, Lin Feng was not dissuaded. If he had not encountered this level 6 zombie, he might have been indifferent. However, having seen it now, he felt compelled to devise a solution. After all, the enemy was aware of his presence while he remained in the dark. Should this zombie venture down the mountain, or even to Swan Bay, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, the pond atop the mountain might harbor unexpected treasures. After all, one must question what could cause the water to boil. How could one possibly confront a level 6 zombie imbued with elemental attributes? For a moment, Lin Feng felt a pang of frustration. Elemental zombie. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. If it is elemental, then the principles of mutual generation and restraint must apply. Xiao Feng, enlarge yourself for a moment, he instructed with newfound determination. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Xiao Feng hesitated, reluctant to comply. Yet, recognizing Lin Feng as its master, it begrudgingly doubled its size. This is quite comfortable. One day, I shall procure you a set of riding gear. Lin Feng remarked with a smile as he mounted Xiao Feng, feeling the softness of its feathers beneath him. Xiao Feng rolled its eyes in annoyance but spread its wings and took to the sky. In the next instant, under Lin Feng's command, Xiao Feng soared towards the summit of Wanfeng Mountain. Gradually, Lin Feng discerned a mist in the distance. At his behest, Xiao Feng ascended to an altitude of 30 meters. Given that the drone had been destroyed at 20 meters, exercising caution at this juncture was prudent. Before long, the duo approached the pond at the mountain's peak. Peering down, Lin Feng could make out the pond below. A little further, he urged, recalling that the level 6 zombie had been positioned at the very center of the pond. He deftly adjusted Xiao Feng's flight trajectory. The bird flew silently, avoiding any disturbance. Sensing they were nearly in position, Lin Feng retrieved a Thanka from his storage space. It was a mid-level blizzard card, capable of unleashing a snowstorm within a 10-meter radius for a duration of 10 minutes. This is the system's description of the card. At that moment, Lin Feng decisively tore open the Tonka and hurled it downwards. A fierce blizzard erupted within a 10-meter radius upon the Tonka's descent, creating a scene reminiscent of a snowmaking machine, accompanied by winds exceeding level 10. The level 6 zombie, sensing the blizzard, emitted a series of furious roars. Clearly, as a fire elemental zombie, the blizzard inflicted significant damage upon it. The ordinary zombies nearby were already swept away, vanishing without a trace. Truly, this intermediate Tonka proved effective even against a level 6 zombie. Observing this, Lin Feng felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Despite possessing a degree of intelligence as a level 6 zombie, it must have been perplexed by the origin of the storm. However, it was evident that this was no ordinary blizzard. Soon, steam began to emanate from the zombie's body, indicating that the blizzard had indeed harmed it. Diminishing the fire elements within, Lin Feng, perched atop Xiao Feng, remained unhurried, quietly awaiting the outcome. Thus, the blizzard persisted, while the zombie continued to unleash its furious roars. With no alternative means of retaliation. Fortuitously, this was merely a level 6 zombie. Had it been of a higher grade, the effectiveness of the Tonka might have diminished. Watching the unfolding scene, Lin Feng mused internally. Higher-level zombies, with their intelligence, could easily evade the blizzard's grasp. In contrast, the current zombie was left to expend its fire elements amidst its nameless fury. As time elapsed, the once vibrant red body of the level 6 zombie gradually dulled. It was working. Witnessing the Tonka's efficacy, Lin Feng generously produced another card, casting it downwards. The blizzard raged on, showing no signs of abating. Half an hour passed, during which Lin Feng had utilized 3 tankas. Gradually, the level 6 zombie's physique began to resemble that of an ordinary zombie. A spark of inspiration struck Lin Feng, and he promptly retrieved a section of wall from his storage space and let it fall. With a resounding crash, the zombie, while resisting the blizzard, noticed the descending wall. Attempting to unleash a fireball, it found itself unable to do so. Left with no choice, it resorted to striking the wall with its fists. The wall splintered at one corner, plunging into the adjacent pool and sending up a towering splash. Transformation. The zombie had been reduced to a level 5 zombie. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng's heart brimmed with joy. With its elemental attacks rendered ineffective and its physical strength evidently diminished to that of a level 5 zombie, he felt triumphant. Observing the change in the zombie's demeanor, Lin Feng began to relentlessly hurl sections of wall from above. Simultaneously, he commanded Xiao Feng to lower its altitude. The zombie below persistently battled against the raging blizzard and the crumbling walls that cascaded from above, utterly oblivious to the descending Lin Feng and his companions. In the next instant, as he approached a height of nearly 10 meters, Lin Feng leaped from atop Xiao Feng. His position was directly behind a segment of the wall. With a resounding crash, the zombie struck the portion of the wall beneath Lin Feng's feet, yet behind it lay Lin Feng's alloy combat knife. In a swift motion, Lin Feng brandished the knife, aiming for the creature's neck. At that moment, the zombie finally discerned the presence of another being concealed behind the wall, but it was far too late. Lin Feng's alloy knife was already mere inches away. Chapter 109. A comprehensive harvest. Just as Lin Feng's alloy war blade struck towards the zombie, the creature instinctively raised its arm to block the blow. Despite a decline in strength, the zombie still possessed a level comparable to 5. A deep gash opened on its arm, dark blood oozing forth. Only then did the zombie truly register Lin Feng's appearance. Whether out of rage for the injury or the mere presence of an adversary, it let out a furious roar. Simultaneously, the zombie lunged at Lin Feng with its claws. Absolute defense. At that moment, Lin Feng produced a Tonka and invoked the skill of absolute defense. Although he had the opportunity to evade, he chose not to. He understood that the best defense is indeed a good offense. Dodging would be futile at this juncture. Instead, he resolved to confront the zombie directly. The claws of the zombie struck against the protective shield enveloping Lin Feng, inflicting no harm whatsoever. In the next heartbeat, Lin Feng's alloy war blade had already descended upon the zombie's neck. A surge of black blood erupted as a deep wound was inflicted. Despite the zombie's current power being at level 5, it was fundamentally still a level 6 zombie, its resilience far surpassing that of ordinary zombies. Lin Feng had anticipated this outcome. Thus, he executed the 9 turns golden body technique, directing the war blade at the zombie from an unusual angle. If one strike cannot fell you, I shall gradually whittle you down, he murmured softly after the initial blow. What followed was a performance solely by Lin Feng. The level 6 zombie, hindered by the biting cold of the blizzard, appeared to be frozen in place. Although it retained the strength of a level 5, its movements were significantly sluggish. This provided Lin Feng with an advantage, even if he could not slay the zombie in a single strike. Each blow he delivered carved another wound into its body. Were it any ordinary person, sustaining such injuries would render them incapacitated, yet the zombie still sought to resist. However, Lin Feng was unwilling to grant it an opportunity. Taking advantage of its vulnerability was the most straightforward approach. 5 minutes later, even the formidable zombie could not withstand such relentless damage. Its motions grew increasingly lethargic until, at last, Lin Feng pierced its throat with a decisive strike. As the zombie crumpled to the ground, Lin Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. In that moment, memories of his previous life resurfaced. Recalling the time he encountered a Super 5-level mutant beast on the brink of achieving level 6, he could still vividly remember the overwhelming power of that creature. A pressure he could scarcely endure. Yet in this life, merely a month into the apocalypse, he had managed to single-handedly vanquish a level 6 zombie. Had it been in his past life, he would have found such a feat utterly inconceivable, beyond merely possessing a storage space. The key to defeating a level 6 zombie lay in the strategic utilization of items and skill combinations. Thus, the recent triumph was no mere stroke of luck. Before the corpse of the 6th level zombie, Lin Feng unsheathed his blade and cleaved open its cranium. In the following moment, a crimson magic crystal materialized in Lin Feng's grasp. A 6th level magic crystal. Indeed, this was a rarity. Neither in his previous life nor in this one had Lin Feng ever encountered a gem of such superior caliber. Even 5 years into the apocalypse in his last life, the high-level magic crystals remained exceedingly precious. A 6th level crystal, like the one before him, possessed enough energy to power an aircraft carrier. Such a crystal could have exchanged for a small stronghold even in his previous existence. At that moment, Xiao Feng, unable to contain its excitement, called out eagerly. Its demeanor suggested an overwhelming desire to devour the magic crystal in Lin Feng's hand. Hold on. I'll give it to you shortly, Lin Feng reassured the impatient creature. In the next instant, he stored the magic crystal in his spatial pouch. Ding. The acquisition of the 6th level magic crystal is successful, amplification 10,000 times. Like other items, once it entered the spatial pouch, the 6th level crystal multiplied to an astounding 10,000 pieces. Retrieving a 6th level magic crystal once more, Lin Feng presented it to Xiao Feng. Upon sighting the crystal, Xiao Feng wasted no time and swallowed it whole, letting out a series of delighted cries, seemingly relishing the moment. Soon after, Xiao Feng's body began to undergo a remarkable transformation. A dazzling red light emanated from it, and in an instant, Xiao Feng was enveloped in a fiery hue, resembling a blazing fireball. Lin Feng stood still, observing the metamorphosis of Xiao Feng's form. The creature expanded gradually, eventually reaching over 3 meters in length. Concurrently, its appearance shifted slightly. Beneath its originally red neck, lustrous golden fur began to sprout. With the emergence of this golden mane, Xiao Feng's wings, claws, neck, and head transformed into a resplendent golden hue. It appeared increasingly akin to the mythical phoenix. The red radiance enveloping Xiao Feng flickered for a full minute before it began to fade. A 5th level mutated beast. Lin Feng distinctly sensed the aura emanating from Xiao Feng, now meeting the criteria for a 5th level mutated creature. The cross-level consumption of the magic crystal had propelled Xiao Feng's evolution, a development that was entirely anticipated. At this juncture, Lin Feng retrieved another 6th level magic crystal. Sensing the cotton-like red substance within the crystal, he channeled the spiritual energy within his body. In the next moment, his spiritual energy flowed towards the magic crystal, only to be drawn back. The original energy became markedly richer. Lin Feng had absorbed a portion of the magic crystal's essence. This process did not cease. Lin Feng began to gradually siphon energy from the crystal. He felt his internal strength augmenting steadily. This enhancement was not marginal. It surged forth like a torrent, pouring from the magic crystal into his being. The sensation was extraordinarily marvelous, akin to an adrenaline rush. Originally, Lin Feng possessed a strength exceeding 1,000 pounds. However, at this moment, he could distinctly sense that he was capable of exerting a force far surpassing 10,000 pounds. A 5th level mutant. With an enhanced agility and a significant improvement in his perceptual abilities, Lin Feng realized that he had now ascended to the rank of a 5th level mutant. This level of power had reached the pinnacle he achieved in his previous life, and it seemed to surpass it in might. Perhaps this was a consequence of cultivating the 9 transformations golden body technique, though he remained uncertain about this aspect. Just as Lin Feng reveled in his newfound strength, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Level 6 zombie eliminated. System rewards granted. Chapter 110. The aerospace vessel once again. Rewards have been granted. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Feng mused to himself. Ever since he acquired this system, every initial kill of zombies across various levels has triggered a reward mechanism. This time was no exception. Just as Lin Feng ascended to the rank of a level 5 mutant, the system's reward arrived. He was quite pleased with his newfound identity as a level 5 mutant. In his previous life, this rank was esteemed and held in high regard. Even with insignificant strongholds, a level 5 mutant was akin to a figure atop a pyramid. Ordinary individuals dared not provoke them, and even other mutants regarded such power with profound respect. In smaller outposts and bases, having a level 3 or 4 mutant in command was already commendable. This illustrates how rare high-level mutants truly are. As for Lin Feng's actual strength, although he was previously a level 4 mutant, he might have needed some time to defeat someone of the same level, like Zhou Weiguo. However, now he could confidently vanquish his opponent in a single strike. This disparity in levels is unfathomable to mere mortals. Lin Feng was quite invested in the rewards the system bestowed upon him. After all, each reward was quite substantial, leaving him filled with anticipation. Ding. System rewards have been issued, granting one aerospace vessel. With the system's announcement, an object materialized before Lin Feng. Upon closer inspection, it could certainly be classified as a substantial item. It resembled an aircraft but was more streamlined. Overall, it appeared akin to a starship from a cinematic universe. Unlike conventional airplanes, the aerospace vessel lacked large wings. Instead, it featured several thrusters on either side. The vessel measured approximately 15 meters in length, comparable to a typical fighter jet. However, its exterior did not reveal much at first glance. Yet, given the system's terminology, it was indeed an aerospace vessel, which inherently implies an ability to soar through the skies. Lin Feng promptly stored the aerospace vessel in his spatial storage. After accumulating a total of 10,000, he withdrew another one. The vessel's width exceeded 4 meters, and its height surpassed 2 meters. Although it did not appear as large as a base vehicle, its sleek design suggested cutting-edge technology. Open the hatch, Lin Feng commanded, eager to operate the aerospace vessel. Since the base vehicle could communicate via voice and onboard computer, he assumed the aerospace vessel would function similarly. His intuition proved correct. Upon issuing his command, a hatch approximately the size of a person opened on one side of the vessel. Wait for me here. I'll take a look inside, he instructed Xiao Feng before stepping toward the aerospace vessel. Once inside the hatch, he found himself in a surprisingly spacious interior. The cabin of the aerospace vessel was an entirely different concept compared to that of a typical fighter jet. The entire interior cabin constitutes a cohesive space, featuring a large screen at the bow that provides a view of the external surroundings. If one were to draw a comparison, this internal area resembles the operational compartment of a spacecraft as depicted in films. This cockpit spans over 10 square meters, furnished with rotating chairs and sofas. Without the presence of the expansive screen, it would evoke the ambience of a cozy bar booth. Computer, please elaborate on the capabilities of the aerospace vessel, Lin Feng commanded as he settled into the rotating chair before the screen. Following Lin Feng's directive, the onboard computer began to elucidate the vessel's specifications. After a considerable duration, Lin Feng finally grasped the performance of the aerospace craft before him. The vessel boasts an astonishing flight speed, reaching up to 20 Mach. Moreover, according to the computer, it appears that the aerospace vessel can undergo upgrades in the future to achieve even greater velocities. To put 20 Mach into perspective, it translates to nearly 20,000 kilometers per hour. In simpler terms, one could reach any destination on Blue Star, even the most distant locales, in under an hour. Naturally, such speed demands a significant amount of energy. Traveling 1 kilometer consumes 10 energy points. Consequently, a single primary magic crystal can sustain 100 kilometers of travel. For shorter journeys, this energy expenditure is not excessive, but for long-distance flights, several magic crystals would indeed be required. Additionally, the aerospace vessel can ascend to altitudes beyond the atmosphere, heights unattainable by conventional fighter jets. In terms of armament, the vessel is equipped with 2 types of weapons, energy guns and tracking cannons. Each energy projectile fired from the energy gun requires 10 energy points, meaning a single magic crystal can launch 100 rounds. The tracking cannon, however, incurs a considerably higher cost, consuming 1,000 energy points per shot, equivalent to the expenditure of 1 magic crystal. Nevertheless, its firing range is quite impressive, extending to 1,000 kilometers, effectively doubling the range of the latest airborne missiles mounted on modern fighter jets. Most importantly, aside from standard operations, the aerospace vessel is capable of autonomous flight and targeting. This feature enables individuals without piloting skills to operate the vessel to a certain extent. Within the craft, alongside the operational area, there exists a living and entertainment space. Given that the total area of the aerospace vessel is approximately 50 square meters, it encompasses not only the control room and engine room but also an additional 30 square meters of space. This area is divided into 2 distinct zones. The entertainment area is furnished with circular leather sofas and a bar counter, suitable for casual dining or small gatherings. The resting area contains a standard-sized room, which, while slightly smaller than 10 square meters, surpasses the dimensions of typical budget hotel rooms. Furthermore, the room is equipped with a spacious double bed and a sofa, along with a private bathroom. The bathroom, designed with a wet and dry separation, even accommodates a shower, providing a compact yet fully functional space. If one were to attempt to describe the spacecraft, it could be likened to a mobile home equipped with weaponry, capable of flight. This remarkable vehicle can soar at high speeds through the skies, and such an advanced configuration likely surpasses the technological capabilities of our present world by at least 50 years. The only potential drawback of the spacecraft might be its relatively high consumption of magical crystals. However, even if its consumption were to be substantial, it would be but a trifling matter for Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng directly placed 500 magical crystals into the energy compartment of the spacecraft. In the next instant, he activated the magnificent vessel before him. Chapter 111, Comprehensive Expansion. The aerial machine required little detailed operation. Lin Feng merely needed to issue commands through voice to execute flight and combat maneuvers. In an instant, under Lin Feng's guidance, the aerial craft ascended into the sky, swiftly heading towards Swan Bay. This venture proved to be remarkably fruitful. After vanquishing 6-level zombies, both Lin Feng and Xiao Feng advanced to level 5 and acquired the aerial machine, a marvel of technology surpassing decades of advancements in the real world. Consequently, Lin Feng could navigate the post-apocalyptic landscape with newfound ease. Leveraging the aerial machine's impressive speed, he soon arrived above Swan Bay. "It is I, Lin Feng, do not engage." He communicated via the intercom to those below, ensuring that friendly fire would not turn into a farcical incident. Shortly thereafter, Lin Feng landed within the inner city of Swan Bay. Zhang Chang and others, having been alerted to the approach of an unidentified flying object, were observing the scene in the inner city square. Upon realizing it was Lin Feng, they breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Feng, what is this? It looks magnificent," Zhang Chang exclaimed as Lin Feng descended from the aerial machine, his eyes wide with wonder at the splendid craft before him. "This is my newly acquired aerial machine. I intend to station a few within the inner city," Lin Feng replied. Regarding Zhang Chang, "You should assign a few individuals to familiarize themselves with operating these aerial machines. They will serve as our primary aerial weaponry in the future." Lin Feng was unreserved about revealing the existence of the aerial machine, recognizing its utility and the necessity of training a cadre of skilled pilots. Zhang Chang nodded, accustomed to Lin Feng's occasional revelations of astonishing technology, akin to the peculiar vehicles found within their base. "By the way, Brother Feng, Qinlei from the East City base has arrived and wishes to report to you," Zhang Chang mentioned as they made their way towards the hotel. "The East City base? It seems I have not attended to matters there for several days," Lin Feng mused internally. Entering a small conference room on the first floor of the hotel with Zhang Chang, Lin Feng noticed Qinlei and several squad leaders seated within. "Boss." Upon Lin Feng's entrance, everyone present rose to their feet. He was their pillar of strength, the one who had enabled them to transform into third-level mutants. Had they not encountered Lin Feng during the apocalypse, they would still be ordinary individuals, vulnerable to the jaws of zombies. It was through the benevolence of this young man that they had ascended to command teams of hundreds. "Please, take your seats. Qinlei, enlighten us on the situation in your area," Lin Feng said as he settled into the principal seat of the conference room, gesturing for everyone to sit. "Yes, boss," Qinlei replied respectfully upon seeing Lin Feng take his seat. "After we launched our assault on the East City base, walls were erected around the perimeter. Since then, the zombies outside have posed no threat to us. The inhabitants within the base have wholly submitted to our leadership, embarking on hunts and foraging for sustenance. In accordance with our prior regulations, all citizens of Rue City are required to remit 20% of their earnings. This stipulation has been largely adhered to by the populace, as we provide them with water, electricity, and security benefits that far surpass the conditions they endured before our military orders. However, this arrangement has given rise to a predicament." At this juncture, Qinlei paused, casting a glance towards Lin Feng, who occupied the principal seat. "What is the issue?" "Please, continue," Lin Feng urged, having gleaned the general circumstances of the Eastern City base from Qinlei's remarks. Much like the outer city of Swan Bay, the Eastern City base manages water and electricity, offering complementary electricity while imposing limitations on water supply. Most crucially, the base guarantees the safety of its residents. After all, the towering 6-meter walls serve not merely as decoration but as effective barriers against the menace of zombies. Consequently, the citizens are obliged to contribute 20% of their earnings each time they venture outside, for sustenance is essential, and it is implausible for them to consume all their food outside without bringing any back to the base. Even the flesh of mutated beasts can be stockpiled as strategic reserves, ensuring that ordinary citizens have enough to eat. The dilemma arises when our personnel encounter external individuals during their hunts. Through their interactions, many surrounding residents have become aware of the favorable conditions we offer at our base, absolute safety, along with the provision of water and electricity, far exceeding their current circumstances. Whether they belong to unestablished outposts or smaller bases, upon learning about our base, they flock to us, eager to join our ranks. Presently, thousands of individuals seek to enter daily, a situation I have discussed with Brother Chang. Yet, the housing within the base is limited, and we are on the brink of reaching capacity. As Qinlei spoke, he glanced at Zhang Chang, who nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, we previously communicated via radio. The Eastern City base, prior to the apocalypse, could accommodate only 50 to 60,000 residents, a figure that has now been surpassed, with many individuals beginning to share accommodations. Each day, thousands, and sometimes even tens of thousands, from surrounding outposts and bases converge upon us. However, we have kept meticulous records, ensuring that there are no significant infiltrations from any particular faction. Upon hearing Zhang Chang's words, Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. In light of this, we could consider opening the outer city of Swan Bay to these newcomers, he proposed after a moment's contemplation. Firstly, we can accept external individuals, but as Zhang Chang mentioned, we must remain vigilant against potential intrusions from external forces. Furthermore, we shall station a base vehicle outside each hotel in the new district, ensuring that any outside parties harboring ill intentions will be swiftly neutralized. Then, a selection of 10,000 guards shall be drawn from among those individuals to be integrated into the existing guard. Each individual will be required to receive an injection of a chip. Once these individuals demonstrate satisfactory performance, they may be granted an enhancement of their abilities. This aspect will rely on the oversight of Zhang Chang and the various captains. This encapsulates Lin Feng's current strategic approach. Having a large number of personnel is not the issue. The crux lies in effective management, with safety being of paramount importance. Whether concerning external threats or internal security, all potential risks must be preemptively mitigated. Additionally, there is one more matter that he must attend to with urgency. Chapter 112, a return visit following a brief meeting. The future development of the base was determined. Among the current population of 50 to 60,000, Lin Feng resolved to initially establish a guard force of 10,000. This figure, though substantial in the context of the present populace, is rendered modest by the daily influx of thousands seeking refuge. The Swan Bay new area boasts 100 hotels, each capable of accommodating approximately 500 guests, amounting to a potential capacity of 250,000. Even if all rooms were converted to quadruple occupancy, the maximum capacity would still reach 500,000. It is anticipated that such a base would reach full capacity within 2 months, rendering a 10,000-strong guard force not excessive. Lin Feng plans to divide this guard into 10 battalions of 1,000 each, with the current 10 captains assuming the roles of battalion leaders. Beneath them, there will be smaller teams of 100, with new team leaders sourced from the existing guards, all of whom are second-level mutants. Upon their promotion to team leader, Lin Feng intends to elevate their ranks accordingly. Even with the Swan Bay new area at full occupancy, electricity will not pose a challenge. The energy-modified generators can utilize first-level magic crystals for power. Assuming a daily consumption of 5 kilowatt-hours per person, 50,000 individuals would require 2.5 million kilowatt-hours, translating to 500 magic crystals. Over the course of a month, this would amount to over 70,000 crystals. While this figure may appear substantial for Lin Feng, who possesses a storage space, it merely equates to the yield from eliminating 7 or 8 first-level zombies. This rationale underpins his desire to establish a subway system. He envisions charging each passenger 1 magic crystal per ride. This single crystal could be augmented within his storage space into 10,000, and presently, zombies and mutated beasts are not formidable foes. Many capable individuals exist who can vanquish them, ensuring a considerable supply of first-level magic crystals. Consequently, the subway system could serve as a sustainable source of income. Even if Lin Feng refrains from personally slaying first-level mutated beasts and zombies, he would still receive a steady influx of magic crystals. Electricity is thus assured, yet the critical concern at present is the water supply. Natural water in the post-apocalyptic world is unfit for consumption and requires purification. Previously, Lin Feng managed to acquire a truckload of water, which, even after augmentation, amounted to merely 300,000 tons. For a fully occupied Swan Bay, assuming a basic daily consumption of 20 liters per person, 50,000 residents would necessitate 10 million liters, equivalent to 10,000 tons. Even augmented, a single truckload would suffice for only a month, and that is under the minimum standard, without accounting for regular bathing. To achieve water independence, a greater supply of purified water is essential. At this juncture, Lin Feng contemplated the revival of the water plant. Gather a small team and accompany me to the revival water plant, he instructed Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang had also been troubled by the water situation within the base, though he had refrained from mentioning it earlier. With Lin Feng now broaching the subject, he promptly seized the intercom to assemble the guards. A contingent of over 100 fully armed guards boarded 2 vehicles designated for the base, while Lin Feng and Zhang Chang separately occupied another. Thus, the trio of vehicles set forth towards the direction of Dongfeng Town. Currently, the highways were largely devoid of the undead, as the vicinity of the revival water plant was situated in the suburbs, where human presence was scarce. As they passed through the farmlands nestled between urban and rural areas, Lin Feng observed numerous individuals diligently harvesting grain by hand. It was indeed the season for reaping, which proved beneficial for these common folk. In accordance with Lin Feng's prior directives, the populace within the East City base was permitted to hunt and gather food from the wild, provided they submitted 20% of their harvest as stipulated. This arrangement offered a lifeline to the citizens, as were Lin Feng to employ a harvester. The locals would be entirely excluded from the process. Given that his storage space brimmed with an abundance of food, he regarded the crops in the fields with indifference. In a manner of speaking, one could argue that Lin Feng had performed a noble deed. The distance of 7 to 8 kilometers was swiftly traversed, and the convoy soon arrived at the revival water plant. Everyone disembarked, and the vehicles halted a few dozen meters from the facility. Zhang Chong promptly issued commands to the guards. In an instant, over 100 soldiers, armed with assault rifles and clad in alloy battle armor, descended from the vehicles, startling the employees stationed on the walls of the plant. The appearance of such a formidable force inevitably induced panic among the onlookers. Was it possible that a powerful faction sought to seize the plant? The employees atop the walls hastily scurried inside to relay the alarming news. Meanwhile, the guards outside maintained their vigilance, awaiting further instructions from Lin Feng and Zhang Chong. Shortly thereafter, a group from within the plant climbed the walls. Director Zhang. It has been a while. Lin Feng called out to the figures above. The person addressing him was none other than old Zhang, who had previously conducted transactions at this location. At that moment, old Zhang's expression was one of palpable anxiety, as he was clearly apprehensive. In a world ravaged by calamity, encountering such an heavily armed entourage was indeed a rarity. "Ah, Brother Lin, what brings you here?" old Zhang stammered, recognizing Lin Feng. Although they had engaged in trade before, the sight of Lin Feng accompanied by such a large contingent left old Zhang feeling increasingly uneasy. After all, the presence of fully armed personnel suggested that any miscommunication could lead to dire consequences. Most troubling for old Zhang was his uncertainty regarding Lin Feng's purpose for this visit. However, he was not naive. If Lin Feng had merely come to purchase water, he would not have mobilized such a substantial force. "I am here to discuss a significant business venture with you, Director Zhang," Lin Feng replied with a smile. Keenly aware of the unease that gripped his counterpart, his decision to bring along such a formidable escort was not without reason. In this apocalyptic world, strength was of utmost importance. Only a person endowed with sufficient strength commands respect and even instills fear. It is this prowess that lays the foundation for engaging in business transactions. Brother Lin, please feel free to express any requests, as long as it lies within my capabilities. I shall comply without hesitation. At this moment, old Zhang dared not utter a word that might offend Lin Feng. Although he had numerous subordinates, all armed, he did not believe they could rival the heavily armed guards. In light of this, would Director Zhang not invite me in for a seat? Upon hearing old Zhang's words, Lin Feng inquired with a smile. Chapter 113. Cooperation or Annexation. Brother Feng, are we truly going over? Zhang Chong, standing beside Lin Feng, furrowed his brow as he listened to his words. Boss, with so many of us here, we could easily charge in and seize control. Against such a water plant, we might not even suffer any casualties. As he spoke, Zhang Chang glanced at the weapons in the hands of Lao Zhang and the others. Xiangzi, I understand your point, and I have indeed considered it. Killing is the simplest task, yet I have a more prudent approach. Lin Feng replied with a subtle smile. If it were merely about the water, there would be no need for such elaborate preparations. Do you believe it is more effective to coerce someone into action or to inspire them to willingly offer their allegiance? As the saying goes, a forcibly obtained melon is not sweet. I aim to encourage them to collaborate with us voluntarily. Otherwise, what if, in their final moments, they resort to poisoning the water out of fear? Do you think we would not suffer greater losses? Lin Feng's perspective stemmed from his far-reaching considerations. Although he may possess the strength to eliminate all major factions in Binhai City, what would that achieve? The world extends beyond Binhai. There are Zhong'an City and numerous other cities, even entire nations. Currently, Lin Feng commands only a few thousand loyal guards. Despite having a plethora of weaponry, the sheer number of his forces remains insufficient. Which great power does not boast a population in the hundreds of millions? Even after the apocalypse, with populations halved, substantial factions would still emerge. Who knows what formidable capabilities lie within the various forces of this world? This is why Lin Feng seeks to expand both his population and territory, rather than merely leading a handful of people to survive in the apocalypse. The presence of numerous powerful factions makes absolute safety elusive without establishing one's own power. Lin Feng may possess missiles and even nuclear weapons, but who can guarantee that others do not have access to aircraft, artillery, or nuclear arms? Even if several thousand is a considerable number, one must remember that a large city can easily house tens of millions. A nation's population is counted in the hundreds of millions. 5 years into the last apocalypse, conflicts between nations began to surface, leading to small-scale wars driven by various interests. Given Lin Feng's few thousand, how could he hope to contend with a national force? This is precisely why Lin Feng is willing to endure setbacks at times to expand his population. he seeks to cultivate his own strength. Only when his power reaches a sufficient level, strong enough to challenge other nations, will he find true security. Zhang Chang nodded in response to Lin Feng's insights. Although he did not fully grasp his brother's specific thoughts, he understood that following Lin Feng's guidance was undoubtedly the right course of action. At present, the two individuals entered the rejuvenation water plant without any guards. Once the factory gate swung open, they stepped inside. Awaiting them were Zhang Qinian and his dozen or so subordinates. "Boss Lin, please, come inside," Zhang Qinian said, visibly relieved upon seeing Lin Feng accompanied by only one person. Nodding slightly, Lin Feng followed the group toward the office on the second floor. Zhang Chang observed that Zhang Qinian's subordinates were all on edge, their fingers poised above the triggers of their weapons. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Chang couldn't help but smirk. How could ordinary people possibly contend with mutants, regardless of their numbers? In the presence of Lin Feng and his companion, they were merely lambs awaiting slaughter. Before long, the group arrived at a conference room on the second floor. "Boss Lin, let us speak plainly. You've brought quite a few people this time. I assume you have business to discuss?" Zhang Qinian, lacking in formal education and feeling the tension, cut straight to the chase. "To speak frankly, the current society is unstable. We, as long-standing employees of the water plant, find it challenging to maintain our livelihoods here. We have hundreds to feed, and we typically trade water for food. After all, everyone has families, and we must ensure these people do not starve. If you have any requests, Boss Lin, please do not hesitate to voice them. We will do our utmost to accommodate." At this moment, Zhang Qinian sought to gauge Lin Feng's intentions. He was not foolish. He understood that the presence of so many people indicated that their meeting was not merely a social call. Recognizing the other party's intimidating presence, he opted for a more humble demeanor, albeit with an undertone of desperation. "Zhang, you worry too much. I am here to discuss business." Lin Feng replied with a smile upon hearing Zhang Qinian's words. "I am not one to impose unreasonable demands, but you are correct. My visit has a purpose." Given that the other party had been so forthright, Lin Feng saw no reason to beat around the bush. He had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. In a world such as this, strength reigned supreme, and there was no need for superfluous dialogue. "To be candid, I have my own base. While the water consumption is minimal at present, you understand that a base must grow. If you were in my position and encountered a water purification plant, what would you do?" Lin Feng inquired with a smile directed at Zhang Qinian. "Are you intending to seize our water plant?" Zhang Qinian, seemingly having anticipated this, bit down hard on his words. "If I wanted to seize it, I wouldn't have come to discuss matters with you, would I?" Lin Feng noted Zhang Qinian's clenched fists, recognizing him as a mutant. "So what do you propose?" Zhang Qinian asked, furrowing his brow at Lin Feng's statement. A misstep in conversation could have provoked violence, but now it seemed there was still an opportunity for reconciliation. "Here is my suggestion." Lin Feng ceased his superfluous dialogue and continued. "What I propose is a collaboration between us. Henceforth, your water plant will be managed by our Swan Bay. I can assure you of your basic sustenance and safety, provided that you labor for us. While the fare may lack exquisite delicacies, rest assured you shall not find yourselves in want." Lin Feng's objective for this visit was never to engage in a trade. Otherwise, he would not have brought such a multitude of subordinates. The water plant, being a strategic resource, was not something he could relinquish to others. Even if he had no immediate use for such an abundance of water, its future value remained substantial. At the very least, he could exchange water for magical crystals, thus sparing himself the arduous task of slaying zombies. "I object." At that moment, one of Zhang Qinian's subordinates suddenly interjected. Chapter 114, Establishing Authority with those words. All eyes turned to the man. "Why should we join you when we have our own water plant?" the middle-aged man exclaimed. Indignation etched across his face as he regarded Lin Feng. "In this time of water scarcity across the city, we can barter water for weapons and food. Although we are numerous, we can still be self-sufficient. Why should we heed your commands? Zhang, do not listen to them. Let us take care of these two right now. I refuse to believe that without a leader, they can do anything to us," he declared, raising the gun in his hand. However, his movements were too slow, at least in the eyes of Lin Feng and his companion. Just as the middle-aged man prepared to fire, Zhang Chang swiftly maneuvered. A flash of silver glimmered, and in the next moment, the man's head was severed from his body. Silence enveloped the scene, so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. A mutant. Zhang Chang's decisive action revealed his identity to all present. Moreover, he was likely not just an ordinary first-level mutant, for Zhang Qinian, also a first-level mutant, had not even registered the action in time. It was clear that Zhang Chang's strength far surpassed his own. "I am not one who favors threats. Yet I do not appreciate being threatened either," Lin Feng remarked, casting a calm gaze over the crowd. "What you said may hold some truth. Indeed, You could trade water for weapons and food temporarily. But have you considered that this is merely fleeting? Water, as you know, is essential to all. However, let us be frank, how many of you are capable of contending with formidable forces? You may find yourself in trouble today. But what will happen when someone seeks to seize your water plant? Will you be able to confront them? Do you think they will negotiate reasonably as I do, rather than resorting to slaughter? What Lin Feng articulated was but a reflection of reality, perhaps obscured by the delusions of the opposing party. Mr. Lin, please remain composed. Zhang Qinyan interjected, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The display of strength from Zhang Chong had left him drenched in perspiration. Even he, in his self-assuredness, would not have withstood such a blow. Given Zhang Chong's prowess, one could only imagine the extent of Lin Feng's capabilities, the figure who appeared to be their leader. In this moment, Zhang Qinyan comprehended why Lin Feng and his companions dared to enter unarmed. Reflecting on their previous visit, he realized this had been the case as well. It became evident that sheer strength rendered the need for firearms unnecessary, and Zhang Qinyan finally grasped the profound disparity in power amidst this apocalyptic reality. Director Zhang, I believe you are a discerning individual, Lin Feng continued, noting the palpable fear in Zhang Qinyan's demeanor. It is not my desire to kill indiscriminately. You must understand that there are many far more ruthless than I. At the very least, I wish to consider you as allies, not mere slaves to my will. As for my earlier statements, I urge you to ponder them carefully. You have 1 minute. Since you have attained the position of director, it is clear that you possess exceptional qualities. Lin Feng was certain that Zhang Qinyan would eventually comprehend the situation. Even if he, Lin Feng, were to refrain from intervening today, it was entirely plausible that some faction would set its sights on this water plant in the future. At that juncture, whether the other party would be as amenable as Lin Feng, willing to provide sustenance and water, would be uncertain. To speak candidly, I personally concur with Boss Lin's suggestion. Zhang Qinyan sighed after listening to Lin Feng's remarks. If Boss Lin can genuinely assure us of our provisions and safety, we would be inclined to join. However, I must clarify one point regarding Dongfeng Town. Since we require their weaponry, the exchange rate will be lower than with other factions. To put it plainly, this is why Dongfeng Town, in name, provides us with a semblance of protection. Should they discover our alliance with you, I suspect they would take action. At this point, Zhang Qinyan cautiously observed Lin Feng's expression. Dongfeng Town was already on Lin Feng's mind, and he was not taken aback by Zhang Qinyan's words. Although Dongfeng Town boasted a population of several tens of thousands, its daily water consumption was substantial. Under normal circumstances, it would not be unfeasible for Dongfeng Town to forcibly seize control here. It was likely that the town's administrators were astute enough to understand the consequences of pushing people too far. If they were to launch a direct assault on the water station, poisoning the water would be a viable tactic. In such a scenario, it would be far simpler to exchange basic supplies for water. No one would wish to see a vital facility like the water station fall into the hands of rival factions. Perhaps this was why smaller factions were deterred from coveting the water plant, out of respect for Dongfeng Town. Rest assured, Director Zhang, once you join us, your only concern will be the production of water. As for everything else, we shall take care of it. Having promised safety, any future disputes with rival factions will not pertain to you. In essence, Zhang Qinyan and his subordinates would merely be working for Lin Feng. Director, the people from Dongfeng Town are approaching, just a kilometer away from our plant. Zhang Qinyan's walkie-talkie crackled to life. What they say is coming true, Mr. Lin. We have sentinels atop the water tower, and the folks from Dongfeng Town are here to collect water. Holding the walkie-talkie, Zhang Qinyan spoke. This was precisely why Lin Feng had arrived directly in 3 base vehicles, concealing the number of individuals within. Otherwise, by the time he arrived, a defensive posture might have already been established. Oh, their timing is impeccable. However, before we proceed, I must ascertain your intentions. Lin Feng retrieved several loyalty chips from his pocket and placed them on the table before him. These chips are to ensure your allegiance. If you genuinely wish to join us, you must inject them. As for the issue with Dongfeng Town, I will address that. He then proceeded to explain the method of injecting the loyalty chips to everyone, deliberately omitting specifics about what they were, thereby enhancing the air of mystery surrounding them. The individuals present are all members of the management team at the Revival Water Plant, and at this moment, their gazes are fixed upon Zhang Qinyan. Since Mr. Lin has made such a guarantee, I, old Zhang, shall place my trust in you. With these words, Zhang Qinyan picked up the loyalty chip from the table and injected it into his own body. He was not a fool, for the notoriety of Dongfeng Town was well known. Yet, the man before him, Lin Feng, displayed no fear of the situation, suggesting he possessed considerable strength. Faced with certain death, he decided to take a gamble. After witnessing Zhang Qinyan's bold action, the others hesitated for a brief moment before also injecting the chips. Excellent, welcome to our ranks. Lin Feng remarked with a smile as he observed the others complete their injections. Chapter 115. The journey back. What should we do now that the people from Dongfeng Town have arrived? Should I go out and speak with them? After all, our previous transactions were quite smooth, and I believe they would extend me some courtesy. It was evident that Zhang Qinian was not particularly concerned with Lin Feng's reception. Rather, his focus lay on the situation in Dongfeng Town. Whether coerced or voluntary, he had now aligned himself with Lin Feng's side. Presently, the circumstances surrounding the water plant were his utmost priority. What is the volume of your usual transactions with them? Lin Feng countered Zhang Qinian's inquiry with a question of his own. They transport approximately 1,000 tons of water from us daily, Zhang Qinian replied, calculating in his mind. Due to transportation vehicle constraints, they average 3 trips a day. In return, they receive 5 firearms daily, along with nearly a ton of food. Initially, it was only firearms. The food was a demand we insisted upon later. Currently, including family members, we number fewer than 500, and each person receives over 3 pounds of food daily, which is ample. Zhang Qinian then recounted the details of the transaction with Dongfeng Town. After listening, Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. With over 50,000 residents in Dongfeng Town, even at the bare minimum of 20 liters of water per person per day, the daily requirement of 1,000 tons seemed adequate. Although this quantity appears substantial, it is but a drop in the bucket for a water plant, which typically boasts a daily capacity in the tens of thousands of tons. Moreover, the goods exchanged fell within a reasonable scope, providing enough for their needs while allowing for some surplus. Very well, let us step outside. Since we have encountered the people from Dongfeng Town, Lin Feng resolved to address the matter directly. The group ascended to the walls of the water plant. Under Zhang Chang's command, the contingent of 100 formed a defensive posture before the entrance. Gradually, Lin Feng spotted a convoy approaching in the distance, consisting of 12 water tankers and 2 SUVs. The convoy halted before the water plant, and 2 individuals emerged from one of the SUVs. "Why isn't the gate open? Don't you see we've arrived?" One of the young men shouted upon noticing the closed gates. "Apologies, but you have arrived too late. The revival water plant now belongs to us," Zhang Chang declared from atop the wall. "However, rest assured, we are still open to trading, though the terms must be altered. We will only accept primary magic crystals in exchange for water, at a rate of 1 crystal for 100 tons. Naturally, higher-grade crystals would be even more desirable. We will not entertain other goods. Should you agree to these terms, we may continue our collaboration as before." With that, Zhang Chang observed the reactions of those outside the wall. "The water plant has been taken by you?" His words clearly caught the young man off guard. "Why do you assert that your words are absolute? Are you intent on becoming adversaries of Dongfeng Town?" The young man, naturally hesitant to accede to Zhang Chang's demands, could only invoke the name of Dongfeng Town to intimidate his counterpart. Whether or not they would become enemies was a matter for the future. For now, it was decided that they would exchange magic crystals for water. Of course, should you have any objections, feel free to consult with your superiors. As Zhang Chang finished speaking, the guards stationed at the entrance deliberately revealed themselves. Faced with such a formidable presence, the young man hesitated, weighing his options. After much contemplation, the 2 youths swiftly retreated to their SUV and sped away. "Brother Feng, have we set our price too high?" Zhang Chang inquired, observing the departing figures. 10 level 1 magic crystals per day may seem modest, yet one must recognize that the ratio of level 1 zombies among all zombies stands at 100 to 1. Consequently, one would need to eliminate 1,000 zombies to acquire merely 10 level 1 magic crystals. This figure is indeed substantial. Rest assured, what is meant to come will eventually arrive. Lin Feng responded with a smile. Within a modest 3-story building in Dongfeng Town, a young man addressed Qin Hai, "Boss, the water plant has been occupied, and they demand magic crystals in exchange for water." He recounted the events of his recent visit to the revival water station. "The water station has been seized?" Qin Hai pondered for a moment. Are they not concerned about potential rebellion from the water station personnel? The technology for purifying water is known only to those within the plant. If they resort to poisoning the water, it would be a disastrous outcome. Even we are reluctant to offend those at the water station. Qin Hai found it incomprehensible how such a force could commandeer the water plant. "Boss, what shall we do now? Should we truly trade magic crystals for their water?" The young man, unburdened by such thoughts, was solely focused on obeying orders. What could their motive be for exchanging water for magic crystals? Pulling a level 1 magic crystal from a drawer, Qin Hai inspected it with curiosity. This substance is produced within the brains of level 1 zombies, yet I sense a flow of energy within it. However, I have been unable to extract that energy. If it can provide boundless kinetic energy to zombies, my suspicions must hold some truth. Could it be that they have discovered a method to extract energy from magic crystals? With this revelation, Qin Hai felt invigorated. If his hypothesis proved accurate, it would indeed be momentous. In this era, energy resources are of utmost importance. Whether as fuel or electricity, they are in high demand. If it were possible to extract energy from magic crystals, it would irrevocably alter the course of humanity's future. At the very least, concerns over energy scarcity would be alleviated. After all, although level 1 zombies are rare, encounters with them occur daily. Moreover, it is capable of providing an unceasing source of kinetic energy to the zombies. The energy contained within must be substantial. If such technology truly exists, how could it fail to captivate Qinghai? Boss, I see nearly 100 people guarding that area. What should we do? At that moment, the young man relayed the situation at the water plant to Qinghai. Although the equipment of all the individuals at the front of the water plant was not entirely visible, their numbers could still be discerned. Is 100 people a significant force? In that case, follow my instructions. I refuse to believe that, in this apocalyptic world that has barely lasted 2 months, any faction could surpass our strength in East Town. Stowing the magic crystal into the drawer, Qinghai remarked with a cold smile. Chapter 116. Worry is inevitable upon the walls of the revival water plant. Lin Feng stood alongside more than a dozen subordinates of Zhang Qinian. Observing the 10 or so water trucks that remained stationary at the entrance, Zhang Qinian turned to Lin Feng. Boss, the people of Dongfeng Town are not to be underestimated. Now that we have cut off their water supply, they are undoubtedly seeking assistance. At this moment, Zhang Qinian felt compelled to caution the young man before him. Dongfeng Town has always been known for its gunsmithing. It is fair to say that their residents are all armed. Furthermore, their youthful population is notably robust, indicating a formidable combat capability. I believe that the surrounding forces would think twice before provoking them. Just consider, they are willing to exchange water for weaponry, which clearly suggests the quantity of arms they possess. Though Zhang Qinian did not explicitly state it, the implication was clear. Lin Feng's force of over 100 individuals might not stand a chance against Dongfeng Town. Indeed, boss. The people of Dongfeng Town are not to be trifled with, echoed one of Zhang Qinian's former subordinates. I have delivered water to Dongfeng Town before, and everyone there is armed. Their community has always been fiercely spirited. Yes, boss, if it comes to that, we might as well let them barter with guns and food. Precisely, we should avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, magic crystals are of little value compared to firearms. The subordinates atop the walls voiced their concerns. The reputation of Dongfeng Town was well known, though insignificant before the apocalypse. In these times, possessing weaponry equated to wielding power. To these men, provoking such a force was ill-advised. Rest assured, as I mentioned before, I guarantee your food and safety. If I cannot ensure your security, how could I make such claims? Lin Feng remarked calmly. Observing their despondent expressions, he understood their apprehensions, especially since they had families in the plant. To confront a force like Dongfeng Town was exceedingly perilous, particularly since they appeared to be synonymous with weaponry. Clearly, Lin Feng's reassurances lacked persuasive weight. Despite the appearance of his armed contingent, their numbers were still too scant. Lin Feng chose to remain silent. Excessive explanation at this juncture was unnecessary. Factory manager, they are approaching. 1 kilometer away, Zhang Qinian's walkie-talkie crackled to life. Manager, this is dire. They have brought over 100 vehicles. Moreover, they are transporting artillery on trucks. They have more than 10 cannons. The tremor in the voice over the walkie-talkie was palpable. Cannons. At the mention of this word, a shiver ran through Zhang Qinian and his men. They actually possessed artillery? This was disastrous. One of Zhang Qinian's subordinates turned pale, stating, I've long heard that Dongfeng Town had secretly hoarded cannons. It seems that rumor was true. A few members of the group were already beaded with cold sweat. I have heard that they are not only capable of manufacturing artillery, but also possess a considerable number of grenades. This time, it seems we have thoroughly offended them. With such a large contingent, their intention is undoubtedly to annihilate us. Once those cannons are fired, our water station will be obliterated. At this moment, the expressions of everyone, including Zhang Qinian, were ashen. If they had merely sent a few people, it might have been manageable. However, the fact that Dongfeng Town has brought over a dozen artillery pieces has utterly shattered everyone's defenses. Most of their weapons are makeshift guns, and such firepower cannot possibly compete with artillery. Zhang Qinian glanced at Lin Feng, unable to suppress a frown. Lin Feng, however, maintained an expression of calm detachment, leaving Zhang Qinian momentarily at a loss for words. Director, it's bad. They have stopped and set up the artillery. The voice from the lookout tower crackled through Zhang Qinian's intercom. What do we do now? Should we retreat? Some in the crowd were already on the brink of panic. They all had families inside. Perhaps their own lives meant little, but none wished to witness their relatives perish beneath the bombardment. After all, they had managed to survive the apocalypse without falling victim to the undead. Yet to die at the hands of fellow humans would be a bitter fate for anyone to accept. Calm down, Zhang Chong. It's your turn to take charge. Lin Feng finally spoke after absorbing the sentiments of the crowd. He understood their anxiety. Were he in their shoes, he would share their concerns. However, they remained unaware of Lin Feng's true capabilities, and at this moment, he had no intention of keeping them in suspense. Just watch me. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhang Chang responded with a smile. Like Lin Feng, he exhibited no sign of worry. He had considerable confidence in the base vehicle. Not only were they merely preparing to set up artillery, but even if they were firing, Zhang Chang would remain unfazed. After all, the energy guns on the base vehicle could fire automatically, eliminating the need for aiming and allowing for effective interception. In other words, regardless of the enemy's weaponry, they were merely modern firearms, a far cry from the futuristic technology of the base vehicle. At that moment, Zhang Chang made his way to the base of the city wall. Exiting the water plant, he entered one of the base vehicles. What is he doing? Is he planning to flee? Some murmured quietly upon seeing Zhang Chang board the vehicle. If they leave, what will we do? Once the artillery fires, we won't even be able to escape. Indeed, even if we manage to run, what will happen to our families? Are we to abandon them here? My son is only 8 years old. He has narrowly escaped the attacks of the undead and cannot perish here. At this moment, the expressions of all were filled with despair. Over a dozen cannons were positioned across from them, poised to strike at any moment. It could truly be said that the arrow was knocked on the bowstring. Despite Lin Feng's repeated display of indifference, the sheer size of his 100-strong team undeniably stirred concern among the onlookers. After all, this was merely a close combat unit. The residents of Dongfeng town were still over a kilometer away, and those present doubted the existence of any firearm capable of such a distance, especially one potent enough to obliterate artillery. However, in the next moment, all eyes were drawn to the command vehicle manned by Zhang Chang. At that instant, a barrel-like apparatus unexpectedly emerged from the vehicle's roof. Just as the crowd pondered the nature of this contraption, a soft sound echoed, and the barrel discharged a surge of energy, hurtling towards the distance. Chapter 117. What is strength? A brilliant flash emanated from the energy cannon mounted on the base vehicle, and in the next instant, an energy projectile soared into the distance. What was that? A shockwave? Zhang Qinian and his companions had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Their eyes fixated on the dazzling light. The speed of the energy projectile was astonishing, striking a cannon situated a kilometer away in the blink of an eye. Boom! Upon impact, the energy projectile detonated, creating an explosion with a radius of 30 meters. The cannon, along with its munitions, erupted in a deafening cacophony. Not only did the cannon succumb to the blast, but several nearby SUVs were also overturned. As for the precise casualty figures, they remained unknown. Could this possibly be a tank? This was utterly outrageous. Witnessing the scene from afar, Zhang Qinian's jaw dropped. The magnitude of the explosion had far exceeded his expectations. The destructive power was simply overwhelming. Even a tank could only inflict damage within a radius of a mere 10 meters. Yet, the base vehicle's blast radius was more than double that of a heavy tank. Initially, Zhang Qinian had assumed that the 3 vehicles which Lin Feng and his team had arrived in were akin to public transport, but he never anticipated such formidable offensive capabilities. In that moment, he felt a surge of relief that they had not been directly targeted by Lin Feng's team. Otherwise, a single shot could have easily brought down the wall beneath their feet. After firing one energy cannon, the base vehicle did not cease its onslaught, but rather continued to unleash a barrage of energy projectiles as if they were of no consequence. The first targets were the enemy's cannons, the only real threat to their water facility. In no time, over 10 cannons were obliterated. Simultaneously, the energy projectiles inadvertently decimated more than 30 enemy vehicles. The exact number of casualties remained uncertain. The sheer effectiveness of a single vehicle in annihilating such a multitude of enemy assets left Zhang Qinian and his companions in stunned disbelief. The disparity between their forces was staggering. At that moment, the convoy from Dongfeng town realized they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. The remaining vehicles hastily turned around, fleeing in panic. However, Zhang Chang, perhaps caught up in the thrill of the moment, did not relent. He continued to fire the energy cannon until more than 20 additional vehicles were lost to the enemy. Let one vehicle escape to deliver the news, Lin Feng stated calmly, grasping the intercom. Understood, Brother Feng. Zhang Chang, prepared to inquire whether Lin Feng intended to annihilate the enemy completely, received the order and continued his relentless assault. The energy cannon on the base vehicle had an attack range of 2 kilometers, and within the remaining kilometer, he accomplished the task assigned by Lin Feng, leaving only one vehicle intact while all others were obliterated. This was astonishingly ruthless. On the city walls, everyone was left in awe. They had assumed they were too late, especially given the enemy's 10-plus cannons. Yet, they had not anticipated that Lin Feng's side could achieve total victory with merely a single vehicle. Was this even within the realm of weapons they could comprehend? Boss, it seems the enemy has suffered approximately 300 casualties this time. Upon the battlements, Zhang Qinian regained his composure and spoke. The situation in Dongfeng Town involves over 50,000 individuals. While not all may possess combat capabilities, their stockpile of firearms and ammunition is certainly ample. Given the considerable number we have eliminated, should they retaliate or engage in persistent harassment, we would be at a disadvantage. After all, we are visible, while they operate in the shadows. A sudden nighttime assault would be detrimental to us. At this moment, Zhang Qinian articulated his analysis. This individual exhibited a degree of strategic foresight. Indeed, he was worthy of his title as the factory director, Lin Feng mused inwardly. Perhaps Zhang Qinian perceived Lin Feng's base vehicles as formidable in their offensive power, yet they were only effective against overt threats. If, as he suggested, the people from Dongfeng Town resorted to guerrilla tactics, even the current forces of base vehicles and the water plant might prove insufficient. Old Zhang, you need not worry. If I dare to confront them, I am certainly not afraid, Lin Feng replied with a smile, observing Zhang Qinian's apprehensive demeanor. I initially considered extending them an opportunity for normal trade, but given their audacity in sending such a large contingent, I shall not hold back. Remain here. I will address the issue directly. Without waiting for Zhang Qinian's response, Lin Feng descended from the wall and exited the water plant. At that moment, Zhang Chong had already disembarked from the base vehicle. Brother Feng, this energy cannon is simply magnificent, Zhang Chong exclaimed, still caught in a whirlwind of excitement. He had not anticipated such immense power from the energy cannon. It far surpassed that of a tank. The enemy only dispatched a handful of artillery and vehicles. I have yet to fully unleash my potential. Should we not drive the base vehicles over to show them what we are capable of? Currently, Zhang Chang held unwavering confidence in the base vehicles. This equipment not only facilitated troop transport, but also wielded energy guns adept at neutralizing zombies. With the energy cannon's formidable might, it seemed to Zhang Chang a divine artifact amidst the apocalypse. Of course we shall go, otherwise. Shall we simply allow others to assault us at will? Lin Feng remarked, amused by Zhang Chang's enthusiasm. Notify the base to prepare 30 tanks, 20 armored vehicles, and 10 rocket launchers. As for the guards, 100 will suffice. Let them ride in the armored vehicles for appearance's sake. I intend to demonstrate to the inhabitants of Dongfeng Town that we are not to be trifled with. Since they had chosen confrontation, Lin Feng was resolved to oblige them. He aimed to reveal to the people of Dongfeng Town the true nature of the power they had provoked. In this world, only strength constitutes truth, and in this regard, Lin Feng possessed an abundance. Understood, Brother Feng. I will relay the message immediately. Upon hearing Lin Feng's orders for such a formidable assembly of vehicles, Zhang Chong eagerly produced his walkie-talkie. On ordinary days, he often pondered when the tanks and rocket launchers he observed at the base would finally come into play. Now, the moment had arrived to showcase those formidable weapons, filling Zhang Chong with immense joy. He promptly informed Zhao Hu via the intercom. Subsequently, the two awaited outside the water plant. After half an hour, a distant roar reverberated, accompanied by clouds of dust rising in the horizon. Director, a large troop is approaching from afar. What on earth is that? At this moment, Zhang Qinian was stationed on the wall of the water plant, awaiting Lin Feng's command. When the intercom crackled with the voice of his subordinate from the observation tower. Chapter 118. Majestic momentum. At this moment, Zhang Qinian also heard the distant rumbling sounds, prompting him to take out his binoculars and peer into the horizon. What could that be? Is it the troops from Bihai City? Gazing through the lenses at the approaching convoy, Zhang Qinian's jaw dropped in astonishment. His subordinates, too, hastily lifted their own binoculars to observe the smoke rising in the distance. My goodness, so many tanks. 1, 2, 3. 30 tanks. One of the subordinates exclaimed as he discerned the scene ahead. And armored vehicles, 20 of them at least. What on earth is that? Oh, they are rocket launchers, artillery. Another subordinate counted the incoming vehicles with wide eyes. So many tanks and armored cars. Could it be that the troops have arrived? A young subordinate gasped. It's impossible. Haven't the troops from Bihai City already retreated? The expressions of those around Zhang Qinian turned to shock, for the sight before them was truly magnificent. These individuals were once ordinary people before the apocalypse, most having only witnessed tanks on television. The reality of encountering such an array of armed vehicles was utterly overwhelming. Let us hope they are not from Dongfeng Town, otherwise. We want to survive today, Zhang Qinian murmured softly as he observed the enemy's every move through his binoculars. Unbeknownst to him, beads of sweat had begun to form on his forehead. As the vehicles drew nearer, a heavy sense of foreboding settled among the people at the water plant. They were uncertain of what was approaching. When they saw 60 armed vehicles close in, they lacked even the courage to resist. These individuals were merely ordinary folk. And how could they muster bravery in the presence of such steel behemoths? The convoy halted not far from Lin Feng's base vehicles. And Xiao Hu leaped down from the lead armored vehicle. "Report, boss. The team has assembled and awaits your orders." Xiao Hu approached Lin Feng and saluted. This time, as it was their first deployment with the new equipment, Xiao Hu decided to personally lead the team. "Speed is commendable. All right, just follow my vehicle." Lin Feng replied with a smile, observing the spirited Xiao Hu. While Lin Feng was engaged in a brief task briefing, those atop the city wall, including Zhang Qinian, were left in a state of profound astonishment. The leader had actually saluted the boss. Could it be that they were under his command? After all, those were military vehicles. With tanks and rocket launchers, could they truly belong to our boss? No wonder our boss remained composed earlier. It all makes sense now. It seems Dongfeng Town has indeed kicked a hornet's nest. As discussions erupted among the crowd, it was evident to all that the armored convoy belonged to Lin Feng. With this revelation, a collective sigh of relief swept through the onlookers, for the pressure they had felt moments ago had been overwhelming. At this juncture, Lin Feng approached the entrance of the water plant. "We shall return shortly. You all continue with your tasks as usual." Having finished speaking, Lin Feng did not wait for Zhang Qinian to respond and turned directly to board the base vehicle with Zhang Cheng. In the next moment, the vehicle roared to life, heading towards Dongfeng Town. With a thunderous rumble, all the vehicles started simultaneously, following closely behind Lin Feng's base vehicle. Within a building in Dongfeng Town, a subordinate approached. Concern etched on his face. "Boss, what should we do? Are we truly to sit idly by?" He glanced at Qin Hai, who was frowning deeply. "This time, we suffered a loss of 3 varieties, with over 300 brothers sacrificed, including 10 first-level mutants. We have no knowledge of the offensive weapons they are employing. What shall we do? Boss, shall we confront them? If necessary, I can take the remaining artillery and bring more mutants with me," he proposed, moving closer to Qin Hai. "Foolish," Qin Hai replied sternly, his voice low. "Consider this. Did we not act too rashly before, offending those we should not have? If they truly possess the means to convert magic crystals into energy, it indicates their technology surpasses ours significantly. Moreover, we have suffered a complete rout, with no knowledge of the weapons they wield. If we recklessly advance now, we risk another total annihilation." At that moment, Qin Hai felt as if his intellect had suddenly ascended to a new height. Initially, he believed it would suffice to send a few men and artillery to threaten the enemy into surrendering the water plant and energy conversion methods. To be cautious, he had even dispatched additional personnel and over 10 pieces of artillery. Yet, he had never anticipated that the enemy would obliterate his entire team. Anyone in his position would have felt a surge of panic. Another subordinate, hearing Qin Hai's words, leaned in. "Boss, the situation is as it is, and we have no alternative now. Regardless of their faction, we have already offended them. However, we still have over 50,000 men and a substantial arsenal of firearms and mutants. Generally, no one dares to provoke a force like ours. Although we remain unaware of the type of weaponry they possess, we can secretly send people over. Under the cover of night, we can dispatch more mutants. With our strength, we should be able to infiltrate the water plant to some degree. At that point, whether we discover their weaponry or the energy conversion method, it will be imperative. Moreover, we possess one crucial trump card. As long as we hold this card, no matter how formidable they are, they shall not be our match." As he spoke, the subordinate poured a cup of tea for Qin Hai. "Indeed, we still have our trump card," Qin Hai exclaimed, slapping the table in realization. "As you suggested, when darkness descends, we shall dispatch a greater number of mutants to investigate. I refuse to believe that, even if they possess weaponry capable of obliterating our artillery, they could systematically annihilate our personnel. How many individuals could possibly be at a water treatment facility? I am convinced they cannot stand against us. Once I have subdued them, we can then advance our strength towards the city center." The mere thought of my hidden trump cards invigorated Qin Hai with renewed confidence. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten the hundreds who had just been vanquished. Desire surged within him, igniting his blood with fervor. "Boss, trouble is brewing. A large convoy is approaching us." Just as Qin Hai was brimming with confidence, the walkie-talkie in his hand crackled to life. Chapter 119, a bit of Foundation. Lin Feng, accompanied by a convoy, arrived within the vicinity of Dongfeng Town. As they approached the inspection station, the convoy came to a halt. With the order to dismantle the nearby bungalows, Lin Feng picked up the intercom from within the command vehicle and spoke. Bam, 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 in swift succession. The tanks and rocket launchers behind him unleashed a barrage. The modest structures on the outskirts of the town crumbled under the might of their firepower. "Brother Feng, should I lead the men to seize the town directly?" Zhang Chong, seated in the vehicle, suggested while observing the unfolding scene. Dongfeng Town was merely a small settlement of 50,000 inhabitants, Capturing such a place should pose little difficulty. Not yet. Let us wait, Lin Feng replied, considering Zhang Chang's words. At that moment, a convoy emerged from the town, consisting of roughly a dozen vehicles. Lin Feng refrained from issuing another command to fire. Soon, the convoy approached, halting 100 meters away from Lin Feng and his crew. From the lead vehicle, 3 figures emerged. Qin Hai, the town's leader, accompanied by one of his subordinates and an elderly man. At this juncture, Qin Hai and his companions bore no weapons, positioning themselves 20 meters from the convoy. Let us disembark, Lin Feng suggested, noticing the other party's intent to negotiate. He stood up, and the 2 men exited the vehicle, approaching Qin Hai and his entourage. Presumably, you are the one who has taken control of the rejuvenation water plant? I am curious about the purpose of your assault on us, Qin Hai inquired, his heart conflicted. Lin Feng and Zhang Chang appeared exceedingly young, provoking a twinge of disdain within him. However, the formidable armed force accompanying them compelled him to regard them with caution. I never expected a town mayor to engage in such trivial banter at this moment. Lin Feng chuckled in response to Qin Hai's words. What do you mean by that? Qin Hai retorted, his anger simmering. With the situation laid bare, was there any need for further discussion? Lin Feng often found himself reluctant to indulge in unnecessary dialogue, particularly with those who feigned ignorance. I previously stated that future transactions for water would require magical crystals. It was you who dispatched artillery to assault us. Is that not a fact? Now that your scheme has backfired, you seek to place the blame on me for coming here? When you attempt to take advantage of others, do you not first assess their strength? At this moment, Lin Feng showed no leniency towards Qin Hai. In a world ravaged by calamity, power was paramount. Only those with sufficient strength were afforded respect. It appears you truly underestimate the resilience of Dongfeng Town. Qin Hai seethed internally at Lin Feng's remarks. Third uncle, I am relying on you this time. Qin Hai turned to the elderly man beside him. The elder, nearly 60 years of age, yet vibrant in spirit, stood resolute. Upon hearing Qin Hai's words, I stepped forward and said, Young man, do not presume that your weaponry renders you formidable. The old man cast a disdainful glance at Lin Feng and Zhang Chang, scoffing, in the presence of true masters, your firearms are of little consequence. Even if you possess tanks and rocket launchers, what of it? Can you outpace one such as me, a level 4 mutant? He continued. Do not think I am devoid of mercy. Should you relinquish your equipment and kneel to plead for my clemency, I might consider sparing your life. Otherwise, mark my words. This day next year will be your day of reckoning. Of course, if anyone is left to mourn your passing. It was evident that the old man held Lin Feng and his companions in utter contempt. A level 4 mutant, Lin Feng realized, understanding why the adversary exuded such audacity. Such individuals were indeed formidable within the confines of Binhai City. After all, the most powerful opponent Lin Feng had previously encountered was Dong Weiguo. Engaging in futile discourse with such a being was beneath him. In the next instant, a colossal section of the city wall plummeted from above. The unexpected turn of events startled the onlookers. With a resounding crash, the old man reacted swiftly, pulling Qin Hai to safety. However, the others were not as fortunate. The massive wall crushed the vehicles beneath it, leaving little hope for survival among those trapped within. At that moment, Lin Feng sprang into action, appearing before the old man, a gleaming alloy combat knife manifesting in his grasp. In a flash, he swung the blade towards the old man. The old man attempted to evade, but Lin Feng's speed was overwhelming, forcing him to raise his arm in defense. Yet, Lin Feng's strength was insurmountable, and the old man's arm was severed with a single strike. You are a level 5 mutant, he gasped, gritting his teeth against the searing pain, astonished to discover that this young man surpassed him in power. A profound sense of helplessness surged within him. Before such strength, he felt utterly inadequate. What? A level 5 mutant? How is that possible? Qin Hai stood frozen, unable to comprehend the old man's revelation. He could scarcely doubt his uncle's words. If a level 4 mutant could be wounded in a single blow, then Lin Feng's prowess far exceeded that of his uncle. In that moment, Qin Hai grasped why Lin Feng and his allies had managed to seize control of the revival water station. It was not solely due to their formidable weaponry. At that instant, he realized he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Please, do not kill me. Despair washed over Qin Hai. I can offer you all the resources of the town. Just spare my life. I possess weapons, ammunition, and even artillery, all of which can be yours. You seek magic crystals, do you not? I can provide you with them all. I also have a group of beautiful women. If you let me live, they will be yours. In that moment, Qin Hai was willing to concede anything for the sake of survival. After all, as long as one can survive, there may yet be a chance for a resurgence. As the saying goes, those in positions of power tend to cherish life even more. It is a commendable sentiment, yet it comes too late. Why did they not act sooner? Upon hearing Qin Hai's words, Lin Feng merely smiled. To him, what the other said was mere drivel, given that he had personally arrived. What in Dongfeng town was not under his dominion? Did he still require Qin Hai's assistance? Observing Lin Feng's demeanor, the elder realized that reconciliation was no longer an option. In the next moment, he assumed an offensive stance. 30 seconds later, gazing at the two lifeless bodies before him, Lin Feng shook his head. Such is the nature of humanity, at times, even when one knows their demise is inevitable, they still choose to fight with all their might. Perhaps this is simply a subconscious reaction of mankind. Lin Feng mused inwardly. Chapter 120. Growing better upon Lin Feng's return to the front of the base vehicle. Zhao Hu and a squad leader disembarked from the armored car. The scene where Lin Feng had dispatched two adversaries did not escape anyone's notice. In the eyes of all present, he appeared almost divine, capable of conjuring an entire segment of a city wall from thin air. Yet, at this moment, no one dared to utter a word of inquiry. After all, the bizarre occurrences following the apocalypse were too numerous, and the spectacle before them might not even rank among the most extraordinary. What is your name? Lin Feng inquired as he approached the squad leader. Boss, I am Wang Gang, the squad leader replied promptly upon hearing Lin Feng's question. From now on, you shall serve as the mayor of Dongfeng town. Lin Feng nodded, placing a reassuring hand on Wang Gang's shoulder. This squad you brought will temporarily be stationed here with you. Shortly, you will proceed to the town center to take control of Dongfeng town, following the operational protocols similar to those at the East City base. Remember, any resistance must be eliminated without hesitation. Compassion is a luxury we cannot afford. If you ever wish to leave Dongfeng town, you are free to request reassignment at any time. The purpose of these words was to alleviate any concerns Wang Gang may have had. Were it up to Lin Feng, he would prefer to remain at the Swan Bay base, the safest haven one could imagine, and a place where opportunities for advancement were ever present. By offering Wang Gang a choice, Lin Feng aimed to ease his mind. Leaving behind a contingent of 100 men in Dongfeng town was more than sufficient. Moreover, Lin Feng had also stationed 20 tanks and 10 rocket launchers there. For someone with millions of such assets, this was but a trifling decision, yet for the average person, it represented a formidable deterrent. Brother Feng, I have been pondering a question, Zhang Chong spoke up during their return journey. Given the considerable distance to Dongfeng town and our abundant weaponry, does acquiring such a town not risk diluting our forces? Zhang Chong voiced his thoughts, casting a glance at Lin Feng. There is some merit to your point, yet it depends on one's perspective, Lin Feng replied. Retrieving a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator beside the bar inside the vehicle and settling onto the couch. Had Dongfeng town not provoked us, we could have allowed it to develop independently. My initial intention was merely to foster a collaborative relationship. Who could have anticipated the turn of events? Nevertheless, it may prove advantageous to have Dongfeng town under our control, as it could facilitate operations. Indeed, as you mentioned, our arsenal renders Dongfeng town unnecessary. But my interest lies not in its weaponry, but rather in the surrounding farms. In the future, Dongfeng town, bolstered by these farms, can sustain itself regardless of the presence of mutated beasts within its confines. After taking a sip from his mineral water, Lin Feng continued. I reiterate my previous statement. If we do not seize it now, given the character of that individual we encountered, it is only a matter of time before we face some form of scrutiny. Rather than allowing that to transpire, it would be prudent to take control of the town outright. Regardless of the future development of Dongfeng town, it resembles our own country during times of peace. We will not abandon any city, whether prosperous or remote. Each holds its own potential that will one day reveal itself. Furthermore, many factions are already aware of Dongfeng town as a hub for the export of this unique soil-based weaponry. Possessing it is not necessarily a disadvantage for us. Lin Feng, having experienced a lifetime more than Zhang Chong, naturally possesses a broader perspective. He has long formulated his own plans for this lifetime's development, and his current actions merely lay the groundwork for the expansive vision he harbors within. After hearing Lin Feng's insights, Zhang Chong nodded in understanding. Perhaps he does not fully grasp the situation now, but Lin Feng is confident that a day will come when he comprehends the reasoning behind this strategic positioning. Before long, the convoy returned to the revitalized water plant. This time, aside from leaving the tanks and rocket launchers in Dongfeng town, Lin Feng brought back all the other armored vehicles. After giving instructions and leaving 10 guards behind, he entrusted the transport vehicle to the water plant, subsequently returning to Swan Bay with Zhang Chong and the remaining personnel. As the 3 base vehicles arrived at the new district of Swan Bay, Lin Feng spotted a familiar figure outside the city walls. Dong Weigua, accompanied by Ma Guanru and a group of others, was standing not far from Swan Bay. Without further ado, Lin Feng escorted them into a villa within the inner city of Swan Bay. Have Lu Zhongda prepare a feast, he instructed. Once everyone had entered the villa, Lin Feng turned to Zhang Chong and said, "Is everything settled at the metro station?" After retrieving a bottle of water for each of Dong Weiguo and his companions from the refrigerator, Lin Feng inquired. "All done. Every metro station has been connected," Dong Weiguo replied, marveling at the villa's interior. "Xiao Feng, as per your instructions, we have cleared the metro stations at Binhai University, Dongqing Community, Swan Bay, and Dongfeng Town. Initially, those stations were occupied, but seeing Ma Guanru and the original staff, along with a display of my strength, prompted them to align with us. Currently, all the zombies near the stations have been eradicated, and I have completed the tasks you assigned." Receiving the water from Lin Feng, Dong Weiguo reported back. Lin Feng nodded, pleased. He had entrusted Dong Weiguo with the critical task of connecting all metro stations, recognizing that his status as a level 4 mutant made him particularly suited for this endeavor. "What about the lines? Are there any issues?" he asked, distributing bottles of mineral water to Ma Guanru and his associates. With the personnel matters resolved, only the technical aspects remained. "Rest assured, my superior. We have already dispatched specialized technicians to conduct inspections in the vicinity of Xian Road." In response to Lin Feng's inquiry, Ma Guanru hastily replied, "From a technical perspective, the independent activation of these 5 stations poses no challenge. It merely necessitates the installation of dedicated control zone settings. Moreover, should the need arise to inaugurate additional stations in the future, they can be seamlessly integrated. It can be asserted that as long as there is a provision of electrical power, all other technical prerequisites can be fulfilled." As a seasoned employee of the subway system, Ma Guanru possesses a deeper understanding than most. It appears that the subway in this era is poised for an early inauguration, Lin Feng mused, reflecting on the reports of all present. Chapter 121. New transportation. Early the next morning, Lin Feng, accompanied by a group of individuals, arrived at the subway station in the city center. Once at the platform, he dismissed some of his subordinates and proceeded alone to the subway train. Following the apocalypse, the subway had been largely abandoned, leaving the train before him remarkably intact. Under normal circumstances, Lin Feng would have been unfamiliar with the workings of the subway. However, with the aid of his system, he made his way to the front of the train. Previously, subways operated on electricity supplied through the tracks. The tracks, however, were connected to the city's entire power grid. To restore power in reverse, even if electricity was reinstated on the subway tracks, it would inevitably affect the entire city's subway stations. This raised concerns not only about wastefulness, but also about the unknown conditions beneath other platforms. Should a multitude of zombies cause a short circuit, repairs would prove exceedingly difficult. Consequently, Lin Feng opted to install functional facilities directly onto the subway train itself. He retrieved an energy conversion device from his storage space. This device, as its name suggests, was designed to supply energy to equipment. Lin Feng promptly installed the energy conversion device onto the subway train beneath his feet, leaving 100 level 1 magic crystals within the device. Based on prior calculations, the operation of the subway across 5 stations would consume 1 magic crystal per trip. Once the installation was complete, the lights inside the subway illuminated. 2 months post-apocalypse, the subway system in Binhai City temporarily resumed service over a short stretch. Lin Feng instructed, post notices and conduct promotions at the gathering points within each station. Stepping out of the subway, he entrusted all subway-related matters to Dong Weiguo, who stood before him. Despite his age, Dong was a level 4 mutant. Meanwhile, Ma Guanru and his former subordinates prepared to regroup with the remaining members of the subway stations to form a new team. Moving forward, these personnel would be responsible for the maintenance of the subway stations. In the office of the phone group's main building in Jiangbei, Binhai City. "You mean to say they have opened the subway in Jiangnan?" Wang Qingfeng rose from his chair, furrowing his brow. "Boss, the information we've received from below confirms this." A middle-aged subordinate quickly replied, noting Wang Qingfeng's expression. "Our people infiltrated their subway station several days ago. Although their information is rather closed off, we managed to gather some intelligence. According to the feedback from our operatives, they seem to be temporarily opening a few subway stations, and this is aimed at the public. This is no longer a secret, as their personnel have disseminated information within several bases in Jiangnan. Furthermore, their charging method is peculiar. They only accept level 1 magic crystals, not gold or other materials." At present, his subordinate divulged the information he had gathered. Collecting magic crystals? Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Wang Qingfeng furrowed his brow and remarked, "What I am most concerned about is how they have resolved their electricity issues. If we could also restore power, our large-scale equipment would be operational. At that time, with our machinery, what could we not accomplish?" Gazing out the window, Wang Qingfeng mused to himself. Strangely enough, I had specifically dispatched individuals to investigate the electricity situation. After handing a glass of red wine to Wang Chengfeng, the middle-aged subordinate elaborated, we also scouted near the national power grid and its subsidiary supply companies. However, that area remains heavily surrounded by hordes of zombies, essentially untouched. Moreover, from our findings, the hydroelectric facilities on the river have ceased operations. It can be stated that the municipal power supply in Binhai City is currently at a standstill. At this moment, the key subordinate meticulously reported all he had learned. This is quite peculiar, Wang Chengfeng said, accepting the glass of red wine, perplexed. Could it be that they are using diesel generators? But how much power does the subway require? Diesel engines simply cannot sustain it. Is it possible they possess secrets unknown to us? After sipping his wine, Wang Chengfeng pondered. Boss, there is one more matter I must report. The middle-aged subordinate produced his phone and approached Wang Chengfeng. Our men secretly captured photographs of their leader. Upon comparison, we discovered that this individual is the same person who came here a few days ago to recruit subway drivers. Do you remember when we sent someone to follow them, but ultimately failed and were even attacked by rockets? I suspect that the one who opened the Jiangnan subway station is the same individual who ordered the rocket attack against us. He displayed the photograph on his phone to Wang Chengfeng, articulating his analysis. No wonder. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Wang Chengfeng was enlightened. It made sense to him that the inexplicable attacks on his company were connected to that stalking incident. Now, it was evident that the same group was involved. These individuals had gone too far, even launching rockets against them. At that moment, Wang Chengfeng felt an intense rage simmering within him. Viewing the craters left by the explosions outside his company from the window, his frustration surged. Yet, despite his anger, he felt a sense of helplessness. The adversary's possession of rocket launchers was a considerable threat. Clearly, the previous attack was retaliation for his men tracking them. Perhaps they were merely demonstrating their power. But for the Chengfeng group, the losses were substantial. Nevertheless, Wang Chengfeng was not one to concede easily, if he were. He would not have been able to establish his own influence in this apocalyptic world. Boss, what shall we do now? Are we to simply allow them to grow stronger? In this current era, they dare to bombard us with rockets. One cannot predict when they might attempt to annex us outright. Similar to Wang Chengfeng's concerns, the middle-aged subordinate harbors similar apprehensions. Presently, they govern the Chengfeng group, and one might say they live in a state of relative freedom. However, should they ever become a mere appendage to another, it would be a most distressing predicament. Do not assume that possessing a few rockets can compel our submission. The words of the subordinate ignited Wang Chengfeng's fighting spirit. In that case, let us proceed. I refuse to believe they can withstand our resolve. Summoning his subordinate closer, Wang Chengfeng whispered a few strategic words into his ear. Boss, your wisdom is unparalleled. Upon hearing Wang Chengfeng's words, the middle-aged subordinate's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Chapter 122. Distribution of power. Seated on the sofa within the villa, Lin Feng meticulously analyzed the forces at his disposal. Firstly, on the Swan Bay side. With the addition of the Dongsheng base and newly recruited technicians, the main hotel building in the old district was now fully occupied. A technical team of 2,000 was ample for the current development. Just yesterday, Lin Feng had added another hotel building in the old district, thereby accommodating up to 5,000 individuals in total. As for the Dongsheng base, it currently housed over 50,000 people, most of whom were recent arrivals. Surrounding the Dongsheng base and Swan Bay, there were numerous scattered residential areas that had suffered significantly in the aftermath of the apocalypse, leaving the inhabitants in dire straits. When they ventured outside and beheld the towering walls of the Dongsheng base and the Swan Bay new district, it was only natural for anyone to consider relocating there. The Dongsheng base was now at full capacity, while the Swan Bay new district had welcomed 100,000 residents. As Lin Feng had instructed, every individual who moved in was required to pay a 20% tax on their supplies upon returning from each outing. Although this system might have its flaws, given that some could eat outside before returning, most individuals were not daring enough to venture out daily. Often, they would gather food in the wild and consume it over several days. Consequently, the base was able to secure some tax revenue. Lin Feng was indifferent to these supplies. The rationale behind the taxation was solely to instill a concept among the populace that there were no free lunches in this world. Even if Lin Feng possessed enough resources to sustain everyone for a lifetime, why should he provide food to those seeking to gain without effort? In this post-apocalyptic reality, the notion of taking it easy was simply unattainable. There was no room for compassion. Every individual's resources were limited. When one's own survival was uncertain, who could afford to be generous to others? Among the newcomers, there were several mutants, based on an approximate ratio of 1%. Along with the total population of the Dongsheng base and Swan Bay new district, there were around 1,000 first-level mutants and even dozens of second-level mutants. Interestingly, When these mutants first joined, they exhibited a sense of entitlement. They believed their mutant status granted them privileges, feeling their strength surpassed that of ordinary individuals. In their previous small base, they had held a position of superiority. Had it not been for the imposing walls of Swan Bay and the Dongqing base, they might not have considered migrating. Upon their arrival, these individuals initially displayed an air of arrogance, dismissing everyone else. However, their haughty demeanor quickly dissipated. They soon realized that the basic guards were primarily second-level mutants. Given their abilities, it was impossible for them to even become the most ordinary of guards. This inevitably left those individuals feeling disheartened, as they now realized the truth that there are always greater talents beyond the ordinary. For Lin Feng, this was merely a familiar scenario, having experienced it in his previous life. Regardless of the moment, the mutated beings consistently surpassed regular individuals in strength. Indeed, in terms of status, mutated beings were significantly elevated above ordinary people. However, this was Lin Feng's domain, a realm distinct from the outside world. To him, those mutated beings were nothing more than commonplace individuals. Nonetheless, Lin Feng did not deny them opportunities. Upon their arrival at the base, they were informed about the selection process for guards. He entrusted this responsibility entirely to Zhang Chang and the original squad leaders, who had now ascended to the rank of team leaders. After all, it was impractical for Lin Feng to personally interview every aspiring guard. Regarding the selection of guards, all chosen candidates were required to undergo the implantation of loyalty chips. Currently, the availability of these chips was solely designated for the guards. Lin Feng possessed only 1 million loyalty chips, a figure that seemed ample at first glance, yet in reality was insufficient. Had he proceeded with his initial plan of implanting a chip in every individual entering the base, he would find himself lacking. It is essential to note that should the Swan Bay district become fully populated, it would accommodate up to 500,000 residents. Should territorial expansion occur in the future, this number would only increase. Consequently, 1 million loyalty chips would prove inadequate. After careful consideration, Lin Feng resolved to restrict the implantation to guards and a select few individuals of importance, disregarding the ordinary populace. To him, they were merely numbers, lacking the strength to challenge the guards. Even if their numbers swelled, they posed no threat to the base. Indeed, every hotel within the Swan Bay district was fortified with base vehicles for defense. Even if someone dared to betray, they would be swiftly neutralized. In just 2 days, Zhang Chang and his team successfully recruited 10,000 guards. Not all were mutated beings. However, every individual admitted into the ranks of guards received basic enhancement potions. Thus, among Lin Feng's guards, the weakest were at least level 1 mutated beings. Zhang Chang organized these guards into 10 teams, each comprising 1,000 members, with the original squad leaders promoted to team leaders. Additionally, from the remaining squads, over 100 new squad leaders were appointed, each managing 100 individuals to form new squads. The remaining 600 individuals from the original squads became Lin Feng's personal guard, each at the level of second-tier mutated beings. Moreover, according to Lin Feng's plans, these individuals would undergo further enhancement shortly, as they were considered veterans of the base. Lin Feng was never stingy towards those loyal to him. As a result, all current team leaders were third-tier mutated beings, while the squad leaders and Lin Feng's personal guard were second-tier. The remaining 10,000 guards consisted of first-tier mutated beings. Such prowess, even in a past life, would have constituted an immensely formidable presence. In that previous existence, not even a large-scale base with a population exceeding 1 million would have possessed such strength. Remarkably, Lin Feng achieved this monumental feat in merely 2 months. This was something even the reborn Lin Feng could scarcely have envisioned at the outset. With the establishment of the guard team, the subway now operates in accordance with Lin Feng's prior vision. Following extensive promotional efforts, the modes of transportation for the populace have undergone a significant transformation. Chapter 123, The Subway Phase 1, East City Base Community Garden. Third brother, look, the subway is actually operational, exclaimed a young man in his 20s, pointing excitedly at the bulletin board. Let me see, replied the man known as third brother, hastily moving closer. It's truly operational. However, it only has 5 stations. He continued, look here, the fare is listed, and it requires a level 1 magic crystal. Upon reading the announcement, the young man remarked, but when I saw the ticket price, I couldn't help but frown. Level 1 magic crystals can only be produced by level 1 zombies and mutated beasts. Although they seem to have little use now, they are exceedingly rare. I have a feeling that magic crystals will prove valuable in the near future. After all, even a fool would suspect that they contain vast amounts of energy to sustain zombies. Third brother, I believe level 1 magic crystals are not that concerning. The young man continued, analyzing the bulletin board. The reason we came to the East City base is that the outside world is too unstable, and this place is relatively safe. As more people arrive, resources will inevitably dwindle. Even the number of mutated beasts in the wild will likely see a significant decline. I've heard there are many farms near Dongfeng Town, which should house a considerable number of mutated beasts. If we hunt there, we could still gain some rewards. He added, currently, magic crystals are of no use to us. Even if we possess them, we cannot spend them. Thus, it would be wiser to use them as subway tickets. After all, the wilderness remains perilous, and it's over 10 kilometers to Dongfeng Town. Even driving there isn't very safe. With that, the young man began rummaging through his pockets to count his magic crystals. Third brother nodded in agreement. His companion's reasoning was not without merit. As the base's population grew, the surrounding resources diminished. Consequently, they would need to venture farther for hunting. Despite his suspicions regarding the future utility of magic crystals, they were indeed of little use at present. It seemed more prudent to utilize them as tickets. Perhaps a trip to a more distant location would yield more level 1 zombies and mutated beasts, thus allowing them to recoup their magic crystals. At that moment, the man resolved to accept the fare set forth on the bulletin board. At the Dongfeng Town subway station, Lin Feng and Dong Weiguo stood in the waiting hall. Observing the stream of incoming passengers, Lin Feng felt reassured that his plan was sound. He had instructed his subordinates to post announcements regarding the subways opening throughout all the areas under his jurisdiction. Many people had already come, prepared to ride the subway. As for the pricing, Lin Feng had personally determined it. The fare of 1 magic crystal per trip did not seem inexpensive, especially considering that only 2 months had passed since the apocalypse began, during which the number of level 1 zombies and mutated beasts hunted by people had been limited. Nonetheless, prior to this, the entire coastal city had experienced a tide of corpses, and the magical crystals had not been circulating at all. Consequently, many individuals still possessed a considerable amount of these crystals. Presently, utilizing magical crystals as tickets for the subway is not prohibitively expensive. After all, a strong sense of curiosity prevails among the populace. They may perceive resource acquisition as challenging in their original locations and entertain the notion that perhaps a change of scenery would yield better results. This reflects a common belief that the grass is greener on the other side, prompting many to venture outside for exploration. At present, each subway station is situated over 3 kilometers apart, a distance that may seem trivial in peaceful times. However, in this apocalyptic era, the wilderness is fraught with peril, and minimizing risk is a paramount concern for the people. The steady stream of individuals entering the subway station affirms Lin Feng's assessment. The subway stations are now powered by generators, and all ticket counters have been converted to manual service, rendering security checks entirely unnecessary. This marks the inaugural journey of the subway since the onset of the apocalypse, and Lin Feng and his companions are prepared to experience this first ride. As for the subway schedule, trains are dispatched every hour, a frequency that is considered quite ample in these dire times. The population within Lin Feng's domain is approximately 200,000, making this frequency relatively reasonable. A preliminary glance reveals around 40 to 50 passengers at this station, all hailing from Dongfeng Town. Just yesterday, the former squad leader, Wang Gang, fully assumed control of Dongfeng Town, having eradicated the remaining loyalists of Qinghai. The change in the town's leadership elicited little reaction from the ordinary populace. After all, who assumes the role of town leader matters little as long as danger is averted, and people can continue their daily lives. Most of these subway travelers are armed, as Dongfeng Town is known for its production of firearms. Among them, some travel in groups, while others opt for solitary journeys. This scene reassures Lin Feng that, at the very least, there are still individuals with purchasing power. It is likely that many are eager to explore the city center in hopes of uncovering hidden treasures, as that area remains vibrant and bustling for the residents of Dongfeng Town. The more prosperous the location, the greater the opportunities, and although competition may be fierce, these individuals hold steadfast in their belief that with determination, survival in this apocalyptic landscape is attainable. As the subway set in motion, it reached Swan Bay Station in merely 2 minutes. Here, some individuals from the Swan Bay New District boarded the train. These newcomers also sought to venture out in search of supplies, for every person requires sustenance. While remaining in the safety of the base is comforting, it is inevitable that one must eventually step outside. The subway swiftly traversed station after station, ultimately halting at the platform in the heart of Binhai City. Here lies the terminus of the first phase of the subway, established by Lin Feng, where all passengers alighted. Soon after, an influx of commuters from the city center boarded the train. This station was more bustling, as word of the subway's inauguration had spread through various channels. Approximately 70 to 80 individuals embarked at this stop, most of whom were destined for Dongfeng Town. After all, This locale not only serves as a hub for arms trading, but also boasts surrounding ranches ideal for hunting. It can be said that it is a place many aspire to visit. Just as the throng of passengers settled in and the subway prepared to depart, an alarm echoed throughout the station. Chapter 124. An unexpected situation. What has happened? Upon hearing the alarm's piercing sound, Lin Feng, who had just descended from the subway station and was about to exit the platform, came to a halt. At that moment, he saw Wu Di rushing toward him in haste. Boss, something has occurred up ahead. Wu Di, now the station master of the central station, reached Lin Feng's side, breathless. Our brothers who were investigating within the subway reported via radio. A massive horde of corpses has appeared in front of our station. Realizing the gravity of the situation, our team began to retreat while promptly notifying us. Wu Di was accompanied by a few individuals, all of whom were mutated beings from the central station. A horde of corpses? Upon hearing Wu Di's words, Lin Feng glanced toward the other side of the subway station. They had just traversed the line leading to Dongfeng Town. So Wu Di must be referring to the opposite side. That area was not connected to the subway, yet Wu Di had still dispatched personnel to patrol the tracks. Let us proceed and investigate. At this moment, Lin Feng felt no need for further inquiries. The alarm had left the passengers clueless about the unfolding events. As the subway continued its routine journey toward Dongfeng Town, accompanied by Zhou Weiguo and Wu Di, Lin Feng ventured into the tracks, moving in the opposite direction. Due to the unforeseen circumstances, Wu Di had already illuminated the passageway prior to their departure, ensuring they would not have to navigate in darkness. Their pace was brisk. After covering several hundred meters, they encountered a few individuals rushing toward them. Boss, station master, you've arrived. Two employees from the subway station approached Lin Feng and his group. Visibly relieved, there is a substantial number of zombies ahead, comparable to a horde. We can't see too far, but I estimate there are at least 1,000 zombies. They are merely a few hundred meters away from us and will soon be upon us, one young man gasped. 1,000 zombies? Lin Feng furrowed his brow upon hearing the staff member's words. Has such a situation occurred before? He turned to Wu Di for clarification. No, this has never happened before. Wu Di replied, shaking his head earnestly. Even at the onset of the apocalypse, there were not so many zombies. While each station had its fair share of zombies, most people instinctively fled toward the platform, and even if zombies pursued, they followed the direction outside the tracks. Even when trains were operational, they were on a fixed schedule, stopping at the platform every 2 to 3 minutes. Consequently, the majority of zombies appeared on the platform rather than in the tunnels. Even later, when we actively cleared the tunnels of zombies, only a few remained. It was impossible for there to be 1,000 or more. Wu Di, well versed in the state of the subway station during the apocalypse, educated the group on the matter. Could it be that these zombies have only just surged into the tunnel? After listening to Wu Di, Lin Feng pondered. Yet, anyone could discern that this seemed utterly implausible. According to the report from the messenger, the sheer number of zombies could not possibly have manifested within the subway station, unless there was someone directing them. But how could the zombies be so easily commanded by a mere individual? At that moment, Lin Feng and the others heard the distant roars of zombies. Illuminated by the lights in the tunnel, they could now see a dark mass in the distance. A horde of zombies was advancing towards them, akin to a tide of corpses. Zhou Lao, Wu Di, follow me. The rest of you, hold your positions, Lin Feng directed, observing the scene ahead. Concurrently, he proceeded deeper into the tunnel. Upon seeing Lin Feng's advance, Wu Di and Zhou Lao hastened to follow him. Lin Feng quickly closed the distance to within 20 meters of the horde, and upon noticing the presence of living humans, the zombies quickened their pace. He observed that the majority of the zombies were of the first tier, clad in various tattered garments. At that moment, Lin Feng retrieved a basic purification card from his storage space, tore it open, and hurled it towards the distant zombies. The purification card emitted a brilliant white light amidst the throng of zombies, causing them to collapse en masse. The function of the basic purification card was to cleanse the zombie virus. Any zombies entering its radius were transformed into lifeless bodies. Within merely 30 seconds, a small mountain of corpses had accumulated. To prevent the bodies from obstructing the tunnel, Lin Feng hastened his steps. Soon, they reached the foremost position of the horde. After traversing the mound of corpses, Lin Feng cast another purification card forward. His storage space contained thousands of these cards, and using a few at this juncture was hardly significant. Moreover, due to the geographical constraints of the tunnel, which was not particularly spacious, the efficacy of the purification cards was maximized, adequately covering the entire width of the passage. Thus, vast swathes of zombies fell. The efficiency of annihilating zombies in this manner far surpassed any assault with blades or firearms. One purification card was sufficient to eliminate over 100 zombies. And as Lin Feng continued to release card after card, innumerable zombies succumbed. Among them were a few first-tier zombies, but under the purifying effect of the cards, they too became lifeless forms. 3 minutes elapsed, and Lin Feng had utilized over 10 basic purification cards before the zombies in the tunnel were largely eradicated. The remaining few, positioned near the edges, were dispatched by Zhou Weiguo and Wu Di with finishing blows. Within this several hundred-meter stretch, Lin Feng had effectively slain nearly 2,000 zombies. Yet, throughout this ordeal, Lin Feng's brow remained furrowed, not out of concern for the purification cards, but rather due to a lingering question in his mind. How had such a multitude of zombies come to be? It is no easy feat to summon such a multitude of zombies, even in the wilderness, let alone in the confines of a subway station. As the last flicker of the purification card faded away, silence enveloped the entire passage. "Let someone come to clear this up," Lin Feng remarked, observing the absence of zombies in the distance. Once the bodies had been cleared, he planned to proceed towards the subway when it returned, for he wished to uncover the origin of the incident. After conveying his instructions, Lin Feng led Wu Di and the others back to the office within the station. At this moment, a thought began to take shape in Lin Feng's mind, a notion that would require some time to validate. Chapter 125. The new team under Lin Feng's instructions, Wu Di distributed orders one by one. Realizing he had little to do in the station, he decided to leave. Upon emerging to the surface, he observed that the number of people outside the subway station had increased significantly compared to 2 months ago. However, most individuals traversed the streets cautiously, clutching their weapons as they moved. This was a marked improvement from the early days of the apocalypse. In the city center, zombies were now a rare sight, particularly on the roads. The situation was quite different in the surrounding neighborhoods, however. Crossing the street, Lin Feng arrived at the outer walls of the Renjia Martial Arts School. He gazed up at the towering walls, where guards were stationed. "The boss is here." As Lin Feng approached, the guards recognized him. The gate swung open, allowing him entry. On the expansive training ground, dozens of students were engaged in martial arts practice. The youthful energy of the students was palpable, as they often took to the grounds to hone their skills during their free time. From a distance, Lin Feng spotted Li Sun instructing students on their martial techniques, and Li Sun soon noticed him as well. Without the need for excessive pleasantries, they met and proceeded to a conference room within the teaching building. "Boss, there are far more people outside now than before. Sometimes, I wish I could post a notice on the outer wall," Li Sun lamented in the conference room. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at his predicament. As Li Sun mentioned, the recent buzz surrounding the subway station had drawn many locals to investigate. Given the imposing walls of the martial arts school, it naturally attracted attention. Those who observed the situation were eager to inquire about the possibility of entering the school for refuge. After all, it was evident that this place offered significantly more security than the average neighborhood. However, Li Sun was resolute in denying their requests. This territory belonged to Lin Feng, and he had never indicated a need to accommodate outsiders. Thus, Li Sun could only instruct his students to turn away those who sought entry. Fortunately, the outsiders were unaware of the internal dynamics of the school, which deterred them from resorting to forceful means of entry. Nevertheless, Li Sun wished to print a large sign reading "No entry for outsiders" to hang on the outer wall. "In the future, you won't be confined to the school all the time," Lin Feng remarked with a smile at Li Sun's exasperation. "I've been contemplating the establishment of a team specifically tasked with gathering intelligence. After much consideration, I believe our martial arts school is the most suitable base for this initiative. My plan is for you all to thoroughly understand the internal dynamics of various factions within Binhai City." As Lin Feng elaborated on his vision, it became evident that this idea had been brewing in his mind since he first contemplated re-establishing the subway line. The inauguration of the subway symbolizes the vibrant connection to the outside world that has emerged. Consequently, Lin Feng can no longer remain blissfully ignorant of affairs beyond his window. Establishing a dedicated intelligence department has become paramount. Among the forces at his disposal, the Renjia Martial Arts School stands out as particularly formidable. Every individual here possesses at least a level 3 mutation, a caliber of skill that is unrivaled in Binhai City. Furthermore, these students are exceptionally intelligent and readily embrace new concepts. Therefore, the establishment of an intelligence department in this environment is quite fitting. Rest assured, leader, whatever tasks you assign us, we shall execute with unwavering determination. Even if it were to entail perilous ventures, I doubt anyone would flinch. With the enhancement of loyalty chips, coupled with the inherently forthright nature of Li Sun and his comrades, their allegiance to Lin Feng is abundantly clear. I believe infiltrating various factions will not pose a significant challenge, as this group of youngsters will not draw undue attention. You need not worry. Having never seen a pig run, I will arrange matters promptly and allocate tasks judiciously. Evidently, Li Sun's perspective aligns with Lin Feng's. Although these youths may possess a certain naivety, they are quite astute. Their youthfulness ensures that even as intelligence operatives, they will not attract scrutiny. However, Li Xin lacks experience in such endeavors and may require some time to acclimate and learn. I will prepare relevant equipment and deliver it to you shortly, including walkie-talkies, communication devices, and drones, which Lin Feng will not simply release without caution. From this moment forth, this will be your stronghold. The defenses here must be fortified to prevent external prying. You need not worry about provisions. I will instruct Zhang Chong and the others to ensure everything is ready. As for other necessities, I will provide what I can conceive of. Should you require anything, please inform me promptly. To accomplish any task effectively, one must first equip themselves adequately. Lin Feng will ensure their needs for resources and sustenance are met. The two engaged in prolonged discussion on this topic. Despite the intelligence team comprising around 100 individuals, their responsibilities are abundant. They must gather information regarding the internal dynamics of various factions, personnel distribution, and potential shortages of supplies, as well as the myriad operations conducted by those bases, whether targeting zombies or external threats. In terms of weaponry, Lin Feng intends to equip them with energy-converted handguns. These firearms, while discreet, will possess a power that far surpasses conventional rifles. Thus, even though they are adept level 3 mutants, they will be well-armed in extraordinary circumstances. While this arsenal may not be overwhelming, it is essential. Lin Feng envisions creating an elite squad. Having conveyed all necessary instructions, Lin Feng departed from the martial arts school. Leader, I have nearly completed the investigation. As Lin Feng stepped out of the Rinjie martial arts school, the voice of Wu Di echoed through his walkie-talkie. Wait for me, I'm heading back immediately. Lin Feng did not inquire directly through the device but instead made his way towards the subway station. A few minutes later, he arrived at an office located beneath the central subway station. At that moment, Zhou Weiguo and Wu Di were waiting for him inside. Upon Lin Feng's entrance, both pairs of eyes turned towards him. Boss, we have clarified the situation, and it is indeed not an accident, Wu Di remarked, rising from his chair to address Lin Feng. Chapter 126, Unavoidably High-Profile Speak. Lin Feng commanded as he settled into a chair, producing a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offering one each to Zhou Weiguo and Wu Di. Boss, hear us the situation. After we had nearly cleared away the corpses of the zombies, we took the subway with Elder Zhou heading that way. Lighting a cigarette, Wu Di continued, there were still some scattered zombies in the subway tunnel, which we managed to eliminate by crashing into them with the train. The next stop was Linjiang Ancient Alley, and as we approached, we encountered a problem. The tunnel was obstructed by several strands of barbed wire and sandbags. After analyzing the situation with Elder Zhou, we concluded that these obstacles were solely intended to impede the zombies' advance. At this point, Wu Di glanced at Zhou Weiguo before recounting the finer details of the tunnel. I understand now, Lin Feng interjected abruptly after listening to Wu Di's account. Someone must have previously set up these barriers within Dongdao, then funneled a large number of zombies into the station from Linjiang Ancient Alley. They directed the zombies onto the tracks, and due to the obstruction, a massive horde accumulated. Once the zombies reached a critical mass, the barriers were removed, allowing them to surge toward the city center station. Hence, the wave of corpses we witnessed this morning, correct? Lin Feng's rapid response showcased his astuteness. He had deduced the sequence of events from just a few words from Wu Di. Boss, you're remarkable, Wu Di exclaimed in admiration. He and Zhou Weiguo had drawn similar conclusions, but theirs was based on tangible evidence. Lin Feng, having merely listened to the narrative, managed to reconstruct the situation, which impressed them both greatly. Linjiang Ancient Alley was historically a bustling area, home to countless restaurants and a labor market. Given the presence of the labor market, it was reasonable to assume that a significant number of zombies had accumulated there. Thus, it was not unimaginable for so many zombies to enter the tunnel. Despite having remained at the city center subway station since the apocalypse, Wu Di, being a local of Beihai City, was quite familiar with the conditions in Linjiang Ancient Alley. Have you uncovered who is responsible? Lin Feng asked with a smile, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray on the table. Although the adversary had employed some tactics, their actions were rather conspicuous, suggesting they were targeting Lin Feng and his group. At this juncture, it was evident that the subway had adversely affected certain individuals' interests. Otherwise, they wouldn't have risked bringing in so many zombies. Yes, boss, Wu Di replied promptly. After my investigation, I began questioning the personnel here. Everyone mentioned that one of our employees has been frequently going into the tunnel these past few days. Moreover, it is quite serendipitous that the individual in question happened to be one of the recent recruits from outside, brought in as we were preparing to inaugurate the subway. Upon discovering his identity, we conducted a targeted interrogation, and ultimately, the lad succumbed to the pressure and divulged information. He revealed that he was affiliated with an organization in Jiangbei known as the Changfeng Group, which had dispatched him and several others to engage in operations here. Extinguishing his cigarette, Wu Di relayed the findings to Lin Feng. Changfeng Group, once again, Lin Feng furrowed his brow upon hearing Wu Di's words. If memory serves, the last time Lin Feng had personally instructed Zhao Hu to launch a missile as a lesson for them. To his astonishment, they were now fixated on the subway issue, even going so far as to infiltrate our ranks to create chaos. Should their plan succeed this time, it would undoubtedly instill fear in anyone contemplating a subway ride, thereby temporarily disrupting Lin Feng's expansion plans. Lin Feng could easily surmise their motives. The revival of the subway system must be driven by some significant source of motivation, which holds considerable importance for any faction, particularly for an industrial entity like the Chimfeng Group. Possessing such motivation would enable them to accomplish much more. Their repeated attempts to target Lin Feng were merely an effort to uncover the source of his strength. It seemed that one should not leave room for mercy in such matters, Lin Feng mused. He had initially believed that the previous missile barrage would compel them to reconsider their approach, for in this apocalyptic world, people tend to be timid. Those with power are especially reluctant to lose what they have. Generally, individuals act with utmost caution, deviating from their usual conduct. However, perhaps due to the abundance Lin Feng now possessed, he had underestimated the significance of the subway power supply, which could be a coveted asset for other factions. Thus, even at great risk, they sought to obtain what Lin Feng deemed trivial. Boss, what shall we do now? Should we deploy additional personnel to the Linjiang Ancient Alley Station to prevent similar incidents from occurring? Wu Di proposed, observing Lin Feng's contemplative silence. There's no need for such complications. I can handle it, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. In this day and age, there was no need for elaborate measures. He merely needed to find a few items, place them in storage, and seal off the tracks leading there. When the time came to reopen that station, he could simply retrieve them from storage. Chifeng Group, quite intriguing indeed, Lin Feng remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he lightly tapped the table. Initially, he had dismissed the significance of an industrial group, but it now appeared that they warranted a lesson. Boss, we currently have over 30 personnel here. If we concentrate forces from 5 stations, we could muster over 100, Wu Di said, his voice laced with indignation. We could simply take the subway directly there. I refuse to believe that over 100 of us cannot overcome them. Wu Di harbored a profound disdain for those who schemed in secrecy, particularly as a mutant. Now serving as the station master near the subway, the unfolding events stirred within him an indignant fury that could not be quelled by inaction. Allow me to handle this matter, Lin Feng remarked with a smile, observing Wu Di's righteous indignation. They genuinely believed they could acquire whatever they desired. Very well. I shall use this incident to demonstrate to all that I, Lin Feng, am not to be trifled with. Initially, Lin Feng preferred to maintain a low profile. However, at this juncture, it appeared that failing to assert himself would only invite ridicule. Chapter 127, Counterattack. Having departed from the city center subway station, Lin Feng drove back to Beihai University. Upon reaching the main building's office, he sought out Zhang Chang. You are aware of the subway's inauguration, right? Lin Feng recounted the events that had transpired. The Chungfeng Group is utterly despicable, Zhang Chang exclaimed with righteous indignation after listening to Lin Feng's narrative. Their actions are more heinous than murder and arson. If it weren't for our timely discovery, a grave situation could have ensued. How dare they act so brazenly? Brother Feng, should we treat them to a taste of our artillery? It would serve to demonstrate our might to those outside. They see us as nothing more than a sickly cat when, in fact, we are tigers. At that moment, Zhang Chang's fighting spirit was ignited. Given the undeniable strength of their base, he could not tolerate such external bullying. Having spent considerable time with Lin Feng, Zhang Chang had also learned the necessity of decisiveness. In this apocalyptic world, one must be ruthless. Otherwise, they would end up being the victim. Artillery? Wouldn't that be too lenient for them? Lin Feng responded with a cold smirk upon hearing Zhang Chang's suggestion. Those who dare to trouble us without cause will pay a price. Very well. This time I shall make all factions witness the consequences of crossing us. I will head to the stadium to prepare. You gather my personal guard. We shall meet at the stadium in half an hour. Having resolved to make an example of their adversaries, Lin Feng made a decisive choice. The two parted ways, and Lin Feng ventured alone into the university's stadium. The vast expanse was initially intended to serve as a parking lot. He retrieved 20 main battle tanks, 20 armored vehicles, and 10 rocket launchers from his storage space. Additionally, he produced 5 Level 1 base vehicles. Ground equipment alone would not suffice. Thus, he also summoned 5 helicopters and 1 aerospace vehicle from his storage. Observing the array of equipment in the stadium, Lin Feng allowed a cold smile to grace his lips. This time, he would ensure that his adversaries understood the repercussions of provoking him. Half an hour later, Zhang Chang arrived at the stadium with a contingent of 500 personnel. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, the sight of the amassed equipment left him quietly astonished. He had not anticipated that Lin Feng could procure such a formidable arsenal in such a short span of time. It was worth noting that a considerable number of tanks and armored vehicles had already been left behind in Dongfeng town, yet here they were, with even more equipment at their disposal. "Everyone listen up," Lin Feng commanded, surveying the assembly before him. "The reason I have gathered you today is that we have been wronged. Our newly inaugurated subway station has faced an infringement. We must avenge this grievance. And the time is now. If we cannot handle this matter, how shall we endure further bullying in the future? Many of you have wives, parents, and even children here. Originally, our sanctuary was secure, yet now we find ourselves subjected to unwarranted oppression. They aim to invade us, to shatter our tranquil existence. Can we acquiesce to such a state of affairs?" Addressing the assembly of over 500 individuals before him, Lin Feng proclaimed with fervor. Perhaps he was not an eloquent orator, yet the gravity of the situation rendered any excessive rhetoric unnecessary. After all, when faced with such blatant aggression, it is inconceivable for anyone to accept the disruption of their peaceful lives. "No, we cannot acquiesce." The crowd resounded in unison. They understood that all they possessed was a gift from Lin Feng. It was this young man who had enabled them to live comfortably amidst the apocalypse. Moreover, they had transformed into mutants, a status far beyond that of ordinary individuals. With adversaries encroaching upon them, how could these guardians remain passive? "Very well. Since this is the case, we shall make them aware of the consequences of crossing us." Once he sensed that the crowd was sufficiently mobilized, Lin Feng promptly organized their upcoming expedition. Following prior training, each guardian was adept at operating tanks and armored vehicles. However, the artillerymen required specialized training. Thus, deploying a total of 50 armored vehicles posed no challenge, with 200 guardians assigned to this task. The remaining 300 ascended 5 command vehicles, with Lin Feng and Zhang Chang occupying one as their command center. As for the helicopters and aerospace vehicles, Zhang Chang had assigned qualified pilots to operate them. The helicopters, having several individuals with flying licenses, were well prepared for this occasion. The aerospace vehicle, controlled by onboard computers, had a squadron leader designated as its pilot. Although Lin Feng recognized that deploying the aerospace vehicle was somewhat excessive, given its superiority over conventional fighter jets, he resolved to utilize it as a means of deterrence. Once all preparations were complete, the convoy gradually exited the stadium. "Look, what is that? A tank convoy. Incredible!" exclaimed a student upon witnessing the procession. Tanks, armored vehicles, rocket launchers, and even helicopters. "Did the military arrive at our school?" A military enthusiast among the students eagerly enumerated the vehicles. "It cannot be. Do not forget we saw tanks just a couple of days ago. This must be our Leader-S deployment." The students of Binhai University had grown accustomed to referring to Lin Feng and his comrades as their leaders, as this place had become a fortified base. The sight of this convoy evidently bolstered the students' confidence, dispelling any lingering concerns about safety. In a world ravaged by catastrophe, possessing such an arsenal was a feat unmatched by ordinary military forces. They all understood that this convoy was their Leader-S initiative, dedicated to their protection. In this manner, the sense of security among these students surged to unprecedented heights, as they observed an increasing number of peers around them. The guards within the vehicles felt an overwhelming sense of pride. At that moment, they resembled valiant warriors preparing for battle, standing ready to be scrutinized by the populace. A profound sense of safeguarding their homeland welled up within them, a feeling both extraordinary and immensely gratifying. As the convoy gradually exited Coastal University, it began to accelerate, driven by the singular purpose of avenging a deep-seated grievance. Chapter 128. On the path of vengeance, the convoy slowly emerged from the gates of Binhai University, a process that required considerable time. In the wake of the campus's devastation, numerous fragments of crumbling buildings obstructed the vicinity, causing the vehicles to advance at a sluggish pace. Directly opposite the university's main entrance lay a major thoroughfare, with the territories of other factions not far off, all of whom could witness the events unfolding at the gates. As the gates swung open and Lin Feng's formidable base vehicle made its first appearance, astonishment rippled through the onlookers from a distance. Some among them seemed to recognize this vehicle, recalling its previous, significant appearances, each marked by events of great consequence, akin to the harrowing moments when hordes of zombies besieged their realm. Following this base vehicle, a myriad of armed vehicles began to emerge, leaving the spectators at the university gates utterly speechless. Many peered through the shattered windows and narrow crevices, their imaginations ignited by the spectacle. They pondered whether the arrival of such an arsenal heralded an end to the apocalypse, perhaps capable of rescuing their beleaguered city. Hope, awe, and even envy coursed through the crowd, with some harboring a twinge of jealousy. They mused that if a legion of zombies were to suddenly appear and breach these vehicles, might they then claim the spoils for themselves? The convoy continued its journey, making its way along the main road toward Jianbei. Lin Feng led the charge in his base vehicle, followed closely by armored cars, rocket launchers, and tanks, flanked by colossal support vehicles providing escort. The personnel aboard the armored vehicles were well equipped with firearms, prepared for any eventuality. The procession resembled a formidable army, akin to a colossal dragon of weaponry capable of obliterating all in its path. While the vehicles operated within Lin Feng's jurisdiction, the onlookers, though astonished, found a degree of familiarity in the sight. However, once they traversed beyond Lin Feng's domain, they entered a chaotic expanse devoid of oversight. Here, while the undead were plentiful, they were largely concentrated within the dilapidated structures rather than on the main thoroughfare. Surviving souls in this part of the world were exceedingly rare. Further along the road, they would need to navigate through the territories of others. Typically, traversing another's domain would warrant prior notification as a matter of courtesy, yet Lin Feng, consumed by anger, chose to disregard such formalities. As the convoy ventured into the territory of another faction, Lin Feng observed from the driver's seat that the armed personnel in the vicinity hastily retreated, seeking refuge. He recalled his last journey through this area en route to Jiangbei, when the locals were still armed and had garnered a modest reputation in the region. However, those tasked with managing patrols have withdrawn in haste, seeking refuge, clearly oblivious to the significance of Lin Feng's grand entrance into their territory. In essence, they could not afford to offend him, so they chose to conceal themselves, knowing they were no match for him. If Lin Feng intended to bestow this territory upon him, preserving their lives took precedence. Yet, Lin Feng had no intention of acquiring this territory without effort. He drove through without causing any destruction. The residents of the buildings flanking this area heard the sound of the vehicles and the rumble of tanks, peering out from windows or standing on balconies, filled with envy. Some even contemplated leaping from the safety of their rooftops to join the convoy, but the height of the buildings quelled such thoughts. The sight of the convoy inspired hope among the onlookers. As they traversed this remote area and continued along the main road, they entered another person's domain, where the governing personnel favored a laissez-faire approach. Here, the mutated beasts could be engaged by anyone who desired to exert themselves. As for the zombies, they were disregarded, resulting in the local populace being notably robust. Upon witnessing the influx of weaponry and armored vehicles, fear gripped them, prompting many to take cover with their weapons at the ready. While they appeared to be in hiding, they were, in fact, preparing for potential violence. Such cunning intentions could hardly escape Lin Feng's keen perception. Zhang Cheng, within the base vehicle, utilized a loudspeaker to intimidate those outside. Following his instructions, energy weapons extended from the vehicle, aiming in various directions. Should a shot penetrate, not only would those hiding within the buildings be at risk, but even those concealed behind substantial boulders would be obliterated. Zhang Cheng had previously warned against harboring ulterior motives. This served as a warning from a position of strength. Those lurking in the shadows, realizing the energy weapons were aimed at the walls behind which they hid, understood that their very existence lay beyond those barriers. They promptly lowered their weapons, adopting a gesture of surrender, acknowledging that they held no ill intentions. After Lin Feng's convoy passed, those who harbored thoughts of sabotage and plunder were left trembling, unable to muster the strength to stand. A few were so paralyzed by fear that they failed to react to the approaching zombies, becoming easy prey. The base vehicle, leading the way, encountered the makeshift barriers of barbed wire with little resistance. As it passed, the obstructions were effortlessly flattened. The leaders of the two previous territories, having witnessed this, felt a mix of anger and fear. They recognized the prowess of Lin Feng's base vehicle but were unprepared for the sudden deployment of so many armored vehicles, tanks, and rocket launchers, not to mention the helicopters that trailed above. They could hardly fathom that their modest base would face such a formidable assault. As Lin Feng's base vehicle breached the barbed wire, leading their convoy through, not a single leader dared to utter a sound. They were acutely aware that the oncoming force was not targeting them, so why provoke them with unnecessary words? Such wisdom is well understood by anyone who holds the title of a base leader. Yet, there are always those who, in their arrogance, believe that as the sovereign of their territory, they must not be challenged by anyone. Even upon witnessing the armored weapons of this convoy, and the very presence of helicopters, they boldly confronted the situation. It wasn't long before Lin Feng indeed encountered such obstinate individuals. Chapter 129. The Jester having traversed the first two bases with remarkable ease. The journey ahead led to the Grand River Crossing Bridge. Crossing that bridge would place the destination of Feng Group within reach. Along this route, the onlookers exhibited expressions of envy, fear, and admiration. With the formidable weaponry at their disposal, none dared to challenge Lin Feng's convoy. As they approached another base, Lin Feng noted that the barbed wire had been removed. To his astonishment, personnel within stood in formation, flanking the route as if in a ceremonial display. Weapons at the ready, welcoming them like esteemed guests. The main thoroughfare had been meticulously cleared, and any obstacles that previously obstructed the base's entrance had been moved aside. In that instant, Lin Feng understood. The inhabitants of this base had received word of their passage through the previous two. They recognized that Lin Feng's intent was not one of aggression towards any base, but rather a simple transit. The recent developments regarding the subway in Jiangnan had certainly reached their ears, making it evident that Lin Feng's impressive display of force was directed towards the northern bank of the river. In some instances, individuals harboring nefarious thoughts can spread their ideas quickly, akin to a clandestine operation. While overt communications may be absent, information flows through black markets and underground networks, reaching at least the upper echelons of certain bases. This particular base was informed of the subway incident, and upon witnessing Lin Feng's convoy, they grasped his intentions. The main thoroughfare's ultimate destination was unmistakably toward the north. Thus, they opened their defenses, both to facilitate passage and to signal their alignment. Being neighbors in the Jiangnan region, this display of hospitality underscored their camaraderie. Lin Feng comprehended their message. These were seasoned tacticians, adept in their dealings. He acknowledged their gesture with a brief honk of the horn, recognizing this base as the most accommodating thus far. The fact that they had willingly lowered their defenses was a significant boon, sparing him the need for destruction. Should others from different bases witness this, it would convey a cordial relationship between Lin Feng and this base. Indeed, Lin Feng found the cunning of these old foxes somewhat vexing. Yet he appreciated that he need not contend with their machinations at this moment. The passage remained smooth, avoiding the need to resort to displays of force that could paint him as unreasonable. While this base had been easily navigated, the next posed a greater challenge. Logically, having passed through the first three bases, the final one guarded the crucial juncture at the river crossing bridge, necessitating passage through this area to reach the northern bank. The passage through the first three bases was remarkably smooth, devoid of any casualties or confrontations. The inhabitants of this base should have long since that Lin Feng and his convoy merely sought passage. Akin to the previous base where defenses were lowered to permit their passage, an act of convenience that neither offended nor failed to cultivate goodwill. However, at this final base, situated at the southern end of the Jiang River Bridge, the leader was anything but accommodating. He believed that since he had claimed this territory, he was the sovereign, and no one could pass without his express permission. Without prior notification or the payment of a toll, a direct passage was utterly unacceptable. When Lin Feng's lead vehicle approached the entrance of the base, they encountered the leader personally armed and flanked by dozens of followers. Before them lay several rows of wooden stakes, barbed wire, fuel barrels, and sandbags, indicative of a comprehensive defense. Lin Feng's vehicle slowed slightly, clearly signaling their benign intentions and desire for passage, yet the response was far from cordial. Observing the reduced speed of Lin Feng's vehicle, the leader interpreted this as fear and seized the opportunity to assert dominance, intending to make it known that he was in charge and that passage would require a toll. Clutching a loudspeaker, the leader anticipated that if Lin Feng's vehicle halted to negotiate, he would demand a hefty tribute. His plan included securing half of their armored vehicles and rocket launchers, while temporarily setting aside any desire for tanks. However, to his astonishment, Lin Feng's vehicle did not decelerate but continued to advance at a steady pace, during which the energy weapons mounted on top pivoted towards him. The leader, witnessing the vehicle's slowed speed, felt elated and activated the loudspeaker, the mechanical voice proclaiming power on resonating loudly in the vicinity. Just as he raised the loudspeaker to address them, he was startled to see the weapons on Lin Feng's armored vehicle redirect their aim directly at him. Instantly, he pressed the loudspeaker to his mouth and commanded his followers to retreat and clear the entrance. His companions were taken aback, their astonishment fueled by both the formidable weapons before them and the leader's rapid change of demeanor. Yet, the armored vehicle continued its advance, showing no signs of stopping. If they failed to clear the area, even the minimal defenses they had would be obliterated. Should the energy weapons discharge, the consequences would be catastrophic, not only for their defenses but for the entire base in the vicinity. Fearing the impending risk, they complied, hastily removing all sandbags, fuel barrels, and various defensive materials. Dutifully clearing the path, the leader of the base obediently placed the loudspeaker on the ground, bowed deeply towards Lin Feng's armored vehicle, and then swiftly scurried away to conceal himself. Lin Feng paid no heed to the state of those individuals. To him, they appeared to possess their own influence. Yet, in comparison to him, they were merely buffoons. At times, the term frog at the bottom of the well aptly describes such people. There are moments when the actions of individuals in this apocalyptic world seem utterly absurd, a reality Lin Feng had come to understand in his past life. In his eyes, they were nothing more than bullies who preyed on the weak. Dismissing them entirely, Lin Feng led his convoy towards his ultimate destination. Chapter 130. The operation commences. The convoy advanced along Jiabei Avenue, prompting those engaged in hunting by the roadside to hastily retreat. Encountering such a formidable force in the wilderness at this hour was undoubtedly beyond their capacity to confront. Soon, the convoy approached the Jianbei subway station. Brother Feng. There's still about a kilometer to the industrial zone. What about the subway station? Zhang Cheng inquired from his position as co-pilot in the command vehicle. His familiarity with Jianbei stemming from being a native of Beihai City. Send 100 men to secure the subway station first. Lin Feng decisively responded after a moment of contemplation. Logically, there should be members of the Changfeng group within the station. If they were to engage the station now, it was likely that the occupants would alert their headquarters. However, for Lin Feng, this undertaking was no longer a secret. Although he was unaware of the exact number of individuals in the Changfeng group, he was aware of their significant presence from his previous life. It was probable that some members of the Changfeng group had already learned of their convoy's approach. While they might not know that Lin Feng and his team were seeking vengeance, the sight of such an imposing procession would undoubtedly be noted by various factions across Jianbei. Given this, there was no longer a need to concern himself with the possibility of alerting the subway station. If he were to worry about such matters, Lin Feng would not have made the effort to come personally. He could have simply launched missiles from home. The ostentatious arrival in Jianbei was less about revenge and more about demonstrating the formidable power that should not be trifled with. Upon hearing Lin Feng's orders, Zhang Cheng promptly retrieved the walkie-talkie. In an instant, the convoy came to a halt. Subsequently, 100 armed guards disembarked from the two command vehicles. Clad in alloy battle armor and wielding energy-modified rifles, they exuded an imposing presence. The subway station, serving as a minor stronghold, had a scattering of onlookers nearby. Upon seeing Lin Feng's formidable group, they quickly sought refuge within the station, uncertain of the convoy's intentions. Inside the command vehicle, Lin Feng regarded the subway station before him with an absence of compassion. In his previous life, the Changfeng group had exercised control over the entire subway system of Beihai City. This meant that the station was likely filled with their personnel. Those who chose to align with the Changfeng group could hardly blame Lin Feng for his ruthlessness. After all, one's allegiance held significant weight. Choosing the wrong side came at a steep price. In the next moment, Zhang Cheng led his men in a charge toward the subway station. Gunfire erupted from within. Lin Feng held no apprehension regarding the guards. With their alloy armor and inherent strength, conventional firearms posed little threat to them. At worst, they would sustain only minor injuries. Even in the presence of mutated adversaries, they would not stand a chance, for these guards were Lin Feng's elite, each possessing at least the prowess of a second-tier mutant. Such capability rendered them formidable, not just within a subway station, but throughout the entirety of Beihai City, where few factions could rival their strength. Lin Feng's thoughts were indeed correct. After a little over 10 minutes, Zhang Cheng emerged from the subway station, accompanied by a squad of guards. Brother Feng. It's all taken care of, he said nonchalantly as he approached the base vehicle. We eliminated over 30 individuals without sustaining any casualties on our side. By the way, there were 3 first-level mutants, and we left no survivors. At this point, Zhang Cheng had completely acclimated to life in the apocalypse. One must not show mercy in such a world, a truth that Zhang Cheng understood without needing Lin Feng to remind him. Thus, he made the decision to leave no one alive, knowing full well that sparing them would serve no purpose. In the distance, a small crowd had gathered near the subway station, having already heard the gunfire that erupted within. When they spotted Lin Feng's convoy parked not far from the station, none dared to approach. However, it was evident to all that a battle had taken place. Who were these people? They had taken over the subway station. It was a stronghold of the Changfeng group. Could they really afford to offend such a powerful entity? Shh, keep your voice down. Just look at their equipment. With so many tanks and armored vehicles, who would fear the Changfeng group? Someone remarked. Indeed, it seems a storm is brewing here in Jianbei. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves, clearly recognizing that the subway station had been attacked, and the assailants were none other than the formidable convoy before them. Among the crowd, there were those filled with envy, others with concern, and some eager to seize the opportunity to scavenge. Yet, due to the presence of Lin Feng's team, none dared to approach. Such is the nature of the apocalypse. In the face of overwhelming power, the insignificance of the individual becomes painfully apparent. Let us go. Upon hearing Zhang Cheng mention 0 casualties, Lin Feng nodded in agreement. This outcome was well within his expectations. If 100 second-level mutants could not secure a mere subway station without losses, it would indeed be a farce. Inside the office of the Changfeng Group headquarters in Jianbei, a loud crash echoed as Wang Changfeng hurled a blanket to the floor, reducing it to countless fragments. Are you saying that our subway station was so effortlessly taken? He bellowed at the subordinates before him, his frustration palpable. Just moments ago, he had received word through the intercom that their stronghold had been swiftly overrun, with all personnel exterminated. This left him in a state of confusion, coupled with a seething rage. Boss, things are a bit troublesome, one subordinate cautiously began. observing Wang Qingfeng's demeanor. According to reports from our men stationed around the subway station, the attackers arrived with a fleet of tanks and armored vehicles. Moreover, helicopters were providing aerial support. The scale of this operation is reminiscent of a military force. From what I gather, they appear to be the same group that previously attacked us with rockets, the ones responsible for the recent subway construction in Jiangnan. The subordinate, having earned his position under Wang Qingfeng, articulated his analysis with precision. How could this be possible? Wang Qingfeng gasped, taken aback by the subordinate's words. Did we not send someone to investigate previously? They have merely occupied a few subway stations, at most consisting of a handful of mutants. The rockets that previously assailed us have not been sighted again. From where, I ponder, did they procure these tanks and armored vehicles? How was I unaware of such a force in Jiangnan? If anyone possessed such power, surely they would have unified the entire coastal city by now. At this moment, Wang Qingfeng felt his mind clouded in confusion. Reflecting on the circumstances, he could not comprehend how such a convoy came to trouble him. Chapter 131. Want to escape? It's too late. Boss, what shall we do now? The enemy is armed to the teeth, and even with our considerable skills, we may not stand a chance. At this moment, a wave of fear surged within one of Wang Qingfeng's subordinates. Although the Qingfeng group was one of the larger factions within the industrial zone, boasting a workforce of several tens of thousands, its actual combat prowess was not of the highest caliber. Among them, there were only a few hundred first-tier mutants. While these individuals might seem formidable compared to ordinary people, they appeared utterly feeble in the face of tanks and rockets. Even he, a secondary mutant, could not guarantee his survival against the firepower of a tank. The group possessed some weaponry, primarily rudimentary rifles procured from Dongfeng Town, along with a handful of grenades. Such armaments might suffice against a typical hunting party, but they were woefully inadequate against the iron beast of war. Without heavy weaponry, wielding mere rifles was akin to courting death. Could it be that fate had turned against the Qingfeng group? At that moment, Wang Qingfeng gazed out the window, observing the rising clouds of dust in the distance. There was no mistaking it. It was the exhaust of tanks on the move. The faint sound of airplane propellers echoed in the air. Boss, I think we should escape. His subordinate suggested helplessly. It seems our odds are grim. We might as well head to the Tianlong group. If we can bring enough gold and jewels, and perhaps some magic crystals, I believe they would take us in. After all, as the saying goes, one must look after oneself in dire times. At this moment, the subordinate was equally unwilling to meet his demise there. The Tianlong group? Wang Qingfeng murmured softly upon hearing his subordinate's words. We once had tens of thousands here, and I had hoped to contend with the Tianlong group. Who would have thought that now we would seek refuge with them? I wonder how young Tianlong would mock me upon seeing my current state. As the leader of a group and the head of the base, Wang Qingfeng was not inclined to submit willingly to another. Boss, time is running out. Please make a decision. His subordinate rushed to the window, glancing at the distant convoy. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. As long as we survive, there will be another chance. Rest assured, with your status as a third-tier mutant, you will eventually become an unparalleled master. At that time, not only will you seek vengeance, but the entire Beihai city may very well be under your control. In light of the pressing situation, the subordinate could only paint a grand vision for the future. Very well, let us seek refuge with the Tianlong group. Hearing his subordinate's words lifted Wang Qingfeng's spirit slightly, and he replied, Want to escape? It's too late. At that moment, the office door was forcefully kicked open. Lin Feng stood at the entrance, smiling faintly as he spoke. Who are you? Upon seeing Lin Feng, Wang Qingfeng was taken aback and hurriedly inquired. You dare provoke me without even knowing who I am? Have you not considered the consequences? Leaning against the wall beside the door, Lin Feng remarked with a smile. Why you? You are Lin Feng from the Jiangnan subway station. At this instant, even a fool would recognize the identity of Lin Feng. Wang Qingfeng's heart was in turmoil. This was his headquarters, guarded by at least 10 second-level mutants and dozens of first-level mutants. The fact that Lin Feng could infiltrate silently without his awareness indicated that he was undoubtedly a master among masters. You were once a person with great potential. Lin Feng sighed as he regarded Wang Qingfeng. Had you not sought to provoke me or coveted my subway, perhaps with your development, the Qingfeng group could have thrived. While you may not have been able to dominate all mutants, you could have held significant influence in the Jiangbei region. Alas, your greed led you to provoke the wrong individual. Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words regarding Wang Qingfeng. To label him as clever would be undermined by his choice to antagonize someone he should not have. Yet to call him foolish would disregard his previous success in developing the Qingfeng group. Perhaps in his past life, he stumbled upon success by chance, but in this life, provoking Lin Feng would certainly lead to dire consequences. I was wrong. Please forgive me. At this moment, Wang Qingfeng could no longer maintain his pride. If you spare me, all my gold and jewels will be yours. By the way, you wanted magic crystals, right? I have hundreds, all yours, including second-level magic crystals. I am willing to give you everything if you let me and the Chifeng group go. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Wang Qingfeng's intellect swiftly regained the upper hand. The one who could silently eliminate so many of his subordinates could not merely be a third-level mutant. Even Wang Qifeng himself believed he could never achieve such a feat. This suggested that Lin Feng was at least a fourth-level mutant. Having reached his current level, Wang Qingfeng was acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between mutant levels. One should never underestimate even a single level, for the difference in power was astronomical. At this moment, it seemed Wang Qingfeng had abandoned any intention of resistance. He only sought a chance for survival from Lin Feng. The more powerful one is, the more they fear death. This is an unchanging truth. Whether it be gold, silver, or other treasures, they are merely external possessions. Preserving one's life is of paramount importance. If the roles were reversed, would you spare me? Looking at Wang Qifeng, Lin Feng found the situation somewhat amusing. If I were to summon 2,000 zombies to your location and plead for mercy, would you grant it? Lin Feng sighed softly as he spoke. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Wang Qingfeng's expression turned indifferent. He understood that at this moment, no words would suffice. Just as Lin Feng had articulated, were the roles reversed, he would have likely stormed into the opponent's residence by now. I will fight you to the death. At this point, Wang Qingfeng's spirit was extinguished. In the next instant, he seized the knife from the table and charged at Lin Feng. You wish to contend with me? Huh. Do you truly believe yourself worthy? Lin Feng regarded Wang Qifeng as one might regard a mere insect. In the following moment, Lin Feng made his move. Chapter 132. A failed theft leads to loss in the present moment. Lin Feng's speed in drawing his blade was beyond the capability of a mere third-level mutant to withstand. Wang Qingfeng instinctively sought to defend himself, but suddenly felt a chilling sensation around his neck. Soon after, the world around him began to fade to darkness. And then he knew nothing at all. At that moment, Wang Qifeng could barely utter a word before he effortlessly succumbed to death. Please, do not kill me. His subordinate, paralyzed with fear, was quick to react, wishing to flee. However, his legs trembled uncontrollably, rendering him unable to escape. His body weakened, and he knelt before Lin Feng. I was merely coerced by Wang Qifeng. I am unaware of your matters. I implore you, spare me. In that instant, the only thought occupying the subordinate's mind was the hope that Lin Feng would show him mercy. It is too late. Since you chose to follow him, you must now consider the consequences of his failure, Lin Feng remarked coldly as he regarded the man before him. Lin Feng's approach was always to leave no loose ends. A principle especially vital in a post-apocalyptic world where even a hint of mercy could invite disaster. This man, having aligned himself with Wang Qifeng, had enjoyed resources unattainable to ordinary individuals. His life and supplies were far superior to those of the average person. Having reaped the benefits, it was now time for him to pay the price. If you take another step forward, I will take us both down with me. The subordinate, realizing Lin Feng had no intention of sparing him, brandished a grenade that had been procured at a high cost from the Dongfeng town. Such weapons were typically reserved for only a select few. Lin Feng smiled. In the next moment, a flash of silver cut through the air, severing the subordinate's arm, causing the grenade to plummet to the ground. I detest being threatened. Without allowing the man a moment to scream, Lin Feng delivered another swift strike, silencing him entirely. The world fell silent. Approaching the desk ahead, Lin Feng opened several drawers, revealing a trove of gold and jewels, an impressive collection indeed. Among the treasures lay a box filled with magic crystals of various sizes. Lin Feng meticulously stored the gold, jewels, and hundreds of magic crystals within his storage space, amplifying their worth 1,000-fold. Suddenly, as he tucked away the magic crystals, Lin Feng noticed a small, glimmering object at the bottom of the box. It was a dark crystal, no larger than a fingernail, shimmering in blue. Lin Feng was astonished to find another dark crystal in this place. Without hesitation, he placed the blue dark crystal into his storage space. Ding! One dark crystal acquired, amplified by 10,000 times. Upon the crystal's entry, the system notified him of the amplification, yet it did not specify how to utilize it. Recalling the last instance when the system detected the potential for upgrading the base vehicle upon acquiring the dark crystal, Lin Feng mused that, at present, there seemed to be nothing within the storage space capable of such enhancement. However, he was not disheartened. After all, dark crystals were exceedingly rare and enigmatic in nature. Who could fathom what they might upgrade? It appeared that only time would reveal the opportunity. Before long, Zhang Chang, leading the convoy, arrived beneath the main building of the Changfeng group. A handful of Wang Qingfeng's loyal subordinates offered feeble resistance. Yet the majority had quickly recognized the overwhelming strength of their adversaries, who had even brought tanks and helicopters. Consequently, most of Wang Qingfeng's followers surrendered without displaying any significant defiance. Notify the home base to send reinforcements and have a squadron leader dispatched. Lin Feng instructed Zhang Chang after asserting control over the main building. With this visit, Lin Feng intended to pursue more than mere revenge. Jiangbei had always been a vital region within Binhai City, housing nearly one-third of the city's populace. Particularly, it was an industrial zone and a university town, densely populated with people. If he could indeed seize Jiangbei, it would facilitate governance, regardless of Lin Feng's current intentions regarding the occupation of Jiangbei. The area presented undeniable advantages for talent acquisition. The presence of experienced technicians and academically skilled students from the university town rendered this locale invaluable to him. Having arrived at this juncture, Lin Feng resolved to initiate his control from the Chengfeng Group. Originally, the Chengfeng Group engaged in component manufacturing, encompassing both mechanical parts and electronic products, thus establishing itself as a comprehensive processing enterprise. Although the workforce was not immediately beneficial to Lin Feng, the group boasted a population of approximately 50,000. More importantly, these individuals were largely self-sufficient, evident from the lack of mass exodus among the group's members. Indeed, Jiangbei served as Binhai City's storage and logistics hub, contrasting with Jiang'an, where people needed to forage for food or hunt mutated beasts for sustenance. Here, managing a small-scale storage and logistics park could ensure complete self-sufficiency. The Chengfeng Group exemplified this reality, as Lin Feng soon discovered that the group had control over a nearby food storage facility, stocked with ample provisions and goods. This was the reason behind the stable living conditions of the Chengfeng Group's employees, attributable to the existence of this storage depot. As night fell, Lin Feng awaited the completion of his encirclement of the Chengfeng Group's territory with city walls. Much like the Dongqing base, this area transformed into an independent zone overnight. Regarding weaponry, Lin Feng planned to retain the tanks, armored vehicles, and rocket launchers he had brought along. Perhaps these equipment may not possess absolute efficacy, yet they undeniably carry a deterrent effect. Simultaneously, Lin Feng has retained 20 vehicles from the base, assigning them to the guardians of the 200 newcomers who have settled here today. As for the original inhabitants, Lin Feng intends to select 2,000 of them to serve as the defensive force for this location. The method of selection will be entrusted to the remaining squad leader. Consequently, Lin Feng has expanded his territory in Jiabei, Binhai City. Early the next morning, Lin Feng, accompanied by Zhang Chang and his personal guard, set forth in an armored vehicle towards the south of Jiang'an. Based on the timeline, the satellite at Binhai University should be nearing its readiness. Chapter 133, Technological Disruption. On that morning, Lin Feng returned to Binhai University with a group of individuals. How's the preparation for the satellite coming along? He inquired of Zhang Chang as they entered the campus. Although the atmosphere was not as lively as usual, a considerable number of students were traversing the pathways. As long as these students managed their food supply, the agricultural produce from the university's agricultural college would suffice for their sustenance. Thus, the students' faces did not bear the common expressions of indifference and helplessness seen in a post-apocalyptic world. After all, they were young and retained a degree of vitality. Before I arrived yesterday, I spoke with Chao Guangji. He mentioned that preparations are nearly complete. If all goes well, we should be ready today, Zhang Chang replied candidly. Lin Feng nodded, familiar with Chao Guangji, the head of the Department of Electronic Information and a doctoral advisor, who was also the most authoritative figure in this satellite project. The endeavor had been delayed due to the onset of the apocalypse. Lin Feng placed great importance on talent. The students from the Information Technology College were well cared for. He required their dedicated efforts, not their preoccupation with foraging for food in the wasteland, as that would be a gross misallocation of talent. Binhai University's missile satellite technology rivaled that of any military engineering university in Huaghua, which was precisely why Lin Feng sought to secure the university at the earliest opportunity. In a post-apocalyptic scenario, the absence of communication would significantly hinder operations. It could be said that whoever mastered information technology in such a world would gain a head start in development. Presently, the convoy made its way toward the Information Technology College, which Lin Feng had designated for heightened security given its critical importance. He had instructed Zhang Chang to arrange for additional guards there. Before long, Lin Feng's convoy arrived at a main building, and he proceeded to locate Chao Guangji. Professor Chao, how prepared are we for the satellite? He asked directly upon meeting him. Greetings, Chief. We are nearly finished with all preparations. We only need to conduct final adjustments. We should be ready for launch in an hour, Chao Guangji responded, preferring to address Lin Feng as chief rather than using the term boss. Perhaps it was due to his youthful encounters with martial arts novels. What capabilities will our satellite possess? Lin Feng inquired again, having previously only instructed the university to resume satellite development. Being a non-specialist, he was not entirely versed in the relevant fields. We have actually been preparing for this satellite trial for quite some time, having initiated work on it 2 years ago, Chao Guangji said, inviting Lin Feng to sit on the sofa before him as he elaborated. As you are aware, our nation currently possesses its own satellite positioning technology. However, following the onset of the apocalypse, the satellites have lost their connection. This particular satellite, being an experimental one, features a significantly more advanced positioning system, which can be regarded as an upgraded version of its predecessor. Nevertheless, as it is still in the experimental phase, our control range is somewhat limited compared to officially commercialized satellites. In terms of positioning and communication, we can only cover the provinces of Jiangnan. Should we wish to expand this range, subsequent satellite launches will be necessary. At present, Chao Guangji elaborated to Lin Feng on the purpose of this satellite launch. It serves as an experimental satellite equipped with a more sophisticated positioning system, enabling more precise localization and swifter processing of intricate details. Furthermore, a satellite inherently possesses multiple functionalities. This experimental satellite also functions as a communication satellite, capable of transmitting and receiving communication signals to connect terminal devices. However, it is essential to recognize that this remains an experimental satellite. To establish a sizable communication industry, it would require dozens, if not hundreds, of satellites. No major communication power operates without a substantial number of satellites, often in the thousands, necessary for interlinked operations, even among commercial satellites. Thus, currently, a solitary experimental satellite can only facilitate communication within a limited area, specifically confined to the Jiangnan province. If we aspire to broaden the communication range in the future, additional satellite launches will be imperative to interconnect these satellites. In other words, once the satellite is launched, we will be able to achieve data communication, correct? This aspect is of particular importance to Lin Feng. Although we currently possess walkie-talkies for personnel communication, the signal limitations render them less effective compared to direct mobile phone usage. Moreover, the establishment of a robust network poses another challenge. Restoring the network in Binhai City would be an ideal scenario. Chief, the situation may not be as straightforward as it appears, Chao Guangji replied, somewhat resigned after hearing Lin Feng's remarks. We can establish communication, but it is confined to specific frequency bands. In essence, we can control fixed frequencies for small-scale communication, rather than allowing unrestricted phone calls as before. Regarding the network, we can integrate the existing local area networks to create a semi-free network communication system. In summary, our communication capabilities, be it via telephone or internet, can only be restored within a limited scope, rather than reinstating nationwide connectivity as it once was. Chao Guangji believed that this explanation would help Lin Feng grasp the situation more clearly. Upon hearing his words, Lin Feng nodded. He understood that a single satellite could not possibly restore communications to the pre-apocalyptic level. Nonetheless, this progress was commendable, at the very least. It afforded him the ability to control the communication range freely. In this manner, it also serves to prevent other forces from taking advantage of his achievements. Overall, Lin Feng feels that his efforts have not been in vain. Should the satellite be successfully launched, it would undoubtedly alter the landscape of the apocalypse. Furthermore, he has already stored all satellite-related materials within his storage space, amplifying their potential 1,000-fold. With the continuous adjustments made by Chao Guangji and his team, the results derived from the thousands of satellites would be formidable, even prior to the onset of the apocalypse. Before long, an hour passed. The benevolence of the satellites was about to commence. Chapter 134. Mastering Technology. Over an hour later, Lin Feng, Zhang Chang, and their companions arrived at the experimental site of Binhai University. This area, situated far from the academic buildings and dormitories, had been designated as an outdoor testing ground. Prior preparations had ensured its cleanliness, as the unfortunate souls, both experimental personnel and students, who had succumbed to the zombie transformation had already been eliminated. Now, the site was bustling with a few dedicated students and teachers. The trial launch of a satellite is an endeavor far from simplistic. It demands endless data verification, communication testing, and command adjustments. All of these tasks were currently being undertaken by the faculty and students present. Lin Feng, accompanied by Zhang Chang and others, entered the launch area and made their way to the command room. With power supply functioning normally, several large screens displayed various data, while the central screen showcased real-time conditions of the testing ground. Let us commence once everything is ready, Lin Feng instructed Chao Guangji as he settled into his chair. Beneath his composed exterior, a sense of anxiety stirred within Lin Feng. After all, this was the only fully functional satellite the school possessed at present. Despite the enhancements to his storage space, it merely contained finished products. This meant that unless the satellite successfully launched, there would be no subsequent satellites to follow. Should any issues arise with this satellite, it would indicate that the others in his storage were defective. Typically, the development of a satellite requires a minimum of several years, a luxury Lin Feng could not afford. The world was ever-changing. Binhai City was not the only player on the board. Across the entirety of Huaghua, and indeed the world, numerous research institutions might have already restored all or part of their capabilities. It was essential to act swiftly, as seizing the moment was undoubtedly the right course. It was akin to a smartphone launch. The first new model always represented the pinnacle of technology, with subsequent brands merely following suit. All departments began their preparations. At this moment, Chao Guangxi, donned with a headset, issued the final check commands. Fire department ready, we can support launch. Communication department ready, we can support launch. Rocket ignition check normal. We can support. Each department reported their status, and the collective focus of the room intensified. Though they lacked Lin Feng's understanding of the satellite's true significance, it was, after all, a creation of their own, akin to a cherished child, and everyone held it in the highest regard. The countdown for ignition commenced. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Launch. The preparation for such a monumental task seldom requires excessive repetition, and soon enough, Chao Guangxi commanded the launch. In the next moment, Lin Feng and Zhang Chang felt a slight tremor in the command room. They looked up at the large screen ahead, witnessing the launch vehicle at the launch site ignite. Gradually, the rocket ascended, trailing plumes of smoke beneath it. Everyone held their breath. The moment of launch was fraught with the highest safety concerns. At this juncture, no one dared to utter a word, all eyes fixated on the screen before them. As the rocket entered its designated orbit, preparations commenced for the activation of the second stage booster. The rocket's velocity continued to escalate, swiftly transcending into the realm of outer space. At this point, the second stage's fuel thrusters were ignited. Successfully entering the orbital trajectory, the speed was steady, victory was at hand. Observing the rocket ascend into the cosmic expanse, Chao Guangxi jubilantly proclaimed, "No further mishaps shall occur now." His words elicited a chorus of cheers and a thunderous applause from the audience. Most of the students present were upperclassmen, having followed the satellite's development for no less than 2 years. The teachers, too, had been involved from the inception of the research, pouring their heart and soul into the satellite's creation. The successful deployment of the satellite into orbit stirred a profound sense of excitement within them. Witnessing the satellite's successful entry into orbit, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. In comparison to other ventures, his focus remained steadfastly on this satellite, for it promised immense benefits. However, the implementation of these advantages would require time. "Zhaohu, please send someone over," Lin Feng instructed via intercom, summoning Zhaohu to join him. Shortly thereafter, Zhaohu and his technical team arrived at Binhai University. Lin Feng facilitated a connection between Chao Guangxi and them. Zhaohu's team possessed military-grade equipment, encompassing both wireless communication and positioning systems. What was lacking was expertise in satellite technology. With the successful launch of the satellite, it merely required slight adjustments to integrate signals from the military's equipment. At that moment, addressing the positioning system was paramount. For only with its resolution could missile precision be enhanced. Without a positioning system, one might as well be blind. Otherwise, nations would not have vigorously advanced satellite positioning systems prior to the apocalypse. The launch of this satellite also addressed another pressing issue: real-time monitoring capabilities. Given the current inability to restore power across Binhai City, conventional surveillance systems remained inoperative. However, Lin Feng's satellite could facilitate real-time reconnaissance akin to commercial satellites in peacetime, capturing aerial images of the ground for monitoring purposes. Although currently limited in scope to a single satellite, it was certainly better than having none. This capability would allow Lin Feng to proactively mitigate potential dangers. Furthermore, a critical aspect driving Lin Feng's urgency for the satellite's launch was the issue of communication. Primarily, the satellite's deployment would enable regional network connectivity. While it may not fully restore 5G networks as before the apocalypse, it would at least allow for some degree of connectivity, particularly beneficial for mobile devices. This advancement brought about a significant improvement in convenience. Moreover, the satellite possesses the capability to restore communication for mobile phones, albeit limited to establishing a new communication network. After all, the original telecommunications companies relied on their own satellites, which are now rendered inoperative. To reinstate the mobile calling functionality, a series of adjustments must be undertaken. Regarding this matter, Lin Feng had long since devised his own plan. Presently, he summoned Zhang Chang to an office in the main building for a discussion. "Brother Feng, are you suggesting that we can restore mobile communication?" In the office, Zhang Chang exclaimed in astonishment after hearing Lin Feng's brief introduction. He had not anticipated that the launch of the satellite could bring about such significant changes. Chapter 135, a business venture. I previously learned that our school possesses a chip injection device capable of embedding information into mobile SIM cards. While brewing a pot of tea at his desk, Lin Feng remarked, "When you have the opportunity, take someone with you to the telecommunications company and clear out what we need there. Then, procure a batch of SIM cards. And we can utilize the school's chip injection technology for information embedding. This way, these cards will be operable via satellite." Pouring tea for himself and Zhang Chong, Lin Feng instructed, "I have some familiarity with the existing equipment at Binhai University. After all, during our initial assault, I stored the majority of the equipment in the storage space for enhancement. Although I may not recall every single item distinctly now, I do have a general awareness of what we possess." "Brother Feng, are you suggesting that we can activate mobile SIM cards?" Zhang Chong exclaimed in astonishment, nearly spilling his cup. "That's fantastic. I had no idea satellites could offer so many functions. I initially thought they were solely for positioning, but they can facilitate mobile communication as well. If we can restore mobile usage, we certainly need to establish some parameters," Zhang Chong continued after sipping his tea, displaying a newfound composure after more than 2 months of the apocalypse. His current considerations were analytical. He no longer acted impulsively as he did before the cataclysm. With the combined population of all bases reaching around 20 to 30,000, it was imperative to deliberate carefully to avoid catastrophic repercussions. Of course, we must set thresholds. Our satellites are not public resources, and we cannot allow others to exploit them for free, Lin Feng replied with a smile. He had long contemplated the restoration of mobile communication. "First and foremost, mobile communication is our strategic asset. I intend to activate specific number segments, akin to previous group or campus numbers. Our guards and technical personnel, along with the faculty and students who assist us, will be the first to utilize these lines. I plan to establish exclusive number segments for them to facilitate easier communication in the future." Calmly lifting his teacup, Lin Feng continued, "Regarding external access, I've considered that as well. In my view, a fee-based policy could be implemented. Firstly, acquiring our mobile SIM cards would require a certain payment, and call durations would also incur charges. This fee will not be inexpensive, as it reflects our labor's value, and I will not permit others to misuse it without compensation." This was a scenario Lin Feng had long envisioned. He could procure a batch of SIM cards from the telecommunications company and collaborate with Binhai University to activate the necessary number ranges. Naturally, the first group of users for free trials would include those who assist Lin Feng in the base, such as the guards and technical staff. As for the civilians within the base and other personnel, I'm afraid they will be subject to charges. According to Lin Feng's perspective, the initial fee for activating the first batch of mobile phone cards is set at 10 magic crystals. Only upon the payment of a sufficient number of magic crystals can one activate a new number range. As for the call charges, they are priced at 1 primary magic crystal per minute. This fee may seem exorbitant at first glance, yet at times, it is not as outrageous as it appears. Although primary magic crystals can only be obtained by vanquishing level 1 zombies or mutated beasts, whose strength far surpasses that of ordinary humans, the ingenuity of mankind knows no bounds. Initially, people may find themselves fleeing from the relentless pursuit of zombies and mutated beasts. However, as they engage in combat, they will begin to discern patterns. At this juncture, the establishment of teams in the wilderness has become a prevalent trend, allowing individuals to collectively confront the threats posed by the undead and mutated creatures. The distribution of spoils is determined by their pre-established agreements. Consequently, even ordinary individuals, when organized into small teams of a dozen or so, can potentially eliminate a few zombies or mutated beasts. This is an essential experience for humanity in the apocalyptic world. If one cannot even defeat the lowest tier of zombies, the ultimate fate of humanity will undoubtedly be extinction. Thus, the production of magic crystals is not an issue. It implies that acquiring magic crystals is not exclusive to the mutated beings. Currently, primary magic crystals have not found application in other fields. Despite widespread skepticism regarding their role as energy conduits for zombies and mutated beasts, without experimentation and conclusive evidence, these crystals remain mere trophies in the hands of individuals. Presently, Lin Feng has initiated a consumption model for magic crystals, allowing them to be utilized for subway travel and communication alike. This innovation enables more individuals to venture further afield in search of resources and hunting opportunities, thereby enhancing their success rates in acquiring food and supplies. Moreover, mobile communication can be crucial for connecting with others during critical moments. Although this feature may often go underutilized, its potential to save lives cannot be underestimated. Thus, the cost of 1 magic crystal for a minute of conversation is relatively reasonable. Furthermore, akin to the launch of new mobile phones, which may appear as extravagant luxuries beyond the reach of many wage earners, an alternative perspective reveals a means of showcasing one's prowess. Just as individuals can activate mobile cards and recharge call time without necessarily using them, possessing the capability to communicate via a new mobile phone serves as a status symbol, indicating their possession of a greater number of magic crystals. And how does one acquire these magic crystals? They are obtained through the defeat of level 1 zombies and mutated beasts. This further signifies their elevated strength, serving as a form of ostentation. Humanity, in all its facets, requires a sense of pride and identity, even among the most destitute, where a hierarchy of disdain persists. This is the essence of human nature. Therefore, Lin Feng firmly believes that regardless of the price he sets, those in need will undoubtedly utilize the mobile communication feature. Moreover, he may eventually have the capability to activate mobile internet functionality. At that juncture, the ability to access the internet could very well become a prevailing trend. The endeavors of Lin Feng have also inadvertently amassed a substantial amount of magical crystals for himself. After all, in the present day, whether it be the operation of subways, the consumption of weaponry, or the utilization of electricity, all necessitate a significant quantity of primary magical crystals. Although there exists storage space that can amplify capacity 1,000-fold. Who would ever have enough when it comes to energy? Lin Feng understood that from this day forward, the entire coastal city, and perhaps even the entirety of Huagua, had embarked upon a new chapter. This chapter signifies that even amidst the apocalypse, technology could once again be harnessed and applied. Chapter 136, Sphere of Influence. The launch of satellites from Binhai City has evidently become an open secret among the locals. The sight of rockets ascending into the sky has been witnessed by many. Old Zhang, what do you think is happening over at Binhai University? Are they perhaps launching missiles? People venturing out in search of sustenance in a nearby community, just over a kilometer from the university, engaged in discussion. Who knows? Remember the undead tide we encountered 2 months ago? It's possible we're facing another one now. I think that's likely. The situation now is quite different from 2 months ago. Numerous factions have established their bases. I suspect Binhai University is preparing for the undead tide. Most are unaware of the occurrences at Binhai University, each speculating in their own manner. I doubt that. Do you really think missiles travel that slowly? It seems to me they are launching something akin to a rocket. Oldly interjected, "Yes, right. Have you never seen a pig run? Missiles cannot possibly be launched at such a leisurely pace. I believe Binhai University is deploying satellites to monitor the situation on the ground. Each individual's perception varies, and they express their thoughts candidly about Binhai City's actions. Meanwhile, various bases across the Jiangnan region have, to some extent, caught wind of this information. After all, launching rockets within the city limits, while not earth-shattering, certainly generates a significant commotion. Although the world remains in a state of chaos, any disturbance tends to attract attention. Yet, despite the curiosity, none dare to investigate further. After all, it is common knowledge that Binhai University has been occupied. If they were oblivious to even this, there would be no need for them to form any factions. Moreover, news of the multitude of tanks and armored vehicles emerging from Binhai University yesterday has spread throughout the city. Presently, no one dares to provoke this institution lightly. Nevertheless, curiosity lingers regarding what exactly has been launched from the university and whether it holds any utility for them. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and his companions have successfully seized a communications company, led by Zhang Chang. They have no need for anything else, save for the existing mobile phone cards. After acquiring a substantial number of these cards, they collaborated with the faculty and students from the university's Information Technology Institute to infuse fixed numerical codes into them. It can be said that Lin Feng and his team have now successfully created their own mobile phone cards. Following testing, phones equipped with these cards can now make calls. Furthermore, after implementing a series of encryption algorithms, these devices can also connect to the internet via satellite. The access to this network is distinctly regulated, available only to authorized personnel. While the current wireless internet speed may not reach the heights of 5G, it has surpassed 4G, given the existing technology. 4G is not an insurmountable barrier. Thus, Lin Feng and Zhang Chang's phones are now able to access the internet, despite the current state of the world, where the internet has been largely shut down. At the very least, they are able to utilize functions such as video calls. The most crucial feature, however, remains the voice communication capability, as the functionality of contemporary wireless intercoms is rather limited. In areas with poor signal reception, mobile phone communications can bridge this gap. Initially, it was the guards at the base who activated mobile phone communications. Presently, Lin Feng has come to command numerous territories, including the Swan Bay Old District. While the new district has swelled to a population of over 300,000, this figure continues to rise daily, compelling Zhang Chang to establish a guard force of 10,000 to ensure the safety of daily operations. This number may appear substantial, especially considering the ratio of over 30 individuals per guard, which is relatively dense by any standard. However, in a post-apocalyptic world rife with insecurity, threats do not solely emanate from external sources. Internal safety concerns must also be taken into account. At present, Lin Feng possesses only 1 million loyalty chips, making it impossible to implant them in every individual. Consequently, he can only implant them in the guards and technical personnel at the base, while the remainder relies on management. Whether these individuals remain compliant depends on the effectiveness of the governance. In a lawless society such as this, people are capable of committing a myriad of transgressions. Thus, the necessity for a considerable number of guards in the Swan Bay New District remains evident. Furthermore, the eastern city base has reached saturation, with a population exceeding 50,000. Akin to Dongfeng Town, coupled with over 20,000 from Beihai University and another 50,000 from Jiangbei Chenfeng Group. It can be estimated that Lin Feng currently oversees a populace of approximately 500,000. While this figure may not seem extensive when compared to the overall population of Beihai City, which is a second-tier city with over 10 million inhabitants, even in this post-apocalyptic era, around 5 to 6 million remain. Lin Feng's jurisdiction, though merely 1/10 of the city's total, would constitute a small county-level population in smaller cities. Indeed, this number is not insignificant. Fortunately, the existence of mutated beasts provides a means for sustenance, preventing a dire scarcity of food. Typically, these beasts are quite large, ranging from 1,000 to 4 or 5,000 pounds in weight. Thus, if we consider a daily consumption of 1 pound of meat per person, the daily requirement would only necessitate the slaughter of several hundred mutated beasts to feed 500,000 individuals. The territory under Lin Feng's control spans dozens of square kilometers, making the daily hunting of several hundred mutated beasts a feasible endeavor. Moreover, it is now the season for harvesting crops. With the bounty from the harvest and other supplies, even without tapping into the provisions stored in his spatial storage, Lin Feng can sustain the livelihoods of these individuals. Currently, the most consumed resources are water and electricity. In the realm of water, Lin Feng possesses his own purification plant, while his electrical needs are effortlessly met by the abundance of magic crystals at his disposal. Indeed, the quantity of magic crystals he owns is virtually incalculable. It can be asserted that his entire territory is capable of functioning with absolute normalcy. Boss, if you have a moment, could you please come over? We have made some discoveries. Suddenly, Lin Feng's phone rang. Upon answering, Zhao Hu's voice resonated through the line. All right, I'll return immediately. Lin Feng replied after hearing Zhao Hu's words. As the administrator of the military equipment department, Zhao Hu would not seek him out unless it was of significant importance. Consequently, Lin Feng made his way to the opposite side of the main building. Chapter 137. Jinxing Island. On the first floor of the main building of Beihai University, a spacious office has been transformed into a command center. The interior mirrors the layout of the command center in Swan Bay, replicated by Lin Feng using the equipment from the storage space. Through military-grade cables, he has connected various devices within the university laboratory. Simultaneously, it is linked to the systems located several kilometers away in the old district of Swan Bay. Now, this place serves as a secondary command center for controlling the missile launches in Swan Bay and receiving various information relayed by satellites. As Lin Feng entered the command center, he discovered Zhao Hu and several of his subordinates present. You called me here for a reason? He inquired, surveying the surroundings. The large screens within the command center displayed an array of incomprehensible data to Lin Feng, but one of the largest screens exhibited real-time surveillance of several areas. This footage was transmitted directly from satellites monitoring the ground. Although not as extensive as pre-apocalyptic surveillance, it was precise enough to accurately target locations, which sufficed for Lin Feng and his team in their current circumstances. Boss, ever since the satellite was launched, we have conducted a video search over Beihai City. Zhao Hu explained, maneuvering his mouse to showcase the information. These are the influence zones of the factions surrounding us, along with a demographic distribution of people in the vicinity. Here is an overview of the situation in Jiangbei. We can currently only see street views, and will need to wait for subsequent satellite launches for a clearer picture. This shows the general conditions in the surrounding countryside. According to our observations, there are still quite a few survivors there. As images flashed across the screens, Zhao Hu elaborated on the current state of Beihai City. Despite having launched only a single satellite, they could still discern a basic overview of the street layouts and general population distribution. However, to scrutinize street scenes or the intricate details of individual streets, they would have to await further satellite launches to connect those satellites for enhanced observation. Stay vigilant and monitor the surrounding situations. Inform me promptly of any unexpected events. Lin Feng responded, nodding at Zhao Hu's words. The advent of satellite technology has indeed rendered many tasks more convenient. Not to mention, the dynamics of the surrounding factions can be detected in real time. Just as before the apocalypse, those who command information technology wield the power. Consider a nation with advanced technology seeking to confront another still reliant on conventional weaponry. The disparity in ease is evident. Often, before one even comprehends the adversary's intentions, their own situation has been thoroughly assessed by the opponent. It could be asserted that before the battle has even begun, a significant portion of the struggle is already lost. Such is the case for Lin Feng and his team, while others remain preoccupied with scavenging for resources and deploying guards to protect their territories. He can already utilize satellites to observe the surrounding landscape. Regardless of the hostile forces or the threats lurking in the wilderness, all can be foreseen in advance. Even in the face of a zombie tide, early warnings can be issued. Such foresight is unattainable by others. As we were surveying the surrounding situation, the leader discovered a notable development. Upon finishing his statement, Lin Feng observed Zhao Hu clicking the mouse, revealing a scene on the screen. This was Jianqing Island, located 12 nautical miles away, where our satellites could ascertain the situation. According to the satellite's findings, a significant number of survivors still inhabit the island. Moreover, the original military presence has persisted. They did not retreat following the apocalypse. However, due to the damage inflicted on the underwater military communications cable, we are currently unable to establish contact with them. As Zhao Hu spoke, the screen displayed the circumstances on Fuxing Island. Although the image was not particularly clear, Lin Feng could vaguely discern human figures moving about the streets. Lin Feng was somewhat familiar with Jianqing Island, a small isle belonging to Binhai City. Designated as a county in planning, the island spans several dozen square kilometers, with a population of over 100,000. Given its geographical significance, Jianqing Island was considered an important military outpost, hence the presence of stationed troops. Could it be that during the last evacuation notification from Jiangnan City, they did not retreat there? Observing the screen before him, Lin Feng inquired. The last evacuation of Zhao Hu's troops from Binhai City occurred 2 months ago, and he was not well informed about the situation on Jianqing Island. After all, Lin Feng was an ordinary person with limited knowledge in this regard. The troops on Jianqing Island belonged to the Navy. In response to Lin Feng's question, Zhao Hu elucidated. They were originally stationed on the island to mitigate potential maritime threats. I reviewed the satellite imagery, and it appears that most of their vessels have already retreated, leaving only a handful of warships near the island. Perhaps, like us, they were unable to evacuate in time during a critical moment, thus leaving behind some equipment. However, my satellite observations indicate that there are still a few officers and soldiers present, likely numbering around 100 or so. As a fellow military member, Zhao Hu naturally valued such a strategic location. Without needing Lin Feng's prompting, he had already scrutinized the situation there in detail. Calling Lin Feng over was merely to provide him with this report. The sea is certainly not safe. Upon hearing Zhao Hu mention the warships, Lin Feng could not help but lament. In the previous life, humanity could dominate the land and even regain control of the skies. However, mastery over the sea remained elusive. The ocean is vast, and post-apocalypse, it teemed with mutated beasts, many of which were significantly larger than 10,000-ton warships. For those colossal beings that have undergone mutations, even submarines and warships may not stand a chance. Thus, during the 5 years of the apocalypse in the previous era, humanity had yet to truly claim dominion over the oceans. Consequently, Lin Feng was uncertain about the fate of the warships that had evacuated from Jianqing Island. However, upon learning that there were still a few warships on the island, a thought stirred within him. He possessed weapons on land and in the sky, as well as missiles and satellites. It seemed that the only thing lacking was maritime weaponry. This realization gave rise to an intriguing idea in Lin Feng's mind. Chapter 138. The first arrival at the island. It was precisely due to the strategic location of Jianqing Island that Lin Feng found himself compelled to disregard it. Fortunately, at this moment, the world was still in the nascent stages of the apocalypse, and both domestic and international landscapes were in a phase of recovery. However, as time progressed, it became inevitable that certain external forces would seek to lay claim to resources that were not rightfully theirs. With this realization, Lin Feng resolved to survey Jianqing Island. At present, he had taken measures to enhance the defensive systems of all occupied territories. In areas that previously lacked base vehicles, he had requisitioned several additional units. Compared to mere sentinels, these base vehicles boasted significantly more formidable firepower. Moreover, Lin Feng ensured that each faction was equipped with tanks and armored vehicles, alongside a few scattered helicopters. While the firepower of these assets may not rival that of the base vehicles, their recognition among the general populace held substantial deterrent value. Although Lin Feng's territory was guarded, it was not entirely sealed off. In other words, outsiders could still gain access. This inevitably invited scrutiny from other factions. But Lin Feng harbored no concerns. After all, despite the current apocalyptic climate, it was not akin to ancient times. In antiquity, the establishment of city walls and gates was a product of centuries of evolution, designed to guard against internal strife and external threats. In the present day, temporarily sealing off an area is relatively straightforward. However, transforming it into a fortified stronghold akin to those of ancient civilizations would demand a far greater number of guards. Such a reality was impractical, as people still needed to venture into the wilderness to hunt and gather resources. Therefore, to prevent outsiders from taking advantage, a certain level of deterrence was essential, which those weapons provided, complemented by the presence of guards within the base, forming a cohesive deterrent system, despite occasionally wishing for companionship. As human beings are inherently social creatures, Lin Feng found himself alone at times, grappling with boredom in the absence of conversation. Yet, he recognized that he had embarked on a path requiring considerable autonomy. Those who were once close to him had been dispatched on various missions. This included Zhang Chang's parents and Zhou Tao, who had integrated themselves with the professors at Binhai University. Lin Feng understood that he was no longer a child. Adults must rely on themselves, and the support from subordinates merely served as assistance. This mirrored the experience of an entrepreneur, where friends can offer complementary support. Yet the ultimate decisions rest solely with the entrepreneur. At that moment, Lin Feng stood before an expanse of land in front of his villa at Swan Bay. Releasing a spacecraft. Observing the futuristic aircraft, he stepped inside. "Welcome aboard the aerospace fighter. Please state your command." As Lin Feng entered the control space, a gentle voice resonated in his ears. He soon located a coastal area on the screen that corresponded to Jianqing Island and issued the command for takeoff. He felt a slight tremor beneath him, and in the next instant, the aircraft hovered motionlessly in the air, with the scenery outside receding. The fighter jet surged toward Jianqing Island. The distance between Binhai City and Jianqing Island is not considerable, hence, Lin Feng maintained a speed of 1 Mach while piloting the aerospace fighter. Even at this seemingly modest cruising speed, it took merely a little over a minute for the aircraft to reach its destination. Consequently, Lin Feng had no time to sip even a drop of water before the fighter began its descent. Moments later, the aircraft came to a halt by the seaside. Disembarking, Lin Feng beheld the shimmering surface of the ocean in the distance. He found himself on the sandy beach of Jianqing Island, his feet resting upon a mosaic of tiny, fragmented shells and grains of sand. The waves lapped rhythmically against the shore, where a few dilapidated wooden boats bobbed gently, suggesting the presence of nearby inhabitants. Jianqing Island, with its modest population of around 100,000 to 200,000, boasted its own hospital, school, and marketplace. It could be likened to a small county town, albeit one constructed upon the sea. As he gazed upward, Lin Feng spotted a quaint village in the distance, likely a small fishing community. As the local adage goes, one thrives by the mountains or the waters. The village houses, unlike the typical seaside shanties found in other cities, were built from stone. A prudent choice to withstand the ravages of typhoons and saltwater erosion. In the distance, Lin Feng discerned the faint outlines of several zombie corpses on the beach. With the advent of the apocalypse, the world had succumbed to the zombie virus, leaving no sanctuary, be it an island or a remote mountain. Directing his gaze towards the stone houses, he noticed that one of the chimneys was emitting smoke. A quick glance at his watch revealed that it was precisely lunchtime, suggesting that the survivors were likely preparing their meals. Upon arriving at this small island, Lin Feng did not wish to venture recklessly into the unknown. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a backpack from his storage space as a decorative prop. Slipping the backpack onto his shoulders, he strode towards the smoke-emitting stone house. As he walked, he observed the village, which consisted of merely 20-odd stone houses, of which only a few were producing smoke, indicating the population's distribution. Upon reaching the entrance of the stone house, Lin Feng peered through the somewhat worn door, observing an elderly couple chopping firewood in the yard. From the courtyard, he could see a room resembling a kitchen, devoid of doors, with an iron pot resting upon a fire, releasing wisps of steam. "Hello, may I come in?" He knocked gently and called out. Startled by the voice, the elderly couple instinctively reacted, with the old man reaching for a nearby shovel. However, upon noticing that Lin Feng bore no resemblance to a zombie, he ceased his movement. Are you a human?" Despite his instinctive belief that a living person stood at the door, the old man remained rooted in place, ready to defend himself at a moment's notice. "Good day, sir. I am indeed alive. I am a traveler who has found my way here after a series of twists and turns." Upon witnessing the appearance of the elderly man, Lin Feng concocted a fabricated tale. This deception was riddled with inconsistencies, especially considering that the apocalyptic event had transpired for over 2 months. Even tourists who ventured to this place would likely be clad in tattered garments. Yet, Lin Feng's attire bore no resemblance to that of a destitute individual. You may enter. Do not forget to close the door behind you," the elderly man remarked, his voice revealing that he was indeed alive. Evidently. He sighed in relief and quickly spoke up. Chapter 139. There are good people too. Upon hearing the elder beckon him to enter, Lin Feng shouldered his bag and stepped into the courtyard, ensuring to close the wooden door behind him, lest the elder feel uneasy. Young man, where are you from? The elder scrutinized Lin Feng, then fetched a small wooden stool for him. I hail from Beihai City and arrived here 2 months ago for sightseeing. Having spun a tale, he felt compelled to weave further fabrications. Yet, who could have foreseen that the world would transform into such a grim reality? The occupants of the inn where we resided had all turned into zombies. Thus, I fled aimlessly, fortunate not to encounter significant peril. By chance, I stumbled upon this place today, drawn by the plume of smoke rising from the chimney. Lin Feng was acutely aware of the apocalyptic circumstances and could easily conjure such a narrative. Oh, I see. You must be weary, young man. My wife and I are preparing a meal. Why not join us? The elder moved to the center of the courtyard, gathering a pile of branches and setting them aside, presumably for kindling. At that moment, the elderly woman was setting up a folding table in the yard before retreating into the kitchen. Are you inviting me to dine with you? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback by the elder's unexpected hospitality. In a world where sustenance had become paramount, many would resort to desperate measures for food. Conflicts often erupted among those who ventured into the wild for hunting whenever resources were discovered. In such a dire environment, food was of utmost importance, making the elders offer to share a meal, despite their recent acquaintance, all the more astonishing. What's the big deal about sharing a meal? Everyone has their moments of wandering, the elder chuckled, assisting the elderly woman as she brought out 2 bowls from the kitchen. Here. We rely on the sea for our sustenance. There's not much variety, so I hope it meets your approval. The elder placed the bowls on the table, revealing a dish of stewed fish and a bowl of potatoes. Though the fish was modest in size, it appeared remarkably fresh, emanating a delightful aroma despite the lack of seasoning. Thank you, sir. Lin Feng, despite lacking an appetite, felt compelled to accept the offering. The kindness radiating from this elderly couple was evident, not least in their willingness to share a meal. This prompted Lin Feng to consider initiating his inquiries regarding Jinqing Island with them. Sir, do you often eat this? As he sat at the table, accepting a potato offered by the elderly woman, Lin Feng inquired. Logically, dining on seafood by the coast posed no issue. However, in this apocalyptic age, procuring fish from the sea was no simple feat. That depends entirely on your uncle's skills, the old man replied, placing a piece of potato onto Lin Feng's plate. You are aware of this apocalyptic world, are you not? Yes, it's aptly named the apocalypse. After the apocalypse arrived, the creatures of the sea retreated into hiding. In the beginning, the villagers held on to the hope of catching fish and seafood as they had in the past. However, little did they know that the ocean harbored monsters, leading to the demise of many. Yet, your uncle's extensive experience in fishing, accumulated over decades, enabled him to discern the depths and shallows of the waters. Moreover, certain seafood, despite their mutations, retained their original behaviors. Consequently, by mastering their habits, one could avoid attacks. Thus, your uncle consistently managed to catch ordinary fish, steering clear of those sea monsters. It was also a blessing from Mazu that allowed us to sustain ourselves in such a dire environment. As the old woman spoke, a smile graced her face, clearly expressing her contentment with her husband's skills. Hearing her words warmed Lin Feng's heart. In this apocalyptic world, people often find joy in simple pleasures. In such circumstances, perhaps mere satiety equates to happiness. During these times, desires tend to diminish significantly, just like this elderly couple. As long as they supported each other and had enough to eat each day, who could argue that their life wasn't a happy one? Little brother, don't listen to this old woman's ramblings. I am merely timid, only daring to look at the shore during low tide, the old man said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. However, venturing to the seaside was indeed perilous. Without proper skills, most would meet their demise. Many from our village, emboldened by years of fishing, disregarded the dangers and sailed into deeper waters, never to return. As for us, we prefer to avoid such risks, content with our modest meals each day. Despite his words, Lin Feng could discern from the old man's gaze a steadfast confidence in his abilities. He understood this well. After all, food was scarce in these times, and any venture outside often left little for the elderly, who were unable to hunt. At most, they could catch small fish and shrimp along the shore. I see you have no seasoning for the fish you're cooking, uncle. I happen to have some. So allow me to share, Lin Feng said as he pretended to rummage through his bag. He then produced some soy sauce, vinegar, and other condiments. Being by the sea, they lacked no salt, yet these seasonings could enhance the flavors of their meals. Lin Feng was not one to take advantage of others. To him, these condiments were but trifles. Please, young man, take it back, the old man urged as he gazed at the generous spread of seasonings on the table. Seasonings are more precious than gold these days. You've only eaten a couple of my fish. How could I accept such gifts? Young man, keep these seasonings. They could prove invaluable in times of need. For us, having food is already a blessing. We wouldn't dare to hope for seasonings. The elderly man shook his head repeatedly, pushing the condiments on the table towards Lin Feng. Observing him, Lin Feng discerned no trace of greed in the old man's eyes. Instead, he perceived a sense of trepidation, indicating that the man truly felt apprehensive about accepting these expensive items. Uncle, I insist that you accept them. I have plenty more. Lin Feng urged. Once given, it is illogical to take back a gift. However, Uncle, I do have a question I would like to pose. Having identified a concern during their earlier conversation, Lin Feng spoke up promptly. Chapter 140. The Forces on the Island. Uncle, how do you know that these seasonings can be exchanged for a considerable amount of gold and jewels? Lin Feng casually inquired, setting down his chopsticks. His question was not born of skepticism. It was an undeniable truth that many goods in the present world were traded for precious metals and gemstones. However, this was a small fishing village, isolated from the outside world since the advent of the apocalypse. In such circumstances, the elder's knowledge of these matters clearly hinted at deeper insights. Of course, Lin Feng could not simply suspect the old man of ill intentions based on this alone. He was merely seeking to understand. Every few days, we have subordinates of Han Zheng'ang from the North Island visiting us, the elder replied, oblivious to Lin Feng's inner doubts. Shortly after the apocalypse began, we were occupied by Han Zheng'ang and his men from the North Island. They come to us every few days demanding a portion of our catch, claiming they are here to protect us. When they arrive, they bring items we lack. But they demand gold and jewels in exchange. My wife and I have been living in this village. We have nothing of the sort, so we cannot afford such seasonings. As he spoke, the elder sighed, clearly indicating that the apocalypse had rendered their lives quite precarious. Protection fees? Do they even have a stronghold here? Lin Feng casually asked, having some knowledge about the situation on Jinqing Island. Just prior to the onset of the apocalypse, the island was divided into the South and North Islands. The South Island served as the hub, boasting commercial centers, supermarkets, banks, and hospitals, essentially the political heart of Jinqing Island. The North Island, on the other hand, was home to more fishermen. Its waters were relatively cleaner than those of the South Island, making it a favored spot for travelers. Given the elder's account, it appeared that the North Island had indeed fallen under the control of outsiders. What stronghold? They merely send a few individuals to drive over, the elder lamented, setting down his chopsticks. Rather than protecting us, they simply wish to seize our catch. If we refuse to comply, they threaten to expel us from the village. At our age, my wife and I would surely perish if we encountered zombies outside the village. Perhaps they understand the folly of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, as they never take all our food, they leave us a portion of seafood. After all, they know we will continue to fish, ensuring a steady stream of resources for them as long as we remain alive. As the elder spoke, his voice was tinged with resignation. It was evident he felt powerless, perhaps due to his advanced age. He had come to accept that having enough to eat was a blessing. The thought of resistance seemed to have never crossed his mind. Lin Feng listened in silence to the elder's narrative. He was acutely aware of the brutal realities of the apocalypse, a grim occurrence unfolding every moment. Such matters were beyond the purview of Lin Feng at present, as Jinqing Island was no longer under his dominion. After some hesitation, he decided to leave a portion of his spices with the elderly couple. Politely declining the old man's invitation to stay the night, Lin Feng departed from the fishing village. Upon reaching the road, he retrieved an ordinary sedan from his storage space. Displaying a Maybach or Rolls-Royce would be far too conspicuous, although Lin Feng feared nothing. He sought to avoid unnecessary trouble. As he drove along the road, he could faintly discern scattered zombies lurking nearby. Upon hearing the roar of his car's engine, the undead attempted to lunge toward his vehicle. Yet, given their sluggish pace, they were unable to keep up with the car, often succumbing to the exhaust fumes before they could draw near. It was evident that firearms had yet to become prevalent in this area. Observing the surrounding scene, Lin Feng mused quietly. Occasionally, he spotted the remains of zombies along the roadside, their wounds suggesting they had met their end by blunt instruments. Indeed, the vast majority of zombie corpses bore similar marks. This indicated that, in this vicinity, people continued to rely on melee weapons to dispatch the undead. After all, this was a small island, and its inhabitants were effectively marooned. Although there once existed ferries and routes to Binhai City during peacetime, the onset of the apocalypse rendered the seas perilous. No one dared to navigate the waters, even on what appeared to be sizable ferries. Consequently, only the island's defense forces would possess firearms. According to Zhao, a battalion of around 1,000 troops was stationed on the island. However, the number of survivors in the wake of the apocalypse remained uncertain, as did their willingness to emerge from their headquarters. At least, the satellite images provided no clarity on this matter. At this moment, Lin Feng was not disinclined to approach the garrison directly, given his current capabilities. Capturing a battalion headquarters would be a trivial endeavor, even if the opposing force numbered 1,000, or even 3,000 or 5,000. They could never hope to rival Lin Feng, who possessed the advantage of storage space. What Lin Feng truly sought was a comprehensive understanding of the strategic situation on the island, rather than merely a military presence. In other words, even without the soldiers, he could easily dispatch some of his own men to seize control of Jianqing Island. However, to thrive in the apocalypse, one could not resort to oppressive tactics like others. This notion resonated deeply with Lin Feng, who had experienced the previous apocalypse. If he merely enforced his will, the numbers would ultimately be meaningless. For those devoid of thought, what distinction existed between them and the zombies? Consider this. If Lin Feng aspired to establish a new city, would he prefer its inhabitants to be mere automatons, obeying his every command, restricted from coming and going freely, laboring daily without question? Or would he envision a vibrant city, bustling with life, where diverse trades flourished and laughter echoed? Thus, at its core, if one is to forge a perfect existence amidst the apocalypse, in ensuring one's safety and maintaining an ample supply of resources, the paramount endeavor is to enhance the surrounding environment as much as possible. This principle elucidates why Lin Feng possesses such a vast array of supplies and weaponry as he gradually expands his territory in Binhai City. What Lin Feng aspires to create is a unique city amid the apocalypse, a new metropolis that others can only envy from afar. With this consideration in mind, he chose not to head directly towards the island defense forces, but rather drove his vehicle in the direction of the southern island. Chapter 141. South Island. The vehicle traversed the coastal avenue, heading towards South Island. Along the way, Lin Feng observed a plethora of fishing lodges and quaint villas. In recent years, Jianqing Island had blossomed into a popular tourist destination, leading to the establishment of numerous farmhouses and villas. However, the onset of the apocalypse coincided with the waning of the tourist season. It could be said that nearly every farmhouse and villa was once teeming with visitors. Consequently, the island was now rife with zombies. Compared to Binhai City, whether Swan Bay or East City Base, this region proved significantly more challenging to reclaim. In light of this situation, eradicating the undead from the entire island was evidently no simple feat. At least, it was so before Lin Feng's arrival. Thus, Lin Feng continued his journey towards Qingnan, passing through the villa district and entering the island's heart. As he approached the center, with just over a kilometer to go, the road ahead was obstructed. Barbed wire and sandbags had been used to block the middle of the path. At that moment, 5 or 6 individuals were smoking at the checkpoint. Upon noticing the approaching vehicle, they turned their gazes towards Lin Feng. "Stop the car." As Lin Feng's vehicle neared the checkpoint, a young man in his 20s brandished a stop sign and shouted. Simultaneously, the remaining individuals discarded their cigarettes and approached the barrier. Lin Feng silently parked the car at the checkpoint, curious to see what these guards intended to do. "Get out for inspection." The lead young man, with a machete strapped to his waist, approached the driver's side and knocked on the window. Lin Feng noted that the others wielded machetes and fire axes as well. It appeared that firearms were a rarity in this area. Otherwise, the outermost guards of any base would typically possess at least one gun. Lin Feng opened the car door and stepped out. The entry fee is 10 grams of gold or 2 packs of instant noodles. The young man appraised Lin Feng with an impassive expression. "Is there a fee to enter South Island?" Lin Feng mused inwardly upon hearing his words. At that moment, the other young men approached his vehicle, inspecting the interior. Upon finding nothing of interest, they appeared somewhat disappointed. "I don't have instant noodles, but I do possess some gold." Lin Feng had prepared some gold jewelry in his backpack. He retrieved a handful of it, weighing a ring to estimate its mass, which was approximately 10 grams. Initially, the young man had little hope due to the dilapidated state of Lin Feng's vehicle. However, upon seeing the substantial amount of gold in his hand, a glimmer of greed sparkled in the young man's eyes. "I misspoke earlier. If you wish to enter on foot, it's 10 grams of gold, but if you're driving in, it's 100 grams. Observing the gold jewelry in Lin Feng's possession, which appeared to weigh around 200 to 300 grams, the young man seemed eager to snatch it away. "Oh, 100 grams of gold, you say?" Lin Feng responded with a smile. "I no longer desire that vehicle. I can manage on my own. However, before I enter, I need to smash the car. This should not pose a problem, right?" Observing the young man before him, Lin Feng smiled. Did he think he could take advantage of him? That was utterly impossible, regardless of how much gold Lin Feng possessed. The shifting narratives of the young man were simply contemptible. In this moment, even if Lin Feng were to destroy the car out of sheer boredom, he would not offer the other party any gold. After all, he had ample vehicles. Smashing one would merely serve as a means of releasing stress. "What did you say? If you drove here, you must pay 100 grams of gold." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the young man was filled with rage. In an instant, his hand reached for the gold in Lin Feng's grasp. At that moment, he was deaf to Lin Feng's words. The gold before him could procure several women on the island. Faced with such sudden wealth, the young man could hardly restrain himself. Are you certain you wish to rob me? Noticing the outstretched hand, Lin Feng smiled coldly. In the next instant, he seized the young man's wrist with his other hand, applying slight pressure, causing the young man's torso to bend forward. Ouch! The young man felt as if his hand were caught in a vice, rendering him completely immobile. The immense force inflicted excruciating pain, as if his bones were about to snap. If you covet my gold, you must first demonstrate your strength. Observing the young man's plight, Lin Feng casually tossed him aside. The next moment, the young man's body flew backward, landing several meters away. The young man cried out in agony, struggling to rise but failing to do so for quite some time, perhaps due to the pleasantness of his initial arrival on Jianxing Island. Lin Feng refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Had this occurred in Binhai City, attempting to steal from him would have been akin to courting death. This young man was blissfully unaware that he had narrowly escaped a dire fate. You are a mutant. The remaining 4 individuals, witnessing their companion restrained, intended to assist him. Yet, upon witnessing the scene of the young man being hurled through the air, they were taken aback and shock. One of them pointed at Lin Feng, exclaiming in astonishment. Lin Feng did not refute their claim. He was indeed a mutant. That much was indisputable. It was evident that upon recognizing his status, their address shifted from you to sir, indicating that mutants held considerable stature on Jianxing Island. At the very least, they were not figures to be trifled with by the guards present. My lord mutant, we were ignorant and have offended you. Please, do not hold it against us. A slightly plump young man approached Lin Feng, speaking with utmost respect. At that moment, no one dared to mention the matter of gold. Even the young man sprawled on the ground had fallen silent, aware that provoking Lin Feng further could result in consequences far graver than being thrown aside. Waving his hand, Lin Feng reclaimed his gold and returned to the vehicle. He had no intention of eliminating these ordinary individuals. Consequently, he drove towards the heart of the southern island. Despite heading towards the center, the journey was predominantly along a coastal road. The entire island resembled a slender, elongated shape. Flanking the road, numerous hotels and guest houses could be found, exuding a sense of vibrancy that surpassed that of the villas on the northern island. Thus far, Lin Feng had not encountered any signs of zombies, and the road appeared to have been meticulously cleared. It seemed that the local authorities had performed admirably, ensuring that all zombie remains were removed to prevent the spread of infection. Ultimately, Lin Feng arrived in front of a row of hotels, where he found a suitable spot to park his vehicle. Chapter 142. Speak softly. At first glance, this hotel appeared to be the finest establishment on Star Island. 2 relatively well-maintained cars were parked at the entrance, both renowned luxury vehicles from the pre-apocalyptic era. Judging by their current state, they likely belonged to tourists who had once visited the island, now left behind and repaired just enough to be presentable. Upon seeing these cars, Lin Feng could not help but contemplate that anyone capable of operating such a vehicle on this island, albeit somewhat worn, must possess a remarkable background. Furthermore, this hotel seemed to be the best on the island, suggesting that Han Jingtao, as mentioned by the fisherman, was likely residing here. Lin Feng exited the vehicle, leaving the door unlocked, and confidently approached the hotel entrance. However, before he could step inside, he was intercepted by 2 individuals. They extended an arm each, their mouths holding unlit cigarette butts, burned to the end, rendering them incapable of being reignited. Yet, they believed this demeanor exuded an air of coolness, implying their accessibility to smoke while simultaneously intimidating those around them. Has the hotel been bought out, or is entry now contingent upon the payment of gold? Lin Feng's words were delivered with a measured tone, laced with provocation. The 2 men, seemingly oblivious to the underlying challenge, fixated instead on the mention of gold. They exchanged glances, silently agreeing on their next course of action. Lin Feng, fully aware of their intentions, recognized the overt and cliched nature of their approach, which was easily discernible. Understanding the unspoken rules, they shifted from a blocking stance to one of demand. Our boss is enjoying himself inside. Know your place. Don't look around too much, or we might just take your eyes. One of the men threatened, feeling that Lin Feng's response regarding gold was unduly slow. They had made their intentions clear, expecting him to willingly present his gold without hesitation. However, Lin Feng remained immobile, much to their growing impatience. They were acutely aware that Han Zhengdao was reveling inside the hotel, a man who detested interruptions. Thus, his subordinates typically acted without his oversight, as long as their actions did not disturb his enjoyment. Even if their misdeeds were reported, Han would remain indifferent, provided they managed the situation discreetly. Consequently, these 2 henchmen, familiar with their boss's methods and tendencies, anticipated that Lin Feng would promptly surrender his gold. Their plan was straightforward: receive the gold to allow him entry for a meal, only to request it again upon his departure. This approach would enable them to acquire gold witut Han's knowledge, ensuring that his pleasures remained undisturbed, while also effortlessly enriching themselves. Yet, to his surprise, the individual before him remained utterly motionless even after their harsh exchange. To gouge out an eye? Is that what you mean? As soon as Lin Feng uttered these words, one of his subordinates suddenly felt as though one of his eyes had experienced a visual distortion. The world around him appeared less expansive than before, and soon he felt a warmth seeping from his face. Upon touching it, he realized that copious amounts of blood were flowing, followed by an excruciating pain. He let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, collapsing to the ground while clutching his eye and wailing incessantly. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had produced a spherical object in his hand. Another subordinate, still bewildered by the unfolding events, stood frozen, alternating his gaze between his kneeling companion and the newly emerged sphere in Lin Feng's hand, finally noticing the pool of blood forming on the floor. Even the slowest of minds could comprehend the grim reality of the situation. "Why, you are a mutant." The words of his counterpart trailed off, leaving him unable to articulate another syllable. Lin Feng forcefully shoved the object into the mouth of another individual. With tremendous impact, the sphere lodged itself in the man's throat, obstructing his airway and rendering him breathless. The man on the ground had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Without blood, survival was impossible. Thus, Lin Feng swiftly dealt with the two guards at the entrance. Despite the cries, no one emerged to investigate the commotion. Lin Feng noted that the man had been screaming for at least half a minute before fainting, and the absence of anyone from the hotel indicated that the guards were indeed limited to just the two of them. As for their so-called leader, Han Jingtai, he was likely ensconced in one of the upper rooms of the hotel. This suggested that Lin Feng had essentially breached an unguarded stronghold. Upon entering the hotel lobby, Lin Feng found it as desolate as he had anticipated, devoid of any presence. However, his keen ears detected a faint sound, seemingly emanating from the left front of the lobby. As he approached, the muted noise grew louder, resembling the anxious breaths and the tremors of bodies in distress. As a mutant attuned to such sounds in a tranquil environment, Lin Feng could sense that the individuals nearby were likely armed, though not with firearms. Upon rounding a wall and turning down a corridor, he discovered 3 individuals hiding behind it. 2 of them donned chef's uniforms, while the third was dressed in service attire, clearly identifying them as hotel staff. Relieved to see Lin Feng, the trio exhaled in relief, having initially feared that a zombie had breached the entrance. Lin Feng noted their initial shock followed by their evident relaxation upon recognizing him, realizing they had mistaken him for one of the undead. Once they confirmed his humanity, Lin Feng intended to seize the opportunity to inquire about the situation. However, before he could utter a word, the 3 individuals made a shushing gesture, extending a finger to indicate the ceiling, implying that someone was present above them. However, Lin Feng's keen ears detected the absence of vibrations from the walls, indicating that there were no occupants on the second floor at the very least. Moreover, judging by the faint tremors of the walls, aside from the distant sound of waves crashing, there appeared to be cries emanating from the 4th floor. Lin Feng said nothing, instead following the 3 individuals towards the kitchen. These 3 moved with remarkable stealth, seemingly cautious of making any unnecessary noise. Once they entered the kitchen and closed the heavy isolation door, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Only then did they scrutinize Lin Feng, their curiosity evident in their gazes. Chapter 143. Attempting an ambush? In the kitchen, the 3 individuals spoke freely, no longer cautious as before. They placed their weapons, a cleaver and a spatula, at a distance behind them, within reach yet far enough to suggest a semblance of relaxation. However, it was evident that they remained wary of Lin Feng. After all, anyone capable of entering the hotel and swiftly neutralizing the 2 guards at the entrance without fear of detection could not be an ordinary person. Furthermore, if such formidable figures existed on the island, they would surely have encountered them within the confines of the hotel. Thus, they speculated that Lin Feng was an outsider endowed with significant abilities, yet they remained uncertain of his intentions for being there. At least he had not attacked upon seeing them, which led the trio to believe that, from their ordinary standpoint, they would not draw undue attention. This duality of vigilance and slight relaxation allowed them to avoid provoking Lin Feng while still seeking information. As the 3 scrutinized Lin Feng, he too was observing his surroundings. The kitchen appeared tidy and clean, with the tantalizing aroma of cooked dishes wafting through the air. However, the resources available on this island were limited, and the kitchen, though orderly, contained little of the actual food. In reality, the kitchen served merely as a processing area, while the true supplies were firmly in the possession of Han Jingtao. Just as the 3 were about to question Lin Feng, he interjected, asking first, "Are you the staff here?" While his inquiry seemed innocuous, Lin Feng understood its significance. Otherwise, we are merely the cooks, responsible only for preparing meals, one chef replied, his demeanor outwardly forthright. Though a subtle hint of anxiety flickered in his expression, a nuance not missed by Lin Feng. Then what do you eat? Lin Feng's question elicited immediate tension among the two chefs and the service staff, their bodies instinctively tensing, muscles contracting in response to the pressure of the moment. Though subtle, Lin Feng discerned their unease. The reason Lin Feng posed such a seemingly simple question stemmed from the moment he entered the kitchen. The aroma of the food struck him as peculiar. Neither the edible mutated beasts nor the decayed normal ingredients would emit such a fragrance. Based on Lin Feng's knowledge of food, normally spoiled ingredients would produce a sour, foul odor. Yet the dishes here exuded an oddly enticing scent, distinctly different from usual fare, suggesting they contain none of the expected rot. However, this time of day is not typically designated for meals, and the dining carts remain conspicuously stationed here, evidently not dispatched elsewhere. A faint, metallic scent lingers in the kitchen, reminiscent of the flesh of mutated beasts. Yet, Lin Feng can discern that this peculiar odor, coupled with the subtle hint of blood, alongside the scant presence of hotel guards, raises an unsettling conclusion. The cries and struggles emanating from the fourth floor suggest that someone is in distress. Weaving these strange elements together, Lin Feng formulates a hypothesis. Han Jingtao is indeed present here, and his activities on the fourth floor are likely linked to the food within the kitchen. Despite hearing from the fishermen of Beidao that Han Jingtao frequently sends his subordinates to procure fish, it is evident that he maintains a considerable number of followers on this island. The shadows glimpsed among the neighboring villas and dilapidated houses, alongside the weapons they wield, coupled with the multitude of personnel in the main city of South Island, serve as ample evidence of Han Jingtao's substantial following. What of the tourists, though? Did none remain? It is implausible that every visitor has transformed into a zombie, leaving behind only locals. Such a scenario is evidently abnormal. Thus, Lin Feng should have anticipated the dire consequences of this island's isolation from the outside world, especially in the absence of sufficient food supplies. The peculiar aromas wafting from the kitchen, the tense expressions of the three individuals present, and the pervasive scent of blood permeating the hall and upper floors all corroborate Lin Feng's suspicions. This hotel is far more intricate than its faade suggests. Particularly striking is the fact that only 3 individuals are present. One appears to be a simple-minded chef, while the other, a jittery waiter, seems consumed by fear. However, considering the nature of the dishes they prepare, the deception exhibited by these 3 is remarkably convincing. Lin Feng seeks to extract information from them, yet their overtly theatrical demeanor dissuades him from wasting further time in their presence. Recognizing their intent to continue the charade and deceive, he resolves that engaging with them is a futile endeavor. Consequently, Lin Feng pivots and approaches the door, intent on leaving. However, as his hand grasps the doorknob and he begins to turn it, he senses movement behind him. The 3 individuals are poised to ambush. A palpable shift in air pressure indicates that they are swiftly retreating, the wind swirling behind him as they hasten away. This phenomenon, a sudden alteration in atmospheric pressure, confirms that the trio is strategically withdrawing at the very moment Lin Feng attempts to exit. What lies behind them? Undoubtedly, it is the weaponry they had previously set down. Moreover, the steel door reflects their movements, allowing Lin Feng to discern their actions with clarity. Lin Feng swiftly turned around, and with a mere wave of his hand, the formidable pressure emanating from the powerful mutant sent the 3 individuals sprawling to the ground. Overwhelmed by the sudden surge of Lin Feng's extraordinary abilities, they found themselves immobilized. Lin Feng quickly approached the trio, applying firm pressure to their throats in several precise motions. Instantly, they felt the blood within their bodies surge at an alarming rate, as if their hearts were on the verge of exploding. This technique was a skill Lin Feng had self-taught after the onset of the apocalypse, a method designed to rapidly stimulate the mutation virus within the human body. At this moment, although these 3 individuals had not been infected by the zombie virus, Lin Feng's technique was capable of triggering another unique virus within them immediately. Chapter 144. Losing sanity. Originally, the methods employed by Lin Feng would have had no effect on these 3 individuals, as they were not infected by any zombie virus or other peculiar pathogens. However, despite their adept concealment, the peculiar environment of the kitchen allowed Lin Feng's keen senses to capture every detail. He ultimately discerned their true purpose and confirmed that they were indeed assisting in the kitchen. Yet, the ingredients they were handling were far from the common fare found in a post-apocalyptic world. Such scenarios, reminiscent of disaster films, had now manifested in reality. Although Lin Feng had contemplated the possibility of such occurrences, he had not expected them to transpire here. After all, the inhabitants could sustain themselves with the abundant marine life. including fish and shellfish, if they were diligent. Nevertheless, it appeared that some among them had descended to this grim level. Lin Feng found it peculiar. If his suspicions were accurate, then the anguished cries emanating from the fourth floor suggested something unusual. The method he employed triggered the immediate activation of a certain latent virus within the three individuals. The pathogen manifesting within them was prion disease. Lin Feng had already ascertained the lingering scent of blood in the kitchen, the peculiar aroma of the dishes, the scarcity of personnel, and the screams from above. It became increasingly evident that the ingredients once prepared in the kitchen were, in fact, human corpses. The leader here, Han Zhengtao, was likely a half-human, half-zombie, afflicted by the zombie virus. Such cases had been observed previously. In their initial state, if they resembled ordinary humans, they tended to exhibit more zombie-like traits, characterized by chaotic behavior, hazy consciousness, and a pronounced propensity for aggression. However, in the case of a mutant, there might be a semblance of human rationality during energy resistance, albeit only slightly. More often, the presence of the zombie virus within them would alter their inherent nature, instilling an overwhelming hunger for flesh and human bodies. Therefore, even half-human, half-zombie mutants would inevitably resort to consuming humans as sustenance. As the leader, Han Zhengtao presumably maintained some degree of control, though he might occasionally succumb to the need for such sustenance. Thus, the anguished cries from the fourth-floor room became clear. It was Han Zhengtao himself attending to the preparation of ingredients. The three individuals were mere accomplices, and they had even clandestinely sampled the finished product. These three were not infected half-humans or half-zombies. They were fully aware that they were handling human remains. Yet, after the meal was prepared, they audaciously tasted it, igniting the self-preservation and self-destruction mechanisms embedded within their human genes, the prion disease. Lin Feng employed a unique technique that directly stimulated the human nervous system, enabling rapid transmission of powerful bioelectric currents. This caused all neural cells within the body to discharge swiftly, heightening sensitivity. Such a condition would lead to a dramatic increase in human defensive capabilities, with the genetic defense mechanisms serving as a program for self-preservation and self-destruction. The emergence of prion does not inherently claim lives. However, once activated, they can trigger the self-destructive program encoded within a person's genes, achieving peak efficacy. Lin Feng's method was to incite this reaction within their bodies, resulting in an initial overwhelming pain that rendered even the act of breathing excruciating. Gradually, the pain subsided slightly. Yet the velocity of blood flow accelerated, and their hearts raced violently, as if on the verge of explosion. Soon after, they began to feel their self-awareness waning, their minds struggling to control certain thoughts, yet succumbing to a profound fatigue, akin to the overwhelming desire to succumb to sleep, ultimately leading to a complete loss of will. Once the prion overtook their brains, the three individuals transformed into mere shells of their former selves, though they had not been infected with the zombie virus. Their behavior mirrored that of the undead, frenzied and destructive, intent on obliterating everything in sight. The self-destruct program embedded in their genes activated swiftly, compelling them to unleash their excess energy through reckless actions and destruction, culminating in cellular demise. After employing this technique on the three individuals, Lin Feng opened the kitchen door and observed their transformation from agony to unconsciousness before they stood vacantly, driven by madness. They charged towards him with reckless abandon. Recognizing that they were fixated on him, Lin Feng strategically led them towards the staircase, enticing them upward, with the notorious leader Han Zhengtao present. Lin Feng was eager to ascertain whether the rumors of Han's transformation into a half-human, half-zombie were true. If so, the current situation would serve as a test to validate his hypothesis, while also revealing how Han would react when besieged by his own former subordinates. Should the underlings discover that their leader had become a mere shell of his former self, the consequences would be unpredictable. As for the island, Lin Feng's objective in coming here was to acquire a substantial fleet of fishing vessels or operational ships. Given that Han Zhengtao had claimed this territory, it was likely that the warships docked here were under his control. From the outside, they appeared to be stationed near the southern end of the island, a heavily guarded area where, without Han Zhengtao's explicit orders, breaching the defenses would prove challenging. While Lin Feng possessed the strength to overcome such obstacles, he could not guarantee that his actions would not result in damage to the vessels during the endeavor. Therefore, exposing Han Zhengtao's true nature and inciting internal discord among them is far more advantageous than Lin Feng intervening directly. After all, in times of chaos and turmoil, should a savior emerge, his standing in the hearts of all would undoubtedly be paramount. Lin Feng ascended the stairs swiftly, reaching the fourth floor. Strangely, there was no one stationed from the first to the fourth floor. Lin Feng effortlessly lured the three individuals upward. During this process, Lin Feng also discovered that those who were devoid of consciousness and entirely controlled by dead cells exhibited surprisingly formidable mobility and explosive strength. This phenomenon significantly contributed to Lin Feng's research on zombies. Chapter 145. Everyone, come and see. Upon Lin Feng's arrival at the fourth floor, the chilling cries that once echoed from a particular room had ceased, replaced by the unsettling sound of flesh being torn asunder. He approached room 411. At the entrance, Lin Feng swiftly pushed the door open. The door's mechanisms had failed due to a lack of sufficient power, rendering them utterly inoperative. The lock was merely decorative, and with a forceful pull, the door swung open. In a flash, he darted into the adjacent room, his speed so remarkable that the three deranged individuals failed to notice his presence. Aware that they had pursued him to the fourth floor, Lin Feng adeptly led them in this direction. As he opened the door, he cleverly utilized its cover to conceal himself in the neighboring room. Han Zhengtao, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, was startled when the door burst open unexpectedly. Turning his head, he beheld the three lunatics charging into the room. Bloodied and clutching a severed arm, Han Zhengtao was taken aback by their sudden intrusion. He braced himself for a confrontation, but soon realized that, despite their apparent madness, these individuals possessed tremendous strength. If he did not unleash his full power, he would stand no chance of resisting them, even if he gradually summoned his strength. These three adversaries proved to be formidable, making it impossible for him to escape or quickly subdue them within the confines of the cramped room. The standoff persisted, as neither side could swiftly claim victory. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, peering out the window of the adjacent room, noticed that the fallen guards had attracted the attention of others, resulting in a gathering of numerous onlookers at the hotel entrance. Yet, they hesitated to enter, lacking orders from their leader. Even with the guards incapacitated, they were reluctant to storm in without confirmation, fearing they might stumble into a deadly trap. Observing the crowd below, Lin Feng promptly retrieved a megaphone from his storage space. He powered it on, amplifying his voice to the maximum volume, and called out to the gathering crowd, urging them to come forth. Come and witness the spectacle. Freshly brewed excitement awaits. Delay, and your leader may meet his demise. As Lin Feng's voice boomed through the megaphone, the throng of henchmen below was taken aback. They looked up to see a stranger brandishing a megaphone from the upper floor, uttering audacious taunts. Confronted by the sight of the fallen guards, their first instinct was to assume this unknown individual was responsible for the chaos. The audacity to ascend the building suggested that he too was a mutated being. However, their leader was formidable as well. The provocation through the megaphone indicated a bold challenge. They noticed a fleeting shadow near the window above. Given their position on the fourth floor, the number of mutated beings below was minimal, prompting them to act on instinct and rush up to confront the unknown threat. When the group of over 10 individuals rushed to the fourth floor, Lin Feng had already leaped from the window and landed at the entrance, seated in his vehicle, awaiting the outcome from above. The 10 or so henchmen under Han Zhengtao charged towards the fourth floor, armed with clubs. They believed that, despite their leader's predicament and the apparent strength of the stranger, their numbers and coordination with Han Zhengtao would surely enable them to triumph. Based on their observations of the windows, they estimated the conflict was centered in the middle, but they did not need to scrutinize too closely. Upon reaching the fourth floor, they found Han Zhengtao entangled in a fierce struggle with 3 deranged individuals in the corridor. Surrounded and wounded, Han Zhengtao was exerting all his strength to resist. The zombie virus within him was rapidly expanding, manifesting signs of zombification on his skin. Fortunately, the energy of the mutant within him was controlling the virus, which, in turn, enhanced his abilities. This interplay resulted in Han Zhengtao resembling a zombie increasingly, yet he maintained his sanity. However, the conflict between the two powers impeded his ability to swiftly subdue the 3 lunatics, leading to a protracted struggle. As the group of henchmen arrived at the fourth floor, rushing towards the center with weapons raised, they were struck by the gruesome sight before them. The 3 deranged individuals appeared zombie-like, bloodied and frenzied, seemingly embodying the very essence of the undead. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became evident that they bore no true signs of zombification. Their appearance was merely reminiscent. Among them, one figure bore a striking resemblance to Han Zhengtao, yet his skin was marked by shriveled black patches, unmistakably indicating a zombified state. Nevertheless, his voice, calling out to his subordinates, was undeniably that of their leader. Consequently, the henchmen found themselves in a state of confusion, unsure of the reality before them. The individuals who appeared zombie-like were, in fact, human, while the most lucid of them resembled a zombie. Caught in this bewildering tableau, the group stood frozen, their intentions to assist evaporating. Lin Feng, keenly attuned to the sounds above, noted a lack of escalation in the fighting, indicating that the henchmen had recognized the chaos surrounding them and were now immobilized. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng retrieved a loudspeaker, extending his head out of the car window to call urgently to the room where the window had just been opened. You must help. Are you refusing to acknowledge your leader simply because he is half human, half zombie? The volume of Lin Feng's voice through the loudspeaker resonated powerfully, reaching the ears of those bewildered individuals. While not entirely clear, his words were comprehensible, prompting the stunned henchmen to regain their senses. It dawned upon them that their leader, Han Zhengtao, was indeed half human, half zombie, shedding light on why he possessed great strength yet struggled to unleash particularly formidable power. No wonder their leader insists on secluding himself in a hotel from time to time, forbidding anyone from disturbing him or observing his actions. It is also no surprise that some of the individuals, or rather corpses, on the island mysteriously vanish at intervals. The truth of the matter is indeed astonishing. Suddenly, several subordinates at the back of the group, having overheard these words, swiftly turned and dashed downstairs in a panic. Others soon followed, gripped by fear and anxiety as they rushed towards the exit. Han Jingtao, momentarily bewildered, questioned the actions of his subordinates, who had uttered those unsettling words just moments ago. Anger began to swell within him, and as it did, his energy surged. The influence of the zombie virus on his psyche and rationality gradually weakened. His extraordinary abilities could no longer suppress the virus's spread through reason. Consequently, Han Zhengtao's strength intensified, allowing him to swiftly subdue 3 deranged individuals. Yet, his outward appearance increasingly resembled that of an infected zombie. Chapter 146. Chaos. Lin Feng's strategy proved remarkably effective, as it swiftly unveiled the true nature of their leader. Those under his command began to discreetly flee, exchanging information amongst themselves. Soon, all of Han Jingtao's subordinates on the southern part of Jinqing Island were aware that their leader had transformed into a hybrid of man and zombie. His movements were rapid and ruthless, seemingly leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. Moreover, many were cognizant of the events that had transpired, especially given the dwindling population on the island. Although resources remained sufficient for their needs, a noticeable scarcity of personnel emerged. The realization that their leader could not wield his full power further fueled the spread of rumors, which proliferated alongside these occurrences. Yet, the embellished tales only exacerbated the situation. The most prominent aspect was that during moments of panic, people's minds tended to subconsciously alter the narratives into what they perceived as the most plausible truths. Thus, the bizarre tale of Han Zhengtao transformed, with some proclaiming him a half-human, half-zombie, and others exaggerating it to an intelligent zombie, formidable and cunning, who deceived everyone with the intent of devouring them one by one. Conversely, a portion of the populace witnessed the frenzied actions of 3 individuals within a hotel. Their bodies drenched in blood from combat, yet they recognized these individuals as human, untainted by the zombie virus. Collectively, these observations led to a significant conclusion. Their leader not only viewed them as potential prey, but also harbored intentions to convert more individuals into zombies. Despite the fear and trepidation among those under his command, the instinct for survival prompted them to take decisive action, namely, to flee. However, amidst this turmoil, ambition ignited within some. The greater the peril, the more pronounced the ambition became. Consequently, certain individuals sought to seize this opportunity to gather a substantial force, employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers to vanquish the undead, even if the zombie was once their leader. To them, zombies represented a common enemy, regardless of their former identities. Thus, those with ambition organized a large contingent to prepare for resistance, believing that the more participants involved, the greater their chances of success. In this chaos, Lin Feng seized the moment to assist these individuals in their endeavors. As they aimed to rally more supporters, the swiftness of information dissemination became paramount. And the larger the assembly, the more formidable their collective strength. Lin Feng navigated his inconspicuous, dilapidated vehicle throughout the island, blending seamlessly into the environment, as many regarded it as merely another vehicle typical of the island. In this tumultuous atmosphere, he drove to various densely populated gathering spots, disseminating false information that their leader, Han Zhengtao, was now a zombie intent on annihilating everyone. Other individuals had already congregated at a central location, prepared to ensnare the undead. With their combined abilities, they believed they could swiftly eradicate the singular zombie, for unity among the people was their greatest weapon against this foe. Lin Feng's plan appears to harbor significant flaws. However, its execution is remarkably straightforward. In this moment of chaos, as people's hearts are laden with anxiety, no one truly cares whether the information being disseminated is genuine. Everyone receives similar news. Firstly, the focal point of the information is established. Their leader is a zombie. Secondly, recognizing the imminent danger, a flurry of various accounts follows. In which version individuals choose to believe ultimately depends on their personal inclinations. With Lin Feng's involvement, many personnel from key defensive positions congregate towards the center. The northern island has yet to receive any updates, primarily due to its population of fishermen, who do not require additional guards. Thus, the southern tip of the southern island becomes Lin Feng's target. The personnel there, too, have received word, and under Lin Feng's urging, they hasten to the scene. With no one remaining to guard the area, Lin Feng strides towards the dock and, upon entering its vicinity, spots a warship anchored in the waters. This vessel, recently developed, is precisely what Lin Feng requires. As for the navigation skills, he is not particularly concerned. There will always be someone capable. Even if a qualified navigator cannot be found, it should be relatively simple to learn the basics. Ultimately, securing the warship takes precedence. As Lin Feng approaches the vessel, he notices that, despite the presence of numerous guards, the earlier chaos has drawn them all away. These individuals are neither professional sentinels nor specialized troops. Their understanding of obedience is merely to follow whatever their leader dictates. Now that their leader, Han Jingtao, has encountered a problem, another figure must take command. They do not particularly care who that may be. As long as they perceive an order has been issued and compliance is achieved, their mission is deemed accomplished. Therefore, in this tumultuous moment, the absence of a steadfast leader prompts a hasty departure upon receiving news, which is the most natural response. This situation has afforded Lin Feng the opportunity to act with ease. By grasping the psychological state of these individuals and exploiting their vulnerabilities, he successfully guides them to leave hastily, culminating in a remarkably effortless outcome for this venture. As Lin Feng reaches the warship, he touches its surface before transporting it into his storage space. The system detects the emergence of a new item and activates a tenfold amplification. This enhancement not only doubles the number of warships, but also initiates design modifications. With the system's support, 2 of the vessels have been transformed into state-of-the-art warships, equipped with laser weaponry and advanced underwater ultrasonic armaments. Moreover, all ships have been fitted with a neural connection system for operational convenience, enabling rapid interaction with human operators. This ensures the swiftest possible response during navigation and combat, safeguarding the vessel throughout its journey. Having achieved the objective of his expedition to Jianxing Island, Lin Feng must now contemplate whether this island should be reclaimed. The island boasts a considerable expanse, situated at a moderate distance from the mainland, not too far, yet not too close. Defending against the undead poses a viable strategy. Even in the face of other adversaries, this distance affords ample time for reaction and counterattack. Thus, the reclamation of Jianxing Island remains a priority for him, albeit the individuals residing there present certain complexities. However, Lin Feng had anticipated this scenario during the execution of his plan. Therefore, after acquiring the warship, he chose not to hastily depart but instead bide his time. It was only when the combat among these individuals reached its climax that he would make his appearance, leading to an unexpected turn of events. Chapter 147. Behavioral Habits. The battle on the southern island of Xingxing Island commenced swiftly. Those yearning for escape gathered near the docks, where fishing boats awaited departure. No one contemplated fleeing to the northern island, for it was well understood that no docks or vessels were available there. Thus, their only recourse lay in the southern island's harbor. However, upon congregating, they soon realized the overwhelming crowd and the conspicuous absence of boats. In addition to the desperate souls wishing to flee, a faction driven by ambition also amassed near the southern docks, drawn to the area for its openness, the ideal locale for an impending battle. Consequently, the throng at the docks only swelled. At this juncture, Han Zheng now experienced an eruption of energy, causing the zombie virus within him to surge uncontrollably. Although he retained a modicum of reason, it was rapidly diminishing as his transformation intensified. The scent emanating from the humans around him became the most potent and deadly lure. Sensing the overwhelming aroma of humanity, he instinctively advanced toward the source, which was the vicinity of the southern docks. Here, all who sought to escape, those who dared to resist, and Han Zhengdao himself converged. Thus, the conflict ignited in this very location. From the outset, chaos reigned as numerous individuals brandished weapons, charging at the zombies and launching a relentless assault with their arms. Even in his zombified state, Han Zhengdao retained approximately 40 of his rationality. Witnessing that these individuals were his subordinates, his remaining lucidity urged him to seek assistance. Yet, how could his followers heed such a plea? To them, encountering a zombie equated to confronting an enemy that must be eradicated, leaving no room for consideration of its retained intellect. Moreover, those vying for power would certainly not squander such a golden opportunity. They advanced without granting Han Jingtao any chance to respond. The conflict erupted into disarray. Lin Feng, meanwhile, observed from his dilapidated vehicle parked at a distance. The battle initially appeared evenly matched. Although the zombies possessed formidable strength, the sheer number of humans gathered here rendered the odds of victory against a single zombie considerably favorable. As one group fell, another surged forward, while those down beside the zombies became liabilities and obstacles, hindering Han Jingtao's ability to unleash his full potential. Thus, the battlefield oscillated between equal chances of triumph, yet as time wore on, it became evident that humanity was gradually losing ground. Noticing that the remaining combatants possessed little fighting spirit, Lin Feng recognized that the moment for his intervention had arrived. He had keenly observed Han Jingtao's behavior post-transformation for some time, discerning that it bore little distinction from typical human conduct. After the transformation into a zombie, rationality significantly diminished, and the body's movements became more instinctual. However, a multitude of combat behaviors remained intact. Based on the previous encounters in the corridor, Lin Feng had clearly discerned the nature of the opponent's actions. Furthermore, by analyzing the adversary's combat prowess, he inferred the level of mutation. It was the lowest tier, Grade 1. While it appeared formidable, in reality, a pure mutant of that grade possessed limited power, with the distinction from an ordinary person residing solely in physical strength. Yet, being a hybrid of human and zombie, this entity compensated for its lack of strength, leading observers to mistakenly perceive it as a Grade 2 or higher mutant. Nevertheless, Lin Feng observed closely and was acutely aware of the true level of the opponent's mutation. Armed with this knowledge of the adversary's grade, along with an understanding of its combat style and behavioral patterns post-mutation, Lin Feng found himself poised to launch an attack with ease. He wielded his most familiar weapon, a handgun. Even the most formidable zombies, when their internal energy was depleted to a certain extent, would exhibit signs of weakness. As it stood, Han Jingtao, the zombie, appeared unchanged and retained its peak combat capability, yet in truth, its body was already in a state of depletion. To execute swift and agile movements for offense and defense, greater strength was required. However, in its current condition, the zombie could only rely on frontal defense. Lin Feng aimed a handgun at the creature's neck. A concentrated area of nerves, a shot to this region would effectively sever the zombie's capacity for movement. With precision, he pulled the trigger, enhanced by system modifications. The weapon's power and speed surpassed that of an ordinary handgun. In an instant, the bullet struck Han Jingtao's neck. Onlookers heard the gunfire and witnessed the zombie freeze momentarily before collapsing to the ground. Although the zombie remained alive, it was rendered immobile. Remarkably, no blood flowed from the wound, as if the shot had merely startled the creature into submission. Lin Feng opened the car door and stepped out. The sound of the door drew the attention of the remaining individuals at the dock's edge, who were desperately seeking a means of escape. These were those unskilled in combat, solely focused on self-preservation. Observing Lin Feng's effortless dispatch of the zombie, though it had not been killed, they noted that it could no longer move. These individuals, lacking in courage, dared only to remain hidden nearby, still hesitant to act. Lin Feng approached and kicked the fallen zombie, eliciting a guttural growl from its throat. Yet its body remained incapable of movement. The remaining spectators gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. They had previously fought zombies but were unaware of methods to incapacitate them while still keeping them alive. The recent gunshot certainly did not seem like an action that could paralyze a zombie to such an extent. It must be that there exists a method. Or perhaps the bullets fired from this gun struck certain critical points on the zombies, resulting in their current state. At this moment, the number of remaining survivors near the dock is merely in the dozens, some of whom are paralyzed with fear on the ground, armed with nothing but their trepidation. They dare only to cower on one side of the dock. The arrival of Lin Feng appears to them as that of a savior. For them, the resolution of the zombie threat equates to their salvation, and the identity of the savior is of little consequence. In this apocalyptic world, their foremost objective is survival. Expressing gratitude towards their rescuer is a fundamental principle of their existence. Chapter 148. The savior. The dock was engulfed in chaos, with countless souls caught in the bloodshed. At this moment, Han Jingtao had fully succumbed to zombification. His rationality had vanished entirely the instant Lin Feng's bullet struck the nerve at his neck. Han Jingtao had become a motionless zombie, overwhelmed by the pervasive stench of blood, which only heightened his agitation. He felt an overwhelming urge to surge forth and consume the blood that drenched the ground, an elixir of vitality for a creature of his kind. However, he was rendered immobile, capable of merely breathing, with even the slightest movement of his eyes beyond reach. The sounds emanating from his throat were nothing more than vibrations produced by the pressure of air. The few survivors, numbering in the dozens, had lost all capacity for rational thought, utterly stunned by the magnitude of the events unfolding before them. The ferocity of the recent battle and the sudden gunfire that abruptly ended their plight had left them reeling. The appearance of this unfamiliar figure was a bewildering turn of events, occurring with alarming rapidity. They yearned to comprehend the situation. Yet the chaos and the acrid scent of blood clouded their minds, rendering clarity a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, they grasped the gist of what had transpired. Their leader had, from the very start, been a zombie. Initially, they had received word that their leader was a hybrid of human and zombie. Yet the reality before them was that he was a complete zombie. Had it not been for the intervention of this stranger, they would have had no hope of survival. Thus, this individual stood before them as a savior. Observing the dazed expressions on the faces of the survivors, Lin Feng recognized that the psychological shock and pressure had yet to dissipate. He retrieved a bottle of air freshener from his storage space and, with the direction of the sea breeze, sprayed it a few times. Instantly, the air was infused with a refreshing aroma, mingling with the faint scent of sea salt, which effectively obliterated the lingering odor of blood. The invigorating air stimulated the survivors' minds, jolting them awake from their stupor. Though the scene was grim, they had previously endured battles against zombies. Their minds had cleared, no longer swayed by the earlier shock. Upon seeing Lin Feng, they recognized him as the one who had fired the shot that saved them. Their primary desire had always been survival. Regardless of the circumstances or who might control their fates, they felt fortunate just to be alive. Thus, in their quest for survival, they were willing to obey orders and serve as enforcers under another's command. Yet they retained a sense of humanity, an essential aspect of their character that had yet to be extinguished in the aftermath of the apocalypse. However, the very traits of individuality that Lin Feng sought to cultivate on this island were precisely those that needed to be purged: the temperamental, power-hungry individuals who disregarded the lives of others. These were the ones that must be eliminated. This time, Lin Feng seized the opportunity not only to acquire the warship but also to eliminate the malignant presence of Han Zhengdao. The ambitious individuals under his command took advantage of the chaos to engage in battle, resulting in mutual destruction. The remaining individuals were solely those who wished to survive. Among them were some timid souls reluctant to partake in the conflict, yet Lin Feng discerned their current state with clarity. As these individuals posed no threat and desired a tranquil existence, it would be prudent to have them remain on the island to aid in its development and oversight. Their familiarity with the island made them the ideal candidates for the task. Moreover, due to the necessity of using boats to reach the mainland, few would dare to risk traveling to this isolated island. Following the recent skirmish, the zombie threat on the island had significantly diminished. Furthermore, the internecine battles had eradicated most of the malignant forces. The only viable combatants that remained were these few dozen individuals before him. Including the majority of the residents from the Northern Isle, the combined population of the Southern and Northern Isles totaled less than 100. Entrusting them with the management of both islands seemed more than sufficient. Additionally, there was little on the island requiring extensive cleanup or laborious efforts. Any dilapidated structures that could not be utilized would be temporarily abandoned, while most buildings were intact. The types of housing and the distribution of residents differed between the Southern and Northern Isles. Since the aim was to develop both islands separately, it was imperative to first consolidate a portion of the people to enhance the island's defenses. Thus, Lin Feng once again brandished the loudspeaker and addressed the gathered few. "This island shall be mine. Those willing to stay and assist, please raise your hands. I assure you, you will not be disadvantaged. However, you must comply with my commands. This is the place you once called home, and you are most familiar with it. Do you wish to see your homeland rebuilt? If so, consider my proposal to serve under me. You will not regret it." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, every one of the individuals present raised their hands without a moment's hesitation. Indeed, as Lin Feng had anticipated, when a savior appeared before them, they were inclined to accept all his terms, especially those that posed no threat to their safety. Witnessing the unanimous response, Lin Feng felt a surge of satisfaction, not from a sense of triumph over others, but from the joy of envisioning the island's reconstruction. In the wake of the apocalypse, many areas had established bases, each guarded by their own personnel. However, few had managed to achieve true reconstruction. Lin Feng's capacity to swiftly establish a formidable defense and combat prowess was indeed a rarity. Thus, Lin Feng harbored a fervent desire to grasp this vision, aspiring to transform it into a wondrous paradise, far removed from all strife. When he conceived the idea of constructing this island, he had already contemplated the methods of its creation and the means of its positioning. While the island was indeed alluring, its defenses had to be of the utmost rigor. For when he fashioned this idyllic sanctuary, his existence would inevitably come to light. Consequently, a multitude of individuals would flock here, seeking to seize what he had built. Hence, the island's defenses must not only be adequate but exceptional, employing the most formidable weaponry for any potential counterattacks. Chapter 149. Task Assignment. The group of several dozen individuals at the dock displayed no hesitation, promptly standing before Lin Feng with a demeanor of respect, as if awaiting orders at any moment. Even before Lin Feng could articulate the benefits and remuneration, these individuals eagerly consented to all his demands. It was evident that saving a life proved to be the most effective motivator. To construct this island, the allocation of tasks was an essential step. Thus, once the group was assembled, Lin Feng proceeded to assign their responsibilities. The first order of business was to clear all debris and bloodstains from the dock area. As for the zombie, Lin Feng would personally handle that matter. Upon the completion of the cleanup of corpses and blood, they were expected to know the proper course of action, given their familiarity with the island. After this initial task, Lin Feng would provide further instructions. During the process, only one individual remained with Lin Feng to gather additional clues about the island, elucidating the connections and relationships between the northern and southern islands. The remaining personnel began the grim task of removing all bodies and debris from the dock. They were well acquainted with such procedures and knew how to proceed. In fact, when such occurrences transpired on the island, the customary practice was to dispose of the remains in the sea, allowing the mutated beasts of the ocean to consume them. This method proved to be the most convenient for disposal. Lin Feng harbored no objections to this approach. The mutated creatures of the sea were known for their relentless battles, while the remaining fish species lived cautiously. Thus, casting the bodies into the ocean, though it might attract the attention of the mutated beasts from afar, would ultimately lead them to retreat after consuming the remains. Based on the remnants left on site, throwing them into the sea would have minimal impact. However, Lin Feng emphasized that incineration would be the ideal solution. Even if distant observers noticed the rising smoke, no one would suspect the nature of the activity. They would merely assume that the area had been attacked by zombies, thereby deterring others from approaching. Upon concluding this discussion, Lin Feng, accompanied by one of the personnel, boarded his small vehicle and set off towards the northern island. During the journey, his companion briefed him on the local circumstances. Previously, under the leadership of Han Zhengtao, they had regularly ventured to the northern island to procure substantial quantities of fish from the fishermen, which served as their supplies. As for weapons, they had seldom encountered any, relying instead on whatever they had at hand. Lin Feng inquired whether, in the absence of Han Zhengtao and those who bullied others, the residents of the northern island would be inclined to align themselves with them. The individual in the passenger seat pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, suggesting that such a possibility was quite significant. The inhabitants of the northern island had not engaged extensively with those from the southern island. Had it not been for Han Jingtao's coercive tactics to obtain resources, the relationship between the two islands would have remained harmonious. If news of Han Jingtao's demise were to spread, it would likely bring joy to those individuals. Upon hearing the words of the person beside him, Lin Feng found the idea quite feasible. Since the individuals from Beidao had, from the very beginning, harbored discontent towards Han Jingtao and his associates, it stood to reason that now, with their adversary deceased and their fears abated, they would be more inclined to collaborate with the new system. Thus, Lin Feng resolved to venture to Beidao to ascertain whether there were individuals willing to engage with them anew. His aspiration was to transform this island into a veritable paradise, necessitating the presence of all its inhabitants. Particularly Beidao, characterized by its mountainous terrain, with a central depression surrounded by peaks and the sea lying beyond, presented an ideal natural harbor. Constructing the safest and most optimal dwelling place here seemed most fitting. Conversely, the southern island could remain a stronghold for defense and weaponry. By developing both regions separately, yet harmoniously, they could coexist and intertwine. Consequently, the consent of the current residents of Beidao became paramount. Lin Feng was not inclined to resolve matters through force, especially against those local inhabitants who posed no threat and had resided there from the outset. Although their interaction had been brief, Lin Feng recognized their sincerity. They merely wished to live peacefully in their homeland. Their eyes sparkled with hope, yearning for a return to the tranquility that existed before the cataclysm. Was this not an opportune moment? Lin Feng was determined to seize the opportunity, fulfilling their desires while simultaneously advancing his own plans. In this win-win scenario, he was confident that some would agree. As the vehicle crossed the bridge connecting the north and south, a few fishermen appeared near the Beidao side. Lin Feng gradually brought the car to a halt, and upon seeing the vehicle, the fishermen recognized it as belonging to the young man they had encountered before. When he alighted, they also recognized the other individual accompanying him as a thug from the southern island. The fishermen's expressions darkened, but as Lin Feng elucidated the situation, explaining the events transpiring in the south and the rising black smoke visible from their side, they became convinced of the truth of his words. They understood that Han Jingtao's actions did not necessitate such elaborate deception. Moreover, Han Jingtao and his cohorts relied on the fishermen of Beidao for their livelihoods. Thus, they placed their trust in Lin Feng's assertions and believed that the tyrant had indeed been vanquished. With the bully gone, it was time to embrace a peaceful existence. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Feng articulated his vision for the island's development. After sharing his thoughts, he hoped they would disseminate this message to a broader audience, ensuring that all of Beidao's residents were informed of his forthcoming endeavors. Only through their collective agreement and cooperation could the island once again flourish. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, The fishermen displayed expressions of astonishment. They wholeheartedly endorsed this notion and even contemplated joining forces to actualize such a venture. Envisioning the transformation of the entire northern island to a serene sanctuary, akin to a paradise on Earth, both residential and agricultural zones would be established, while the southern isle could repurpose some of the existing structures. Whether it be restoring factory operations or deploying formidable defenses and weaponry, these were indeed splendid ideas. The fishermen yearned to sprout additional legs, eager to hasten back and share this vision with their compatriots, convinced that it would garner widespread approval. Chapter 150. The first step at the edge of the bridge, the fishermen gathered around, listening intently to Lin Feng's words. As the ominous black smoke rose from the direction of the South Island and the presence of henchmen became apparent, they transformed into compliant listeners, meticulously explaining the unfolding events. Their belief solidified rapidly. If Han Jingtao were truly alive, there would be no need for such actions. Furthermore, the accounts they provided were entirely consistent with the current happenings, leading them to place their trust in the narrative. The corroborating testimonies from the henchmen, along with the impressionable demeanor of the young Lin Feng, fostered a sense of credibility. Initially, the fishermen found the behavior of their interlocutors perplexing, yet clarity soon emerged. The audacity with which the young man dealt with matters, along with his swift resolution of Han Jingtao, marked Lin Feng as an extraordinary individual. Consequently, the fishermen, no longer inclined to linger by the water, yearned to return to their residential area to disseminate the news. However, Lin Feng and his companions were determined to prevent them from departing unaccompanied. The small, dilapidated vehicle still had room, and the fishermen squeezed together to fit inside. Lin Feng accelerated, swiftly delivering them to their homes. In the village, the loudspeakers capable of broadcasting messages had long been broken, making it improbable to repair them for urgent communication. Moreover, the valley amplified sounds, posing the risk of inadvertently attracting mutated creatures from the distant sea. Thus, spreading the word through personal efforts emerged as the most effective means. And Lin Feng observed the bustling activity with a sense of satisfaction, beyond mere joy. The prevailing sentiment among the villagers was that this development was beneficial and warranted no concealment, ensuring that everyone comprehended the situation would ultimately serve the greater good. Additionally, Lin Feng's ambitious vision to construct the island resonated deeply with them, and they genuinely hoped to witness such a transformation. The onset of the apocalypse, particularly on the North Island, closely mirrored Lin Feng's expectations. The community diligently gathered sustenance from the sea, sharing resources among those in need. They worked collectively, distributing the bounty. And if not for Han Jingtao's frequent raids for supplies, life on the North Island would not have been as arduous. Thus, Lin Feng's arrival and the subsequent turn of events ignited a glimmer of hope among the residents of the North Island. Ultimately, through their collective efforts to spread the news, approximately 80 of the island's inhabitants became aware of the situation. They convened in a small square on the North Island. The population was modest, totaling fewer than 200 individuals when combined with the remaining few from the South Island. Yet, these were the most resilient, deeply entrenched in the island's lifestyle and ideals, harboring the greatest desire for its improvement. While 80 had absorbed Lin Feng's message, the remaining 20 were absent, having ventured elsewhere to fish. As the number of individuals continued to swell, the valley amplified the sound, allowing those nearby to vaguely discern voices. Some, intrigued by the peculiar occurrence, sought to investigate further, fearing that the inhabitants of the southern island might return to seize their possessions. As time elapsed, the remaining individuals returned, curious about the unfolding events. However, when Lin Feng stood before them, wielding a loudspeaker to convey the situation, every resident of the northern island was profoundly moved. This was a matter they had long anticipated. Although they had desired action, they lacked a leader, primarily someone who could stand against Han Jingtao. Yet, the emergence of the youthful Lin Feng instilled in them a glimmer of hope. Upon articulating his vision and plans for the island, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. As the applause subsided, Lin Feng commenced detailing the first step of his plan, assessing the number of individuals present and their respective skills. To construct this island, it was imperative to understand the talents of its inhabitants and their physical conditions. With the threat posed by Han Jingtao and his cohorts now eradicated, the focus shifted to establishing robust defenses for the island. Establishing these defenses hinged upon the allocation of roles based on each individual's expertise. While Lin Feng was not overly concerned about this aspect, capable of leveraging his system's amplification properties to retrofit numerous weapons for automated defense, he understood that if he undertook this task single-handedly, others might perceive the island's construction as a trivial endeavor. The ease of acquisition often breeds a lack of appreciation, and he feared that even their newly established sanctuary would be treated with indifference. To prevent any underestimation of the island's construction, Lin Feng resolved not to hastily complete the automated defense mechanisms. He aimed to instill an understanding among the inhabitants that the island's development was intrinsically linked to each of them, and that its protection would depend on their collective efforts. Thus, he sought to mobilize everyone, fostering awareness that this island was their lifeline, constructed through their toil, and deserving of their utmost care. Only through such collective engagement could they thwart any future ambitions of dominance by outsiders. On the southern island, the remnants of bloodshed had been meticulously cleared, and the ashes from the cremations cast into the sea for proper disposal. The site was thoroughly washed by the tides, ensuring cleanliness. As for the zombified Han Zhenggao, Lin Feng's shot had rendered him immobile, shattering all the bones in his neck. With the severance of his nervous system and the absence of energy supply, the zombie's brain was deprived of sustenance, leading it to a slow demise. Moreover, the zombie had sustained another gunshot wound before Lin Feng arrived at Beidao, rendering it almost indistinguishable from the dead. When the remaining individuals on Nandao cremated the shattered corpses, they also incinerated his remains. Since Han Zhenggao was originally a hybrid of human and zombie, his body harbored no crystals, thus the act of burning was inconsequential. After resolving matters on Nandao, the remaining personnel sought out usable means of transportation and made their way to Beidao. Upon their arrival, the residents were immediately filled with trepidation at the sight of dozens of enforcers from Nandao. Fortunately, Lin Feng's explanation alleviated their fears, preventing any chaos from ensuing. Chapter 151. Mao Sui's self-recommendation. Under the auspices of Lin Feng's eloquent explanations, the populace of the northern island gradually began to ease their apprehensions. They recalled Lin Feng's earlier assertion that Han Jingtang had been dealt with, and that the remaining few dozen individuals merely sought to reside here in peace. Indeed, these newcomers had not approached with hostility. Rather, they exhibited remarkable civility, halting at a distance before meandering closer, mindful not to disrupt the community. As Lin Feng slowly elucidated matters and these individuals displayed their courteous demeanor, the residents of the northern island found their fears dissipating. The first step of the plan had been communicated, a census to ascertain the numbers and to inquire about each person's areas of expertise. The residents understood that this method of enumeration was intrinsically linked to their forthcoming endeavors. Moreover, it was evident that defense was a task best suited for professionals, as others would lack the requisite skills. Lin Feng also mentioned that there appeared to be a few small workshops situated in the southern part of the island, the nature of their previous operations remaining unclear to him. However, if these workshops were involved in the production of essential goods, it would be feasible to resume their activities. Given the apocalyptic conditions beyond the island, with numerous factories ceasing operations, the prospect of the island's factories continuing to function was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. The manufactured goods could then be transported to the mainland for trade with other bases, thereby procuring additional supplies for sustenance. Furthermore, it was noteworthy that the island was not reliant on the mainland for power. Instead, it generated electricity through its own wind and tidal energy. In comparison, restoring the island's electrical infrastructure would be considerably more manageable. Although the northern island appeared to consist solely of rural bungalows resembling fishermen's huts, the inhabitants were far more complex than they initially seemed. Following Lin Feng's remarks regarding the census, several individuals from the crowd raised their hands, volunteering their services. Among them were 2 retired personnel who had previously been stationed on the island, possessing formidable combat skills and knowledge in defensive tactics. Additionally, there were employees from the power company on the southern island, alongside a few female workers from the small workshops. Hence, Lin Feng reasoned that the apparent simplicity of these individuals belied their true capabilities. The residents of the northern and southern islands were not afforded any special treatment based on their living conditions or geographical distinctions. It was common for individuals from the southern island to work in the northern island. Furthermore, were it not for the island's maritime nature, the construction of high-rise buildings might have been feasible. As these skilled individuals stepped forward, the remaining task was to conduct the census and identify others with various proficiencies. The newcomers, numbering in the dozens, began to register their skills as well. Among them were several who had backgrounds in accounting, alongside personnel from shipping companies adept in navigation and the cultivation of marine crops, such as an abundance of seaweed and the free-range farming of shellfish. Thus, the remaining personnel each possessed their own unique skills. After several hours of compilation, Lin Feng was astounded upon receiving the statistical report. There were now fewer than 200 individuals left, each with their own areas of expertise, aside from a few elderly members who, despite their knowledge, lacked the strength to contribute. The remaining 100 or so individuals were all highly capable in their respective fields. This revelation filled Lin Feng with immense joy, as it promised substantial assistance for the forthcoming construction of the island. With the personnel statistics and their individual skills now finalized, it was time for Lin Feng to commence the allocation of duties. As dusk approached, the sky began to darken. Lin Feng addressed the group. advising them to rest well that evening, as he would assign tasks aligned with their skills the following day, based on the blueprints he had prepared. According to Lin Feng's designs, establishing defensive measures was of utmost necessity. The living conditions on the northern island posed no immediate threat, as the valley formed a natural barrier, preventing mutated beasts from the sea and zombies from traversing the waters to reach them. Numerous locations had been tested, confirming that zombies could not swim. Hence, for the time being, residing here was safe, making the construction of defenses a priority for the next day. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in understanding. However, aside from those well-versed in defense and combat, others were reluctant to return to their dwellings, opting instead to prepare dinner and rest. Some individuals harbored concerns and quietly sought alternative routes to the southern island. Lin Feng noticed their actions, but chose to overlook them. He understood the necessity of vigilance and recognized that suspicion was natural, while some might have found reassurance in Lin Feng's words through existing clues. Who could guarantee their absolute truth? Therefore, it was only reasonable for some to discreetly investigate the situation before fully believing. These individuals, originally from this place, were well acquainted with the southern island despite residing in the north. They knew alternative paths to reach their destination and had methods to evade detection. With their confidence bolstered, Lin Feng viewed their clandestine inquiries as the most effective course of action. This approach would not only alleviate their doubts but also affirm the veracity of his intentions. He genuinely sought to assist and constructively develop the island. Consequently, even if these individuals did not undertake secret investigations, Lin Feng would find other means to encourage them to explore the southern island, allowing them to observe the conditions firsthand. Only by confirming that the dangers had subsided could other plans be executed smoothly. Lin Feng engaged in conversation with several individuals well-versed in defensive and offensive techniques, seeking their insights regarding the island's defenses. The only combat-ready asset on the island was a warship, which Lin Feng had relocated to his storage space. Consequently, when others suggested that the warship would serve as a crucial means of defense, Lin Feng posed a hypothetical scenario. What alternative methods of defense could they employ in the absence of the warship? Ideally, these strategies should be practical and unobtrusive. After all, if the island attracted too much attention, those on the mainland might dare to approach and seize it, regardless of the risks involved. Chapter 152. Adjustment. This principle was gradually comprehended by them. Following the onset of the apocalypse, in addition to the zombies becoming their primary adversaries, they also witnessed the intricate scheming among people, particularly on the southern island. Those under Han Jingtao's command engaged in a fierce competition for his attention, striving to gain certain advantages and benefits. They were embroiled in a web of intrigue, where the one who could present themselves most favorably and accomplish tasks that garnered approval would reap greater rewards. Resources, being their utmost necessity, prompted them to consider such matters. However, the current circumstances differed from the past. According to Lin Feng, their objective was to establish an egalitarian society, restoring the pre-apocalyptic system, and, indeed, enhancing it beyond its former state. Their ability to live securely here was a crucial prerequisite, thus necessitating formidable yet inconspicuous defenses. Previously, in their efforts to guard against zombies, they believed that the stronger their force, the more renowned they became, and the larger territory they occupied, the more resources and benefits they would accrue. Their defensive and offensive strategies were designed to be overt and conspicuous, demonstrating their might. Yet now, Lin Feng sought to disrupt their established notions, dismissing all preconceived ideas. On this island, any defense to be established must be discreet rather than ostentatious. Moreover, should any issues arise on the island, their defensive and offensive measures must be robust yet not overly conspicuous. Lin Feng elucidated that this was an island, not far from the mainland but not very close either. A boat ride would take approximately 40 minutes. While the mainland could see the island, the living conditions remained obscured. Even through binoculars, one could only discern the presence of buildings and whether the streets were populated. Once individuals utilized the buildings for cover, those across the water would perceive nothing. Additionally, the location was prone to sea fog, with alternating warm and cold air, and the fog over the water could serve as one of their defensive strategies. If harnessed effectively, it would ensure their living environment remained undetected while simultaneously concealing their defensive mechanisms. Thus, while a defense was essential, it must not be overt. Lin Feng advised them to rest tonight, suggesting that upon awakening the next morning with clearer minds, they might conceive new ideas. This endeavor could not be accomplished in a single day. Urgency would not necessarily yield results. With Lin Feng's encouragement, the group returned to rest, brimming with excitement. As for Lin Feng, he and the other members returned to their position on the southern island, where they too needed to rest. With the southern island now devoid of guards, these individuals would become the most vital component of its defense. Although the threat posed by Han Jingtao has dissipated, The island's zombies have mostly been eradicated, with only a few scattered remnants lurking in the deep valleys of the mountains. However, those areas are seldom visited by people, and zombies would not traverse the mountains to reach this side, thus rendering it temporarily safe. Yet, even in safety, it is prudent to maintain a vigilant patrol. In truth, Lin Feng could utilize his base vehicle as a mobile surveillance unit to monitor the surrounding area comprehensively. However, after reflection, he deemed it wise to refrain from deploying his vehicle at this juncture, as it might incite unforeseen chaos. It would be best to wait until the situation stabilizes before upgrading the defensive armaments here. At that time, any weaponry he chooses to reveal would not attract undue attention. Thus, this evening, among the remaining few dozen individuals on the southern island, 10 were designated for the night patrol. They would rotate shifts, focusing their vigilance on the dock and the forest pathways. This arrangement would enable them to observe any movements along the coastline and detect if any zombies might emerge from the woods during the night. To prevent the use of flashlights from being overly conspicuous in the absence of electricity, Lin Feng retrieved some cold light lamps from his storage space. These lamps illuminate a range of 10 meters. Beyond that distance, their glow becomes imperceptible, and they do not attract zombies. They serve as the perfect illumination device for the night in this apocalyptic world. Each of the 10 patrollers was assigned a lamp, ensuring a sense of security in their numbers, despite the shift rotations. The arrangements for the night were thus established. And concerning food, the individuals were well aware of where sustenance could be found, alleviating any concerns of hunger. As for the few residents from the northern island who had stealthily arrived on the southern island, Lin Feng chose not to intervene. Their desire to investigate the truth behind Han Zhengdao's demise was a matter best resolved by their own inquiry. The night passed quietly and swiftly. Having endured the trials of living on this island for so long, coupled with the zombie crisis and the hardships of life, the dangers that once loomed over them had now receded. With the dawn of a new day on the horizon, they were filled with anticipation for the fresh beginnings that awaited them. The patrollers, each clutching a cold light lamp, found the eerie illumination somewhat unsettling. Yet the presence of light brought them comfort. Moreover, patrolling in groups of 5 alleviated any genuine fears that the night might invoke. The villagers from the northern island, who had infiltrated the southern island under the cover of darkness, returned home shortly after nightfall, their silhouettes concealed by the night. During their investigation on the southern island, they remained remarkably discreet. The group, including Lin Feng, failed to catch sight of them, their presence effectively masked. Moreover, just before darkness enveloped the sky last night, Lin Feng took a moment to examine the current state of the electrical network on the southern island. The damage was not particularly severe. While several utility poles had succumbed to collapse, the wires remained intact. Consequently, it sufficed to merely re-erect the poles and rectify the locations of the outages. Provided that the power generation apparatus is properly connected and safeguards against leakage and overvoltage are established, the island shall swiftly regain its electrical supply. Once the power is restored, implementing further defenses will become significantly more manageable. As dawn breaks, a new day commences. After a night of recuperation, today marks the true beginning of the construction of this island paradise. Chapter 153. Restoring power after a night of rest and rejuvenation, everyone's spirits were remarkably high. As dawn broke, they greeted the new day with enthusiasm and great hope, ready to embark on the construction of their future haven. The residents who secretly investigated on the South Island returned to the North Island last night and quietly made their way to the village chief's home. They shared their findings with him, and under the cover of night, the chief and a few others assigned tasks to relay the results to their fellow villagers. Thus, during that night, the community felt not only joy but also gratitude, relieved that they had indeed encountered kind-hearted individuals. They were thankful that Lin Feng had not deceived them. In truth, Lin Feng was aware of the locations they had explored on the South Island. They had discovered various crucial hiding places. Some supplies remained intact, along with a portion of the weaponry and usable vehicles. The menacing figures who once terrorized the populace had vanished. At the docks, they quietly searched for traces and indeed found signs of burning and remnants of blood. This further confirmed the veracity of Lin Feng's words. Having established that Lin Feng and his group were truthful, they felt reassured in his determination to develop the island. Even if the opposing side intended to seize control, there was little of value that warranted such deceit. Therefore, the villagers chose to place their trust in Lin Feng. As dawn approached, the villagers commenced their efforts. Upon arriving, Lin Feng found them eagerly gathered in the square. Each person had hastily consumed some meager steamed buns for breakfast, all in anticipation of beginning construction as soon as possible. Observing their eagerness, Lin Feng felt a twinge of sympathy, uncertain if they had rested adequately. Now that the decision to build the island had been made, he could see their earnestness in their expressions, affirming their commitment. Thus, Lin Feng resolved to demonstrate sincerity, treating them as kin. Only through this approach could their future endeavors proceed smoothly. Addressing the gathering, Lin Feng forewent pleasantries and stated that the first step in restoring the island had been completed the previous day. Today, they would embark on the second step, restoring the island's electricity. Lin Feng shared that, following his reconnaissance, the underwater cable between the North and South Islands remained intact, and there were no issues with telecommunications on the North Island. The source of power lay at the South Island's power plant, where a protective malfunction had occurred. Once replaced and reconnected to the generating apparatus, everything would function properly. The villagers erupted in joyous exclamations at the prospect of restoring power, for it would render the island akin to its pre-apocalyptic state. With electricity restored, all other operations could resume, whether it be the vegetable cultivation base, the food processing factory, or the small workshops producing daily necessities. Undoubtedly, this situation is advantageous for them, especially with a sufficient supply of electricity, enabling them to cultivate marine crops in the shallow waters along the coast. The edible seaweed found in these waters, alongside the shellfish raised in nearby areas, presents a promising opportunity. Moreover, the island's unique maritime location ensures that the quality of the cultivated shellfish and fish is exceptionally high. Thus, when Lin Feng announced that today's objective was to restore power, all relevant personnel promptly gathered around him, eager to contribute. Among them were several former employees of the power company, whose expertise would be invaluable for the restoration effort. With these professionals, coupled with the various tools embedded within Lin Feng's system, the task of restoring electricity became remarkably straightforward. As for the other individuals, they were not assigned specific tasks for the day. However, they could assist in consolidating the housing resources on the North Island. Lin Feng inquired if there were any brick kilns on the island, since he envisioned transforming the North Island into a concentrated residential area, akin to a luxurious hotel. His aspiration was not only to provide everyone with superior living conditions, but also to accommodate visitors who could bring substantial supplies, effectively turning the island into a tourist destination. This would not only yield abundant resources, but also showcase to potential collaborators the transformative impact of Lin Feng's governance. However, the willingness of such individuals to cooperate was a matter for future consideration. The immediate priority remained the restoration of electricity. The village chief of the North Island mentioned that there was a brick kiln located behind the northernmost mountain. If they needed to produce bricks for construction, the locals were ready to assist, as all necessary raw materials were readily available. They merely needed to ignite the kiln and begin working. Based on the requirement of one house per person, they estimated that it would take approximately half a month to produce the requisite amount of bricks. While constructing houses indeed necessitated a considerable quantity of bricks and tiles, it was not an overwhelming demand, as a few complete bricks could be stored in Lin Feng's inventory. Nevertheless, to keep everyone engaged in the short term, Lin Feng assigned them a task to operate normally for 3 days to achieve the desired output. The red bricks stacked near the brick factory would later be utilized as Lin Feng saw fit. Meanwhile, the remaining personnel from the South Island would accompany Lin Feng and the electrical specialist to assist at the power plant. The other villagers were tasked with preparing lunch for both themselves and the workers at the brick factory. Once these arrangements were made, everyone dispersed to attend to their responsibilities. Even in the absence of electricity, operations at the brick kiln could proceed, albeit with more effort. Yet, once power was restored, the efficiency at the brick factory would multiply. Though they all understood that such progress could not be rushed, Lin Feng and his companions arrived at the southern island, beside a mountain in the southeast, where the power station is located. The electricity generated by all the wind power installations on the northern and southern islands is collected here. Additionally, the tidal power devices situated beneath the bridge between the two islands also transmit their energy to this location. Consequently, this power station has a substantial energy demand. The damage to the power generation equipment in this area was a result of individuals disregarding the collective interests of the party, dismantling these devices to procure a portion for themselves. The violent dismantling resulted in a complete power outage across the island, and to restore the supply, it suffices to replace several devices here. Chapter 154. Inspecting the power within the confines of the power plant. Lin Feng possessed all the necessary damaged devices within his storage space. It was merely a matter of retrieving and replacing them. However, all the electrical output from the island's power generation apparatus would ultimately converge at this singular location. Thus, if one were to replace the equipment, it was imperative to seek out devices of superior efficacy and quality. Lin Feng surmised that this power plant would be in continual operation, likely engendering a profound dependence on this small island. Consequently, the quality of the factory's equipment was of utmost importance. Upon rummaging through his storage space, Lin Feng discovered that several components were indeed present within the factory. Furthermore, some had been enhanced, transforming into high-tech voltage modulation devices and continuous current protection apparatuses. It sufficed to install these items at designated locations. Initially, Lin Feng harbored concerns that equipping these advanced devices might incite undue anxiety among others, or lead them to question their viability. Yet, upon extraction, he quickly realized that these devices appeared no different from ordinary ones, with any complexities concealed within, requiring merely adherence to proper installation protocols. The young individuals accompanying Lin Feng stood by, oblivious to the moment he procured these devices. However, upon regaining their composure, they were astonished to find the power plant outfitted with the previously missing components. They diligently inspected the factory's wiring and confirmed the absence of any issues. Following the identification of faults, they proceeded to dismantle the obsolete equipment and replace it with Lin Feng's provisions. This undertaking consumed the entirety of the morning. For while the power plant seemed to necessitate merely connecting a few wires, the actual operational space was expansive, demanding meticulous attention to the connections, protections, and contacts involved. These individuals approached their tasks with commendable caution and a profound sense of responsibility, leaving Lin Feng somewhat astonished at their level of diligence. Once all the equipment was interconnected, Lin Feng informed them that the circuit breaker could not yet be engaged. An inspection of the wind and tidal power generation devices for any damage was still warranted. Portions of the island's wiring had collapsed, necessitating a thorough assessment of their operational status. Moreover, before closing the circuit breaker, it was critical to ensure that no discrepancies or severed connections existed within the wiring. Though the island was sparsely populated at present, some individuals were working at the brick factory on the Northern Isle, while others busied themselves at home preparing lunch. Should the circuit breaker be engaged without prior inspection of the wiring, any ensuing mishap could jeopardize the safety of those innocent individuals. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the personnel at the power plant lowered their heads like children who had erred, for they had initially contemplated activating the circuit breaker immediately after the installation, driven by an eager desire to restore electrical power. After adapting to the habits of life in the original world, various electronic devices have become indispensable components of their existence. The absence of electricity is a profound torment for them. Following the cataclysm, this island has transformed into a stable haven only after enduring a great battle. The remnants of their former entertainment now lie in the old mobile phones and tablets. Some fortunate individuals still possess televisions, yet due to power outages, these devices remain inoperable, rendering even the simple games embedded within them unplayable. All means of alleviating boredom have vanished completely, and their joy at the prospect of restored electricity is palpable. Furthermore, once power is restored, every appliance in their homes, from refrigerators and microwaves to kettles, will become a continuous source of benefit. In Lin Feng's vision, once this island is fully developed, it will closely resemble, if not surpass, its pre-apocalyptic state. Hence, the more perfect the construction, the more caution is required. Lin Feng's words have resonated deeply with them. Etched firmly in their minds, they must not allow a momentary surge of excitement to jeopardize the entire plan. If the wiring is not thoroughly inspected, activating the power supply could potentially render newly installed machines useless. What then shall they do if those machines become inoperable? How will the island's electricity be restored? In truth, Lin Feng is aware that the devices retrieved from the storage space, having been enhanced and modified, are impervious to damage. However, he refrains from disclosing this critical detail, fearing that such knowledge might lead to mistakes. Although Lin Feng has spoken untruths, the outcome has been beneficial, impressing upon them the importance of patience and precision. He has observed the diligence and meticulousness of the power plant personnel. Their careful attention to every step of the process convinces him they are not typically reckless workers. Their current anxiety stems solely from the imminent restoration of electricity. Their joy is barely contained, but after Lin Feng's admonition, they compose themselves and split into two teams to commence their inspections. The power company staff are well versed in the wiring and are aware that the office contains comprehensive circuit distribution maps of the island. Armed with these blueprints, they will inspect critical locations and utilize their existing instruments to probe the segments of the wiring. Should they identify any leakage points, they will promptly mark them. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, accompanied by two capable individuals, heads to the Northern Island, where the wind power generation facilities are predominantly located on a few mountains. The tidal power generation, on the other hand, is situated beneath the connecting bridge between the two islands. The two individuals Lin Feng has brought along possess excellent physical stamina, making them invaluable companions for traversing rocky pillars and ascending or descending mountains with ease. Moreover, along the journey, Lin Feng briefly informed them of the key focus areas for the inspection of the power system. The purpose was merely to ascertain the condition of the electrical installations, specifically checking for any damage to the wind turbines or the integrity of the tidal power sites. For this inspection, it sufficed to proceed with caution and to observe a few crucial points. Lin Feng imparted his instructions with remarkable speed, and by the time they arrived at Beidao, it was already lunchtime. From the vehicle, Lin Feng could see the residents of Beidao making their way to the brick factory to deliver lunch. He was eager to expedite their efforts, intending to complete the inspection swiftly so that everyone could have access to electricity before nightfall. Chapter 155. The Factory of Life. Lin Feng, accompanied by his two subordinates, demonstrated remarkable skill as he ascended and descended, inspecting two large wind turbines. He grasped the essential points of the inspection and the key components to observe. They then proceeded to independently inspect other turbines, discovering all to be in excellent condition. None of the fixtures were damaged, the generators were intact, and the wiring remained unharmed, with the assurance that everything was functioning properly. They simply needed to reset the locking mechanisms within each machine, alleviating any concerns. As for the tidal power generators on the bridge, having been submerged in the sea, they were at significant risk of attack by the mutated beasts lurking in the waters, which could potentially lead to deformation and render them inoperative. However, upon reaching the bridge, Lin Feng and his companions were relieved to find the machinery unharmed. It turned out that although the two islands were connected by a bridge, the area beneath the bridge was quite narrow, preventing the mutated beasts from venturing into such confined spaces. Consequently, the equipment remained preserved. Upon their return to South Island, the personnel from the power plants had conducted segmented measurements and identified the locations of damage. 4 specific areas were found to be compromised, and they had already diagnosed the issues and assessed their severity. By the time Lin Feng returned, repairs had been completed, and subsequent measurements confirmed there were no leaks. Lin Feng could now instruct the power plant personnel to commence the reactivation of the electrical system. As the technicians began to manually close the circuit breakers as per Lin Feng's directives, a flicker of electric light illuminated the distant meter box, with all readings appearing crystal clear. The emergence of these numbers signified the restoration of the island's power system. Excitement surged among the personnel as they eagerly sought out lights or switches to test the power. The nearest location was the power plant's office, where they rushed, flung open the door, and spotted the switch on the wall. Unable to contain their anticipation, they reached out to press it. With a press of the finger, the lights in the room sprang to life, shining steadily without flickering. The power system had stabilized, and their efforts bore fruit. The room erupted in cheers, while those on North Island also sensed the return of electricity. In the brick factory, several lights illuminated, and street lights flickered on momentarily. Although it was midday, the brick factory faced away from the sunlight, allowing for clear visibility when the street lights shone. Upon realizing that power had been restored, everyone swiftly began preparing to restart the brick-making machinery. Despite their elation, they remained focused on their tasks. Recalling Lin Feng's directive to produce a sufficient quantity of red bricks within 3 days for future construction endeavors. Thus, they commenced the rebooting of the machinery, soon discovering that it could operate stably, unhindered by excessive or insufficient voltage. Their actions became increasingly swift. Meanwhile, the cooking staff, who had just finished tidying up the dishes and were preparing to take their meals home, realized that the power had been restored and hurried back to their houses. They sought to recharge their household appliances and, in the process, to power their long-neglected mobile phones, curious to see if they still functioned. In that fleeting moment, joy enveloped the entire island. To Lin Feng, this was an inevitable success. After this series of actions, it was still before afternoon, and Lin Feng noted that he had ample time to pursue other endeavors. He decided to head to the southern part of the island to inspect a few factories. Previously, he had observed one factory that operated as a small workshop for processing seafood. Prior to the apocalypse, this island housed numerous seafood processing facilities. They would meticulously prepare vast quantities of seafood according to various types and demands. This particular factory remained relatively intact, though the fish and other marine substances stored before the cataclysm had long since spoiled. If this factory were to be revived, it would require a thorough cleaning. Additionally, there were 2 other factories in the vicinity, both modest in scale, justifiably referred to as small workshops. One of these produced everyday items, crafting goods frequently utilized by the populace, such as paper towels and towels, while the other manufactured less essential components, items used only occasionally in daily life. Although these were not abundant, their production could adequately satisfy the needs of the island's inhabitants. By adjusting the machine's operations and sequences according to varying demands and the nature of the components, manufacturing could be achieved. This area held considerable significance, and thus the integration of these 2 factories along with the video factory into a comprehensive facility seemed promising. However, it was essential to consider the opinions and thoughts of the community. A substantial portion of the residents in the northern island had previously been employees of these factories, and consulting them might yield beneficial insights. After all, these 3 factories appeared to operate independently, and conceptualizing a cohesive integration posed a challenge. Nevertheless, the thought that these machines remained functional prompted Lin Feng to instinctively reach out, placing all visible large machinery into his storage space. After undergoing significant amplification and partial transformation, Lin Feng returned the now-enhanced machines. These modified machines boasted comprehensive functionalities. By allocating different types of raw materials and final products, they could be repurposed to manufacture the necessities. As long as the machines were capable of addressing factory-related matters, none of these issues posed a considerable challenge. However, the challenge arises in the subsequent plans for this island. Once the electricity is restored, the next step will be to construct defensive mechanisms. As the island regains power, it will inevitably emit light during the night, making it imperative to establish a comprehensive defense system swiftly to deter potential intruders from seizing this coastal haven. Hence, the development of the defense system becomes a priority. Yet Lin Feng remains uncertain about the appropriate approach. For now, the warships available for open use cannot be deployed. As for the defensive installations lurking beneath the surface of the sea, they warrant consideration. Nevertheless, the question remains: what materials can operate securely beneath the water's surface while remaining impervious to the corrosive effects of seawater? Chapter 156. The stone. Lin Feng remained deep in contemplation, pondering the most suitable materials for his purpose. Any substance, when submerged in seawater for an extended duration, is susceptible to corrosion. Thus, selecting an appropriate material to serve as the ultimate resource for defensive equipment became paramount. After some reflection, Lin Feng concluded that stones, historically found along the shoreline, would serve this purpose admirably, provided they were not adversely affected by seawater. These stones, when immersed, would not exhibit immediate signs of deterioration. Rather, it would take considerable time before any corrosive effects manifested. Consequently, employing these stones as a defensive countermeasure would allow for their continual use without the concern of seawater degradation. However, the pressing question remained: how to activate such stone-based mechanisms. Drawing from past concepts, Lin Feng envisioned a scenario in which stones, positioned on the seabed, could trigger certain mechanisms or defensive alerts, subsequently launching a barrage of stones akin to rudimentary projectiles. Such a launching apparatus would be essential. In previous contexts, this mechanism could be likened to a catapult. Yet, in an underwater environment, the application of a catapult would be impractical. As dusk settled, the streetlights on the southern island prepared to illuminate, courtesy of the electrical supply. Yet, Lin Feng instructed the power station personnel to extinguish all streetlights, severing the electrical lines to both the southern and northern islands, leaving only the lights within residential areas aglow. Additionally, the lights near the dock and those facing the mainland were to be extinguished. Upon receiving Lin Feng's directives, the power station staff promptly complied, disconnecting the circuits before the scheduled illumination of the streetlights. Lin Feng's intentions were not rooted in energy conservation, but rather in ensuring safety. Until a comprehensive defense system was established on the island, excessive illumination during the night could attract the attention of remnants from the coastal cities. Once the defensive infrastructure was in place, the influx of individuals, regardless of their numbers or methods, would pose no threat. However, if lights were to flicker in the absence of such measures, the island would become a coveted target. Lin Feng aspired to transform this island into a perfect sanctuary for habitation. With the power restored, the inhabitants of the northern island resumed their normalcy, able to illuminate their rooms. The northern island, characterized by its unique topography, was encircled by mountains, ensuring that even with lights aglow, they remained concealed from the prying eyes of those along the shore. As long as the electrical circuits leading to the southern island's dock and mainland-facing residences were severed, the risk of attracting unwanted attention was mitigated. With the southern island's lines disconnected, Lin Feng proceeded to arrange patrols for added security. The individuals overseeing the power plant have remained steadfastly connected to the tangible resources associated with it. They are well aware of the kitchen's location. Yet they understand that these supplies are finite and must be judiciously allocated. Moreover, there exists an unspoken code among them. Even the inhabitants of the North Island, fully cognizant of the whereabouts of these materials, refrain from pilfering. United by a common purpose, they would never betray the integrity of their island for mere trifles. Lin Feng returned to the North Island first, as the streetlight circuits had been severed, compelling those returning from the brick factory to navigate in darkness. Everyone knew that electricity had been restored across both islands, yet the streetlights remained unlit, and understanding the rationale behind this was essential. Thus, Lin Feng felt it imperative to return and elucidate the reasons for the streetlights' failure to illuminate, as well as to remind everyone of the precautions necessary when utilizing electricity. Upon his return, Lin Feng encountered the others just as they were coming back from the brick factory. Fortunately, twilight had not yet fully descended. allowing them to discern the path ahead. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the group erupted in cheers, recognizing that while power had been restored, the streetlights were still dark. Although questions lingered, their collective presence fostered a spirit of camaraderie, gradually leading them to understand the reasons behind the streetlights' inoperability. They recalled Lin Feng's earlier admonition: first, to restore power, and second, to establish effective defenses. They were all too aware of the harsh realities of their post-apocalyptic world. The fishermen of the North Island understood that even the modest catch they brought in could incite competition from those on the South Island. Should the island's power be fully reinstated, one could only speculate the lengths to which those on land might go. For safety's sake, discretion was paramount. The darkness of the unlit streetlights was a blessing, and they contemplated their return home. If they were to light their homes, they would draw the curtains tight, ensuring that no light escaped to attract unwanted attention. Thus, when Lin Feng encountered them, he need not speak. They were already aware of the situation. Their understanding bolstered Lin Feng's confidence, for they grasped the gravity of their circumstances. In undertaking any endeavor, they would collaborate, ensuring that every plan proceeded smoothly. With their return, many extended invitations to Lin Feng to share a meal, a gesture of gratitude held in high regard. Lin Feng accepted, recognizing the strength in unity and seizing the opportunity to inquire about their thoughts. He sought their insights on constructing coastal defenses utilizing stones as projectiles, pondering what materials would ensure the stones could be accurately launched from beneath the waves, and how to safeguard the throwing mechanisms from damage. Lin Feng had a limited understanding of the island, and thus he was uncertain about what it possessed or whether the locals, who often dwelled by the sea, were aware of any peculiar devices that could serve as inspiration. After Lin Feng finished speaking, everyone was momentarily taken aback. If one were to launch stones from the seabed as weapons, could there not be a formidable jetting apparatus located beneath the waves? When considering such underwater jet devices, one might think of underwater volcanoes. However, how could one exert control over such phenomena? Unlike the mineral resources found on the seafloor, the eruption of natural gas could indeed generate a powerful airflow. Yet, these remained mere musings, and when it came to tangible equipment, the group struggled to conceive anything concrete. Nonetheless, their discussion sparked in Lin Feng some particularly intriguing thoughts. Chapter 157. The defense line. That evening, Lin Feng dined at a resident's home on the North Island. After finishing his meal, he returned to the South Island, taking advantage of the night to rest without disturbing others. He also intended to observe whether any lights were visible along the way, or if there were any lights illuminating the surface of the sea from the land. In fact, certain areas on the land still had access to electricity. In regions where the power lines remained intact, diesel generators could still produce electricity. Additionally, in higher elevations, solar photovoltaic panels generated sufficient power for their use. Consequently, the lights on land remained quite bright. However, should any lights appear on the sea, the situation would be markedly different. Although there were lights on land, they were sparse and primarily located along the coastline, making them difficult to detect without careful observation. The emergence of lights in this position would neither attract the attention of zombies nor provoke the advance of mutated sea creatures. Thus, their appearance served solely to benefit Lin Feng. In contrast, deeper inland areas closer to the outskirts of the city were completely devoid of light. In the darkness, overly bright lights would only draw zombies closer. During his journey, Lin Feng noted that the lights on the island remained concealed, and the South Island was shrouded in complete darkness, save for a few cold lights at the power plant. For safety, patrol personnel, who originally each carried a cold light, had now consolidated their resources, with 5 individuals sharing a single light. This arrangement alleviated concerns about zombies while ensuring clear visibility of the path and minimizing detection by those on land. Their vigilance had intensified, while they had previously exercised caution. They now approached their duties with even greater care. Upon encountering a group of patrolling personnel, Lin Feng reassured them that such extreme caution was unnecessary. Although sporadic lights flickered on the opposite shore, their primary responsibility was to patrol without generating excessive brightness. Thus, carrying individual cold lights during their patrols was deemed safe. Finally, Lin Feng discussed the establishment of the defense system with them. While he could accomplish this task independently, consulting with them proved beneficial. Lin Feng proposed that, given the significant limitations on mechanical resources available for use on the surface of the sea, they might consider employing the most rudimentary methods. He suggested that they connect floats used for cultivating various shellfish and seaweed into lines across the sea. Should a vessel pass through certain areas and inadvertently trigger these lines, they could activate mechanisms akin to explosive devices in that region. They, being island dwellers, would likely comprehend the profound impact such explosions could have on those in the vicinity. Once Lin Feng finished speaking, the others began to voice their opinions. He had articulated a valid point. Living on the island, They frequently ventured out to sea for fishing or to harvest marine crops cultivated on floating rafts. Thus, once the winds and waves arise on the sea, their vessels are inherently unstable. In the event of an explosion or extreme weather conditions, the situation becomes exceedingly perilous for them. Even large ships encounter similar challenges in this region. However, they believe that larger vessels would refrain from approaching this area. Surrounding the island are numerous buoys. Should a large ship navigate here, its propellers would become entangled, rendering it immobile. Consequently, only small to medium-sized boats, capable of carrying limited personnel and weight, can venture forth. When Lin Feng pondered the situation, he envisioned utilizing these buoys to create a network. Should any vessel inadvertently disturb these lines, triggering a concealed explosion akin to that of a hand grenade, their ability to react swiftly would be compromised, leaving them with no avenue of escape. At that moment, the destructive potential would be maximized. Receiving the feedback from his associates, Lin Feng was assured that his plan was indeed feasible and would yield significant results. Lin Feng contemplated employing the most rudimentary and straightforward method to initiate defense. Within his storage, the various thenka, enhanced 1,000-fold, each possessed unique properties. By binding these lines together and strategically placing the thenka within each activation zone, he could ensure that upon their destruction, diverse effects would be unleashed. If submerged in seawater and secured, provided they do not decay or are not intentionally torn, they would remain stable without triggering any hazards. Furthermore, these thenka, imbued with special powers, would not be rent asunder by the waves, a phenomenon Lin Feng had fortuitously discovered. Reflecting on this, he realized that utilizing these elements could forge the most comprehensive, simplistic, and primal form of defense. Extending lines from the abundant sea buoys, preferably with elevated, transparent fishing lines. He envisioned strategically adhering thenka at specific intervals. Should a vessel traverse these buoys and sever the lines, the thenka would shatter, unleashing the myriad powers concealed within. Moreover, with the thenka submerged in seawater, there would be no concern regarding corrosion. Harnessing this characteristic and methodology would indeed establish the simplest defensive network. This line of defense, once in place, would remain inconspicuous. After all, the thenka's colors, when juxtaposed with the ocean, would create a visual illusion, rendering them virtually undetectable. Thus, this approach would effectively construct a defensive perimeter, secure from arbitrary destruction. What's more, this defense is merely temporary, once a more comprehensive system is established. Lin Feng would devise even more formidable and complete defensive measures. When the final phase is reached, he would undoubtedly unveil the most significant defenses, eliminating any lingering apprehensions. This notion, indeed, was brilliant. Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of pride in his ingenuity. Why not take the opportunity this evening to venture out on his own? Lin Feng was inherently a mutant, possessing exceptional vision in the darkness of night. With the aid of a cold light lamp, he was able not only to discern his surroundings clearly, but also to lay out the necessary lines across the sea surface. This night, he intended to conduct a trial run. Should everything proceed smoothly, he would then orchestrate a larger deployment the following day. While the patrol team continued their rounds, Lin Feng made his way to the dock, where he discovered a small wooden boat. Alone, he began to row out into the open sea. Chapter 158. A fish. Lin Feng navigated his small boat towards a nearby buoy, intent on conducting a simple test. The mechanism he devised was uncomplicated, aimed at assessing the impact of ocean waves on these thenkas. He understood that these artifacts, crafted by the mutated beings, possessed a unique hardness that could only be torn apart by the abilities of those with supernatural powers. Lin Feng had previously established that seawater would not destroy these items through immersion, nor would the force of the waves cause them to deteriorate upon absorbing water. With this realization, he felt confident in their utility. As Lin Feng continued to set up the rudimentary mechanism near the buoy, he planned to compare the effects after a night of exposure to the seawater and ocean breeze. This endeavor triggered memories from his past life, revealing that, not far from this island, formidable mutated sea creatures had once been reported. At the time, the news had spread widely, yet the specifics remained shrouded in mystery. While the emergence of mutated beasts in the ocean was commonplace, the presence of such powerful entities in coastal waters was rather peculiar. Typically, the mightiest of these creatures dwelled in the depths of the sea, forcing unmutated fish, shellfish, and certain deep-sea species to migrate to shallower waters for survival. Consequently, while the mutated beasts posed a threat along the shoreline, they also ensured a bountiful catch for those who ventured to fish. In the current apocalyptic landscape, these marine creatures could sustain a small island or several modest coastal bases. Awareness of the relative safety in the nearshore waters rendered the previous reports of peculiar mutated beasts even more enigmatic. Why would such extraordinary creatures appear here? Based on the timeline, the mutated beast should have been an ordinary specimen, unlikely to inhabit this vicinity. However, if one were indeed to appear, Lin Feng was determined to eradicate the threat swiftly. As he arranged the mechanisms, Lin Feng's acute senses detected the presence of a fish lingering nearby. His heightened awareness, a trait of the mutated beings, revealed that this fish was indeed a low-level mutated creature, likely of the first tier. Yet, its ability to evade the quarantine traps he had set indicated a degree of intelligence. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Feng. Typically, only higher-tier mutated beasts exhibited even a faint spark of intellect. This fish, whose biological instincts did not support such awareness, was a mere first-tier mutation, yet displayed signs of cunning. Its behavior, roaming close to the boat and skillfully avoiding the traps, suggested that it might evolve into a formidable mutated beast in the future. To this end, Lin Feng resolved to immediately eliminate this perilous entity. Given that it was a first-level mutated beast, he was curious to ascertain the extent of its intelligence. Without delay, Lin Feng retrieved 10 Tang cards from his amplified spatial domain, each capable of instantaneously conjuring ice, hail, and chilling winds. He affixed fishing lines to these cards and cast them around him, ensuring that the area of dispersion lay beyond the patrolling range of the fish. The creature seemed to sense Lin Feng's actions, albeit unaware of his intentions, lingering in the vicinity as if contemplating an escape. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng harnessed the tension of the fishing lines to activate his mutation abilities, tearing apart the Tang cards. As they were ripped apart, they unleashed a formidable icy power, freezing the surrounding seawater within a 10-meter radius, which was continuously expanding and connecting to the shoreline at Lin Feng's location. The vast expanse of the sea was encased in ice, effectively trapping the mutated fish. Upon confirming the success of the entrapment, Lin Feng swiftly employed his abilities. However, in that instant, he realized that using his powers now would merely shatter the ice surface. If the underlying ice fractured, the mutated creature's reaction was unpredictable. Thus, for safety's sake, Lin Feng leapt from the small boat and sprinted towards the shore. Once at a safe distance, he retrieved a specially enhanced sniper rifle from his storage space. This rifle, augmented for potency, was loaded with explosive rounds, each possessing a destructive capacity akin to that of a rocket. Consequently, Lin Feng ran a considerable distance, reaching the shore, where he utilized the rifle's scope to locate the mutated fish. He then squeezed the trigger. In the stillness of the night, a sound akin to thunder resonated, followed by an explosion devoid of flame. This was the power of the enhanced sniper rifle and its ammunition. The explosion was silent yet devastating, a mere release of energy. The first-level mutated fish was utterly obliterated beneath the force of the sniper rifle's blast, shattering the surrounding ice into countless fragments. The sea swiftly dispersed the ice, leaving the remains of the mutated fish adrift on the surface. Lin Feng hastened toward the location of the fish, employing the ice-freezing skill of the Tang cards to solidify the surface beneath his feet, allowing him to race forward. Upon reaching the site of the mutated fish, he sought to ascertain its condition, needing to confirm its demise to feel at ease. This fish, displaying a flicker of intelligence even at the first level, was undoubtedly abnormal. Lin Feng harbored no illusions that this fish was merely a simple mutated creature. Recollections of a formidable mutated beast from before his rebirth surfaced in his mind, its appearance unknown, its strength acknowledged, and its movements unpredictable. Essentially, the shape of the creature resembled that of a fish. Thus, to exercise caution, it was imperative to eliminate any suspicious entities before the formidable mutated beast could mature. Lin Feng ascertained that this particular fish had been thoroughly obliterated, with all its internal organs irreparably damaged. Furthermore, the magical crystal within the mutated beast had shattered due to the recent impact, leading to the conclusion that the beast was indeed deceased. There are certain mutated beasts whose magical crystals, if left intact, possess the potential for self-repair and revival. This was a revelation Lin Feng came to understand only after his own rebirth. No wonder the previous zombies and mutated beasts were so challenging to vanquish. The failure to separate the magical crystals from the corpses upon death was the crux of the problem. Chapter 159. Arrangement. Lin Feng had ascertained that the corporeal form of the mutated beast had been utterly obliterated, its magical crystal within shattered as well. However, to err on the side of caution, he meticulously gathered the fragmented magical crystals, determined to ensure their complete destruction on land before feeling at ease. Furthermore, he intended to transport the dismembered remains of the fish for incineration, eliminating any possibility of its resurrection. Based on Lin Feng's accumulated experiences over 2 lifetimes, he understood that if the bodies of mutated beasts and zombies remained in prolonged contact with magical crystals, there existed a 70% probability of revival. Upon returning to the island, the reverberations and vibrations from the explosion had already summoned the patrolling squad to the scene, while others who were resting hastily converged, armed and prepared for any potential threats. They were relieved to see Lin Feng return unscathed. However, the chilling breeze from the sea and the sight of ice forming upon the water's surface struck them as profoundly unsettling. In mere moments, an overwhelming series of extraordinary events had transpired, be it the silent explosion, the icy surface of the sea, or the heap of mangled flesh Lin Feng carried. As others eagerly inquired about the incident and Lin Feng's well-being, he discarded the pile of putrid meat onto the ground and crushed the shattered magical crystals in his grasp into powder, which the sea breeze scattered widely. Lin Feng recounted the events that had unfolded on the ocean's surface but refrained from disclosing the peculiar nature of the mutated beast. To others, this creature appeared deceptively ordinary, a mere fish, prior to manifesting any true danger. Its form bore little resemblance to the grotesque alterations typical of other mutated beasts. It blended seamlessly among the myriad of oceanic fish, rendering its uniqueness undetectable. This very inconspicuousness complicated the explanation of the situation, prompting Lin Feng to withhold the full truth. He merely stated that while engaging other mutated beasts, he had incidentally dealt with this fish. The others, not delving deeper into the matter, were nonetheless captivated by the extraordinary phenomenon of the ice-covered sea, something they had never before witnessed. Considering that the current situation required the setting of traps, utilizing the enhanced Tonka from his storage space, Lin Feng recognized the necessity of informing his companions. If they remained oblivious to the potency of these Tonka and acted recklessly, they might inadvertently suffer harm. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng elucidated the effects his traps would produce, as well as the capabilities of the Tonka. However, upon hearing his revelations, the only reaction from the group was astonishment. None displayed the eager interest he had anticipated. Based on his previous encounters, he had expected that news of a single Tonka possessing such formidable strength, capable of instigating significant changes with a mere tear by an ability user, would ignite their curiosity. However, not a single individual felt a stir of emotion. What they exhibited was solely astonishment and joy. Some even spoke aloud, proclaiming that with these newfound resources, no one would dare to invade their island again. The words uttered unconsciously reflected their true sentiments. Knowing that their thoughts centered around the earnest construction and protection of their island, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief. Regarding the recent explosion, Lin Feng attributed it to some of the advanced weaponry he had preserved. After a period of genuine interaction and understanding among them, they could gradually distribute the weapons Lin Feng possessed to ensure their collective safety, even if there were seeds of betrayal among them. Their numbers were so pitifully small that any defection would prove utterly futile. The vessels at their disposal were merely a few small wooden boats, and any fishing expedition would face threats from mutated beasts. Thus, their only viable option was to commit to building their sanctuary. The explosion had already occurred, startling the populace. Yet the hour was still early. Many chose not to return to their rest, as they desired to assist Lin Feng in setting traps upon the sea. Following the recent upheaval, Lin Feng discovered that the tanks he had previously prepared for testing remained intact despite the explosion's force. Indeed, the explosion was purely physical in nature, devoid of any supernatural elements, ensuring the tank sustained no damage. This realization confirmed Lin Feng's hypotheses. The tanks could withstand immersion in seawater or the impact of significant external force without faltering. The enhancement of space truly rendered them exquisite. With the collective reluctance to sleep, Lin Feng assigned tasks for trap deployment. The individuals present were all ordinary folk, lacking any mutated abilities, thus posing no risk of damaging the tanks during the setup. He allocated wooden boats according to the island's expanse and designated locations for the traps. After accounting for the materials needed from his storage, he instructed everyone to gather the supplies and embark on boats to various zones. By the end of the night, the traps would undoubtedly be established. The explosion near Jianqing Island, although devoid of flames, produced a resounding noise that ultimately drifted with the sea breeze towards the distant land. Those tasked with night patrol at the bases heard the sound of the explosion and gazed out at the sea, eager to discern the source. However, after a prolonged vigil, even utilizing binoculars, they discerned nothing. The darkness of night, coupled with the absence of fire or smoke, being purely a physical shockwave, rendered any visual clues invisible. Thus, the personnel at the land bases could not uncover any evidence of the explosion, merely confirming that the sound they heard was indeed an explosion. As night fell, the surrounding bases received word of the incident, and each leader pondered the cause of such a noise. If it were an explosion, there would be neither smoke nor flames, leading some to ponder whether it might be a certain mutated creature from the ocean. The sea is home to numerous mollusks that have undergone significant transformations, each exhibiting vastly different abilities. It is plausible that the phenomenon could be the result of encounters between certain mutated marine beasts. The surrounding bases plan to dispatch personnel for an investigation at dawn. Those who possess the courage to venture out to sea for this inquiry may be rewarded handsomely. Chapter 160. No one dares to go during the night. Even if the personnel from other bases harbored intentions, they found themselves rendered powerless. All matters could only be addressed with the dawn of the following day. The individuals stationed on the land, upon hearing the explosions, were engulfed in a shroud of terror, for they could perceive nothing. The source of the commotion remained a mystery, casting an ominous pall over their thoughts. They pondered whether the detonations were mere explosions or if, as rumored, they stemmed from some monstrous aberration lurking beneath the waves, clashing in a chaotic symphony. Should it be the latter, their fear would be tempered. Their true dread lay in the former scenario. For if inexplicable explosions erupted elsewhere, and they remained blind to the cause, they would be unable to ascertain the nature of the threat. Should it merely be the result of distant vessels fleeing in haste, it would be a manageable concern. However, if other bases seized the opportunity to engage in nefarious activities, it could pose a grave danger to the coastal installations. Thus, they were consumed with curiosity about the true catalyst of the turmoil. For those stationed along the shore, the night was fraught with unease and trepidation. Conversely, it was a night of jubilation for the inhabitants of Jinqing Island. The denizens of the Southern Isle, through diligent effort and aided by the glow of lanterns, formed small groups and spent the night erecting rudimentary defenses at all buoy locations. Meanwhile, on the Northern Island, some citizens, weary from the day's toil, succumbed to slumber, while those tasked with cooking, upon hearing the ominous sounds, hastily convened and formed a contingent heading southward. Armed as they were, they soon discovered the dock deserted. Yet the faint glow from lights and vessels along the shore indicated that the patrols were absent. The Northern Islanders, deliberating the potential for unnecessary chaos, opted to remain vigilant. Their thoughts turned to the power plant, and upon arrival, they learned from the personnel there that Lin Feng was attending to urgent matters. Subsequently, the patrol team set forth, seemingly intent on fortifying the island's defenses. Comforted by this news, the Northern Islanders felt a sense of relief. By the time Lin Feng and his companions returned, the night had progressed considerably, with only a few hours remaining until dawn. Lin Feng reflected that it would be overly burdensome to send the members of Beta back at this hour. The hotel boasted numerous vacant rooms, and although power had been restored, the absence of a network system rendered it unnecessary to secure all doors. Furthermore, Lin Feng had originally intended for the hotels to accommodate people. The members of the patrol team resided on the second floor, with other rooms available. Lin Feng proposed that the citizens of the Northern Island take refuge in these rooms for the night, allowing them to rest and return home once daylight broke. Moreover, it was conveyed to them that the regions surrounding the southern and northern islands of Jinqing Island had been fortified with defensive measures, alleviating any concerns about an incursion. With Lin Feng's assurance, the inhabitants of Jinqing Island felt a profound sense of security and trust. Consequently, the people rejoiced and found tranquility during the night. And as dawn broke, they resumed their daily labors. In accordance with their prior plans, the residents of the Northern Island continued producing red bricks at the brick factory for construction purposes. Meanwhile, Lin Feng endeavored to eradicate all zombies from the island. According to the patrolling officers, remnants of zombies lingered in the peaks and adjacent woodlands of the Southern Island. Although they had previously encountered these creatures, their attempts to capture them were thwarted as the zombies swiftly fled into the forest. Thus, they could only establish barriers near the forest to prevent the zombies from encroaching further. After some time had passed, they had indeed not sighted any zombies. However, Lin Feng understood that allowing this threat to persist was a significant concern. The absence of their presence now did not guarantee their future non-appearance. For Jinqing Island to achieve stable development, all zombies must be eradicated. Lin Feng scoured the peaks and nearby woods of the southern island in search of zombie traces. Meanwhile, personnel dispatched from the distant mainland began their investigations. The previous night, the sound of an explosion appeared to emanate from the direction of Jinqing Island, prompting these individuals to use binoculars during the day to assess the situation. Observing the southern island, they noted the absence of people on the streets and no signs of further destruction of buildings. However, due to the considerable distance and the limitations of their binoculars, discerning the precise circumstances proved challenging. Nevertheless, they could faintly discern the presence of black smoke rising from the direction of the northern island. This smoke, originating from the brick factory during the firing process, was interpreted by those on the mainland as the source of the previous night's explosion. Logically, to ascertain whether an explosion had indeed occurred or to uncover what transpired, they should dispatch a vessel to investigate. However, in this post-apocalyptic era, energy resources were of paramount importance, and few would willingly squander fuel for such an inquiry. They were also aware that the island was under watch, having evolved into a fortified base, and venturing forth recklessly could lead to an attack. Furthermore, traveling by boat from the mainland to the island required approximately 40 minutes, with a deep trench lying in between. Based on their gathered intelligence, such deep waters were likely to harbor formidable mutated beasts. Consequently, no one dared to set sail toward Jianqing Island for an investigation. Despite the reluctance to venture into the sea, the leaders of the mainland base insisted that their subordinates make an effort to observe the explosion site. They speculated that given the magnitude of the explosion, it must have been caused by the detonation of some form of fuel. If the source of the explosion is discovered, one might consider whether there are any untouched items remaining. If it is possible to seize them in the process, would that not be a fortuitous outcome? Many share this sentiment, prompting the leaders of several bases on land to immediately assign tasks at the break of dawn. Their chief promptly dispatched personnel to venture out to sea for investigation. Moreover, those who could arrive earlier or return with intelligence at a swifter pace, preferably bringing back something of value, would be rewarded handsomely. While the allure of rewards may not be the primary motivation for the base personnel's departure, the chief's orders were a different matter altogether. Furthermore, it is worth noting that the leaders of these bases are not to be trifled with. The repercussions for disobeying their commands could be dire. Chapter 161. False rumors. Lin Feng traversed the forests of the southern island, having eliminated 2 ordinary zombies within the span of an hour. These were mere common zombies, devoid of any rank. However, when these ordinary zombies encountered the island's inhabitants, fleeing was a trivial matter. The forest's intricate pathways posed a significant challenge for the untrained individuals. It was entirely understandable that they could not contend with even a common zombie. Much like in these woods, should a first-tier zombie appear, it could easily navigate the terrain, evading capture. Even Lin Feng would require considerable effort to deal with such a foe. Fortunately, Lin Feng concealed his own energy and scent this time, blending in as an ordinary person within the woods. The aroma emitted by common individuals swiftly drew out all the hidden zombies. Lin Feng continued his search from the forest to the mountaintop over the course of another 2 hours. After 3 hours of diligent exploration, he had scoured both the forest and the mountain, ultimately locating a total of 6 ordinary zombies, none of which were first tier. Once these zombies were dispatched, Lin Feng sensed a palpable absence of undead presence on the island. It appeared that their claims were indeed accurate. Ordinary zombies were exceedingly rare, and first-tier zombies were non-existent. Moreover, during the outbreak of the apocalypse, a substantial number of common zombies had already been eradicated. Standing atop the mountain, Lin Feng gazed upon the coastline, where the bases still stood prominently. Although it was difficult for those within to observe this side, from his vantage point, the shoreline was distinctly visible. He pondered the explosion from the previous night. The personnel at the opposing base must have heard it. Yet, they remained inactive, likely deliberating when to investigate, or perhaps already en route. Lin Feng was acutely aware that should they venture here, despite the surrounding defensive measures, he need not worry about their ability to reach the island. However, if news of the island's lack of zombies were to spread, many would undoubtedly flock here. As the island was still under construction, there was no need to expose its current tranquility. Thus, employing certain strategies to safeguard the island and prevent indiscriminate access seemed the most prudent course of action. Reflecting further, Lin Feng speculated that if those on the shore had genuine interest in the island, they should have dispatched individuals long ago to seize it. Their hesitation indicated a fear of the mutated beasts that might lurk in the sea. Lin Feng noted the scarcity of advanced weaponry on the island. If the outsiders intended to capture the inhabitants of Jianqing Island, they could not rely solely on the previous strength of Hanzhongdao, as it would be insufficient for resistance. Their inaction suggested a legitimate concern regarding the mutated creatures in the waters, especially considering the deep trench that lay between Jianqing Island and the mainland, a region notorious for harboring such threats. Why not treat this as a mere rumor, ensuring that the other party dares not cross that sea trench? Upon contemplating this, Lin Feng promptly retrieved several balloons from his storage space, along with a few pumps to inflate them. He skillfully bound the balloons together with strings and secured a transparent plastic bag to the end of each, filling it with notes. These notes conveyed the alarming message of a newly emerged advanced mutated beast in the sea, possessing a faint intelligence. Though not particularly large, its lethality was formidable. Lin Feng was cautious not to write too many of these notes, for the intent was to deceive the opponent. The information must be disseminated, yet not excessively so. It sufficed for the key figures at the nearby bases to be informed. Thus, he prepared approximately 30 of these notes. With the buoyancy of the balloons and the ocean breeze blowing towards the land, he calculated the wind speed and decided to release them from the mountaintop, ensuring they would drift across the waters. Anything that traversed the island would certainly capture the attention of the opposing party. Before releasing them, Lin Feng pondered that merely inscribing those words felt somewhat contrived, so he added further details to the notes. He elaborated that Jianqing Island had come under attack, suffering heavy casualties, and that many shell-like mutated beasts had infiltrated the island, infesting all the houses. The island was beyond salvation, yet if anyone could come to his aid, he would willingly offer a pistol in return. After completing the notes, Lin Feng once again placed them into the plastic bags and released the balloons. This wording was deliberate, designed to convey that the absence of any inhabitants on Jianqing Island was due to the onslaught of mutated beasts. Moreover, the promise of a pistol as a reward rendered the plea more credible. To an ordinary person in a post-apocalyptic world, a pistol is an invaluable commodity, often unattainable by others. Furthermore, the notion that the sole survivor of an entire island would barter such a precious item for protection added a layer of authenticity to the message. The emphasis lay in the desperate appeal for rescue. As the balloons floated along the ocean breeze, just as Lin Feng had calculated, they descended to a low altitude upon nearing the shore. Many individuals along the coastline spotted the incoming balloons and initiated attacks against them. Before long, the balloons and plastic bags succumbed to the assaults, bursting under the strain and scattering the concealed notes across the area. However, the number of notes was limited, and the wind carried a couple into the vicinity of the small bases along the shoreline. The messages quickly reached the ears of the leaders of these small bases. Lin Feng's plan proved highly successful. Once retrieved, the notes conveyed the urgent information to the leaders of these outposts. The aforementioned information is visible to many, serving as a desperate plea for help. Yet, those individuals within the base, who consider themselves astute, have fixated solely on the initial segment, as Lin Feng surmised. This pertains to the existence of advanced mutated creatures within these waters. They are aware that any mutated beings exhibiting even a modicum of intelligence are of a higher order. The note further indicates that the island has become a dwelling infested by numerous shellfish-like mutants, rendering any prospect of escape or survival impossible. Such revelations have instilled a profound sense of dread, dissuading them from harboring any illusions regarding the island. Once the falsehood spread, the nearby bases on the mainland became exceedingly cautious, relinquishing any hope for this locale. The prospect of energy resources is rendered moot. Even should a mountain of gold be discovered, they would not dare to approach it. Chapter 162. Another island as daylight broke. The balloons that Lin Feng had released throughout the morning had indeed achieved their intended effect. The individuals on the mainland were, as expected, deterred from taking any action. Even the vessels and personnel previously observed by Lin Feng through his high-powered telescope at the roadside dock had vanished without a trace. It was evident that these people were adept at calculating risks, placing their own interests above all. They would only act when it aligned with their gains. However, as Lin Feng now noted, the island was devoid of both inhabitants and resources, with the sea teeming with mutated beasts. Within the confines of the island's structures, peculiar types of mutated creatures had taken residence. Armed with only a handgun, the prospect of rescue seemed bleak, and naturally, no one was inclined to assist. Thus, it was precisely this rationale that discouraged them from venturing into this area. After releasing the balloons from the mountain summit and observing the surroundings, Lin Feng prepared to descend, for he sensed no presence of zombies in the vicinity. Yet, as he stood atop the peak and turned to make his way down, he caught sight of another island not far from the northern isle. This was perplexing, for during his earlier time on the northern island, this landmass had been invisible to him. He recalled that in the distance, a large rock formation had appeared, resembling some submerged reef. However, from this new vantage point, he discerned that it was indeed an island. The difference in perspective revealed a vastly different observation. Had Lin Feng remained on the northern island, viewing the horizon from that parallel angle, he would have only perceived a sizable reef, utterly devoid of any elevation, and far too diminutive to be classified as an island. Standing atop the mountain now, he comprehended how peculiar his previous perspective had been. The land before him was unmistakably an island, slightly smaller than the northern isle. Yet if inhabited or transformed into a base, it could easily serve as a medium-sized stronghold. Accommodating a few hundred residents would pose no issue. Given the island's potential, Lin Feng pondered why there was not a single indication of development. Taking out his binoculars, he scrutinized the island further, noting that its majority was composed of stone. However, these stones appeared remarkably uniform, presenting an arc-like shape from the mountaintop view through the high-powered lens. Lin Feng mused whether the island's arc indicated an empty center or concealed elements within. Thus, he descended the mountain, intending to inquire with some locals about the situation, particularly those who had long resided on the northern island, as they would likely possess greater familiarity with the area. Returning to the vicinity of the southern island's dock, Lin Feng observed that the workers from the northern isle remained engaged in their tasks. Meanwhile, the individuals from the southern isle had commenced clearing the factory premises, as portions of the structures remained viable for use. The endeavor to clean the factory would prove labor-intensive, especially for the southern islanders, who focused on the exterior, diligently removing all the creeping vines that had flourished. Subsequently, they united in their efforts to clean the factory, eradicating the disorder and filth that plagued the premises. Despite the unpleasant odors within, they reassured themselves that the source was not the blood of the undead, thus posing no viral threat. Consequently, everyone exerted themselves diligently during the cleanup. They understood that once the area was immaculate, it would serve their own purposes, making them the ultimate beneficiaries. Given that they would be using the space themselves, it was only natural that they aspired for the cleanest possible outcome. Therefore, those engaged in the factory's restoration labored even more fervently. Upon Lin Feng's return, witnessing their industriousness filled him with joy. Each day brought a glimmer of hope for the island's development, and he was undeniably pleased. However, Lin Feng seized the moment to inquire if anyone knew about the situation at a distant location on the North Island. As he voiced his question, he realized that the remaining individuals, primarily former employees, were largely ignorant of the North Island's circumstances, having seldom ventured there. Additionally, tourists who had visited before the apocalypse were even less informed about the area, prompting Lin Feng's desire for clarification. It seemed he would need to consult the local residents of the North Island. Nodding in understanding, Lin Feng encouraged them to resume their tasks as the others continued their efforts to cleanse the entire factory. He then set off towards the North Island, where the workers remained occupied at the brick factory. Upon arrival, he wasted no time in seeking out the village head. Given that the brick factory was situated by the seaside, directly opposite the reef he had previously observed, pointing towards the distant rock formation, he inquired about its nature and the reason for the substantial reef's presence. Following Lin Feng's gesture, the village head gazed towards the eastern waters of the North Island and explained that it was indeed an island, entirely composed of rocks. Its center resembled a crescent moon, hosting some sandy patches and soil, albeit only capable of sustaining wild grasses. Furthermore, due to the shallow waters, vessels found it exceedingly challenging to approach, rendering the island essentially abandoned. However, rumors had surfaced about attempts to excavate sand from the seashore, with a vessel reportedly dispatched to that area. Though the subsequent developments remained unclear, it was merely mentioned that someone had ventured there, and the crescent-shaped bay had been substantially mined, transforming vast areas into deep waters. Occasionally, large ships could be seen anchored nearby, seemingly resting or awaiting rescue. In any case, the villagers refrained from visiting that island, as it offered no utility. Moreover, the unique environment led most to regard it merely as a docking point for large vessels, discouraging any agricultural endeavors in the sea. Lin Feng felt a surge of delight upon hearing this news, for it confirmed that the island's center indeed possessed a crescent shape and was characterized by deep waters. Just moments ago, from a different perspective, it appeared to resemble a shallow area. However, as Lin Feng's prior experiences have taught him, one cannot rely solely on visual observation. Only by personally venturing to that location can one truly comprehend the circumstances at hand. If the crescent-shaped area in the center of the island has indeed transformed into a deep-water zone capable of accommodating large cruise ships, Lin Feng contemplates the possibility of designating it as a docking station for warships. The warships within his storage space are destined to emerge one day, and many have noticed their absence. Therefore, seizing an opportunity to station the warships in that crescent-shaped deep-water area would serve as an ideal anchorage for them. Chapter 163. Dong Island. Given the size of the island, it was entirely feasible to accommodate 56 warships, serving not only to dispel the notion that the vessels had vanished but also as a docking point. Whether amid sea breezes, crashing waves, or temporary stops, it provided an excellent locale for transit. Lin Feng inquired further with the village chief, asking whether the island bore a name and if anyone would reside there in the future. Being an island, there must be spaces for refuge. Moreover, following the onset of the apocalypse, many sought to escape heavily populated areas. This island, distant from the mainland and uninhabited, seemed an ideal sanctuary for those fleeing. The village chief replied that the island, situated to the east of Jianqing Island, was referred to as Dong Island. Although administratively included within Jianqing Island's jurisdiction, it indeed had no inhabitants. The island's unique environment, composed entirely of rock from the seabed to the surface, rendered it merely a large reef when viewed from the northern island. In reality, it formed a crescent-shaped bay. Previous administrators had proposed developing it into a docking point where fishing vessels could seek refuge during typhoons. While the idea held merit, the area was predominantly shallow, preventing vessels from navigating through. Subsequently, some individuals attempted to dredge the seabed, though their intentions remained unclear, resulting in the area becoming a deep-water zone. Strangely enough, after its transformation into deep water, large ships occasionally anchored there before departing, yet no small vessels were ever seen approaching, nor did nearby residents return to the island. The lack of suitable living conditions rendered it inhospitable. There was a cave on the mountain, yet access was fraught with difficulties due to environmental challenges. Only the young might manage the climb, but residing in that cave posed numerous hazards, compounded by a lack of essential resources. Thus, from that point forward, throughout the duration leading to the apocalypse, no one had settled there. Later, as they ventured out for sea fishing, passing by the island, they observed no vessels in the bay, and the cave appeared devoid of any signs of life, leading to its abandonment. Although cultivation might be possible post-apocalypse, they reflected on the abundance of resources near the shore, realizing they would be insufficient even if utilized fully, and further expansion seemed impractical. Additionally, venturing into deeper waters raised uncertainties regarding mutated creatures. Consequently, Dong Island remained desolate. After bidding farewell to the village chief, Lin Feng proceeded to another shore, where the Grand Bridge connected the northern and southern islands. From this vantage point, Dong Island appeared even more enchanting, resembling a diminutive rock amidst the vastness. While it seemed substantial from the northern island, it appeared much smaller here, confirming the influence of surrounding reference points. Depending on the direction from which one observes, influenced by the seawater and the angles, it is indeed impossible to perceive the entirety of the island. Contemplating this, it becomes evident that the island serves as an excellent hiding spot for those positioned near the southern and northern islands, unless one stands atop the summit. The island merely appears as a cluster of rocks, obscuring the details of the crescent-shaped bay nestled within. Even from the pinnacle, without Lin Feng's high-powered telescope, one might not discern that the island possesses a crescent form. Lin Feng has already devised plans for the development of the eastern island. Yet he must first ascertain certain details. Thus, he returns to the dock of the southern island and navigates a wooden boat through the gap between the two islands toward the eastern island. From this vantage point, he can observe the condition of the Grand Bridge connecting the two islands and ascertain the depth of the seabed in this area. With Lin Feng's current anomalous abilities and his keen observational skills, he can glean information about nearby objects. Although he has heard that beneath the bridge connecting the two islands lies a deep water zone, there are no mutated beasts in this area, suggesting that something is amiss with this deep water region. It may not be as deep as previously observed. Lin Feng speculates that if this space between the islands were indeed a deep water zone, the construction of the bridge would entail numerous considerations. Establishing a tidal power generation facility in such depth seems ill-advised. It is the shallow waters that exhibit significant fluctuations during high tide. Thus Lin Feng harbors doubts regarding the true nature of the waters beneath the bridge. As he paddles onward toward the eastern island, he aims to ascertain the precise height of the bridge relative to the sea surface, determining whether warships can be stationed in the middle. However, he soon dismisses this notion, realizing that beneath these islands lie supporting pillars. If a warship were to be anchored here, the surging waves could potentially cause collisions with these pillars, leading to catastrophic damage. Therefore, he decides to investigate the distant eastern island and the condition of the crescent-shaped harbor. Should it indeed have transformed into a deep water zone, he would not hesitate to place his warship there. As Lin Feng rows toward the eastern island, he passes by the northern island, where the workers at the brick factory observe him with curiosity, pondering his destination. Yet, upon reflection, they consider that Lin Feng may have his own motives. The village chief, recalling Lin Feng's earlier inquiries, begins to comprehend that Lin Feng likely intends to utilize that island for something significant and formidable. Among the questions Lin Feng posed, he seemed particularly interested in the bay's dimensions and the types of vessels it could accommodate. The village chief wonders about Lin Feng's origins, speculating whether he possesses advanced weaponry or substantial ships that must be concealed in a hidden location. He also recalls that a warship previously docked at the southern island has vanished. While this news is known among the villagers, it has not garnered much attention. Since they are not skilled in the use of the warships, leaving them idle would be a waste. However, Lin Feng's recent actions, in conjunction with the unfolding events, seem to have enlightened the village chief, who now surmises that Lin Feng may possess even greater abilities. Yet, the village chief refrains from voicing his thoughts. His current duty is to labor diligently alongside the others at the brick factory, fulfilling the tasks assigned by Lin Feng. As for future matters, they can be addressed in due course. What advantage is there in knowing more at this moment? Can one possibly sell such information for profit? The island is intended to remain concealed, and even the notion of erecting a wall to shield it is not beyond consideration. Who would betray this island for trifling gains? They are acutely aware of what this island signifies for them. No one would forsake their home, nor would anyone undertake needless actions for the sake of uncertain prospects. Chapter 164. The Gulf. When Lin Feng arrived at East Island, he entered from the direction of Crescent Bay. This bay, in relation to the mainland, lies to the east, with the central area obscured by surrounding mountains. Consequently, from the vantage point of the land, whether on Jianxing Island or the mainland, this location remains unseen. Beyond Crescent Bay to the east stretches an endless expanse of ocean, devoid of land, islands, or ports. Only distant shipping lanes traverse the waters. But those vessels rarely approach this vicinity unless exceptional circumstances arise. Furthermore, in the apocalyptic world, one seldom encounters individuals navigating their boats near the land. As such, visibility magnifies potential dangers. Thus, Crescent Bay serves as a relatively concealed location. Upon arrival, Lin Feng first surveyed the surrounding waters. This site, should it be transformed into a temporary docking area for warships, appears ideal given its current dimensions. It could accommodate vessels of varying sizes by designating specific docking zones. Although the shoreline consists of shallow waters, it remains suitable for mooring small to medium-sized ships. Nonetheless, the environment requires significant enhancement for habitation. The absence of any inhabitants on the island renders solitary construction impractical. Therefore, Lin Feng resolved to establish this locale as a temporary anchorage for warships. From here, vessels could easily navigate towards Jianqing Island with a simple turn, concealing the area from view while ensuring safety from the sea winds. Crescent Bay, while oriented eastward, possesses a semicircular shape. Its opening faces northeast, yet ships must veer slightly from the east-northeast to gain entry. The most substantial gap lies in the east-northeast direction, ensuring that even in the event of a typhoon, the curvature of this bay mitigates the severity of the waves within. This characteristic renders the location particularly unique and worthy of utilization. After confirming that this area could effectively serve as a storage point for warships, Lin Feng further examined the nearby waters. Although the depths could accommodate warships, no mutated beasts resided here. The term deep water applies only in relation to the vessels, as the true deep water zone lies further east. As for the caves, Lin Feng raised his gaze to observe a high cave on the side of Crescent Bay, located slightly south of the northern gap, approximately 10 meters above. Climbing to this elevation poses considerable difficulty due to the steep, knife-like rock face. Ascending without tools is a formidable challenge. Regarding the beach on the side of Crescent Bay, it appears as described by the village chief, seemingly having been partially excavated, leaving only a limited area suitable for docking. The distance from the seaside to the rocky area is merely 20 meters, with half consisting of gravel and the other half of sand. Establishing a residential area in this location proves to be quite challenging, as even a slight rise in the waves or high tide would inundate the dwellings. Thus, it is indeed unsuitable for habitation. However, given that this location serves as an excellent site for mooring warships, Lin Feng first examines the materials for simple prefabricated houses stored in his inventory. To construct some shelters capable of withstanding the erosive forces of the sea, he seeks the most appropriate materials for assembling movable cabins. Lin Feng identifies an optimal spot at the base of the cliffs along Crescent Bay, where it meets the beach. He meticulously levels the gravel to create a width exceeding 5 or 6 meters, retrieving suitable materials for the movable cabins. With a firm push, he embeds the wall materials into place, benefiting from his potent mutated energy. Using a technique known as inch power, he deftly inserts the relatively softer materials into the walls. Subsequently, Lin Feng produces a ruler to ensure proper leveling, clearing the gravel along the 6-meter width as he progresses forward. Ultimately, he clears a length of 20 meters, securing the materials for the other side of the cabin into the walls. Thus, the 2 walls are completed, spanning 6 meters in width and 20 meters in length, sufficient for the needs of the local populace. After clearing the area, Lin Feng commences the retrieval of additional living materials, constructing 3 cabins within the 20-meter expanse, adequate for temporary use. Should there be a need for long-term occupancy, modifications will be required. The foremost issue to address is the ground itself. Lin Feng contemplates potential solutions. While utilizing the original floor of the cabins is feasible, excessive gaps beneath could pose stability problems. Drawing from his storage, he lays cement across the ground in dry powder form, allowing the prefabricated panels to rest upon it. Gradually, he uses fresh water to moisten the cement, opting against seawater due to concerns about the high salt content adversely affecting the cement's curing process. Curiously, on the island, a long fissure in the rock face above seeps water, which flows through the crevice towards the sea. Although minimal, it is indeed present. Lin Feng harnesses his abilities to redirect this water, allowing it to trickle down and gradually moisten the cement, aided by the humidity from the sea. This method ensures that the cement becomes thoroughly saturated, and under normal circumstances, this location is undoubtedly the safest, as the cement absorbs moisture while drying. The shrinkage pressure remains remarkably stable. After completing all tasks, Lin Feng took 4 hours to assess the condition of the outermost layer of cement, which had already dried. He then entered the house to test the hardness of the floor, finding it to be impeccable and perfectly level. The next step was to observe whether the seawater, having risen overnight, would cause any erosion in this area. In any case, it was merely a matter of evaluating the situation. If issues arose, he could return the next day to make improvements. There was ample time available, and ensuring that every detail was attended to was of utmost importance. When the moment was right, this place would undergo a remarkable transformation. Chapter 165. The cave treasure having completed the construction of the 3 houses, Lin Feng prepared to return. As he made his way back, his gaze fell upon the cave high above the cliff. He could not shake the feeling that this cave appeared to be artificially created. A naturally formed cave, after all, would typically exhibit signs of external forces at play. Positioned 10 meters above sea level and equally distanced from the cliff's edge, this cave certainly did not conform to the characteristics of a naturally occurring formation. If one were to assert that it was man-made, the considerable height presented a formidable challenge. Without the aid of appropriate tools, it would be exceedingly difficult to reach such an elevation, and constructing a cave in this location seemed to serve little purpose. Conversely, if it were indeed a natural formation, the lack of external forces at this height rendered that notion improbable. One might speculate that the cave resulted from a large artillery strike, yet its edges did not exhibit the typical signs of such an event. Thus, the cave appeared rather peculiar. The village chief, being of advanced age, had never disclosed the origin of this cave. It had clearly existed long before his time. After contemplating this strange location, Lin Feng resolved to investigate the cave before his departure, curious to uncover its true nature. If it proved to be usable, he would seek to make the most of it. He walked along the shore to the base of the cave, noting the 10-meter height. Although the cliff was smooth, it was not insurmountable. With the right technique, the cave could be accessed. Lin Feng decided to concentrate his strength in his palms, legs, and feet, believing that focusing power in these areas would enhance his climbing ability. By manipulating the concentration of energy, he aimed to achieve greater effectiveness in his ascent, adapting to the terrain and altering the flow of energy to suit the situation. To his surprise, he discovered that he could indeed control this force. Though the operation was somewhat challenging, he ultimately succeeded. As he attempted to scale the cliff, he found numerous indentations that served as footholds and handholds. He soon reached the cave, which confirmed the village chief's earlier assertion. Without tools, ascending was nearly impossible. Even with tools, the effort required to reach this cave was considerable. Who would go to such lengths merely to explore a cave? Upon entering, Lin Feng discovered that the cave's height was only sufficient for him to crouch. The dimensions were hardly conducive for habitation, as the cave was small enough that he could touch the walls with outstretched hands. It appeared ill-suited for human occupancy. However, reflecting on his view of the cave from below, he had perceived it to be much larger than this cramped space suggested. Intrigued, he reached up to feel the ceiling, but found nothing. Turning around, he realized that there was more to the cave than met the eye. In a position at the edge, there exists a space wide enough for one person, yet only half a person in height, compelling one to crouch to enter. The profound darkness within obscures the upper levels, revealing only a hollow space. Lin Feng bent down and shifted forward, only to lift his gaze and discover some voids above, from which light emanated. It appeared that the space above was quite expansive. At least in this position, Lin Feng could stand without reaching the ceiling. Upon rising and turning his head inward, he was astonished to find that this was, in fact, an enormous cavern. It seemed to encompass the size of a room, with 2 openings protruding from the cliff face. These apertures were not large, resembling the size of a swallow's nest. Reflecting upon this, Lin Feng recalled that on the opposite side of Dong Island, specifically the western face of this isle, many nests of seabirds could indeed be found along the cliffs. Thus, amidst the multitude of crevices, 2 peculiar holes emerged, undetectable to the untrained eye. Moreover, from the outside, their presence was inconspicuous. It was quite unexpected that the positioning of these 2 openings was just right to illuminate the entire space. Although not overly bright, the light was sufficient to discern the environment within. To Lin Feng's surprise, the cavern housed 2 large chests, appearing quite antiquated, reminiscent of items from the Republic of China era. Observing these artifacts, he glanced at other areas within the cavern, noting some stone structures resembling benches and tables. Additionally, there was a stone formation akin to a bed, topped with wooden planks and some wild grass. However, due to the humidity, despite the sea breeze wafting through the openings and maintaining ventilation as it flowed out through the lower exit, dampness remained pervasive. The dried grass atop the wooden planks had long since decayed, and there were no signs of habitation by others. It seemed that those who once resided here had departed long ago, leaving the 2 wooden chests in the corner. Intrigued by the chests, Lin Feng pondered whether they contained the belongings of those who lived here or perhaps some long-forgotten treasure. After all, in novels, caves often conceal treasures. This was an inevitable notion that Lin Feng entertained. Nevertheless, he remained rational in his thoughts. The presence of these 2 chests struck him as peculiar. Although the ventilation openings allowed for air and sunlight to enter abundantly, they could not have facilitated the chest's arrival. Furthermore, the cave he entered could barely accommodate the chests, making it impractical for them to maneuver around the bend at the far end. Thus, the existence of these chests seemed increasingly enigmatic. It was unlikely that someone had deliberately crafted 2 chests here. Approaching the edge of the two chests, Lin Feng noted the absence of dust, a characteristic of coastal environments. The chests were not locked, yet they fit together seamlessly, showing no signs of cracking. Upon reaching out to touch them, he found the material of the chest to be peculiarly intriguing. It appears that the wood within these two chests is extraordinary, however. Lin Feng is not acquainted with these materials and thus remains unaware of their specific nature. Gradually, he attempts to open the chests, only to discover that the lids are exceptionally heavy, further affirming the quality of the wood used in their construction. After exerting a slight effort to lift the lid, he is astonished to find an array of firearms within. Among them lies a peculiar type of grenade, reminiscent of a mallet, yet capable of delivering precise explosions in targeted locations when thrown. Whereas contemporary grenades are designed for widespread detonation, this particular grenade specializes in pinpoint explosions with a limited radius, concentrating its destructive power at a singular point. Although its overall impact may be lesser compared to modern grenades, the efficacy of concentrated bombardment on a specific target is truly remarkable. Chapter 166, The Grenade Launcher Without a Moment's Hesitation. Lin Feng promptly transferred all the grenades from the box into his storage space. As these grenades entered his storage, it became evident that due to their age, most had deteriorated, with only one or two being functional. However, under the miraculous amplification of the storage space, these damaged grenades were astonishingly restored and enhanced, transforming into a new type of projectile that could be swiftly launched like bullets using a launcher, complete with a targeting mechanism. Lin Feng contemplated the situation. While the storage space had significantly augmented the grenades, he still lacked a launcher. How would he proceed without one? The storage space merely amplified items. Would he have to engineer a launcher himself? But what materials could he possibly use for such a task? Opening a nearby box, which was equally heavy, Lin Feng discovered that in addition to more grenades, there were also two mortar tubes. These tubes seemed completely incongruent with the grenades, and the box contained no mortar shells, suggesting that the tubes had appeared independently. Without hesitation, Lin Feng placed these items into his storage space as well. To his fortune, as soon as he stored the two mortar tubes, they were immediately repaired. Moreover, after the restoration, the two tubes multiplied to over 20,000, with more than 1,000 undergoing special enhancements that altered both their form and function. Among these 1,000 special tubes, 100 were equipped with unique mechanisms, essentially grenade launchers derived from the modified grenades. These launchers bore a resemblance to standard mortars but featured an additional sealed box that could not be opened. All the enhanced grenades were housed within these boxes, designed as a recycling mechanism, within a certain radius of Lin Feng's location. The modified grenades would continuously emerge from these mortar boxes, albeit with limitations on quantity and a cooldown period for firing. The upgraded mortar tubes could discharge 50 special grenades within a minute, but after firing, a cooldown of 20 seconds was required to prevent overheating and potential rupture. Although the items amplified by Lin Feng's storage space rarely experienced such side effects, adhering to the prescribed usage was paramount for safety. With over 100 of these mortar tubes, combined with the myriad of grenades in his storage, Lin Feng was poised to wield an extraordinary weapon. By staggering the use of the two mortar tubes, he could achieve complete cooling and an endless cycle of fire. Moreover, these two modified grenade launchers are equipped with targeting devices, resembling infrared satellite positioning systems. Their effective range extends to 120 meters, allowing for precise targeting of an object even while swiftly maneuvering with the launcher. Once fired, the trajectory can be corrected to ensure accurate landing and detonation within the designated area. Lin Feng gazed upon these marvels with an indescribable joy. It was akin to having a pillow when weary and water when parched. Previously troubled by the lack of a suitable launcher for the enhanced grenades, he now found himself in possession of specialized grenade launchers. Indeed, this space felt like a treasure trove to him. Lin Feng further scrutinized the cave, assessing the absence of other items, and after stowing away the contents of the two boxes into his storage space, he conducted another thorough inspection. He sought any unique items within those boxes or relevant records outside, yet after examining the surroundings meticulously, he found no traces. It seemed that the boxes had appeared here inexplicably. No matter how one looked at it, this place did not seem suitable for depositing such boxes, unless there were other entrances within the cave. However, upon reflection, he doubted the existence of any alternative exits, as the area bore no signs of such. The only artificial marks on the rocks were the two holes above, and another exit had been merely expanded outward, not inward, indicating that this depth possessed but one entrance. Judging by its size, it appeared capable of accommodating half the villagers. At that moment, Lin Feng considered the cave as a potential temporary refuge or a command post for outdoor combat. In any case, the cave's concealment offered substantial utility. Upon exiting the cave, Lin Feng deftly controlled his strength using his abilities, leaping onto the shore. As he approached his small wooden boat, he recalled his earlier concerns. Utilizing the cave as a temporary sanctuary was indeed feasible, yet such apprehensions were not unfounded. In the apocalypse, uncertainty loomed over what could transpire. Although Lin Feng intended to develop the island, the future remained shrouded in ambiguity. His memories of Jinqing Island were rather vague and based on past experiences. The ultimate fate of the island was one of disappearance. After all, the mutated beast in the sea would only grow stronger, and continuous resistance was essential for survival. Lin Feng's appearance had disrupted the established order, leaving him uncertain about what the future might hold. Thus, he resolved to prepare for every possible safety measure. Upon reaching the edge of his small boat, he glanced at the recently constructed house and surveyed the tranquil bay, where all was serene. Consequently, Lin Feng retrieved 5 of the most ordinary warships from his storage space, aligning them side by side on the right side of the bay. At the innermost recess of the exit, where concealment is most stringent, the warship was positioned such that it remained imperceptible from any angle. Ultimately, Lin Feng retrieved a conquered warship from his storage space. This vessel was considerably larger than the others, equipped with apparatus akin to that of the base vehicle. The remaining area was designated as a docking point for smaller crafts. Consequently, Lin Feng extracted 10 speedboats from his storage, which would serve as future means of transportation. Now, Lin Feng intended to navigate one of the vessels back, allowing the islanders to acclimate to the new mode of travel. Chapter 167. A perilous encounter. Lin Feng chose to abandon the wooden boat this time, opting instead for a speedboat. However, its velocity was not exceedingly fast. He intended to navigate slowly back, allowing the villagers to clearly discern the nature of the vessel he piloted upon his return. Furthermore, these speedboats, having undergone enhancements in its storage space, exhibited significant improvements. In addition to achieving remarkable speeds while maintaining stability, ensuring that the boat did not experience turbulence due to its displacement, the noise generated was drastically reduced. During rapid navigation, apart from the sound of the water being parted, the roar of the engine was almost inaudible. These enhancements were a considerable advantage of the speedboats, nonetheless. Lin Feng deliberately chose to return at a leisurely pace. By doing so, he aimed to allow the villagers to gradually perceive that he was arriving in a new speedboat, prompting speculation and discussion among them. As they began to conjecture that there might be more vessels from Dong Island, they would be mentally prepared for whatever transpired next or for any discoveries that might emerge from that island. However, Lin Feng was taken aback when, as he approached the fishing village dock of North Island, an unforeseen incident occurred. The route to the dock required a circuitous detour, and within that detour lay a deep-water area. It was not unusual for a deep-water zone to exist in this region. Jinqing Island comprised a chain of small islands, with 3 of them visible above the water's surface. Below, numerous ravines existed, with varying depths that precluded the establishment of specific shipping lanes, thus rendering this area devoid of vessels. However, for the marine life beneath the surface, these depths served as a sanctuary, where diverse organisms thrived amidst the alternating shallow and deep spots. One could even glimpse portions of coral in this vibrant underwater realm, indicative of the pristine water quality. Yet, it was in this very location that a mutated sea serpent surged forth from the depths, swiftly advancing towards Lin Feng's speedboat. Although Lin Feng sensed the presence of a mutated creature, he could not ascertain its precise location beneath the surface. The creature appeared elongated, and Lin Feng had not anticipated that a sea serpent would transform into a mutated beast. He initially perceived it as a singular elongated energy form, mistaking it for a gathering of mutated creatures. When the sea serpent breached the surface, Lin Feng was startled, as he harbored a profound fear of snakes. His instinctive reaction was to evade the creature. However, this fearful response triggered his innate mutation abilities, prompting him to regain his composure and react swiftly. He quickly seized the serpent by its vulnerable spot, the area near its crystal, and with a firm grip, he hurled it away with remarkable force. This precise location, the serpent's crystal, when crushed, rendered the mutated sea serpent immobile. However, Lin Feng was acutely aware that if he did not separate the corpse of the mutated beast from the crystals within, it had a significant chance of resurrection. Thus, he decided to test the efficacy of the grenade launcher he had previously acquired. He first navigated the speedboat 30 meters away, contemplating the situation before moving to a position 130 meters beyond the effective range to assess its accuracy. Ultimately, utilizing the scope, he precisely locked onto the location of the deceased serpent on the surface of the sea. Despite the waves causing the lifeless body of the mutated beast to sway, the scope remained fixed, and Lin Feng promptly fired, with the grenade launcher continuously discharging. 50 grenades, augmented with mutation, accurately tracked the undulating motion of the waves, landing on the body of the mutated sea serpent and its vicinity, with an error margin not exceeding half a meter. Upon contact with the target, each grenade detonated immediately. Indifferent to the softness or hardness of the surface it touched, or the pressure required to trigger the explosion. As long as the target was identified, an explosion would ensue. With a remarkably confined blast radius of merely half a meter, therefore, this sea serpent, within a 1-meter diameter range, endured a relentless bombardment of 50 grenades. When the splashes subsided, Lin Feng observed that the once formidable corpse of the mutated beast had utterly transformed into a pool of blood, dissipating across the sea. The crystals of the mutated creatures were reduced to powder, sinking to the ocean floor. The sounds of the explosions reached the ears of the residents of North Island, prompting them to abandon their tasks and gaze towards the source of the noise by the shore. They discerned a vessel on the water, appearing to be a speedboat, with a solitary figure aboard. The village chief, unable to make out the details, urged the younger individuals to take a closer look. Ultimately, these youths confirmed that the individual standing on the boat was indeed Lin Feng, and that the recent explosions were the result of his weaponry. The most astonishing aspect for the villagers was the transformation from the small wooden boat Lin Feng had previously used to the speedboat he now commanded, a vessel capable of accommodating 7 individuals. This was a significant asset for them. Once the sea calmed, Lin Feng, having verified the effectiveness of the grenade launchers and the augmented grenades, set sail for home. As he restarted the speedboat and headed towards the fishing village dock on North Island, the people on the shore waved and called out to him. Lin Feng responded in kind, indicating that the groundwork he had undertaken was now complete. The villagers, having witnessed both his return on the speedboat and the explosive spectacle, found themselves unburdened by any need for psychological preparation. Upon his return, he would briefly inform them about the situation on East Island. Subsequently, they could utilize the grenade launchers to fortify the island's defenses. As Lin Feng docked the speedboat at the fishing village on North Island, several patrolling individuals on the bridge noticed his arrival and eagerly rushed towards the dock. Upon witnessing Lin Feng's return with such a brand new speedboat, the group was filled with exhilaration, for this signified that future journeys to distant lands or potential escapes from their current predicament would no longer be a cause for concern. Furthermore, with the speedboat at their disposal, they could venture farther into the sea, enabling them to catch a greater variety of fish, thereby ensuring an ample supply of provisions and safeguarding them from starvation. Lin Feng instructed the few individuals on the South Island to inform the others to gather on the North Island that evening, as he had important matters to discuss. After imparting these instructions, he proceeded towards the brick factory along the North Island shore to inform others about the evening assembly. Lin Feng's discourse would revolve around the island's defenses and the situation on the East Island. By elucidating the specific circumstances, he aimed to reassure everyone. And once the defensive measures were adequately established, they could wholeheartedly commence the development of the entire island. Chapter 168. The Food Factory. As Lin Feng unloaded these defensive apparatuses from the ship, the young men gazed in astonishment. These items bore a striking resemblance to the earlier artillery, yet their craftsmanship was exquisite, and subtle modifications were evident in their design. Despite the visual similarities, the exact nature of these new weapons remained a mystery to them. Each item was light enough for a single individual to carry, as the ammunition had not yet been loaded. The young men, unaware of the true identity of Lin Feng's cargo, merely assumed that anything resembling a weapon must indeed be one. However, the containers were sealed tightly, seemingly impervious to opening. Consequently, amidst their astonishment and ignorance, Lin Feng instructed them to transport these items to the island, intending to later elucidate their usage. Lin Feng had already contemplated the purpose of these items. As they were intended for constructing defensive measures on land, their firing range was inherently limited. Therefore, precise deployment was essential. Given that the effective range was merely 130 meters and capable of accurate targeting, any direction aimed at within this range was assuredly reachable. Floating buoys had been set up on the sea, equipped with rudimentary traps, leaving only navigable routes for vessels. Thus, the weapons would be directed towards these untrapped passages. Although the range was modest, it was prudent to place additional launchers in larger areas to account for potential oversights. Following Lin Feng's directives, the young men carried the weapons to the shore. Lin Feng instructed them to position a cannon at every untrapped location along the southern island's coast, aligning it with the navigable routes. According to Lin Feng's recollections, deploying 9 devices around the 3 sea-facing sides of the southern island would suffice. However, to ensure contingency, he decided to add 2 more as backups. Upon receiving these instructions, the young men set off to transport the 9 devices. As Lin Feng had yet to activate the automatic ammunition replenishment function, consequently, the launchers were entirely empty, easily manageable by a young man with a bit of effort. Moreover, having undergone spatial augmentation, these devices were remarkably durable, crafted from special materials that would not easily deform from minor impacts or rough handling. With all the launchers en route to the southern island, Lin Feng began to survey the surroundings of the northern island to determine suitable deployment positions. It was crucial to identify areas that had not been set with rudimentary traps, which were relatively scarce on the northern island, predominantly inhabited by former fishermen. This area had the highest concentration of buoys in the water, thus rendering its defenses the most formidable. Furthermore, these launchers were designed solely to target vessels approaching the shoreline. If some individuals exploit remote attacks, the efficacy of such weaponry would be significantly diminished. Lin Feng circled around North Island and ultimately determined that deploying this weapon there would suffice, with merely 5 units. Calculating further, 6 additional units remain. Yet their placement requires greater scrutiny. The eastern island does not necessitate these devices, as its primary function revolves around the docking of warships. Should any intruders breach the area, the warship's automated defenses are capable of retaliating, thus necessitating the installation of these apparatuses solely on the North and South Islands. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, an extra unit was installed at another vulnerable location on the North Island. Meanwhile, on the South Island, the remaining launchers will be entirely deployed there. The allocation of these launchers follows a strategic spacing method, significantly enhancing both offensive and defensive density. For critical thoroughfares and often overlooked peripheries, 2 or 3 units are to be stationed. These devices will be camouflaged by coastal decor, ensuring their concealment from prying eyes. Furthermore, defensive counterattacks along various waterways will leverage the unique capabilities of these devices, enabling precise point detonations with tracking features. Consolidating these functionalities within a single launcher guarantees that no matter the adversary's approach, there will be no return. Even if an adversary deploys a colossal cruise ship, a pinpoint explosion would breach a specific section of the hull, and any counterattack would necessitate the ability to safeguard oneself. Lin Feng's defensive strategy can indeed be realized through this methodology. Consequently, after surveying the surroundings of North Island, he proceeded with the deployment. By the time the installations were fully completed, it was already afternoon, and Lin Feng made his way to the brick factory on North Island to convene with everyone, briefing them about gathering in the square that evening. As for the South Island, the factory cleanup had also been concluded, although the scene was somewhat unpleasant and pungent. The process was swift. The island possesses designated sewage discharge sites that lead to a particular rock strata, where wastewater is expelled. Here, it undergoes filtration through the rocks, with the remaining water being released into the sea. Any substances that cannot be filtered will accumulate above and will be collected for incineration, ensuring no pollution occurs. This functions as a natural wastewater treatment facility on the island. Thus, the food factory on the southern isle has been thoroughly cleansed. The inhabitants of the South Island are also poised to share this uplifting news with Lin Feng that evening. With the factory cleanup complete and power restored, it is anticipated that operations will resume, prompting considerable joy among the southern populace. Once the food factory is back in operation, they will be able to process the abundant fish caught from the sea. Consequently, their diet will no longer be monotonous. A piece of news that is indeed uplifting for all on the island. Should this news reach the mainland, it would undoubtedly astonish personnel stationed at other terrestrial bases. They also comprehended that this information must remain confidential. Should it be disclosed to individuals from other bases, it could potentially incite a scramble for possession. In contemplating this, they recognized why Lin Feng placed such immense importance on the island's defenses. It became evident that Lin Feng had long anticipated these risks and had meticulously considered all conceivable dangers associated with Jinqing Island. The group of young individuals from the southern island felt a deeper sense of gratitude and began to contemplate the reorganization of personnel to ensure the comprehensive security patrol of the entire island. Chapter 169. The announcement of joyful news in the evening. After dinner, the townsfolk congregated in the square of Beidou, joined by the youth from the southern isle. To facilitate the announcement, only 2 individuals remained at the docks for surveillance, while one was stationed at the power plant, ensuring the security of the area. The remainder gathered in the square, where Lin Feng prepared to deliver uplifting news. Using a loudspeaker, Lin Feng adjusted the volume to a moderate level, ensuring clarity without being jarring. With the assistance of the amplifier, he proclaimed the delightful tidings. Today, the people witnessed Lin Feng rowing a wooden boat out, only to return aboard a speedboat. This was due to the presence of numerous warships and speedboats at Donggang. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. The inhabitants of the southern isle had previously seen a warship abandoned by an earlier military unit, which had subsequently vanished, leading them to believe it had drifted away due to neglect. Now, Lin Feng's assertion of an abundance of such vessels raised questions. What did many truly signify? To them, even a single warship was deemed sufficient for the island's defense, so the notion of multiple vessels was astonishing. Lin Feng refrained from disclosing an exact count, as verification was still pending. He believed that, if adequately fortified, the existing warships would suffice. Should the need arise in the future, he might consider augmenting their numbers. Thus, he provided only a general estimate, assuring them that the warships on the Eastern Isle were well preserved. The speedboats, too, were new and would operate silently. Lin Feng intended to bring some of these vessels back, but cautioned the populace against recklessly commandeering the speedboats to other locations. He emphasized the importance of discretion. Should any information leak from the island, it could provoke unwarranted interest from the mainland. Moreover, the waters surrounding the island were dotted with rudimentary traps, which could be easily triggered by an unaccompanied speedboat, resulting in perilous situations. Though Lin Feng's words were intended for the safety of the island and its inhabitants, the underlying implication resonated with the islanders. Those harboring ill intentions among them should tread carefully. While Lin Feng harbored such sentiments, he did not believe that issuing warnings would bear fruit, as the future remained uncertain. The islanders were acutely aware that, while they presently toiled for the island's betterment, the eventual outcome, once the island had attained sufficient self-defense capabilities, was shrouded in mystery. Thus, they would remember Lin Feng's words, remaining vigilant and prudent to avert unnecessary troubles. However, upon hearing this delightful news, many individuals shared a singular thought in their hearts. This island represents their safest haven moving forward. No other location can rival Venus Island, surrounded by the sea on all sides, providing such unparalleled security. Additionally, the infrequency of mutant beasts entering the territory, coupled with the abundant fish to be harvested from the nearby waters, offers sustenance for their needs. In terms of defense, with the resources brought back by Lin Feng, along with an array of warships from the Eastern Island, this island stands as the most secure refuge imaginable. Who would dare betray such a sanctuary? Beyond this joyous revelation, the inhabitants of the Southern Island also mentioned the successful cleansing of the food processing plant. Every machine has been meticulously cleaned, and it is now ready for operation as soon as new raw materials arrive. However, attention must be given to staffing. The brick factory on the northern side has been operational for 2 consecutive days. Lin Feng advised that the brick factory could temporarily halt its activities, and anyone with experience in food processing could transition to work at the food plant. In the short term, everyone could engage in the bustling activities of the food factory, ensuring a steady supply of raw materials, with speedboats also utilized for fishing. With the speedboats, they can venture into relatively distant waters without attracting the attention of mutant beasts, allowing for the harvest of fish. Moreover, several parallel wooden boats can be towed behind the speedboats for cargo storage. The previously used fishing boats can be set aside for the time being. After Lin Feng shared this information, the residents of the northern island were filled with excitement. Several female workers from the food processing plant eagerly stood, proclaiming their familiarity with the routine operations, provided there are sufficient personnel and raw materials. They could work tirelessly throughout the day, as they are well acquainted with the processes involved. They understood how to utilize the same production line for various tasks, leading to the creation of a diverse array of food products. Although all sourced from the sea, they could certainly ensure that the variety of offerings would not be repeated more than twice within 6 months. Hearing these words only heightened the joy among the crowd. Prior to the apocalypse, the food processing plant, though small, produced a significant quantity of diverse items at a rapid pace. Now that the facility has been cleaned, electricity restored, and the former employees are familiar with all the procedures, it is only natural for everyone to be eager to contribute at the food plant. To guarantee an ample supply of raw materials, a portion of the populace decided to venture out to sea for fishing. The older fishermen, well versed in the waters, also stepped forward to willingly assume the responsibility of harvesting fish. Lin Feng, filled with gratitude and determination, resolved that once the food processing plant was fully operational, he would dispatch the first warship from the Eastern Island, positioning it on the eastern side of the Southern Island, concealed by the mountains to shield it from prying eyes. This strategy would allow for the use of the warship's weaponry and radar for monitoring, while establishing a connection between the warship and the power plant to oversee the safety of the entire maritime region. Finally, Lin Feng elaborated on the living conditions of the people. Indeed, residing in hotels on the Southern Island is quite pleasant. However, the circumstances there are rather unique, as it is exceedingly easy to observe the situation at the hotel through telescopes from the mainland. Consequently, Lin Feng intends to gradually construct barriers in front of the hotel to ensure that its activities remain concealed. This way, the Southern Island can proceed with construction bit by bit, slowly obscuring the lights emanating from it, preventing the mainland inhabitants from seeing. Is this approach feasible? He seeks to gather opinions from everyone, as this notion was merely a spur-of-the-moment thought. Furthermore, establishing barriers on the Southern Island might inadvertently draw attention from the personnel there. Therefore, he encourages everyone to contemplate alternative strategies, as there may be innovative ideas yet to emerge. Chapter 170. preparations for commencement at this moment in the square. Upon hearing Lin Feng's query, the crowd began to offer their thoughts and opinions. If they wished to conceal from the mainlanders that electricity was being utilized normally here, they could indeed adopt a more prudent approach. This would involve minimizing the use of power in conspicuous locations. In essence, to ensure the future utilization of electricity without apprehension, all establishments visible from the mainland should cease their operations. Upon reflection, Lin Feng realized that if this strategy were to be implemented, only the northern island would have electricity, while the southern island would remain entirely devoid of it. This contradicted his previous aspirations for both islands to thrive harmoniously, with electricity available for all. Consequently, another suggestion arose, to obscure the brightly lit areas with boards. This notion bore resemblance to Lin Feng's earlier consideration. However, it would serve as an obvious indicator, drawing even greater attention from the other side. Ultimately, after much deliberation, it became evident that no satisfactory solution existed, for this posed a formidable conundrum. Lin Feng then solicited the group's opinions. If no alternative could be found, they might as well proceed with normal electricity usage. In the evenings, the southern island could illuminate its lights, yet to avert the attraction of mutated sea creatures, street lights and bright electrical lights would remain prohibited. Should the southern island's residences require power, they could draw their curtains for privacy. As for streetlights, illumination could be permitted at several strategic locations, providing light without overwhelming brilliance. The consensus deemed this approach feasible, as it appeared to be the only viable option. Thus, after thorough discussion, it was resolved that the southern island would utilize electricity as normal. During the night, it was crucial to draw the curtains in particularly significant areas while illuminating streetlights to prevent excessive darkness. Elsewhere, streetlights would remain extinguished. Should the personnel from the mainland base take notice, there would be no need for further concealment. Eventually, Jinxing Island would be fully unveiled before all bases, revealing the flourishing state of the island under Lin Feng's stewardship. As long as the people united, they could ensure a stable living environment amidst the apocalypse. However, this plan was merely a temporary consideration, and the future remained uncertain. For now, Lin Feng could implement this strategy. Moreover, once the southern island commenced normal electricity usage, it was inevitable that personnel from the mainland would visit, only the timing was uncertain. Therefore, the defensive measures here required reinforcement. Given the current defensive strategies, preventing the other side from sending investigators was entirely feasible. The only remaining question was whether the mainlanders possessed firearms or long-range attack capabilities. Lin Feng inquired about the individuals on the island, seeking their knowledge of the base on the mainland and whether any long-range weaponry was present there. After his inquiries, a representative from the dock company on the mainland stood up to address him. He informed Lin Feng that directly opposite the island was a passenger terminal, where vessels were exceedingly antiquated and devoid of any offensive weaponry. Nearby, there were either amusement parks, residential areas, or vacation resorts, none of which housed heavy artillery or long-range weaponry. Therefore, the base on the mainland posed no threat of launching a remote attack on their location. However, further afield lay a freight terminal, which presented a more complex scenario. While it should not typically harbor long-range weapons, hazardous materials were indeed present. The potential for their use remained uncertain. Armed with this information, Lin Feng concluded that the passenger terminal and freight terminal were both free from heavy weaponry and long-range arms. The warship stationed on the island, essential for certain maritime operations, was the only vessel capable of long-range attacks, and it had now become part of Lin Feng's storage. With the absence of remote weaponry from the adversary, there was no cause for concern. The rudimentary defenses surrounding the island, coupled with the modified artillery stationed there, were more than sufficient for protection. Should the enemy indeed deploy their warships, Lin Feng planned to mobilize his own enhanced vessels from the eastern island. Even in the presence of an aircraft carrier, Lin Feng felt confident in his fleet's combat capabilities and numbers, rendering fear unnecessary. Moreover, if the enemy truly possessed an aircraft carrier, they would likely lack the audacity to venture forth for reconnaissance. Once this understanding was reached, the group dispersed, agreeing to commence preparations at the factory on the southern island the following day. Those tasked with capturing fishing vessels would depart early from the northern island's dock, heading toward the vicinity of the eastern island for resupply. The next morning, the fishermen from the northern island set off at dawn, with Lin Feng observing their departure from the dock. To ensure their safety, he equipped each of them with a silenced, powerful handgun. He instructed them on its use, advising that they simply aim and fire should they encounter wild beasts. It was prudent for them to leave behind their intended locations, enabling Lin Feng and others on the island to track their whereabouts. Although the speedboats were outfitted with positioning devices, Lin Feng currently lacked the means to monitor them through his system. Without leaving a trace of their location or having communication devices, their movement would raise suspicion. As the fishing vessels departed, the remaining individuals made their way to the factory on the southern island. Under the guidance of a few seasoned employees, everyone swiftly grasped the handling methods for each stage and process. Moreover, as these were essential supplies and food items, everyone approached the preparations with utmost seriousness, excelling in both disinfection and cleanliness. Once the fishing vessels return, they can commence their work. The team has already devised a plan. The initial batch of fish will be transformed into various types of fish cakes or fish meatballs, ensuring that these items serve as both staple foods and culinary delights. Furthermore, once cooked, they will be easy to preserve, representing an optimal choice for long-term consumption and storage. Chapter 171 Collective Life. This wait lasted for the entire morning. As noon approached, the fishing boats finally returned. Upon receiving the news, the personnel responsible for receiving on South Island hurriedly made their way to North Island. However, they soon discovered that, in an effort to expedite the transport of the fishing vessels to the south, they had taken a considerable detour, navigating through numerous defenses, encircling most of the island before arriving at the southern dock. This time, the 3 boats were laden with an abundant catch, and the sheer volume of fish exhilarated everyone. They were taken aback by the unexpected bounty, as typically a single boat would not even be filled. Yet, astonishingly, 3 boats were brimming with fish. While joy permeated the air, Lin Feng felt a twinge of concern. At this time, large schools of fish would not normally congregate, as their gathering could easily attract predation from mutated beasts. Thus, it was likely that these fish had been driven to this vicinity by some predatory creatures lurking in the depths of the sea. The reason behind their presence near the island remained an enigma. Moreover, no significant waves were observed in the distance. Lin Feng could only grasp a fraction of the situation. While everyone busied themselves with unloading the catch, Lin Feng approached several individuals from the fishing crew to inquire about any peculiar phenomena they might have encountered while at sea. He asked if there had been any unusual occurrences, such as a lack of sea breeze despite the presence of large waves, or strange patterns in the movement of the fish. Reflecting on Lin Feng's inquiry, the fishermen acknowledged that the quantity of fish captured that day was indeed extraordinary, which struck them as odd. They had previously ventured to East Island, but had never experienced such a bountiful yield. Caught up in their initial joy, it was only upon Lin Feng's questioning that they recognized there was something amiss. Yet, they could not pinpoint the reason. Merely noting the sudden abundance of fish and the calm sea, devoid of any strange disturbances. Upon hearing their accounts, Lin Feng nodded in understanding, concluding that it was likely not the work of large mutated sea creatures, but rather the actions of lesser mutated beasts driving the fish into this area. Or perhaps the influence of volcanic activity beneath the sea. This realization sparked an idea in Lin Feng's mind. If the tremors from underwater volcanoes could cause the fish to cluster, perhaps a similar technique could be employed to influence the movement of fish during their captures, thereby increasing their yield. While the notion was promising, it required patience and careful timing. Once the fish were delivered to the factory, everyone set about their tasks with fervor. Although it was midday, and one would expect a break for lunch, the urgency to process the fish swiftly drove them to suppress their hunger and dive into the work at hand. Initially, they found themselves struggling to adapt. Despite having received explanations, the actual execution felt somewhat clumsy and fraught with trepidation. However, just half an hour later, they discovered that the operation was not as daunting as they had imagined. Furthermore, their inherent understanding of fish and the tactile familiarity gradually adapted. Within merely half an hour, everyone was proficiently operating along the production line. Ultimately, the fish balls and fish cakes produced were remarkably preservable, yielding a quantity equivalent to 2 vessels. If these were to be evenly distributed among the people, each individual could savor them for an extended period. However, not every household could consume such an abundance. Thus, after equitable distribution based on population, each residence was equipped with a refrigerator for storage. Although this method ensured equal sharing, some individuals reflected that it might not be ideal. They proposed that all produced goods be stored in the factory's large cold storage warehouse. When meals were needed, everyone could gather together, akin to a cafeteria, allowing for a unified distribution of food that would minimize waste and ensure reasonable allocation. This approach would prevent anyone from taking more than their share, while guaranteeing that all would be well fed. This notion received unanimous approval from the group, leaving Lin Feng with no grounds for dissent. While there were drawbacks to this arrangement, they were almost negligible given the current small population. Collective dining issues typically arise only when numbers swell. Presently, with fewer individuals and a shared commitment to building the island, everyone was devoid of selfish motives, and this behavior fostered a sense of security. That evening, during dinner, everyone was exceedingly joyful, relishing their first harmonious, united, and lively meal since the onset of the apocalypse. After a day of diligent work, Lin Feng encouraged everyone to rest well in the hotel. Additionally, those interested could consider the hotel near the South Island dock as their future residence. This was Lin Feng's initial vision. Cohabitation would facilitate timely access to water, electricity, food, resource distribution, and communication. In contrast, dispersing to the North Island would complicate prompt notifications in case of emergencies. While dining, Lin Feng shared his thoughts, and the consensus was that this arrangement would indeed enhance safety. Moreover, the South Island dock boasted the strongest defenses and the best visibility, allowing for collective resistance in the event of any issues. Consequently, it was decided that they would spend the night there and return to the North Island the following day to gather their belongings and relocate. They would assess the remaining vacant land on the North Island to determine future actions. Ideally, they would restore previous agricultural practices, ensuring food production without worry. The South Island would serve as a residential area and a hub for factory processing and electricity generation, while the North Island would focus on cultivation and the production of other essential goods. By separating the two areas yet fostering cooperation, they would guarantee self-sufficiency for the inhabitants of Jianqing Island. As evening descended, everyone settled into the hotel, taking the opportunity to choose their preferred floors and rooms for their extended stay. Once their selections were made, these spaces would become their long-term residences. However, that night, an intriguing event unfolded upon the surface of the sea. A small vessel, shrouded in darkness, stealthily navigated along the coastline, inching closer to the bases. Unbeknownst to anyone on Chongqing Island, the personnel stationed along the shore remained oblivious to the vessel's presence. Yet, when dawn broke the following day, several bases on land erupted into chaos. Chapter 172. Growth. A new day has dawned, and the inhabitants of Jianqing Island are bustling about with their relocation efforts. On the northern side of the island, following the cataclysmic events of the apocalypse, it has become evident that the only possessions worth retaining, aside from a few essential supplies, are few and far between. As families prepare to move, they gather their most treasured belongings, important materials, silver jewelry, and cherished garments. Fortunately, weapons are abundant on the southern island, allowing for a swift transition. Families, whether consisting of 2 or 3 members, can transport their belongings in a single trip, while those moving alone carry even less. The atmosphere on Jianqing Island is one of exuberance as everyone engages in the moving process. However, at the nearby coastal bases, unsettling events transpire that leave the populace in shock. Last night, a small boat, which had been drifting along the coastline, was discovered this morning near the passenger terminal. Observers noted that the vessel was deserted, save for a scattering of shell-like substances. Initially, it was assumed that someone had ventured out under the cover of darkness to forage for shellfish or fish, a common occurrence that elicited little concern among the patrolling guards. Yet, as the clock approached 9 o'clock, the situation took a disconcerting turn. In the early hours, around 5 o'clock, the boat had been spotted by patrols. But no one was aboard, and only a handful of shells were present. However, upon returning to the dock for another inspection, the patrols were taken aback to discover that the boat was now encased in a dense mass of barnacle-like entities. These creatures, evidently mutated, bore a resemblance to barnacles but exhibited significant differences, interspersed with substances akin to oyster shells. Had these peculiarities only been found along the coastal rocks, it might not have raised alarm. Yet, the rapid proliferation of these entities on the boat, which had been sparse just hours earlier, now surrounded the entire vessel. Moreover, some of these creatures were even spotted creeping along the dock itself. The guards, struck by a sense of acute anxiety, promptly reported the unsettling scene to their superiors. However, as the chain of command processed the information, it was not until midday that the leaders of the bases, sensing something amiss, were informed of the situation, by which time several hours had already elapsed. Upon their arrival at the terminal, they were met with a shocking sight. The entire area where the dock met the sea was now teeming with this anomalous substance, some of which was visibly in motion, inching its way toward the shore. The implications of this discovery extend beyond the dock itself, as its significance is well understood by the community. While the dock holds substantial importance, no one would readily relinquish ownership of such a critical location, thus ensuring that the struggle for control remains steadfast. Thus, at this juncture, the passenger terminal has become a shared location among several bases. When issues arise here, individuals from other bases flock to investigate, and upon discovering the situation, they are left in utter shock. The dock is ensconced in these entities, rendering it utterly unusable, and their rapid propagation appears to be ongoing. This phenomenon has confirmed that these creatures are mutated organisms. Although diminutive in size and incapable of inflicting harm upon humans, their reproduction rate is alarmingly swift, and they are slowly encroaching inland. Should they come into contact with other entities, eradication will prove exceedingly challenging. Among these bases, there exist some mutated individuals who, utilizing their own strength and tools, endeavor to eliminate the creatures that have already crawled ashore. However, when they attempt to clear these organisms, they discover that the adhesion of these entities to the shore is remarkably strong. Furthermore, these creatures secrete a substance that exhibits a mild corrosive property. Although the corrosiveness is relatively weak, when provoked, the collective secretion resembles a robust impact akin to a metal rod striking a puddle. Instantly, the potent force sends the secreted substance splattering everywhere. While the corrosive nature of these secretions is feeble, it poses a threat to the surface and the iron tools. Upon contact with human skin, it instantaneously generates white smoke, akin to sulfuric acid, corroding the dermis. This alarming occurrence instills fear in the surrounding wildlings, compelling them to retreat. Everyone begins to return to their respective bases, employing every available means to annihilate these entities without provoking any liquid splashes. The individuals at the shore contemplate utilizing flames for incineration. Within the passenger terminal lies a warehouse stocked with fuel required by incoming and outgoing vessels. They proceed to douse the parasitic creatures with this fuel and set them ablaze. Although the results are commendable, the process is somewhat sluggish in halting their advance. Complete annihilation proves elusive, and after incineration, the hardened shells of these mutated barnacle-like organisms become breeding grounds for new monstrosities. This cycle perpetuates, leading to an ever-thickening accumulation at the shore. Meanwhile, individuals from other bases contemplate employing chemical agents, reasoning that since the liquid exuded by these entities possesses corrosive qualities, they might utilize even more potent corrosives. Some audacious souls approach the creatures and procure pH test strips, ultimately discovering that the secreted liquid is alkaline. Consequently, personnel from the bases scavenge nearby warehouses for chemical reagents, including hydrochloric acid, sulfuric acid, and other strong acids. The dispersal of these substances proves effective against the creatures, albeit the resultant white smoke is exceedingly noxious, leading to several individuals succumbing to poisoning on the spot. The emergence of these phenomena even led them to ponder whether it was a deliberate tactic employed by the mutated beasts to confront the humans onshore. The white smoke was gradually dispersed by the sea breeze, exhibiting remarkable efficacy. However, the considerable quantity of chemical substances required for such an application was overwhelming, and they appeared unable to sustain such extensive usage. Furthermore, even if the effects were indeed potent, their reserves were insufficient, plunging the dock workers into a state of sheer panic. A multitude of individuals began to migrate to other regions, only to encounter zombies along the way or in the dilapidated neighborhoods of the interior. Thus, with zombies in front and mutated beasts behind, these people felt as though their lives were approaching an inevitable conclusion. Chapter 173, Parasites. What is most terrifying is that these monstrous entities can actually parasitize human bodies. During the cleanup operation, some personnel from the base inadvertently came into contact with these creatures. Although they were not corroded, these entities lashed onto their legs, refusing to be dislodged. It was as if they had rooted themselves, completely parasitizing the human form. This incident was a rare occurrence, yet it instilled profound panic among the base's inhabitants. Those who had initially surged forward to eradicate these beings began to falter, slowly retreating. The dispersed substances, whether chemical agents or fuel, were rendered ineffective due to their retreat, leading to significant wastage of both chemical agents and fuel. Such a situation left the leaders of the base in a state of acute anxiety, especially as those fleeing encountered zombies behind them. Faced with challenges from both directions, they found themselves at a loss, compelled to collaborate in search of a solution. However, as they exchanged information, they realized that each base was grappling with identical circumstances. In an instant, several small bases at the passenger terminal were engulfed in chaos. Amidst the turmoil, some individuals gradually regained their composure, observing that these entities moved with great sluggishness, merely transforming one another into hosts for parasitic growth. They noted that chemical substances had the most devastating effect on these creatures, despite the limited quantity available. Fortunately, nearby there lay a food storage facility abundant with agricultural agents, some meant for preservation while others were pesticides stored for a nearby cultivation base. They resolved to utilize these pesticides in hopes of curbing the growth rate of the parasitic entities. Previous encounters with mutated beasts had shown that, despite mutations, their toxin resistance remained relatively low, only slightly superior to that of ordinary organisms. The warehouse contained a vast quantity of toxic substances, and although intended for agricultural use, their potency was considerable if not diluted. Seizing the opportunity, someone proposed this method, and without hesitation, the group sprang into action. Some personnel were assigned to clear the zombies outside, providing cover for others, while the majority rushed to the warehouse to transport the pesticides. Upon their return, they immediately scattered the agents along the edge of the dock. Fortuitously, the concentration of these powders did indeed slow the growth of the mutated beasts. However, the pesticides merely formed a temporary barrier. The mutated entities were not fully obstructed, merely held at bay. Once the immediate threat had subsided, they began to reflect on how this incident had transpired. The personnel tasked with patrolling the dock promptly reported their observations. Yet, upon hearing the accounts, a sense of perplexity arose, as the reports from the two patrol teams did not align at all. One individual recounted that around 5 a.m., the vessel appeared pristine, devoid of any human presence or aquatic life, save for a scattering of shells. Although not particularly attentive, it was clear that the boat was exceedingly small, incapable of harboring such a vast number of aberrant creatures. The second team, which conducted patrols around 9 a.m., attested that upon their discovery, those creatures had already ascended the steps to the shore. Upon hearing this, no one expressed doubt, as they were aware that the behavior and rapid growth of these mutated beings indicated a remarkably swift reproductive rate and a tendency to parasitize one another. Furthermore, a member from one of the bases reported that an individual had become infected by one of these aberrations, which subsequently proliferated upon his leg. Within a mere half hour, his leg was entirely consumed by the creature, leaving him with no choice but to end his own life with a gunshot. However, his corpse continued to be overtaken by the parasites. The leaders of several bases were immediately alarmed by this revelation. They had never anticipated that these seemingly diminutive aberrations would pose such a significant threat. With no viable solution at hand, they could only deliberate on how to evacuate. Though the question remained, where could they possibly retreat to? Simultaneously, on the southern island of Jianqing Island, the patrolling personnel utilized binoculars to survey the situation on the shore. Thanks to Lin Feng's presence, this batch of patrollers had been issued new, high-magnification, ultra-clear binoculars. From their position, they frequently observed the attire and actions of the patrolling personnel across the dock with remarkable clarity. Although each individual was equipped with a pair, they hesitated to use them. During patrols, they operated in groups of 5, opting to share one among them while safeguarding the others. Through their observations, they discerned that something was amiss at the passenger terminal on land. Flames consumed the area, dense clouds of smoke billowed forth, and chaos reigned. Initially, they suspected an internal conflict. However, just as they were about to report, the observers sensed something was off. If it were indeed an internal strife, why were they continually directed toward the sea? The observers speculated an attack by the mutated creatures, yet their binoculars revealed no sign of large aberrations. Upon closer inspection, however, they discovered that the dark forms along the dock were indeed terrifying. Adjusting the magnification to its maximum, they confirmed that those entities were a multitude of shell-like aberrations. The personnel at the passenger terminal were desperately attempting to eliminate these creatures, employing fire and corrosive substances as their methods. Once the patrolling observers ascertained the situation, they promptly reported back to Lin Feng. Upon receiving the news, Lin Feng was equally astonished. It seemed peculiar that the aberrations were solely targeting the dock. Logically, these mutated beings would not arbitrarily direct their actions solely at the terminal without some underlying cause provoking them. However, the observers concluded that they were merely resisting and found nothing unusual. In light of this, Lin Feng instructed all patrol personnel, aside from the factory workers, to intensify their patrols and remain vigilant regarding the currents to prevent a similar situation from arising on Jianqing Island. Lin Feng sensed that something was amiss. Thus, as a precaution, he decided to deploy some tankas along the shore. Given that this was an attack by mutated beasts, the powers of these tankas should suffice. Nonetheless, it was imperative to ascertain what had transpired over there and the underlying cause of this catastrophe. Chapter 174. The sudden appearance of a person. Lin Feng instructed his patrolling personnel to remain vigilant regarding any movements along the shore. Should there be any indication of vessels departing from that area, utmost caution must be exercised. It was still daylight, and the sea breeze was present, dispersing the individuals there, despite the significant smoke billowing up, which did not drift in their direction. Furthermore, his subordinates had reported that they were engaged in combating a multitude of mutated beasts using fire, while others had seemingly employed some substances that generated a copious amount of white smoke. Lin Feng surmised that they might be utilizing certain chemical agents, as these mutated beasts, being of a parasitic shellfish type from the ocean, required specific methods for containment. Employing fire was indeed one approach, yet it merely addressed the symptoms rather than the root cause. Chemical substances could effectively exterminate these creatures on a larger scale. However, it appeared they lacked sufficient quantities of such chemicals for eradication. Were Lin Feng present on site, his augmented chemical agents stored in his spatial storage would undoubtedly annihilate all the mutated beasts along the shore. He found it perplexing that these mutated beasts seemed to congregate at specific locations only after receiving certain stimuli. suggesting they were drawn by something. But what could attract these shellfish-type mutants? Was it possible they were under some form of control? The notion of controlling mutated creatures was unfamiliar to him. He had never encountered such phenomena before. Thus, he concluded that they must be lured by some entities. Contemplating further, he recognized that understanding the biological characteristics of these creatures was essential for attraction. Based on the nature of marine life, shellfish might be particularly susceptible to certain chemical substances. Lin Feng pondered whether this indicated that someone had deliberately employed specific materials to entice these beings toward the shore. Yet, it seemed that the bases in question had not engaged in any prior conflicts or grievances with others. Moreover, it appeared that the bases along the shore had simultaneously experienced this predicament, suggesting it was not a mere coincidence but rather a deliberate occurrence. Lin Feng continued to find this situation perplexing and instructed his personnel to maintain their surveillance. Shortly thereafter, the patrolling officers informed him that the shoreline had seemed quite normal that morning, with no apparent issues, and there were reports of individuals returning from the sea. Lin Feng did not dwell on this information but focused on fortifying their defenses in preparation for any potential incursions by the mutated beasts. Here on Jinqing Island, the transition between the sea and land was remarkably gentle, necessitating rapid deployment of chemical agents to shield against the mutated beasts effectively. However, the seawater may dilute these substances, leading to pollution in the surrounding waters. The most effective solution would be to incinerate them completely. Fortunately, Lin Feng's storage space is sufficiently stocked with fuel. As Lin Feng contemplated what measures to take if problems were discovered here, he suddenly recalled something said by one of his subordinates. This individual mentioned that earlier that morning, he had noticed someone returning from the sea. Lin Feng promptly made his way to the vicinity of the dock to inquire about how he knew that the base across had dispatched personnel that morning. The patrolling officer reflected for a moment and explained that during his morning rounds, he had used binoculars to observe a small boat docked at the opposite pier. Although he could not discern what was on the vessel, he remembered that the boats had been clustered together in that area the previous day, making this solitary wooden boat seem rather unusual. According to the fishing habits of those from Jinqing Island and the mainland, it was likely that the boat had set out for fishing the night before and had returned that morning, hence its current berth. Upon hearing this, and recalling that the mainland base had encountered issues that very morning, Lin Feng seemed to have an epiphany. He instructed the patrolling personnel to remain vigilant and find several secure locations to conceal themselves during their rounds, minimizing movement to avoid detection. The morning fog provided some cover, rendering them invisible to the adversary. However, as it was now past 2 o'clock, if the enemy were observing, they would notice movement in the area. Thus, Lin Feng first ordered those responsible for patrol and monitoring the dock to find hiding spots. They were to carefully observe the situation on the mainland. He also dispatched individuals to don clothing that blended with the island's colors, moving slowly to avoid detection, and to inform everyone in the factory to remain there temporarily after finishing their work. Once Lin Feng had completed his observations, he would allow movement. Upon receiving the orders, the team immediately coordinated their efforts. The patrol personnel were familiar with the area, knowing where to hide while maintaining a good vantage point to monitor the opposite side. Those tasked with relaying messages swiftly navigated through the buildings, using back routes to reach the factory and convey Lin Feng's instructions. Although the workers in the factory were unaware of the events unfolding on the mainland, they nodded in agreement upon hearing Lin Feng's command. Given that it was still production time, they had little leisure to wander outside. They had already completed the moving process in the morning, and the afternoon was dedicated to hastening their work. While yesterday's items had been manufactured, some could still undergo further processing. That morning, Lin Feng had stocked the factory with an abundance of seasonings, packed in boxes. They could utilize the existing finished products, enhancing them with these seasonings to create diverse flavors, ensuring that everyone could enjoy their meals without the worry of monotony. With everyone diligently engaged in food production, no one ventured outside. As for Lin Feng, he ascended to the pinnacle of the southern island's mountains, meticulously observing the situation through the most powerful telescope available. If his deductions were accurate, the small vessel must have been rowed over by someone the previous night. The fact that it managed to infiltrate the base unnoticed suggests that there may be an escape route from another location, and this individual might have originally been affiliated with the personnel of the land-based bases. The aggressive behavior of these mutated beasts towards the terrestrial bases is likely connected to this person. If this theory holds true, then Jinqing Island must urgently establish robust defenses to prevent a recurrence of such incidents. Chapter 175. A call for help. Lin Feng stood atop the highest peak of the southern island, keenly observing the situation on the mainland. Through the powerful telescope in his hands, he was able to discern the landing conditions across the expanse. Fortunately, no personnel from the base had suffered any losses. However, The damage inflicted by the mutated beasts on the entire dock was profoundly severe. These aberrant creatures had been crawling along the periphery of the dock, their bodies teeming with parasitic organisms that replicated incessantly. These parasites secreted a viscous slime, which, as Lin Feng observed through his telescope, had only a minor corrosive effect on the structures along the dock's edge. Yet, the sheer volume of this corrosive substance accumulating in one place was alarming. As Lin Feng scrutinized the scene, he witnessed significant areas of concrete along the dock's edge crumbling and deteriorating. This further underscored the formidable nature of these mutated beasts. The dock now extended over 400 meters, yet these creatures clustered solely around a specific walkway, their influence radiating to the two bases flanking either side. This walkway was the most frequented route, and its damage had rendered travel inconvenient for personnel at the adjacent bases. Consequently, many bases rallied to provide assistance. Lin Feng also noted, through his telescope, individuals fleeing only to encounter zombies in their path. However, his focus was not on the distressing plight of these bases, but rather on uncovering the fate of those who had sought refuge within. Based on the condition of the mutated beasts and their rapid reproduction rate, it was likely that the individuals inside had become infected with similar parasitic entities. If Lin Feng's conjecture held true, those individuals would now be unrecognizable as humans, having succumbed to the parasitism of the mutated beasts. While Lin Feng continued his observation, the bases on the mainland were momentarily catching their breath. They had employed a significant quantity of pesticide powder to impede the advance of the mutated beasts. Yet, this was merely a temporary reprieve. It could not eradicate the creatures in the short term. As they recuperated, they were compelled to devise a strategy to confront these threats. They were not oblivious to the implications of the ship's arrival. It was evident that a vessel had not drifted to their shores without reason, especially one laden with so many mutated beasts. Some recalled the earlier distress signals indicating that the structures on the opposite island had succumbed to parasitic shellfish. Hence, speculation arose. Could this ship have drifted from Jinqing Island? This notion garnered substantial agreement, as they had witnessed the previous appeals for help, thus attributing the blame to Jinqing Island. Yet, some countered, questioning the feasibility of the scenario. How could a solitary survivor from Jinqing Island possibly commandeer a ship to transport the mutated beasts? Furthermore, considering the rate at which these mutated beasts propagate, how can one ensure that the creatures aboard this vessel remain entirely dormant until their arrival? It is said that the individual voicing dissent hails from another base, leading to a heated debate, with accusations of them advocating for the interests of Jinqing Island. Nevertheless, upon closer inspection, the discourse from both parties converges on a singular inquiry. Why has the ship materialized here? If the vessel from Jinqing Island were uncrewed, there would be no guarantee of its docking at this pier. Analyzing the ocean currents indicates that the ship should ultimately drift towards a downstream location. Certainly not to this passenger terminal. To navigate from Jinqing Island to this point necessitates traversing against the current at a consistent 45-degree angle, a feat impossible for a powerless wooden craft. As some individuals approached these matters with calm analysis, the notion began to dissipate. Yet, the conundrum arises: this vessel, devoid of propulsion, has inexplicably reached this location. Judging by its docking trajectory, it must have glided in from downstream, implying that someone aboard was exerting considerable effort to paddle. However, the same quandary persists. This ship harbors mutated beasts, specifically parasitic shellfish. The morning patrol reported the presence of a few scattered shell-like entities on board, suggesting that someone indeed rode here, already tainted by these mutated creatures. Yet, the rapid infestation did not occur unless the individual possessed something capable of suppressing the beasts. Alternatively, it could be posited that this person bore something that attracted the shellfish, drawing them toward this vicinity. When this theory was proposed, a profound silence enveloped the others, for this possibility bore the greatest weight of truth. After all, the personnel patrolling the pier were not dispatched from a singular base. This dock is a shared asset among several nearby installations. Thus, the patrol team comprises representatives from each base. The discoveries made along the shore in the morning were corroborated by all, ensuring no discrepancies in the accounts. Consequently, the final hypothesis resonated with collective expectations and aligned more closely with the factual reality. Everyone resolved to seize the opportunity presented by the lull to return to their respective bases and ascertain if similar individuals had been observed. Judging by the movements of the individual in question, it is likely that they too have been contaminated by numerous mutated beasts. If they possess something that can mitigate the effects, it stands to reason that such items would have fallen in transit, leading to the emergence of mutated beasts within the base. Caution was advised as they sought traces of the individual's whereabouts. Subsequently, they planned to devise a means to dispatch a call for assistance to more distant bases. Should aid be forthcoming, it would be most advantageous, as the accessibility of this dock could draw more individuals willing to offer assistance. although the two adjacent bases have yet to incur significant damage. If the mutated beasts remain unaddressed, these two locations will be the first to suffer. They must hasten their pace. For the personnel at other bases are equally filled with trepidation upon hearing these speculations. They have witnessed firsthand the rapid reproductive capabilities of these mutated shell creatures, which only amplifies their fears, compelling them to act in unison and scour their respective bases in search of the so-called individuals who have arrived here. In their desperate plea for assistance, they resorted to the most primitive method, the deployment of signal flares. In a post-apocalyptic world, intentionally releasing a signal flare attracts a horde of zombies, yet simultaneously alerts the surrounding bases to the predicament at hand. This method is employed solely as a last resort. Although fraught with peril, it remains the swiftest means of summoning aid. Dispatching individuals to venture outward poses its own challenges, apart from the question of speed. The multitude of zombies encountered en route presents an insurmountable obstacle. In their quest to swiftly eradicate the calamity wrought by these mutated beasts, they are left with no choice but to take this most reluctant course of action. Chapter 176, Seizing the Opportunity on Jinxing Island. New defensive measures were established along the shore. Following Lin Feng's directives, additional tanka were strategically placed at the boundary where land meets sea, ensuring that upon the approach of mutated beasts, these devices would be immediately triggered. The mutated beasts themselves are a consequence of viral infections that emerged during the apocalypse, resulting in their aberrations. The influence of the virus upon them is cyclical. The distinction between mutated beasts, zombies, and human aberrants lies in the fact that the latter can control their own powers at will. In contrast, zombies and mutated beasts lack such control. Their entire bodily functions are driven by unique abilities, keeping them perpetually ensnared in an energy loop. Should zombies or mutated beasts come into contact with these tanka, the interaction with their energy would inevitably cause the tanka to shatter, thereby unleashing various capabilities contained within. Lin Feng's placement of these devices along the shore was a precautionary measure against the sudden appearance of mutated beasts, and he harbored deep suspicions regarding the recent large-scale assaults at the passenger terminal, an act that was undoubtedly orchestrated by someone with malicious intent. Meanwhile, at the land terminal, two bases were operating independently. Some bases commenced the search for suspicious individuals within their confines, while others sought ways to provide assistance elsewhere. The firing of signal flares indeed attracted attention. However, the extent of their impact remained uncertain. The mere discharge of a signal flare indicated the potential for attracting more zombies to the location. Other bases had noted the appearance of signal flares but were oblivious to the events unfolding at the terminal. The use of signal flares to communicate withdrawal is a tactic employed solely in moments of dire urgency during the apocalypse. At the terminal, all appeared tranquil. Although some had observed thick smoke billowing from the area, no sounds of battle or artillery fire were discernible. Those investigating and scavenging for resources nearby merely witnessed individuals fleeing. Consequently, personnel from other bases speculated that an internal conflict had erupted at the terminal, as such unrest typically does not warrant the use of firearms. Numerous bases inhabited the terminal area, yet each was relatively small, housing only a limited number of individuals. The occurrence of internal strife within one such base would hold little significance for its similarly sized neighbor. In an apocalypse where ensuring one's own safety and survival is a formidable challenge, who would willingly intervene in the affairs of others without cause? Thus, while the signal flares had been unexpectedly discharged, they perceived the incident as merely an internal discord, yet found the circumstances somewhat peculiar. They believed their feelings to be justified. The internal strife within the opposing faction led them to seek assistance, driven by a fear of death that compelled them to resort to such measures. However, they were well aware that signal flares typically rested in the hands of the leaders of the bases. At the passenger dock, although there were numerous leaders from various bases, their fame and faces were familiar. They had engaged in dealings before the apocalypse, and those who could still be regarded as leaders in such dire times possessed a certain level of genuine skill. It seemed implausible that they would deliberately use a signal flare to solicit help due to an internal conflict. This situation felt amiss. Yet there was little information available for them to comprehend further. When the distress signal was dispatched, others arrived at different locations, seeking assistance. Those who came to help appeared to harbor ulterior motives. One base deployed 2 mutated individuals to the dock to assess the situation, hoping to capitalize on the chaos to gain some advantage. The right to utilize the dock for maritime ventures was of utmost importance. Although any suitable location along the coastline allowed for vessels to set sail, the dock itself housed the ships, which were essential for seafaring. Thus, their singular aim in assisting was to secure the dock's usage rights and procure a separate vessel for themselves. The deployment of the 2 mutated individuals was solely for this ultimate objective. Other personnel from the bases also sent mutated individuals, hoping to profit from the turmoil. Consequently, after the signal flare was launched, 6 mutated individuals appeared at the dock 2 hours later, dispatched by 4 different bases. Upon reaching the dock base, they had already cleared a considerable number of zombies along the way. The base personnel, while relieved to see them arrive and grateful for the assistance, were nonetheless apprehensive. The mutated beasts they faced were parasitic in nature, consisting of densely packed, diminutive shell-like creatures, suggesting that these mutated individuals might possess limited capabilities. Furthermore, had they been fully aware of the situation at the dock, it was likely that more personnel would have been sent with supplies to aid in the cleanup. What then was the purpose of sending these mutated individuals? Upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, the personnel at the dock were dismayed. For this assistance did little to alleviate their plight against the mutated beasts. The newly arrived mutated individuals, noticing the somber expressions of the base personnel, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Although the bases at the dock had their own mutated individuals, their ranks were not particularly high, and they were fairly comparable in number. With the arrival of 6 mutated individuals to assist in resolving their predicament, the dock personnel's unfriendly demeanor was perceived as disdain. These mutated individuals pondered the nature of the internal strife. What exactly were these individuals afraid of? What audacity and capability did they possess that allowed them to treat them with such contempt? One of the mutants bellowed at the personnel of the base, asserting that they were utterly lacking in manners. These individuals had slaughtered numerous zombies along their journey to assist in resolving their dilemmas, yet instead of witnessing scenes of camaraderie, they were met with disdainful expressions. What was the purpose of their distress signal, if not to humiliate them? Were they lured here merely to be eradicated? Paving the way for dominion? The mutant spoke with increasing rudeness, presuming superiority due to his identity as a mutant, displaying an arrogance that disregarded the gravity of the situation. Even within the confines of another S-base, he showed no consideration for the potential machinations at play, only seeking to elevate his own status. Chapter 177. Misunderstanding the situation. The individuals from the various bases at the dock were struck by a mix of astonishment and indignation upon hearing the words of these mutants. Their astonishment stemmed from the fact that the mutants held themselves in such high regard, speaking without a hint of courtesy. They had come here to offer assistance. And although the distress signal had originated from these individuals, the mutants should have adopted a more humble demeanor upon arriving, recognizing it as a collaborative and salvific endeavor rather than an opportunity to flaunt their power. Their indignation was further fueled by the fact that the mutants had clearly misinterpreted the situation. Despite the apparent chaos within the base, there were no signs of bloodshed or battle scars. Any discerning observer could ascertain that the events unfolding within the base were not the result of internal strife. Yet, this hot-tempered individual insisted that a civil conflict had occurred, justifying their intervention, all the while displaying a complete lack of courtesy. If there had indeed been an internal conflict, why would there be a need for such an extraordinary distress signal? It was evident that a far graver issue had transpired. Yet the mutants perceived the situation merely as a case of infighting. This suggested that they were utterly ignorant of the true circumstances at hand. Their fervent arrival, seemingly to assist, belied their complete lack of understanding regarding the events that had transpired in the base. By hastily concluding that an internal conflict had taken place, one could only speculate that their motives for assistance were driven by self-interest. However, what potential gain could there be at the dock? The only significant concern for outsiders would be the rights to access the dock and the utilization of vessels. It became increasingly clear to the dock's inhabitants that the mutants' intentions were far from altruistic. They were merely seizing the opportunity for plunder. In a moment of collective realization, one individual from the base broke the silence and questioned the purpose of the mutants' presence. The mutants, still grappling with their own indignation, felt as though nothing had occurred here. The audacity of these individuals to confront them only heightened their fury, making their efforts seem futile and unappreciated. Yet, among the mutants, there were those who maintained their composure. 2 individuals, observing their surroundings, noted the absence of any signs of internal conflict. Instead, the billowing smoke emanated from the dock's edge, suggesting that the source of trouble lay there, likely the result of an attack by mutated beasts. Upon realizing the likelihood of an external assault, they reflected on the earlier remarks made by their companion. They understood why the base's inhabitants were responding with hostility. The individual had arrived without grasping the true purpose of their visit and had inadvertently offended the dock's residents. While the base had suffered an attack, the mutants had mistakenly assumed it to be a case of internal discord, their arrogance plainly evident. In the vicinity of the docks, the inhabitants of these bases coexisted harmoniously, each guarding their respective territories while collectively utilizing the dock without any discord. This exemplifies the camaraderie among them. However, at this moment, they found themselves under siege by mutated beasts, prompting all individuals from the bases to assemble and unite against this common threat. Should anyone be uncertain about the purpose of their assistance, it would have sufficed to inquire directly. Yet, those who spoke thoughtlessly not only offended their hosts but also trivialized the calamity befalling the bases. The fact that the inhabitants did not expel them was a testament to their restraint. Two composed individuals stepped forward, offering their apologies to the leaders of the bases. Unaware of the ongoing assault by the mutated creatures, they mistakenly assumed that a civil strife had erupted, having observed many fleeing only to be attacked by zombies. Their lack of visibility into the larger mutated beasts led them to believe it was merely an internal conflict. Upon hearing their apologies, the previously agitated mutants gradually calmed, realizing their misjudgment and understanding the reason behind the cold reception. Nevertheless, the notion arose that since the area was under attack by mutated beasts, whoever managed to eliminate them could not only reclaim the beast's remains but also procure edible portions and crystals. This prospect was advantageous for the mutants. Moreover, if they personally dealt with the mutated creatures, they could leverage the situation to negotiate for the rights to use the dock and vessels, achieving dual benefits. They felt certain that their presence was fortuitous, as it allowed them to fulfill their original intentions while reaping additional rewards. However, the unfolding situation had already alerted the dock's inhabitants to the dubious motives of the mutants. Since they had arrived, it would be prudent to let them approach the shoreline to assess their capabilities against the mutated beasts. Should they succeed, discussions of mutual benefits could ensue. If they failed, it would merely be a testament to their inadequacy, absolving the locals of any responsibility. In essence, the mutants had incited the ire of the base dwellers. Though the threat posed by the mutated beast was formidable, the locals were resolute in their desire to thwart any ulterior schemes while the beast still roamed. Under the leadership of several base leaders, the mutants were guided to the shore, where the spokesperson among them remarked on the overwhelming number of mutated beasts present, expressing uncertainty about the appropriate weaponry to employ, resorting to fire as a method. The nearby base leader, upon hearing this, comprehended the underlying implications. The sheer number of mutated beasts was not the primary concern. Rather, it was their parasitic nature and the corrosive properties of their secretions that posed the real challenge. If these critical points are not addressed, those who recklessly attempt to handle these mutated beasts may either fall victim to parasitism or be corroded by their toxic fluids. The individual before us has concealed the most perilous aspects, revealing their intent for vengeance. Consequently, the leaders of the other bases remain silent, feigning ignorance. As they observe these audacious mutants, although they have come from afar to assist, their motives are dubious. When faced with these lesser mutated creatures, do they possess the capability to resolve this predicament? Chapter 178. Overreaching at the passenger terminal, the leaders of several nearby bases, upon witnessing that others had been easily deceived, realized that retribution was imminent. Though ostensibly there to offer assistance, it was merely a fade. The reality was that these individuals sought to exploit the chaos for their own gain, specifically coveting the rights to the vessels docked at the terminal. Despite the surrounding area being home to plantations in the nearby mountains, along with numerous bases, factories, and warehouses, the strategic importance of the terminal was paramount. Control over the ships would facilitate escape from the undead, evade danger, or venture into the sea to procure sustenance, each a preferable option. Furthermore, they grasped that if they could seize the offshore island, it would serve as an excellent stronghold. Since the onset of the apocalypse, that island had been devoid of any significant mutant beast presence. With its moderate size, once cleared of zombies, it would provide a natural barrier, the surrounding waters acting as an impenetrable fortress against terrestrial threats. Thus, the desire for vessels was ultimately directed towards reaching that island. This time, other bases, having received a distress signal, arrived at the passenger terminal under the pretense of addressing the crisis. However, their arrogance and unabashed greed betrayed their true intentions. Leading the mutated creatures toward the site of the incident was a man named Zhang. The leaders of other nearby bases discreetly approached him, questioning whether this course of action would merely alleviate the immediate tension. They were concerned about the repercussions should any of their men be injured or perish in the process. Zhang quietly confided to those nearby that the newcomers were not genuinely here to resolve issues. Initially, they had assumed an internal conflict was at play, but upon realizing the assault was from mutated beasts, their demeanor became even more audacious. Their ulterior motives were glaringly apparent. They sought to elevate their standing and accrue greater riches. If they could vanquish the mutated beasts, they would be in a stronger position to negotiate further matters. Moreover, their assistance was voluntary, despite the distress signal originating from their bases. Each party had chosen to come of their own accord. It was not an obligation imposed upon them. No specific compensation had been proposed, rendering the entire affair rather duplicitous. Should they have arrived without ulterior motives, gratitude would have been warranted. Yet, their intentions were transparent. And they were not naive. Should they demand recompense, it would undoubtedly be exorbitant. far beyond the realm of simple rewards. For instance, they sought the rights to the Terminal S operations. The bases encircling the passenger terminal could access it freely, but should the distant bases wish to intrude, it would mean traversing directly through their territory. The bases, devoid of any defensive efficacy, lack even the semblance of territorial integrity. This effectively surrenders these strongholds to the adversary, a concession that must not be permitted. Moreover, given the current circumstances, these individuals are bound to suffer when confronted by these parasitic mutations. They wish to seize the opportunity to observe the interactions between these aberrations and the mutated creatures, thereby acquiring intelligence on how to address this predicament. The issue of mutated beasts is not one that can be resolved swiftly. Thus, it remains to be seen how they will tackle this troublesome affair. Leader Zhang continues to guide the mutated beings toward the dock. Upon arrival at the scene, the acrid stench of chemical corrosion still lingers in the air. The mutated beings behold dark forms along the shore, accompanied by an abundance of shell-like entities resembling barnacles and oysters. Confusion fills their minds as they inquire about the whereabouts of the mutated beasts. The sea appears tranquil, its waters remarkably clear, as if harboring colossal mutations. Upon hearing the remarks of the mutated beings, Leader Zhang and the other base leaders discern their arrogance. The sea harbors countless transformations. Why must they presume the existence of only the largest forms, just as the charred remains of mutated beasts lie upon the ground? A careful examination would reveal the nature of these creatures. A few of the mutated beings, emboldened by their robust physiques and donning sunglasses, exhibit an air of disdain, even trampling upon the carcasses of the mutated beasts. Yet, they tread upon merely the charred surface, beneath which lie still living specimens. Other leaders witness, with their own eyes, how, upon stepping on these blackened corpses, live creatures emerge from below, crawling onto their feet. These parasitic mutants possess remarkable speed, and upon contact with the belongings of these individuals, their secretions permeate the items. Astonishingly, the mutated beings remain oblivious to this occurrence. The unfolding scene prompts the leaders of other bases to reconsider. Perhaps Leader Zhang's approach is not without merit. If these individuals can resolve the issue, it would be commendable, yet their hubris suggests they may falter here. Should they fall prey to the mutated beasts, it would bear no consequence for their base, as they arrived with ulterior motives. Rather than aiding these individuals, it may be prudent to seize this opportunity to eliminate them. If the matter of mutated beasts remains unresolved, ultimately, they too shall await the annihilation of their base. Thus, let these self-serving individuals be the first to fall to the mutated beasts. Under the watchful eyes of the base leaders, 3 mutated beings, oblivious to their surroundings, have already allowed the mutated creatures to ascend upon their garments. Others observe that when these creatures make contact with the mutated beings, they do not immediately commence self-replication, seemingly constrained. However, this limitation was rather sluggish, as it took approximately half a minute before action commenced. This seemingly led the leaders to realize that these parasitic mutated beasts exhibited a gradual phenomenon of self-reproduction suppression when confronted with individuals of formidable energy. While this insight held little practical utility for them, it was deemed sufficient. Moreover, this occurrence instilled in them a glimmer of hope that perhaps these mutants could indeed resolve their predicament. Yet, the reality starkly contrasted their expectations. These mutants were arrogant and haughty. Ultimately, the outcome did not eradicate the mutated beasts. One individual, taking a step forward without heed to the situation beneath him, inadvertently trod upon the piled bodies of the mutants, subsequently collapsing onto the shore. Chapter 179. Discovery. The actions of these aberrants have left the onlookers in utter astonishment. Each individual present is acutely aware of the formidable nature of these mutated beasts, the formidable strength of their reproductive capabilities, and the corrosive potency of the fluids they expel. It is precisely this understanding that has instilled fear, prompting some to flee. Witnessing the aberrants not only trampling upon these mutated creatures, but also one individual tumbling down to the shore, sent a collective shiver through the crowd. While some aberrants mocked the fallen individual, urging him to ascend quickly and seek out the mutated beasts, their laughter gradually faded. They soon realized that the one who had rolled onto the sand was emitting a muffled, agonizing scream. His body twisted in distress. And though they initially perceived it as a jest, the cries persisted, stripping the mirth from their faces. One among them attempted to investigate, but was restrained by others. Once the wailing ceased, a closer inspection revealed the shocking truth. The fallen aberrant's mouth was teeming with shell-like entities. In that instant, comprehension dawned upon them. These shell-like creatures were the true mutated beasts. As their realization deepened, they noticed that nearly all the aberrants present bore these creatures clinging to their feet, with some even manifesting on their legs. This alarming situation was well known among the personnel at the nearby docks. If these creatures had already infested above the leg, it signified that they had taken root. Immediate amputation of the affected limbs was imperative. Otherwise, these mutated beasts would gradually ascend their bodies, parasitizing every part. Panic ensued as the aberrants lost their earlier bravado, replaced by sheer terror. They frantically attempted to dislodge the mutated beasts from their legs, only to discover that any forceful touch or removal elicited excruciating pain. It was evident that the mutated beasts had already extended their tendrils deep into their muscles. The prospect of easily eliminating these creatures seemed increasingly improbable. Though they were situated on the shore, they found themselves far removed from the sea, having never encountered such diminutive, parasitic mutated beasts. In their experience, the creatures of the ocean were typically colossal, and they had never even heard of such small, parasitic varieties. Amidst their alarm, they continued to struggle against the beasts, each contact sending sharp pangs of agony through them. The leader of the Zhang base, witnessing their torment, contemplated a rescue but quickly dismissed the idea upon recalling the contagious nature of these mutated beasts. Instead, they resorted to applying medicinal powders to isolate the afflicted, preventing further invasion of these creatures into others. The peculiar mutated beasts exhibit a curious phenomenon. They grow at a sluggish pace upon their hosts, yet they swiftly absorb the vitality of the human body. Initially, these individuals were quite robust, but as the mutated beasts proliferated, their physiques withered like deflated balloons, ultimately leading to their demise. As these individuals pondered their plight and how to articulate their predicament to others, news arrived from behind them that the person they sought had been located. This individual was the one who had rowed to their location. They discovered him concealed beneath the crumbling walls of a dilapidated base situated near the center. He had taken refuge in a minuscule space beneath the collapsed structure, and it took the searchers several rounds to unearth him. At that moment, half of his body was already infested by the mutated beasts. Employing ropes and hooks, they managed to drag him to the edge of the dock, though he was barely clinging to life. The injuries he sustained were not solely from the mutated beasts, but also from the agonizing pain inflicted by the ropes and hooks that pierced his flesh. As he was brought nearer to the dock, the leaders of the nearby afflicted base gathered around him. They observed that one side of his body was overtaken by the parasitic beasts, yet it was evident that his condition was remarkably unique. While these mutated beasts typically exhibited rapid parasitism, only half of this man's body had succumbed, suggesting he possessed an extraordinary resistance that thwarted the beast from proliferating swiftly. This individual must harbor a secret. One of the leaders recognized the attire he wore, which seemed familiar, as if he belonged to a research facility in the vicinity. However, he did not suspect any connection, considering the two entities appeared unrelated. Yet, as more individuals noticed his clothing, it became clear that he was indeed a researcher from the nearby laboratory. Following the apocalyptic event, that laboratory had seemingly experienced a catastrophic explosion. Logically, it should have been devoid of human life. Yet new speculations began to arise. Could it be that the mutated beasts within this man were linked to the laboratory? In their quest to unravel why he had not been entirely overtaken by the parasitic beasts, they intended to interrogate him. However, he was exceedingly weakened. In response to their inquiries, could only feebly point toward his chest with the fingers he could still move. Confusion clouded their understanding, and just as they prepared to ask further questions, he succumbed to death. Upon his passing, the mutated beast rapidly reproduced, encircling his body within a mere half-minute. This alarming spectacle instilled further fear in the onlookers, prompting them to disperse hastily. The corpse was subsequently retrieved by others using hooks and ropes, bringing it back to the dock's vicinity. Given the suddenness of the event, their thoughts were limited. But someone recalled that the location he pointed to on his chest was precisely where the laboratory's insignia was situated. This realization sparked a connection between the laboratory and the man, leading them to consider that it might be the source of the mutated beast anomalies. But who would dare to investigate that laboratory? At this moment, on Jianqing Island, Lin Feng stood atop a mountain, observing the window frames with a powerful telescope. Gaining a clear view of the scene, he seemed to have identified the insignia on that individual. After searching in other directions for a while, he discovered a dilapidated structure perched atop a cliff by the sea, where faint shadows appeared to be moving. This location was precisely where the explosive laboratory was situated. Lin Feng had already recognized the emblem on that person and, upon noting the laboratory's position relative to the shoreline, he began to suspect that something was amiss with that facility. Chapter 180, Approaching on the Mountaintop. Lin Feng adjusted the angle of his telescope and successfully identified the location of the laboratory. It was situated on a cliff between the cargo and passenger docks. This location was ill-suited for vessels, due to the treacherous terrain and a drop of over 20 meters from the cliff to the sea. No stairs had been constructed here, making it an unwise choice for anyone wishing to board a ship. The laboratory above had been reduced to ruins, leaving only a skeletal framework. However, upon closer inspection, Lin Feng discerned movement within the remnants, indicating the presence of individuals. His telescope had undergone spatial amplification and significant enhancements, rendering its magnification and clarity unparalleled. Through this instrument, He observed figures moving distinctly within the debris, confirming that the explosion was merely a fade. The seemingly charred exterior served as a clever disguise, successfully concealing the true status of the laboratory's operations from the surrounding bases. Had it not been for this unexpected occurrence, it is likely that no one would have suspected the laboratory's significance. Although Lin Feng had located the laboratory and suspected a connection between the recent calamity at the passenger dock and it, he refrained from rushing toward it. Instead, he opted to observe the actions of the individuals at the passenger dock. They were already aware that the cause of the disaster stemmed from personnel within the laboratory. And since the facility was not too far from their location, it would be prudent to see if anyone would be dispatched to investigate. In his previous life, Lin Feng had no recollection or knowledge of such events. Even amidst the numerous reports of mutated beasts along the coastline, there had been no mention of the laboratory. Thus, if the laboratory were deemed of little consequence, it could very well be that its significance was immense, leading to a complete suppression of information regarding it. Given the current circumstances, Lin Feng was inclined to believe that the laboratory harbored substantial secrets, prompting many to conceal its existence. Therefore, he resolved to observe the choices made by those at the dock. Should they dare to investigate the laboratory, it would indicate that the dock's personnel might be testing the waters. He pondered whether they aimed to recruit those individuals or forge partnerships. From his observations, it was clear that the actions of the personnel at the passenger dock displayed remarkable unity. Despite belonging to different bases, they came together decisively in times of trouble, generously sharing resources and manpower without hesitation. This matter has greatly piqued Lin Feng's interest in them. Should they dare to send someone out to investigate, Lin Feng would not hesitate to infiltrate their ranks. Conversely, if they lack the courage to act, then those at the passenger terminal may merely be pursuing fleeting gains. In such a case, there would be no necessity for continued collaboration. For those who are solely focused on immediate, short-term benefits fail to comprehend the profound significance of the delicate interplay between long-term interests and cooperative relationships. Thus, the course of action, whether to collaborate or to subjugate, will depend upon their subsequent maneuvers. Lin Feng continued to observe from the mountaintop, utilizing his binoculars to survey the situation along the shoreline of Jianqing Island. He noted that personnel had intensified the defenses along the coast, with tanka already arranged at the designated juncture where land meets water. To ensure safety, adjustments had been made to the density of these defenses. Furthermore, the previously positioned grenade launchers had been relocated to particularly strategic sites. Having accomplished these preparations, the next step would be to monitor the conditions of the dock and coastline. Lin Feng then trained his binoculars on the passenger terminal, curious about the actions of those present. Although the powder had impeded the advance of the mutated beasts, their reproductive rate remained astonishingly rapid. As he observed, Lin Feng suddenly noticed a vessel across the water, though laden with mutated beasts. They were gradually detaching from the wooden hull, transforming the ship back into an ordinary wooden craft. A few mutated beasts remained aboard, numbering perhaps in the dozens. Despite their small size, Lin Feng scrutinized them closely through his high-powered binoculars. The vessel was drifting slowly toward Jianqing Island, propelled by the waves. This unsettling development made Lin Feng anxious. He swiftly set aside his binoculars and dashed down the cliff. Realizing he might be short on time to prepare, he quickly retrieved a motorcycle from his storage space. The mountain, being a tourist attraction, boasted a well-constructed winding road, which Lin Feng now rode down at breakneck speed. The motorcycle, though merely the most ordinary model from his collection, was remarkably swift. Lin Feng had initially contemplated placing several bicycles and motorcycles on the island for public use, enabling everyone to move without concern. In the early stages, he had envisioned distributing bicycles to facilitate rapid mobility. Although this motorcycle was unremarkable, its speed was impressive. Lin Feng returned to the vicinity of the terminal in a mere 10 minutes. Upon his arrival at the shore, the patrolling personnel had already heard the motorcycle's roar, filled with curiosity about when Jianqing Island had acquired such vehicles. If they remembered correctly, it seemed that none of the motorcycles were operational. They had thought someone had repaired them. However, upon witnessing Lin Feng, his expression tense as he rode a motorcycle swiftly along the road beyond the peaks. They felt a surge of anxiety. It was as if they sensed that something significant was about to unfold. Lin Feng instructed the personnel at the dock to conduct an immediate reassessment of the defensive measures along the shore, ensuring that all maritime routes were meticulously arranged. Furthermore, everyone was to gather at the dock, awaiting his command. The staff at the factory were to remain vigilant regarding safety until Lin Feng issued new directives. They were to take refuge within the factory and refrain from venturing outside. 2 individuals were dispatched to affix a talisman above the main entrance, to avert any unforeseen incidents. The remaining patrolling personnel were to assemble at the dock, awaiting further instructions from Lin Feng. Chapter 181. What constitutes an attack? Lin Feng, in a hurried manner, issued directives, causing an unprecedented sense of tension among the dock workers. They were uncertain of the source of their fear, yet Lin Feng's demeanor conveyed an unmistakable urgency. Those tasked with surveying the shoreline found themselves in disarray, unsure of their next steps. Recognizing the impact of his own anxiety on others, Lin Feng promptly designated 2 individuals to escort Tang Ka to the factory. Their initial task was to apprise everyone of the situation, subsequently leaving one person at the factory to reassure the workers. The other was to affix Tang Ka to the exterior wall while standing guard at the entrance, allowing the remaining personnel to remain at the dock, prepared for defense. The 2 assigned individuals, clutching the Tang Ka entrusted to them by Lin Feng, dashed towards the factory, opting to ride a motorcycle to save time. One person held the Tang Ka securely while seated on the rear, while the other took the wheel, both speeding towards their destination. Meanwhile, the remaining personnel awaited further instructions from Lin Feng at the dock. Some, unable to contain their curiosity, inquired about the unfolding events and the cause of such heightened tension. Although they sought answers from Lin Feng, they had already gleaned some understanding from their observations of the dock's earlier disturbances. Lin Feng recounted what he had observed from the mountaintop through his binoculars. Alarm spread among the patrol personnel when he revealed that a vessel tainted by mutated beasts was drifting towards them with the waves. The trajectory of the vessel was unmistakably clear. If it were to continue its course, the ocean currents would carry it towards Jianqing Island. Despite the makeshift defenses established in the vicinity that might immobilize or destroy the vessel, there remained the risk that these mutated creatures could possess parasitic tendencies, potentially harming the marine flora cultivated nearby. Contamination of their untainted, mutated-free maritime crops would pose a severe threat to their food supply, a scenario Lin Feng was keen to avert. Moreover, if these entities were not swiftly eradicated, they might infiltrate the seabed, leading to a gradual parasitic spread that could spell trouble for Jianqing Island. Lin Feng gathered everyone, emphasizing the necessity of their assembly to demonstrate the operation of the launchers positioned along the shoreline. The vessel itself was not the primary concern. While dealing with the mutated beast was indeed complicated, the right approach would alleviate any cause for alarm. Accompanied by the remaining personnel, Lin Feng proceeded to the shoreline, where, according to the ocean currents, the vessel was expected to approach from the southern end. Thus, Lin Feng led his team towards the southern shore. Upon their arrival, they spotted a vessel positioned approximately 30 to 40 meters beyond the floating markers. At that moment, a launcher was conveniently situated nearby, perfectly suited for their purpose. Lin Feng commenced the meticulous process of operating the launcher, inviting everyone to gather around and observe the manipulation technique. He explained that the launcher was equipped with a targeting system, instructing them to align the crosshair at the center of the scope with the target. Surrounding the crosshair was a black circular ring, indicating the periphery of the explosive's effective range. Adjacent to it was a rotating knob that allowed for adjustments to the size of this area, effectively controlling the margin of error. Should the target exceed the designated distance, the crosshair would disperse and lose focus. It was crucial to ensure that the target remained within the firing range. Although the vessel was positioned at the edge of this range, Lin Feng noted some visual distortion while adjusting the angle and aiming. However, with the range already established, he needed to ensure the vessel remained within the parameters. With the launcher set to fire its maximum capacity, Lin Feng instructed everyone that once the targeting was complete, all that was required was to press a button. As he conveyed this information, he pressed the button, and the team witnessed the grenade launcher discharge rounds in rapid succession, reminiscent of a Gatling gun. To them, the projectiles resembled grenades, yet the explosive force rivaled that of large artillery shells. The blast radius was meticulously confined within the circle, akin to a concentrated explosion contained within a metal barrel. The vessel was utterly obliterated under the intense barrage, leaving no remnants behind. The mutated beasts within the predetermined range were similarly incinerated by the overwhelming firepower. The detonation's force shattered the shells of these aberrations, and the subsequent inferno rapidly consumed the fragmented remains. Even if any crystalline structures remained, they were swiftly destroyed by the explosive heat. When the bombardment concluded, the surface of the sea was left with only a layer of black carbon residue. The spectacle left the patrollers in a state of astonishment. The concentrated power of the explosion resembled that of advanced technological equipment, rendering the observers speechless. Lin Feng explained that although the defense system was capable of automatic recognition after being set up under specific conditions, manual adjustments were still essential to ensure the efficacy of defense and counterattack when necessary. Despite this explanation, the team remained focused and deeply impressed by the explosive display. The aftermath, with only black carbon dust remaining, further solidified their belief that the equipment Lin Feng had brought would undoubtedly secure the safety of the island. The explosion on the waters surrounding Jianqing Island was resounding, and the passenger terminal nearby certainly took notice. As the crowd gathered at the dock, their attention was fixated on the movements of the mutated beasts. The vessel slipped away from the pier, swiftly drifting into the distance, a sight they could not ignore. While they were aware that the ship was headed towards Jinqing Island, they also comprehended that the island was devoid of human presence, alleviating their fears of infection. However, they were unprepared for the explosion that erupted upon the sea, a precise and concentrated detonation. The sheer force of the blast was unmistakable, illuminating the source of the soundless explosion they had heard that fateful night. It was only upon witnessing the devastation that the truth dawned upon them. They had been deceived. Jinqing Island was not uninhabited. Rather, it was evident that many souls remained there. The capability to execute such pinpoint demolitions implied that their adversaries possessed formidable weaponry. Yet, what was the significance of this newfound knowledge? When a distress signal was sent out, they had chosen not to respond. Now, as the ship sailed towards that very location and was met with targeted bombardment, it was clear that their opponents were acutely aware of the situation here. This indicated a grim reality. They understood that no one would come to their rescue. Thus, any hope that Jinqing Island might utilize its weapons to eliminate the troubles here was, in essence, a futile aspiration. The fact that their adversaries refrained from deploying those weapons against them was, in itself, a merciful act. Chapter 182, Malicious Intent unveiled the explosion that transpired near Jinqing Island has been witnessed by many at the passenger terminal. They have come to realize that the previous distress signals from Jinqing Island were nothing but a ruse. However, some individuals, possessing a more rational mindset, surmised that Jinqing Island employed such tactics not to deceive, but rather to assess their responses. Located on the sea, Jinqing Island boasts a strategic position. Yet it remains entirely disconnected from the personnel stationed at the terminal. No one is willing to engage directly with them. When people discerned the emergence of colossal mutated beasts at sea, it became evident that Jinqing Island would inevitably transform into a frequent target for these creatures. Surprisingly, Jinqing Island has thus far evaded any assaults from mutated beasts, as if it were an area deemed unnecessary for their attacks. Consequently, many have gradually forgotten about its existence. It was only with Lin Feng's recent appearance that Jinqing Island regained public attention, for he cannot allow people to wander here until the defenses are fully established. Moreover, the warships are of utmost importance, and their presence must remain concealed. This concern has led Lin Feng to be cautious about revealing their naval power in the vicinity. Now that the defenses on the sea have been secured, the habitation on Jinqing Island has been stabilized, and production in the factories has resumed. All electrical and power-generating installations have been restored. Jinqing Island has reached a point of self-sufficiency, making it an opportune moment for its re-emergence before the public eye. Had it not been for a vessel drifting in this direction, Lin Feng would have refrained from showcasing their combat capabilities at this juncture. The explosion was initially intended to instill fear and deter any advances. However, it is unexpected that some individuals dared to entertain ulterior motives, pondering whether Jinqing Island's formidable strength could be exploited for conquest. For those driven solely by self-interest, the sight of precision detonations near Jinqing Island led them to believe that only such devices existed there. They envisioned deploying multiple ships from various directions to successfully seize the island. Personnel at the passenger terminal, having witnessed the power of the artillery and observed the clouds of dust rising above the sea through their telescopes, realized that these mutated beasts could indeed be eradicated. They believed that with Jinqing Island's assistance, the crisis could be resolved. Yet, lacking prior testing, some speculated that Jinqing Island had deceived them, while others posited that it was merely a test. Nevertheless, a faction with nefarious intentions harbored doubts, convinced that the purported strength of Jinqing Island's weaponry must surely be accompanied by falsehoods. Within an hour of the explosion, bases elsewhere had begun to prepare a fleet of vessels, ready to embark on a daring expedition toward Jinqing Island. However, Lin Feng was acutely aware of the consequences that would ensue once they utilized the launcher to bombard that vessel. He understood that the potential display of military prowess from Jinqing Island might attract unwanted attention, inciting others to covet such power and seek to occupy the island post-haste. Thus, upon confirming the destruction of the ship, he instructed the remaining personnel to prepare for defense and surveillance, ensuring that any vessels approaching the coastline would be promptly reported. Lin Feng's objective was to head towards Dong Island. While others were oblivious to his intentions, the time had come to unveil the ship. The explosion would undoubtedly alert the personnel stationed on the mainland about the formidable strength of Jinqing Island. There would surely be individuals willing to take risks to approach Jinqing Island. This scenario was inevitable, and even though numerous vessels were present, the surface of the sea had been laced with rudimentary traps. Lin Feng understood that until he ascertained the type of weaponry these individuals possessed, it was imperative to avoid taking risks. Hence, the warship needed to be mobilized. Now that they were aware of Jinqing Island's powerful explosive capabilities, Lin Feng felt compelled to bring the warship into action to safeguard the innocent inhabitants from potential harm. although deploying the warship would undoubtedly incite envy among the bases along the shore. Failing to do so would allow any incoming vessels to bypass all defensive measures without facing severe life-threatening dangers, leading to repeated incursions until Jianxing Island fell into their grasp. To stave off this escalating predicament and protect the innocents on Jianxing Island, it was essential to possess a formidable deterrent. At that moment, Lin Feng inquired among the personnel on the shore if anyone was capable of operating a vessel. Upon posing the question, he found it somewhat peculiar and promptly revised his inquiry to ask if anyone could pilot a warship, ideally the one previously stationed at the dock near Nin Island. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 individuals from the patrol group stepped forward, each introducing themselves as veterans and former members of the naval forces from the pre-apocalyptic era. 2 of them were proficient in operating warships, while the third was responsible for their maintenance. Lin Feng was overjoyed upon hearing this. He had always suspected that someone on the island would have the requisite skills to operate a warship, but had yet to discover who it was or find an opportune moment to ask. Given the uncertainty surrounding the island's defenses and the thoughts of its inhabitants, inquiring earlier would have revealed a connection between his actions and the warship's disappearance. Now, having identified these 3 individuals, Lin Feng led them aboard the speedboat at the dock, swiftly navigating towards Dong Island. On the speedboat, the trio had already surmised that Lin Feng's inquiry regarding who could operate a warship suggested that the missing vessel from Nan Island was indeed under his control. They are now en route to East Island, and the vessel should be in that vicinity. However, they remain unaware of when the warship vanished. Nevertheless, as long as the warship is intact, its presence serves as an effective deterrent. Yet, to the surprise of the 3 individuals, as the speedboat rounded the rear of East Island, at the very entrance to the bay, they discovered not merely a solitary warship, but a total of 5, each even more colossal than the one they had previously encountered. Moreover, they were astonished to find an array of speedboats, all of the latest models, present in the harbor. Chapter 183. Intimidation. Lin Feng steered the speedboat to the shore, beckoning to 3 individuals to accompany him aboard the warship. He opted for the innermost vessel, as it afforded the utmost convenience for departure. However, boarding the warship proved to be a challenge, given the absence of a proper dock. Yet, Lin Feng devised a solution. The summit of East Island was approximately at the same elevation as the vessels. By utilizing the length of a plank, he could construct a rudimentary gangway, thereby facilitating access from the mountaintop to the warship. Otherwise, the lack of ladders or staircases rendered the situation rather inconvenient. Lin Feng had not anticipated the absence of suitable equipment. It appeared that acquiring such provisions would be necessary in the future. For a warship of this magnitude, a ladder could be found at the passenger terminal, which he would inevitably need to visit. Despite the East Island shore's height, the ascent to the summit was manageable, and climbing from a nearby position along the sloping terrain would provide considerable ease. Thus, under Lin Feng's guidance, the 3 skilled mariners and maintenance personnel ascended to the mountaintop. They then traversed the plank to board the nearest warship. Lin Feng was not particularly acquainted with the intricacies of the warship. Although its spatial augmentation had significantly expanded its dimensions, he had yet to explore the interior arrangements or operational mechanisms. Reluctantly, he relied on the 2 experienced sailors to familiarize him with the vessel. Despite the warship's enhanced size due to the spatial amplification, it bore a striking resemblance to the previous model. The primary distinction lay in its exterior enlargement and the modern, formidable weaponry on board, which lent the vessel a unique aura. Nonetheless, the internal layout and operational methods mirrored those of its predecessor, albeit with considerable advancements in power. The 2 sailors and the maintenance worker dispersed near the deck. Lin Feng was perplexed by this division, prompting the sailors to explain that during the warship's activation, not only must the control room be manned, but vigilance regarding the vessel's status was also crucial. The maintenance personnel were required to remain in the engine room below, overseeing the machinery to promptly address any issues that might arise. Upon concluding his remarks, Lin Feng instructed the maintenance worker to remain above temporarily. The worker, uncertain of the rationale, was met with Lin Feng's contemplative silence. Ultimately, Lin Feng suggested that the worker descend to observe the vessel startup, after which the reasoning behind his presence above might become clear. Thus, they parted ways once more, as the 2 pilots escorted Lin Feng to the control room. The expansive vista and advanced equipment left them utterly astonished. Although the control room did not offer a full 360-degree view, the spatial augmentation and renovations had resulted in a 270-degree panorama, constructed entirely from specialized hardened glass. The surfaces and inner layers of these glasses were treated with a powerful carbon interface spray, enhancing their resilience and clarity. To put it simply, it is an imperceptibly thin material, 1,000 times harder than diamond. Even when a bullet strikes this glass, it leaves no trace. The equipment within the cockpit is comprised entirely of models unfamiliar to these individuals. Fortunately, the layout of the operational buttons and the methods of engagement remain consistent with previous experiences. After a brief moment of astonishment, the two individuals quickly regained their composure and took their respective positions of responsibility. At the moment they settled into their seats, they were astonished to discover that the chairs made contact with their skin, facilitating a subtle neural perception. This neural interface directly transmitted their intentions through their consciousness, allowing instantaneous awareness of the next actions required of them. Just as they were about to inquire with Lin Feng on how to initiate the vessel, it appeared to anticipate their thoughts, activating all systems instantaneously. In an instant, the radar comprehended everything within a radius of several dozen kilometers centered around Dong Island, even discerning the number of fish beneath the surface. This radar not only provided a comprehensive overview, but also delineated layers above the sea, beneath the waves, and even in the sky, presenting a spherical, three-dimensional map that clarified their vessel's position remarkably. This spectacle left the two pilots utterly speechless. In fact, it was Lin Feng's first encounter with this ship, akin to his initial meeting with the base vehicle. He had never anticipated that a recreational vehicle could evolve into something so formidable, nor did he foresee the extraordinary enhancements resulting from spatial amplification on this warship. Fortunately, the number of individuals capable of operating this vessel was limited to just the two of them. They would first familiarize themselves with the environment before considering instructing others. After experimenting with the operational methods, the two pilots found them identical to those of the previous ship. Thus, they suppressed their astonishment and awaited Lin Feng's commands. At that moment, Lin Feng was their commanding officer, and they were to follow his directives without question. Observing that they had become accustomed to the operational procedures, Lin Feng instructed them to navigate the vessel to the position between Jianqing Island, North Island, and South Island, specifically approaching from the east. This position would ensure that those at the passenger terminal could clearly see the presence of a warship at Jianqing Island. The two pilots immediately set to work. With the neural connections of the seats and their familiarity with the equipment, the warship swiftly departed from the crescent bay of Dong Island, heading towards the connecting bridge to Jianqing Island. On the shore, some personnel from the base had begun preparations for boarding a vessel for an assault. However, their ship was not yet ready. As they looked up, they were astonished to see a warship emerging on the eastern side of Jianqing Island, directly facing them. The ship appeared immense, towering as high as half a mountain, and they could distinguish its outline and form. Through binoculars, their astonishment only deepened. Those who frequent the seaside are, to varying degrees, familiar with vessels, particularly a segment of enthusiasts who are captivated by military affairs. Upon encountering this particular ship, they are rendered speechless by its imposing presence. The armaments aboard are unmistakably larger in caliber, being twice that of conventional warships, clearly indicative of oversized missiles. Furthermore, the quantity of these weaponry surpasses that of any naval vessels they have previously encountered, rendering this warship akin to a mobile weapons platform. Its sheer sight instills a sense of dread from a distance. Most alarming to them is the fact that the ship is stationed at the bridge connecting Jianqing Island, with several weapon launchers ominously aimed in their direction. Chapter 184. The cost Lin Feng maneuvered the warship into position, anchoring it between the two islands, precisely at the location of the connecting bridge. This spot offered the clearest view of Jianqing Island from the coastal line of the mainland. Initially, from the land's perspective, Jianqing Island appeared merely as two small islets, with the connection between them rather indistinct. However, the sudden emergence of such a substantial warship rendered it impossible for anyone to overlook. The advent of war had captured everyone's astonished gaze. At first, they believed that Jianqing Island possessed a fixed-point demolition device, which was an impressive feat in itself. With such a mechanism, Jianqing Island could eliminate the mutated beasts. They thought that if they could find an opportunity to mend relations with Jianqing Island, perhaps they might receive assistance in return. At the very least, they considered employing other means, such as appealing for sympathy, to solicit help from the inhabitants of Jianqing Island. A faction of more rational individuals soon realized that Jianqing Island had accurately utilized the demolition method to eradicate the ship and its mutated beasts at such a precise moment. This clearly indicated that Jianqing Island had been monitoring the situation closely. Thus, their circumstances were well understood over there. The recent test had demonstrated Jianqing Island's intentions to collaborate or extend aid, a notion that had eluded them initially. Now, faced with this significant dilemma and lacking the capacity to address the challenges at hand, they found themselves compelled to seek assistance from Jianqing Island, particularly as other bases eyed the ships and dock rights with covetous intentions. Although somewhat humiliating, it was a course of action born out of necessity. While they observed, they also caught wind of rumors that some individuals downstream intended to commandeer vessels to advance toward Jianqing Island. Their plan to seize the area through sheer numbers was, in fact, ill-conceived. Any person of even modest intelligence would refrain from employing such a strategy. Moreover, the vessels drifting from upstream to Jianqing Island were merely incidental occurrences. To row against the current from downstream toward Jianqing Island, aside from lacking speed advantage, would also expose their movements to the scrutiny of Jianqing Island. Given that they were already aware of Jianqing Island's formidable military strength, to recklessly adopt such an approach was tantamount to courting disaster. As the dockside personnel received news, they too discerned that a warship was approaching from Jianqing Island, serving as a stark warning. Those downstream had little hope left. Yet the base personnel in proximity to the passenger terminal retained a glimmer of optimism. Several leaders expressed their desire to personally journey to Jianqing Island in hopes of negotiating with its inhabitants. Now that they recognized the threat posed by the mutated beasts, requesting assistance should not be an insurmountable challenge. The sole difficulty lay in persuading the other party to acquiesce to their plea. Leader Zhang from the passenger terminal resolved to embark on the journey alone this time. Once the crowd swells, the opposing party may suspect ulterior motives. Therefore, for safety's sake, it is prudent for one person to row over alone. However, soliciting assistance will inevitably come at a cost. Thus, prior to departure, the personnel at the dock must convene to strategize. First, they must briefly prepare defenses against the mutated beasts, scattering medicinal powder to deter their advance. Meanwhile, the leaders gather, discussing what price they are willing to offer in exchange for assistance. Among the 7 small bases at the passenger dock, akin to 7 residential communities in the vicinity, each leader converges to deliberate on the most enticing offer they can present. Some suggest that the most appealing bargaining chip would be the rights to the dock and the vessels. Yet, across the waters lies Jianqing Island, which already boasts a warship. Thus, the rights to the dock and boats would hold little value for them. Consequently, they must consider what the opposing party truly requires. Standing together, they resolve to employ a reverse-thinking approach, contemplating from Jianqing Island's perspective. What could they possibly need from the dock? By shifting their viewpoint, they begin to surmise that perhaps resources on Jianqing Island are not as abundant as they appear. If they could persuade them to assist, they might secure additional supplies. This idea is promising, yet one leader, surnamed Liu, presents a contrary opinion. Leader Liu asserts to the others that Jianqing Island's possession of such a formidable warship, which they can maneuver at will, suggests they are not lacking in supplies. Through their telescopes, they have observed the weaponry on that ship, which surpasses that of ordinary vessels. With such formidable power, if they were short on resources, they could easily conquer a location and amass a wealth of supplies. Hence, it is likely that they do not lack for anything. Should they require neither resources nor vessels, the only remaining possibility is that they seek human collaboration. Upon hearing Liu's perspective, the others remain skeptical. However, Liu mentions having heard rumors of a coastal city far away, where numerous small bases have been reclaimed and unified under a single administration. This situation bears a striking resemblance to their current predicament. Perhaps the opposing party aspires to emulate such a scenario, consolidating the surrounding bases for unified governance and mutual assistance. If they indeed harbor such intentions, it would ultimately benefit the bases at the passenger dock rather than Jianqing Island. Let us not forget that the possession of a warship grants them an unparalleled combat capability. After considering Liu's insights, the other leaders find merit in his argument. Given the present circumstances, it appears that the opposing party has no demands of them. The abundance of resources in the presence of such a formidable warship indicate a significant combat strength. Ultimately, they agree that Jianqing Island likely seeks to replicate the model of the coastal city, integrating all the nearby small bases into a cohesive entity. Although the leaders of these small bases have lost much of their power, it is only when they confront genuine challenges that they realize the inadequacy of their forces in facing such calamities. If their conjectures hold true, then the cost they incur is not merely a loss, but rather the acquisition of a greater assurance. This calculation remains within their grasp. Ultimately, Leader Zhang and Leader Liu have resolved to journey together to Jianqing Island, fully prepared for their impending merger. Chapter 185, The Vortex under the watchful eyes of the personnel at the dock. Leader Zhang and Leader Liu made their way from the precipice of a nearby cliff to the shoreline, utilizing a small wooden boat anchored there. They managed to board it amidst the crashing waves. With determined effort, they pushed the vessel away from the shore, gradually maneuvering it with oars to steer clear of the land, setting their course towards Jianqing Island. Fortunately, the vicinity was devoid of mutated beasts. Had it not been for the cliffs and the sea, they would have sought to escape long ago. However, with the considerable number of personnel present at the base, such a notion was far from prudent. As they rowed towards Jianqing Island, Lin Feng was keenly aware of the duo's movements. The warship was equipped not only with state-of-the-art radar, but also with advanced high-definition cameras. By magnifying the images, every detail on the opposite shore was rendered crystal clear, although the specifics of their discussion remained elusive. The fact that only two individuals were approaching in such a precarious manner indicated that their intentions were not to launch an assault on Jianqing Island. Rather, they were likely seeking collaboration and assistance. The individuals downstream, startled by the cannon's discharge, hastily retreated, neglecting even the boats along the shore. Some vessels were already swept away by the waves, and no one emerged to retrieve them, underscoring the formidable deterrent power of the warship. Among those at the dock, Lin Feng recalled that the two figures appeared to be at the forefront of the crowd, likely the leaders of the smaller bases. Their approach by boat, devoid of a large entourage or weaponry, coupled with their grave expressions, suggested that the onlookers anticipated a plea for aid. The recent concentrated bombardment on the sea had revealed to them that Jianqing Island possessed sufficient capability to eradicate mutated beasts, prompting their likely request for assistance. Reflecting on this, Lin Feng considered seizing the opportunity to assess the potential for collaboration. Initially, he had envisioned acquiring warships to facilitate the development of Jianqing Island while maintaining a distance from the dock's inhabitants, as he was unfamiliar with them. However, upon further contemplation, it became evident that although these individuals had primarily acted in their own interest, their lack of response to Lin Feng's previous distress signals was typical behavior in a post-apocalyptic scenario. Yet, witnessing their collective efforts to ensure the safety of the dock, along with their ability to cooperate without internal strife, revealed another facet of their character. Consequently, Lin Feng resolved to allow them to approach Jianqing Island and ascertain their intentions. Should they seek cooperation, it would be revealing to see what sincerity they could muster. Lin Feng also intended to gather insights regarding all the bases along the shore. On board the warship, Lin Feng inquired of the two pilots whether any news had reached them from the opposite shore since the onset of the apocalypse. The two pilots turned their chairs to face Lin Feng, contemplating his question. It appeared that no significant information had come through from that direction since the cataclysm began. In the beginning, everyone was preoccupied with eliminating zombies. Once the undead had been mostly cleared and a base established, the situation on the other side seemed to remain unchanged, devoid of any conflict. Even the thick smoke that appeared today was a first for them, inducing a sense of tension. Considering this, it appeared that the individuals at the docks had not experienced any internal turmoil akin to that of Jianqing Island, nor had they set any significant structures ablaze. They seemed to maintain a remarkably stable environment at the docks. Upon hearing this exchange, Lin Feng gleaned a clearer understanding. It seemed that they had established numerous small bases at the docks, operating independently yet cooperating in times of adversity, much like the current predicament. If they could sustain their unity, it would indeed foster a formidable defensive system. Lin Feng was inclined to grant them another opportunity. He remained in the ship's control room, monitoring its movements through telescopic surveillance and radar. The journey from the docks to Jianqing Island was downstream, suggesting the opposing vessel would travel at a swifter pace. However, halfway through their journey, an unusual phenomenon registered on the war radar. Zheng Chun issued a warning. A strange marine current appeared between their monitored target and the warship. The 3D radar model displayed a vortex beneath the surface of the sea, which was expanding, stretching from the ocean floor to the water's surface. As the radar revealed this anomaly, the three individuals aboard the ship turned their gaze to the monitor, confirming that a whirlpool had indeed manifested. How had this vortex come to be? The radar indicated the presence of something beneath the whirlpool, its energy signature remarkably substantial, judging by the energy response and formation conditions. It seemed to be a mutated beast. The small boat would soon be ensnared by the vortex. If no action were taken, the two individuals aboard would face dire consequences. Lin Feng still hoped for their continued collaboration, and thus, it was time to intervene. On the small wooden vessel, leaders Zhang and Lu spotted the whirlpool, promptly altering their course to circumvent it. Despite their swift paddling, the combined forces of the vortex and ocean currents accelerated the water's flow. Although they strayed off course, they found themselves inexorably drawn closer to the vortex. Such phenomena had never been witnessed in these waters, leading them to instinctively conclude that a mutated beast lurked below. Lin Feng observed as the vessel approached the periphery of the vortex. Without intervention, it would soon be swallowed whole. The people at the docks, using telescopes, witnessed the unfolding scene with mounting urgency, and at that moment, they began to pray for assistance from those on Jianqing Island. However, some expressed despair, lamenting that the whirlpool's formidable pull was insurmountable. Regardless of Jianqing Island's powerful weaponry, it seemed impossible to disperse the vortex. It was not something that could be shattered by artillery fire. Some may assert this, yet Lin Feng aboard the warship harbored similar thoughts. Since the vortex was instigated by a mutated beast, it stood to reason that a sufficiently powerful projectile could disperse the vortex with a single shot. Moreover, once the vortex was shattered, The resulting dissipated energy could propel the vessel in an alternate direction, steering them away from the perilous whirlpool. Even if the vortex were to re-emerge, they would have no cause for alarm. Thus, Lin Feng instructed the two helmsmen to utilize the right-wing weapons, directing the cannons aimed towards a point just below the center of the vortex. Without hesitation or question, the two pilots complied with Lin Feng's command, promptly adjusting the missile's trajectory. Upon locking onto the precise target, Lin Feng issued the order, and a single cannonball was launched forth. Chapter 186 Sincerity. Two individuals aboard a small boat were laboriously rowing away when they suddenly noticed a cannonball being fired in their direction. Their minds momentarily blank. They were left pondering why they were being targeted. However, as the shell exploded, they quickly snapped back to reality. The projectile was aimed at a whirlpool, resulting in an underwater detonation that disrupted the vortex. The shockwave radiated outward, propelling the boat away with a gentle force from the center. Seizing this opportunity, they swiftly adjusted their course, vigorously paddling until they finally entered the vicinity of Jianqing Island. Before them lay floating buoys marking crops cultivated at sea, prompting the two men to seek a navigable path. Yet before they could act, a speedboat approached from the shore. Upon spotting the vessel, the two men on the wooden boat took a defensive stance, uncertain of the unfolding situation. As the speedboat drew near, they discerned that the occupants were strangers to them. The boat was piloted by an individual clad in hotel staff attire, with another person standing at the front, seemingly unfazed by the ocean breeze. As the speedboat reached the small boat, one of its passengers spoke first. It was Lin Feng, who, following the missile launch, had requested a speedboat at the dock and arrived here with a crew member. He intended to inquire about the newcomer's purpose on the island, maintaining vigilance until their true intentions were clarified. Lin Feng introduced himself, not as the leader of Jianqing Island, but rather as a representative of the island's community. Seeking to understand the motives of the two men, leaders Zhang and Liu, although informed that Lin Feng represented ordinary citizens, could not ignore the air of authority he exuded, which strongly suggested he was an evolved being. The presence of such individuals on Jianqing Island was not surprising, however. Encountering one who exhibited such a calm demeanor was indeed rare. The two leaders felt no condescension toward Lin Feng's apparent status and stated their purpose directly. They first expressed gratitude for Jianqing Island's assistance, which had spared them from being drawn into the treacherous whirlpool. They then articulated their intentions. Representing all small bases within the passenger terminal's jurisdiction, they wished to extend their apologies to Jianqing Island for their delayed rescue efforts. At that time, they had been unable to ascertain the true nature of the events occurring on the island. Now, facing an onslaught of mutated beasts, they humbly approached Jianqing Island, prepared to offer sincere intentions and appropriate compensation, seeking assistance in their dire circumstances. The demeanor of Leader Zhang and Leader Liu was remarkably humble, their every utterance steeped in sincerity. Although Lin Feng was a mutant, he found himself devoid of any extraordinary abilities at that moment, rendering him incapable of discerning the veracity of the words spoken by the two individuals before him. However, within his storage space lay a lie detector, an intriguing device he had previously discovered in a certain detention facility and conveniently stored away. Unexpectedly, it proved to be of use now, as it had undergone augmentation, resulting not only in an increase in quantity, but also in a slight transformation and enhancement. The evolved lie detector could now function without physical contact, utilizing sound waves emitted from the individual in front of him to ascertain the truthfulness of their statements. Furthermore, it could employ infrared scanning to determine the dilation of pores, the twitching of body hair, and the velocity of blood flow, thereby confirming the authenticity of their words. This device could remain concealed aboard the vessel, operating in real time without detection. As Lin Feng approached the two men, he had already activated the lie detector, ensuring that all their words were recorded. Excluding the heightened blood flow caused by their earlier fright, their statements were devoid of deception. They indeed came with sincerity and adequate sacrifice, seeking assistance from Jianqing Island. Lin Feng was well aware of the nature of their request for aid. Through his binoculars, he had witnessed the devastation wrought by the mutated beasts in the passenger terminal area. Even from his current position, he could see the dark, serpentine forms that were the mutated creatures. Given their size and numbers, if these beasts were not dealt with, the bases in the passenger terminal area would inevitably be overrun, leading to the demise of both structures and lives. Having confirmed through the lie detector that the two men were truthful, Lin Feng contemplated their intentions upon reaching Jianqing Island. He pondered whether their mindset and motives would evolve. Although he harbored such thoughts, he found himself hesitating to allow them access to the island, fearing that the timing was perhaps insufficient. If they were permitted on the island, he could not predict how they might disseminate information regarding their situation, and what ramifications might ensue. At present, aiding them in overcoming the threat posed by the mutated beasts could indeed alter their perspectives. Lin Feng was not one to undertake actions without certainty, thus he resolved to test these individuals. He aimed to discern whether, upon learning of Jianqing Island's current state of recovery, their attitudes would shift. However, merely preventing them from boarding the island would not avert similar occurrences in the future. The news of Jianqing Island would eventually surface. It would be more prudent to allow them access during this perilous time, to gauge their true intentions. If they could withstand the allure of abundant resources, it might pave the way for their survival. Lin Feng was quite eager to test the waters. After all, the mutated beasts were merely numerous. As long as his attack power was sufficiently formidable, he could easily resolve the situation. Moreover, he could seize this opportunity to discuss the forthcoming collaboration with the passenger terminal. The two individuals on the wooden boat, seeing that Lin Feng offered no response, presumed that he did not trust them. Just as they were about to articulate the price to be paid for this venture, Lin Feng preemptively spoke, instructing them to follow the speedboat to Jianqing Island, where they could engage in a thorough discussion regarding the matter. After all, the mutated beasts could not be eradicated instantaneously. It was essential to ascertain the authenticity of their intentions. Chapter 187 Envy. The two individuals aboard the wooden boat felt a surge of anxiety upon learning that they would be taken to the island. Their apprehension stemmed from the uncertainty surrounding the current situation on Jianqing Island. Despite the formidable warship they had observed, along with its advanced weaponry and the distinctive speedboats, they remained oblivious to the realities that awaited them on the island. A deep concern settled over them, however. The thought of declining the offer felt akin to rejecting the first step toward collaboration. Having resolved to dedicate themselves wholly to the base, they acknowledged the potential dangers on Jianqing Island and the likelihood of facing restrictions upon their arrival. They contemplated all possible adverse outcomes. Yet the allure of potential cooperation compelled them to proceed. They could not afford to let any opportunity slip away. Consequently, the wooden boat followed the speedboats toward Jianqing Island. Upon reaching the dock, they noticed that the warship remained anchored at the junction between the two islands. Additionally, two speedboats were moored at the dock, rendering their small, dilapidated wooden vessel somewhat embarrassing in comparison. Before the apocalypse, the passenger terminal had been bustling with activity, serving both passenger and cargo vessels. However, chaos ensued with the onset of the apocalypse, rendering those ships unusable as they fell victim to the onslaught of mutated beasts. In the subsequent efforts to eradicate these creatures, many vital components of the vessels were damaged, leading to their submersion along the shoreline. Thus, the availability of a few small wooden boats was a considerable fortune. During their journey, they had noted that the speedboat's course was not a straight line, but rather a meandering path that navigated through various buoys, taking them to the dock via a circuitous route. They observed that straying from this designated path would lead to encounters with numerous floating objects resembling tankas. Uncertain of their nature, but having encountered them on rare occasions before, their curiosity was piqued. Nevertheless, they trusted that Jianqing Island, given its current capabilities, did not seem to be in a hurry nor particularly concerned with the significance of these objects, as if they held relevance only for the islanders themselves. Yet, leaders Zhang and Lu were oblivious to the specific function of these items, their curiosity tempered by a reluctance to inquire further. Upon disembarking at the dock, stepping onto Jianqing Island, the two leaders felt a sense of surrealism. The island appeared immaculate and orderly, seemingly untouched by the ravages of a zombie war. Although remnants of dilapidated vehicles and charred motorcycles lingered, the majority of the buildings stood intact. This alone sparked envy among the personnel stationed at the passenger terminal. In this post-apocalyptic world, while others could make do with existing structures, many had long since succumbed to ruin. Additionally, the presence of numerous corpses of zombies necessitates management, and the residual blood cannot be sanitized, rendering many houses uninhabitable. However, on islands like Jianqing, many residences appear intact, unmarred by destruction. Occasionally, a few houses have been rendered unlivable due to the ravages of burning vehicles, yet the majority remain unscathed. The passenger terminal they encountered upon their arrival, along with a nearby inn, stands in pristine condition. At the dock, Lin Feng escorted the two leaders into the passenger hall. The windows and doors were flung open, allowing the sea breeze to waft through, creating an idyllic retreat from the summer heat. The personnel tasked with guarding the area had already brewed tea and prepared an assortment of snacks, such as sunflower seeds and peanuts, all of which were undamaged and remarkably fresh. These provisions had been provided by Lin Feng. Upon seeing the offerings laid out in the hall, the two leaders grasped that the inhabitants of Jianqing Island had long been aware of their activities and their imminent arrival, suggesting that everything was under Jianqing's control. Once everyone settled, Lin Feng inquired of the two leaders about their request for assistance, which essentially revolved around the need for Jianqing Island to deploy weaponry to eradicate the mutated beasts in their vicinity. At this, the two leaders nodded in agreement. However, Lin Feng cautioned them that while employing weapons could indeed eliminate the mutated creatures, the resulting explosions would also imperil nearby bases. From his vantage point on Jinqing Island, Lin Feng could clearly see that some residences along the shore were occupied. Should the dock come under artillery fire targeting the mutated beasts, although the creatures might be destroyed, the dock itself would become unusable, a loss that would prove detrimental to them. Thus, he posed the question, did they truly require Jinqing Island to wield its weapons to assist them? Upon hearing this, the two leaders were momentarily taken aback, having comprehended the implications of Lin Feng's words. The notion of utilizing weaponry to eliminate the mutated beasts was indeed a viable strategy. Yet Lin Feng's underlying message was unmistakable. It was a futile endeavor that could yield more harm than good. There might be alternative methods available on Jinqing Island. Consequently, the two individuals seized upon this pivotal point, rising excitedly to their feet, only to realize the impropriety of their enthusiasm and promptly resumed their seats. Their hearts racing with anticipation, hands trembling as they gingerly lifted a cup of tea to their lips. Though the tea had long cooled, the blend of floral and fruity aromas mingled with the delicate fragrance of the leaves created a refreshing sensation akin to herbal tea, a sweetness they had not experienced since the onset of the apocalypse. Their anxiety began to dissipate. After a brief moment of composure, they reiterated their hope for Jinqing Island's assistance in dealing with the mutated beasts. This time, they refrained from mentioning the need for weaponry, simply beseeching Jinqing Island for help in addressing the menace. They then conveyed that they had already deliberated on the price they were willing to pay for any assistance rendered prior to their arrival. As long as Jinqing Island can effectively deal with these mutated beasts, all the small bases in the passenger terminal area are willing to comply with Jinqing Island's arrangements. Whether it involves integration or subjugation, the decision rests entirely with Jinqing Island. Lin Feng observed that these two individuals were highly perceptive and understood the implications of his words. Indeed, there was a reason why only these two representatives were sent from the bases at the passenger terminal. They were the most clear-headed among their ranks. Their intelligence and potential as leaders suggested that once their intentions were ascertained, the rest of the individuals and bases would likely have no objections. Thus, Lin Feng contemplated conducting another test to ascertain whether they harbored any ulterior motives in the face of greater interests. Chapter 188. All right, let us proceed. Lin Feng guided the two individuals, intending to journey from the passenger terminal towards the vicinity of the factory. Though he had no intention of revealing that the food production line on Jinqing Island had been reinstated, he aimed to convey the overall excellence and safety of this island, which had flourished under his stewardship. This indirect display was meant to instill a sense of trepidation within them, making it clear that despite Jinqing's current modest size, they possessed the power to transform the island into a haven amidst the apocalypse, a place worthy of admiration. Having risen from his seat, Lin Feng expressed his desire to show them around and to discuss the resolution of the beastly threats they faced. However, it was evident that Chief Zhang and Chief Lu were reluctant to depart, having merely sipped from the teapot before them. Leaving now would seem rather inappropriate. They appeared to wish to linger a while longer. Lin Feng contemplated his objective, which was to demonstrate the formidable strength Jinqing Island currently wielded, and to ascertain whether their so-called sacrifices could indeed be honored. To achieve this, he needed to determine if they were genuinely qualified to represent their faction. While there was a semblance of qualification, the real challenge lay in whether opinions would shift after the issues were resolved. Thus, he proposed they sign an agreement. Although such accords might seem lacking in enforceability during the apocalypse, securing their signatures would provide Jinqing Island with ample justification for future actions. Whether it pertained to requests for assistance or the potential for evasion of responsibility post-resolution of the beasts, this document could serve as invaluable evidence. Noticing their hesitation to rise, Lin Feng did not press the matter. Instead, he retrieved two pre-drafted contracts from a drawer beneath the tea tray, though, in truth, he could summon these documents to print simply by a thought. Opening the drawer was merely a formality. He placed the contracts before them, stating that if they genuinely sought Jinqing Island's aid in eliminating their troubles, they should review the contents carefully. If they were in agreement, they could sign both copies, retaining one each as proof. Otherwise, should the beasts be dealt with and they later denied their involvement, the number of individuals at the passenger terminal would serve as a reminder of their own knowledge. The notion that strength lies in numbers was not lost on Lin Feng. He was wary of their potential to renege on their commitments, leaving him without any evidence. Jinqing Island was willing to assist, but it would not be so naive as to permit itself to be exploited. Lin Feng's words served as a cautionary signal to them. Jinqing Island possesses formidable weaponry. Should the opposing party renege on their commitments, a single cannonade would instill fear and deter any attempts at deception. They are urged to sign the agreement, yet the rhetoric employed suggests that Lin Feng's side is the one at a disadvantage. utilizing seemingly commonplace phrases that subtly imply the emergence of threats. It appears as though Jianqing Island lacks justification or advantage. Yet both parties are acutely aware of the true balance of power. The two leaders perceive Lin Feng's approach as a blend of both benevolence and intimidation, offering them hope while simultaneously instilling a sense of dread. Upon reviewing the contract, they noted the absence of any linguistic subterfuge, affirming that it is a remarkably equitable cooperation agreement. It stipulates that upon assisting in the eradication of the mutated beast crisis, all subsequent arrangements would be at Lin Feng's discretion, explicitly excluding the transformation of their base into an appendage of his dominion. From this, it is evident that Lin Feng harbors no hostility towards the entire region surrounding the passenger terminal, which prompted the two leaders to sign the agreements without hesitation, followed by Lin Feng's own signature. Although the contract bore no semblance of deceit and was entirely fair, Lin Feng executed a subtle strategic maneuver during the signing process. While everyone on Jianqing Island adhered to Lin Feng's directives, be it in fortifying defenses, restoring production, or cohabitating, he has never proclaimed himself their leader, nor have they referred to him as such. Thus, should any complications arise or should the opposing party seek loopholes within the contract, Lin Feng retains plausible deniability. Despite the unspoken understanding amongst the populace of Jianqing Island, who have long regarded Lin Feng as their leader, the two heads of the opposing faction remain oblivious to this reality. Consequently, the situation appears devoid of peril, characterized by a mutually equitable partnership. While Lin Feng has meticulously prepared an escape route, this strategy aims to safeguard against an overwhelming influx of personnel, ensuring that, amidst chaos and uncertainty, both he and Jianqing Island benefit. With the contract finalized, the two leaders, unable to contain their impatience, urge Lin Feng to take action forthwith. The longer they delay, the greater the peril faced by those on the shore. At the passenger terminal, resources are limited, and the methods employed merely serve to stymie the development of the mutated beasts without guaranteeing their complete eradication. Thus, they fervently hope for Lin Feng as prompt assistance. Having retained a copy of the contract for himself and provided the leaders with their own, Lin Feng declared it was time to commence their journey. They were to venture to the mainland to confront the mutated beasts. As they departed, Lin Feng piloted the yacht, seemingly capable of addressing the situation single-handedly. The two captains boarded the speedboat, observing as Lin Feng prepared to start the engine without bringing anyone along, lacking any weaponry or supplies. A sense of unease inevitably crept into their minds. Thus, Leader Lu could not help but voice his concerns to Lin Feng, recounting how few extraordinary individuals had previously ventured to their location, only to be swiftly annihilated by the mutated beasts, leaving no trace behind. He inquired whether Lin Feng required additional preparations or if there was anything essential to bring along. Although these words conveyed worry, they were, in truth, a reflection of their astonishment at Lin Feng's apparent lack of provisions. Yet, Lin Feng reassured them that the necessary items were right there on the adjacent vessel. Chapter 189. Chemicals. As they turned their heads, they noticed an old, weathered wooden boat beside them, covered with a tarp. The interior appeared to be filled with an assortment of items resembling gasoline barrels, the nature of which remained unclear to them, and they refrained from investigating further. At the bow of this wooden vessel, a chain was tethered to the rear of the speedboat. As the speedboat began to move slowly, the wooden boat followed suit. The two leaders felt it unnecessary to voice any further thoughts, opting instead to sit in silence aboard the vessel. However, both were absorbed in contemplation, pondering whether the materials on the boat had long been prepared by the individual named Lin Feng, who might have already devised a solution to their predicament with the mutated beasts. If that were indeed the case, it suggested that the events unfolding were merely a prelude to an invitation for them to seek assistance. The notion instilled a sense of dread towards Lin Feng within them. The speedboat gradually accelerated, initially avoiding its maximum velocity to prevent jostling of the wooden craft. As the speed increased, they arrived at the shore, only to find that the mutated beasts had continued their advance at the dock. Although their expansion rate had slowed compared to before, these creatures seemed to have developed a resistance to the potent drug powders, which no longer inflicted harm nor served as a deterrent. Consequently, those at the dock were compelled to retreat. Yet, upon the arrival of the speedboat, hope flickered among the onlookers. However, this hope was fleeting, swiftly overshadowed by despair. Despite the presence of two boats, only 3 individuals were visible, causing those anxiously awaiting salvation at the dock to lose all hope once more. Some of the more fragile souls, unwilling to face the prospect of being devoured by the mutated beasts, tragically resorted to taking their own lives, swiftly slitting their throats before anyone could comprehend their intent. The suddenness of the act sent a shockwave through the crowd, who initially mistook the fallen for mere fainting victims. The sight of blood gushing forth revealed the grim reality that someone had succumbed to the unbearable torment of despair. A chorus of screams erupted, while those on the periphery remained oblivious to the cause, assuming the commotion signified an assault by the mutated beasts. Panic ensued, prompting everyone to flee. Observing the chaos from the boat, the two leaders mistakenly believed that the beasts had begun their onslaught on humanity, and they were eager to leap into action. However, Lin Feng seized them, while the leaders of the nearby bases stood bewildered, grappling with the situation at hand. Where had this uproar originated? Both sides were engulfed in confusion. Yet Lin Feng alone perceived the reality clearly. The individuals on the shore were merely startled, and the situation was not as dire as it seemed. After a moment of reflection, he resolved to act swiftly to neutralize the mutated beasts, believing that only by doing so could he alleviate the fear gripping the crowd. Lin Feng leapt from the speedboat onto the smaller vessel, pulling back the waterproof covering to reveal containers filled with various chemicals. The jars are all coated in a vivid yellow, unmistakably custom-made containers. According to the chemical handling knowledge I had previously acquired, these specially manufactured jars, adorned in yellow, are filled with concentrated sulfuric acid. On the shore, some individuals widened their eyes upon seeing these jars. They recalled that when the mutated beasts first appeared, they had employed concentrated sulfuric acid with remarkable efficacy. If it had not been for a shortage of chemical agents, they would not have faced such a backlash. However, despite the small size of the boat, the quantity of concentrated sulfuric acid in these jars is more than sufficient to deal with the mutated beast along the shore. The origin of these beasts does not stem from continuous reproduction from the sea, but rather from a line along the shore, where they proliferate upwards. This means that if the mutated beasts within this range are entirely immersed in concentrated sulfuric acid, resulting in their simultaneous demise, no further mutated beasts will emerge. The amount of concentrated sulfuric acid contained within these jars is already adequate for this task. Once Lin Feng prepared the jars, he promptly retrieved a large megaphone he had previously used and shouted to the people on the shore, urging them to distance themselves and seek refuge in nearby buildings. The leaders on the shore, familiar with these jars, immediately began organizing an orderly retreat. The initially chaotic crowd gradually calmed down under the structured guidance and sought shelter in the available buildings. Although intact structures in the vicinity were scarce, they were not entirely absent. Ultimately, everyone found refuge behind two residential buildings, shielded from the concentrated sulfuric acid by a nearby edifice. As the dock area was nearly cleared, Lin Feng noticed the faintly discernible boundary along the coastline, despite the waves obscuring it somewhat. He had determined through careful observation that the area beyond this line was the primary breeding ground for the mutated beasts. This line likely marked the location of the beast's origin. Although these mutated creatures seemed to breed endlessly, in reality, being a singular entity capable of such vast separation, they must have one primary source. Otherwise, the entire ocean, or even the land, would have long been overrun by these creatures, with no one left on the shore. Lin Feng swiftly grasped a jar and hurled it towards the mutated beasts. Just as the jar was about to collide with them, he drew his handgun and fired at the yellow container. This handgun had undergone a mutation while stored in a spatial compartment. When the specialized bullet struck the uniquely crafted jar, the pressure generated caused internal turbulence, and the compressed concentrated sulfuric acid erupted violently, breaching the container. In an instant, nearly 1 ton of concentrated sulfuric acid erupted from the yellow vessel, showering the mutated beasts below. Lin Feng continued this process, throwing a second, third, and up to a 6th jar, each time firing to shatter them. The concentrated sulfuric acid cascaded like a waterfall across the dock, flowing towards the shore. While it may cause some pollution, the cleansing power of the sea would render this contamination negligible. Moreover, the seawater would drift downstream to the location of the laboratory, where it would serve as a crucial resource for their experiments. Should the laboratory still be operational, the seawater would be indispensable to their needs. Lin Feng was also eager to witness the actions of the individuals within the laboratory when confronted with contaminated seawater, hoping to ascertain the materials essential for their experiments and whether they were indeed monitoring this phenomenon. As a substantial quantity of concentrated sulfuric acid cascaded down, a thick white smoke billowed at the shoreline. Lin Feng promptly maneuvered the speedboat towards the open sea, seeking refuge from the enveloping fumes.